Chapter 1, Urgent. Is it still in time for him to die? As a book penetration tasker, Gu Xiuxue had been diligently playing the role of an antagonist while simultaneously assisting multiple male leads through their story arcs. Who would have thought that all of them ended up in failure at last? Gu Xiuxue. So you have your day too. The cold voice entered his ears, and Gu Xiuxue, who had lost most of his cultivation and was slumped on the ground, merely raised his eyes lazily. Looking at the tall, handsome youth with a jade-white long robe, holding a sharp sword in front of him, he yawned and said indifferently, "Kill me if you want, why so much chatter?" He was just waiting for Shenxinbai to kill him, complete the final storyline, and depart from this world. But as Shenxinbai looked at his lax demeanor, he paused his hand slightly, the blade gleaming coldly pointing straight at his eyebrow center, gritting his teeth tightly. He should have killed this person. He should have killed Gu Xiuxue to avenge his brother. But why? Seeing Gu Xiuxue, whose face was mostly concealed by a silver mask, Shenxinbai's eyes grew colder gradually, gripping the sword tighter. Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue, seeing he wasn't making a move, was growing impatient already. There was only one step left. If Shenxinbai could just kill him, he'd be able to obtain trillions of assets and leave this world to return to his original one. He certainly didn't want any issues at this critical moment. Gu Xiuxue no longer hesitated, directly raising his hand to grip the sword, as the air instantaneously filled with a faint scent of blood. Standing up, he decisively gripped the sword and pierced through his own chest. Shenxinbai clearly hadn't expected Gu Xiuxue to do this, and his pupils suddenly tightened. A sudden pain rose in his heart as he gripped the sword even tighter. You. Gu Xiuxue, lowering his gaze, let out a groan, yet the corner of his lip under the mask curved slightly upward. Ha. His role as an antagonist finally had a perfect end. Good, finally able to leave this world, he can. Alert. Alert. Timeline disorder, system malfunction. System malfunction. Gu Xiuxue. What? System. 311. What's going on? I'm about to die, and you're telling me what the timeline chaos means? Gu Xiuxue felt completely confused. With a system malfunction, could he still leave? Zzz. A harsh sound of electricity crackled, followed by a slightly embarrassed voice from the system. Well, host, there's a bit of a problem. This small world's timeline is tangled together, so we can't leave this world temporarily. Gu Xiuxue widened his eyes, almost grinding his teeth. No. Do you even hear yourself? I've already died at the hands of the male lead. Okay, still a little breath. But also about over. Yet responding to him was a somewhat apologetic tone from 311. Sorry, to stabilize the timeline, my energy consumption has been pretty high. An immediate sense of foreboding arose in Gu Xiuxue's heart. Wait, don't mess with me, ouch. The intense pain that followed made him gasp sharply. The reason he could be so ruthless with himself was because the system blocked his sensation of pain, but now the blockage had become ineffective. Gu Xiuxue's hand trembled, releasing the grip on the sword, and fell down. However, there was no pain of falling on the ground. He inwardly sighed that 311 still had some conscience, then discovered that he had fallen into Shenxinbai's arms. Just moments ago, the person who wanted nothing more than to kill him for revenge was now tightly hugging him, looking at him with an extremely complicated expression. Shock, helplessness, joy, regret, grievance, and a hint of madness. Gu Xiuxue was bewildered. It was the first time he saw such many emotions in Shenxinbai's eyes. But the severe pain prevented him from thinking much further. He knitted his brows tightly, biting his lower lip, his complexion as pale as paper, and sweat beads covered his forehead. A pill with a light fragrance was forcibly fed to him and melted in his mouth instantly. Gu Xiuxue could feel the intense piercing pain fading away. It wasn't until this moment that he realized Shenxinbai, holding him, was trembling all over. Aren't you supposed to kill me? Gu Xiuxue asked in confusion, madly calling out to 311 in his mind. Damn. You've got problems, big problems. Shenxinbai has gone insane. Does he think killing me isn't enough to vent his anger, so he wants to torture me? What did he give me earlier? Could it be poison induced by worms? Gu Xiuxue felt like crying, but no tears came. He just wanted to complete the antagonist's plot and die at the hands of the protagonist, Shenxinbai. He didn't expect to be taken back by him for torment. The previous protagonists had been so obedient and cooperative. But why, when it came to Shenxinbai, did things start going wrong? Host, please calm down first. Shenxinbai might not actually want to kill you. I said, my energy is insufficient, so I can't help maintain your disguise anymore. 311's voice grew weaker and weaker, possibly because of the excessive energy consumption or sheer embarrassment. Gu Xiuxue stiffened his body momentarily. Slowly raising his hand, he discovered that the mask which once covered his face had disappeared at some unknown point. At the same time, his hand was gripped. Shenxinbai's fingertips lightly grazed over his wrist, his eyes somewhat reddish with a shimmering tear light. A hoarse murmur reached Gu Xiuxue's ears. Brother, my brother. Gu Xiushue's lips twitched slightly, pulling out an even more unsightly smile than weeping. He thought that he still could explain. Ah. No. 311, I will kill you. Now it's all over, completely over. In the moment he realized his cover was blown, despair engulfed Gu Xiushue entirely. Initially, in order to finish the mission without wiping out Shinshinbai's family, and then to force Shinshinbai to murder him, he deliberately created an alias. Using that alias, he approached Shinshinbai, taking care of him during times when Shinshinbai was bullied or injured. He saved him and gave him many cultivation manuals and pills. Later, he would die before Shinshinbai, supposedly at the hands of the demon lord, Gu Xiushue. That way, there'd be a reason for Shinshinbai to kill him. With 311's assistance, Gu Xiushue never worried about being discovered while deceiving Shinshinbai. Moreover, as much time had passed, he almost forgot about it. But now his disguise had been blown. Shinshinbai hated being deceived the most, and now he learned that the person he cared about the most and the enemy he despised were the same individual. Gu Xiushue couldn't even imagine what kind of fate awaited him. Just as his thoughts raced rapidly, trying to figure out how to explain. Shinshinbai glared darkly at him, rubbing his thumb against the corner of Gu Xiushue's mouth to wipe off the blood trace. His tone contained a biting quality. Big brother really, kept up such a deep act, huh? As he spoke, he turned his wrist, revealing a red rope in his palm. Before Gu Xiushue could react, his hands were bound by the rope. Shinshinbai picked him up horizontally and carried him away with a light step. Gu Xiushue, oh. Would it still be in time if he died now? Reading note, dual male leads, book penetration, slicing attackers, several male leads in the original world are slices, all pure. Chapter 2, What? Brother. Steal a kiss. Gu Xiushue was feeling very melancholy at this moment. After being brought back by Shinshinbai, he was chained to the bed, and his remaining cultivation was also sealed. Looking around, everything in the room was excellent. Beneath him lay a plush white fur blanket, and beside him were exquisite silk quilts. The lighting in the room came from a pearl of the South Sea. He couldn't quite figure out what Shinshinbai had in mind by bringing him back. Shinshinbai was now the respected immortal lord, standing opposite to Gu Xiushue's identity. According to the original storyline, he would have killed Gu Xiushue yesterday and then been revered by 10,000 people. But now that his true identity was revealed, Shinshinbai not only did not kill him, but even brought him back, and it was unclear what the other deities of the immortal realm thought. However, given Shinshinbai's current status and strength, plus his protagonist's luck, those people probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Gu Xiushue wasn't worried about Shinshinbai. Compared to all this, he was more concerned about his own situation. He tugged at the chain on his ankle. The little bell attached to the chain tinkled, emitting a crisp sound, causing an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. When did this child develop such peculiar tastes? A chain was enough, yet there was a little bell attached. And he was locked here without Shinshinbai coming to see him. What exactly was he thinking? Even if it was hatred and resentment towards him for deceiving him, wanting to torture him, then why didn't he just confront him directly? As Gu Xiushue was mentally grumbling, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and he instinctively looked over, catching sight of that familiar face. This was completely different from the previous few encounters where Shinshinbai appeared as a distant celestial figure. At this moment, Shinshinbai carried with him an aura of malevolence and an oppressive presence. Now that Gu Xiushue's true identity was exposed and he no longer needed to carry out his mission, he didn't mock or provoke Shinshinbai like before. Seeing Shinshinbai close the door and slowly approach, Gu Xiushue instinctively moved backward to avoid him. Unfortunately, the slender chain restricted his movement. Shinshinbai sat by the bed, lowering his eyes to gaze intently at the feet stepping on the fur blanket. Lifting his hand, he gripped Gu Xiushue's ankle, gently caressing it with his fingertips while still maintaining a calm expression. With a bit of force, he effortlessly pulled Gu Xiushue closer. Brother, haven't you thought about what you should say? Shinshinbai raised his eyes and calmly asked Gu Xiushue. I've already given you enough time. Yesterday, I said that if you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, then I will have to obtain an answer in my own way. Shinshinbai's tone was incredibly gentle, the warmth of his palm transferring through the calf, but Gu Xiushue felt as if a cold snake was wrapping itself around his body. If I say it's all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Gu Xiushue wanted to cry. He hadn't expected his cover to be blown, and now how could he explain? 311 You don't dare to pretend to be unconscious. Tell me quickly what we're going to do now. How can I explain? Am I supposed to reveal to him that it was intentional? Deliberately getting close to him and then abandoning him, all to make him kill himself? Not even Shinshinbai would believe that. It was a task, and even Gu Xiushue himself wouldn't have believed it if someone told him. Huh? Believe it? Brother, I'll believe whatever you say, just like I believed you when you said you'd come back, right? Shinshinbai gave a soft laugh upon seeing the person in front of him almost about to cry. His gaze became darker and more profound. Back then, when Gu Xiushue said he would return, Shinshinbai believed it. Then, he watched helplessly as this person died right in front of his eyes. If this person hadn't told him on his deathbed to go back to the celestial realm and avenge himself by killing the demon lord, Shinbai might have gone insane that day. But now he was telling him that the beloved brother he longed for, the one who meant so much to him, was the very enemy he sought to retaliate against. Shinbai's gaze turned cold, and the strength in his hands increased significantly. Gu Xiuxue turned his head away, lowering his eyelids with a sorrowful and helpless tone. Bai, I know you don't trust me, but I really acted in your best interest. You pretended to care about me, which made you leave me and let me suffer for so many years, and finally tried to let me kill you myself. Brother, you really are cruel. Shinbai abruptly stood up and waved his sleeve, directly pressing Gu Xiuxue onto the bed, almost gritting his teeth as he spoke. Meeting those crazed eyes, Gu Xiuxue's Adam's apple moved as all the words he intended to use as explanations got stuck in his throat. He softened his tone and whispered, Bai, don't do this. Brother. Shinbai stared at him intently, his voice trembling slightly, until his eyes reddened and a tear rolled down to land on Gu Xiuxue's collarbone. Gu Xiuxue's heart quivered, and almost instantly, he softened. After all, he had raised Shinbai since he was a child, it was impossible for there to be no bond between them. Seeing Shinbai's current state made Gu Xiuxue feel a pang of pity. But the next moment, he froze in place. Shinbai seemed unwilling to let Gu Xiuxue see him in such a disheveled condition, so he buried his head in Gu Xiuxue's neck, creating a warm and soft sensation that caused Gu Xiuxue's body to stiffen momentarily. The tender touch of lips grazed against the collarbone as if placing a gentle kiss. Despite hesitating for a moment, Gu Xiuxue ultimately did not push Shinbai away. Shinbai was crying. Back in the mortal realm, he hadn't wiped out the entire Shin family, but the plot was unchangeable, Shinbai was still abandoned by them. It was also around that time when Gu Xiuxue began to approach Shinbai. Back then, Shinbai was just a child who had endured endless bullying and but never shed a single tear. But now, Shinbai cried with great sorrow. Gu Xiuxue sighed. Clearly, this matter had dealt him an immense blow. He lifted his hand, gently patting Shinbai's back in a comforting manner while speaking to him in the same tone he'd always used to soothe a child. Be good, stop crying, Bai. Don't cry anymore, it's brother's fault. Brother shouldn't have kept things from you. Rest assured, I will never leave you again. Fortunately, for the sake of the trillion yuan reward, he had cultivated more than one male lead and had some experience in soothing children. As Gu Xiuxue coaxed Shinbai, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, the final storyline followed Shinbai. In his heart, Shinbai was still a well-behaved child and the honored immortal lord, if only he could be comforted properly, things would be fine. As for the other two male leads, merely thinking about them gave him a headache. Thankfully, their storylines were already complete, so there was no need to worry about running into them. Hey, are you coaxing a child? 311's voice suddenly rang out, causing Gu Xiuxue to pause mid-motion. Grinding his teeth fiercely, he barked harshly. 311. How dare you log in? Tell me right now what's going on. And another thing, when can I leave this world? I don't know either. Normally, we should have been able to leave, but there's a bug. We'll have to wait for it to get fixed. 311 paused briefly before clearing his throat and continuing, however, there is one more pressing issue now. Chapter 3, there are always ways to keep the brother bedridden and bound to him. What's the issue? An ominous premonition arose in Gu Xiuxue's heart. The next moment, he heard 311 stammering as they began. You know, theoretically speaking, we should have left this world yesterday. Your vitality was supposed to end yesterday. But now there's a bug in the system. We have to stay in this world temporarily until the bug is fixed before we can leave. If you want to continue living, you'll need to find a way to increase your vitality. Gu Xiuxue smirked bitterly at the corners of his mouth. How do I increase it? It's simple. All you need to do is make physical contact with the male protagonist, and you'll gain vitality. For example, right now, if you hug him, you can add 1 minute. If you keep hugging for over half an hour, you can increase half a day's worth of vitality. If you kiss him, it adds half a day's worth of vitality, and the more intimate the location, the more vitality you gain. If you were to do something even more intimate. 311 grew more and more excited, losing all signs of their previous hesitancy. Gu Xiuxue. Couldn't he just drag out this system and beat it up? It's not difficult for you anyway. You've already blown your cover, Shinbai doesn't want to kill you, so there's nothing wrong with you giving him a hug or holding his hand. 311 tried to persuade, we shouldn't fight with anything, especially not money. I've negotiated some extra benefits for you. After the bug is fixed and we return, the original 1 trillion yuan deal can be upgraded to 3 trillion yuan in compensation. Gu Xiuxue suddenly lost his voice, wanting to curse but unable to. Those handsome eyes instantly lit up. 1 trillion yuan, 2 trillion yuan, 3 trillion. Silently, he tightened his arms around Shinbai lying on top of him, his smile reaching his eyes. Actually, money wasn't the most important thing, what mattered was that he enjoyed holding Shinshinbai. Brother? Shinshinbai furrowed his brows slightly upon noticing Gu Xiushue's unusual reaction and instinctively tried to sit up. However, just as he moved, Gu Xiushue pulled him back with one hand wrapped around his neck and the other around his waist. The sudden weight caused Gu Xiushue to grunt softly, but he paid no attention to it. His gaze toward Shinshinbai became unusually gentle. Bai, I've missed you these years too, every single night, constantly thinking about you. So let me hold you again, okay? It's just a hug, isn't it? He has no problem with that. And in response, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. SSSS. Shinshinbai bit down hard on his neck, the air filled with a faint scent of blood. For a second, Gu Xiushue's mind went blank. Isn't Shinshinbai the celestial lord? How could he still bite? Or is this revenge? Recalling how he had deceived Shinshinbai, Gu Xiushue swallowed his anger. After all, it was he who deceived someone, and it was normal for Shinshinbai to want retribution for being tricked. But it didn't matter, those many years of affection weren't false, Shinshinbai wouldn't truly kill him, and he could still find opportunities to gain vitality through close contact. Gu Xiushue consoled himself and did not release Shinshinbai. Brother, this time, I won't let you go again. I don't care why you initially approached me, nor do I care whether you are from the demon race. Shinshinbai murmured lightly, yet there was a coldness in his tone. But since you've returned to my side, this time I will absolutely not let you go. Alright, I won't leave. If you dare to run away, I have countless ways to ensure you'll never get out of bed, never leaving my side. Shinshinbai raised his head and stared at him, his fingertips caressing the wound on his neck, uttering each word as a clear warning. Gu Xiushue completely disregarded Shinshinbai's warning. After all, he needed to maintain intimacy with Shinshinbai to survive, so naturally, he wouldn't leave. His focus was entirely on the vitality-increasing notifications. Slightly relieved, Gu Xiushue loosened his grip on Shinshinbai. However, he didn't fully relax. Instead, he was silently calculating the possibility of getting Shinshinbai to stay with him overnight later that evening. Though it felt a bit awkward to secretly kiss the child he'd raised, to survive, and for 3 billion yuan. Gu Xiushue's resolve grew firmer. He could do it. It was just about moving forward confidently, right? Just one kiss. No big deal. Shinshinbai couldn't fathom Gu Xiushue's thoughts. After being let go, he directly pulled Gu Xiushue up and, with a cold face, grabbed his chin, forcing him to come closer. Brother had better keep your word. Gu Xiushue's long eyelashes flickered lightly, and for a moment, the two were almost completely pressed together, their warm breaths entwined, unintentionally creating an ambiguous atmosphere. His mind was a little disordered, something felt off but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. An incomprehensible emotion flickered in Shinshinbai's eyes. It seemed almost accidental when his lips lightly brushed against Gu Xiushue's lips, as soft as in his memories. Shinshinbai's eyes grew darker and darker, like ink, with faint traces of mad desire hidden within them. He wanted more. He wanted everything from this person. Host, hurry up. Kiss him hard. Trample on him. 311's excited voice brought Gu Xiushue back to reality. Instinctively, he raised a hand and pushed lightly at Shinshinbai's chest. Regarding the fleeting kiss that was like a dragonfly skimming the water, Gu Xiushue didn't take it to heart, thinking of it merely as an accident, nor did he notice Shinshinbai's slightly reddened ear tips. Bye. He wanted to say something to break the awkward atmosphere. However, Shinshinbai suddenly pushed him away and turned around to leave, leaving him there alone. Gu Xiushue lying on the bed. Alright. The child has grown up and now has a temper, no longer listening to his older brother. He even let Shinshinbai bite him. And it hurt so much that he said nothing about it. How could he have such a big temper? Staring at the direction Shinshinbai had left, Gu Xiushue sighed softly. These days, it's not easy to comfort children. 311 was still lamenting over the missed opportunity when they heard Gu Xiushue's words and concurred, saying, That's right. Upon learning that the demon lord is the very same person who he relied on in the human realm as his older brother, Shinshinbai's blackening value has already reached 80%. There's no way he'd be easy to console. Gu Xiushue. Was Shinshinbai's blackening value really that high? He couldn't tell at all. In Gu Xiushue's eyes, Shinshinbai's behavior earlier was just that of a sullen child throwing a tantrum. But now, 311 was telling him that Shinshinbai's blackening value was that high. For a moment, Gu Xiushue felt complex emotions rising within him, suddenly feeling that Shinshinbai truly cared deeply about him as a brother. At 80% blackening value, Shinshinbai only bit him instead of stabbing him to death. A vague sense of guilt spread through him unexpectedly. Gu Xiushue thought to himself that once Shinshinbai returned, they definitely needed to have a good talk. But what he waited for wasn't Shinshinbai, but rather several puppet maids. 2 of them set the table, while the others stood nearby, wooden trays in their hands, covered by cloths. These puppet maids kept their eyes lowered and never looked at him more than necessary, speaking monotonously, without any hint of emotion. Master, please enjoy your meal. Gu Xiushue's gaze, however, fell on those trays. It appeared they contained clothes, though it was unclear what kind. Chapter 4, Now that brother is full, it's my turn. Gu Xiushue gathered his thoughts. Never mind what kind of clothes he can wear as long as they fit. Let's eat first. Looking at all the dishes he liked in front of him, he squinted slightly, and his mood improved a bit. Indeed, he thought Shinbai still cared about him, the older brother. That child was just stubborn but soft-hearted. While Gu Xiushue was sighing and finishing his meal, the puppets cleaned up afterward. He then shifted his gaze to the tray beside him. He asked, "What's this?" One of the puppet maids came forward and lifted the cloth covering it. "It's prepared by Lord for Master." Gu Xiushue only paused his gaze briefly on the bright red robe. He fiddled with the chain lightly as he realized he couldn't change clothes in his current state. Before he could say anything, the door opened again, and a few more puppets walked in. Through layer upon layer of bead curtains and gauze screens, Gu Xiushue couldn't see clearly what those puppets were carrying, but he saw them busily preparing. Soon, the puppet stopped, and the one who answered him earlier took out a key to unlock the shackles around his ankles. 2 other puppets helped him get up without uttering a word. It was then Gu Xiushue realized that these previous puppets had been arranging for a bath. He fell silent, knowing that something as simple as a cleansing spell would have sufficed before. But now, sealed from using any powers, he could do nothing except let the puppets help him through their tasks. But who could tell him why there were petals inside? Gu Xiushue looked at the peach flower petals floating on top, wanting to speak but held back. He knew those puppets wouldn't answer him anyway, they only followed the orders given by whoever was behind them. The puppets placed the clothes aside, lit the incense, and quietly left. As warm water rose to cover his shoulders, Gu Xiushue relaxed completely, leaning back slightly and closing his eyes, pondering how to charm Shinbai back. But unknown if due to the effects of the incense, Gu Xiushue felt increasingly drowsy. When his consciousness grew hazy, a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, snapping him awake instantly. A flash of cold light passed through Gu Xiushue's eyes as he grabbed the wrist of the intruder fiercely. Brother is still so on guard. Shinbai murmured softly next to his ear, his warm breath tickling his earlobes causing Gu Xiushue's eyelashes to tremble. Ai bai. Long fingers caressed his face, sliding down his neck. Gu Xiushue couldn't decipher Shinbai's intentions now. He just pursed his lips and allowed him to proceed. Do you remember the first secret realm you took me to? I was thrown into a cold pool by a beast, and you followed to save me. Later, we warmed each other beside that cold pool, and at that moment, I decided to grow stronger and protect you, making sure no one could hurt you ever again. Shinbai's fingertips twirled a lock of his hair as he gazed down at him. Brother, what were you thinking at that time? As a demon lord pretending to be an ordinary human cultivator, what did you think when you watched me fall into the cold pool? Gu Xiushue continued to remain silent. He knew this matter wouldn't be easy to pass, but he couldn't reveal the existence of the task or system. Would he admit it was just for entertainment? It doesn't matter, brother. No matter why, regardless of why you approached me and then left, I don't care anymore. Shinbai's eyes churned with madness as he planted a kiss on the tip of Gu Xiushue's hair. I've said it before, since brother can't give me an answer, I'll find a way to make you answer. What do you plan to do? An uneasy premonition arose within Gu Xiushue, like 2 little people arguing in his mind. One told him the current Shinbai had already turned dark and dangerous. The other, however, was pulling him back into past memories. Shinbai used to be obedient and wouldn't dare harm him too much. Naturally, brother. Shinbai chuckled softly, continuing before Gu Xiushue could react. Naturally, keeping brother by my side forever. The demon realm has always been at odds with the immortal realm. Nowadays, the demon realm is far inferior compared to our days. But our immortal realm has grown stronger than ever. With brother being the demon lord, it's high time to consider the future of the demon realm. Shinbai embraced Gu Xiushue from behind, resting his head on his shoulder and rubbing gently against him just like old times. Without giving Gu Xiushue a chance to refuse, Shinbai immediately picked him up horizontally, used his spiritual power to dry the water off his body, and dressed him in the bright red robe before heading toward the bed. Shinbai laid him down on the bed, looked at him quietly for a moment, then suddenly asked out of nowhere. Brother, were you full just now? Gu Xiushue, ? This shift in topic was far too abrupt. He responded with a single word, taking the initiative to pull the chain beside him and locking his ankle in place. He had realized that the fake death in front of Shinbai had left quite an impression on the young man. If he wanted to placate Shinbai, he had to give him enough security, proving he wouldn't leave. But this wasn't a difficult task since, as it stood, he couldn't leave Shinbai anyway. As Gu Xiushue was lost in thought, Shinbai had already taken off his outer robe and sat down by the bedside. Gu Xiushue glanced at the fairly large bed, considered all the treasures here, and guessed silently, so this was Shinbai's room and bed? He then quietly moved further inward. Since this was Shinshinbai's room, sleeping here didn't seem like much of a problem. Just as he slightly shifted inward, Shinshinbai reached out, wrapped his arm around Gu Xiushue's waist, and pulled him back. Before Gu Xiushue could react, he found himself confined in his arms. The familiar aura and warmth made Gu Xiushue momentarily dazed as memories from the past resurfaced. Back when they were in the human realm, he also liked hugging Shinshinbai while sleeping. At that time, Shinshinbai was so small, abandoned and mistreated, just a little pitiful soul. A single peach blossom cake had been enough to win him over. He had Shinshinbai call him brother, and the obedient boy called him such. With scars from abandonment, Shinshinbai even needed to cling to him during sleep. Brother. Shinshinbai's murmuring drew Gu Xiushue back from his thoughts. That once tiny figure who would let himself be embraced now stood taller than him, a great immortal capable of effortlessly circling him in his arms. Moved by a flicker of tenderness, Gu Xiushue lifted his hands and embraced Shinshinbai first, just as he had done many years ago. Resting against Shinshinbai's chest, he could clearly feel the powerful heartbeat. The wave of drowsiness he had suppressed earlier surged back, making his eyelids grow heavy. In the haze of consciousness, he vaguely felt something brushing against the back of his neck. But he no longer had the strength to think about it, furrowing his brow subconsciously with a soft hum escaping his lips. Wishing to avoid whatever was behind him, he pressed closer into Shinshinbai's embrace. Staring at the patch of tender flesh at the back of Gu Xiushue's neck that he had rubbed red, Shinshinbai gazed deeply and whispered. Now that brother is full, it's my turn. Chapter 5, if he still wants to leave, he'll make his brother love him more. When Gu Xiushue woke up, Shinshinbai was no longer by his side. He raised his hand to rub the back of his neck and sat up, stretching his muscles. Why do I feel a bit off? Gu Xiushue mumbled softly, carefully checking his body but finding nothing wrong. Yet, he still felt uneasy. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to ask System 311. System, did I do anything strange to Shinshinbai last night? In this regard, he had a clear understanding of himself, his sleep posture wasn't good. Whether it was when he was taking care of which male lead before, his sleep posture was always bad. Every morning after waking up, he'd be clinging to the person next to him like an octopus. Gu Xiushue asked this question with some hesitation. After all, it was Shinshinbai who took the initiative to hold him while sleeping yesterday, and Shinshinbai also knew that his sleep posture wasn't good. Even if he really did something to Shinshinbai while asleep, it couldn't be blamed on him, right? System 311 remained silent for a long time before slowly answering. Last night, your clothes were gone while you two were hugging, so I got locked in a dark room. As for what exactly happened to him, I don't know either. But your life value increased significantly. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Gu Xiushue shake his head and then pat his forehead, looking regretful. Did I kiss and hug him again last night? How is he now? Is his blackening value still high? System 311's mouth twitched a little, opening his mouth somewhat frustratedly. What can happen to him? His blackening value dropped to 70. Gu Xiushue, not that I'm saying, but can't you pay a little more attention? Pay attention? What should I pay attention to? Did he leave me snacks? I'm actually a little hungry. Gu Xiushue rubbed his stomach, unable to help frowning, deflecting this topic. While he was thinking about it, the door of the room was pushed open, and it was still the puppet maids from yesterday carrying meals. Seeing the dishes he liked, Gu Xiushue's eyes brightened instantly, directly throwing away whatever System 311 didn't finish saying. Nothing is more important than eating. After having a meal and lying down on the bed, Gu Xiushue sighed slowly. Actually, it's not bad like this. Every day here, enjoying good food and drinks, hugging Shinshinbai increases life value. Once the world bug is fixed, he'll be able to leave this world and return to the original world. But I always feel Shinshinbai's attitude towards you is a bit off. System 311 reminded. Gu Xiushue thought for a while, then waved his hand casually and said indifferently. I admit my identity might have been quite a blow to him, but the feelings we've shared for so many years aren't fake. After all, I've protected him as his older brother for such a long time. Even if he resents me, he will surely remember my kindness. After convincing himself with a string of muttering, Gu Xiushue shook the chain again. Relax, nothing will go wrong. Look, apart from locking me up, he hasn't hurt me at all. But being locked on the bed all the time isn't good either. I need to think of a way to let him let me out for a walk, or I might die of boredom. Gu Xiushue thought, letting go of the chain. When Shinshinbai returned, he smiled and actively hugged his waist, clearly feeling the other's body stiffen for a moment. A hint of doubt and strange emotion flickered in Shinshinbai's cold eyes, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked quietly at Gu Xiushue, waiting for his next move. Ai has grown up so much. In the past, I could pick you up so easily, now you're taller than me. Gu Xiushue was still playing the emotional card, knowing all along that Shinshinbai was a child who valued emotions. This method would definitely work well on him. What does brother want? Just speak plainly. Shinshinbai's tone was faint, staring down at Gu Xiushue. Gu Xiuxue just blinked, coughed lightly, and then solemnly promised. "Ai bai, I've already said that I will never leave you, so I absolutely won't leave you. But you know me, I can't sit still. You can't keep me here forever. Why can't I?" Shen Xinbai reached out to pinch Gu Xiuxue's chin. Hearing these words made his voice turn colder. "Brother even can fake death in front of me and then abandon me, continuing to be your demon lord. Do you still think I trust your words?" Shen Xinbai's voice was full of warning, madness flashing in his eyes. "I will keep you locked up, chained forever. If brother doesn't like this chain and insists on leaving, I can just cripple your legs. This way, no matter where you want to go, I can bring you there, and you'll have no way of escaping me." Shen Xinbai's bright eyes seemed to take on a hint of crimson as he muttered crazily. His grip tightened noticeably, leaving red marks on Gu Xiuxue's pale face. The pressure from Shen Xinbai's grip was making Gu Xiuxue uncomfortable, and his beautiful eyes instantly welled up with tears, looking pitiful. What made him even more uneasy was that he understood Shen Xinbai well. These words were not just threats, they were things Shen Xinbai genuinely intended to do. Sensing Shen Xinbai's gaze falling onto his legs, Gu Xiuxue instinctively pulled them closer. The small bells on the chains jingled softly in response. He felt almost tearful. Indeed, he shouldn't have pushed for too much. He knew Shen Xinbai had gone dark side, yet he still angered him. If it weren't for the fact that he currently lacked spiritual power and relied on Shen Xinbai to maintain his life value, he would definitely give this kid a good beating. While fuming inside, Gu Xiuxue forced himself to look more pitiful on the surface, tears trickling down his eyelashes. Bai, stop, you're hurting me. If brother wants to leave again, I'll make sure you feel worse pain than before." Shen Xinbai's tone turned icy cold, but eventually, he let go. Lowering his eyes, he drew Gu Xiuxue close into his arms and retrieved a box of ointment. Carefully dipping his fingers in some milky white medicinal cream, he began applying it gently. Gu Xiuxue let him tend to him without resisting, though deep within, he sighed wistfully. Did this mean he was truly doomed to be confined to this bed until the world bug was fixed? Alright, compared to his life, freedom didn't seem so important after all. Yet Shen Xinbai, being darkened, was unpredictable. Even if Gu Xiuxue behaved obediently, it didn't guarantee Shen Xinbai wouldn't do anything reckless. As Gu Xiuxue lapsed into silence, he recalled how Shen Xinbai had looked at his legs earlier, sending chills down his spine. That night, he had a nightmare, dreaming Shen Xinbai had crippled his legs and carried him everywhere, muttering that only then would he not leave. When Gu Xiuxue woke abruptly from his nightmare, Shen Xinbai was sound asleep beside him, holding him close, completely unguarded, as though the daytime threat had never happened. "Sigh. How did you grow up and learn such nasty tricks? You threatened me even though I already said I wouldn't leave." Gu Xiuxue mumbled to himself, his thoughts wandering as his gaze landed on Shen Xinbai's thin lips. He had touched them accidentally before and knew how soft they were. It could increase life value, right? Just a little kiss, quick and quiet. He probably won't notice. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he placed a swift, light kiss on Shen Xinbai's lips before burying his head back under the covers, closing his eyes tightly to hide his reddening earlobes. But he didn't see the faint smile that curled at the corners of Shen Xinbai's mouth. Chapter 6, Once the soul lock chain is on, Big Brother can't leave anymore. Gu Xiuxue temporarily dismissed the idea of persuading Shen Xinbai to let him go out for a walk. He didn't want his legs to really be paralyzed. After stealing a kiss from Shen Xinbai, he leaned closer into his embrace and held him even tighter. "All for my vitality points, all for my vitality points." Gu Xiuxue silently repeated this in his heart before closing his eyes and falling asleep again. This time, he did not have any nightmares and slept quite comfortably. Unbeknownst to him, after he fell asleep, Shen Xinbai opened his eyes. His thumb brushed over Gu Xiuxue's lips as he softly whispered. "Big brother. Can I still trust you? Big brother secretly kissing me should mean that he likes me, right?" There was a hint of joy hard to notice in Shen Xinbai's cold voice, and his gaze became more resolute. He lifted a strand of Gu Xiuxue's messy hair, tidied it up slightly for him, and placed another kiss at the corner of his lips. For several days afterward, Gu Xiuxue was very well behaved and didn't mention letting Shen Xinbai take him out for a walk again. But being locked up in bed for too long made him quite bored. 311, little 3, say something. I'm about to die of boredom. Shen Xinbai doesn't know what he's busy with all day. Apart from him, I only see a few puppets delivering meals. Is he trying to suffocate me? Gu Xiuxue was rather melancholy, and 311 thought for a moment before asking, do you want to read some novels? I can provide you with some resources. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiuxue's eyes lit up instantly, and he sat up. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Of course yes. Give me some. During this period, he had been so confined here that mushrooms were practically growing on him. But then he quickly realized something was off. Gu Xiuxue's gaze kept changing, and his ears tipped red slightly. He couldn't help but cough lightly. Little 3. I didn't expect that you actually like these kinds. 311 took a look at the books he had sent to Gu Xiuxue and fell silent. They were just brotherly affection or subordinates violating their superiors types of books, with slightly larger boundaries than usual. His original intention was to remind Gu Xiuxue that Shenxinbai felt unusual toward him, but this guy's attention seemed completely focused on the extent of these novels. Host, you need to carefully look through these books. Don't you feel like there's something a bit mysteriously familiar about the protagonists inside them? Before 311 could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Gu Xiuxue with an earnest statement. Although the protagonists of these books are all male, little 3, we shouldn't engage in discrimination. Besides, I think they're written pretty well. Gu Xiuxue stopped paying attention to 311 and started quietly reading the books instead. Even when Shenxinbai entered the room, he didn't notice immediately. It was 311 who reminded him, prompting him to turn his head and look over. Shenxinbai did not sense anything unusual about him and directly walked over to sit by the bed, holding his wrist. What's wrong? Gu Xiuxue instinctively asked, feeling a sudden chill on his wrist. Looking down, he noticed a new golden chain on his wrist with a small golden bell hanging from it. However, despite his movements causing the bell to sway, it made no sound at all. Bai, what is this? Isn't this what Big Brother wanted? Shenxinbai gently massaged his palm and clutched his hand, pressing it lightly against his own cheek. Gu Xiuxue only then noticed that Shenxinbai also wore a thin silver chain on his wrist with a similar little bell dangling from it. No matter how he moved, it made no sound either. Shenxinbai continued speaking casually. Long ago, I promised whatever you wanted, I would give it to you. Since you wanted to go out for a walk, how could I bear to keep you locked up? After all, I like Big Brother so much. Listening to his words, Gu Xiuxue felt a chill run through his heart and subconsciously asked 311. What? Has Shenxinbai's darkening level increased again? Would he be so kind to let me go out? And what exactly are these bracelets? Oh, his darkness value is now stable, still above 70. These 2 chains I scanned earlier are soul lock chains. 311 slowly explained, once you wear the soul lock chain, you won't be able to leave him anymore. He will always be able to sense your location. And if you exceed a certain distance, you'll be teleported back to him instantly, no matter where or when. Hearing this, Gu Xiuxue actually sighed in relief. After all, Shenxinbai had threatened him so much before. Now that he suddenly said he was willing to let him go for a walk, his first reaction was that this guy wanted to break his legs. At least it was just the soul lock chain, not really invalidating his legs. While Gu Xiuxue was pondering, Shenxinbai had already untied the chain from his ankle and effortlessly picked him up horizontally. Wait, Bai, I can walk myself. Gu Xiuxue hadn't fully reacted yet. Shenxinbai paused for a moment and directly carried him out of the room. What is Big Brother afraid of? Is it about people seeing us? The warm sunlight fell upon them, and the air was filled with a faint floral scent. Everywhere they looked were familiar puppet maids. Gu Xiuxue gently pulled on Shenxinbai's robe, turned his head away, and muttered softly. Well, if you want to carry me then. After all, when you were a child, I used to carry you like this too. Shenxinbai didn't hold him all the time but brought him over to one of the puppet maids and set him down. Big Brother, this is Little 9. I have other matters to attend to. Big Brother can have Little 9 take you around. But when I come back, you must be in the room, understood? Shenxinbai's voice was very gentle, and he even carefully combed Gu Xiuxue's slightly disheveled hair. Big Brother mustn't forget your words. You promised this time that you wouldn't leave again. If you break your promise. Shenxinbai didn't finish his sentence, but his gaze casually swept over Gu Xiuxue's legs, which became darker. Gu Xiuxue's legs looked good, pale skin, long and straight, any trace would stand out prominently. It would indeed be a pity if they were completely wasted. However, he had other ways to make sure Gu Xiuxue couldn't get out of bed. Gu Xiuxue, who thought he would be locked in this world forever, felt better in the sunlight and improved in mood. Hearing Shenxinbai's words, he nodded without hesitation, with a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Bai, don't worry, I won't leave. That's best. Shenxinbai also smiled and gave a nod to the puppet Little 9. Little 9 lowered her eyes, walked beside Gu Xiuxue, and bowed slightly toward him. My lord, please rest assured, I will watch over you well. Seeing Gu Xiuxue's evident happiness, Shenxinbai's fingertips caressed as his eyes flickered with uncertain light. Big Brother. I'm giving you a chance to trust you once more. Don't disappoint me. Under the sunny weather, Gu Xiuxue felt his whole being lightened. Chapter 7, he actually went this far for him. Gu Xiuxue simply stretched his arms overhead, laced his fingers, and looked around at the flowers and grasses. With a sigh of admiration, he said. Truly deserving of the title, Divine Realm. It's much more beautiful than my demon realm. Recalling how things were when he first arrived in this world, it took him half a month to accept that he was the demon lord, and another 3 months to come to terms with the appearance of the demon realm. Furthermore, apart from doing missions to nurture the male lead, he almost spent all the remaining time transforming the demon realm. Although it had been such a long time since then, the demon realm was no longer as dreary as before, yet it still couldn't compare with the divine realm. The sight of these flowers truly soothed the heart and pleased the eyes. Master, please do not wander too far, little Nine gently reminded Gu Xiuxue, glancing at the bell on his wrist. Stopping momentarily, Gu Xiuxue didn't seem bothered and smiled slightly at little Nine while tilting his head. Why don't you guide me for a stroll? Little Nine lowered his gaze and responded with a nod. Pointing subtly towards a direction, he spoke. Master, take a look over there. Not far away lies a peach grove specifically planted by our Lord. He mentioned that someone he once knew had a fondness for peach blossom cakes. Gu Xiuxue recalled teaching Shenxinbai how to make peach blossom cakes back then, feeling inexplicably guilty as he reached up to touch the tip of his nose. After all, it was for getting closer to the first male lead that he learned how to make peach blossom cakes. Li, the little prince from the spirit realm who became the first male lead he nurtured, lost his mother at an early age. His father, the king of spirits, paid no attention to him and allowed him to be bullied. The only sweetness he tasted was the peach blossom cake made by his mother before she passed away. To get close to this love-deprived young one, this angle must indeed be taken. Gu Xiuxue felt a sense of desolation deep within his heart. However, thinking about it, by the time Li ascended as the king of spirits, he already died, and afterwards, he consciously avoided any involvement in spirit realm matters. He didn't know what the current situation was like. Looking at the peach grove in front of him and feeling the faint scent of peach blossoms in the air, he suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart. Forget it. What did any of that have to do with him now? It had been so long, maybe Li had forgotten all about him. Soon, his attention was drawn to the red silk ribbons tied onto one of the peach trees. What is this? After the Lord returned to the divine realm, he went to the underworld searching for the reincarnation of that person but found no trace. Little Nine paused briefly after explaining, ever since then, every day, the Lord would tie a red silk ribbon dipped in his own blood to this peach tree in hopes of reviving that person's soul. For 1,000 days, there was no response, costing him nearly his life before giving up barely. If our Lord weren't a divine elder, he probably wouldn't have survived. Little Nine sighed lightly, glanced at Gu Xiuxue, and continued. But Master needn't concern yourself. That's already ancient history. If you'd prefer, Little Nine can show you around someplace else. Gu Xiuxue, despite his very complex emotions at this moment, responded, allowing Little Nine to lead him elsewhere. His steps were somewhat hurried, unwilling to look back at the countless red ribbons adorning the tree. To make Shenxinbai kill him as the demon lord, he used to be incredibly kind when pretending to be a human cultivator. He naturally knew that after his death, Shenxinbai had nearly gone mad with grief, but he hadn't expected him to go to such lengths. Feeling both angry and frustrated, Gu Xiuxue didn't know what to say. Raising a child through so much hardship just for the latter not to care for his body was maddening, yet everything was due to him. If it were earlier times, he would have given Shenxinbai a good scolding without a doubt. But times have changed, let alone scolding Shenxinbai. If the guy didn't retaliate against him for past grievances, that would be considered generous. Hey, isn't that you, Little Nine? The person following behind looks unfamiliar though. Isn't he from outside our divine realm? Gu Xiuxue was lost in his thoughts, having no mood to appreciate the surrounding beauty, when a teasing voice interrupted him and brought him back to reality. Little Nine stopped in his tracks, looking straight at the 2 men and 1 woman in front of them, replying coldly. Our Lord is busy handling affairs. Please wait a bit at Lingyun Hall. However, those few clearly didn't want to leave just like that. Their gazes all fell directly on Gu Xiuxue, filled with investigation and assessment. The youth dressed in pale white robes lifted an eyebrow and stepped forward a few paces. Little Nine's wrist flipped, and immediately, a sword appeared in his palm, blocking them. The snowy white blade emitted piercing coldness intermixed with a fraction of spiritual energy, making its warning abundantly clear. This caused the young man to pause his step. Why are you protecting this person? He glanced at Gu Xiuxue once more, his expression shifting with an added touch of mockery and amusement, as he lightly chuckled. Judging by his appearance, he isn't from our divine realm, and he doesn't have a single trace of cultivation either. Yet you protect him so. Could this be the demon lord Gu Xiuxue? That's the demon lord. No wonder our Lord keeps him around, his face certainly is handsome. The girl in green robes covered her mouth to stifle her laughter, but there wasn't an ounce of kindness in her eyes, her gaze colder than ever. Another young man also joined in with a teasing tone. The mighty demon lord, now reduced to a prisoner, with no cultivation, merely a shell of a body, yet willingly stays by our Lord's side. Perhaps he used some underhanded means. But what a fine-looking shell it is. If one day our Lord grows tired of him, we might, wait, you're insane. He didn't get to finish his sentence as a sharp sword energy came slicing towards him. Xiao Jiu stepped forward to shield Gu Xiuxue, his tone icy. Our Lord said, those who insult Master can be killed. The man's face turned ugly, almost unable to believe what Xiao Jiu had just said, grinding out his words through gritted teeth. Because our Lord told you to protect him, you really are protecting him. He's the demon lord. From the devil clan. Our Lord keeps him only to humiliate him, and you, ah. A blood-curdling scream tore through the sky as a sudden smell of blood permeated the air. But this time, it wasn't Xiao Jiao who struck. Gu Xiuxue lifted the corner of his eye and directed his gaze toward a point not too far away, and everyone else followed suit. What came into view was a finely featured purple-clad girl. She stepped closer, giving a quick glance at Gu Xiuxue before shifting her focus onto the trio standing guard with alert expressions. "Qingyue lady. Are you siding with this devil race member?" The injured one held the wound on his arm bitterly, filled with resentment. "What do you mean by that? I just accidentally slipped my hand, or would you like me to let you hit back?" Qingyue spoke in an utterly blameless tone, even carrying a hint of humor, reaching out as if inviting the person in front of her to strike back. "You. No need, we still have other matters to attend to and won't disturb any longer." The injured man wanted to say something further but was stopped by his two companions who dragged him away. Gu Xiuxue locked eyes with the hateful glare of that man, innocently blinking once. Why glare at him? It wasn't even his doing. Although he had indeed intended to act, it wasn't ultimately his move. "Little Nine, take these things to our lord and tell him to make a decision quickly. I want to talk with this gentleman." Qingyue looked at Little Nine and handed over the pile she was carrying in the other hand to her. Little Nine glanced between her and Gu Xiuxue, her voice level as she said. "Sorry, Lady Qingyue, our lord instructed me to stay by master's side. You'll have to deliver these items to our lord yourself." Qinyue's smile diminished slightly, a shadow of darkness flickering in her eyes. "Is that so? In that case." Chapter 8, What? Wedding? How does he not know about it? Before Qinyu finished speaking, her eyes turned stern and a burst of spiritual energy directly struck Xiao Jiao's, the space between the eyebrows. With a muffled groan, Xiao Jiao lost consciousness, her eyes closing as she fainted. Gu Xiuxue slightly knitted his brow, lifted his hand to catch her, and cast a faint gaze toward Qinyu before him. "Really, I always have to be the one to act. A puppet is a puppet, never knowing how to improvise." Qinyu muttered quietly under her breath. Without hesitation, she grabbed Gu Xiuxue's wrist. "What do you plan to do?" Gu Xiuxue's tone turned cold. At this moment, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. After all, this was the celestial realm, and perhaps aside from Shinbai, no one liked him, the demon lord. If he still had his cultivation, the girl before him would be no match for him. But now, with not an ounce of cultivation left in him and without knowing her intentions. 311, don't pretend to be dead. Hurry up and show yourself, what is this girl planning to do? Though calm on the surface, Gu Xiuxue frantically called out to 311 within his heart, simultaneously recalling whether he had ever made an enemy of Qinyu. But he usually avoided fighting women, especially one like Qinyu who wasn't unattractive. If they had ever crossed swords, he should remember. It took quite some time for 311 to slowly appear, speaking with a complex tone. "You don't remember her? You really don't remember her?" Gu Xiuxue. Should he have remembered her? Before he could ask 311 more carefully about who exactly Qinyu was, the girl sighed again deeply and looked at him with an extremely resentful expression, saying, "It seems he truly doesn't intend to let you go, he even used the soul lock chain. There's nothing I can do about it. My lord, you'll have to figure out a way yourself to make him unlock it." Gu Xiuxue, huh? My lord? Was she addressing him? No, that didn't make sense, she was an upper goddess after all. Wouldn't the person she referred to as, my lord, be Shinbai instead? At the moment, Gu Xiuxue was completely perplexed. Qinyu furrowed her brows, observing his confusion and waving her hand before his eyes. "My lord, what's wrong with you?" "Strange. I just checked. Other than your cultivation being sealed, there's nothing else wrong with my lord's body." Qinyu looked confused, then paused as if she thought of something. Narrowing her eyes, her tone turned unpleasant, tinged with a biting resentment. "My lord, surely you haven't forgotten who I am." Gu Xiuxue. Could he admit that he really had forgotten? He certainly couldn't. "Little 3, so who exactly is she?" "I've only been in this world for 100 or so years." 311 slowly replied, "She's the spy you sent into the celestial realm 30 years ago. Back then, you told her to work hard, and look, here she is now as an upper goddess." Gu Xiuxue, ha, ha. "You know very well I've been here over 100 years, it's normal for some things to slip my mind." 311. Cough. "Of course I remember you, how could I forget?" While holding Xiao Jiao in one arm, Gu Xiuxue patted Qinyu's shoulder with his other hand, revealing a deeply gratified smile, followed by a sigh. "I was merely thinking that you are now an upper goddess, while I am nothing but a prisoner, also in the celestial realm. I didn't want to involve you. My lord mustn't speak like this." Qinyu's expression became serious. With earnestness, she said, "I know, it's undoubtedly Shinbai playing tricks. Otherwise, how could he ever be a match for my lord?" As Gu Xiuxue observed the determined gaze in the young woman's eyes, he couldn't help but feel amazed. Indeed, the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, rang true. The once demonic spirit standing before him had now become an upper goddess. Just look at her celestial aura, no one would believe she belonged to the demon race. Qin Yu paid no attention to Gu Xiushue's unusual behavior but continued on her own accord. Nevertheless, my lord need not worry. Although Shenxinbai has declared a wedding with you across the 6 realms in order to humiliate you, this will actually be our chance to escape. The only trouble remains this soul lock chain. Hold on. What did you say just now? Regaining his composure, Gu Xiushue's eyes filled with complexity. Unable to fully believe what he'd heard, he questioned. You just said. Shenxinbai is going to marry me? When had this happened? Why was he, the party directly involved, unaware? No. Why would Shenxinbai want to marry him? And even declare it across the 6 realms? Gu Xiushue was now utterly bewildered, almost failing to support Xiaojiu who was still unconscious. No, although he had always made Shenxinbai call him brother, deep down he considered the boy like his own child. Even though Gu Xiushue knew he owed something to Shenxinbai and anticipated retaliation after his disguise was blown, none of this could explain why Shenxinbai would suddenly want to marry him. Was it reasonable? Did it make any sense? Was this some new form of revenge? Gu Xiushue's mind was now in turmoil. Many details he had previously ignored were now surfacing in his thoughts. Yes, Shenxinbai, that shameless rogue, actually intends to humiliate Lord with such vile means. Qin Yu cursed furiously, her eyes full of disgust and coldness. Her tone also carried some anger. Right now, all the realms are saying that Shenxinbai is keeping Lord only because Lord resembles someone from his past during his training in the mortal realm, treating Lord as a substitute. Gu Xiushue was the demon lord. Everyone in the 6 realms knew that the demon lord prided himself on being haughty. It would be better for him to die at the hands of Shenxinbai than to have his cultivation stripped and be held by his side as a mere mortal substitute. What else could this be but humiliation? And not only did Shenxinbai do this, but he intended the whole 6 realms to know about it. Now it was rumored that Shenxinbai was humiliating not just the demon lord Gu Xiushue, but the entire demon world through this event. Slightly collecting his thoughts, Gu Xiushue lowered his eyelashes, hiding the complexity in his gaze. Was it for revenge and humiliation? But only he knew that Shenxinbai wasn't using him as a substitute. There had never been any substitute between them, there was only manipulation, only a matter of lost and found. But what still puzzled him was if it wasn't for revenge, then why was Shenxinbai doing all this? Could it be because of love? This thought crossed Gu Xiushue's mind, but he quickly suppressed it, along with a flicker of strange emotion in his heart. But it shouldn't be so. None of the main characters he raised had any romantic entanglements, and they were destined not to like anyone. Compared to the possibility of Shenxinbai liking him, Gu Xiushue still thought it more likely that Shenxinbai wanted to get revenge on him. Alright Qin Yu, I've understood. Gu Xiushue sighed. Seeing his poor state, Qin Yu became worried and tried to comfort him. My lord need not dwell on it. Shenxinbai will only use such tactics. What's urgent right now is to figure out how to return to the demon realm as soon as possible. Gu Xiushue had already gathered his emotions. He lifted his hand to cut off Qin Yu's words, his tone serious. I know my limits regarding this matter. Until I take the initiative to contact you, don't make any moves. After all, the only person I can rely on in the celestial realm right now is you. Therefore, you must not have anything happen to you, understand? Chapter 9, he wants to marry his brother, wanting his brother to completely belong to him. Gu Xiushue felt melancholy inside. Though he didn't know what Shenxinbai was up to exactly, it was evident that Shenxinbai wouldn't let him have any chance of leaving. And if he wanted to survive, he couldn't leave Shenxinbai either. Qin Yu had already become an immortal, as long as she didn't expose herself, her demonic identity would not be discovered by anyone. Regardless of whether Shenxinbai's actions stemmed from a desire for revenge, humiliation, or something else entirely, this was ultimately an issue between them. Gu Xiushue didn't want to drag Qin Yu into it. Suppressing his thoughts, Gu Xiushue glanced at the still unconscious Xiaojiu and spoke up. But think about it, you just knocked her out like that. How will you explain it later? There's no need to explain. Xiaojiu is merely a puppet anyway. She won't remember any of this. Qin Yu said nonchalantly, pausing briefly after her words while her eyes steadily locked onto Gu Xiushue's gaze. Her tone grew earnest. Lord, Shenxinbai has set the wedding date 1 month from now. A feast will be held for all 6 realms, including the demon realm. I've been in contact with the 2 young princes. They both want to save you, and the wedding day might offer the best opportunity. Qin Yu lowered her gaze, grasping Gu Xiushue's hand. Faint dark purple light spiraled around her fingertips as she drew intricate patterns into his palm. Although I do not know precisely what Lord plans to do, no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. Lord is currently without cultivation. With my abilities alone, I am unable to break Shenxinbai's restraints. Stopping her actions, Qin Yu curved her lips slightly toward Gu Xiushue, offering a gentle smile. But here's the thing, should Lord need me, you can reach out anytime. Gu Xiushue thought back to the 2 young princes mentioned by Qin Yu, his mind faltering momentarily as his eyes brightened dimly. These were the 2 little apprentices he'd taken in previously. Given his mission in this world, to cultivate and guide the male protagonists, all while adhering to an antagonist storyline, he'd been under time pressure, leaving matters of the demon realm unresolved. Thus, shortly after arriving in this world, he had recruited 2 apprentices to help manage things when he was unavailable. This was supposed to be his final plot, where he would meet his death as the demon lord in the hands of Shinshinbai. By then, he'd already arranged everything concerning the demon realm and instructed them not to seek vengeance on his behalf. Yet they hadn't forgotten their mentor and remained determined to rescue him. Qingyu, pass on a message to them, do not act. I indeed still have matters to resolve. Until I finish, I will not leave, Gu Xiuxue said plainly after pondering for a moment. It wasn't possible for him to involve everyone unnecessarily, and before he even fabricated an appropriate excuse, Qingyu had fully accepted his words without suspicion. Understood, Lord. I will handle this properly, she replied simply, blinking her eyes. Just as she claimed earlier, though unsure of what Gu Xiuxue intended to do, her duty was clear, to obey and ensure her mission was accomplished wholeheartedly. Taking back the item she just handed to Xiaojiu, Qingyu concluded, then I shall take my leave now. Gu Xiuxue's eyes lingered on the object in her hand. Remembering her previous comment about making Shinshinbai come to a quick decision, he asked instinctively, what are these? Oh, just some minor inconsequential matters, Qingyu sighed dismissively. Ever since that day Lord was brought back by him, I've been looking for opportunities to meet you. Shinshinbai kept you guarded too tightly, but luckily today I encountered you by chance. Qingyu glanced once more at Xiaojiu and continued, Lord may rest assured here for a moment. Xiaojiu will wake up soon enough. Gu Xiuxue offered no further comment but nodded slightly to signal her departure. When Xiaojiu woke up, she stared at Gu Xiuxue for quite some time, then slowly questioned with some confusion, Master, why are we here? Gu Xiuxue replied solemnly, you said you wished to show me the scenery nearby. That's how we got here. Xiaojiu blinked, as if contemplating his words carefully, then finally gave a slow nod. It's getting late, Master. Let's return. Gu Xiuxue casually agreed but as soon as he stepped into the room, he saw Shinshinbai sitting by the bedside. Shinshinbai's gaze was ominous and heavy, filling Gu Xiuxue with foreboding unease. AI Bai. In the next instant, the figure seated on the bed lifted his hand expressionlessly, curling his finger. An intangible spiritual force enveloped Gu Xiuxue, yanking him directly into Shinshinbai's embrace. Where did brother go? Shinshinbai's fingers brushed against his eye corner, his voice low as he asked, why hasn't he come back after so long? Gu Xiuxue jingled the small bell in his hand, his tone helpless. Since you're asking me this, don't you already know where I went? Shinshinbai clasped his hands together in a 10-finger interlock and held Gu Xiuxue's hand, pressing his lips together as he averted his gaze without speaking. But Gu Xiuxue could clearly sense that Shinshinbai was upset, though he couldn't figure out why. Unable to bear it any longer, 311 reminded him, Gu Xiuxue, do you think it's possible for you to comfort him? Gu Xiuxue, ? 311, health bar. Looking at Shinshinbai, Gu Xiuxue opened his mouth slowly, one word at a time, his tone serious. AI Bai, I said before, this time, I will absolutely not leave you. So be good, stop being angry, alright? Tomorrow, I'll make peach blossom cakes for you. As Gu Xiuxue spoke, he leaned close to Shinshinbai, their warm breath grazing each other's ears. Shinshinbai slightly tilted his head, creating some distance between them as he tried to hide his reddening earlobes, only to expose the other side. Gu Xiuxue took in his appearance while also thinking of what Qingyu had told him, Shinshinbai was going to marry him. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Xiuxue carefully chose his words and asked. I met some people today, they said you plan to marry me. Gu Xiuxue's question pulled Shinshinbai out of his thoughts. Still maintaining his usual cold demeanor, Shinshinbai calmly looked at Gu Xiuxue, his voice indifferent. So what if I am? Perhaps because Gu Xiuxue's reaction was too calm, Shinshinbai eventually grew restless. He pulled Gu Xiuxue into his embrace, almost completely pressing their bodies together, and raised a hand to clutch his nape, preventing any escape. Shinshinbai pressed his face against Gu Xiuxue's, gently rubbing it before softly biting his earlobe. Gu Xiuxue's eyelashes trembled faintly, and even his breathing grew heavier as he mumbled. AI Bai. All he heard was the other person whispering softly into his ear, his voice tinged with an almost manic undertone. Didn't brother say he wouldn't leave me? Only like this, only by telling everyone you belong to me, will you truly stay by my side. Brother, you are mine. If you said you would never leave, then marry me, didn't you once tell me you liked me? Shinshinbai, receiving no response, paused, and his eyes dimmed. He directly left a hickey on that delicate neck, muttering darkly. Or are you deceiving me again? Feeling the stinging pain in his neck, Gu Xiuxue felt wretched inside. Faced with such a Shinshinbai, he was utterly at a loss for words. Surely those words spoken about liking him were meant to soothe Shinshinbai before. Moreover, at that time, Shinshinbai was merely a teenager. How could someone so young understand what liking really meant? Weren't those words referring to affection among family members? Wait. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Gu Xiuxue, and he grabbed onto it. This was a male lead with no romantic subplot at all. How could Shinshinbai possibly understand what liking someone romantically means? He must have mistaken familial attachment and affection for romantic love, leading him to resort to this kind of method just to keep him around. After all, during Shinshinbai's trials in the lower realms, his family abandoned him, leaving Gu Xiuxue, or rather, his elder brother, as his only remaining family member. Once back in the divine realm and as its revered lord, Shinshinbai had no blood relatives at all. That was why he had done this, and why he proposed marriage. At this moment, Gu Xiuxue felt as if he had understood Shinshinbai's reasoning completely, softening towards him. Yet he also knew this wasn't the time to reason things out with Shinshinbai. It was more important to soothe him first. All right. Gu Xiuxue's simple affirmation startled Shinshinbai. Brother, do you realize what you're saying? I want you to marry me, to completely belong to me, to stay by my side forever. Are you truly willing? Each word Shinshinbai spoke was slow and deliberate, his emotions so intricate that Gu Xiuxue struggled to comprehend them fully. Nevertheless, Gu Xiuxue didn't dwell on it. He nodded, repeating the sentiment to humor Shinshinbai. I am willing, I've said it before, I won't leave you again. Before he could finish, his words were cut off by a pair of cool, soft lips pressing against his. Shinshinbai suddenly kissed him, releasing their entwined hands and instead wrapping his arms around Gu Xiuxue's waist. His whole body quivered lightly. But it ended there, just a light touch of thin lips, with no further intimacy. In response to his actions, Shinshinbai felt both shocked and delighted, yet tinged with apprehension. He hadn't expected Gu Xiuxue to agree so easily, and for a moment, he felt as if this were all a dream. His entire being was dazed, and the only thing on his mind was the faint whisper, brother. Shinshinbai clung tightly to the person in his embrace, yet refrained from any excessive gestures, fearing that this wonderful dream might shatter at any moment. All he could do was murmur softly over and over again, brother. Gu Xiuxue, unaware of Shinshinbai's inner turmoil, became even more convinced of his own conclusions. In an attempt to comfort him, he gently patted Shinshinbai's back. Brother is here. Deep down, Gu Xiuxue firmly believed that Shinshinbai didn't truly understand those emotions, he merely wanted to use this method to keep him by his side. The system interface showed 311 originally wanting to remind him of something, but upon seeing Gu Xiuxue's health bar increase and his energy steadily recovering, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Yet ultimately, it was Gu Xiuxue who lost patience first. Attempting to push Shinshinbai away, he found himself unsuccessful, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. He coaxed softly. Alright, bye, can you let me go for now? You're making me a little uncomfortable. It wasn't clear whether it was due to Shinshinbai's natural strength or his lack of cultivation at present, but being trapped in Shinshinbai's grip was undeniably uncomfortable. Chapter 10, A Kiss Can Lower the Blackening Value. Gu Xiuxue lowered her eyes for a moment, then somewhat inexplicably awkwardly raised her head and shifted her gaze. She wasn't sure if it was because of the atmosphere just now, things had become too ambiguously intimate. Hugged by Shinshinbai this way, she naturally could also clearly feel some unusual reactions. Although she thought Shinshinbai probably didn't understand what true liking was, she had no doubt that as a man, he would have normal reactions. However, she was still sitting on Shinshinbai's lap. This guy could really endure. Even though things had reached this point, he hadn't shown even the slightest hint of any abnormality, continuing to hold her in his arms with no intention of addressing the situation at all. As Gu Xiuxue was seriously contemplating whether she should bring this matter up directly, it seemed she heard a soft sigh from Shinshinbai. Brother, I am glad that you agreed to marry me. So I won't pressure you. What? Gu Xiuxue turned back in confusion, but Shinshinbai had already laid her on the bed before getting up and leaving. This time, Gu Xiuxue clearly saw his lips curling upwards, obviously in a very good mood. Still, regarding the current development, she felt a bit unprepared. Gu Xiuxue stared at Shinshinbai's retreating figure and whispered softly. So he's still that easily placated child. Where's my waistband? He took it with him. Realizing this only when she came to herself, she noticed her clothes were loose. Lowering her gaze, she discovered that the dark red waistband adorned with gold embroidery that hung around her waist had vanished. Her lips twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything more. All the clothing she wore inside and out had been prepared by Shinshinbai. Though she didn't know why he had suddenly taken her waistband, it wasn't something she needed to consider. It's just that she liked it quite a lot. Gu Xiuxue sighed, paused for a moment, and then asked. 311, I noticed Shinshinbai seemed to be in a great mood earlier. Has his blackening value gone down? Shinshinbai's blackening value being too high was not a good thing for her. Although Shinshinbai looked easy to please just now, she hadn't forgotten about the time when he intended to cripple her legs and keep her close. Decreased a bit, it is now stable at 60. The points where the blackening value dropped were when you agreed to him just now, and when he kissed you. If you want his blackening value to return to 0, you might try working on this aspect, 311 reminded her. Gu Xiuxue nodded thoughtfully, not asking any further questions, and instead, lay down on the bed, pulling a nearby blanket over herself to rest. But maybe due to the fact that Shinshinbai waited here for so long, she found that every time she closed her eyes, the scent lingering around her nose was entirely his. A faint plum blossom fragrance. She remembered what Little Nine had told her, the plum blossom tree, the red silk ribbons tied to its branches, and the days she used to spend with Shinshinbai. Gu Xiuxue turned to the side and suddenly asked. 311, when will the bug be fixed? Not sure. Could be 10 or 15 days, or possibly hundreds of years, 311 consoled her. But don't worry. Anyway, you are the Devil Lord, and he is the Fairy Lord. As long as you stay by his side, living for another 1,000 years or more shouldn't be an issue. Burrowing her head into the quilt, Gu Xiuxue responded in a low voice and said no more. She originally came to this world to carry out a task, but after such a long period of interaction, the emotions accumulated over such a prolonged time were certainly real. Everything she had experienced in this world felt absolutely genuine. If she kept going like this. She feared she would become a little reluctant to leave. Nevertheless, Shen Xinbai was the protagonist of this world, and even when she eventually left, he would live well. It was different for her. She was the antagonist. Even if her facade fell off, and Shen Xinbai's feelings towards her changed, it wouldn't alter her status as the antagonist. One day, she would have to leave. She would return to the original world, where she possessed 3 billion yuan in assets, could indulge in extravagance freely, and lead the life she desired. Shen Xinbai might feel sorrow or anger, but time would smooth over everything. He would gradually forget and seal away the part of memory belonging to her, then return to the path destined for the protagonist. They were originally people from 2 different worlds and would ultimately each return to their own lives. However, before he left this world, he would spend good time with Shen Xinbai. After all, it was the child she had raised herself. Sleepiness washed over Gu Xiuxue. As her consciousness became hazy, she thought about picking peach blossoms the next day to make peach blossom cakes and brew some peach wine. Peach wine was Shen Xinbai's favorite. But back then, Shen Xinbai was too young. She monitored him closely and didn't let him drink much. Now that he has grown up, he can drink as much as he wants. Gu Xiuxue slightly hooked the corner of her lips. What Gu Xiuxue did not know was that after she fell asleep, Shen Xinbai quietly returned to the room and gently embraced her, leaving a kiss on the back of her neck. She only sensed a familiar presence and subconsciously turned around in her sleep. Shen Xinbai's body stiffened slightly, readying himself to explain instantly if needed. But Gu Xiuxue showed no sign of waking. Instead, she found a comfortable position in his embrace, moved closer to him, and went back to sleep. In her dreams, Gu Xiuxue still seemed to be worriedly reminding him, murmuring softly. "Ai bai. Ai bai, don't sneak a drink, you're still young, can't drink." Shen Xinbai paused, a smile tugged at the corner of his lips, his eyes softened with light, and he gently kissed the end of Gu Xiuxue's eyelid. "But brother, I have grown up." That night, Gu Xiuxue slept exceptionally soundly. When she woke up the next day and noticed the residual warmth by her side, she only paused silently for a moment and guessed who it was. But she did not dwell on it. Instead, she cheerfully called Little Nine and asked her to prepare the things so she could take a basket and go pick peach blossoms. Shen Xinbai had already instructed everyone. As long as Gu Xiuxue wasn't planning to leave, he would provide whatever she needed. So Little Nine acted quickly, prepared other things, and took her to the peach orchard to pick peach blossoms. This time, however, she deliberately led Gu Xiuxue away from the peach tree tied full of red ribbons and went to the other side of the peach grove. Gu Xiuxue's mood was particularly great, even involuntarily exclaiming. "The peach blossoms here look better than those in the demon realm. I should have dug a few of them out from the immortal realm back then." Little Nine wanted to say these were just ordinary peach trees, which had gained essence only because they were planted in the immortal realm for a long time. But seeing Gu Xiuxue's bright mood, she tilted her head slightly and remained silent, standing guard nearby. And Gu Xiuxue was attracted by a small fluffy white thing behind a peach tree. Amidst the pinkish-white flowers, that little thing wasn't very noticeable, but it caught his attention anyway. Gu Xiuxue couldn't resist fluffy things. Looking at the little one made her itch with curiosity. She slowed down her steps and crept closer. Little Nine was always watching Gu Xiuxue attentively. Apparently, she also noticed that small ball of fluff, so she walked up quickly and whispered. "Master, please be careful." The little ball of fluff seemed awakened by the noise from this side, moved its body slightly, and swayed its fluffy tail once. Seeing that fluffy white tail, Gu Xiuxue's eyes lit up instantly. The little one stuck its head out from among the overlapping peach petals, gazed dazedly at Gu Xiuxue, squeaked softly a few times, then lay down again. Gu Xiuxue felt tender-hearted instantly and picked it up right away. Little Nine stood beside her, furrowing her brow as she carefully inspected the small creature to determine its potential danger. After confirming that it posed absolutely no threat to Gu Xiuxue, she picked up the basket and silently stepped aside. Ah, such an adorable kitten. There was nothing but laughter in Gu Xiuxue's eyes and brows as she watched the kitten roll around in her arms and then rubbed its belly. Little Nine also silently sent Shen Xinbai a message, telling him that Gu Xiuxue had picked up a cat today, her mood was excellent, and she was preparing to make peach cakes and peach wine. Only 311 hesitated, unsure whether to remind Gu Xiuxue about the true identity of the kitten in question. Chapter 11, Surely the 2 male leads can't fight over the villain, right? As Gu Xiuxue eagerly rubbed the kitten's ears and was about to take it home, 311 finally couldn't help but speak up. "Gu Xiuxue. I advise you not to act rashly. Do you know who you're holding in your arms? Gu Xiuxue paused his steps, lowering his gaze to look at the kitten in his arms, asking instinctively. Who is it? Isn't it just a cat? Could it be anyone else? Definitely not Shinbai. Suddenly, an image of Shinbai turning into a kitten flashed in Gu Xiuxue's mind, causing a faint smile to form on his lips. But the next moment, what 311 said froze that smile on his face, almost making him drop the kitten in his arms due to a nervous handshake. Since 311 was so calm, he continued lightly. Oh, nothing much. It's just your little disciple from the demon realm, the current demon king, and the first male lead you ever raised, nothing more. Hehe, didn't you forget that Mo Li's mother is a feline demon? Gu Xiuxue. Suddenly feeling that the kitten in his arms was getting a bit hot, why was that? Seeing how restless Gu Xiuxue had become, there was now even a hint of gloating in 311's tone. Impossible, isn't it? After being his teacher for so long, you couldn't possibly have forgotten that he carries not only the white tiger bloodline of the demon king but also the bloodline of a feline demon within him, right? Moreover, because his animal form isn't clearly defined as either cat or tiger, this led to him being disliked and bullied all along, correct? Gu Xiuxue, expressionless, directly held up the kitten in his arms, looking at it at eye level, and realized something seemed off with the little one. It looked dazed, with a faint whiff of alcohol surrounding its body, as if it were drunk. Gu Xiuxue sharply drew in a cold breath. Was it still possible for him to send it back right now? You should take advantage of this time and steal a few more kisses, after all, he's one of the male leads. Just by staying close to any of the male leads, we can convert good fortune into life values. A thought crossed 311's mind, prompting him to persuade Gu Xiuxue. Look, he's currently drunk and reverted to his original form. Kissing him would be fine, he wouldn't remember anyway, and even if he does, he wouldn't dare do anything to you. Gu Xiuxue's lips quirked slightly, his emotions still somewhat complicated. Memories of his time spent with Mo Li flooded back instantly. Mo Li was the first male lead he had nurtured, and he had invested the most effort in raising him. He named him, taught him cultivation methods, and instructed him on self-defense and counterattacks. He helped him ascend step by step until he stood before the previous demon king, eliminating those who once bullied him, and finally ascending to the throne. On the day before he officially became demon king, Gu Xiuxue meticulously staged a false assassination, pretending to die while saving Mo Li. Then, leaving behind clues guiding Mo Li to kill his antagonist Alias. However, this young lad's personality was simply too gentle, always clinging to him affectionately. Even during sleep, he insisted on hugging Gu Xiuxue, acting like a child who never grew up. So even after leaving the demon realm, Gu Xiuxue remained somewhat worried whether Mo Li, now seated as the demon king, might be bullied by some old-school demons. But Mo Li was, after all, the main character and destined to grow stronger. As an antagonist, he couldn't keep guarding the other forever. Besides, he needed to connect with another male lead back then. Hence, with great determination, he completely abandoned the affairs of the demon realm, deliberately avoiding them thereafter. He never expected to see him again, nor did he expect their second meeting to unfold in such a scene. Gu Xiuxue's feelings were extremely mixed. He wanted to send Mo Li back, yet he wondered why the demon king appeared in the celestial realm, even reverting to his true form. Sighing, Gu Xiuxue's memories of Mo Li were still stuck on that cute, affectionate little fellow, making him reluctant to simply toss him aside carelessly. Aou. At this moment, Mo Li's consciousness was rather blurred, his eyes glazed with a misty haze, further clouded by having drunk plenty of alcohol, confusing him on whether the person in front of him was real or imaginary. Master. Mo Li silently called out within his heart. He lifted his tender paw, wanting to touch the person in front of him, the one he thought of day and night. Yet he couldn't reach, and didn't dare to reach. He knew he was drunk. He knew this was an illusion. He knew his master would never return. This wasn't the first time he'd experienced such illusions. After all, he drank specially brewed liquor designed to create dreams of drunkenness and fantasy. Drinking this wine that made him dream of those dear to him, he could see the one he cherished. As long as he didn't touch. As long as he didn't reach out, his master would stay there quietly watching him, just like the old days. But why did it feel so real this time? Why did it seem like he could sense his master's aura? Even feel his warmth? Had he drunk that much already? Mo Li whimpered and tried to rub against Gu Xiuxue's embrace, expecting to find nothing. However, in the next moment, he truly felt the warmth of Gu Xiuxue, even hearing the strong heartbeat. What Gu Xiuxue worried about most was Mo Li, who always acted cute around him. Now seeing him acting cute again, despite his complicated feelings, Gu Xiuxue instinctively held him gently in his arms and softly stroked his fur. Beside them, little Nine was confused as to why Gu Xiuxue suddenly stopped. Yet seeing him playing happily with the cat in his arms, she said nothing and quietly waited on the side. Little Nine glanced at Mo Li again. She thought a cat taken care of this well couldn't possibly be a stray one. Since the young master liked the cat so much, if their lord found its owner and brought the cat back for the young master to keep, he would surely be very happy. She silently informed Shinbai while Gu Xiuxue's attention was fully on Mo Li. At this moment, Mo Li was somewhat sobering up. His claws grabbed onto Gu Xiushue's robe, and his body stiffened momentarily, his thoughts clouded, feeling a bit incredulous. Then he kept burrowing into Gu Xiushue's embrace. Ayo. It smelled like his master. Mo Li twitched his nose, feeling quite satisfied. As he snuggled deeper into Gu Xiushue's arms, he thought to himself that once they returned, he would generously reward the person who helped brew the wine for him. Gu Xiushue looked at the scene with mixed feelings of amusement and exasperation but still asked 311 inwardly. Still, why is he here? Don't the people in the demon realm care? Oh, this is all because of your good younger brother, isn't it? Didn't he announce to the 6 realms that he was going to marry you? Mo Li came because of this matter. 311 explained, plus, the demon realm and celestial realm are considering an alliance. So Mo Li came early. Although they are both main characters, according to the original plot, they will become friends. The latter sentence from 311 clearly lacked confidence. According to the original development, indeed things would unfold like this. But then think about Shinbai, who harbored such a possessive attitude towards Gu Xiushue, even blackening. And looking at Mo Li who was still snuggling in his arms now. 311 chose silence. At least they shouldn't become enemies, right? They probably wouldn't, right? After all, his host was the antagonist, the 2 male leads wouldn't fight over the antagonist, would they? Chapter 12, He Has Everything a Brother Likes. SSS. The more 311 thought about it, the more he felt something was off. And yet, this outrageous thought seemed to be turning into a reality. He shook his head, trying to suppress this idea. What? Host. Mo Li's subordinates are coming over here. Why don't you just send him back first? After all, he isn't clear-headed right now. 311 coughed lightly and hastily spoke. Don't forget that I'm energy deficient and unable to help you hide your identity. If he wakes up and sees you, he will definitely recognize you, and then there won't be any way for you to leave. Although Gu Xiushue was reluctant to part with the little one in his arms, he didn't want complications at this time either. After all, he couldn't explain to Shinbai why a perfectly fine demon lord would disguise himself as a human cultivator, let alone how he became Mo Li's master. Thus, despite the reluctance, Gu Xiushue still gently pulled Mo Li out of his embrace and took a few steps back, placing him among the fallen peach blossoms on the ground. Oh. Oh. Master. Is the master leaving him again? Is the master going away from him again? Mo Li gazed tearfully at Gu Xiushue, looking at this somewhat blurry face. He tried stretching his paws to touch or embrace him. But now that he had returned to his original form, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as Gu Xiushue turned and left, leaving behind an unreachable shadow. Master. Mo Li's heart filled with bitter sorrow, burying his head in the peach blossoms. Indeed, they were all illusions. How could his master, who is so good and fond of him, cares so much about him, possibly discard him? In the distance, he heard faint calls to him, and Mo Li covered his ears with his paws. It's too noisy, these people are too noisy. He didn't want them, he didn't want to go with these people, nor did he wish to wake up. He only wanted his master. At this moment, Gu Xiushue had already hidden behind a peach tree with Jiu, watching anxiously as several worried-looking figures approached from afar. After carefully searching, one of them appeared delighted, shouting, "Found him," before picking Mo Li up. Another immediately pulled a jade vial from their waist, administering a pill into Mo Li's mouth. In the next instant, a white light flashed, and the formerly obedient kitten transformed into a youth of striking beauty. His face was slightly flushed with intoxication, his eyes reddened as if he'd been crying recently. His misty eyes carried a hint of confusion as he looked around aimlessly. The people by his side supported him, yet he stared intently at a particular spot, raising his hand as though wanting to grasp something. However, what he eventually held in his hands was merely a falling peach blossom. He seemed reluctant, perhaps not entirely awake, his voice trembling. Master. This single cry of "Master" made Gu Xiushue's heart tremble violently as well, countless memories of moments spent with Mo Li rushing chaotically through his mind. Thinking about how that child acted coquettishly towards him, Gu Xiushue quietly clenched the hand hanging beside him. The current world line was chaotic enough. Shinbai had already encountered problems, and he could no longer let Mo Li have issues. He must leave sooner or later, after all, he was already dead in Mo Li's world. There was no reason for him to reappear. Jiu tilted her head as she watched him, seemingly not understanding why he hid there. But she guessed it might have something to do with the cat from before. Jiu peeked ahead cautiously, watching as Mo Li was forcibly led away by the others, and blinked again. Gu Xiushue also regained some focus, gathering his emotions. He softly said, "Jiu, let's go back." Jiu turned around and looked at him, pointing towards the direction where those people had left earlier. "Master, that person earlier was the Demon King Mo Li. Now that the demon realm wants to befriend the fairy realm, hence his presence." Gu Xiushue was inwardly startled, almost forgetting that Jiu belonged to Shinbai and wondered if she would tell Shinbai about what happened. As he seriously contemplated how to get Jiu to keep this secret. Jiu stared earnestly at him and said, "So, if the master likes cats, maybe he should ask his majesty to find one, not that one from earlier. That's the Demon King, even his majesty can't make the Demon King a cat for the master to raise." Gu Xiuxue. What is this young girl thinking all day? Oh, wrong, forgot that she's just a puppet and wouldn't be capable of thinking such complex emotions. Gu Xiuxue sighed in relief, at least now he doesn't need to worry about Shenxinbai knowing about this incident. Little Jiu had already told Shenxinbai everything without his knowledge. Shenxinbai, who had just finished dealing with some matters, glanced at the new message sent by Jiu, raising an eyebrow slightly. Esteemed lord, the cat that young master found is actually a drunken demon king. No need to ask anyone for another one. However, it seems like the young master was very upset without the cat, so he must have really liked it. Perhaps, esteemed lord could still find a white kitten for him. Shenxinbai wiped away the message, a glimmer of thoughtfulness passing through his eyes. He remembered how Gu Xiuxue also liked those furry little creatures. Even the two disciples Gu Xiuxue had taken on in the demon realm were originally furry animals, a fox and a white dog. Shenxinbai wasn't particularly fond of such things, but if Gu Xiuxue liked them. Shenxinbai pondered slightly, then made a spell sign, which caused a pair of furry ears to materialize atop his head and a tail to sway behind him. With another gesture, a water mirror appeared before him. Shenxinbai took a glance at himself in the mirror, finding this current appearance both strange and awkward, yet strangely satisfying. This way, his brother would surely like it, wouldn't he? Shenxinbai's lips curled up slightly into a faint smile when a maid's respectful voice broke in from outside the door. Esteemed lord, the celestial elders have returned again. It's still about your marriage to the one from the demon realm. Would you like to meet them? Shenxinbai dismissed the illusionary tail and ears, reverting back to his usual cold and aloof demeanor. His eyes were indifferent, and a chill ran through his tone. Tell them this is the last time. If they continue to question my decisions, I wouldn't mind visiting them for a cup of tea and having a proper conversation. Yes. The maid acknowledged, continuing. Senior Qingyue has arrived as well. She came to deliver wedding gifts for esteemed lord and the young master, two twin soul locks. Upon hearing this, Shenxinbao, who had been thinking of returning to see Gu Xiuxue, paused his steps, met with Qingyue, and accepted the gift before leaving. Qingyue smiled as she handed over the twin soul locks, but the instant she turned around, her cheerful expression disappeared. As soon as she exited the grand hall, she encountered several immortals who hadn't left yet. Qingyue. You. These people stared at her accusingly, pointing their fingers at her in rage. Do you know what you're doing? Esteemed lord is confused temporarily, and you're going along with his folly too. He's marrying the demon lord, that fiend. Others chimed in agreement, scolding and shouting. No one knows what kind of potion that Gu Xiuxue fed esteemed lord. That's exactly right. In the beginning, esteemed lord should have killed him with a single sword strike. I have no idea what he's thinking. Naturally, not a single one of demons is any good. That demon lord especially, ugh. A flash of coldness crossed Qingyue's eyes, her brows narrowing with visible impatience. Without hesitation, she summoned her innate sword, releasing a fierce blade of energy straight onto them. The bickering group, caught off guard, were struck unawares in their stomachs by the powerful blade energy. They let out groans and stumbled back several steps, almost losing balance. Their eyes wide with disbelief, they wanted to say more, but Qingyue gave them no chance. Pointing her sword at them, she waggled it slightly and snorted. Is esteemed lord someone for you all to criticize? Qingyue. Don't go too far. Unable to bear it, someone roared angrily. But Qingyue simply blinked innocently, feigning fear. Oh my goodness, I'm so scared. And what if I do go too far? Come try to fight me if you're unhappy about it. TSK, being a celestial elder for so long and still unable to even beat me. How dare you talk nonsense about esteemed lord? What a bunch of incompetents. Qingyue sneered with disdain, ignoring the group she had clearly irritated, and resolutely turned to leave. Only the remaining crowd looked at each other speechlessly, unsure who muttered under their breath. It's strange, this girl always loves to contradict esteemed lord usually, but why is she now protecting him instead? They fell silent, none of them knew either. Chapter 13, he knew how soft Shenxinbai's lips were, he wanted to kiss. Gu Xiuxue noticed someone approaching from behind, but completely ignored it. After all, at this moment, who could come didn't need to be guessed. He continued making peach cakes by himself, humming a song, fold 1,000 paper cranes, then tie red ribbons, hum. Suddenly, he felt an itching sensation around his waist which paused his actions for a moment. Instinctively looking down, the first thing that caught his eye was a black, fluffy tail with some white fur at its tip. This tail made his eyes light up instantly. If his hands weren't full, he would have already wanted to hold and rub this tail properly. However, he remembered Shenxinbai didn't have a tail. Ai bai. Gu Xiuxue slightly turned his head and tentatively called out once. The next moment, Shenxinbai behind him directly encircled his waist, resting his head on Gu Xiuxue's shoulder and rubbed against him affectionately. His voice also carried an unusual sense of pleasure. Brother. Only now did Gu Xiuxue notice that Shenxinbai had grown a tail behind him and even had a pair of fluffy ears atop his head. Such a sight of Shenxinbai made him almost impossible to resist, suddenly feeling an itch in his heart, wanting to touch and meet properly. As if Shinshinbai had read his thoughts, he embraced him and changed position. In an instant, they faced each other, and Shinshinbai proactively lowered his head, brushing his furry ears against his face. Gu Xiuxue closed his eyes in comfort, letting out a pleasurable moan, with nothing but gentle laughter in his eyes. Such a Shinshinbai was just too obedient. He truly couldn't reject even a little. Does brother like it? Shinshinbai asked softly, and Gu Xiuxue responded without hesitation. I like it, of course I do. Shinshinbai clearly seemed very satisfied with this answer, and only then did he turn his gaze to the things nearby. Even though he knew Gu Xiuxue had specially picked peach blossoms today to make peach cakes and peach liquor, he still pretended not to know and asked. Are brother's peach cakes made for me? Are they exclusively for me alone? This statement even made 311 unable to bear it anymore, flipping his eyes and speaking involuntarily. Gu Xiuxue, listen to what he is saying. You've already been locked in here by him, apart from making food for him, who else would you make them for? The puppets? What a good main character has turned into this. Could the world's bug possibly be because of him? 311's tone carried a hint of suspicion, as he could only determine that their forced stay in this world must definitely be related to these protagonists. So far, the only one he could frequently interact with long-term was Shinshinbai. Looking at the original plot's cold-hearted and ruthless immortal master. Then comparing it with this Shinshinbai who transformed tails and ears just to embrace him and act coquettishly, talking strangely. 311 just felt something was seriously off. Suspecting otherwise, he glanced at the data again. Shinshinbai's corruption value was supposed to be at 60. But in front of Gu Xiuxue, his behavior looked just like that of the child who liked clinging on to his brother asking for cakes back when he wasn't yet grown up. 311 wanted to say more, but Gu Xiuxue simply wouldn't listen. Shinshinbai pinched a spell formula, cleaning Gu Xiuxue off thoroughly. Gu Xiuxue smiled with a crescent-shaped expression, directly hugging the furry tail and rubbing it over and over, wishing to bury his face inside it. Every movement revealed his fondness. Bai, it's still you who understands me, knowing what I like. With the tail in his arms, Gu Xiuxue's mood was exceptionally pleasant. Just then, he discovered something new on his neck. Looking down, it was a golden lock carved with exquisite and complex patterns. What is this? Could it be another instrument that can confine him? That shouldn't be right. Shinshinbai had already put the soul-locking chain on him, hadn't he? Moreover, he didn't have any intention of running away recently, agreeing to marry him and making peach cakes, brewing peach wine. Not wanting to let go of the tail, Gu Xiuxue could only use one hand to fiddle with the newly added small gold lock. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Could this kid still not trust him? He had done so much, if he still doesn't trust him, might as well lock him up altogether. Thinking about it this way, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He feared Shinshinbai might actually lock him up. Though he needed close contact with Shinshinbai to obtain life points, being locked in bed all day would indeed be too boring. He'd probably end up sulking to death. This is a lock, an object that couples in the celestial realm must wear. Brother, didn't you agree to marry me? Brother, as long as you don't leave me again, I will definitely treat you well in the future. Shinshinbai softly spoke, holding his hand and gently kissing his fingertips, with eyes full of warmth and laughter. I know brother might still worry about the demon realm, but I will also negotiate peace with the demon realm and won't make things difficult for your two disciples. As Shinshinbai said this, his other hand suddenly embraced Gu Xiuxue's waist, pulling him closer so that they tightly pressed against each other. Gu Xiuxue looked at the person before him, who was now taller than himself, feeling dazed for a moment. As long as you stay by my side, brother. He could endure all the pressure from the celestial clans and wouldn't oppress the demon realm anymore. As long as this person stayed by his side, not leaving him again, not making him search throughout the 6 realms without finding him, it would be enough. Even though Gu Xiuxue had deceived him, he still wanted to believe him once more. Because this was his brother, the brother who smiled so gently towards him. This brother was so good, when everyone had abandoned him, he was the only one who reached out and held his hand. He pulled his hand, leading him down the path of cultivation that he had once never dared to imagine, teaching him magic techniques and searching for treasures and concocting elixirs for him. When he felt distressed, brother would make peach cakes for him, when he got injured, brother tended to his wounds, and when he was on the verge of death, brother risked his life to save him. They had been through so much together. Shinshinbai once thought that no one in this world cared more for him than Gu Xiuxue. Everyone else could possibly abandon him, except for Gu Xiuxue. Therefore, at the moment when Gu Xiuxue died right before his eyes, he nearly went berserk. From the day he returned to the celestial realm and couldn't find Gu Xiuxue's reincarnation, he harbored just one thought, to slice the demon overlord into 1,000 pieces to avenge him. But fate seemed to have played an enormous joke on him. The person deeply hidden in his heart, the person he thought about night and day, turned out to be the enemy he hated for so many years. And on the day he believed his great vengeance was achieved, he almost lost his brother again. By his own hands. Shinshinbai tightly confined Gu Xiuxue in his embrace, raising his hand to tenderly brush away a fallen peach blossom from his head, then tracing down to outline Gu Xiuxue's brows and eyes. Suppressing the emotions swirling in his heart, he smiled faintly on his lips. It didn't matter, though. He only wanted this person, only wanted Gu Xiuxue to stay by his side. Regardless of why Gu Xiuxue originally approached him or what calculations lay behind it, he didn't care anymore. Gu Xiuxue didn't know what Shenxinbai was thinking, only feeling that the atmosphere at this moment was intensely intimate. Especially when a gentle wind rose, countless peach petals scattered everywhere, dancing around them and enveloping them, carrying a faint scent of peach flowers in the air. There was also such a delicate fragrance emanating from Shenxinbai's body, which made his thoughts even hazier. The current Shenxinbai was already taller than him. If he didn't deliberately look up, all he saw was the slightly pink lips. He knew how soft Shenxinbai's lips were. He had secretly kissed them before, and Shenxinbai had also initiated a kiss. Though if you carefully considered, none of those could really count as kisses, they were merely slight touches where their lips barely met. But now. Chapter 14, The sight of my brother's eyes brimming with tears is beautiful. Gu Xiuxue's Adam's apple moved, and his thoughts were somewhat disordered. At this moment, he wasn't sure what he was thinking. In the swirling peach blossoms, his gaze couldn't be torn away from Shenxinbai's lips. But he didn't know why he felt this way, nor could he define the indescribable emotion in his heart. Whether it was due to his straightforward and fervent gaze or not, Shenxinbai seemed to have read his mind. The person before him slightly lowered their head. Gu Xiuxue could clearly feel the warmth of Shenxinbai's breath. His lips quivered faintly as he guessed what Shenxinbai intended to do and made no move to avoid it. A white-pink peach blossom fell onto his lips. Gu Xiuxue's eyelashes flickered slightly, and his thin lips parted instinctively to blow the petal away. Just at that moment, Shenxinbai's kiss landed. Gu Xiuxue's pupils contracted slightly, and the previously hazy thoughts suddenly became crystal clear. Feeling Shenxinbai's probing kiss and the unfamiliar sensation between their lips, Gu Xiuxue felt a bit dazed. There was only one thought on his mind right now. Had Shenxinbai been reading strange books? Previously, he knew nothing about these things and was completely clueless, but why had he suddenly, all of a sudden? Gu Xiuxue was busy making money in the original world and completing tasks in this world. Moreover, none of the male leads had any romantic lines, so he hardly ever came into contact with such matters. At most, he had skimmed through a few art books. While he could talk theoretically about love, when it came to practice, he was a complete novice, entirely inexperienced. But who could tell him why Shenxinbai, who should have been equally inexperienced, was displaying such skill? Was this due to the protagonist's natural talent? Even without romantic plotlines or these needs, just casually flipping through a few picture books gave him this level of proficiency. It wasn't until he was laid on the soft bed, his body left wearing only an undergarment, revealing large areas of pale skin, and feeling the scorching heat from Shenxinbai's palms that Gu Xiuxue snapped back to reality. He reached up to block Shenxinbai, interrupting his actions. Leaning against the bed, breathing heavily, his eye corners flushed red slightly, his eyes clouded with moisture, while another hand propped himself up. His jet-black hair was scattered chaotically around him. From the corner of his eye, he quickly noticed the robe that had just been discarded on the ground and Shenxinbai's eyes tinged with crimson. Shenxinbai grasped his wrist and pressed his face forward, rubbing slightly, his slightly hoarse voice whispering softly. "Brother, will you still refuse me?" "No, wait, you're still young, you don't understand yet." Gu Xiuxue instantly stiffened his entire body, unable to utter half a word as he clearly felt the soft and moist sensation in his palm. What is Shenxinbai doing? What am I doing? I understand, brother, I understand everything. I'm not a child anymore. Shenxinbai spoke each word distinctly, his eyes shadowed ominously as if brewing a storm that could suck a person in. He tightly gripped Gu Xiuxue's wrists, preventing any further resistance and pressed down, laying him fully flat on the bed. With his other hand, he gently stroked Gu Xiuxue's face, forcing him to turn away. That pair of tear-filled, misty eyes, showing confusion and rejection met his desire-laden gaze mid-air. Shenxinbai suddenly faltered, adding a touch of panic to his voice. "Brother, don't look at me like this, please don't look at me like this." He raised a hand to cover Gu Xiuxue's eyes and whispered once more as his lips brushed his again. But this time there was no further movement. For a long time, they remained like that in tension, until Shenxinbai eventually yielded with a soft sigh. "It doesn't matter, brother, it doesn't matter. I can continue to wait, waiting for the day you give your heart willingly, but don't make me wait too long. This is the second time, brother. You once taught me that 3 strikes are the limit." Shenxinbai realized that in Gu Xiuxue's heart, he was probably still considered a child who hadn't grown up. So he released the hand covering Gu Xiuxue's eyes and seriously reminded him once again. "Brother, I've grown up. Brother has already promised to be with me forever, to completely belong to me, and must not go back on his word." As Gu Xiuxue listened to his words, he felt a lump in his throat and almost wanted to cry. He had previously thought that Shenxinbai knew nothing, but how could it be that the person who knew nothing was actually him? Shenxinbai didn't appear to know nothing, this clearly showed he understood far too well. 311, Oh third party, wailing. Can I take back what I said earlier? How could he have known that Shenxinbai's, completely belonging to him, would turn out to be this kind of belonging? Madness, this was pure madness. Despite feeling as though something in his mind had exploded, Gu Xiuxue still allowed Shinshinbai to pull the quilt from the side and cover him properly. Then he watched Shinshinbai clean up the clothes scattered on the floor. At this moment, Gu Xiuxue was completely lost in thought, pondering how to handle his relationship with Shinshinbai. He even forgot about the half-done peach blossom cakes he was making and didn't notice Shinshinbai taking all of his clothes away. Shinshinbai left behind just one sentence before departing, "Brother should think carefully." Only after the room door closed did Gu Xiuxue hear 311's voice. "Phew, Gu Xiuxue, are you okay? You really scared me there. When you rejected him, his darkening value suddenly skyrocketed to 90. I almost thought he was going to kill you right there on the bed." 311's voice still trembled a bit since he was just an antagonist system and had never encountered such high darkening values for the protagonist before. Gu Xiuxue swallowed hard. "TT, then how is it now?" "Fortunately, he probably saw your tears, softened his heart, so his darkening value came down a bit. Now it's back in the 70s. 311 couldn't help but sigh while saying, "Why do you bother resisting when we still need to rely on him to survive here anyway? If you had just gone along with him then, his darkening value might have decreased, and your vitality level might also have increased somewhat." Hugging the quilt, Gu Xiuxue sighed with a heavy tone, "You're really sitting comfortably inside the system and talking nonsense. I originally raised Shinshinbai as a little brother without any romantic storyline. I thought he didn't understand what liking someone truly meant, but who would have guessed that he really intended to make a move on me?" Gu Xiuxue practically gritted his teeth speaking these words, growing angrier the more he spoke, a vague sense of unease bubbling up within him, though he quickly suppressed it. After all, Shinshinbai was the child he'd raised himself. Initially, because of survival needs, he'd snuck a kiss while Shinshinbai was sleeping, which had made him feel a bit awkward and guilty. But who could have foreseen that Shinshinbai would actually develop those kinds of feelings toward him? After venting his anger, Gu Xiuxue became somewhat dispirited, sitting cross-legged on the bed as he struggled to make sense of things. "But I've clearly raised him well. As his good mentor and friend, his only family member in the mortal realm, I've been guiding him, caring for him, and loving him." Chapter 15, could he actually have those feelings for him? Moreover, I've always made him call me brother. How could he possibly have such thoughts for me? As if struck by a sudden realization, Gu Xiuxue seemed to have an epiphany and abruptly slapped the quilt in shock. Could Shinshinbai possibly have some weird special fetishes? 311. 311, based on system detection, apart from having a slightly higher level of darkness, there's nothing else unusual about Shinshinbai. Gu Xiuxue had suspected Shinshinbai might be a glitch in this world, but upon inspection, no issues were found. There was simply no way Shinshinbai could possess the strange, special fetishes Gu Xiuxue imagined. All right. Pulling the quilt back over his head again, Gu Xiuxue let out a sigh, filled with regret. He still couldn't quite accept the fact that the child he'd raised could actually have feelings for him. Perhaps it was due to their previously overly ambiguous relationship, never clearly defined or resolved, that things had developed this way. Feeling somewhat guilty toward Shinshinbai, Gu Xiuxue interpreted his possessive actions as merely a younger sibling's attachment to an elder brother. All along, he'd seen Shinshinbai as a child who didn't fully understand such emotions. But now, Shinshinbai had torn away the veil of ambiguity, openly revealing his true intentions. This left Gu Xiuxue unable to deceive himself anymore and unsure how to face Shinshinbai. Shinshinbai has these kinds of thoughts for him, but he doesn't. And worse yet, he'd already promised to marry him. At the thought of this, Gu Xiuxue's head began to ache again. Was it too late to regret? 311 picked up on his thoughts and gently spoke up. "Host, I advise you not to think about it anymore, you've already given your word. If you break your promise now, I doubt you'll ever be able to leave the bed." If this was before, hearing this remark would only make Gu Xiuxue believe Shinshinbai planned to lock him in bed just as he'd once brought him back into the celestial realm, trapping him inside a single room. But now, knowing Shinshinbai's intentions, coupled with recalling the similar threats Shinshinbai had used against him, Gu Xiuxue suddenly realized something unsettling behind his words. Though lacking personal experience, Gu Xiuxue had read enough manga books, and vivid imagery now surfaced in his mind. His ears turned slightly red with a blush. Fortunately, at this moment, he was entirely hidden under the blanket, so no one noticed his reaction. "Host, give it some more thought. Based on my observations, you're not really adverse to his intimate actions. You're just finding it difficult to accept initially. Perhaps you can consider accepting this, it may even be beneficial for us since we need close contact with him to gain vitality." After a moment of thought, 311 earnestly advised Gu Xiuxue. Regardless of whether Gu Xiuxue could come to terms with this situation, Shinshinbai would undoubtedly refuse to let him go. With their marriage approaching, intimate interactions and deeper exchanges would inevitably follow. If Gu Xiuxue could accept Shinshinbai, it would significantly improve their chances of survival in this world. But if Gu Xiuxue chose not to accept him, if you don't want things to continue like this, then during this time, try to gather more vitality. I'll figure out a way to help you leave. Even though 311 had very little energy left, helping Gu Xiuxue escape from here was within his capacity. However, he had been reluctant to act earlier because Shinshinbai had never harmed Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue froze for a moment, instinctively wanting to ask where they should go after leaving Shinshinbai. But instead, images of Mo Li flashed through his mind. That's right, he nearly forgot that he'd nurtured 3 male leads in this world. Besides Shinshinbai, Emoli could also provide him with the necessary life force through close contact. Evidently, 311 had considered the same thing. Anyway, Demon King Emoli is currently also in the celestial realm, and he is another one of the main protagonists of this world, equal in potential to Shinshinbai. I can help you conceal your identity and return to his side. But doing so will deplete most of my remaining energy, putting me into hibernation. From then on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Originally, the glimmer in Gu Xiua's eyes dimmed once more. He softly murmured. Let me think some more. 311 refrained from speaking further and gave him ample time to deliberate. And thus, Gu Xiua spent several days in deep contemplation. He intentionally avoided Shinshinbai during the day, but he still made peach blossom cakes, which were always taken by Little Nine and delivered to Shinshinbai. At night, when Shinshinbai climbed into his bed, Gu Xiua would casually turn over and proactively snuggle into his arms, hugging him and sleeping all night. Other than that, Shinshinbai didn't cross any boundaries, and Gu Xiua pretended to know nothing. Until a few days later, Qing Yu and Little Nine appeared with several puppet maids in front of him at the same time. Seeing what was in the maid's hands, Gu Xiua slightly froze. Little Nine bowed her head and spoke respectfully, Master, these are the wedding clothes sent by the Honored One, personally made by Lord Qing Yu. Please try them on first, Master. If there's anything not right, we can make timely adjustments. Qing Yu stood silently beside them, as Gu Xiua glanced at him, then looked back at Little Nine and nodded. Understood, leave them here. You may go now while I try them on. Yes. Little Nine led the others to leave the clothes behind and turned to exit. Only Qing Yu remained in the room. Gu Xiua looked at Qing Yu with a helpless expression, didn't I tell you to keep your identity hidden? Why have you come back? Qing Yu crossed her arms and turned her head aside, giving a light sniff before speaking quite confidently. It's all because the Honored One has refused to look for me. Especially in the past 2 days, Shinshinbai actually went to the demon realm to negotiate peace with the 2 princes. According to the 2 princes, his attitude was strange, everyone is worried if something happened to you, so they sent me to check. Gu Xiua's eyelid twitched, how strange. For once, Qing Yu fell silent, hesitating before replying. He made the 2 princes reveal their ears and tails. When they refused, he engaged in combat with them. He forced them into their original forms and touched them, then gave off an air of contemplation afterward. Gu Xiua was silent. No wonder the reformed tails and ears of Shinshinbai felt familiar when he secretly embraced him at night. And with a pleasant smile, he told them not to forget coming to the heavens for the wedding feast in a few days. Gu Xiua. Qing Yu's gaze also held a complex emotion toward Gu Xiua. After pondering for a moment, she moved closer to him and lowered her voice to speak. Honored One, tell me honestly, haven't you actually fallen for that pretty face Shinshinbai? Cough. This isn't my idea, this was asked by the 2 princes. Their meaning is that the whole 6 realms already know about your impending marriage with him. If you've truly taken a liking to Shinshinbai, they can offer gifts in the heavens and bring you back no matter what. Gu Xiua sighed, this is between him and me. You don't need to be involved. Even if I leave the heavens later, it's not certain I'll return to the demon realm. Qing Yu's eyes brightened slightly, just as she was about to ask something more, Gu Xiua spoke again. Oh, Qing Yu, since you're here, could you help me investigate Emoli, the Demon King? I want to know everything about his ascension to the throne, the more detailed, the better. A flicker of light passed through Gu Xiua's eyes. Actually, he could have 311 help with the investigation, but that would consume 311's energy. Since Qing Yu had offered herself, it was better to use her services without hesitation. It would also give this girl something to do, sparing her from constantly watching him and Shinshinbai, possibly losing herself without realizing it someday. Chapter 16, Crying. A raging battle. The male leads all want him to explain. Ah. Yes, Supreme Lord. A flicker of confusion crossed Qing Yu's eyes, nearly not reacting in time. Weren't they just talking about him and Shinshinbai? Why did the topic suddenly jump to Emoli, the Demon King? Alright, you may leave first. Let me try on these clothes. Oh. Qing Yu blinked her eyes. Although she wasn't sure why the Supreme Lord had suddenly asked her to investigate Emoli, she believed there was definitely a reason for what the Supreme Lord was doing. After responding once, Qing Yu obediently turned around and left the room. After exiting, she gave Xiao Jiu a few instructions, then went off to investigate Emoli. Gu Xiuxue only now realized that among the red wedding attire specially delivered by Qing Yu were hidden 2 mystical artifacts. His lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing, directly instructing number 311 to take care of the 2 artifacts. Given his current situation and condition, there was no way he could secretly hide the artifacts. Still, it was good to have something by his side for protection. By sending Qing Yu to investigate Emoli, Gu Xiuxue indeed harbored intentions of finding Emoli himself. He knew that sooner or later, he would leave this world. He didn't dare to think about Shinshinbai, who originally should have had no romantic storyline, but because of him developed one. What path would Shinshinbai tread once he left? However, before Qing Yu could return with any investigative information, Gu Xiuxue saw Emoli again. It was still within that same peach grove. From afar, he caught sight of Emoli seated atop a peach tree. The last time they met, though Gu Xiuxue saw Emoli, their distance was significant, and after merely glancing at him from afar, Emoli was quickly taken away by his subordinates, leaving Gu Xiuxue unable to get a clear look. Seeing him again, Gu Xiuxue momentarily hesitated. Emoli sat on the peach tree, dressed in a blue robe, his head slightly tilted against the thick trunk behind him, tender peach blossoms falling onto his shoulders. His ink-black hair scattered untidily across his chest, his eyes slightly closed, and a light blush dusted his pale face while holding a bottle of alcohol. Emoli seemed to sense something and shifted his head towards Gu Xiuxue's direction. Gu Xiuxue instinctively wanted to turn back and leave, although he intended to seek out Emoli, he hadn't yet prepared himself. But Emoli moved even faster than he expected. "Master!" A voice filled with joy rang out near his ear. A gust of wind swept up Gu Xiuxue's robes, causing him to stop when he saw Emoli appear right in front of him. Emoli stared at him intensely, his gaze burning with a complex mix of emotions, the most obvious being excitement and fervor. Gu Xiuxue suddenly remembered the day Shinbai recognized him, also gazing at him with similarly intricate eyes. His Adam's apple rolled as he considered how to escape. However, before he could act, Emoli already grabbed his hand, pulling him forcefully into his arms. Lacking any cultivation at the moment, Gu Xiuxue couldn't resist. Furthermore, Emoli's action was so abrupt that he ended up directly pressed into his embrace. Letting out a low hum, Gu Xiuxue felt slightly irked. How had his formerly gentle and soft disciple become so robust? But upon reflection, Emoli was a demon king at that, so this transformation made perfect sense. Still, Emoli's outward appearance retained an extremely deceptive quality, leading Gu Xiuxue to overlook it. Though much taller than Gu Xiuxue, Emoli now clung tightly around his waist, rubbing his head against Gu Xiuxue's shoulder repeatedly, whispering over and over again. "Master! Master! So wonderful! I see you again, Master. That wine was effective after all. I can touch you now. Sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else, I am not your master." Realizing belatedly, Gu Xiuxue pushed Emoli slightly, speaking seriously. In a state akin to drunkenness, Emoli clearly didn't hear what he said and simply embraced him tightly, rubbing against him incessantly like he used to when younger. Gu Xiuxue tried saying more, but Emoli let go somewhat and lowered his head. Lifting a hand, Emoli gently caressed his face, looking at him with tear-filled eyes. His voice brimmed with sorrow. "Does the master no longer want me? Master! Are you still angry with me?" Pausing as if remembering something, infinite sadness reflected in his eyes. He murmured softly to himself. "Yes. You must be still angry at me, surely still blaming me for not protecting you well enough. Sorry, master. Sorry." An instant of panic rose within Gu Xiuxue as a foreboding premonition crept in. Sure enough, the next moment he watched Emoli tightly embrace him again, and the tears that had been welling up in his eyes fell in large drops, wetting his shoulder. "I know I was wrong, master. You can hit me, scold me, take my life if you want. Just don't ignore me, don't abandon me, master. I miss you so much, really, I miss you." Gu Xiuxue felt both helpless and heartbroken. Wasn't his death supposed to make Emoli grow stronger? How did it turn out this way? He had originally planned to take advantage of Emoli's drunken state and lack of clarity, as Emoli clearly mistook him for a hallucination, and slip away quietly. But looking at Emoli like this, memories surfaced of the younger Emoli who used to cling to him affectionately, overlapping with the person before him now, and he found it impossible to push him away. Gu Xiuxue raised his hand, about to embrace Emoli and console him, when number 311's voice sounded in his mind. "Gu Xiuxue. Let go of him quickly. Shinbai is coming." Number 311's sudden reminder brought Gu Xiuxue back to his senses, causing his pupils to contract sharply. He abruptly pushed Emoli away. A look of hurt appeared on Emoli's face, his lips moving as he moved closer towards Gu Xiuxue's direction. "Master." However, this time he did not touch Gu Xiuxue. Instead, a white figure appeared between them. Shinbai placed Gu Xiuxue behind him, calmly looking at Emoli, his eyes emotionless but his tone slightly cold as he spoke. "How did the Demon King come here? Your people are searching for you everywhere. Are you not going back?" Emoli's gaze wavered momentarily as he stared at Shinbai, seemingly trying to identify who stood before him. He then frowned, and with an air of indifference, smiled and said, "I merely came out to drink some wine. What of it? Would Lord Shin even bother with our trivial matters just to befriend us demons?" Shinbai inclined his head slightly. "I have no intention to concern myself with your affairs." Had it not been for Gu Xiuxue, he wouldn't have spared a glance at Emoli. Emoli glanced at Gu Xiuxue, his expression softening somewhat. In a gentle tone, he murmured, "Master, don't be afraid. Let me get rid of him for you." "You call him master?" Shinbai furrowed his brows instantly, cutting off Emoli's words, turning his head toward Gu Xiuxue for an explanation. After all, the demon lord only had 2 apprentices, something Shinbai was fully aware of. Besides, the rumors were that the relationship between the demon realm and the magical realm wasn't good these days. How could Gu Xiuxue possibly be Mo Li's master? Could it be that there was still something his elder brother was hiding from him? Shen Xinbai's eyes darkened. Under the pressure of Shen Xinbai's gaze, Gu Xiuxue carefully thought about how to explain this matter. Mo Li also paused briefly, a strange gleam flickering in his eyes, a hint of madness emerging. His trembling voice became urgent. Can you see him? You can see him too. No, no. How is this possible? You didn't drink alcohol, how could you possibly see him? Mo Li suddenly fixed his gaze on Gu Xiuxue, gripping his wrist, his disbelief turning into astonishment as he asked. Master. Is it truly you? It's not an illusion. Shen Xinbai also looked at Gu Xiuxue, holding his other hand. Despite his calm tone, there was a distinct undertone of gritted teeth in his words. Brother, aren't you going to explain? Chapter 17, Shui Gu, if you insist on thinking this way, I can't help it. Gu Shui looked at the two people who were holding her hands on either side. Her lips quivered slightly while her mind was screaming frantically to 311. Ah. I'm going to die. 311 say something. What should I do? I feel like if I admit that I am Mo Li's master and tell Shen Xinbai about what happened before, I will surely be killed. After all, the past when he abandoned Mo Li and the experience of him abandoning Shen Xinbai were too similar. Moreover, he had not forgotten Shen Xinbai's unstable tendency towards darkness. Now being in the celestial realm, he didn't dare to imagine how Shen Xinbai would react upon knowing the truth. Gu Shui, calm down first. The best way right now is to pretend you don't know Mo Li. After all, you've already finished your antagonist storyline with him. You died right in front of him, so it must have been a case of mistaken identity. 311 spoke calmly, but you'd better pacify Shen Xinbai first. His dark tendencies are rising again. Gu Shui lowered her gaze, her eyelashes trembling lightly as she calmed her emotions. Once again raising her gaze, frowning, she shook off Mo Li's hand without looking at his sorrowful and wounded eyes. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Shen Xinbai, speaking in a composed tone. I don't know him, I'm unfamiliar. I just came here to pick some peach blossoms. But he might be drunk, mistaking me for someone else. Send him back. Shen Xinbai stared straight at Gu Shui, pursing his lips in silence. Gu Shui remained calm as she met his gaze, shaking the soul-binding chain on her wrist and sighed softly. Ai by, little white, do you not trust me? If you refuse to believe me and insist on thinking I am that supposed master of his, then there's nothing I can do. As Gu Shui spoke, she slightly tilted her head, appearing disheartened by the lack of trust. Only 311 knew that she was inwardly shouting. Damn! 311, I feel like a scoundrel, wailing. 311 replied, be more confident, what you said just now is a classic line of a scoundrel. However, though despicable, it works, the tendency towards darkness has stabilized. After pausing briefly, 311 added teasingly. Who would have thought, Gu Shui, you truly have the potential to be a scoundrel. Why don't you take both protagonists at once, this way we could gain more life values. Gu Shui. Why did those words criticizing someone sound like they were praising her? Never, even one protagonist I cannot handle. With two, I'd go crazy. Looking at Shen Xinbai and then at Mo Li, Gu Shui inwardly sighed, still the third protagonist she nurtured was somewhat more compliant and hadn't caused any trouble. Shen Xinbai saw Gu Shui soften her tone and gently opened her mouth to speak. No, how could I not believe my brother? Brother, don't be angry anymore, let's go back. Mo Li continued to stare intently at Gu Shui, lifting his hand wanting to touch the person in front of him, but stopped midway. His lips quivering slightly, his eyes revealing injured feelings, whispering faintly to himself. Master, you really don't want me anymore, you definitely still don't want me. Gu Shui's heart tightened, yet she maintained her expressionless gaze on Shen Xinbai and nodded. Let's go, we're going back. She feared if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to hold herself back from embracing Mo Li to comfort him. He was her first nurtured protagonist after all, having spent the most effort on Mo Li. Now seeing Mo Li become like this, her own feelings were stirred. But she understood, her task as an antagonist was completed. Even if later she wanted to leave Shen Xinbai or go obtain vitality from Mo Li, it would be absolutely impossible under her former identity. Shen Xinbai gave Mo Li a cursory glance, opening his mouth indifferently. The Demon King should return quickly, don't keep your people waiting. As soon as he finished speaking, two streaks of light flashed before their eyes, transforming into two figures. Upon seeing Mo Li, they instantly moved forward to steady his swaying figure. A man dressed in blue-white robes placed his hand on Mo Li's wrist, carefully examining him for a moment before furrowing his brows. He wanted to say something, however, upon glancing at the two individuals before him, he hesitated, swallowing his words unsaid. Thank you, Lord Immortal. Another individual expressed gratitude, their voice filled with appreciation. If not for Shen Xinbai notifying them, they probably still wouldn't have found Mo Li. You needn't thank us, he's drunk. You take him back. Shen Xinbai was not willing to waste too much energy on Mo Li, nor did he want to spare him even a second glance, focusing all his attention on Gu Shui and his arms. He turned around with Gu Shui and left without hesitation, leaving only their retreating figures. Mo Li, however, remained standing at the spot for a long time, with 2 other people accompanying him, 1 on each side. He really resembles the master. Mo Li murmured softly, a trace of madness flickering in his eyes. King, it's time to return. One of those by his side spoke softly, casting a glance at the direction where Gu Shui had departed, his eyes dim and unclear. Even if he looks so alike, he isn't the master. If he really were, would he deny you? Would he leave with the celestial immortal? He is just Shenxinbai's brother, and perhaps he is merely. Mo Li's lips moved as he attempted to refute but found no convincing reason within himself. The image of Gu Shui's face instinctively appeared in his mind. After a long while, Mo Li lowered his gaze, looking at the peach blossom petal falling into his palm, silently tightening his grip, and spoke in a low tone. Even if he isn't, so what? Since the celestial realm wishes to foster goodwill with the demon realm, something must be sacrificed. After a prolonged silence, he tilted his head, whispering softly, his words scattered in the wind. Moreover, I don't believe. Believe what? Mo Li never finished his sentence, and those beside him didn't dare to ask, leaving behind only sighs dispersed by the wind. At that very moment, Gu Shui, who Mo Li kept pondering about, was furiously chewing on a chicken leg, her cheeks stuffed full. By her side, Shenxinbai continued to place more dishes in her bowl, soothing her gently with his soft voice. Brother, don't be upset anymore, it's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you, but that demon king Mo Li has a strange temperament and his methods are cruel. I was merely concerned for you. I heard that before becoming the demon king, he once had a master, who died protecting him. Since then, he became increasingly obsessed, seeking numerous substitutes. Upon seeing someone resembling his master slightly, he loses control. Shenxinbai served him a bowl of soup and continued. In short, Mo Li is no good person, brother, stay away from him. He still remembered how earlier when Mo Li got drunk and reverted to his true form, Gu Shui held him in her embrace, gaining his favor. Originally thinking it was a mere accident, they unexpectedly encountered each other again, with Mo Li mistaking Gu Shui for his deceased master. Shenxinbai snorted coldly in his heart. He lowered his gaze, masking the displeasure in his eyes, continuing indifferently and criticizing Mo Li. It seemed like he couldn't think fast enough of every repulsive thing to pin on Mo Li. Gu Shui. If Mo Li wasn't the one she had raised, she might actually have believed what Shenxinbai had said. But this wasn't right. Didn't they say the 2 protagonists would become friends later? Why does Shenxinbai harbor such intense animosity towards Mo Li? Chapter 18, helping brother put on the wedding costume, and taking advantage of him. Gu Xiuxue was puzzled and instinctively asked 311. Even 311 remained silent for a long time before responding softly. I don't know. It can't possibly be because of someone who's drinking soup right now, can it? Gu Xiuxue, who was drinking soup. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiuxue immediately choked, and Shenxinbai stopped his movements, looking at him with concern. Brother. I'm fine, I'm fine. Gu Xiuxue waved his hand, interrupting Shenxinbai's actions. Seeing this, Shenxinbai's eyes darkened. Is brother still blaming me? Huh? Gu Xiuxue looked bewildered, and before he could react, Shenxinbai continued. By the way, brother, have you tried out that set of wedding robes little Jiu sent over? How do they feel? Shenxinbai smiled, with a bit of anticipation in his eyes. Unfortunately, there had been so much going on lately, or else he would have personally helped Gu Xiuxue change into them. He wanted to be the first person to see Gu Xiuxue fully dressed in his wedding attire. For a moment, Gu Xiuxue didn't catch up with how quickly the topic had changed but nodded instinctively. It's fine. That's good. In a few days is our grand wedding day, brother needs to get prepared. Shenxinbai stared at him intently, making him somewhat uneasy. After learning about Shenxinbai's intentions, Gu Xiuxue originally planned to quietly leave the celestial realm and find Mo Li to hang around with under a different identity. But after seeing Mo Li's attitude towards him today, he felt disheartened, upset, and couldn't figure it out. The child he had raised, who was perfectly normal before his departure back then, why had they become like this now? Well, take one step at a time, at least for now. Shenxinbai did not seem to have any intention of forcing him to do anything. So, Gu Xiuxue kept comforting himself internally and repeated the mantra of 30 billion life points to suppress his urge to leave Shenxinbai. Noticing that his condition was clearly abnormal, Shenxinbai didn't say much, only thinking to arrange more people to come over. He trusted Gu Xiuxue, but that didn't mean he trusted Mo Li. Mo Li wasn't a good person. When it came to something he liked, he wouldn't hesitate to go to great lengths to obtain it. On top of that, as the Demon King, since the celestial and demon realms were currently on good terms, they couldn't directly confront each other. Thus, Shenxinbai had to strengthen precautions. Each lost in their own thoughts, neither spoke a word. Gu Xiuxue also realized that Shenxinbai once again restricted his range of activities, confining him within this palace. The Honorable One said that these next few days will be chaotic with all sorts of people from the 6 realms coming here. To ensure the safety of Lord Gu, these next couple of days, Lord Gu shouldn't go out, but if there is anything you desire, please let us know. Little Jiu stood before him with her gaze lowered, speaking softly. Gu Xiuxue didn't want to make these puppets difficult, so he didn't argue back and directly turned around to return to the room. In the 2 days leading up to the grand wedding, he locked himself in the room. His relationship with Shen Xinbai seemed to have reverted to the beginning, separated by an invisible barrier. Shen Xinbai still only came every night to hold him while sleeping until the eve of the wedding, when Shen Xinbai quietly opened his mouth. "Brother, tomorrow you will completely belong to me. Once we form the contract, you won't be able to leave me anymore." Shen Xinbai embraced him even tighter, his gaze burning hotly, nearly making Gu Xiuxue, who was pretending to sleep, unable to continue pretending. Then he sensed a soft touch on his face. Gu Xiuxue's eyelashes quivered slightly, but Shen Xinbai showed no sign of stopping. Tender kisses rained down gently yet densely, and the sound of increasing life points continuously echoed in his mind. Ugh. Gu Xiuxue feigned moving his head carelessly in an attempt to dodge, but little did he know that this didn't affect Shen Xinbai at all. Shen Xinbai kissed his neck, and then kissed his collarbone. This made Gu Xiuxue's body feel weak. Just as he was unable to continue pretending and wanted to push the other away, Shen Xinbai inexplicably paused, whether intentionally or unintentionally. From afar, faint laughter could be heard from Shen Xinbai. "Brother, sleep now. There are many things to handle tomorrow." Sensing the steady breathing beside him, as if Shen Xinbai had fallen asleep, Gu Xiuxue opened his eyes and stared at Shen Xinbai, his gaze deep. So this guy was doing it on purpose. Knowing he hadn't fallen asleep, he was treating him like that deliberately. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the hand still resting on his shoulder, feeling an urge to bite it hard, and indeed, that's what he did. But he didn't use much force, just letting out a breath before pushing Shen Xinbai's hand away. Then he pulled the quilt completely over himself, lying down at the far edge of the bed. That night, he slept unusually soundly, and his mood was very pleasant. Especially when he woke up the next day and saw the marks on Shen Xinbai's wrist, his mood became even better. "Is brother in such a good mood today because we are about to be married?" Shen Xinbai smiled as he spoke, and Gu Xiuxue vaguely responded while his gaze lingered on the bite marks on his wrist. Though knowing he was just fobbing him off, hearing this response still made Shen Xinbai very happy. Little Jiu had brought the wedding robes early with those serving girls. After everything was prepared, only Gu Xiuxue and Shen Xinbai remained in the room looking at each other. Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but speak first. "Ibai, can you step outside first? What is brother so concerned about? After today, we will officially be immortal lovers. Is there anything I shouldn't see?" Shen Xinbai smiled faintly as he spoke, and as he said this, he already picked up the bright red robe. "How about I personally help brother change? That would still be. Let him help, let him do it." Gu Xiuxue. "It's just changing clothes, let him help." Gu Xiuxue originally intended to refuse, but then suddenly remembered the excited voice of 311. "Think about it, while changing clothes, how much physical intimacy there will be. I've said it, the closer you two become, the more luck we gain, and the higher the life points increase. If they were to change clothes, physical contact was inevitable, which would surely skyrocket the life points." 311 was entirely thrilled. Usually, he didn't want to trouble Gu Xiuxue, so he hadn't mentioned any of this. But now that Shen Xinbai had offered willingly, and all they had to do was change clothes, not get overly intimate, 311 really didn't want to miss this great opportunity. Gu Xiuxue. This wasn't his system, it absolutely wasn't his system. Faced with the eyes of Shen Xinbai filled with anticipation and joy, Gu Xiuxue ultimately couldn't bring himself to refuse. As 311 said, it was just changing clothes. This set of wedding robes wasn't overly complicated either, so how bad could it possibly be? Could changing clothes really mean getting taken advantage of? The facts told him, yes, even for such a simple style of wedding robes, he could still be taken full advantage of. "Ibai, you've got it upside down, stop. Is that so? Then I'll help brother take it off. Why are you tying me up? These ropes aren't meant to bind around the wrist." "Sorry brother, I couldn't help it. It just looks so good this way." Shen Xinbai. "Let's just get dressed, why are you hugging my waist?" "Brother, I didn't mean to, I just don't want you to fall. Stop touching." Chapter 19, What to do when bullied until your legs go weak. Gu Xiuxue lay helplessly on the bed in her red wedding dress, lifting her eyes slightly to look at Shen Xinbai who was sitting beside her, also dressed in wedding attire, wearing an expression of satisfaction. She clenched her teeth internally. Though she had done nothing, why did she feel more exhausted than after doing something strenuous? Where on earth did Shen Xinbai learn these tactics? Noticing her gaze, Shen Xinbai turned his head and looked at her, wiping his hands deliberately slowly right in front of her. Gu Xiuxue's eyes widened instantly as a light blush crept up her earlobes, and she turned her head away from him. This guy. When a simple spell could have solved the matter, he insisted on using a cloth to clean his hands and even did it right in front of her. The scene played again in her mind, causing her ears to redden further, her fair complexion now tinged with pink. Is brother embarrassed? Shen Xinbai chuckled lightly. In the future, you will be my immortal consort. It's perfectly normal for me to help resolve such matters for my consort, brother should get used to this. Gu Xiuxue. Ah. Too embarrassing. Impossible to look. How could she let herself be toyed with by someone she'd raised like a child? Was it worth keeping alive? Was it really necessary to survive? And that 30 billion, must she? Yes, she absolutely must. Gu Xiuxue gritted her teeth, figuring everything was already done that needed to be done, including things that shouldn't have been. For the sake of the 30 billion, she would bear it. Hold me up. Gu Xiuxue extended her hand hoping Shen Xinbai would help pull her up. But just as she steadied herself, Shen Xinbai smoothly picked her up. Shen Xinbai. What are you doing? Didn't brother say his legs were weak? Let me carry you then. The amusement in Shen Xinbai's eyes deepened, hinting subtly. Brother is cuter this way. He enjoyed seeing Gu Xiuxue displaying her most genuine side openly before him, just as she did now. Shen Xinbai didn't doubt for a moment that without restricting Gu Xiuxue's powers, she would likely challenge him directly right then and there. But now, bound tightly in his arms, despite her frustration and anger, there was nothing she could do except be held by him. I won't allow it. Put me down. Gu Xiuxue grabbed his collar, but Shen Xinbai completely ignored her, carrying her out the door with large strides. Don't be angry anymore. I've got some good news for you. Although earlier I was forcibly blocked out and don't know what you two did, Shen Xinbai's darkening value has decreased to 30 points, and your lifespan has increased by 10 days. 311 commented, and even if you're angry, it doesn't matter much. Clearly, when you're weak, being angry looks cute to others. Gu Xiuxue gave a forced laugh and coldly said, Little 3, come here, come out from the system space. I'll show you what weak truly means. Cough cough. Well, suddenly remembered that my main brain's burning. Let me check it. You continue. Gu Xiuxue had no time to deal with 311 any longer. Her attention was entirely captivated by the overwhelming red all around her. She blankly stared at everything before her. She had been here before. It had only been a couple of days since Shen Xinbai locked her up and hadn't allowed her out, so she hadn't anticipated how much things had changed within such a short time. As Shen Xinbai carried her forward step by step, Gu Xiuxue instinctively turned her head, looking at his profile, the faint smile on his lips, and the contentment in his eyes. A gentle breeze arose, scattering countless peach blossom petals everywhere, covering the ground and even falling on them. Gu Xiuxue suddenly recalled that kiss from that day, her heart stirred slightly with an unfamiliar emotion, yet it passed unnoticed. Shen Xinbai, does he truly like her this much? But why? As the male lead, Shen Xinbai clearly had no romantic storyline. Suddenly having someone he liked, fine. But liking a man, especially her, the antagonist, how bizarre. Gu Xiuxue couldn't make sense of it all. Yet thinking back, given that there's currently a bug in this world that forces her to stay, she began to see Shen Xinbai's feelings toward her as not so unusual. She lowered her gaze, pressing her lips together. If the world's bug stemmed from the male lead without any romance lines falling for her, then would fixing this bug allow her to leave this world? A thought flickered in Gu Xiuxue's mind, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes as he decided to contact 311 and tell him about the situation. Only then did he realize that 311 had actually logged off. Shit. Gu Xiuxue silently cursed under his breath. That guy was always unreliable at crucial moments. However, there wasn't time to dwell on this now. He had already spotted the people in the distance and Lingyun Hall adorned with red silk ribbons. The immortal attendants stood on either side, but Gu Xiuxue didn't pay much attention to them. Lowering his gaze slightly, he spoke helplessly in a soft tone. AI bye, good AI bye, could you put brother down first? It's just, not appropriate like this. At the thought of going inside where there would be so many people watching while he was still being carried by Shen Xinbai, Gu Xiuxue felt uneasy just imagining it. Shen Xinbai paused for a moment before softly laughing and saying lowly, brother taught me long ago, when asking for favors, one must adopt the proper attitude, there are always costs involved. What do you want? I don't have anything left right now. Gu Xiuxue frowned as Shen Xinbai tilted his head slightly to look at him, then spoke gently. If brother willingly kisses me once, I'll put you down. How does that sound? Gu Xiuxue stared at Shen Xinbai for a moment, only intending to lightly kiss his cheek. But just as he leaned in, Shen Xinbai seemed to deliberately turn his head. Their soft lips touched, and Gu Xiuxue's pupils constricted sharply. Thankfully, Shen Xinbai made no further moves, a satisfied emotion briefly flickering in his eyes before he finally set him down, though still firmly holding on to his hand. Brother, I've waited for this day for such a long time, and liked you for even longer. Gu Xiuxue's head felt foggy as Shen Xinbai whispered ceaselessly into his ear, pouring out his feelings. Only now did he understand, Shen Xinbai had truly liked him for all these years, genuinely cherished him for such a long time. Shen Xinbai chuckled lightly, I originally planned to tell you all these things slowly tonight, but I couldn't help myself. In the past, we were once trapped in a hidden realm together, accidentally consuming delusion flowers. You asked me what I saw that made me so happy that day. But I didn't tell you because I feared you might despise me, fear me, reject me. Brother, that day, I saw you in wedding robes, exactly like today. My desire for you began far earlier than you could ever imagine. Gu Xiuxue looked at their intertwined fingers, shock passing through his eyes. Back then, Shinbai was merely a teenager, yet he had already started harboring desires for him. No wonder after that incident, he often found himself mysteriously missing clothes, believing he had simply forgotten them. Now it was clear, those clothes must have been taken by Shinbai. Chapter 20, Grand Marriage. A public kiss request. Enough, don't say any more. This realization made Gu Xiushue's ears slightly reddened. He gave a low warning. Shinbai didn't take his half-hearted warning seriously, but still refrained from continuing to speak. He just curled the corner of his lip and held Gu Xiushue's hand, walking forward step by step under everyone's gaze. Gu Xiushue also noticed how people around them were looking at them, curious or shocked. Most of the immortals weren't too pleased, but Shinbai must have warned them. Even though they were unwilling, they did not say anything. They just lowered their heads, drinking silently with those nearby without a word. Master. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Gu Xiushue subconsciously looked over. For a moment, he was somewhat surprised. It was the two young disciples he had taken in within the demon realm. Is brother happy? I went through great efforts to bring them here. Shinbai said this with a smile, deliberately emphasizing the word, invite. Gu Xiushue's eyes flickered. Shinbai was raised by him, and he understood him pretty well. This was a threat. It boiled down to Shinbai not entirely trusting him to willingly go through with the marriage. Earlier, Qinyu wanted to help him escape the immortal realm during this opportunity, and Shinbai had clearly foreseen this, thus specifically, inviting his two small disciples along. Gu Xiushue glanced, noticing the two teenagers seated surrounded by full-blooded deities, all apparently upper-tier immortals. One of the initially excited youths had been restrained by the other next to him. Calm down, don't cause trouble for master. That person spoke coldly, causing the previously excited individual to settle down a little. Gu Xiushue nodded slightly toward them and turned away, but Shinbai showed no intention of exposing what was on his mind. He pretended not to see through it. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. After all, no one could have imagined that the Lord of Immortality and the Lord of Demons would really get married. Initially, they thought Shinbai was humiliating Gu Xiushue, taking him as a substitute. And the Demon Lord, Gu Xiushue, had a proud nature, he wouldn't easily concede even if he were captured. However, this wedding feast was overly grand, known universally across the 6 realms. If the sole purpose were humiliation, Shinbai certainly wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. For a moment, everyone exchanged confused looks until both figures arrived at their superior seats. Then, Shinbai signaled someone, and the music began, drawing back everyone's scattered thoughts. I've long heard of the deep bond between the two lords, and indeed, it is as such. Congratulations, congratulations, to the two lords for finding such a harmonious match. Ha. Ha ha ha. This truly is a magnificent joyous occasion. Indeed, you two are a perfect pair, brimming with affection. Amongst the festive music and the crowd's blessings, Gu Xiushue pressed his lips together, remaining silent throughout. Be it in the original world or this one, he hadn't even dated anyone, let alone married. This scenario made him extremely uneasy. At a loss as to what to do, he quietly gripped Shinbai's hand tighter. Then, he was pulled by Shinbai to perform the traditional ritual of bowing to heaven and earth. In the middle of the ceremony, he faintly heard the sound of breaking glass, but it quickly drowned beneath the louder sounds of music. Gu Xiushue intended to look back but was stopped when Shinbai grasped his hand. Shinbai cast a slightly warning glance at Emoli sitting not far behind Gu Xiushue, who was glaring at them intently. Then, he drew his attention back, raising his hand to touch Gu Xiushue's face gently with a faint smile. Does brother want to rest? Huh. Is this already over? Gu Xiushue blinked, his eyes carrying a hint of confusion. With all this fuss, could it really be over so simply? Shinbai smiled softly. Yes, I didn't want to tire brother out too much, so we skipped many procedures. Pausing mid-sentence, he leaned closer to Gu Xiushue, almost whispering near his ear with a suggestive tone. After all, brother needs to save some strength for tonight, there will be many uses for it during this spring night. Gu Xiushue's fingers clenched slightly, his eyelids twitched. Shinbai's words were too explicit. There was no way for him to pretend not to understand, and his voice quivered slightly. Bai, you promised to give me time. Yes, brother, but I also said not to make me wait too long. Speaking, Shinbai slightly tilted his head and kissed lightly on the tip of Gu Xiushue's ear. Gu Xiushue remained silent. Although he had come to understand Shinbai's feelings for him, and they had grown more intimate, he was still not quite ready. So when faced with Shinbai's request for a kiss, Gu Xiushue didn't outright refuse, but instead turned his head slightly, letting the kiss land on his cheek instead of his lips. The others were unaware of their conversation. They only saw them embrace closely and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Emoli gripped the wine cup tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with icy malice. And yet, he could hear the quiet whispers behind him. Who knows, some people said that the Exalted Lord did this just to humiliate the Demon Lord, or use him as a substitute. This is clearly mutual affection. Yes, yes. If it wasn't real love, how would things have progressed this far? Another voice dropped even lower, clearing his throat twice before speaking. You all don't understand. It said that the person the Exalted Lord loved was merely a common human cultivator who died rescuing him during his trials in the lower realms. At the time, after the Exalted Lord returned, he went to the underworld for that human cultivator's sake, then performed the soul summoning technique, spending 1,000 days, nearly costing him half his life force. To me, he still regards Gu Xiuxue as a substitute for that person, channeling all his love for that person into Gu Xiuxue. So what? But I think this demon lord likes him too. That means... Smash! The person behind him only hadn't finished talking when he again crushed the wine glass in his hand. The sudden noise made those behind him too afraid to continue. But Emoli continued to glare coldly at Shinshinbai, until two figures nearby restrained him in time. Your Majesty, don't lose your temper. Don't forget our plan. The man in blue beside him lowered his voice, whispering urgently. As if reminded of something, Emoli closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the anger within. Is everything arranged? His voice, ignoring the wounds from the broken crystal fragments on his hands, was low and grave. The young man sighed, but nodded anyway. Everything is arranged. Rest assured, Your Majesty. As he spoke, he retrieved a small bottle from his belt, pouring its contents into Mo Li's wineglass. Mo Li looked down, draining the cup in one go. A light of determination flickered in his eyes. Good. He can only be mine. Chapter 21, on the wedding night, he was stolen by another male lead. Gu Xiuxue feared that Shinshinbai might do something even more outrageous and didn't want to stay here any longer. As a result, Shinshinbai personally took him to the bedroom. Looking at the red brocade and the joyous candles, along with the 11 characters posted around and the hanging crystal lamps, Gu Xiuxue's eyes flickered for a moment. What he noticed weren't just these items in front of him, but also those people lurking in the shadows. It seemed that Shinshinbai was truly terrified that he would change his mind today and leave. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people arranged to watch over them when inviting his two apprentices simultaneously. Gu Xiuxue sighed inwardly. Though he did entertain such thoughts before and even considered leaving Shinshinbai to look for Mo Li. After seeing Mo Li's current state, he had already dismissed this idea. Shinshinbai's current actions were truly redundant since he wasn't planning on running away anyway. As Gu Xiuxue pondered this way, he allowed himself to be led into the bedroom by Shinshinbai's hand. Glancing over the dragon phoenix candles, Shinshinbai lifted the red silk curtain with his hand. Brother, you rest well here first. There are snacks on the table, if you're hungry, feel free to eat. I still need to deal with them outside, but I won't keep brother waiting too long. Shinshinbai said with a smile. Gu Xiuxue casually nodded in response. Watching Shinshinbai turn and leave after shutting the door, Gu Xiuxue stood up and began inspecting everything in the room. However, as he did, it made him inadvertently pause. There were quite a number of things in here that belonged not to the fairy realm, but to the mortal realm. Without exception, all these things were once gifts he gave to Shinshinbai. For Shinshinbai, who is now the respected immortal lord, these things no longer served any purpose and could even be called junk. But despite the passage of time, Shinshinbai clearly valued these things greatly, keeping them in excellent condition. Gu Xiuxue felt both comforted and sighing. How did such a good child fall for him? With such a big mess brewing, if the Heavenly Way knows that their main character has fallen for him, the antagonist, they probably would want him dead by now. Gu Xiuxue wandered around a bit and his gaze fell on the pastries on the table. He glanced briefly and casually picked one up, biting into it. Unexpectedly, the taste of this pastry was really nice. Sitting at the edge of the table, Gu Xiuxue thought about how to deal with Shinshinbai while eating the pastry. Suddenly, an acute burst of noise from 311 sounded in his mind. Gu Xiuxue. I only logged off for a little while, why did you go around eating random stuff? There's medicine in this thing. Spit it out quickly. Hurry. Fast. The voice of 311 abruptly stopped. Startled by his sudden interruption, Gu Xiuxue had already swallowed the last piece of the pastry. 311. Gu Xiuxue. Cough. Little fellow. You're beyond help, don't come to me. Don't give up yet, I think there's still hope for me, so what kind of drug was inside? After coughing slightly, Gu Xiuxue continued to eye the empty plate suspiciously, furrowing his brows. He shouldn't have assigned so many people to watch over me and still not trust me, right? The drugs placed, could it be? That kind of drug? This notion popped into Gu Xiuxue's mind, causing his tone to become strange, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Oh, no, that's not it. That's good. Just as Gu Xiuxue breathed a sigh of relief, he heard 311 continuing. 5, 4, 3. You're counting down what? You. Bang. Before Gu Xiuxue fully comprehended what was happening and was about to ask why 311 suddenly started counting. He felt a bout of dizziness and disorientation, losing consciousness completely within the blink of an eye, falling face down on the table. 311. What karmic retribution, how could he end up with such an unreliable host? Just as he clenched his teeth and wanted to use his energy to help Gu Xiuxue neutralize the poison. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open and someone walked in, halting his action. Emoli gazed at the unconscious Gu Xiuxue, curled his lips into a slight smirk, and then raised his hand. Fu Yu. In response to his command, 2 more people entered from behind him, one of them carrying a puppet wrapped in red silk. Lord King, please wait. Dressed in dark green robes, Fu Yu lowered her gaze, responded respectfully, and then quickly approached Gu Xiuxue, seizing his wrist, and taking out the silver needle she prepared beforehand to pierce the tip of his finger. Another person also acted swiftly, removing the red silk from the puppet and letting a drop of blood from Gu Xiuxue's fingertip fall onto the center of the puppet's forehead before flowing into the space between its eyes. The puppet, which resembled Gu Xiuxue greatly, suddenly opened its eyes. However, those eyes were unnaturally calm, showing no ripple of emotion. After putting away the piece of red silk, Fu Yu didn't stop but instead frowned as she stared at the chain on Gu Xiuxue's wrist. It's a soul-locking chain, seems like the Sage Lord went to great lengths to keep him here. Fu Yu contemplated this, yet her hands showed no hesitation. She immediately pulled out a small vial from her waist. Opening the vial, she dripped her own blood inside. A green butterfly flew out and landed on the soul-locking chain. That butterfly directly bit through the chain. Fu Yu curled her lips slightly and quickly tied the soul-locking chain back onto the puppet's wrist. A flash of light quickly passed through the puppet's eyes, then returned to a tranquil state. Emoli stepped forward and stared at Gu Xiuxue, glaring at the interconnected lock hanging around his neck. With displeasure, he directly tore it off and tossed it to Fu Yu. Fu Yu similarly attached it to the puppet, then raised her hand to snap her fingers. The puppet opened its eyes again, looking exactly like Gu Xiuxue without any difference. Fu Yu controlled the puppet to walk over and sit by the bed. Suddenly, something was thrown towards her behind her. Instinctively reaching out to catch it, she realized it was Gu Xiuxue's wedding robe. It's hideous. Emoli spoke coldly, then pulled out a set of pure white robes from his storage bag to change Gu Xiuxue into them. Looking at the sleeping figure in front of him, seeing how he looked wearing this robe, Emoli's gaze darkened somewhat, revealing an unusual emotion, and even his eyebrows and eyes became tender. Master. He lifted his hand and gently touched Gu Xiuxue's face, his eyes filled with both obsession and madness, but his tone was unusually gentle. My lord, we should leave. This puppet probably won't stay hidden for long. Fu Yu glanced at Gu Xiuxue, her emotions indistinct and quickly masked. She withdrew her gaze and politely reminded Emoli with proper respect. Emoli eventually came back to his senses, nodded, and addressed the other person, clean up here properly. Yes. The person respectfully acknowledged the order, and Emoli immediately cradled Gu Xiuxue horizontally and turned to leave. 311 watched all this silently within the system space. He had considered that Xinbai might have given the drug, he had thought about the celestial clans in the divine realm who might be against Gu Xiuxue, or perhaps other enemies across the 6 realms. But never did he expect it to be another male lead. 311's current mood was incredibly complex. Indeed, what he had worried about the most ended up happening. He felt desperate and disheartened. No wonder the world was falling apart, no wonder they couldn't leave. The 2 male leads, who were supposed to be good friends, ended up opposing each other due to the antagonist. One thing was tolerable, the male lead marrying the antagonist. But on the wedding day, the antagonist was stolen by the other male lead. What are these matters? Is this reasonable? Is such development plausible? Chapter 22 Why do male leads always like locking him in a dark room? Hiss. Where am I? When Gu Xiuxue woke up, he still felt a bit dizzy. He raised his hand to gently massage his head and sat up on the bed. Seeing the completely unfamiliar surroundings, he was surprised. Wait a moment, he remembered he seemed to have been drugged. What's going on now? Where is this? Frowning, Gu Xiuxue scanned the surroundings, calling out subconsciously for 311. 311. Little 3. System, are you there? What's going on? Who drugged me and where am I now? You've finally woken up. You've slept for 3 days, Gu Xiuxue. You're truly impressive. 311 said calmly, the person who drugged you probably didn't expect you to eat an entire plate of pastries. Gu Xiuxue. Don't be sarcastic with me, just explain the situation quickly. Gu Xiuxue suppressed the impulse to roll his eyes, more concerned about his current predicament. According to what 311 had said, not only was he drugged, but he also fell unconscious for 3 days. This completely unfamiliar room did not seem to be from the fairy realm. If he had already been taken from the fairy realm by the person who drugged him, then Xinbai. Gu Xiuxue felt his heart sink as he couldn't bear to think what Xinbai might do after he disappeared on their wedding day. Moreover, he could only obtain life points through intimate contact with the main characters. Even though he previously had some more intimate moments with Xinbai, combined with all the previous touches that added to his life points, it would only last about 20 days. Since he'd already slept for 3 days, if he didn't quickly find Xinbai or engage in intimate contact with the other 2 male leads, his time was running short. Thinking about this made Gu Xiuxue feel somewhat restless. Though earlier being confined by Xinbai was annoying, having Xinbai around meant he didn't have to worry about his life points. But now, he didn't know where he was, nor how Xinbai was doing. This uncertainty made him uneasy. I know you're anxious, but try not to be so impatient. 311 slowly continued, after all, it's your own fault. Gu Xiuxue. By heavens. From now on, he'll stick strictly to missions and focus on nurturing these male leads, becoming a stepping stone for them, allowing himself to be killed. Aside from Xinxingbai having issues, Mo Li seems slightly off too. But wasn't the remaining male lead perfectly normal? Little 3, I advise you to speak clearly. You should know how diligently I've completed my tasks since coming to this world. Gu Xiuxue frowned and spoke, I've focused all my energy on those male leads, even letting the demons be managed by my 2 apprentices. How could I have incurred any debts? His voice weakened as his tone gained a hint of disbelief. Could I have possibly been drugged by Mo Li? Congratulations, you're right. As a reward, let me tell you something else, Mo Li will reach the room in 5 seconds. At the exact moment 311 finished speaking, Gu Xiuxue instinctively turned toward the door, just as it opened. Their gazes directly locked on each other. Seeing the formerly obedient Mo Li now walking towards him in a flamboyant red outfit, Gu Xiuxue involuntarily shrank back. He regretted letting Xinxingbai kill him faster by deliberately dissipating most of his cultivation. The remaining cultivation was sealed away by Xinxingbai, leaving him no different from an ordinary person. He now couldn't do anything against Mo Li, who was the demon king. Mo Li had reached the bed and sat down. Seeing Gu Xiuxue retreat to the corner, Mo Li indifferently lifted his hand and grabbed his ankle, pulling him back. Looking at this familiar scene, feeling the warmth on his ankle, Gu Xiuxue felt helplessly teary-eyed. How had his most well-behaved disciple turned into this? And what exactly was wrong with these male leads? What peculiar preferences were these, all of them liking to pull his ankles? Was it because he was now powerless and couldn't fight back, thus letting them do as they pleased? No matter how much his inner thoughts roared, Gu Xiuxue remained calm outwardly. Master, are you afraid of me? Mo Li tilted his head, looking at him with a voice full of grievance, his beautiful eyes filled with a light mist of tears. I am not your master, you've mistaken the person. Gu Xiuxue spoke with a cold and somewhat rigid tone. As he said this, he raised his head. As the demon king, Mo Li, you should know who I am. I am already married to Bai, yet you, Before Gu Xiuxue could finish speaking, Mo Li abruptly pressed him down onto the bed. Mo Li squeezed his leg between Gu Xiuxue's legs, half kneeling on the bed, and with one hand, he intertwined Gu Xiuxue's hands above his head, pinning them. Gu Xiuxue groaned slightly, the position made him quite uncomfortable. He stared directly at Mo Li and nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke, Mo Li. What exactly do you plan to do? The next moment, Mo Li lifted his hand to cover Gu Xiuxue's eyes, his voice hesitant and uncertain. Don't look at me like this. Master, don't look at me like this. You used to not be mean to me, master, please don't be mean to me. The more Mo Li spoke, the more aggrieved he sounded. Before Gu Xiuxue could say anything further, he felt large tears fall on his collarbone. This made his body stiffen slightly. Mo Li then released the hand covering Gu Xiuxue's eyes but remained lying on top of him, hugging him tightly, burying his head in Gu Xiuxue's neck. The robe on his back was wet with tears, softening and confusing Gu Xiuxue. He had always been unable to bear seeing others cry, let alone his own pupil crying like this. Why are you crying? Master. Master, you used to, call me little Lear, woo-woo. I've already said it, I am not your master. Gu Xiuxue clenched his teeth and still did not admit his identity. It had been hard enough for him to complete the antagonist plotline, and he didn't want any past connections to cause trouble again. No. You are. You just blame me for not protecting you well enough, but it doesn't matter now because I'm the demon king now, and I won't let anyone harm you anymore. Mo Li was obstinate, his voice laced with sobs. In an angle that Gu Xiuxue couldn't see, there was a glimmer of dark light in his eyes. No one will take you away from me, and I will not allow anyone else to snatch you from my side ever again. Master, you belong to me, forever. Gu Xiuxue noticed Mo Li's strangeness, but the person in his arms was genuinely sobbing pitifully, so he didn't think much about it. He sighed, realizing that no matter what happened, Mo Li was still the crying, affectionate child he remembered. Thinking about this, Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but ask 311. Little 3, during the years when I left Mo Li, was he bullied a lot in the demon realm? Did those old people bully him again? 311. Chapter 23, Shock. Is he going to be his own stand-in? Are you moved just because he cries? 311 couldn't help rolling her eyes, or you might as well admit that you are his master directly. I don't see how you can explain this to him. Here you are, a prestigious demon lord, running to the spirit realm to be his master and faking your death in front of him. Faking your death is one thing, but you even went on to provoke Senior Xinxingbai from the immortal realm when you were up there. Right now, he's just guessing. But if he really finds out that you're his master, can you guess what he will do to you? 311 paused mid-sentence and suddenly became excited. How about, we give it a try? Anyway, with our current abilities, you have no way of returning to the immortal realm, so if you want to keep gaining life values, then you can only rely on Mo Li. The worst-case scenario would be continued imprisonment. Anyway, looking at him now, he has taken you as his replacement. He might lock you up every day in the doghouse, and laugh at you all day long. Gu Xiushua's mood was very complicated since he didn't understand what made 311 so excited. Fearing that 311 would say something even more outrageous, he interrupted hastily. That's enough, stop talking. Very good, the soft-heartedness quickly hardened. Gu Xiushua swiftly reined in his emotions and pushed Emoli away, his tone carrying a trace of impatience. I will tell you this for the last time, I am not your master, furthermore, just like that you dragged me away from the immortal realm. Even if they haven't noticed yet, sooner or later they will. Word has it that currently, the immortal realm is seeking alliance with the spirit realm. If you don't want them to sever ties, send me back right away. Emoli, don't forget, behind me is the demon realm. I know, of course. Emoli changed drastically from his previous crying state, still pinning him down, his hand supporting each side of his waist. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips, looking quite obedient, but his eyes betrayed not a hint of emotion, his tone was quite light. But rest assured, if I can bring you here, I naturally have my ways to deal with the consequences. Lord Demon King, currently, you are just a cripple, and within you is the venom seed by me, so stop thinking about escaping. Stay by my side quietly, be my master, that's your only choice. Just as 311 said, Emoli is indeed using him as his replacement. This realization made Gu Xiushua inexplicably irritated, but Emoli continued smiling while warning him. If you refuse, then I have no choice but to let the venom consume your 5 organs and 6 viscera, transforming you into a puppet, this way, you can stay by my side forever. Emoli hesitated for a moment before continuing, lowering his gaze, his fingertips playing with a strand of Gu Xiushua's hair. Just that it might be too dull. After all, I already have puppets similar to him around me. Gu Xiushua, behave yourself, and I'll treat you well. Gu Xiushua stared blankly at Emoli, originally wanting to say something more. The next moment, an instant stabbing pain hit his abdomen, causing him to wrinkle his brows. Suddenly, he felt as if he had lost all his strength, collapsing directly onto the bed. Though Gu Xiushua did not feel any severe pain, he felt somewhat uncomfortable, unable to describe the feeling. He wanted to do something to relieve this discomfort, but his whole body was powerless, making him incapable of anything. Soon, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. This sensation didn't last long. Before leaving, Emoli told him to think carefully. Glancing at Emoli's retreating back, Gu Xiushua regained some strength and remained in bed, sighing melancholically. Junior 3 I've taught a disciple who defies his master. Hasn't the bug been fixed yet? Am I about to die in this world? My 3 billion yuan. Not necessarily, he was just scaring you. You do have a worm inside you, but it's a nourishing spirit worm that enhances physical strength and nourishes the soul. Gu Xiushua frowned, abruptly sitting up from the bed, covering his stomach with his hand. What does he intend to do? Either he really wants to nourish your spirit, or he intends to use your body as a container to nurture someone else's spirit. 311 mused, judging from his current behavior of seeing you as his substitute, he probably plans to use you as a container to nourish your spirit. Gu Xiushua. So convoluted. He not only had to be his own stand-in, but also act as the vessel for nurturing his own soul. When will Shinbai find me? I don't know, we're too far from the immortal realm and my energy isn't sufficient. 311 shook her head and offered some comfort. But let's look at it positively. At least this thing is harmless and beneficial to your body. If he really intends to use you as a container, then we'll be quite safe for the next while. He will take care of you carefully, not letting you get even slightly hurt. Gu Xiushua's lips twitched faintly. Well, thank you so much for comforting me. Don't mention it, it's what I should do. But if Emoli really plans to do that, I'm already inside my own body. Where would he find my soul? Gu Xiushua was somewhat puzzled. 311 fell silent for a moment. Perhaps, your disguise really dropped. But looking at him, it doesn't seem very likely. For a time, neither the system nor Gu Xiushua spoke. In the evening, Gu Xiushua caught sight of a familiar figure. It was one of Emoli's subordinates who had been with him back in the immortal realm. Yu Fuyue held a small box in his hand and walked over to sit by him. Opening the box, it revealed an array of bottles. Give me your hand. The tone of Yu Fuyue was calm, seemingly knowing that Gu Xiushua wouldn't cooperate voluntarily, thus giving him no chance to react as he immediately grabbed his hand. As he probed his physical condition, Yu Fuyue started talking. I know you as the Demon Lord may feel disgruntled now that you've been brought back by His Majesty. However, His Majesty only missed that person so much. The palace has a number of substitutes like you needn't worry. So it seems he truly values his master a great deal, to have sought out so many substitutes. Gu Xiushua said indifferently. Yu Fuyue stared at him for quite a long while, seemingly trying to discern any unusual emotions on his face. But Gu Xiushua simply didn't care about these things, so there was nothing to see. Yu Fuyue finally withdrew his hand, picked up the box and moved towards the desk to mix the contents of the bottles together. His Majesty doesn't have a good temper. Besides you, there's only one other person in the palace resembling that person, all the rest were disobedient and dealt with accordingly. You most resemble that person in both appearance and voice, but I know you're not him. After a short pause, Yu Fuyue suddenly glanced at Gu Xiuxue meaningfully and a faint smile appeared on his lips. After all, I personally witnessed his death. Chapter 24, Co-bathing. The master undresses herself. But I also said, you look a lot like him, so there's no need to worry, he won't do anything to harm you, at least not for now. Yu Fuyue walked back to Gu Xiuxue and handed her a small white jade porcelain bottle, opening a gentle smile. If anything happens in the future or if you need help, you can always come to me. As long as it's not about leaving the demon realm, I'll be able to assist you. Yu Fuyue paused briefly after saying this, winking with a somewhat helpless tone. After all, the king went through so much trouble to bring you back. If you really ran away, he would be angry. Gu Xiuxue took the little porcelain bottle and played with it, raising an eyebrow as she smiled faintly. Is that so? Then I really appreciate it. What's your name? Fuyue, Yu Fuyue. Yu Fuyue stared intently at Gu Xiuxue, his eyes unreadable. Gu Xiuxue muttered thoughtfully, the name sounds pretty good. Ho. It's just a common name. Well, your body is already mostly fine, so I'll leave first. Rest well. Yu Fuyue laughed without a care and then turned around, taking his things and walking away. Not until the door was shut did Gu Xiuxue open the little porcelain bottle, carefully observing the pill inside and sniffing it. A familiar, mild medicinal fragrance made him sigh involuntarily. To give me such precious medicine, it seems Mo Li is doing rather well in the demon realm. He is the male lead. 311 spoke up casually, think about what you should do now. Gu Xiuxue put the pill in his mouth, shrugging nonchalantly. What else can I do? In my current state, I can neither run nor should I. Of course, I'll stay here. In his heart, Gu Xiuxue was thinking about Shenxinbai. He felt both worried about Shenxinbai's condition and strangely relieved. Even though he knew how much Shenxinbai liked him and that he had to obtain life energy through intimate contact. He wasn't ready to go that far with Shenxinbai. He had been thinking about how to deal with the situation when Mo Li suddenly took him away, which spared him from having to think about it further. Alright, it seems he won't harm you in the short term. I'll rest for now, call me if something happens. 311 yawned and cut off their connection. After all, his remaining energy was limited, and saving some was better. Gu Xiuxue didn't comment on it. It was getting late, and just as he was about to rest, the door of the room opened again. This time, Mo Li entered. Upon recognizing who came in, Gu Xiuxue, who had just lain down, sat up sharply. What do you want to do? Gu Xiuxue asked, furrowing his brow, but Mo Li directly picked him up horizontally. Mo Li laughed softly and said, Master, it's time. Gu Xiuxue. Time for what? Even if they truly regarded him as a container for soul nurturing, it wouldn't be necessary to move so fast. Before he could react, Mo Li had already carried him out of the room and headed to another palace. Even though he currently had no cultivation powers, he could still feel the dense spiritual energy emanating from this place. From afar, he could see a huge hot spring in the center of the palace, steam rising, shrouding everything nearby, making it hard for Gu Xiuxue to see clearly. At the sight, Gu Xiuxue remembered this place. This was where, during the first time he helped Mo Li earn the former Demon King's favor, the Demon King arranged a new residence for Mo Li. He spent a period of time here with Mo Li. Although they moved residences, Mo Li still clung to him, shy and timid, unable to sleep unless holding on to Gu Xiuxue at night. But he recalled that there was no such hot spring here at that time. The familiar scenery evoked memories of the past, softening Gu Xiuxue's heart, making his thoughts slightly hazy, as if he were returning to the past. The only difference was that back then, it was him hugging little Mo Li, while now, it was Mo Li holding him. As Gu Xiuxue reminisced about the past, feeling nostalgic, he soon noticed his clothes being peeled off. Ha! Ha! Gu Xiuxue fell silent, watching his outer robe being tossed aside, disbelief evident in his eyes. Without hesitation, he grabbed Mo Li's wrist, stopping the action he was about to continue. Almost gritting his teeth, he asked. Mo Li. Why are you taking off my clothes? If this male lead doesn't have a romantic storyline either, then it can't possibly go the way Shenxinbai did, suddenly sprouting romantic feelings for him, right? Gu Xiuxue's mind was in total chaos at this moment, his thoughts racing rapidly. No, if Mo Li really liked someone, he would probably like his alias. Now, Gu Xiuxue was only being used as a substitute. This. Was Mo Li planning to use some sort of forcing the substitute scheme on him? Gu Xiuxue had never imagined that those scenarios from novels and scripts he'd read in the past would one day happen to him, especially not in a situation where he himself had become the substitute. What made it worse was that 311 had gone offline, leaving Gu Xiuxue without any power to resist Mo Li. As he noticed Mo Li's gaze growing increasingly profound, Gu Xiuxue felt a lump rise in his throat, panic clouding his eyes. Mo Li observed his reaction carefully but complied by stopping his movements with a light chuckle. Master. What would you have me do? Right when Gu Xiuxue's heart began tightening further, Mo Li nonchalantly withdrew his hand. Of course, I'm going to help you bathe. Why, do you plan to stay clothed while doing so? You and I are both men, surely, you're not worried about what I might do. I'm nothing like Shenxinbai who pretends all the time. Mo sneered slightly, continuing, since you seem so reluctant, just undress yourself then. With that, he stood up directly in front of Gu Xiuxue without any sense of shame, stripping off his own clothes casually. Gu Xiuxue stared blankly at Mo's figure and actions, unable to react immediately. It wasn't until much later that he snapped back into awareness, only to find that Mo had already stepped into the warm pool, his silhouette partially concealed by white steam, leaving only vague outlines visible. Gu Xiuxue awkwardly touched the tip of his nose with his fingers. Haha, maybe he overthought things. Indeed, these male leads were supposed to have no romantic connections anyway. Shen Xinbai liking him out of nowhere was already an anomaly. How could Mo possibly be interested in him? It was just his attachment to his master. After all, this boy used to cling to him so closely. Relieved, Gu Xiuxue exhaled and became more at ease, shedding his clothes and stepping into the warm pool as well. The lukewarm water reached up to his shoulders, its spiritual energy seeping through, softening his brows and eyes. His gaze flickered thoughtfully. He slowly moved toward the spot farthest away from Mo. Here, the spiritual energy was extremely abundant and pure. Although Gu Xiuxue didn't know why Mo brought him here to bathe, it was indeed a good opportunity for him to absorb some of the energy. Seizing this chance to gather strength for the future, even if it's merely enough to protect himself. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Gu Xiuxue's lips, completely unaware that Mo behind him was approaching silently. Chapter 25, Xiu Shui, I'll just rub a little, how come you? Mo did not directly approach Gu Xiuxue but stopped at a distance that was not far. He stared at Gu Xiuxue with a deep gaze, mixed with a bit of passion. Those strange emotions hidden in the depths of his heart surged up along with memories in his mind at this moment, making his breathing heavy as well. Teacher. Teacher. Mo lifted his hand but could only touch a patch of water mist. He quietly stared at the back of Gu Xiuxue, his eyelashes trembled, and the droplets formed by hot mist slid down. This made his tears unable to be held back anymore, also rolling down and disappearing into the greenhouse. Gu Xiuxue was currently focused on absorbing spirit energy, completely engrossed in his own world, completely ignoring the fiery gaze behind him. However, when the person behind him suddenly hugged his waist, he still woke up. Before he had time to react, his pale face was touched by soft lips, and the moist sensation made him somewhat dazed. Gu Xiuxue instinctively wanted to push Mo away, but who knew Mo hugged him even tighter. Teacher, don't move, let me hug you, I'll just hug you for a little while. A slightly choked voice sounded beside his ear. Gu Xiuxue's body stiffened for a moment, and in the end, he didn't push the person away. Teacher, I miss you so much. I really miss you so much. I regret so much that I didn't protect you well enough back then. Teacher, please don't leave me again, don't push me away again. This time, I will definitely protect you well, teacher. I won't let anyone hurt you again, and I won't lose you again. Gu Xiuxue was facing Mo. He couldn't see his current facial expression, but listening to those cries like those of a young beast, hearing him repeatedly recounting his longing for him. He sighed, he thought that if he left him, Mo would quickly grow up and become a qualified main character. But now it seems that even though Mo has become the Demon King, he is still trapped in the past. Gu Xiuxue moved his lips, but thinking about the fact that once this world is repaired, he will leave this world, he finally restrained the impulse to confront. He will eventually leave. Rather than letting Mo experience the pain of loss again when the time comes, he might as well find a way now to help him get out of the past. While Gu Xiuxue was pondering how to make Mo completely break free from the events of the past, he couldn't help but lament that these main characters were truly troublesome. No, at least there was one who wasn't trouble, and that person was in the mortal realm. If everything went according to plan, they wouldn't meet again before he left this world. Thinking of the other pup he raised, Gu Xiuxue felt much more consoled inside. Not knowing how much time had passed, Gu Xiuxue was indeed uncomfortable being held in such a posture and couldn't help but move his body. As soon as his hand pressed onto Mo's hand hugging his waist, wanting to twist sideways and wriggle out of his embrace, such an action inevitably led to a more intimate touch. Though Gu Xiuxue did not place too much importance on such slight touches, being this close together did make him feel a bit awkward. Moreover, since Mo was holding him tightly, to fully escape, he had to rub a bit and try moving his hands to push the person away. Suddenly, he seemed to hear the sound of someone sharply inhaling cold air, and Gu Xiuxue was pondering whether it was just his illusion. But the next moment, Mo acted as if he had touched some scalding hot object. He abruptly released Gu Xiuxue and even gave him a not too gentle shove. What happened? Gu Xiuxue was somewhat perplexed by Mo's abrupt change. Just as he turned around, Mo, who had been right behind him just moments ago, was now already on the other side of the warm pool. Don't come closer. Perhaps because he had been crying, Mo's voice was slightly hoarse and carried a hint of warning. Through the misty steam, Gu Xiuxue saw from afar that Mo's face was slightly red, and his eyes were reddish as well. After exchanging a glance with each other, Mo immediately turned around and faced his back toward him, refusing to look at him any longer. Gu Xiuxue was puzzled, but since Mo had said so, he naturally couldn't force himself to chase after him for no reason. He could only mutter under his breath. It seems Ibai was right, his temperament is truly peculiar. Unfortunately, the current energy of 311 isn't sufficient, nor did Qingyue have time to tell him what she found out. Otherwise, he truly would have wanted to know what exactly happened to Mo Li after becoming the Demon King that made him become so moody. Gu Xiaoshui thought for a moment, perhaps he could inquire about it from Yu Fuyu. However, at the moment, what's more important is to absorb more spirit energy. Since Mo Li doesn't want him to get close, he probably won't come to disturb him in the near future. This is also a good thing for him. Gu Xiaoshui tried to draw the spirit energy around him into his body and once again automatically blocked out all the sounds around him. Naturally, he didn't hear Mo Li's suppressed and restrained breathing. Nor did he see Mo Li's gaze towards him, filled with burning madness and unusual emotions. Master. Master, you are mine. Mo Li's eyes were bloodshot, repeatedly whispering softly. He had done such things before, secretly putting in recording stones while Gu Xiaoshui was bathing. But he was afraid of being discovered by Gu Xiaoshui, so he dared not place them too close, and each time, he couldn't see very clearly. Never like today, daring so much, or seeing so clearly. Mo Li's Adam's apple moved. Now that Gu Xiaoshui has no cultivation base, naturally unable to feel that just nearby, he even put many recording stones in the warm pool. These recording stones would clearly record every aspect of Gu Xiaoshui, every small action he made. Mo Li curled the corner of his lips. How could he fail to recognize his own master? This was the person he yearned for so long, the person who countless times woke up regretting that he didn't hold on. How could he fail to recognize? Recalling what Yu Fuyu said, Mo Li closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, the redness in the depths of his eyes had disappeared. He can't be in a hurry. Yu Fuyu was right. Instead of making Gu Xiaoshui worry that he's scheming against him, it's better to first find a convincing reason to placate him, this way there will be no unnecessary suspicions aroused from Gu Xiaoshui. Although he's not in a rush, after all, they have so much more time. As long as the master remembers him, remembers their past, remembers how much he loved him, cared for him. Even if he doesn't remember, it doesn't matter. Mo Li concealed the dark light in his eyes. After all, he doesn't want to continue maintaining the teacher-student relationship with Gu Xiaoshui anymore. Since the very first time he had such dreams and realized his feelings for Gu Xiaoshui, he didn't want to continue the seemingly normal teacher-student relationship. Compared to respecting his teacher and abiding by moral codes, he preferred to do things that go against those very codes. Chapter 26. What to do if locked on the bed and your pants are pulled down. Gu Xiaoshui almost forgot the time, and everything around him. It was as if he was alone in a world, enveloped in warm spiritual energy. By the end, he didn't even remember how he left. And when he had completely transformed all those energies and integrated them into himself, opening his eyes, he found himself already back in the room, lying in bed. To be precise, he was lying face down on the bed. What shocked and puzzled him was that at this moment, he was still wearing white pants on his lower body, but his upper body was only wrapped in a red gauze garment. His pale body, wrapped in a red gauze garment, appeared faintly visible with barely any obstruction effect, and his jet black hair was disheveled. If it were just that, it would have been fine, but his wrists and ankles were all tied with chains, and there was also one around his waist. These chains were different from the ones Shinshinbai had tied on him before, as they did not leave him any space for movement. Instead, they tightly bound him to the bed, forming a character shape with his whole body unable to struggle. Gu Xiaoshui bit his tongue slightly, preparing to endure the pain and use the spiritual energy he had just absorbed to break these chains when suddenly a voice with a touch of laughter came from beside his ear. It was Mo Li. Master, don't bother struggling. This is a gift I specially prepared for you. Even if you were still cultivating your powers, you couldn't break free, let alone now. Mo Li got up and walked to the bedside, lifting his hand to gently tidy Gu Xiaoshui's somewhat disheveled hair, with an unrestrained look of infatuation and madness in his eyes. You truly look magnificent like this. His slightly cool fingertips traced his face, then fell onto his neck and moved downward, outlining that delicate and eye-catching collarbone. This chain was indeed prepared especially for Gu Xiaoshui. After Gu Xiaoshui had revealed to him, in front of him, the thought of leaving the demon realm once he became the demon king. At that time, he respected Master's wishes and tricked Gu Xiaoshui, but how could he possibly let go? From that point onward, he had secretly begun preparations and arrangements for everything. He wanted to keep Gu Xiaoshui by his side forever, eternally. But he hadn't anticipated that before he managed to lock this person down, this person had already died in his arms. Even less expected was that Gu Xiaoshui had become the evil lord and no longer remembered him at all. Mo Li's eyes dimmed. Confronting those slightly crazed eyes, Gu Xiaoshui felt a slight twitch in his eyelids. He quickly lowered his gaze, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart, but still softened his tone patiently trying to persuade him. Mo Li, don't be like this. You know I am not your master. If you are merely using me as a substitute, that would be better. But I doubt your master would like to see you as you are now. And even less so would she want to see you pouring your respect and love onto a stranger. Gu Xiaoshui's Adam's apple moved as he swallowed saliva, though at this moment, he couldn't discern any sign of respect and love for the master on Mo Li's face. Respect and love. Mo Li repeated these few words several times, lost in thought about something, and then burst out laughing lightly. That is natural, I do have respect and love for my master. He deliberately emphasized the words, respect and love, prolonging his speech as if infused with some other emotions. Gu Xiushue's heart trembled slightly, the sense of foreboding becoming stronger, yet he still seriously spoke up. If that is so, then you should release me first. Don't be nervous, I said that now you are my master. As long as you properly serve as my master and obediently listen to me and stay by my side, I will treat you well. Emoli climbed onto the bed, leaning down nearly pressing himself onto Gu Xiushue and whispering in his ear. As he spoke, he casually touched, tracing patterns through the thin layer of the red gauze garment across Gu Xiushue's waist. Gu Xiushue. Ah, what does this mean by being treated well? He wanted respect and love, not pampering. Just as he was trying to struggle again, a jar of ointment suddenly appeared before his eyes. What is this? Gu Xiushue asked without thinking. But instead of words, his answer was Emoli's action. His only remaining pair of pants was pulled down by Emoli. The red gauze clothing he wore was actually a magic artifact. Though it looked thin, it did not make him feel cold. But having his pants ripped off made him extremely uneasy. Physically, he wasn't cold, but his heart felt frozen. Biting his teeth, Gu Xiushue wouldn't allow himself to lose his innocence today, would he? Master, be a good boy and don't move around. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do. Mo Li's voice emerged, deep and hoarse. Subsequently, Gu Xiushue felt Mo Li's hand slip inside the gauze garment. His fingertips, carrying ointment, began to gently apply it starting from the back of his neck. Mo Li's technique was as skillful as ever, gentle yet firm. This reminded Gu Xiushue of the past. When Mo Li had just begun making a name for himself, there were many who wanted his life. He hadn't slept properly during those days while protecting him non-stop. Later on, this young man learned such a set of massage techniques, and every time Gu Xiushue couldn't sleep, after Mo Li massaged him like this, he would always fall into a sound slumber. The familiar sensation made Gu Xiushue's eyelids heavy with drowsiness creeping in. Yuping, you said that this ointment must be applied once daily, all over the body. Knowing you wouldn't cooperate, I had no choice but to resort to some methods. Mo Li explained, though when the ointment reached Gu Xiushue's buttocks, he paused for an extra moment. With his thoughts already muddled due to drowsiness, Gu Xiushue closed his eyes, hearing the familiar voice beside him, and murmured. How do you know I wouldn't cooperate? If you'd mentioned it earlier, I could have done it myself, this isn't necessary at all. You're really... Listening to this familiar tone, Mo Li hesitated briefly in his motions, then softly replied. But I wanted to, master. I wanted to do it personally for you. Not only did he want to do everything concerning Gu Xiushue himself, but also because of a selfish desire. Those dark thoughts and crazy ideas he had once suppressed deeply could now come true one by one. He knew that if it was merely applying medicine, Gu Xiushue wouldn't refuse, but in that case, he wouldn't get to see Gu Xiushue like this. Already having absorbed enough spiritual energy, and influenced by both the medicine and Mo Li's soothing hands, Gu Xiushue drifted off to sleep almost instantly. After planting a soft kiss at the corner of his eye, Mo Li whispered. It won't be long, master. Once your soul is fully healed, you'll completely belong to me. However, after finishing the application of ointment on Gu Xiushue, Mo Li looked down with some troubled gaze, observing Gu Xiushue again. His expression grew obscure, and after pursing his lips, he undid the chains binding Gu Xiushue's wrists, holding onto his hand. Master made me wait so long, and I didn't even seek retribution. It seems you wouldn't mind if I collected some interest in return. Chapter 27, Crying. Caught running away and locked in a cage. When Gu Xiushue woke up, he felt that his hands were somewhat uncomfortable. Instinctively raising them, he belatedly realized that the chains on him had already been removed. He blinked, feeling a force still binding his waist. Lowering his gaze, he saw Mo Li's hand. Mo Li was lying next to him, hugging him tightly, his eyes slightly closed with a faint smile on his lips, as if he was having a pleasant dream. Gu Xiushue did not immediately consider why his hands felt uncomfortable. Looking at this obedient Mo Li, he instinctively wanted to lift his hand to pinch Mo Li's face. But then, thinking about Mo Li's unpredictable mood over these 2 days, he restrained the impulse rising in his heart. Master. I miss you so much. The Mo Li in the dream murmured softly and hugged him even tighter. Gu Xiushue suddenly remembered the young Mo Li, who would cling to him every time after a nightmare, asking him to hug and comfort him to sleep. It was quite similar to how Mo Li looked now. Gu Xiushue skillfully patted Mo Li's back and hummed a tune without lyrics softly. Seeing Mo Li's previously furrowed eyebrows relax, he finally let out a sigh of relief, quietly moving Mo Li's hand from his waist and placing the nearby quilt into Mo Li's arms. He turned over, got off the bed, folded his 10 fingers together, raised his arms high above his head, stretched his waist, and exercised his muscles. The spiritual energy within him had been completely absorbed and blended with his own being, combined with the wonderful sleep he enjoyed last night, making him feel exceptionally comfortable at the moment. He was still only wearing a thin layer of red gauze, which, though not cold, was definitely awkward. Glancing around the room, his gaze fell on Mo Li's clothes. After some thought, Gu Xiuxue glanced again at the sleeping Emoli on the bed, his desire to go outside growing stronger. He understood Emoli well, knowing that once coaxed to sleep, Emoli wouldn't wake up for a while. Thus, he figured that sneaking out and coming back before Emoli woke up should be no problem. After all, he had spent quite a long time in the demon realm before, never imagining he'd come back one day. Now that he had returned, he was also curious about what the current state of the demon realm was like. With his plan set, Gu Xiuxue didn't hesitate, picked up the robe that was slightly too large for him, wrapped it around himself, tidied up, and then went out. However, to his surprise, there wasn't a single guard outside the palace. Did Emoli trust him so much? Though puzzled at first, Gu Xiuxue soon reasoned it through. Given his current lack of cultivation abilities, he was just an ordinary person to them and couldn't possibly leave this place anyway. Pushing such thoughts aside, it was actually better for there to be no guards, allowing him to have a good look around. Everything was still as he remembered, almost unchanged. Gu Xiuxue navigated through it with ease, reminiscing fondly during this return to familiar grounds. He originally intended to wander aimlessly for a while before heading back, but unexpectedly, far away, he spotted Yufuyue dressed in blue robes. Beside Yufuyue stood two female demonesses. Instinctively, Gu Xiuxue turned to leave when he heard one of the demonesses speak. Fuyue Lord, the influence of the human race has grown increasingly powerful lately, taking many of our territories. However, the king hasn't appeared these past few days, and several elders are becoming discontent. Another woman also sighed and added, that's right, especially during this period concerning the 13 cities at the boundary between the demon and human realms. Many innocents have died, demanding that we provide answers and issue orders to drive out or kill demons. After our investigation, those people indeed died by the hands of beast demons, but they weren't ours. It appears that someone is deliberately trying to stir up trouble between the human and demon races. Fuyue Lord, please relay this matter to the king for prompt handling. Yufuyue thought briefly and nodded, understood. I will pass this message along to His Majesty. Tomorrow, I will accompany you for an initial check. The two women exchanged glances and slightly nodded, smiling. This is very appropriate. As the two women left, Gu Xiuxue also prepared to turn around and leave, but just as he turned, a voice came from behind him belonging to Yufuyue. It's not a good habit to eavesdrop. Why have you come out? Gu Xiuxue paused for a moment in his steps, still turning around to look at Yufuyue. Seeing his appearance, Yufuyue seemed slightly taken aback, his eyes darkening, the smile on his face fading a bit. You're still wearing the king's clothes. The king didn't come out all day yesterday, nor allowed anyone near. You two could possibly. Gu Xiuxue knew what Yufuyue was thinking about and could tell that his mood wasn't good at the moment, there was even a coldness in his tone. He felt somewhat helpless but still explained, nothing has happened between us. Is that so? Yufuyue moved closer to him, his gaze falling on the marks hidden beneath the collar, making his eyes darken even more. Yet, he quickly shifted his gaze and smiled as he spoke. How has your body been feeling these past 2 days? Have you taken the medicine I gave you? I have. It's fine. I should go back now. Just pretend you didn't see me. Gu Xiuxue nodded slightly, taking a step backward, putting some distance between himself and Yufuyue. Hold on. Yufuyue suddenly reached out, plucking a leaf from Gu Xiuxue's head, tilting his head with a mischievous smile in his eyes. I'll send you back. Anyway, I also have something to tell him. Gu Xiuxue was about to refuse when an angry voice sounded beside him. What are you two doing? Master, where do you plan to go again? Mo Li's almost gritted teeth speech reached his ears. Gu Xiuxue blinked in confusion, not reacting quickly enough to why Mo Li had woken up all of a sudden or how he tracked them down. In the next moment, he was hoisted onto Mo Li's shoulder. Gu Xiuxue. Mo Li. Put me down. Gu Xiuxue only felt dizzy, already sprawled across Mo Li's shoulder, while Mo Li tightly gripped his legs, giving him no chance to resist or escape. The sudden feeling of being carried off like this was certainly not pleasant, so Gu Xiuxue gasped for breath, trying to make Mo Li put him down. Your Majesty, please don't act this way. Yufuyue tried to reason, but Mo Li just cast a cold glance at him and without hesitation turned around, carrying Gu Xiuxue away. At the moment they passed each other, Gu Xiuxue glanced into Yufuyue's eyes. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought he saw Yufuyue smile faintly, with a hint of scheming in it. But in just that instant, Yufuyue's expression reverted to one of worry, and he even chased after them. Gu Xiuxue mentally concluded that he might have been mistaken, but soon lost interest in pondering these thoughts. He thought Mo Li would carry him back to the room, but unexpectedly, Mo Li brought him into another elegant palace. Amidst his strong resistance, Mo Li finally changed his stance, holding him in his arms, yet remaining silent throughout, his face terrifyingly cold. Now a bit more comfortable, Gu Xiuxue didn't mind being held so intimately by Mo Li. He examined the palace. This palace was not very large, but every item inside was extremely precious and exquisite. Large pearls embedded in the walls emitted a bright light, illuminating the entire palace and allowing him to clearly see everything around him. The palace was piled high with rare treasures, the floor covered with plush carpets, making walking barefoot on it incredibly comfortable. Gu Xiuxue remembered that Emoli used to have a treasure chamber, never imagining that after so many years, that small chamber had evolved into this miniature palace. Looking at those things made his eyes shine, they were all money. He truly hadn't expected Emoli to be so rich. Truly worthy of being the Demon King, truly worthy of being the main character, much wealthier than him, the antagonist Magic Lord. However, he soon couldn't maintain his smile. Emoli stopped with him in his arms, and in front of them stood a huge golden cage, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, containing several chains. This filled him with an ominous premonition, his voice trembling. Emoli, you don't. Emoli firmly held him, ignoring his struggles and resistance, taking one step after another into the golden cage, his gaze shadowy and unclear, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Master, I've said it before, I won't give you another chance to leave. Chapter 28, How many times? Let me explain, I wasn't trying to run, I just wanted to go for a walk. Do you believe me? As Gu Xiuxue watched helplessly, his wrists and ankles were once again shackled with golden chains. He felt utterly disheartened. It shouldn't be like this. Based on what he knew about Emoli, he shouldn't have woken up so quickly. And even if he did wake up, how could he catch him so fast? That was unreasonable. Emoli raised a hand to caress his face, the motion tender. The person in front of him was clearly smiling, but there wasn't a shred of warmth in his eyes. I believe you. I trust everything my master says. Listening to these familiar words, Gu Xiuxue swallowed hard, sensing that Emoli didn't truly believe him at all. Well, then. He still tried to defend himself. But Emoli wouldn't give him a chance to speak. Instead, his forefinger pressed gently against his lips, and he smiled faintly. Master, I believe that you just borrowed my clothes to go out for a walk, coincidentally found a way out, and coincidentally met Yufuyue. By the time Emoli reached the last part, his voice carried an undertone of grinding teeth, and his eyes gleamed with icy coldness. Humph, I had no idea your relationship with him was that good, so close that you almost touched each other. If I hadn't come, would you two have been hugging by now? What? Gu Xiuxue felt slightly dazed. He thought Emoli's anger stemmed from misunderstanding that he wanted to escape. But it seemed now as if it might be due to that person, Yufuyue. Blinking, Gu Xiushue's eyes reflected bewilderment and incomprehension. Why did it feel like Emoli was jealous? A sudden thought popped into his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Wait, what nonsense was he thinking about? Emoli wasn't Shinshinbai, he only regarded him as a master. How could he think such things about him? Sighing inwardly, Gu Xiuxue realized how profoundly the fact that Shinshinbai liked him had impacted him. To the point where he now struggled to see Emoli with the normal perspective of a teacher-student relationship. In the past, when Emoli acted affectionately toward him, he simply assumed it was the attachment of a child. But now, every slight sign of intimacy from Emoli made him overthink. Internally berating himself, Gu Xiuxue blamed Shinshinbai for causing him to fall into this mental trap. Little did he know, Shinshinbai was already frantically searching for him elsewhere. Pushing aside these odd thoughts and strange ideas, Gu Xiuxue drew a deep breath and tried to calm himself down before looking at Emoli. Emoli, calm down first. We aren't what you think. I really just happened to meet him. All he did was casually take a leaf off my head. I merely wanted to go out for a walk. The garment you left for me, it simply couldn't be worn outside, so I wore yours instead. Gu Xiuxue continued to rack his brain, earnestly considering how to make Emoli believe that he wasn't close to Yufuyue and had no intention of fleeing. However, what he didn't know was that Emoli had long planned to do just this, to lock his obedient disciple away in a gilded cage, keeping him hidden and untouchable by others, just like this moment right now. Looking down at Gu Xiuxue from above, Emoli saw the loose robe that fit poorly on his body, and it became very easy to glimpse inside through the wide collar. Emoli's Adam's apple moved slightly, yet considering Gu Xiushue's damaged spirit energy and lack of memory regarding their past together, he refrained from doing anything too improper. He feared pressing Gu Xiuxue too much would lead to an irretrievable outcome. The hand hanging at Emoli's side clenched tightly, he'd yearned for his disciple for so many years. Now that he'd lost him and regained him, waiting a little longer wasn't too much of an issue. Suddenly, Emoli noticed someone approaching, and his gaze grew sharp instantly. His previously relaxed expression turned cold again. Master, you stay here and wait. With these cold words, he waved his sleeves without hesitation and turned to leave. Only after he departed did Gu Xiuxue let out a relieved breath. Tugging at the chains on his wrists, he noted they weren't particularly short. Their material was the same as the ones Emoli used earlier to lock him up. This observation prompted him to mutter, "What for? I have no cultivation left anyway, and you're still using something like this to restrain me. What an overestimation." System 311. Xiao San. Hurry up and start working. I've already been locked up in this cage, don't tell me you're still sleeping. Look at this. Look at this. Say something. What should we do now? After Gu Xiushue's relentless urging, 311 finally showed up late. Seeing the current scene, his lips twitched. Gu Xiushue, what's wrong with you? Last time, I just logged out for a bit, and you ate all the medicated cakes. This time, I log out and you lock yourself in a cage. Can this be blamed on me? Gu Xiuxue recounted everything that had happened to 311 and then asked. Do you think he's really this distrustful of me? 311 remained silent for a long while before slowly speaking. Gu Xiuxue, do you think it's possible that he's actually jealous? That's impossible. That is absolutely impossible. Don't forget, he's the protagonist without romantic entanglements, he only regards me as his master. He doesn't have those kinds of feelings for me. Gu Xiuxue let out a laugh, completely dismissing 311's words. With an unconcerned wave of his hand, he said indifferently. Even if he is, right now, I'm no more than a stand-in in his eyes. How could he have inappropriate thoughts about a mere substitute? 311, it's hard to say. But I should remind you, Mo Li's corruption level is quite high now. Be careful when you talk to him. Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue's eyes instantly widened, disbelief filling his tone. No way. Are you kidding, 311? He's already the Demon King, and take a look around here. I don't believe your vision is so blind that you can't see all these treasures, magical artifacts, and elixirs. He has money, power, and beauty. And he's still corrupted. What does he want? 311. He was just trying to give a reminder, but why was Gu Xiuxue reacting so strongly? Previously, hearing about Shenxinbai's corruption hadn't stirred this kind of reaction. Now. 311 narrowed his eyes slightly. Gu Xiuxue, could it be that you've noticed his corruption but simply don't want to admit it? Struck at the heart of his thoughts, Gu Xiuxue was immediately speechless. Sitting cross-legged on the soft blanket, he crossed his arms, turned his head, and huffed softly. It's just a little. After all, Mo Li's temperament now wasn't merely a bit strange. Of course, he would harbor some doubts. But these weren't important. What mattered was, what should they do now? Can you break these chains? My energy isn't enough at the moment, but if you bathe with Mo Li a few more times, kiss him a couple of times, and store up some energy, I might be able to. Gu Xiuxue's eyes lit up a little. How many times do we need to do? 311 calculated silently, paused briefly, and spoke seriously. Based on previous energy growth, if you bathe with him another 8 or 10 times and kiss him 20 or 30 times, it should work. Or alternatively, I'll find a way to get him drunk, bring you in, and you can take advantage of the situation. Chapter 29, His pups are absolutely incapable of committing insubordination. If we engage in deeper intimacy, we will gain more energy, and when that happens, I can take you with me. We'll be able to leave the demon realm, but there won't be any major issues. At that time, we can still. Big problem indeed. Shut up. As this individual got increasingly excited, Gu Xiuxue's eyelid twitched. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he interrupted his words. He sighed, raising a hand to massage his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Was it his illusion? Why did he feel that 311 was particularly enthusiastic and agitated about getting him to have deep exchanges with the male protagonists? Gu Xiuxue pondered for a moment. No, this wasn't his illusion, 311 was just too excited. Honestly tell me, if you want me to deepen my exchanges with these male leads so much, does it benefit you somehow? Of course. It's an immense benefit. These male leads don't have romantic subplots, and their fate energies are inherently thicker than those of other protagonists. 311 didn't even think of hiding it. He cheerfully said. Gu Xiuxue, if you engage in some cozy exchanges with them, we'll be able to obtain quite a bit of energy, and you won't have to worry about insufficient life points all the time. Moreover, Mo Li seems pretty good too. If you don't like Shenxinbai, then sleeping with him could also work. 311 doesn't understand human emotions. He only knew that doing this would allow him to gain more energy and let Gu Xiuxue earn more life points. It was simply too profitable. Seeing Gu Xiuxue silent, 311 quieted down as well. When they first bonded, Gu Xiuxue had already mentioned that silence meant a subtle rejection. Since he was just a system, there was no way he could force Gu Xiuxue to do something he didn't want to. Gu Xiuxue stared at the chain on his wrist desolately. He understood the logic, but he didn't have those kinds of feelings toward them, so naturally, he couldn't do such things. Once they became closer physically, their relationship would never return to how it once was. Gu Xiuxue dared not imagine what would happen if the bug got fixed and he had to leave this world. What chaos might arise then? He sighed faintly, this is also for their own good. Alright, then I'll go rest. By the way, I found some new novels for you. You can slowly read them, there's no way you'll leave anytime soon in your current state. Gu Xiuxue noticed something extra had appeared in his consciousness. Instantly, he felt somewhat relieved and discarded his previous worries. Thankfully, 311 was still useful, so at least he wouldn't be alone and bored here. However, Gu Xiuxue looked at the novels that were excessively suggestive and fell silent again. The last time, 311 gave him some elder brother-younger brother respect type novels. This time, everything he received were stories about disobedient master-disciple relationships. After careful selection, Gu Xiuxue picked one that wasn't too extreme to pass the time. Yet, when he saw the title, Being Trapped in a Book, I Adopted a Disciple Who Then Commits Disrespect, he fell silent again. Is 311 doing this intentionally? Absolutely intentional. Humph. Indeed, he hasn't given up yet. But Gu Xiuxue truly treated those male leads like his own sons and held no such feelings toward them. Especially Emoli, who only regarded him as a master. His death back then left too deep a shadow on him, which made him become like this now. Seeing the disciple in the book, who openly cooed at their master while secretly scheming behind their backs. Gu Xiuxue sneered inwardly. His little Emoli was so obedient. The excessive behavior shown now was merely because the others thought of him as a substitute, leading to a lack of restraint before him. How could this be the same? How could it compare to the insubordinate disciples in the novel? While silently criticizing in his mind, Gu Xiuxue still finished reading those novels. Not knowing how long he waited, he finally waited for Emoli again, whose expression wasn't great. Accompanying Emoli was Yufuyue. Gu Xiuxue looked curiously at Yufuyue and noticed a layer of white cloth over his eyes. Instinctively, he asked. What happened to your eyes? Humph, hurry up and see, then get out after looking. It wasn't Yufuyue who responded, but Emoli's cold snort. Yufuyue laughed, shook his head, and knelt down by the cage after organizing some items. He then said. Please place your hand on mine. Gu Xiuxue placed his hand on Yufuyue's, but his gaze remained on Emoli. Seeing him looking at himself, Emoli instinctively straightened his body and slightly turned his head, but his peripheral vision had been observing Gu Xiuxue all along. Emoli, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Gu Xiuxue blinked, recalling how he used to interact with Emoli, and softened his tone significantly, becoming very gentle. Emoli's body stiffened for a moment. He abruptly turned his head and stared at him, a touch of surprise flickering in his eyes, and a hint of joy seeped into his voice. Master, please wait. I'll go get you something. With that, he turned around and left, and even just from his silhouette, it was evident that his mood was exceptionally good. After he walked away, Gu Xiuxue looked at Yufuyue and asked again. What happened to your eyes? Did he do this to you? Though he wasn't very familiar with Yufuyue, if Yufuyue's blindness was indeed because of him. Instantly, Gu Xiuxue felt some unease rise in his heart. But Yufuyue smiled, don't worry, my eyes are fine. It's just that the king didn't want me to see you again, yet I was genuinely concerned about your health. So, I voluntarily sealed my eyes. Don't worry, once we're outside, the seal will be lifted. Before Gu Xiuxue could let out a sigh of relief, he noticed overlapping red marks on Yufuyue's wrist peeking out from under his wide sleeve. Your wrist. It's nothing, just punishment. The king has always been like this, and I've gotten used to it. Yufuyue gave a bitter smile, lowered his eyes, and tugged at his sleeve to cover the wounds on his wrist, clearly unwilling to talk further about it. He handed over the medicine he just prepared to Gu Xiuxue. I've already told the king. He won't let you leave, but I'll come here every day to prepare medicine for you. Yufuyue paused briefly before adding earnestly. My words always carry weight. If there's anything you need, you can tell me. Gu Xiuxue hesitated as he took the medicine, frowning and resisting the urge to say. I'm not close to you, so you don't need to do these things for me. The king has a bad temper, but after bringing you back, he's become much more restrained. At least he no longer whips people without reason or slays those who disagree with him on impulse. Yufuyue smiled, so, even for the sake of the king and myself, I will treat you well. Gu Xiuxue twitched his lips. Is that so? Back when Shinshinbai was still in the celestial realm, he told Gu Xiuxue that Emoli wasn't a good person. Now, the people around Emoli were also saying similar things. All he could feel was that Emoli's character was merely odd right now. But judging from what he saw now, perhaps his fondness for that little boy who used to cling to him and coquettishly beg for attention was clouding his judgment too much. Gu Xiuxue was lost in thought. He didn't notice the fleeting gleam in Yufuyue's eyes hidden beneath the white cloth, nor the slight upward curve of his lips. Chapter 30, he wanted to take Emoli as an apprentice. Alright, it's about time. I need to leave first, otherwise when the king comes back and sees me still here, he will definitely get angry again. While Yufuyue was talking, he was packing his things. He suddenly stopped as if he had remembered something, and then looked at Gu Xiuxue hesitantly. By the way, what I said earlier. I won't tell him. After receiving Gu Xiuxue's promise, Yufuyue finally smiled. He suddenly leaned close to Gu Xiuxue and whispered in his ear. Take care of yourself. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Gu Xiuxue was originally thinking about Emoli, so he was caught completely off guard when Yufuyue suddenly came closer. Even though he reacted slowly, he didn't seem to mind. He only felt the warm breath from Yufuyue's words brushing against his ear, making his earlobes feel slightly tingly and damp, almost moist. It seemed that Yufuyue had leaned too close, and his lips accidentally touched him. Gu Xiuxue did not overthink this, after all, Yufuyue currently had a seal on his eyes and couldn't see anything, so leaning too close was natural. Take care. Yufuyue left shortly after saying these two words. Gu Xiuxue casually nodded in response but did not realize that, in the moment Yufuyue turned around, the smile disappeared from his face, replaced by indifference. Emoli returned with the food and appeared extremely satisfied that Yufuyue was no longer there. Master, please eat first. Mo Li said smiling. This obedient smile caused Gu Xiuxue to be momentarily dazed, almost thinking back to the beginning. If only ignoring the chains on his wrists and ankles. Mo Li. After eating, Gu Xiuxue originally intended to have a good talk with Mo Li. Unexpectedly, Mo Li embraced his waist and rested his head on his shoulder, whispering coquettishly. Master, call me Xiaolier. Gu Xiuxue twitched his lips, his eyes full of complex emotions. At this moment, he could hardly tell whether Mo Li considered him as a substitute, or truly recognized his identity. But if Mo Li recognized him, how could he remain calm like this, just hugging him and behaving affectionately? Gu Xiuxue lowered his eyes, suppressing the complexity in his gaze but still asked. Do you intend to keep me locked up forever? Of course. Only in this way will you not leave me, will you not abandon me again? Mo Li blinked, smiling, but there was an indiscernible gloom in his eyes. Master, you once taught me that things that belong to oneself must be firmly held onto. You said that if one is strong enough, then whatever they desire can be obtained. Look, Master, I am already strong enough now. I want you, so you can only stay by my side. As Mo Li spoke, he grabbed Gu Xiuxue's ankle, those blazing eyes intently fixed on him, and his fingers slid up along his calf. Gu Xiuxue was already trapped with nowhere to escape, and now there was no chance for him to dodge. Mo Li was almost touching his face, his breath hot against the ear. He heard Mo Li softly laughing. Don't be afraid, Master. This is because of your teachings. Every word you've said has been deeply ingrained in my heart. Xiaolier, Gu Xiuxue unconsciously blurted out, and in response, he felt a sudden sting in his neck, eliciting an involuntary groan. You're really delicious. I want to eat you right now. Mo Li savored the metallic tang between his teeth, licking his lips. He murmured faintly, struggling to suppress the madness in his eyes. But soon. Once you've recuperated, once you've regained your strength. Gu Xiuxue's eyes widened in shock. I took you as an apprentice, and yet you thought of eating me? Is this the treatment a replacement gets? Damn. Maybe hiding behind this disguise any longer isn't such a good idea. Before long, I might end up being eaten. Wait, Mo Li may be crazy now, but he's still the protagonist. Surely fate wouldn't let the main character develop a taste for eating people, right? This realization sent a shiver down Gu Xiuxue's spine. Without hesitation, he pushed Mo Li away. Caught unprepared, Mo Li was shoved backward, his back slamming into the bars of the cage with a loud thud. Mo Li let out a soft groan, looking up at Gu Xiuxue with a pout. Master, you hurt me. Gu Xiuxue's mind was chaos in this moment. The image of Mo Li pouting in his childhood intertwined in his mind with the words Mo Li had just whispered, about wanting to eat him. He moved his lips but found himself unable to utter a word. Suddenly, he remembered that although Mo Li was cute as a child, there was the white tiger bloodline inside of him. If he really did start eating people, well, it kind of made sense. Gu Xiuxue swallowed hard and immediately felt regretful. He should have stuck to the original plot and bullied Mo Li, oppressed him, tortured him mercilessly. But at the time, looking at the little kitten shivering in the cold wind, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Well, the past is the past. Now even if he regrets it, it won't change anything. Gu Xiuxue turned his head away from Mo Li, consoling himself. Moreover, considering how good he had been to Mo Li before, now Mo Li wanted to eat him, this person who was merely acting as a substitute. If he had truly tortured Mo Li and let him discover that he was still alive, who knows what kind of suffering would follow, perhaps even another death. Gu Xiuxue forced himself to console himself again, then spoke with a cold tone. I don't taste good, and if you eat me, whether it's the celestial realm or the demon realm finds out about this, it will not end well for you. Mo Li stood there stunned for a moment upon hearing Gu Xiuxue's words, unsure of what to say. In the end, he silently got up, packed up the things, and left. Gu Xiuxue fell silent after that, completely consumed by the information that Mo Li wanted to eat him. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out what had happened to the obedient child he raised that turned him into this. In the past, he'd endure beatings without retaliating, only crawling miserably into Gu Xiuxue's bed to cry and whine for affection. Now, he had actually learned to eat people. Gu Xiuxue found it hard to accept, and needed time to digest this new reality. Also, he had started to believe Shenxinbai and Yufuyue's words. This Mo Li wasn't a good person anymore, the things he did were more villainous than even Gu Xiuxue himself. Feeling bitter inside, Gu Xiuxue looked at the chains he hadn't paid attention to earlier. He suddenly felt like a bird locked here, placed here for observation but always at risk of being devoured by Mo Li at any moment. With a heavy heart, Gu Xiuxue thought silently that if things went too far, he might as well reveal his true identity. If substitutes get eaten, then maybe as the real person, he wouldn't be eaten, right? After all, he had treated Mo Li so kindly before. Chapter 31, Whose heart demon is so full of tea and gas? The more Gu Xiuxue thought about it, the less sure he felt. Mo Li's attitude towards him as this substitute now didn't seem to differ much from before. Even if he admitted his identity, Mo Li probably wouldn't let him off easily. Mo Li would only consider how best to eat him. SSS. Gu Xiuxue silently hugged his legs, curling into a ball, almost drawing in a cold breath at the thoughts in his mind. But unknown to him, Emoli was currently looking at Yufuyue with impatience, coldly asking. You said that our master's soul suffered damage, which is why those memories were lost and he became like this now. But how long will it take to restore his soul? I know our king has waited for this day for a long time, wanting to make up for the days that have been lost. Yufuyue smiled faintly, speaking unhurriedly. But we must still prioritize his health. Applying ointment every day, combined with my pills, within a month, his soul will certainly stabilize. However, your majesty might need to deal with the matters concerning the 13 cities. Someone is deliberately using demonic beasts to massacre innocents in the 13 cities, attempting to shift the blame onto our demonic race. Yufuyue paused for a moment, then opened his mouth thoughtfully. I've heard that this matter even startled the human emperor. If not handled properly, relations between the two realms may deteriorate. You go handle this matter. Emoli frowned slightly. He had just barely found Gu Xiuxue, and now he did not want to leave his side for a single moment. Yufuyue sighed lightly upon hearing his words, shaking his head and smiling. Your Majesty, you've been by his side all these days. I have been handling the affairs of the demon realm, but people are already dissatisfied. If things continue like this, I fear they will find ways to harm him. Throughout history, whichever realm it is, when a king makes a mistake, the people always first blame those close to them. As they say, beauty leads to calamity, and charm does the same. Yufuyue observed Emoli's silence and the smirk deepened in his eyes but quickly disappeared again. Moreover, that immortal master is nearly driving himself mad looking for people. If they find out you haven't handled official matters because of Gu Xiuxue, they might leak Gu Xiuxue's information to that immortal master. That will cause trouble. Recalling Shinbai, a cold look instantly appeared in Emoli's eyes. He coldly snorted and spoke through gritted teeth, does Shinbai even deserve to be with our master? How dare he treat our master as the substitute for an ordinary person? And now, he has the nerve to pretend to be deeply in love. Yufuyue subtly curled his lips before continuing calmly. So, your majesty, even if it's for the sake of Gu Xiuxue, this time you should personally deal with the issues in the 13 cities. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. I won't overstep my bounds. He can apply the ointment himself, I'll just check his physical condition daily and prepare the medication for him. If his majesty is not at ease, you can also impose several restrictions on me to prevent me from touching him. Each word spoken by Yufuyue was extremely sincere, especially those eyes that made it impossible to doubt his sincerity. Emoli looked at him coldly without expression but did not hesitate to impose restrictions on him. Naturally, he was reluctant to impose these restrictions on Gu Xiuxue, but he also didn't trust Yufuyue. This was indeed a good plan. Yufuyue, don't forget your place. Emoli warned him coldly. Yufuyue, however, just smiled warmly, speaking without concern. Of course not, I am merely the heart demon separated from you, not even qualifying as a demon, how could I forget who I am? But your majesty doesn't need to worry too much. I know you like him, but that's irrelevant to me. Your past and mine, both have nothing to do with me. Back then, there wasn't even me. I only hope the demon realm can flourish, otherwise, I wouldn't help you this much. Emoli's gaze was dark and unclear, but he still responded faintly. Just remember well. At first, I kept you so you could assist me with the demon realm's affairs. If you step over the boundary, I won't hesitate to eliminate you. I will resolve the matters of the 13 cities as soon as possible. Take good care of him these next couple of days. Emoli's eyes softened slightly only when mentioning Gu Xiuxue. With that, he turned around and left. He wanted to swiftly handle the affairs of the 13 cities so he could return and continue being by Gu Xiuxue's side. As Yufuyue watched Emoli's retreating back, a cunning gleam flickered in his eyes. The curve of his lips widened slightly as he muttered softly. Of course. I'll take good care of him, you fool. Gu Xiuxue was still thinking about how to leave this place when unexpectedly, it wasn't Emoli who reappeared but Yufuyue. He watched as Yufuyue took out a key, unlocked the cage, and then removed the chains on his body. Somewhat astonished, Gu Xiuxue spoke up. Is he really going to eat me now? Didn't he say he wanted to fatten me up a bit more? Yufuyue hesitated for just a moment with a flicker of light in his eyes, then looked up again, restoring his usual composed demeanor. There was even a hint of helplessness in his expression. You know already. Our king has something rather peculiar. Yufuyue trailed off, stopping short, and ended with a soft sigh. His expression convinced Gu Xiuxue even more that Emoli truly intended to devour him. He has certain peculiar tastes, he likes to eat people while keeping their souls intact and then reshapes their bodies, torturing them over and over again. Yufuyue bitterly chuckled, there were several substitutes for that person who met their end under such torment from him. But since he is our king, I can't stop him either, so I lied to him, telling him your soul was unstable and needed rest to recover. Gu Xiuxue's heart clenched tightly. He moved his lips, about to speak, but before he could say anything, Yufuyue continued. However, you heard earlier that there's been trouble at the boundary between the human and demon realms. King will be busy dealing with matters concerning the 13 cities for some time. So, you don't need to worry too much. He told me to look after you these next few days. Since I suspect you wouldn't want to stay here, why don't you come rest at my place for a few days? Yu Fuyue smiled warmly, speaking with an exceptionally gentle and soothing tone, lowering anyone's guard effortlessly. I can't let you escape from the demon realm, but this is all I can do for you. Gu Xiushue's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, thank you. Indeed, he did not wish to remain confined in this place forever. Yet, just as Gu Xiushue instinctively reached out to steady himself against Yu Fuyue while getting up, he noticed Yu Fuyue letting out a low groan, pain flashing across his face. Gu Xiushue's pupils tightened instantly as he quickly withdrew his hand. Looking at the sudden wound that appeared on Yu Fuyue's wrist, his own heart shuddered as well. Did he do this to you? Yu Fuyue pressed his lips together, looking away. However, his expression turned just enough for Gu Xiushue to catch the bitterness on his face. With a soft sigh, Yu Fuyue explained, our king doesn't want me touching you, so he placed multiple restrictions on me. Once I touch you, I suffer from intense pain as if scorched by fire. Yu Fuyue raised his gaze, smiling despite the tears brimming in his eyes, a look filled with nothing but misery. But it's fine. Don't blame him. I've gotten used to it. Chapter 32, Fu Yu, I'm not like you, who only feels heartache for her. How could he be like this? Gu Xiushue almost gritted her teeth, and gave Fu Yu a bitter smile. That smile was extremely forced. At first, he intended to place the restriction on you. I merely advised him against it, saying that your body couldn't endure such torment. Being the demon king, he's always had his word as law in the demon realm. Since I opposed him, he became angry, thus placing multiple restrictions. As Fu Yu continued, he sighed deeply, lowering his voice with a somewhat sulky tone. He is the king, but I am different from him. He simply wants to keep you as a substitute by his side, while I just feel sorry for you. You are originally the master of the magic realm, losing to the immortal lord is one thing, but they have no right to humiliate you like this, treating you as a replacement, disregarding your wishes and imprisoning you. Gu Xiushue, I simply feel sorry for you. Fu Yu looked at Gu Xiushue earnestly, revealing a trace of pity in his eyes. You should not have to go through all this. You deserve better. But I apologize, I cannot help you. This made Gu Xiushue momentarily stunned before falling into deep thought. SSS. Something about these words felt strange, as if something didn't add up. Though unsure, he decided to listen further. Is he truly in that much misery? For a brief moment, Gu Xiushue doubted himself but quickly discarded these thoughts. 300 billion, it's nothing more than being someone's stand-in. If it weren't for the fact that Emoli wanted to eat him, it would be even better. Fu Yu observed his reaction. Seeing Gu Xiushue silent, he smiled faintly and said. Well, let's leave here for now. For the time being, you can stay with me. When he comes back, I will return you. Alright, thank you then. Gu Xiushue nodded in agreement but inwardly began to consider the possibility of escaping during this opportunity. If worse came to worst, he could just go back to Shinshinbai anyway. After all, they were both protagonists. No matter which male lead he interacted with, he would survive. Staying here was too dangerous since Emoli would end up eating him. Emoli had some strange fetish, and Gu Xiushue definitely did not share any desire to be eaten. Glancing at Fu Yu beside him, Gu Xiushue paused in thought. Since Emoli tasked Fu Yu to watch over him, leaving now might result in Emoli punishing him again. Gu Xiushue suddenly felt somewhat disheartened. He didn't consider himself good-hearted, but he certainly could not bear the thought of an innocent person suffering because of him. Just like in the celestial realm when Qin Yu tried to help him escape, he didn't want to involve others in his troubles with the protagonist. Besides, on his own, he likely wouldn't be able to leave the demon realm easily. Even if he managed to leave, his remaining time wasn't long. It would be quite troublesome trying to find Shinshinbai within such a short period. But, what if he somehow took Fu Yu along with him? His eyes flickered with a flash of understanding, a new plan forming in his mind. When he next looked at Fu Yu, his gaze had softened noticeably, revealing a warm smile. He followed Fu Yu to his residence, yet to his surprise, Fu Yu's home turned out to be a courtyard filled with various flowers and plants. This place seemed completely out of place compared to the rest of the demon realm, it looked more like the celestial realm. No, even during the time he spent in the celestial realm, he never saw a place so rich in flora. The air carried a light floral fragrance, while the warm sunlight gently filtered through the little yard. Everything appeared unrealistically beautiful. Why do you look so surprised? Fu Yu chuckled as he asked. Gu Xiushue blinked and replied, it's really beautiful. It doesn't look like it belongs to the demon realm. I usually like tinkering with these things. They're medicinal herbs I've specifically sought out across the 6 realms. Some of them grow only in a couple of places, including here. After hearing Fu Yu's explanation, Gu Xiushue unreservedly praised. You Fu Yu, you're very skilled. Call me Yu instead. I think we should be considered friends, don't you agree? Fu Yu tilted his head slightly while looking at him, leaving Gu Xiushue momentarily speechless. However, considering his plan, he still managed to laugh and nod along. Fine, then just call me Xiushue from now on. Without hesitation, Fu Yu agreed and led him directly into the room. Only then did Gu Xiushue realize how enormous the room was. Judging by appearances, there was only one habitable room in the courtyard, and inside this room stood only one bed. So, I don't really have any friends, so I live alone. If you don't mind, we can sleep in the same bed tonight. If you do mind, I can sleep on the floor. Yu Fuyu kept smiling, even standing beside him, one could feel his exceptionally good mood. Gu Xiuxue couldn't understand why Yu Fuyu still seemed so happy when talking about sleeping on the floor. It's fine, I don't mind. Gu Xiuxue carelessly waved a hand. After all, they were both men, so there would be no issue with sharing the bed. Besides, he found the bed to be quite large, making it easy for two people to share. And more importantly, how could he possibly let Yu Fuyu, the host, give up the bed for him? As Gu Xiuxue looked at the plush, soft comforter, his eyes lit up, and he instinctively reached out to touch it. The comfortable texture brought a sigh of pleasure from within him. It had to be admitted, he really liked this bed, it was too comfortable. Yu Fuyu simply smiled without saying anything. Not until that evening, as Gu Xiuxue sat by the bed watching Yu Fuyu, did he suddenly remember something. I remember you mentioned having restrictions placed on you. My sleeping isn't always calm, and if we sleep together, we're bound to touch, perhaps I should sleep on the floor. Gu Xiuxue patted the quilt gently as he spoke. He truly didn't want to part with this cozy bed, but he couldn't allow Yu Fuyu to endure pain for his sake. Yu Fuyu paused momentarily, pressing his lips lightly before smiling again. No need for that. I've already arranged for someone to prepare another bed, it will arrive tomorrow. Anyway, I still have some things to handle tonight, so you should rest first. Gu Xiuxue thought Yu Fuyu was making excuses deliberately, but since he'd said it, he couldn't argue further and merely nodded in agreement. Have some food and rest well. Absolutely don't leave here. That celestial lord is practically going mad searching for you. If anyone else in the demon realm sees you here, they won't hesitate to seize you. With these thoughts, Gu Xiuxue nodded again. After watching Yu Fuyu leave, he approached the table and glanced at the freshly served steaming hot meals. He raised an eyebrow involuntarily. Could it be a coincidence? How come all of them were exactly what he liked to eat? Regardless, he was also hungry, so he decided to start eating. While enjoying his meal, Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but marvel, Yu Fuyu led a rather refined life. Not only did he cultivate numerous medicinal herbs, but even his room carried a pleasant floral fragrance. However, he soon realized something wasn't quite right. Chapter 33, Gu Xiushue's Drunken Allure. Gu Xiuxue shook his head, inexplicably feeling a bit overheated and thirsty. His Adam's apple rolled momentarily as he instinctively looked at the only teapot on the table. Without any hesitation, he poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down fiercely. The annoyance in his heart suddenly diminished quite a bit, and he felt much more comfortable overall. Only then did he belatedly realize that what he had just drunk was not tea, but rather wine with a faint fruity aroma. But the taste wasn't overly strong, instead, it was slightly sweet. For a moment, Gu Xiuxue didn't pay much attention to the wine in his hand. Instead, while his body hadn't yet shown any issues, he hurriedly called out to 311. Little 3. Get online quickly, check if these dishes have been drugged or not. Why did I feel so unwell just now? Hey, you're eating pretty well. You've even escaped from the small black room. I checked already, there's nothing wrong with these dishes. They're just somewhat nourishing. 311 naturally noticed that Gu Xiushue's face was flushed. He slowly explained. All around this courtyard are medicinal herbs, and the room is also infused with medicine. Moreover, these dishes are all made with medicinal herbs. You ate too much, which caused your reaction. Gu Xiuxue sighed in relief, thinking that he'd been drugged again. Last time, he just ate a plate of pastries, only to wake up somewhere else. This incident left him with lingering resentment. Now whenever he felt even slightly off, he assumed he'd been drugged. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Gu Xiuxue said casually as he poured himself 2 more cups of fruit wine. His hands paused for a moment, and he suddenly wondered why Yu Fuyu had placed the fruit wine in the teapot. But he didn't think about it further since everyone has different preferences. Besides, this fruit wine tasted pretty good, it was just a bit intoxicating. By the way, little 3, I think we can't stay here. Gu Xiuxue swirled his wine glass seriously and said, Mo Li is truly deranged. He actually wants to eat me. 311. 311, did you read the novels I gave you? I did. But you guessed wrong. The pale complexion of Gu Xiuxue became increasingly flushed, even his earlobes turned red. He doesn't like me, he just wants to eat me. Wah, it's a sin. How could I end up raising such a disciple? He even learned to eat people. Little 3, tell me honestly. Could Mo Li have always eaten people? It can't be that I corrupted him, right? Even now, Gu Xiuxue still refused to believe in this matter. 311 fell silent once more. He hesitated, unsure of what to say seeing Gu Xiuxue like this. Gu Xiuxue, I think you're drunk. Why don't you lie down on the bed for a while? No. No. I'm not drunk. I absolutely am not drunk. Gu Xiuxue responded defiantly. 311 feared that he would say something ridiculous. Just as he thought about reluctantly consuming some energy to sober Gu Xiaoshui up, he saw him quickly grab the jug of fruit wine and drink it all down. Then his whole body took on a light pink hue. His eyes were filled with a hazy glow, showing an extremely vulnerable demeanor. Gu Xiaoshui, are you okay? As 311 asked worriedly, Gu Xiaoshui directly collapsed onto the table. 311. Well, given Gu Xiaoshui's state, he probably couldn't even say 2 words. He should go rest. There's no point in wasting energy. Before going offline, 311 couldn't help but sigh, they were acquiring energy far too slowly. He truly missed the days when energy was abundant. He wondered when the world bug would be fixed. Waiting had almost made the system grow electronic mushrooms. However, he didn't know that after he logged off, the originally unconscious Gu Xiaoshui moved his fingers slightly. After a short while, he wobbled and stood up again. With a flushed face and drunken, misty eyes, he stumbled towards the bedside while murmuring softly. Cover with blanket, my stomach needs covering. Yet due to his blurred vision, he thought the bed and blanket were moving. He frowned slightly and lost his balance, tripping over his own feet and falling straight onto the bed. At this exact moment, however, the door to the room was pushed open. And Gu Xiaoshui was completely unaware. He let out a soft grunt, adjusting to a more comfortable position upon falling on the bed. He fell asleep where he had fallen, pulling a corner of the quilt to cover his stomach. When Yu Fuyue entered and saw this scene, his gaze darkened slightly. The person on the bed was sprawled out facing him, wearing the robe that Yu Fuyue had specially found for Gu Xiaoshui. It was originally his own. Now it looked thoroughly disheveled, loosely hanging from the body, with its hem lifted up, revealing 2 long legs lying apart within. The sight was strangely alluring. Yu Fuyue's breathing paused for a moment, and without hesitation, he quickly shut the door behind him. As he walked too fast, some wine even splashed onto his robes. Wrapped in a faint scent of fruit wine, he walked directly to the bedside and looked down at the flushed young man lying there. Xiaoshui. Ah Shui. Yu Fuyue called softly, with an air of tentativeness. But at the moment, Gu Xiaoshui was extremely drowsy, lost in a haze. He only faintly heard a voice near his ear. He furrowed his brows lightly, clearly dissatisfied with whatever was disturbing his sleep. Incoherently muttering something, he half-heartedly waved his hand, as if trying to shoo away the noise around him. Watching this, Yu Fuyue's eyes became unfathomably dark, carrying a hint of uncontrolled emotion. With a quiet chuckle, Yu Fuyue helped Gu Xiaoshui sit up, almost holding him fully within his embrace. If Gu Xiaoshui were still fully aware at that moment, he would have been shocked. There seemed to be no effect whatsoever on Yu Fuyue from the binding spells. Even with such intimate contact, the spells made not a single difference. Unfortunately, Gu Xiaoshui wasn't clear about anything anymore. All he could see vaguely was a white figure before his eyes, and surrounding his nose was that familiar intoxicating aroma of fruit wine. Driven by impulse, he opened his mouth and instinctively bit down. This bite landed right on Yu Fuyue's neck. Yet because of his lack of strength, it left merely a shallow mark. Gu Xiaoshui apparently thought this wasn't enough. His misty eyes fixated on Yu Fuyue as he continued grinding his teeth against that soft flesh. Yu Fuyue involuntarily drew in a sharp breath, his gaze growing darker. Even his tone gained a touch of huskiness. Gu Xiaoshui. You really know how to tempt me. Drunk as Gu Xiaoshui was, he didn't understand what Yu Fuyue said at all. But he felt something pressing against his lips, which made him uneasy. He tilted his head, unable to escape it, and then directly bit down, this time latching onto Yu Fuyue's fingertip. Chapter 34, Drunkenness, Indulgence, and Madness. A streak of blood red passed through Yu Fuyue's eyes, his dark gaze flickering. Even his face seemed to transform in an instant. That figure was clearly identical to Emoli, but at this moment, Yu Fuyue's crimson eyes gleamed with a strange light, and the aura around him was entirely different from before. He laughed softly, gently caressing Gu Xiaoshui's face, then kissing his brows and eyes. Each delicate kiss fell without the restraint that Emoli had shown, only indulgence and madness remained. Ah Shui. Ah Shui. Master. You have finally returned to my side. Yu Fuyue whispered softly, his scarlet eyes swirling with darkness. He kissed Gu Xiaoshui's lips. How absurd, it's laughable that Emoli, that useless person, still dared to seek your favor. He kissed Gu Xiaoshui's neck. Master, you belong to me, the first time we met, it was with me. He tore open Gu Xiaoshui's robe, exposing round, pale shoulders and neck. That incompetent person doesn't even know when I came into existence, why should he deserve your affection? Ugh. Gu Xiaoshue opened his eyes hazily, seeing the familiar face. But his consciousness was too clouded at this moment, he couldn't tell where or when he was, nor could he distinguish what the person before him was doing. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch Yu Fuyue's face, muttering. Shao Li. In an instant, Yu Fuyue's body stiffened, the madness in his eyes intensifying. He laughed, grabbing Gu Xiaoshue's wrist and kissing his fingertips. It's me, master, it's me, your Shao Li. Yu Fuyue's tone was gentle yet tinged with an eerie edge. His movement slowed as though savoring this coveted flavor he had longed for so long. Master, you're drunk, let me help you sweat it out. Gu Xiushue's head hurt, and his eyelids were heavy. After confirming that the person in front of him was Mo Li, all of his remaining defenses vanished. This fleeting moment of clarity caused his memory to return to the time when he cared for Mo Li. Faced with the child he had raised, he held no guard. Although he vaguely felt something was amiss, because the other party was Mo Li, he did not resist. Yu Fuyue naturally knew why Gu Xiushue would obediently let himself be manipulated at this moment. He gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with faint jealousy. Master still cares so much about that failure, yet at the beginning, it was me you saw. For countless nights, it was me who climbed into your bed, sleeping together with you and embracing in your arms. Coldness filled Yu Fuyue's tone, and envy burned fiercely within him. My esteemed master, how could you not realize there was something wrong? Mo Li thought he appeared after Gu Xiushue had passed away, but in reality, his existence began earlier. When Mo Li was bullied by others, he already existed, but he looked down on Mo Li for being a waste, unable to protect himself even slightly. So, instead of tempting Mo Li to fall into corruption, he merely waited until the opportune time to completely replace him. Before that, however, he met Gu Xiushue. On that day, it was freezing cold. He had just killed a few demons that had bullied them, but Mo Li's body was too weak and injured, reverting back to its original form as it curled up in a corner alone. He assumed Gu Xiushue had come to torment him like the others. So, when Gu Xiushue reached out to him, he clawed instinctively without hesitation. But there was no sharp pain from being shaken off, no harsh abuse followed. Instead, there was warmth, a warm embrace accompanied by a gentle sigh. Gu Xiushue picked him up and cradled him in his arms. But at the time, he was too exhausted and gradually lost consciousness, causing him to awaken later when Mo Li had once again taken control of the body. Mo Li forgot everything related to him, but he watched from the sidelines as Mo Li enjoyed the care of this person. The longer it went on, the more envious he became. Why? Mo Li was obviously nothing but trash. Why did Gu Xiushue treat him so well, taking care of him in every way and clearing obstacles for him? Yu Fuyue neither understood nor wanted to understand. All he knew was that he liked Gu Xiushue. At night, when Mo Li slept, he would take over the body and climb into Gu Xiushue's bed, holding him while they slept. Later, he would do even more extreme things, mere embraces were no longer enough. He wanted to kill Mo Li. He desired it intensely. This way, this body would be his, and the one who filled Gu Xiushue's heart and mind would also be him. That person was supposed to be his all along. But before he could make his move, he helplessly watched as Gu Xiushue died right in front of him. At that moment, he forcibly took control of the body, nearly losing his sanity as he massacred every assassin, then wreaked havoc with frenzied vengeance. It was during that time Mo Li finally sensed his presence. However, Gu Xiushue had been too kind to Mo Li, raising him well. Even at that point, he couldn't even suppress such a worthless being that he had always looked down upon. Mo Li managed to suppress him but couldn't kill him. After all, even the heart demon is still a part of the main body. If he were to die, Mo Li would certainly suffer severe damage. But Mo Li, having just ascended to the position of Demon King, couldn't afford such turmoil. So, Mo Li went through great lengths to separate him but kept him nearby. They were originally the same person, and naturally, he could assist Mo Li in handling many matters. Mo Li intended to use him. And he, on the other hand, was still seeking an opportunity to kill Mo Li and take his place. However, this time there was a variable. Yu Fuyue reined in his thoughts and fixated his infatuated gaze onto Gu Xiushue's face, unable to look away. He effortlessly untied Gu Xiushue's sash, teasingly lifting it with his fingertips and easily slipping off the outer robe and inner garment. Yu Fuyue smirked faintly, recalling Mo Li's frantic efforts in trying to find Gu Xiushue's soul back then. He didn't believe for a second that Gu Xiushue would have been completely annihilated, with his soul untraceable. What he hadn't expected was that Gu Xiushue turned out to be the Devil Lord. Still, it didn't matter to Yu Fuyue whether Gu Xiushue was the Devil Lord or the Immortal Lord. All he knew was that this person was his master, the one he had yearned for and coveted for so long. And now, this person would belong entirely to him. That useless Mo Li was likely already encountering Shinshinbai in the 13 cities. Yu Fuyue thought of his own arrangements and a flicker of coldness appeared in his eyes. Gu Xiushue only felt a chill and let out a soft groan, instinctively seeking warmth. Yu Fuyue's thoughts were instantly pulled back. He leaned down and kissed Gu Xiushue's earlobe, chuckling. Forgive me, my fault entirely. How could I think about those two fools at such a time and neglect you, my dear Ashue? His eyes grew crazier, his voice slightly hoarse. No worries, I'll warm you up soon, master, my beloved master, allow me to warm your body. Chapter 35, Soiling Susno's Beautiful Hands. Just as Yu Fuyue was about to take the final step, he suddenly felt an invisible resistance. Yu Fuyue's pupils instantly tightened, his eyes full of disbelief and unwillingness. He remained expressionless, wanting to continue, and his hand was enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, yet he found that he could no longer progress. Yu Fuyue's eyes immediately darkened, his original emotions replaced by coldness. And when he attempted to kiss Gu Susno again, that intangible force fiercely attacked him. Caught off guard, Yufuyue was struck directly, thrown back with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He chuckled softly, rose, and walked back to the bedside, carelessly wiping away the blood from the corner of his lips, which only made them appear even more vivid. Only then did he notice that on Gu Zusno's chest, a golden mark had somehow appeared. That mark, upon his approach, immediately spread across Gu Zusno's entire body. Shinshinbai, what a wicked Shinshinbai. Yufuyue gritted his teeth, cursing Shinshinbai over and over again. He couldn't have imagined that Shinshinbai would leave a mark using his own heart's blood on Gu Zusno. Ordinary intimate touches wouldn't affect this mark, however, if anyone wanted to go further than intimacy, only the one who placed the mark could achieve it. Anyone else harboring such thoughts would suffer great backlash and immediately alert the one who left the mark. Yufuyue wished nothing more than to kill Shinshinbai right now. A mark like this can either be undone willingly by the person who left it or only through their death. Otherwise, there is no way for Yufuyue to possess Gu Zusno. He thought Shinshinbai treated Gu Zusno merely as a substitute, at most using a soul lock chain. But who could have expected that Shinshinbai cared so much about a mere substitute and even used his heart's blood? Now, everything has gone poorly, resulting in losses outweighing gains. Shinshinbai must have already sensed Gu Zusno's location by now. Even if they meet Emoli in the 13 cities, it might not delay things long. Yufuyue sat on the edge of the bed, staring deeply at Gu Zusno. His mind was in chaos, pondering countermeasures. After being forcibly separated from his body by Emoli, his power was greatly diminished compared to before, but fortunately, over the years, he had recovered quite a bit through the aid of those spiritual herbs. He needs another chance to strike down Emoli with one fatal blow, so up until now, he has been concealing his strength. If he were to face off against Emoli now, they would be evenly matched. But add Shinshinbai into the mix, and that creates a predicament. There's no way he can escape unscathed with Gu Zusno in tow from these two individuals. So, Yufuyue's eyes glimmered, formulating a plan, and the corners of his lips slowly curved upwards. However, after analyzing the pros and cons and making his decision, he paused again, contemplating how to resolve the immediate issue. He lowered his gaze slightly, his eyelashes quivering, then slowly looked up again, fixing his eyes on Gu Zusno's hands. Gu Zusno's hands were white as warm jade, slender and beautiful fingers tipped with faint pink. Now, on that pale wrist, there were even faint red marks, akin to red plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Every aspect of the person before him truly captivated. The thought surfaced in Yufuyue's mind, his Adam's apple moving, tightening his grip. He wanted to soil this pair of beautiful hands. Hiss. When Gu Zusno woke up, he only felt uncomfortable all over, his head feeling somewhat drowsy. He supported himself on the bed and tried to sit up, shaking his head in an attempt to clear his mind. The air still carried the familiar scent of a mild fruit wine. Furrowing his brow, he strained to recall exactly what happened that brought him to this state. He remembered that it was because he accidentally ate too much and drank some fruit wine. Those wines tasted wonderful, he liked them very much, and then, he seemed to get drunk. Recalling the vague yet familiar face in his memory, Gu Zusno let out a helpless laugh. How foolish to be drunk. He actually thought he saw Emoli. Emoli wasn't in the demon realm anymore. Upon closer reflection, last night, the person he likely encountered was Yufuyue. As Gu Zusno considered this, he noticed that his clothes had been changed and probably washed. Thinking of the restrictions placed on Yufuyue, his heart suddenly tightened. Yufuyue. If it was really Yufuyue who helped clean and change his clothes while he was drunk last night, then Yufuyue must have suffered considerable injuries. Clutching his teeth, Gu Zusno inwardly cursed himself for drinking that wine. However, as he just turned over and got out of bed, he saw Yufuyue resting with his head on the table. Yufuyue was only wearing a white robe, making him appear especially thin and frail. Gu Zusno quickly walked over. He wanted to say something but feared disturbing Yufuyue, so his hand lingered in mid-air for a moment. Just as he prepared to withdraw his hand to fetch a blanket for Yufuyue, the figure on the table suddenly opened their eyes. Ai Shue, you're awake. Yufuyue gave him a smile, and only then did Gu Zusno notice how pale he looked, lacking the usual vitality in his complexion. Sorry. I accidentally got drunk last night, it's troubling you. Gu Zusno spoke apologetically. Given his unique status, it was likely that Yufuyue hadn't sought help from anyone else the previous night. It's no big deal. I have plenty of herbs here, and it's just a minor injury, cough, cough. Yufuyue said this lightly before starting to cough, deepening Gu Zusno's sense of guilt. Truly, compared to the punishments given by the king back then, these are nothing. Yufuyue stared at him earnestly with a faint smile. Look, there are so many medicinal herbs here, I'm already used to it. Gu Zusno moved his lips slightly, he has always been like this. Yes, ever since the king became the demon king, he's been moody and unpredictable, not even wanting to handle the affairs of the demon realm. Yufuyue sighed softly and cast his gaze downward. I consider myself lucky, with my decent abilities, I can also assist in handling some demon tribe affairs. So even though I've been with him for so long, getting punished every now and then, I haven't lost my life. Other demons aren't as fortunate as me. Gu Zusno's mood grew complicated for a moment. He didn't know what to say. He never imagined Emoli would become this way. Ai Shue, I carefully thought about it last night. Yu Fuyue suddenly raised his gaze to meet Gu Zusno's, his expression unusually determined and his tone serious. I will help you leave this place. Huh. Huh. Gu Zusno was still trying to process this. Weren't they just talking about Emoli? Why had the conversation suddenly shifted to helping him escape? Yu Fuyue stood up, looking at him with curved eyebrows and smiling gently, speaking softly. Ai Shue, you were the first person to treat me as a friend, and I want to help you too. I said it before, I feel sorry for you, for all that you've gone through. You shouldn't be suffering this way, so, I'll help you. Chapter 36, Escape, Will I Be Caught? I lied to him before, but I can't keep lying for long. I don't want you to end up like the others who suffered torment and died in disgrace. Aksu, I'll help you leave here. Yu Fuyue's tone became more resolute, which made Gu Xiuxue feel somewhat incredulous at first. Though he had originally planned to build a good relationship with Yu Fuyue and find a way to escape the demon realm together. He didn't expect that by the next morning, Yu Fuyue would take the initiative to bring up this idea. And what about you? Gu Xiuxue asked, her eyes showing more inquiry as she calmed down. Since Emoli had many substitutes around him before, even those who had endured more suffering, Yu Fuyue showed empathy for them, yet why didn't he save them and only wanted to save her? Was it because of her identity? Moreover, there was still Emoli. If you let me go, Emoli might not forgive you. It doesn't matter. Let's head to the human realm first. The human realm is full of people and easy to hide among. Moreover, according to the rules of the 6 realms, they cannot easily fight in the human realm. Yu Fuyue's eyes slightly brightened. Aksu, I can help you leave, but I hope that when you return to the demon realm, you'll take me with you. Since I helped you, I won't have a place to stay in the demon realm anymore, and Emoli will definitely try to kill me. At that time, the only one who could protect me would be you. I admit I also have my selfish reasons. No one wants to stay around a madman who likes torturing people all the time. So, I want to follow you. I trust you. Yu Fuyue's eyes shone with trust and a little dependency as he leaned closer to Gu Xiuxue. Can I trust you, Aksu? Gu Xiuxue was initially hesitant, but after hearing his straightforward disclosure of intentions, she felt rather relaxed. She didn't believe that someone they just met would help her like this. But if Yu Fuyue himself also wanted to escape from the demon realm and noticed her demon lord identity, everything seemed to make sense. After contemplating for a while, Gu Xiuxue said, all right. Still, she wondered how much longer she had left to live. Carefully calculating, probably not many days remained. Once she reached the human realm, she must contact the people from the demon realm so they could settle Yu Fuyue, and then she needed to find Shenxinbai in the immortal realm. Shenxinbai merely liked her, far better than Emoli who wanted to eat her. As for how to deal with Shenxinbai, Gu Xiuxue suppressed these thoughts, unwilling to think more about it. Yu Fuyue subtly curled his lips, and then quickly erased that trace of a smile. You rest a bit, change clothes, and I'll make the arrangements. Yu Fuyue gently spoke, turning around to give Gu Xiuxue a set of clothes. Gu Xiuxue didn't hesitate too much and directly agreed. After he turned and left, she immediately changed into the clothes. While changing, she looked at the faint red marks on her wrist and fell silent. What happened? Did she accidentally do this while drunk? Suddenly, memories of novels 311 showed her surfaced in her mind. Gu Xiuxue shuddered, shaking her head, trying to throw away those unrealistic thoughts. What was she thinking about? Emoli wasn't even in the demon realm now. She rested on Yu Fuyue's bed yesterday. How could Emoli suddenly appear to trouble her and then leave again? Gu Xiuxue laughed at such absurd thoughts and didn't ponder further. After dressing properly, she couldn't resist stepping outside to look at the herbs near the window. She wandered around the yard. Yesterday, she just had a brief glance, but today, upon closer inspection, it evoked some admiration within her. Yu Fuyue was indeed extraordinary. Some spirit herbs were exceedingly precious, impossible even to find in her demon realm. However, she hadn't heard any mention of Yu Fuyue's name in the plots transmitted to her. With such strong talent and ability, how come he wasn't the male lead? That was certainly strange. Gu Xiuxue sighed inwardly multiple times, focusing her gaze on a purple-white flower. This was a flower that nourished the soul. Recalling the charm Emoli had previously placed on her, another type of charm that could also nourish the soul, she instinctively touched her abdomen. What are you looking at, Aksu? A gentle voice came from behind. Gu Xiuxue instinctively turned around, shook her head at Yu Fuyue. It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered the charm he put on me before. Are you worried that he might use the charm to find your location? Yu Fuyue had already walked to his side, winking at him, then smiling as he spoke. Don't worry. That charm originally came from me, I can help you get rid of it. Gu Xiuxue was momentarily surprised but didn't say much, only smiling and thanking Yu Fuyue. Yu Fuyue took out a pill from his storage pouch and handed it to him. This pill will make the charm in your body sleep, so it won't be detected by him, yet it will still nourish your spirit soul. Ayu, you're truly talented. The pill dissolved in his mouth immediately. Gu Xiuxue felt a warm sensation spread through his body, and he didn't hesitate to praise him lavishly. Yufuyue's eyes flickered for a moment, then suddenly asked with a smile. Is that so? But no matter how talented I am, I'm not as good as he is. However, Aksu, who do you think is more talented between us? As he asked, Yufuyue leaned closer to Gu Xiuxiue, his eyes filled with anticipation. Although there was some distance between them, they didn't touch, yet Gu Xiuxiue could feel the warmth from his breath. Gu Xiuxiue instinctively tilted his head away slightly. Upon noticing his evasion, Yufuyue's eyes momentarily darkened, but quickly masked it, sounding somewhat dejected as he said. Everyone thinks I'm not as good as him, looks like I truly am inferior to him. It's no wonder. How could that be? Gu Xiuxiue interrupted him with a hint of exasperation, looking at him earnestly and saying. Yufuyue, you are in no way worse than him, in some aspects, you're even better. At least in terms of alchemy talent, Emoli couldn't compare to Yufuyue. After all, he had raised Emoli, and he knew this better than anyone. Thinking about this, Gu Xiuxiue paused abruptly, feeling somewhat hesitant. Did he really know Emoli? Really? Yufuyue's eyebrows curved happily, his eyes shining brightly, appearing utterly obedient. Aksu, you're such a kind person. Gu Xiuxiue almost gasped, feeling that Yufuyue was being flirtatious with him, but he had no proof. Let's go, I've made the arrangements. Put on this straw hat, and I'll take you away from here. Yufuyue shook the straw hat in his hand, which was covered with a layer of white silk. Having gotten the answer he wanted, his mood improved significantly, his tone becoming unusually light-hearted. But he didn't forget their main task either, now wasn't the time for idle chatter. He needed to take Gu Xiuxiue away from here before those two found him again. When Yufuyue turned around, his smile faded slightly, his gaze flickering. Though he looked down on Emoli, he had to admit that Emoli's current strength was indeed formidable. Facing Shinshinbai, Emoli should at least be able to delay things for a while. Just don't let him down. Chapter 37, his acting is so good, he almost fell for it. Guxiuxu nodded and placed the bamboo hat on his head. Though this hat appeared to have only one layer of gauze, he knew it was a divine magic item that could completely conceal his appearance. Guxiuxu followed Yufuyue down a nearly deserted path. Occasionally along the way, they encountered a few demon races greeting Yufuyue, who managed to deal with them quite smoothly. There was no sign of haste or panic in her demeanor, revealing nothing unusual. Guxiuxu couldn't help but admire, Yufuyue's acting was actually quite impressive. If he hadn't known they were now trying to escape from the demon realm, he would have thought Yufuyue was simply going out to handle some affairs. But observing how respectfully those demons treated Yufuyue, he guessed it was probably due to Yufuyue's high reputation among the demons. Therefore, what she said didn't raise any suspicions. Guxiuxu was pondering when Yufuyue had already led him to another road. It was a small road surrounded by withered trees and weeds, looking as if it had been untraveled for a long time. This road can also lead to the human realm, and it's safer. Yufuyue lowered her voice and said, however, there are some beast demons without awakened consciousness here, Aishue, stay close to me. Guxiuxu nodded but called frantically inside his mind for 311. System. Little 3. Hurry up and come out, help keep an eye on things, I don't want a beast to suddenly leap out and claw my back. A moment later, there was a sudden explosion sound in his mind. Guxiuxu frowned, instinctively covering his ears and shook his head. SSS. What was up with 311? The guy went online and greeted him like this right away. Shit. Guxiuxu, what did you do? Why did your life points suddenly increase by a month? 311 was shocked, it wouldn't be possible that you slept with the male lead while I was away, would it? Aside from this point, he really couldn't think of any other possibility. Guxiuxu was also taken aback and subconsciously refuted, how could that be? Not to mention I have no feelings towards them, even if there were, he'd have to be there too, last night I slept in Yufuyue's room and got drunk. Guxiuxu suddenly remembered Yufuyue's astonishing talent and strength, which made him hesitate. 311, are you sure there are only 3 male leads in this world? How about testing Yufuyue? Is he possibly a male lead? Although Guxiuxu was asking, his tone carried some anticipation. He followed behind Yufuyue, and his gaze on her back became fiery. If Yufuyue really was also a male lead, then he wouldn't need to look for Shinshinbai anymore. He could directly take this person back to the demon world, and, well, protect them properly. Having tea and meals together every day, having intimate moments, just waiting for the world bug to get fixed. Guxiuxu suddenly felt more relaxed mentally, his eyes showed more smiles, and there was a calculating light within. The Yufuyue walking ahead only sensed the intense gaze from behind and didn't know what Guxiuxu was thinking about. She faintly smiled at the corners of her lips, but she wasn't concerned about these things. What she wanted was merely for this person to focus their attention on her. And now, it was exactly as she wished. How could this be possible? There are only 3 male leads in this world. 311 nonchalantly replied, yet hesitated for a second as she looked at Yufuyue. But I can help you check, I've recovered a lot of energy now, I just need some time. Good. Guxiuxu agreed cheerfully, but soon his smile disappeared. Suddenly came a shrill roar near his ear. Yufuyue instantly stopped and frowned, speaking softly. It's a Wang Tianhou, Aishue, you move further away in a bit. As her words fell, a huge black shadow emerged from the patch of withered forest before their eyes. The Wang Tianhou stepped closer with roars shaking the ground beneath its feet. The horns on top of its head were sharp, its reddish-brown hair moved with the wind, and its pair of golden eyes were fixed straight onto them, like staring at prey. Guxiuxu looked at the Wang Tianhou in front of him, as big as a small mountain, and his thoughts raced rapidly. Wang Tianhou eat raw meat, have strong attack power, and although their fur looks soft, it's actually indestructible, regular magic items almost cannot hurt it. But he remembered that though Wang Tianhou are cruel, they usually don't attack people randomly. It seemed that they had accidentally wandered into the territory of this Wang Tianhou. As he pondered, Yufuyue already held a whip in her hand. It was a silver-white long whip with sharp reverse thorns, faintly shimmering with a cold gleam. Guxiuxu was still recalling how to deal with the Wang Tianhou. At just one glance, the whip seemed somewhat familiar to him, but he couldn't remember it for now. He recalled that where there is a Wang Tianhou, there must also be a Wangyue rabbit. Completely unlike the huge-sized Wang Tianhou, the Wangyue rabbit was small and extremely fast, looking obedient on the surface but deceptively cunning. The Wangyue rabbit would use its appearance to let people lower their guard and get close to those with high cultivation levels. Then when they were distracted, it would take a hard bite, plunging them into beautiful dreams and leaving them without resistance before turning them into food. Wang Tianhouse and Wangyue rabbits usually appeared together, never being too far apart. Compared to the highly offensive Wang Tianhou, the Wangyue rabbit was easier to catch, as the rabbit would willingly run into someone. If they caught the Wangyue rabbit, then they could use it to threaten the Wang Tianhou. Guxiuxu's eyes glinted coldly as he glanced at Yufuyue, who was already locked in combat with the Wang Tianhou. Little 3, quickly find where the Wangyue rabbit is. Behind you. 311 suddenly cried out. Guxiuxu spun around abruptly, catching sight of a white shadow lunging toward him. Instinctively reaching out, he grabbed the object which turned out to be a little rabbit no larger than his palm. His eyes darkened. After being captured, the Wangyue rabbit didn't struggle, instead staring pitifully at Guxiuxu, appearing aggrieved and pathetic, softly making sounds, attempting to win his sympathy. A smirk tugged at Guxiuxu's lips as he quickly walked to the Wang Tianhou holding up the rabbit, swinging it in front of the creature and loudly spoke. Aiyu, shall we roast this rabbit? Seeing the Wangyue rabbit, panic and concern flashed through the Wang Tianhou's eyes. Another roar burst from its throat as it instinctively pounced toward him. In the same moment, Yufuyue suspended mid-air, her gaze cold and calm. A streak of darkness flickered in her eyes as she swung her long whip. With sharp thorns, the whip coiled tightly around the neck of the Wang Tianhou, instantly freezing all its movements, radiating an alarming chill. Looking at that whip, Guxiuxu's pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered. Chapter 38, Can't Run Anymore. Gu Xiuxue stared at the long whip, a hint of disbelief flickering in his eyes, causing him to momentarily lose focus. He remembered. This whip was once a gift he gave to Emoli. He still recalled that day being Emoli's birthday. This was a gift he had specially prepared for him. However, after giving it to Emoli that night, he never saw it taken out again. Emoli was evidently extremely happy back then, saying he would hide the whip and wouldn't let anyone else see it. At the time, Gu Xiuxue just thought how childish Emoli was, but he couldn't deny feeling good about himself, since being so valued made anyone happy. But now, seeing this whip in Yufuyue's hands, Gu Xiuxue felt a complicated mix of emotions, with his thoughts becoming somewhat disordered. Meanwhile, the moon hair he held suddenly showed a gleam of light in its eyes, violently struggling free from his grip, and biting down on his wrist. Gu Xiuxue furrowed his brow, emitting a soft groan, his expression immediately turning stern. Just as he prepared to grab the moon hair who hadn't run far yet, a sword suddenly appeared at his neck. The sharp tip pressed against his throat, stopping his movement, while an anxious voice reached his ears. Axu. Yufuyue stood atop Wang Tianhou's back, tightly gripping the long whip in her hand, which was wrapped around Wang Tianhou's neck, the reverse thorns embedding into flesh. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Wang Tianhou roared painfully, splitting the skies. The moon hair also acted swiftly, leaping onto Wang Tianhou's head in an attempt to bite through the long whip. However, Yufuyue clenched her teeth, her eyes cold, as she kicked the moon hair away with one foot. An ice blade formed at her fingertip, piercing straight through the moon hair's heart. The Wang Tianhou beneath her struggled desperately, but all efforts were in vain. 2 more ice blades pierced through its eyes, leaving it powerless to struggle or resist. Yufuyue stood expressionlessly atop Wang Tianhou, tightening the bloody silver whip, until Wang Tianhou fell silent. She stood tall on its head, looking down at the man behind Gu Xiuxue, her blood-stained silver whip brimming with killing intent, as she coolly spoke. Xing Shen, let him go, and I won't hold today's actions against you. Ha ha ha, let him go. Are you joking, Yufuyue? If I let him go, will there be any way for me to survive? Xing Shen burst into laughter, his demeanor somewhat manic, as the sword in his hand slightly scratched Gu Xiuxue's neck. Yufuyue's pupils tightened abruptly, her grip on the silver whip becoming even firmer, but she still spoke calmly. You know well enough that I always keep my word. As long as you let him go, I'll definitely not hold what happened today against you. And at that moment, Gu Xiuxue, who was being held hostage, remained exceptionally calm. Younger brother, what's the deal with this Xingshan guy? It seems like he has some grudge with you Fuyue. 311 hesitated to say, don't you think he looks familiar, Gu Xiuxue? Gu Xiuxue, question mark. What? Is it another spy from decades ago? How could he not know he had sent spies to the demon realm? Gu Xiuxue silently glanced at Xingshan. Confirmed, this is absolutely not a spy he arranged. 311's lips twitched before reminding him. Xingshan's younger sister Xing Rong liked Emoli in the past but later became a sacrifice due to those people's machinations. Do you remember now? Instantly, memories surged back in Gu Xiuxue's mind, making everything clear. He remembered, she was a very cheerful little girl. Back when Emoli's elder brother tried to scheme against him, by mistake, she drank the wine that had been drugged. Also because of this incident, Emoli got rid of his elder brother, and even handed over his brother to Xingshan for disposal. It was originally an accident, but Xingshan thought all of this was Emoli's deliberate plan. He believed Emoli used Xing Rong's affection to intentionally let the little girl die on his behalf. Therefore, Xingshan had always wanted revenge. Though the little girl wasn't calculated against by Emoli, she did indeed die because of Emoli. So, Emoli didn't take Xingshan's life, but he didn't indulge him either during assassination attempts. Instead, he sent him away and stationed guards to ensure Xingshan didn't return to cause trouble. That was just a small subplot, something he didn't pay much attention to. But he never expected that so many years later, Xingshan still hadn't let go of it. Gu Xiuxue sighed inwardly, didn't expect him to remember it for so long. Hearing this, 311 nodded in agreement and responded. Yeah, how could he forget? After all, the cup of poisoned wine back then was personally delivered by him, and the poison was also personally prepared by him. TSK, it was really toxic. Gu Xiuxue, who had just been sighing, suddenly froze, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. What? You mean the one who poisoned Emoli was him? Wasn't he the person of Emoli's elder brother? If not him, then who else? 311 strangely counter-asked, didn't you know about this matter? Gu Xiuxue became momentarily speechless. During that period, he wasn't by Emoli's side, and he only heard these things from others. He indeed knew Xingshan was someone under Emoli's elder brother, but he never expected that the one who poisoned was also him. Realizing this, Gu Xiuxue's emotions grew complicated. If the one who poisoned was him, then what about the supposed revenge afterward? Xingshan's near-psychotic laughter snapped him back to reality. Ha ha ha. What a nice saying, not holding today's actions against you. Fuyue, you make it sound so good, but don't think I don't know that this person is the one Emoli hid. After laughing enough, Xingshan glanced at Gu Xiuxue, opening his mouth full of malicious amusement. But it makes sense, with looks so similar to that person, no wonder Emoli cares so much. It's a pity that he's a waste, still far inferior to that person. You say, if Emoli cares about him so much, what if I exchange his life for the Demon King position? Do you think he would agree? Xingshan said this casually, with his malevolence utterly unmasked. He had waited for this opportunity for quite some time. Since the day Gu Xiuxue was brought back by Emoli, he had been waiting for such an opportunity. Unfortunately, due to the restriction Emoli placed on him, he couldn't get close there. When his arranged informant told him that Yu Fuyue let out a completely powerless human without cultivation, he knew his chance had arrived. Hiding this person so tightly, it was absolutely unbelievable that Emoli didn't care. A hint of madness began to flicker in Xingshan's eyes, the sword in his hand pressing closer to Gu Xiuxue's neck. See. Gu Xiuxue almost drew in a sharp breath as his skin broke open, the metallic tang of blood filling his nostrils. The pain tightened a string in his mind, forcing him to frown involuntarily. Yu Fuyue stared at Xingshan and suddenly burst into laughter. Is that so? Then you've miscalculated badly. For Emoli, he is merely a double. Do you really think he would give up his Demon King position for a mere double? Chapter 39, yes, I like him. Xingshan looked at Yu Fuyue who was approaching them and his face turned cold. He took Gu Xiuxue as a hostage and stepped back 2 steps. Do you think I would believe your words? Why shouldn't I believe? After all, these years I have been by his side, I know him better than you. There have always been people around Emoli who look like that person's doubles, but in the end, they all ended up dead without a burial place. Yu Fuyue laughed, his tone casual as he took a step closer to them. He casually tossed the whip in his hand onto the corpse of Wang Tianho. Or. Actually, we can cooperate. You just want the position of the Demon King, and I can help you. Seeing him throw the whip aside, the vigilance in Xingshan's eyes lessened a little, but he still kept some distance from Yu Fuyue. He originally wanted to ask why, but then remembered Yu Fuyue's worried expression earlier. Instinctively, he glanced at Gu Xiuxue whom he was holding hostage, suddenly chuckling lightly. Ho ho. Yu Fuyue, are you also interested in him? Yu Fuyue stopped walking and looked at Gu Xiuxue. So what if I am? Xingshan, you should have noticed already, today I intend to take him away. I don't like how Emoli treats him as a substitute for that person, I'm taking him away. As Yu Fuyue spoke, his tone had become slightly colder. So we can cooperate. You want the position of the Demon King, I want Mo Li's life, but you cannot harm a Shui. Xing Shen smirked slightly, is that so? Just someone with a pretty appearance and no cultivation skills, a useless person, yet both of you care about him this much. Gu Xiuxue silently lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes quivered slightly, casting a shadow over the dimness in his eyes. But since you're proposing cooperation, let me see your sincerity. Xing Shen chuckled, dig out Wang Tianho's inner pearl and eat it, then I'll trust you. Otherwise. He did not finish his sentence but moved closer to Gu Xiuxue, the blood-dripping sword in his hand brimming with threats. After deeply glancing at him, Yu Fuyue showed no hesitation, turning toward the corpse of Wang Tianho. However, the moment he turned, Xing Shen's smile instantly vanished, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Just as Xing Shen was about to strike, Gu Xiuxue seized his fleeting relaxation, enveloping her hands with spirit energy, forcefully grabbing Xing Shen's wrist and snatching the sword from his hand. Gu Xiuxue's movement was incredibly fast. Having taken his sword, she turned around and pierced through his chest. The action was clean and decisive, without any hesitation. Ugh! In an instant, Xing Shen's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such an ordinary person without cultivation could hurt him. You. But Gu Xiuxue didn't give him time to react, kicking him down to the ground and slicing his neck with one swift motion before impaling the sword into his heart. With great strength, the sharp blade penetrated his chest and even entered the ground, pinning Xing Shen firmly to the spot. Xing Shen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his wide-open eyes revealing his regret as he desperately raised his hand to clutch at Gu Xiuxue's ankle. How could this be possible? Damn it, you've hurt me. Don't try to make excuses, stop blaming others and die in peace. Gu Xiuxue kicked Xing Shen twice more out of frustration, muttering several curses under her breath. You're the waste. Your looks mean nothing. Meanwhile, beside them, Yu Fuyue was still recovering from the shock of the scene. Of course, he had sensed Xing Shen's intention to ambush, yet he played along, simply wanting to distract Xing Shen enough to loosen his grip on Gu Xiuxue. Even so, he had prepared for the worst-case scenario, receiving an injury. But he never expected Gu Xiuxue to directly kill him. Once realizing, Yu Fuyue hurriedly rushed to Gu Xiuxue's side, pulling out ointment from his storage bag, and carefully applying it to her wound. Yu Fuyue opened his mouth apologetically, sorry, Shui, I didn't expect to meet him here, and you got injured because of me. It's fine. Gu Xiuxue said indifferently, it's not like you injured me, why are you apologizing? But come to think of it, should we dispose of his body? If left here, it would cause trouble if discovered. Gu Xiuxue asked, causing Yu Fuyue's actions to pause for a moment before refocusing his gaze on Xing Shen. His eyes darkened, a flash of ferocity crossing them quickly. But he still softly said, I'll handle it, just wait a moment. Yu Fuyue placed the ointment in Gu Xiuxue's hands, and while Gu Xiuxue continued applying it, Yu Fuyue took out a small bottle of liquid from his chest pocket. Feeling the coolness on his neck, Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of Yu Fuyue's ointment. Though his wounds were not severe, they were certainly not minor either. Yet, the moment the ointment was applied, there came a cooling sensation followed by an instant of tingling, and then all he could touch was the dried blood, the wound had completely healed. As Gu Xiuxue was about to say something, he saw Yu Fuyue drop a single droplet of the liquid. The once deathly stubborn Xing Shen instantly turned into a pool of bloody water. Oddly, there was no trace of the usual coppery stench, instead, a delicate floral aroma lingered in the air. Yu Fuyue used the same liquid to dispose of the bodies of Wang Tianho and Wang Yutu. Gu Xiuxue stared at the small bottle in Yu Fuyue's hand, his eyes glinting. This little item was indeed a perfect tool for eliminating evidence. Yu Fuyue carefully put it away, cleaned his hands with a quick spell, and returned to Gu Xiuxue's side. Finished, Shui. Let's go quickly before we run into anyone else. Without hesitation, Gu Xiuxue handed the ointment back to Yu Fuyue. Thanks, your ointment is very effective. Yu Fuyue paused for a second but then smiled faintly as he accepted it, you're welcome. With that, both turned and walked away without any more delay. Unbeknownst to them, a figure cloaked in black slowly approached the blood-soaked ground where they'd just been. Looking down with disdain, the cloaked figure muttered, what a disgrace. To be killed by someone without cultivation skills. If I had known you would be this useless, I wouldn't have let you return. But. The figure's gaze locked onto the direction where Gu Xiuxue had just departed, lips curling slightly as they whispered. Interesting indeed, that body movement, it doesn't belong to an ordinary person. Upon further thought, the cloaked figure added, a person noticed by Mo Li and favored by Yu Fuyue, how could they just be an ordinary individual? Just then, a black bird flew over and perched on the figure's fingertip. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the expression on the cloaked figure's face immediately vanished, replaced by a dark look. After a long silence, the cloaked figure expressionlessly crushed the bird in his hand, watching as it dissolved into bloody mist that dissipated in the air. Then he laughed aloud. The Demon Lord, Gu Xiuxue. Truly interesting, the Demon Lord. No wonder he was able to so easily kill off this piece of trash. If it's the Demon Lord, then I must prepare a grand gift accordingly. Chapter 40, Help. The sage has come, and even saw us. If we leave from there ahead, we will be able to enter the human realm. Yu Fuyu looked at the boundary not far away that emitted a dark blue glow, then turned her head to glance at Gu Xiaoa beside her. Once we enter the human realm, as long as we hide our presence well, they won't be able to find us in a short time. Alright. Gu Xiaoa also smiled and replied, then I will quickly contact them to come pick us up and return to the demon realm. Yu Fuyu curled her lips slightly, her gaze pausing on his neck for a moment before walking over to him, taking out a handkerchief. Seeing him approach, Gu Xiaoa instinctively wanted to avoid it. Don't move. Aren't you still under? Gu Xiaoa stopped his words midway. Wait, wasn't Yu Fuyu under a restriction placed by Emoli? Didn't they say that if someone touched her, they would suffer the excruciating pain of burning flames? So why did nothing happen when he was applying ointment to her earlier? Gu Xiaoa's hand at his side clenched quietly while Yu Fuyu also paused, calmly saying. No need to worry. Last night I prepared some medicine. As long as we aren't intimately touching, there won't be much effect. After all, during our journey, we can't possibly avoid touching each other completely, there might always be unintentional moments. In Gu Xiaoa's eyes lingered a bit of inquiry, but ultimately, he said nothing. He felt that Yu Fuyu's purpose probably wasn't this simple, yet now he had to rely on Yu Fuyu to leave the demon realm and get in touch with his people. Moreover, he didn't know Yu Fuyu's identity clearly yet. He didn't even know whether she was the main character or not. If she truly was the protagonist, then he couldn't afford to make any rash moves against her. Perhaps he'd even need to rely on her to regain vitality and continue living in this world. Gu Xiaoa soon collected his thoughts, revealing a smile filled with trust in his eyes, praising in tone. Ayu, you are really impressive. Regardless of what Yu Fuyu's true aim was, as long as it wouldn't threaten his life, he didn't mind playing dumb and going along with her. Like how he genuinely wanted to know why the silver whip he gave to Emoli appeared in Yu Fuyu's hands. Emoli cared about him so much, she absolutely would not give away such a meaningful birthday gift casually. He didn't know what happened in these years, but he dared not ask Yu Fuyu. After all, he was currently just an innocent substitute. The more one says, the more wrong one gets. Yu Fuyu smiled, so please don't move, let me help clean the blood off your neck, otherwise, if those people see it later, it could cause trouble. She spoke while never giving Gu Xiaoa any chance to react. She enveloped the handkerchief with spiritual energy, wetted it, and gently wiped the dried blood off his neck. Gu Xiaoa wasn't particularly concerned, nor did he understand why Yu Fuyu chose to do it manually when a spell would suffice. However, perhaps because the blood there had dried and become harder to remove, Yu Fuyu spent quite a while rubbing the area. When Gu Xiaoa couldn't help frowning due to the delay, she finally slowly retracted her hand. And when Gu Xiaoa noticed that Yu Fuyu hadn't thrown away the blood-stained handkerchief but kept it instead, an odd feeling stirred in his heart. He felt something was amiss. Yu Fuyu was acting suspiciously, yet he couldn't exactly pinpoint what. Gu Xiaoa suppressed that strange sensation within him. Forget it, it was most important to leave here right now. He would thoroughly investigate this matter once they returned. Let's go. As they approached that boundary, Gu Xiaoa could distinctly feel a sense of oppression. It pressed down upon him, preventing him from stepping forward even half a step. At that moment, Yu Fuyu suddenly grabbed his hand, intertwining their fingers. Taking advantage of his startled state, she directly pulled him further. Yu Fuyu walked ahead, shielding him from the oppressive force and placing him safely behind her. This boundary can only be traversed by demons. Aksu, follow closely behind me. Yu Fuyu's voice trembled slightly, as though her condition wasn't good. Gu Xiaoa's heart followed suit with a jolt and without hesitation moved quickly after her through the boundary. Phew. Finally, crossing the boundary, Gu Xiaoa exhaled a long breath, his gaze softening with a hint of laughter. Yet, that faint trace of amusement vanished instantly when he noticed Yu Fuyu's pale face. Gu Xiaoa approached worriedly, his tone carrying as he asked. How are you holding up, Ayu? Are you okay? I'm fine. Yu Fuyu shook her head and looked up at the darkening sky. Let's go first. It's getting late. If we hurry, we can reach the nearest city and find a place to rest. All right. Gu Xiaoa responded with a single word. In order to kill Xing Shen just now, he had exhausted all the spiritual energy he had absorbed before. Following that, they kept moving forward without rest, staying vigilant of their surroundings, his mind tightly strung, fearing the appearance of another Xing Shen. Now that they had finally left the demon realm, it was indeed time for them to take a proper rest. However, he didn't know that not long after he left, a white figure descended where they had been standing moments ago. Shen Xianbai stared coldly at the barrier in front of him, his gaze indifferent. He was too late again. He turned around, closed his eyes, and sensed the surrounding atmosphere. Opening his eyes once more, a streak of frostiness passed through his eyes as his gaze fell directly toward the direction they had just left, and then he started chasing after them. Aksu, someone is following us. Halfway through their journey, Yu Fuyu suddenly spoke, her tone unusually cold, yet she still smiled and asked. So can I hold you? At this pace, we'll be caught soon. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoa did not hesitate much but glanced worriedly at Yu Fuyu whose complexion still seemed somewhat pale. Are you sure your body can handle it? Is it fine? Yu Fuyu was taken aback for a moment. Though she knew Gu Xiaoa was concerned about her, this sense of being doubted wasn't something she appreciated. She pressed her lips together, then immediately picked Gu Xiaoa up horizontally and increased her speed with a light tap of her toes. Gu Xiaoa only felt the wind rushing by his ears as if he could faintly hear Yu Fuyu gritting her teeth and speaking. I'm perfectly fine, of course, I can do it. Gu Xiaoa. He had merely shown concern, yet somehow, it seemed like he had triggered some strange competitive urge within her. Gu Xiaoa wanted to comfort Yu Fuyu, telling her not to overexert herself. But upon glancing at Yu Fuyu who didn't look so well either, he swallowed his words silently. Forget it. Not every word needed to be spoken. As Gu Xiaoa thought this way, he let himself be carried by Yu Fuyu without worry. Yet, Yu Fuyu's speed was too fast, and since he no longer had any protective aura shielding him, the wind hurt his face. Instinctively, he leaned his head against Yu Fuyu's shoulder. Yu Fuyu's lips curved into a satisfied arc, further accelerating her speed. Unbeknownst to her, this entire scene was completely displayed in Shen Xianbai's mental world through the continuous tracking by Yu Dai who followed closely behind. When Shen Xianbai saw Gu Xiaoa willingly allowing the demon man to carry him and even actively wrapping his arms around the other's neck while leaning his head on his shoulder, the rage and jealousy in his eyes almost turned tangible. His hands clenched tightly into fists at his sides, veins bulging on his knuckles as he struggled to suppress his anger, grinding his teeth. Good. Brother truly excels. Chapter 41, Jealousy, locking him by her side forever. Shen Xinbai had never imagined that he had nearly gone crazy looking for Gu Xiaoxue, wishing nothing more than to turn the entire 6 realms upside down. Yet here Gu Xiaoxue was now closely associating with another man. Shen Xinbai felt as if he were truly about to go mad. A voice in his heart screamed wildly. He would take Gu Xiaoxue back, lock her up thoroughly. This time, he absolutely wouldn't be soft-hearted. He would lock this person by his side forever. Preferably, make it so she couldn't even get out of bed again, and if she ever wanted to leave, she could only rely on him carrying her, making it impossible for her to ever leave his side again. Only this way would the little liar stay obediently at his side, no longer run away, and definitely not entangle with other men. Shen Xinbai gritted his teeth, a coldness evident on his face. Originally, he wanted to eagerly chase after Gu Xiaoxue, wanted to see her. But after witnessing that scene, he slowed down instead. At this moment, countless wild thoughts flooded his mind, revealing many ways to make Gu Xiaoxue listen obediently. It was just that he was too soft-hearted. Knowing full well Gu Xiaoxue's words weren't reliable, knowing that she had been deceiving him all along, yet he remained soft. He couldn't bear using such tactics on Gu Xiaoxue. Thinking that as long as Gu Xiaoxue stayed willingly by his side, he wouldn't care about the past deception and abandonment, nor would he care about all the scheming. He simply wanted things to be good between them. But now. A cold smirk graced Shen Xinbai's lips, his eyes dark like ink as they churned ominously. He softly chuckled. Brother, I've given you your chance. On the other side, Gu Xiaoxue had just been carried into the city by Yu Fuyu. She hadn't even had the time to steady herself from his embrace when a sharp, incredulous voice erupted in her mind, 311. Holy crap. Going insane. Insanity alert. Annoyed by the noise headache brought upon her, Gu Xiaoxue helplessly responded. Who's going insane? Aren't you running out of energy? Why are you suddenly popping out now? Who else but your precious main character Shen Xinbai going off the deep end? With clenched teeth, 311 continued in disbelief. Shen Xinbai must have gone through something that triggered his transformation. His anti-hero quotient suddenly skyrocketed. After you disappeared, his blackening values were already nearing 100. Now it's completely off the charts. Taking a deep breath, 311 warned seriously, Gu Xiaoxue, I'm warning you, you should avoid meeting him. You can't go near him. I can no longer gauge how dangerous Shen Xinbai is. If you encounter him, keep far, far away. I don't know what might happen otherwise. By the end, 311's voice trembled slightly, tinged with desperation. Good heavens. Who could tell him exactly what was going on? The world being buggy despite their attempts to leave was frustrating enough. Even accepting that both protagonists fell for an antagonist didn't upset him too much. And although another character emerged possessing similar leading role luck, he still managed to adapt. But who could explain why Shen Xinbai's value as a protagonist shifted toward villainy? Is this really turning the story's main hero into an antagonist? His head hurt, his confusion grew, and he found himself unable to comprehend. Likewise burdened with complex emotions, Gu Xiaoxue appeared somewhat dazed. She also couldn't figure it out, but clearly now wasn't the time for thinking about such matters. Whether Shen Xinbai could find her or not was yet another question altogether. Yu Fuyu beside her seemed unaware of her abnormal state, merely glancing at the passers-by on the street, smiling as he spoke cheerfully. Let's go, Ah Shui. First, we'll find a place to stay, then we'll buy a few new outfits and disguise ourselves. All right. Gu Xiaoxue cleared her thoughts, nodding. Evidently, Yu Fuyu knew this area much better than she did, quickly finding an inn. Gu Xiaoxue glanced upward, observing the 3 characters, Feiyin building, above, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. The Feiyin building looked decent. As she approached, she faintly sensed a pressing atmosphere. However, there weren't many people inside. Upon taking a quick look, she discovered that those present were either non-human cultivators or elegantly dressed, wealthy individuals adorned with numerous magical artifacts. Gu Xiuxue narrowed her eyes slightly, shifting her gaze once more to Yu Fuyue. Clearly, Yu Fuyue was no stranger here, skillfully producing an engraved jade token. Upon seeing this, the shop assistant appeared notably more respectful, his smile more genuine, asking no further questions as he led them upstairs. Let's go, Shui. Yu Fuyue turned back to look at her, his face still carrying a gentle and faint smile. Gu Xiuxue nodded and followed. It wasn't until the shop assistant led them to stop in front of a room that he gave Yu Fuyue a somewhat puzzled look. Yu Fuyue was still smiling, but with a slightly helpless tone in his voice as he spoke. There is only one room left here. Would it be alright for Shui and me to squeeze together for one night? But... Gu Xiuxue opened his mouth to say something, but Yu Fuyue cut him off by speaking first. We're both men, so spending the night together isn't an issue, and it's too late to go out looking for another place anyway. The shop assistant nearby also smiled broadly and chimed in, that's right, sir. Moreover, there's no inn in Yincheng that can compare to our Feiyin building. Hearing their synchronized remarks, Gu Xiuxue ultimately didn't say anything more. As Yu Fuyue had said, they were both men. Spending just one night together indeed wasn't a big deal. He was merely concerned about the restrictions on Yu Fuyue's body. But since Yu Fuyue himself didn't seem to mind, why should he? Worst case, he could sleep on the floor. That wouldn't matter much. Thinking this, Gu Xiuxue dismissed any worries and pushed the door open. However, when he saw the arrangement inside the room, he let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that this guest room actually had 2 beds. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about those issues anymore. With a smile, Gu Xiuxue entered the room, failing to notice the slight stiffness around Yu Fuyue's lips. A flicker of indeterminate emotion crossed Yu Fuyue's eyes. He glanced at the shop assistant beside him, tossing him the jade token before speaking in a bland tone. Fetch some silver coins for me, prepare a meal, and also get some peach blossom cakes. Yes, master. The shop assistant respectfully responded and then carefully put away the jade token before turning and leaving. After issuing his instructions, Yu Fuyue finally entered the room. Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect there would be 2 beds here. This Feiyin building is truly impressive. You like it, that's good. Yu Fuyue smiled and replied, I've had them prepare some food. We'll eat later. I'll also go out to buy some clothes. I'll come with you. The outside seemed lively earlier, and I want to go take a look too. Gu Xiuxue gazed at Yu Fuyue with bright eyes, a glimmer of light reflecting in them along with a hint of anticipation. Since coming to this world, he had barely managed the demon realm, completely focused on completing his mission, devoting nearly 100 years of time solely revolving around a few protagonists. His limited time spent in the human realm was mostly during the period after faking his death in Shinbai's presence, while getting close to the 3rd male lead. Now being back in the human realm once again, without having his freedom restricted, he indeed wanted to go out and explore properly. Yu Fuyue paused momentarily but still smiled and agreed. Alright, whatever you want to do, I'll accompany you. Chapter 42, Something was off about him. Perhaps due to Yu Fuyue's overly earnest tone and the overly gentle gaze directed at him, Gu Xiuxue always felt there were some unusual emotions mixed in that look. He turned his head away somewhat uncomfortably, inexplicably recalling the words Yu Fuyue had said when Xing Shun was holding him hostage. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought, believing that Yu Fuyue's words were all for the purpose of calming Xing Shun, so he went along with it. But now... Gu Xiuxue turned around, shook his head slightly, suppressed those thoughts in his mind, yet couldn't help but sigh. My goodness. What am I even thinking about? We're both men, we don't even spend much time together. How could Yu Fuyue possibly like me? But Yu Fuyue really has been too good to me, almost excessively so. If it was just about wanting to take advantage of my demon lord identity to leave Mo Li or do something else, it wouldn't have led to such kindness. Gu Xiuxue looked out of the window, feeling melancholy in his heart. He felt that there was something wrong with him. Xiao San, suddenly, I think I'm incredibly arrogant. 311 became interested, what do you mean by that? Gu Xiuxue thought for a moment and seriously said, I now see everyone as if they like me. He thought again, no, this is definitely not my problem. I've never thought anything as crazy before. It must be because of Yu Fuyue. That guy's eyes seem loving no matter who they're on, dogs included. 311 paused for a moment, Gu Xiuxue, what if they genuinely like you? Ah, come on. If Shen Xianbai likes me, I'd believe it. Mo Li just wants my body. Facing 311's probing question, Gu Xiuxue paid no attention and responded carelessly. Yu Fuyue and I have only met a few times, and already treating me so well, probably trying to take advantage of me for something. This abrupt kindness and mysterious goodwill made him feel uneasy inside. However, he can't leave Yu Fuyue now, so he decides to proceed step by step. Soon, the server brought the food. Gu Xiuxue noticed a plate of peach blossom cakes but didn't dwell on it, commenting casually. I didn't expect that you also like peach blossom cakes. Yufuyue paused in his movements for a moment, smiling in response. Not exactly an avid fan, but I do miss the person who used to make peach blossom cakes for me. As Yufuyue continued, he hesitated, seemingly reminiscing about past events, then added with a hint of disappointment. Even though, every time, they were meant for others, and I could only occasionally get 1 or 2 pieces. Still, I liked it. Gu Xiuxue froze, lips moving, unsure what to say for a moment. He hadn't expected that a casual comment from him would bring up a painful memory for Yufuyue. It's fine, fine. I know how to make peach blossom cakes. When we get the chance, I'll make them for you. Originally intended to comfort, Gu Xiuxue almost bit his tongue after speaking these words. Ah. What nonsense am I talking about? Yufuyue said it's because of the person who makes the peach blossom cakes, not the cakes themselves. What use does it serve for me to make them if I'm not that person? Just as Gu Xiuxue was lamenting in his heart, Yufuyue tilted his lips upward, revealing a hint of pleasure in his voice. Alright, then thank you, Ashue. Huh, no problem, no need to thank. Gu Xiuxue laughed and stopped asking further questions, instead focusing on eating. After finishing the meal, Gu Xiuxue left the Feiyin Tower with Yufuyue. They first went to a clothing shop to change into a new outfit and bought several more sets of robes before continuing their stroll. Walking on the street, Gu Xiuxue couldn't resist glancing at Yufuyue a few times. Yufuyue was much taller than him, wearing clothes of a similar style and color as his own. At a glance, one might think they were the same set. Although there are cultivators and ordinary people in this city, dressed in various styles, they still attracted quite a few gazes from others. Gu Xiuxue vaguely heard 2 young girls discussing beside the road, seemingly mistaking them for partners, looking rather excited. He frowned, puzzled, but also thought there was no need to explain. Misunderstanding or not, he didn't care about other people's opinions anyway. Lost in thought, Gu Xiuxue's eyes fell upon a mask stall nearby. He stopped, picking up 2 silver-carved masks casually. But just as he picked them up, he heard Yufuyue's voice in his ear. I'll take these too. Huh. Gu Xiuxue was still a little dazed and hadn't even gotten a clear look at the patterns on the masks when Yufuyue had already paid. Let's go, there's someone selling sugar figurines over there. Yufuyue smiled warmly, with a faint trace of indulgence in his eyes. Gu Xiuxue gave a soft chuckle, glancing at Yufuyue under the lantern lights and handed one of the masks to him. Your face is too pretty, it draws attention. You should cover up. Yufuyue arched an eyebrow, but obediently put the mask on, then took the other one from Gu Xiuxue's hand and placed it on him. Gu Xiuxue felt their interaction was getting a bit overly intimate, just as he heard those 2 young girls' voices again. He thought they had passed each other by earlier, but now the 2 girls were not far off, staring directly at them. They hid behind their fans, believing themselves to be whispering quietly as they excitedly exclaimed. Ah! They are real, I said they were real. I said they definitely must be cultivation partners. Wah! His possessiveness is so strong, he won't even let others take a second glance. They're wearing the same clothes, and have to wear matching masks too, like they want everyone to know they're cultivation partners. Hee hee. Now the story notebooks are here, I'll write about this tonight. Gu Xiuxue. But upon further reflection, he suddenly felt the need for an explanation. Wait, are these 2 young girls following them? Well, let's head over there, didn't you say before that you wanted to eat? If we don't hurry, there will be more people soon. Yufuyue laughed as he spoke, also breaking Gu Xiuxue out of his thoughts. Gu Xiuxue sighed, fine, just 2 young girls after all. Just at this moment, Yufuyue casually ruffled his hair. He could feel the burning gazes from behind, and though he didn't turn around, he knew how excited the 2 girls were now. What's wrong? Gu Xiuxue frowned slightly and tilted his head to look at Yufuyue, who appeared quite innocent. Nothing, I just saw a leaf on your head. Gu Xiuxue fell silent. Why did this sound so familiar? He remembered the last time Yufuyue said this, he ended up being caught by Emoli. Now hearing these words again, a foreboding feeling instantly welled up inside him. Gu Xiuxue instinctively looked up, ensuring no one familiar was around, before letting out a slight sigh of relief. Let's go. Even though there was no one familiar in sight, Gu Xiuxue still felt uneasy in his heart. There was a distinct feeling that a pair of eyes was fixated tightly on him, observing every move they made. Moreover, Yufuyue's attitude towards him throughout the evening had been far too strange, too affectionate, too gentle. Anything that caught his gaze for more than a few moments, Yufuyue would immediately purchase, all the while making close gestures yet finding reasons to explain them away. This absolutely wasn't the attitude of a friend or someone wanting to use him for something. The conversation between the 2 young girls also lingered in his mind, unable to be shaken off. Gu Xiuxue wasn't sure if he was thinking too much or if Yufuyue indeed had some ulterior meaning. Still, his interest in continuing their stroll waned, he just wanted to buy a few things and head back. Seeing his somewhat abnormal state, Yufuyue remained silent and only asked once they returned to Feiyin Tower. What's wrong, Ashue? Are you feeling unwell? Chapter 43, Got the brother, gonna make him cry. No, I'm just a little tired. Gu Xiuxue shook her head, but Yu Fuyu smiled and took out a sachet that exuded a faint herbal fragrance. Then I'll have someone prepare some hot water for you. There are calming flowers in this. Later, soak them in water and relax. I'll go buy some things, and we'll leave tomorrow. Alright. Gu Xiuxue pinched the sachet and examined it after Yu Fuyu left. She confirmed that aside from the herbs, there were only some ordinary ones. Still uneasy, she asked 311 to check again. These indeed are calming substances, but there's a specially made herbal incense lit in the room. If you take a bath with these and inhale the aroma, it could even help restore your cultivation skills, though it might make you drowsy. 311's words made Gu Xiuxue pause, his eyes dark and ambiguous. So what does he really want to do? Gu Xiuxue muttered softly, his heart brimming with curiosity. Yu Fuyu was so adept at herbs, and the incense in the room was placed by him on purpose, it was impossible that he didn't know their effects. But did he really intend to only help restore Gu Xiuxue's cultivation? Would Yu Fuyu go to such lengths? And if so, why not tell him directly? Gu Xiuxue felt an inexplicable frustration, finding it difficult to control the situation. He had thought his relationship with Yu Fuyu was merely mutual exploitation, yet now Yu Fuyu was becoming increasingly unclear to him. He couldn't figure out what this person truly wanted. With all Yu Fuyu's kindness, his ulterior motives must be significant. He wasn't sure whether he could fulfill those desires. If he could give what was expected, then perhaps it would be manageable. If not, things could get complicated. How's the investigation of his identity going? Is he the male lead? Gu Xiuxue suddenly asked. 311 hesitated for a moment. Not yet detected, as you know, my energy is limited. But it should be soon. Judging by his luck, I think it's highly likely he's the male lead. Gu Xiuxue nodded, just as the door of the room was knocked on. It was the servant delivering the water. He stopped asking further questions and opened the door, allowing the servants to bring in the hot water. As he was about to undress, he noticed a white butterfly had flown in and was resting on the screen. Glancing at it, Gu Xiuxue continued untying his belt and taking off his robes, placing them carefully aside. Once completely disrobed, he sat in the bathtub, letting the warm water cover his shoulders while dropping the herbs into the water. The gentle herbal aroma filled the air, relaxing him visibly. His muscles loosened up, and his expression softened. Meanwhile, Shen Xinbai, who was hurrying towards here, abruptly halted his steps. Shen Xinbai's gaze turned darker. Through the feathered butterfly, he saw Gu Xiuxue behaving closely with that man. Though he couldn't hear their conversation, it was obvious their relationship wasn't simple. Feeling sour and annoyed, Shen Xinbai almost froze his breath when he caught sight of Gu Xiuxue starting to take off his robe. Promptly, Shen Xinbai lightly stepped forward, no longer pacing leisurely but rushing toward Feiyin Tower at top speed. Unaware of this, Gu Xiuxue remained deeply relaxed. Although Yu Fuyu's herbs could help break Shen Xinbai's seal and recover some cultivation abilities, most of his cultivation power had already been dissipated by himself before then. Even now, if he were to recover, it wouldn't amount to much. However, having something was better than nothing, offering at least a small ability to protect himself. Thinking of this, Gu Xiuxue yawned once more and closed his eyes. Truly exhausted, combined with the sedative effects of the herbs, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, making his consciousness hazy. In his semi-conscious state, Gu Xiuxue vaguely heard something being pushed open. He didn't give it much thought, assuming it was Yu Fuyu returning. But at this very moment, he was incredibly sleepy, his eyelids heavy. He simply had no desire to open his eyes. Thus, with a voice laced with sleepiness and a hint of lethargy, he murmured. "Ayu, help me, get to the bed." The person behind moved closer, yet Gu Xiuxue showed no reaction. Only when the slightly cool hand touched his face did he begin to faintly sense something amiss. However, Shen Xinbai paid no attention and instead turned around, his fingers grazing against Gu Xiuxue's calf and sharply grabbing his ankle. Gu Xiuxue opened his eyes, and as he looked at the person in front of him, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, along with a trace of disbelief. "Ah. Ibai." Instinctively, he tried to struggle, but Shen Xinbai's strength was far too great, giving him no chance to fight back. Clutching his ankle tightly, Shen Xinbai left no room for escape. "Brother, we haven't seen each other for so long, have you missed me?" Shen Xinbai asked with a smile, his expression appearing gentle on the surface, yet an unsettling chill lurked in his eyes. Gu Xiuxue swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving. "Ibai, let's talk reasonably. I can explain this. Can you, please let go first?" "Huh, what kind of joke is my brother telling?" Shen Xinbai laughed as if he had heard some sort of absurdity. "If I let you go, would you then embrace another man? Would you go shopping, release lanterns, eat candy, and even bathe together with someone else, right? Brother, I told you, I have plenty of ways to ensure that you can never leave my bed or escape from me." Suddenly, Shen Xinbai's tone turned icy, akin to a cold-blooded snake, carrying a chilling warning. His grip tightened even further, causing Gu Xiuxue some pain, and he couldn't help but emit a muffled groan. Ibai, don't do this." "Don't do what?" "This?" Shen Xinbai's gaze fell onto his leg, his voice turning colder. "I shouldn't have been so soft-hearted. Gu Xiushue's heart jolted sharply. He remembered Shinshinbai's words in the celestial realm about crippling his legs and recalled 311's earlier reminder about Shinshinbai's skyrocketing dark side levels. Now, seeing Shinshinbai's reaction, Gu Xiushue felt utterly helpless, on the verge of tears. It can't be. Surely, he wouldn't really cripple his legs. If it were the previous Shinshinbai, he wouldn't be as worried. But this Shinshinbai, now overwhelmed by darkness, was capable of anything. While Gu Xiushue was pondering how to pacify Shinshinbai, the pain in his ankles made it impossible for him to concentrate. Tears involuntarily streamed down his face. The drowsiness that previously enveloped him vanished instantly. His red-rimmed eyes brimming with tears looked up at Shinshinbai, a pitiful sight indeed. In the past, Shinshinbai, out of tenderness, would not bear to continue hurting him and would instead comfort him properly. But now, Shinshinbai simply smiled faintly, his other hand wiping away the tear from Gu Xiushue's eye. Caressing the slightly swollen corners of Gu Xiushue's eyes, he wore a slight smile, a glint of madness lurking beneath his gaze, as he murmured softly. Don't cry, brother. If you're this pitiable now, how will you still be crying later? Chapter 44, Su Shui cries out, Beloved, slow down. Gu Xiushue's body quivered slightly as he sensed the dangerous aura, and instinctively tilted his head to the side. However, this reaction of his was misinterpreted by Shinshinbai. Shinshinbai thought that he didn't want him to touch him, that he was avoiding him, and even repulsed by him. Shinshinbai's smile faded at the corner of his lips, his eyes darkened, and his voice deepened. Big brother, be obedient and don't struggle. Otherwise, you'll have no energy for anything else later. Gu Xiushue's eyelashes trembled, his chest rose and fell with his breathing. He did want to struggle, but he really had no strength. What on earth did Yufuyue put in those herbs? Wasn't it said that they would only make him drowsy? Why did he feel so weak now despite being conscious? Gu Xiushue indeed tried to struggle a bit. When he grabbed Shinshinbai's robe and exerted all his strength, he only managed to unbutton the collar at that moment. He immediately realized he shouldn't have struggled. Shinshinbai's eyes grew crazier as he looked at him, his desire uncontrollable beneath the gloomy swirl. Shinshinbai picked him up without hesitation, giving a glance of disdain at the clothes beside them bought by Yufuyue. Just thinking about their similar style and color made Shinshinbai's jealousy hard to suppress. He directly chanted a spell and burned those clothes to ashes. Then from his own storage bag, he took out a new robe and wrapped it around Gu Xiushue, hugging him tightly. It doesn't have to be like this, does it? Abai, why don't I just wear my clothes? Gu Xiushue asked cautiously and tentatively. He wanted to cry. If they were leaving, he could cooperate, but at least let him wear some clothes. To be carried away like this, being wrapped up, what nonsense was this? Wearing clothes is such a hassle. Later, they will need to be taken off anyway. There was a trace of pleasure in Shinshinbai's tone. Then, he kissed the corner of Gu Xiushue's lips. But right as he prepared to leave carrying Gu Xiushue, someone pushed open the door of the room. Shui, is that you? The smile disappeared from Yufuyue's face, and his eyes turned cold. He glanced at Shinshinbai, then at Gu Xiushue in his arms, sneering. Looks like even the honorable immortal lord does things like taking advantage of others. Shui, brother, he calls you so affectionately. I haven't called you like that either. The words filled with jealousy from Shinshinbai's mouth made Gu Xiushue feel somewhat headache-inducing. One Shinshinbai was enough already. Why did Yufuyue have to come back at this time? Shinshinbai, I heard there's quite a fuss going on in your celestial realm these days. Instead of dealing with that there, you sneak into the mortal realm to steal people. Truly, you have all the leisure. Yufuyue laughed, and in his hand was already holding that silver whip without anyone noticing when. He is originally my celestial spouse. We've worshipped heaven and earth together, and everyone in the 6 realms knows. Now I am simply here to bring him back. Shinshinbai's expression was cold yet justified. Gu Xiushue silently lowered his head. He almost forgot about that matter. They had actually married, though it happened on their wedding night. Before he even had a chance to think through how to deal with Shinshinbai's passionate and straightforward affection, Mo Li took him away. Gu Xiushue suddenly felt somewhat guilty, though it wasn't entirely voluntary. But he had promised he wouldn't abandon Shinshinbai and yet disappeared again on such an important day, leaving him behind once more. No wonder Shinshinbai was off the charts with darkened emotions. Gu Xiushue sighed softly, stop arguing. Abai, I'll go back with you. You, go straight to the demon realm. They'll protect you well. He clearly understood Shinshinbai's strength. If the two of them fought, Yufuyue definitely couldn't match Shinshinbai. Moreover, even though Shinshinbai seemed fully blackened, Gu Xiushue knew exactly what he was plotting for and what he intended. But as for Yufuyue, he didn't know what this person truly wanted. Xiushue. Yufuyue gripped the silver whip tightly in his hand, nearly gritting his teeth. Gu Xiushue rested his head on Shinshinbai's shoulder, not seeing the darkness lurking in Yufuyue's eyes across from him. Thank you for helping me. I will keep my promise and have the demon realm protect you. However, Abai is correct. I am his celestial spouse, and I should return with him. Gu Xiushue was really out of energy at the moment. Buried in Shinshinbai's neck, his voice was very light. But inside, his mind was screaming fiercely. Ah ah ah. Why did he feel like a cheating man, getting involved with 2 boats and ending up capsizing? But he clearly had no relationship with Yufuyue, nor did he have 2 feet in different boats. Humph. Brother really cares about him, so afraid that I would hurt him. Shinshinbai gave a light chuckle, yet his tone was cold. Yufuyue, seeing Gu Xiuxiue favoring the other, was already upset. Upon hearing this, his eyes took on a tinge of crimson. As the tension between these two became palpable, as if they were about to start fighting at any moment. Gu Xiuxiue opened his mouth helplessly. I say. If you two are really going to fight, can you at least let me put on some clothes first? Although he tried hard to ignore this strange feeling, he just couldn't shake it off. These words made both men pause for a second. And Shinshinbai and Yufuyue's gazes instinctively landed on him simultaneously. Gu Xiuxiue's dark hair was disheveled, loosely wrapped in a red robe, his eyetails slightly reddish. Water droplets soaked the robe, making it stick tightly to his body, revealing his exquisite collarbone and shoulder tinged with light pink, as well as a small patch of skin above his chest. His white legs appeared smooth and translucent, long and proportionate, but the robe only loosely covered his waist, unable to hide this pair of beautifully alluring legs. The circle of red marks around his ankle was glaringly noticeable at this moment. Gu Xiuxiue's eyelashes trembled slightly as he didn't understand why they were looking at him like this. He had no idea how pitiable he looked at this moment, or how irresistible the urge to bully him was. Even Yufuyue momentarily lost focus while staring at such a Gu Xiuxiue. His Adam's apple moved up and down, his gaze deep and dark as he took a step closer. Shinshinbai suddenly snapped back to reality, casting a cold glance at Yufuyue. Taking advantage of Yufuyue's distraction, he quickly chanted a spell to immobilize him, then carried Gu Xiuxiue and turned to leave without hesitation. In the past, he would never have let Yufuyue go so easily. But now, there was something far more important to him. Gu Xiuxiue, feeling the biting cold wind, shivered involuntarily, pressing his body closer into Shinshinbai's arms. His eye corners became even redder, pulling at Shinshinbai's clothing, his trembling voice breaking softly. Abai. Slow down. I'm cold. For a brief moment, Shinshinbai felt a flicker of tenderness, but then he remembered that Gu Xiuxiue had acted the same way toward that man and had even defended him earlier. Without giving any response, he instead quickened his pace expressionlessly. Gu Xiuxiue didn't understand why Shinshinbai seemed angrier, and he froze for a moment. Yet he was truly too cold, his current condition simply couldn't bear it anymore. Even his whole body began to feel dazed and faint. Recalling the novels that 311 had shown him, Gu Xiuxiue bit his lips. Lifting his hand, he hooked it around Shinshinbai's neck, leaning closer to his ear, and softening his voice. Dear husband, please slow down. I'm freezing. Chapter 45, Is my brother pouting or tempting me? Almost as soon as he spoke, Shinshinbai suddenly stopped. Is my brother pouting, or tempting me? Gu Xiuxiue was still a little confused and didn't hear the second half of the sentence at all. He fell into deep thought. Does this count as pouting? It probably does. He only remembered that in those novels, as long as the male lead called out like this, it would make the other person soften, and also obtain what they wanted. Like now, he wanted Shinshinbai to slow down, but Shinshinbai clearly looked angry. However, when he called out, husband, Shinshinbai stopped anyway. Although this made him feel some inexplicable shame. But who would fight against their own body? Gu Xiuxiue did not answer Shinshinbai, but instead buried his head in Shinshinbai's neck. His ears were slightly red, and even his cheeks had a faint blush. Seeing Gu Xiuxiue like this, although no answer was given, Shinshinbai's mood obviously improved a lot, and he rarely slowed down his pace. However, at the sight of the figure in front of him, he couldn't help but stop smiling. Yofuyue, originally confined by Shinshinbai, was now standing with a whip in hand blocking Shinshinbai's path. The silver-white whip shimmered with a cold gleam under the moonlight. The curve of Shinshinbai's lips gradually disappeared, and his tone carried a bit of coldness. Brother, I originally intended to let him go, but since he's offering himself up, then I will not show any mercy. Shinshinbai whispered lightly while laughing, and Yofuyue also revealed a smile upon looking at him. Respectful master need not be lenient, after all, I won't be lenient either. Gu Xiuxiue. So are they still going to have a fight? Can't they at least let him get dressed before fighting? I'm really cold, for crying out loud. Perhaps sensing the resentful gaze of Gu Xiuxiue, or perhaps Shinshinbai didn't want Yofuyue to see more. Shinshinbai did not immediately start a fight, but carefully placed Gu Xiuxiue aside, tightening the robe around his body, and leaving a kiss on his forehead. Just wait for me here, brother. After I deal with him, I'll take you back. Shinshinbai paused while saying this, leaning close to whisper threateningly in his ear. Don't think about running away, otherwise, once I catch you, I'll break your legs without hesitation. Gu Xiuxiue's Adam's apple moved, and he shrank his legs a bit. I won't run. He said seriously, though he felt like crying inside. He really wanted to run. But right now, not only does he lack spiritual powers, but he's also weak all over, both cold and exhausted. Where could he possibly run to? Shinbai was clearly very satisfied with his response. He raised his hand and cast a protective barrier, drawing a fire-controlling seal on the boundary. Upon feeling the warmth, Gu Xiushue's complexion visibly brightened somewhat, and he sighed in relief. At the moment Shinbai stood up and glanced at Yofuyue, the smile instantly vanished from his face, leaving behind only coldness and an intent to kill. Seeing Shinbai kissing Gu Xiushue, Yofuyue looked uneasy, yet he also refrained from attacking due to fear of accidentally hurting Gu Xiushue. As soon as he noticed the boundary set, his patience snapped, and the thorn-covered whip was swiftly swung toward Shinbai without any hesitation. Shinbai dodged with a flash, flipping his wrist to summon his sword. The sword was entirely snow-white with engraved patterns, encased with flowing spiritual energy. Gu Xiushue immediately recognized the sword. It was a gift he once gave to Shinbai. Instantly, a sense of guilt washed over him. Not because of anything else, but the silver whip in Yofuyue's hand, the sword in Shinbai's hand, and the qin, Chinese musical instrument, he gave as a gift to the third male lead, were all forged from the same piece of cold ice mystical iron. It was the 10,000-year-old cold ice mystical iron from the demon realm. Initially, he used that iron to forge the silver whip for Molly, who loved it greatly. Then later, during the birthday gifts for the other two male leads, he naturally thought of using that piece of mystical iron again. Now watching the two figures not far off, wielding weapons forged from the same mystical iron and clashing against each other. Gu Xiushue's mood became oddly complex, unwilling to look further. Just as he had said, he knew how strong Shinbai was, and Yofuyue simply wouldn't be his match. The outcome was certain without doubt. But given Yofuyue's ability, self-preservation wasn't an issue, so he wasn't overly worried. All he hoped for was that they would end quickly, so he could somehow pacify Shinbai. Gu Xiushue was well aware that according to the current situation, there was no escaping Shinbai, and he would inevitably be taken away. But Shinbai's degree of corruption was extremely high, and he wanted to break his legs, which meant, if he gets taken back. Gu Xiushue didn't dare to imagine what was waiting for him, and he cast his eyes down in thought, pondering how to pacify Shinbai. Suddenly, a voice of 311 echoed in his mind. "Hey, it's quite lively here tonight." Why are you online?" Suppressing his thoughts, Gu Xiushue heard 311 explain with an "oh." "Just reminding you, Yofuyue is indeed the male lead. According to the detection, he and Molly should be the same person, though I don't know why this has happened." Even though Gu Xiushue had already guessed Yofuyue's identity, he was still momentarily stunned upon hearing 311's words. He had thought that Yofuyue might be the male lead they missed, but he never expected that Yofuyue and Molly were actually the same person. Gu Xiushue opened his mouth, feeling his emotions reaching an extreme complexity at once, not knowing what to say. This sudden piece of news threw his mind into total chaos. Molly's and Yofuyue's faces, their words, and actions all flashed in his mind. If they really were one person, then those things that Yofuyue did and said to him. Was it because he didn't know his identity, or deliberately done? A glimmer of dark light flickered in Gu Xiushue's eyes, and he felt it more like the latter. After all, Yofuyue's kindness to him was simply excessive, coupled with the details of their recent interactions, as well as the silver whip. It was hard for him to believe that Yofuyue was completely unaware of his identity. But since they were the same person, why did Yofuyue always speak ill of Molly in front of him? What exactly happened during those years when he wasn't in the demon realm? Gu Xiushue's emotions were complex. He wanted very much to know what happened after his departure. He vaguely felt that the bug which forced him to stay in this world might have something to do with these matters. After all, in the plots he had received, Molly had never split into two, nor was there a presence like Yofuyue. Little 3, do you think there's a possibility that your energy could still be enough to investigate what happened to Molly over these years? Gu Xiushue blinked. For such a secretive matter, even if he asked others to investigate, they probably wouldn't be able to find out anything, only 311 could uncover it. Nope, don't ask me, I don't have that much energy, and hurry up and save him. 311 decisively refused, and then urgently reminded. Yofuyue's identity has been confirmed as the male lead. If he really dies at the hands of Shinbai, this world will collapse entirely. Gu Xiushue hesitated, just wanting to say something, when he saw a wounded Yofuyue fall before him. Yofuyue groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking wretched, with his robes torn apart and his injuries shocking to see. His face was paler than ever. The long whip was still tightly held in his hand, also stained with blood. Gu Xiushue's pupils suddenly tightened, and without thinking, he reached out to support him. Ayu. Chapter 46, Exchange cups of wine, slip medicine in front of everyone to make up for the wedding night. Ayue, how are you? Gu Xiushue was indeed panicked. Although the male protagonist had a protagonist's halo and wouldn't die. But Shinbai was also the male protagonist. If Shinbai made a move, Yofuyue could indeed possibly die. If the male protagonist killed another male protagonist, he would not only be unable to return to his world to get that 30 billion, but this entire world would completely collapse, and no one would survive. Just as Shinbai held a sword in his hand and approached them with a cold face, Gu Xiushue became even more panicked, fearing that Shinbai might kill someone at any moment. 311. Quickly open this boundary for me. 311 paid no attention to other matters, directly breaking the boundary. He watched Gu Xiuxue support Yu Fuyue and half embrace him in his arms. Does my brother care about him so much? Shen Xinbai had already stopped in front of them. A sharp sword in his hand pointed straight at Yu Fuyue's eyebrows. The tip of the sword dripped with blood, and the deep eyes faintly reflected madness and some pain. You actually care about him this much, so, is it because of him that you don't want me anymore? While listening to 311 saying Shen Xinbai's darkening value was still rising crazily, Gu Xiuxue looked at Yu Fuyue who was covered in blood, as if he would lose his life in the next moment. He only felt mentally exhausted. What was all this nonsense? Why couldn't he directly reveal the truth to the main characters of this world? Why couldn't he tell them their identities right away? AI Bai, please listen to me. You must not kill him. As long as you don't kill him, I will do anything you want. I swear I will never leave you again. Gu Xiuxue bit his lips. With his current strength, there was no way he could rescue the person from Shen Xinbai's hands, so he could only find a way to make Shen Xinbai let Yu Fuyue go. AI Shui. Yu Fuyue's voice was weak, but he still grasped Gu Xiuxue's hand, slightly lowering his gaze and opening his mouth with guilt. I'm sorry. I clearly said I would protect you. Gu Xiuxue's thin lips parted as he then heard Shen Xinbai speak with a cold laugh. Brother, you are actually pleading with me for him? For someone like him, you're bowing down and begging me? Gu Xiuxue wasn't sure if it was his illusion or not, but every time Shen Xinbai spoke these words, the cold tone contained a hint of disbelief. In the past, he indeed hadn't pleaded or begged anyone. But now, with regard to this world, concerning their lives, and also involving his 30 billion. Gu Xiuxue raised his eyes to look at Shen Xinbai. Yes, I'm begging you, AI Bai. Please forgive him. Shen Xinbai's eyes locked onto him intently, tightly gripping the sword in his hand, veins protruding on the back of his hand, evidently trying hard to endure something. This scene reminded him so much of that day when he almost mistakenly killed Gu Xiuxue. But that day, Gu Xiuxue hadn't even spoken a single word of plea. Now he was actually asking for forgiveness for someone else. Shen Xinbai felt as though those sword injuries that had fallen upon Yu Fuyue just moments ago were now all cutting into his own heart, raw and bloody, painful and excruciating. Ah Shui, don't beg him. Yu Fuyue, leaning against Gu Xiuxue's chest, spoke softly, his voice extremely feeble. Yet unseen by Gu Xiuxue, a mocking smile curled on his lips directed at Shen Xinbai. Shen Xinbai's gaze turned cold. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword straight into Yu Fuyue's chest. However, just the next moment, the sword was frozen, unable to move an inch further. Gu Xiuxue's hand clutched Shen Xinbai's sword, blood streaming from his palm and mixing with the blood on the blade, making the metallic smell of blood in the air even heavier. In a soft tone, he said, let him go, otherwise, kill me. Because anyway, if Yu Fuyue dies, he won't survive either. In the end, everyone will perish. So, better to die first. Gu Xiuxue thought silently as he glanced once at the sword in Shen Xinbai's hand, suddenly realizing this could work. Shen Xinbai's body wavered slightly, his breathing becoming heavy and disordered. His eyes faintly gleamed with a touch of crimson red, filled with shock. Gu Xiuxue. Shen Xinbai growled through gritted teeth, is it true that you care about him so much? Is it really that you love him this much? He ultimately retracted his sword, emotionless face holding Gu Xiuxue's wrist as he pulled him up, speaking with a cold tone. Fine, I'll let him go. Shen Xinbai gave a cold glance at the unconscious Yu Fuyue before unhesitatingly leaving while carrying Gu Xiuxue. At first stunned, Gu Xiuxue subsequently breathed a sigh of relief. It was enough that Yu Fuyue's life was saved. But as he gazed at Shen Xinbai's present appearance, he suddenly felt that things seemed to have gone a bit too far earlier. Gu Xiuxue was brought back to the immortal realm once again. Everything before his eyes felt so familiar, as if it were the bridal chamber he had been taken away from before. Inside, the red silk and gauze curtains still hung, while the dragon phoenix candles had been replaced with new ones but continued to burn on. For a moment, Gu Xiuxue was dazed, almost thinking he'd gone back to that day. The next instant, Shen Xinbai threw him directly onto the bed. AI Bai, my husband, listen to me, Gu Xiuxue hadn't finished speaking when Shen Xinbai's cool fingertips already touched his lips, cutting off his words. Unlike his earlier wild behavior, Shen Xinbai appeared calm now, even smiling faintly. But the calmer he seemed, the more anxious Gu Xiuxue became inside. Brother, I don't want to hear any other man's name from you. Shen Xinbai smirked carelessly, yet no emotions flickered in his eyes. Seeing Gu Xiuxue quiet down, he turned away briefly, returning with a pot of wine. Bewildered, Gu Xiuxue watched Shen Xinbai place the wine on a small table beside the bed and said leisurely. On that day, brother left in such a hurry during our wedding that we didn't even get a chance to drink the exchange cups of wine. If you said you'd do anything for me as long as I let him go, drinking a cup of wine and making up for our wedding night isn't too much to ask, right? Though Gu Xiuxue felt something wasn't right, he nodded anyway. Then, Shen Xinbai took out a packet of powder and smiled while explaining. Huan-san, an aphrodisiac. It's something I specially found in the demon realm. Brother should know about it, right? Speaking, Shinshinbai poured the entire Huan San into the wine under Gu Xiushue's gaze, then filled 2 cups. As the supreme demon lord, Gu Xiushue knew better than anyone else what this substance could do, and he swallowed hard. Ai bai. Shinshinbai gave no response, merely draining 1 cup in front of Gu Xiushue's eyes, refilled another, and then tilted his head to look at him. Desire burned nakedly in his eyes as he spoke with a hoarse and deep voice. Brother, you have 3 choices now. Pointing the cup in his hand towards Gu Xiushue, Shinshinbai's gaze grew fiercer as he gripped his ankle. First, you can refuse to drink, but I won't spare you or show any mercy. Shinshinbai then tightened his hold on Gu Xiushue's ankle and added mockingly. Second, you can try running. But if I catch you again, I'll make you crawl until your legs give out, then cripple you so you can never leave the bed. Gu Xiushue's breathing hitched as he tried to retreat but was yanked back by Shinshinbai, who whispered softly with laughter. Don't be afraid, brother. You still have a 3rd choice. Chapter 47. This is a normal title. Drink this cup of wine, come with me to the clouds and rain, enjoy extreme bliss. Shinshinbai's voice carried a hint of seduction, his fingertips lifting a strand of hair to play with, placing a kiss at the end of it. Brother, choose. Gu Xiushui scolded slightly, his chest heaving. The red robe that had been loosely draped around him was now fully undone. He pressed his lips together, knowing that this time he had angered Shinshinbai quite thoroughly, otherwise, with his nature, he wouldn't say something like this. He took a deep breath, rising slightly under the watchful eyes of Shinshinbai, which gleamed with a hazy lust. Just as Shinshinbai's smile faded, assuming Gu Xiushui was about to escape. Gu Xiushui, instead, drank the cup of wine right in front of him, then grabbed another pot of wine, drinking it all down at once. He drank it hurriedly and hastily, spilling some along his lip corners. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Xiushui drank too much and accidentally choked, the medicine taking effect swiftly. His pale face soon turned rosy, his whole body flushed with a soft pink, like an exquisite piece of warm jade. With those beautiful misty eyes, he gazed at Shinshinbai. Perhaps not expecting him to do this, Shinshinbai was momentarily stunned. But Gu Xiushui didn't give him time to think further. After all, he had consumed far too much. His consciousness was already clouded, so he lunged directly toward Shinshinbai. In Shinshinbai's slightly astonished gaze, Gu Xiushui kissed his lips, eyebrows furrowing faintly, mumbling indistinctly. Ai bai. Ai bai. On their way back to the celestial realm, he had known there would be no escape upon return from this one. It wasn't necessarily bad that Shinshinbai took the initiative to use the drugs on him. Since there was no escaping anyway, might as well make himself comfortable. At least now, with his blurred consciousness, it wasn't so hard to accept. Gu Xiushui, lightly panting again, kissed Shinshinbai's throat, murmuring his name. He pushed Shinshinbai down onto the bed, straddling his body while undoing his clothing. Shinshinbai was startled for only a second before quickly regaining his senses, flipping them over so Gu Xiushui was beneath him. Suddenly being flipped over, Gu Xiushui briefly regained clarity but was also confused. Wait, this wasn't exactly what he expected. A series of quick kisses followed. Gu Xiushui lost any inclination to ponder anything else. Without struggle, he instinctively lifted his hands to encircle Shinshinbai's neck. Gu Xiushui didn't remember how he managed to endure through it, just that the effects of the drug wore off eventually. Tears with warmth fell onto Shinshinbai's chest, as if they pierced through the skin, straight into the heart. Yet Shinshinbai showed no mercy. He tried begging for forgiveness, softening up, repeatedly calling out, "Husband, ai bai, my love." He thought such actions would soften Shinshinbai, but only received intensifying treatment in return. After several attempts, Gu Xiushui realized that his actions were only provoking Shinshinbai more. He buried his head into the bedding, enduring silently, no longer speaking. Even the edges of his eyes reddened as tears kept streaming uncontrollably. The bright droplets slid down his nose, looking incredibly pitiful. Shinshinbai demanded he repeatedly promise never to leave again. Only when his voice grew hoarse to the point where he could barely utter sounds did Shinshinbai finally let go. Gu Xiushui couldn't recall how long it lasted. He only remembered falling asleep cradled in Shinshinbai's arms. When he woke again, Shinshinbai was still by his side, tightly embracing him. Big brother is awake. Shinshinbai kissed his neck. Gu Xiushui attempted moving his lips, but his throat hurt terribly. Truthfully, his entire body did too. He closed his eyes again, tilting his head further into Shinshinbai's embrace, his raspy voice carrying hints of grievance. It hurts. Shinshinbai only chuckled softly. Does it hurt? Big brother remembers how you used to teach me, don't you? You said, only by remembering the pain can one learn, avoiding the same mistake twice. Does big brother remember now? If so, stop thinking about leaving. Gu Xiushui clearly recalled how he used to teach him. When Shinshinbai mentioned this now, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Who would have guessed that his past lessons for the protagonist would come back to haunt him in such a different form? Gu Xiushui buried his head into Shinshinbai's chest, feeling melancholy, wondering how Yufuyue was doing on her side. Without the protagonist's halo, and now Shinshinbai was gone, he probably wouldn't die, right? What Gu Xiushui didn't know was that not long after he was taken away, Yufuyue, who had originally fallen into a coma, opened her eyes. Lying on the ground, Yufuyue's expression was indifferent, yet there was a hint of madness in her eyes. It wasn't long before she sensed another person nearby. Yufuyue. Where is he? Mo Li immediately pulled her up from the ground, grabbing her collar. There was a cold look in his eyes as he angrily questioned through gritted teeth. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? Why are you here? Where did he go? Cough, cough. I did my best, but you know, I'm no match for Shinshinbai. Yufuyue's complexion was pale, and her voice was very weak. I don't know how Shinshinbai found him, but I couldn't stop him. Seeing Yufuyue's current disheveled and blood-stained state, Mo Li closed his eyes for a moment, but the anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed. He opened his mouth with a cold tone. I understand. Go back and heal your wounds. I'm going to visit the demon realm. Yes. Mo Li turned around and didn't notice the casual demeanor of Yufuyue. Watching Mo Li's figure disappear from sight, Yufuyue then let out a soft chuckle. She absent-mindedly brushed off the dust on her body and took a pill, her wounds healing at a visible speed. A peculiar emotion swirled in her eyes. Really stupid. Mo Li, it's no wonder you can't win Master's heart. Yufuyue muttered under her breath, her lips slightly curling. She also needed to return and prepare. Mo Li's departure meant more than just a trip to the demon realm, he would likely search for Shinshinbai in the celestial realm as well. And earlier, she had intentionally allowed herself to appear gravely injured so Gu Xiaoa would believe Shinshinbai was an exceedingly cruel person. Her intentional provocation and angering of Shinshinbai stemmed from knowing she was no match for him and couldn't prevent him from taking Gu Xiaoa away. But so what? That didn't stop her from sowing discord between them, nor did it stop her from using some tactics to make Gu Xiaoa detest Shinshinbai. His ashui was so excellent that naturally, others would covet her. But he didn't care, as long as Gu Xiaoa ultimately belonged to him. He wanted these two to end up severely weakened. He wanted Gu Xiaoa to lose all hope in them, to deplete any remaining affection, and to feel pity for him and soften toward him, even willingly choosing to be with him. Only this way would Gu Xiaoa completely belong to him. And now, it was time for him to go back and make preparations. Pressing down on his thoughts, Yufuyue also turned and left. Chapter 48, he ultimately still can't get out of bed. Gu Xiaoxue had already been cleaned up, medicated, and changed into new clothes. At this point, he was no longer in so much discomfort. But sitting on the bed, he still felt a bit despondent. Shinshinbai had left, yet his mind was still full of those frenzied scenes. He had never been so crazy before. That feeling. Gu Xiaoxue didn't know how to describe that sensation. Maybe it was due to the intensity of their intimacy, while immersed in it, it wasn't as uncomfortable as he imagined. He sighed again, pulled the blanket from beside him, and covered his face with it. Truly, this was retribution. But Shinshinbai truly went too far when the drug's effects wore off. Gu Xiaoxue genuinely suspected he would die right there on the bed. However, he was still alive and well. The only issue now was the ankle bracelet on his foot. It was the one Shinshinbai had personally clasped onto his ankle. A refined golden anklet engraved with intricate patterns, the only clear markings were their names, both Gu Xiaoxue and Shinshinbai's. Despite its delicate appearance, it thoroughly restricted his movements after being fastened around his ankle. There was no way for him to leave the bed now. Shinshinbai followed through on his promise. He didn't cripple Gu Xiaoxue's legs but did make sure he couldn't get out of bed. Although Gu Xiaoxue wanted to tell Shinshinbai that his legs were already too weak to move, even without the anklet, he wouldn't have tried to get up. He knew Shinshinbai wouldn't listen to any of his explanations anyway, and there were some things he couldn't explain either. How could he tell Shinshinbai that he'd been abducted by Mo Li that night? Gu Xiaoxue clearly understood that if he revealed the truth, Shinshinbai, though not fully believing it, would definitely go after Mo Li. With two protagonists involved, one a demon king and the other an immortal lord, should they confront each other, it would end in mutual destruction. If either or both died, then his own survival would be jeopardized too. Moreover, he didn't want the two people he raised like children to feud this way. So, when Shinshinbai asked about that wedding night during a moment of deep emotion, Gu Xiaoxue ultimately swallowed back the words he intended to explain. No matter how Shinshinbai troubled him, at least he wouldn't kill him. Lost in thought, Gu Xiaoxue drifted off to sleep once more. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed someone nearby and his pupils constricted instantly. Instinctively trying to struggle, Shinshinbai's hand immediately encircled his waist. Gu Xiaoxue momentarily froze but quickly realized his current situation. Even without turning around, he knew who was behind him. Relief washed over him, but then Shinshinbai's cold voice sounded from behind. Why isn't brother eating? Gu Xiaoxue. What meal? Gu Xiaoxue instinctively questioned, did you prepare a meal for me? Though, he was indeed a little hungry. Rubbing his stomach, he flipped over and directly nestled into Shinshinbai's embrace, looking up at the man before him. Perhaps because they had already shared something even more intimate, or maybe just because he was truly famished, the pose that used to embarrass him no longer fazed him. I'm hungry. Gu Xiaoxue reached out and poked Shinshinbai's chest, but all he received was Shinshinbai's silence. Confused, the next moment his wrist was tightly grasped by Shinshinbai. What's wrong? Gu Xiushue's eyes held confusion, evidently unaware why Shinshinbai was reacting so strongly. After all, he had cooperated fully, doing everything necessary, even willingly wearing the anklet to prove that he didn't plan on escaping anymore. Why was Shinshinbai acting angry again? Was he still unsatisfied? Thinking about Shinshinbai's incredible stamina and strength, Gu Xiushue's body suddenly tensed, silently lowering his head. Once was already exhausting enough. Now, being hungry, if it happened again, he might simply die here without any need for health concerns. Weighing his words in his mind, contemplating how to persuade Shinshinbai to let him off temporarily, he heard the other man speak in a cold tone above him. I heard you didn't eat. I thought you were staging a hunger strike against me. Shinshinbai's mood grew complicated. He knew Gu Xiushue cared for that rogue man. When Xiao Jiu and others brought the food in, seeing Gu Xiushue lying in bed ignoring everyone and refusing to eat, Shinshinbai assumed he was fasting to spite him. Now, it seemed it wasn't the case. Hearing Shinshinbai's words, Gu Xiushue was uncharacteristically silent for a moment. Shinshinbai, do you not have a clear understanding of yourself? You've worn me out so much that I can't even get out of bed. Do you think I still have the energy to eat? You thought I was staging a hunger strike against you, and I thought you were intentionally starving me. As Gu Xiushue spoke, he grew angrier. Was he the kind of person who would joke around with his own health? Was he the kind of person who would stage hunger strikes at the drop of a hat? Of course not. Nothing is bigger than eating. No matter what time or situation, he would never starve himself for intangible things. It wasn't his fault that Shinshinbai had overexerted him, was it? Moreover, he originally intended to dominate Shinshinbai, but in the end, he ended up being the one dominated. Wasn't this guy just taking advantage because he currently lacked cultivation? If he still had his cultivation, there would be no telling who would dominate whom. Gu Xiushue, with these thoughts in mind, glanced at the arm stretched out before him and mercilessly bit down hard, venting his frustration and exacting revenge. Shinshinbai simply indulged him, a rare flicker of amusement flashing in his eyes as the corners of his lips curved slightly, only to quickly suppress that degree. Since brother is hungry, I'll have someone bring some food. Shinshinbai softly spoke, planting a kiss on Gu Xiushue's forehead. Gu Xiushue also released his bite, glancing at the tooth mark on Shinshinbai's arm before using his hands to prop himself up and sitting up. Shinshinbai followed suit, rising from behind and tightly embracing him, resting his head on his shoulder. Brother, you finally belong completely to me. I will never let you go again. Shinshinbai kissed his neck, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Just don't wear me out to death next time. Gu Xiushue muttered under his breath, quickly spotting the familiar figure. Xiao Jiu led the puppet maids carrying the meal into the room. Behind a thin veil, Gu Xiushue watched them place the food down. They didn't dare look this way even once, nor say an extra word, turning back out and closing the door behind them. Shinshinbai clearly was in a good mood. After getting out of bed, he lifted him up again and walked over to the table. Only then did Gu Xiushue notice that there was only one chair placed by the table. He was puzzled when he saw Shinshinbai sit directly on that chair, placing him on his lap. Brother, I'll feed you. Gu Xiushue's earlobes turned slightly red, not because of the words Shinshinbai said. Rather, it was because of this posture, which allowed him to distinctly feel. Chapter 49, Gu Xiushue's heart aches. Gu Xiushue took a deep breath, adjusted her posture, and tried to evade the thing that had bullied her for so long. Unfortunately, her legs were immobile, making it impossible for her to leave. She could only make slight movements. Shinshinbai paused while picking vegetables, his voice slightly hoarse, his eyes dimming. If brother doesn't want to eat this, then let's have something else. Gu Xiushue immediately froze, retracted those small movements, and straightened her back. No need, I'm hungry, let's eat first. She rejected without hesitation and snatched the chopsticks from Shinshinbai's hands. Shinshinbai did not stop her but merely looked at her quietly. Looking at the full table of her favorite dishes, Gu Xiushue's lips curled up slightly, improving her mood greatly. She no longer felt awkward sitting on Shinshinbai's lap for a moment. However, after finishing her meal, when Shinshinbai held her up again, she suddenly realized something was amiss and instinctively grabbed Shinshinbai's clothes. Wait, where are you taking me? To bathe. Shinshinbai nonchalantly uttered two words, causing Gu Xiushue to finally understand the source of her ominous premonition when the warm water wet her clothes in the hot pool, and Shinshinbai's skilled hand slipped under her robe. Don't. I can't handle it. Gu Xiushue rested against the edge of the hot pool, her voice trembling, almost on the verge of tears. She should have known this all along. Even though he's a male lead without romantic ties, he's still a normal man. Shinshinbai had restrained himself for so many years, having regained what he'd lost with great difficulty, enduring as he waited until she would willingly give herself. However, all he received was another abandonment. After so many years of betrayal and scheming, how could one act ever make up for everything? Moreover, Shinshinbai had barely experienced love before, and once or twice definitely wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. Last time it was because there was happiness, so both got lost in it. This time, however, she was fully aware. Gu Xiushue's Adam's apple moved. She wanted to do something but went limp under Shinshinbai's touch. Shenxinbai knew her body too well, effortlessly arousing her emotions. Gu Xiuxue, feeling weak, leaned heavily on him, breathing lightly, her eyelashes dotted with water droplets formed by the heat, falling with her movements. How could this be? Brother is so powerful. Shenxinbai softly spoke, gripping Gu Xiuxue's waist tightly with one hand while letting the other glide upward from her abdomen. His gentle actions carried a tinge of teasing, yet Gu Xiuxue still struggled to resist. No. No. You're too. Before Gu Xiuxue finished speaking, Shenxinbai had already firmly grasped her chin. With a dark look, Shenxinbai forced her to turn her head and kissed her without hesitation, silencing all her protests. Brother, you no longer have the right to refuse me now. Shenxinbai's determination was evident. Feeling uncomfortable, Gu Xiuxue bit down hard on Shenxinbai's lip, filling their mouths with the coppery taste of blood. This shocked her momentarily. Abai. You're so fierce, brother. You never used to hurt me like this, said Shenxinbai sorrowfully. Gu Xiuxue opened her mouth to explain, unsure of how to proceed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I just. Ignoring her apology, Shenxinbai's actions became even more frenzied. Gu Xiuxue neither pushed him away nor had the strength to do so, leaving her no choice but to endure. Being in the water wasn't easy, rather, it was strange. Gu Xiuxue only remembered moving from one end to the other. The hot pool was enormous. Her ankle bracelet already restricted her movement, but ultimately her sole thought was how useless the bracelet was. With Shenxinbai's teasing/fooling around, foot bracelets were entirely unnecessary. Even without the bracelet, she'd probably be too weak to get out of bed. Gu Xiuxue sighed softly, truly feeling as if Shenxinbai was going to take her life. When Gu Xiuxue woke up again, looking at the familiar surroundings, she raised her hand to cover her eyes. Noticing the movement beside her, she gave no response. Young Nine whispered, Master has awakened. Then please drink some soup. Little Nine. Gu Xiuxue lowered her hand and turned her head to look at Little Nine in front of her, feeling surprised for a moment. How did you come in? Shenxinbai absolutely didn't want anyone else to see him. Even before, when Little Nine led other puppets to deliver food, she didn't dare to look at him more than necessary. So how was she inside now? Master said that from now on, I must watch you eat. If you are resting, then I will stay until you wake up. Little Nine said this as she picked up the outer robe by the bedside, walked over, and helped Gu Xiuxue sit up, draping the robe over his shoulders. While serving the soup, she spoke, young Master suddenly disappeared before, and Master got extremely angry. Now that you've returned, please don't leave again. As Gu Xiuxue drank the soup, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt like he could detect a faint note of grievance in this puppet's voice. Little Nine glanced at him and seriously stated, young Master, Master really likes you. Therefore, your relationship with Master is more important than anything. What happened after I left? Gu Xiuxue asked offhandedly, and Little Nine, without much thought, directly replied. That day, Master immediately recognized that the person in the bridal chamber was a puppet. He burned the impostor and then searched everywhere for your whereabouts. During this time, Master almost searched through the 6 realms. The celestial realm was already discontent due to Master wanting to marry you, and because of searching for you, Master left the celestial realm, which caused the celestial clans to create chaos. If it weren't for Qingyue Immortal's help, the celestial realm would probably have fallen into disarray by now. Little Nine paused for a moment, so, young Master, please don't be upset. It's not that Master doesn't want to be with you, it's just that there are too many matters in the celestial realm needing his attention. When Gu Xiuxue heard the name, Qingyue, his actions paused slightly. Then did he cause any trouble for the demon realm? After all, he was the demon lord, and on that day when he suddenly disappeared, quite a few demon clans were present, along with his 2 young apprentices. Shenxinbai couldn't possibly not suspect them. Master did go there. The first place he visited was the demon realm, but he found no trace of you. In the end, the matter went unresolved, hearing that the 2 little princes of the demon realm were also searching for you. Little Nine concealed nothing, recounting everything she knew. Gu Xiuxue didn't know what he had thought of, but suddenly chuckled softly. As for those 2 kids, I am at ease leaving the demon realm in their hands. Chapter 50, he enjoys the feeling of back pain and weak legs. There's no need for you to be so at ease, Master. Xiao Jiu's tone remained serious, without any fluctuations in emotion. He spoke calmly. The 2 younger princes have expended a great deal of effort searching for you. The demon realm is also not very peaceful at the moment. Gu Xiuxue. Sigh. Was it a problem with how he raised his children? Why did each one seem to have some issue or another? Either they were disobedient to their superiors, betraying their masters, or simply unmanageable. He had asked them merely to guard the demon realm, but now here they were running amok. Gu Xiuxue fell into deep thought. Earlier, he'd thought it was just those kids who had taken a wrong path on their own. Now, he suddenly suspected that maybe, unintentionally, he himself had led the main character astray. Otherwise, why would Shenxinbai, who originally had no romantic interest, be constantly pinning him down in various places and tormenting him in countless ways? And why would Emoli, such an obedient child, turn so brutal and even want to betray and devour him? As for the two little ones, so his instructions to them before leaving had fallen entirely on deaf ears, had they? He hadn't even left this world yet, and they already wouldn't listen to him. Gu Xiuxue felt anger welling up inside him, but unfortunately, his current condition meant he couldn't return to the demon realm, let alone punish those two. Thinking about this made him even more frustrated. Is the master angry? Xiao Jiu looked at him, asking, if you're worried about the demon realm, you can tell the Lord about it. It's fine. He can't even properly manage his own celestial realm, how would he have time to worry about my demon realm? Gu Xiuxue sighed deeply. Moreover, he had already handed over all his authority to those two young apprentices before leaving. Let it get chaotic if it must, he had resolved all the important issues in the demon realm before preparing to depart. With their abilities, and with the people and resources he'd left them, even if there was some disorder now, they'd quickly resolve it once they realized what was happening. He was now confined to his bed, unable even to rise, so why should he care about so many other things? Gu Xiuxue was fully aware that he would eventually leave this world. He knew his mission had been completed long ago. Every day he stayed in this world was exchanged for life energy through intimate contact with the protagonist. He didn't want to tie himself too deeply to the people of this world. For both sides, it wouldn't be good. After all, one day he would leave completely. The deeper the bond, the more painful the separation would be when that day came. I want to rest. Yes, master. Xiao Jiu bowed his eyes, responding quietly. After tidying everything up and lighting soothing incense, he silently turned and stepped out. Despite lying in bed, Gu Xiuxue couldn't fall asleep. He called out to 311. Little Free, are you there? Come out for a quick chat. Don't give me that excuse about lacking energy. He's almost driven me to death. If your energy remains insufficient, I'll dismantle you. For the past few days, it wasn't just close interaction between him and Shinshinbai, it was practically zero-distance connection. They were almost fusing together. Although he hadn't said anything these past few days, he knew that 311 must have absorbed a significant amount of energy. Coming. 311's voice sounded light and carried undeniable joy. Gu Xiuxue, Are you squeezing that hard? Why has your energy increased so much lately? Xiuxue, isn't it obvious why it's still you? You've managed to extend your lifespan by 3 months in such a short time, really impressive. 311 laughed heartily, thanks to you, my energy has also significantly increased, compensating for what I used earlier to break through barriers forcibly. Oh, by the way, I just cleaned up some electronic mushrooms in my system space. I'm thinking of making soup with them. Would you like a bowl? Gu Xiuxue. System, electronic mushrooms, soup. He could understand each word separately, but put together, why did it sound so unreliable? Not necessary. Gu Xiuxue declined without hesitation. Could he really drink that stuff? Alright then. What do you want to talk about? Should I find some novels for you to read? After you sleep with him a few more times, my energy will be enough to let you play small games. 311 was obviously in a great mood. Even after being rejected, he wasn't upset and continued speaking with laughter in his voice. Since you have so much energy now, why don't you check when this world's bug can be fixed? Gu Xiuxue, recalling the frenzied experiences of the past couple days, opened his mouth with a sigh of exasperation. If this keeps up, I'm afraid even if I gain more life values it'll be useless. I really worry that one day I'll just die in bed. Don't worry, he likes you so much, he definitely won't let you die in bed. You're doing well right now, aren't you? 311 continued to chuckle as he spoke. If you had followed my advice and engaged in deep intimate exchanges with him earlier, we wouldn't have been through all this for so long. But speaking of this bug, I really don't know when it will be fixed. The higher-ups haven't replied to me. 311 said this again with a sigh, offering some comfort, but no worries, at least we're still alive now. Gu Xiuxue coldly laughed twice. Is this about being alive or not? It's not you whose legs are too weak to get out of bed, so it doesn't concern you, does it? Little Free, it's easy for you to talk without feeling pain in your back. I can apply for compensation on your behalf from those above, and after you return to your original world, I can give you 1 billion in mental distress compensation. As soon as 311's light-hearted words fell, Gu Xiuxue instantly became quiet. His originally bright eyes were now gleaming even more, filled with anticipation and yearning for the future. Gu Xiuxue tugged at the blanket and solemnly began, that's enough. There's no need to say more. I am not someone who gets blinded by money. It's not about the money. I actually like the feeling of sore back and legs unable to get out of bed. 311, _. Gu Xiuxue let out a laugh and added, but then again, how is Yufuyue doing? He should at least count as the male lead, so he should still be alive, right? The world hasn't collapsed, so he must be alive. Relieved upon hearing 311's words, Gu Xiuxue sighed, that's good. Sigh. I never would have thought he was actually the same person as Emoli. Now that you have enough energy, could you help me look into what exactly happened? Of course I can, but are you sure you want me to waste my energy on something so useless? 311 raised an eyebrow and asked. Thinking seriously about Yufuyue before him and today's Emoli, Gu Xiuxiue grew increasingly solemn. Yeah, help me investigate. In our plot details, there wasn't any information about Yufuyue whatsoever. Emoli was supposed to be the Demon King, but all of a sudden Yufuyue appeared. I think the world bug has something to do with him. I want to know what the bug is. Even if we can't solve it, knowing something is better than knowing nothing. Chapter 51, Those Years of Casually Placed Undercover Operatives. Gu Xiuxiue didn't much like the feeling of being out of control, just like now. Everything happening now has completely gone beyond the expected plot and is no longer under his control. He also doesn't know what will happen next. Gu Xiuxiue let out a deep sigh. After a few seconds of silence, 311 slowly spoke. I understand, but I need a bit of time. I'll investigate everything about Guangan and the other person. Alright, thanks for your hard work. On this point, Gu Xiuxiue never doubted 311's ability. I'm not tired at all, you're the one working hard. For me, it's merely consuming a bit of energy. Anyway, judging by your current state, the energy used up can be replenished quickly. 311 grinned with a concerned tone. But remember to take good care of your body. Although deeper intimate exchanges can help us gain more energy and vitality points, there's an old saying that the body is capital. So remember to look after yourself. I'm going offline. The silently suffering Gu Xiuxiue could only mutter. His fists clenched tighter and tighter. Wasn't it possible to grab this system from the system space and beat it up? Tugging on his lips with a fake smile, Gu Xiuxiue said. Hee hee. I truly thank you for your concern. Hee hee, don't mention it. Caring for the host is every system's responsibility. 311 seemed oblivious to Gu Xiuxiue's sarcastic undertones and giggled. By the way, I've gained quite a lot of energy these past few days, so I'll give you another piece of news. That little mole you planted in the heavenly realm wants to contact you. Gu Xiuxiue's eyelid twitched as he sensed an ominous premonition. Just when he wanted to ask in detail, he realized 311 had already cut off the connection and gone offline. Once again, he fell silent. Speaking of which, couldn't he still punch 311? Gu Xiuxiue kept pondering on what 311 said and started worrying about Qinyu. After all, Shen Xinbai was watching him too closely now. If Qinyu wanted to see him, it wouldn't be easy. If she were discovered, who knew what new trouble might arise? Lying on the bed, Gu Xiuxiue sighed. Why couldn't 311 have told him clearly? At least it would have given him some time to prepare. But he didn't have to wait long. Gu Xiuxiue suddenly felt warmth in his palm and soon noticed a white butterfly flying into the room, landing directly in his palm. He froze for a moment, narrowing his eyes as a sense of familiarity swept over him. This butterfly looked exactly like the one he'd seen while bathing the other day. Didn't the butterfly that day lead to him being caught by Shen Xinbai? Master, are you alright? Hearing a familiar voice, Gu Xiuxiue froze once more before quickly composing himself. Testing cautiously, he asked. Qinyu. It's me, Master. Are you okay right now? Did Shen Xinbai do anything to you? Relieved to hear Gu Xiuxiue's voice, Qinyu relaxed a little upon confirming he was alive. She had been keeping tabs on Shen Xinbai. Whenever Shen Xinbai wasn't around, she took the initiative to assist in managing affairs in the heavenly realm. Apart from gaining Shen Xinbai's trust, she was also building her own power base in the heavenly realm. In just a few decades, Qinyu managed to ascend to upper godhood, not solely based on talent, but through expanding her network of loyal followers within the celestial hierarchy. With Shen Xinbai absent and delegating authority to her, this opportunity suited her perfectly. And indeed, she made good use of this chance. Thus, even with Shen Xinbai watching Gu Xiuxiue tightly, she was still able to establish contact. Qinyu summarized what she'd done during this time and shared it with Gu Xiuxiue. So Master, don't worry. With me here, if you say the word, I can figure out a way to rescue you and bring you back to the demon realm. After listening to her, Gu Xiuxiue remained quiet for a long time before regaining his composure and expressing admiration mixed with praise. Qinyu, I immediately recognized your talent and believed you'd make a great undercover operative. That's why I sent you to the celestial realm at all costs. Judging from now, my initial choice was indeed correct. You haven't disappointed me. Though Gu Xiuxiue appeared calm on the surface, he was inwardly stunned. Good grief. This girl was truly remarkable. He had already remembered after 311 reminded him last time. Indeed, Qinyu was someone he had sent to the celestial realm in the past. Back then, he returned to the demon realm to deal with a few rebels who sought to usurp his throne. On the way, he casually saved Qinyu, who had been abandoned in a group of beasts and was barely alive. Qinyu was a magical spirit, a unique kind in the demon realm. Whether male or female, all magical spirits were born extraordinarily beautiful, endowed with natural spiritual bones from birth. However, they happened to be born in a place with extremely scarce spiritual energy like the demon realm, unable to fully realize their talent. In this world where strength was revered above all else, to have only a beautiful exterior without the power to protect oneself meant that most magical spirits had tragic fates. By the time he arrived, there were hardly any magical spirits left in the demon realm. The remaining ones either hid themselves or survived under the protection of powerful demon clans. Qin Yu was one of those hidden by her parents, but she was eventually discovered by the traitors. Gu Xiushue's rescue of her back then was entirely out of convenience. He still remembered what Qin Yu looked like at the time. Though covered in dirt and blood, her eyes sparkled like stars. The little girl clung to his sleeve, firmly saying she would repay him. At that moment, Gu Xiushue immediately realized what her repayment entailed. Magical spirits, born with natural spiritual bones and enchanting appearances, had an extremely slow cultivation process. However, their heart's blood could help others cultivate more effectively. That was why people were so eager to hunt them down, to covet both their beauty and the benefits of their heart's blood. But he didn't need her repayment, he had come here for a mission, and dealing with those people was simply part of his responsibilities as the Demon Lord. He didn't want to raise such a young girl, nor did he want to exploit her for his own cultivation purposes. Even though he was the villain, he didn't wish to do something so despicable. So, he sent her to the celestial realm and erased her demonic aura there. It was the most suitable place for her. He told her that leaving her in the celestial realm was for her to act as a mole. To become a qualified mole, she must first forget everything about the demon realm. Forget that she was a magical spirit and transform herself into a celestial being completely, only then would she avoid discovery. Back then, he merely intended to find her a new home and allow her to start anew, forgetting the past. This decision came naturally to him at the time, so much so that even he forgot it. Who could have imagined that the little girl back then now held her own influence in the celestial realm, having even attained the rank of upper god? Chapter 52, The Truth. Lord. Lord. Qin Yu's worried voice pulled Gu Xiushue back from the memories of his loss. What is it? Are you really alright? Should I make arrangements right now? Qin Yu still asked with some unease. If it hadn't been for Gu Xiushue's previous attitude toward Shenxinbai and his order not to act, they would have guessed that Gu Xiushue was truly taken with Shenxinbai and thus abandoned the rescue plans long ago. They could have brought Shenxinbai back by then. But no one expected Gu Xiushue to disappear on their wedding day. At that time, they even had the same idea as Shenxinbai, that Gu Xiushue had left the heavenly realm and returned to the demon realm. But after searching for so long without finding a trace, they finally determined that Gu Xiushue had truly gone missing. The madness with which Shenxinbai searched for Gu Xiushue was something Qin Yu, being the closest person in the heavenly realm to him, had naturally seen with her own eyes. But she didn't care, she didn't concern herself with that Shenxinbai. She only cared about Gu Xiushue's safety. Now that Shenxinbai had brought him back, the thought she had suppressed earlier resurfaced again. She wanted to take Gu Xiushue away, wanting to bring him back to the demon realm. At least there, no one would imprison him like Shenxinbai did. Not yet. As I said before, it's hard one for you to become an upper deity, don't reveal your identity easily. Gu Xiushue refused without hesitation. Setting aside how many people this might drag into the situation and the consequences of failure, he wouldn't leave Shenxinbai temporarily anyway. After all, they had already shared such deep intimacy, and he needed to rely on Shenxinbai to gain life values and the energy of 311. For both sentiment and reason, he couldn't leave Shenxinbai just yet. No matter what, he at least had to wait until he accumulated more life values, enough to ensure that even if he left Shenxinbai, he wouldn't worry about the problem of life values. Besides, he had more important things to do. Gu Xiushue lowered his eyes, his gaze flickering momentarily but quickly reined in his thoughts, returning to his usual manner. But, Lord, I became an upper deity only to better assist you. I don't care about this identity. Qin Yu's tone turned a little low, I'm fully capable of saving you now. If she could save him, why wouldn't he let her? She knew she should listen to Gu Xiushue, but she really couldn't comprehend. Because of a single word spoken by Gu Xiushue back then. So she made efforts to play a good spy in the heavenly realm, developing her forces and gradually infiltrating throughout the heavenly realm, becoming the most untouchable upper deity. Everything she had done was just because of that single word uttered by Gu Xiushue initially. It was all for being able to help Gu Xiushue. And now, Gu Xiushue wouldn't allow her to do anything. Qin Yu couldn't describe the taste in her heart, somehow, it felt somewhat heavy. She didn't want to be someone useless to Gu Xiushue. Leaning against the edge of the bed, Gu Xiushue smiled and, looking at the silent butterfly in his palm, changed the subject, continuing. Oh, didn't I ask you to investigate the matter concerning King Emoli before? How are you doing with that? Ah, almost everything has been investigated. Upon hearing Gu Xiushue's inquiry, Qin Yu brightened up once again and happily responded. Before Emoli became the king of demons, he had a mentor whom he deeply cared for. Cough, cough. I already know these things. You only need to tell me what happened after he became the king of demons. Gu Xiushue lightly coughed, interrupting Qin Yu's words. Though he didn't think Qin Yu could find out too much information regarding Yu Fuyue, he still couldn't help but ask. Mostly, about that Yu Fuyue around him, have you found anything about him? Yu Fuyue. I've learned a little bit. He appeared by Mo Li's side after he became the king of demons. No one knows his identity or origin, but the entire demon realm knows that Mo Li values him highly. Qin Yu spoke reflectively, after his mentor passed away, his state hasn't been great, and his emotions have been unstable. So many things in the demon realm were handled by Yufuyue, and there haven't been any issues over the years. There are even rumors that they are a couple. Pfft. Unable to hold back, Gu Xiuxue chuckled aloud, thinking that indeed, he had this suspicion at first too. Especially when Yufuyue looked at the marks left on him by Emoli, his expression instantly changed. My lord, what's wrong with you? Cough, it's nothing, I just thought of a joke. Please continue. Gu Xiuxue waved his hand, signaling Qin Yu to go on. The white butterfly in his palm flew up and landed on his shoulder before he continued speaking. But in my opinion, that Yufuyue is not an ordinary person. Many rumors about Demon King Emoli having a violent temper, a malevolent nature, and enjoying torturing demons were all spread by Yufuyue. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Gu Xiushue's smile dimmed slightly, and his gaze flickered for a moment. Unbelievable, the girl had uncovered some significant information. Why does he do this? I don't know. Qin Yu shook her head, perhaps it has something to do with the deceased master whom Emoli cared about deeply. Emoli cherished his master greatly. After the passing of this individual, Emoli even ventured to the underworld in search of his soul but found nothing. Later, when he returned to the demon realm, he started obsessively carving puppets resembling this person, and even specially commissioned a kind of wine, supposedly believing that drinking it would let him see the person he longed for. Qin Yu paused briefly. It was from that time on that during moments when Emoli wasn't thinking clearly, he entrusted part of the demon realm affairs to Yufuyue for handling. Yufuyue similarly began spreading rumors from that point on, claiming that Emoli could not attain love from his master and sought substitutes everywhere. Even though Emoli is still the demon king, after several years under Yufuyue's various manipulations, who knows what will happen then. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh at this. Yufuyue truly has cruel tactics, no wonder Lord, you initially found that rumor funny. To me, it is also laughable. To find out these things, she put forth a lot of effort. But none of that matters. After all, this was the first time Gu Xiuxue asked her for help in so long. Of course, she was determined to do it well, regardless of the cost. However, at this moment, Gu Xiuxue fell silent, his feelings extraordinarily complex. So, this was how it was. All because of Yufuyue. His dear Lear was still the obedient and gentle Lear, not at all as brutal as rumored. The talk earlier about wanting to eat him must have been a misunderstanding. But why did Yufuyue do this? Gu Xiuxue was filled with doubts. Just as he wanted to say something, he saw the butterfly before his eyes transform into little specks of white light, instantly dissipating into thin air. Next thing, the door of the room was pushed open. Chapter 53, No Substitute, It's Always You. Gu Xiushue's fingertips trembled slightly. Instinctively, she pulled her hand back and looked towards the door. The last bit of white light faded. She thought the person coming would be Shinshinbai, but unexpectedly, it wasn't the familiar figure who pushed the door open, it was a small white bundle instead. Gu Xiuxue instinctively narrowed her eyes. But now she couldn't get out of bed. Only when the white bundle got closer did she see clearly what it was. It was a cat. He paused for a moment, instinctively wanting to contact room 311, but then remembered that 311 had already logged off. Now, watching as the cat jumped nimbly onto the bed in front of him with ease, Gu Xiuxue fell silent for a moment. This cat looked strangely familiar. It looked a little like Emoli, but not quite. But Shinshinbai was watching him so closely now, anything or anyone capable of bypassing all those watchers and getting in here definitely wouldn't be an ordinary cat. Gu Xiuxue felt some doubt. However, the white cat leapt into his arms and gently rubbed against him, making him soften despite himself. Little guy, how did you run in here? While gently stroking the head of the cat, Gu Xiuxue asked cautiously. The cat just flipped over and revealed its belly, rubbing itself under his palm. Gu Xiuxue lightly smiled, and then petted its belly again. Don't pretend, Emoli. He spoke casually, noticing how the cat under his palm stiffened instantly at the sound of his name, confirming his suspicion even further. Master is still so clever. Emoli, switching positions, sat in front of Gu Xiuxue. He tilted his head and unconsciously rubbed against his palm, narrowing his eyes lazily. It truly was Emoli. A trace of surprise flickered through Gu Xiushue's eyes, but he quickly hid it. He had just learned from Qin Yue about the matters concerning Emoli and Yufuyue. Now, looking at Emoli, Gu Xiushue's expression softened somewhat, but he still retracted his hand. Why have you come here? Of course, it's to bring you back. I said it before, you're mine. I won't let anyone take you away from me ever again. Emoli's tone carried laughter as he spoke, yet his words were imbued with a hint of coldness. It wasn't easy for him to find this place. Even though he couldn't directly appear in his true form to take Gu Xiuxue away right now, at least he could see him. Just thinking about how Shinshinbai managed to take Gu Xiuxue away while he wasn't there made his teeth itch with anger. Gu Xiuxue opened his mouth, intending to say something, when suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before him. The original white cat transformed into a vague human-shaped silhouette. Almost pinning him down under his weight, Emoli tightly restrained him and chuckled softly. Master, I know it was all forced by that shameless Shinshinbai, but no worries, he won't be happy for long. What are you going to do? Gu Xiuxue furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. He hadn't told Shinshinbai that Emoli was the one who took him away that day, because he didn't want them to fight. But judging from the current situation, Emoli seemed to plan on making the first move. Are you concerned about him, master? Emoli nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke. Do you care about him that much? Do you really like him? Gu Xiuxue. Sigh. Why did those words sound so familiar? Hadn't he heard something similar before? And what about you? To you, I'm nothing more than a substitute, so why bother hanging on? Do I really look that much like him? With a frown, Gu Xiuxue raised his hand, trying to push Emoli away. Seeing his action, Emoli's eyes passed over with a tinge of pain. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he eventually loosened his grip on Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue momentarily stunned, and abruptly sat up. Emoli had already changed his position, kneeling in front of him, staring intently. Though merely a shadow, Gu Xiuxue could still feel the intense heat from his gaze. An intense, almost maddening gaze that threatened to consume him. Listening to Gu Xiuxue's words, Emoli's heart stung briefly. Then he burst out laughing, lifting his hand as if wanting to caress Gu Xiuxue's face. Yes, I will cling to you, my master, it's because I failed to protect you. You can blame me, hate me, or resent me, I can accept all of that. But I absolutely won't let you go anymore. And I won't stand idly by and watch you with someone else. Emoli smirked cruelly, his tone steady and resolute, but his eyes were filled with icy coldness. He had originally intended to follow Yu Fuyue's advice, nurturing Gu Xiuxue, cultivating his spirit and soul until he was well enough. Until then, everything could wait. Gu Xiuxue no longer remembered him. All Emoli needed was a reason to keep Gu Xiuxue by his side, avoiding any additional worries. Shinshinbai had kept Gu Xiuxue as a substitute for a human cultivator but still managed to stay close to him. Moli naturally believed the same logic could work for himself. And Yu Fuyue's suggestion wasn't bad either. At least, after Gu Xiuxue started believing he was only being used as a substitute, he stopped looking at Emoli with those wary, guarded eyes, though the relationship remained distant. But now Emoli no longer wanted to rely on that reason. Day by day, Emoli couldn't stop thinking of this person, yet his revered master thought he saw him merely as a substitute. Emoli felt an ache in his heart, closing his eyes tightly. It shouldn't be this way. Their relationship shouldn't have turned into this. They were once so good together, his master used to care about him so much. How could all memories of him vanish? Emoli felt an uneasy pull in his heart, knowing things couldn't continue like this, yet unsure what to do. His master had forgotten him completely. What's wrong? Why are you crying again? Gu Xiuxue didn't know what Emoli was thinking or the pain he harbored inside. He just couldn't understand why Emoli had suddenly switched from making tough statements to shedding tears. Before Gu Xiuxue could inquire further, Emoli abruptly lunged forward and hugged him. His eyes were slightly red-rimmed, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, choking softly. Master. Master. I never took you as a substitute. It's you who forgot me. It's you who abandoned me. I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to keep you by my side. Master. The moment Emoli uttered the first word, emotions overwhelmed him. His voice trembled as he broke down almost completely. Why did you forget me? Why did you abandon me? You said you wouldn't leave me. You promised. For a while, Gu Xiuxue didn't know how to comfort Emoli, feeling conflicted. He knew he would eventually leave this world and hence was reluctant to acknowledge his identity or allow Emoli to become more entangled in this situation. Giving someone hope only to push them into despair afterward was cruel. If Emoli indeed saw him only as a substitute, things might have been simpler. But now Emoli was telling him that he'd known it was him all along. Chapter 54, Don't Fight Anymore. Gu Xiuxue sighed softly, Emoli, calm down first and let go of me. He thought that he also needed to calm down now, he didn't know how to face this Emoli. Previously, he had thought Emoli had changed completely after he left. He thought Emoli was the person everyone described, cruel, eccentric, unpredictable, and even someone who searched for substitutes to torment the innocent. He could have pushed away such a Emoli without hesitation. But this Emoli before him now, so pitifully crying while being manipulated by Yu Fuyue's schemes, made it impossible for him to be heartless. After all, Emoli was a child he had raised with his own hands. Gu Xiuxue even felt somewhat regretful. Emoli was obviously raised under his watchful eye, so how could he not know this child's nature? How could he doubt him just because of what Yu Fuyue said? I won't. Master, I will never let you go, never. Emoli opened his mouth fiercely through gritted teeth. Yet despite his reddened eyes and teary lashes, making him look utterly pitiable, his words carried no real menace. Humph, even if you forget, it doesn't matter as long as I remember. I will never forget, master. Emoli gave a soft smile, gently stroking Gu Xiuxue's face with a sorrow-filled gaze in his eyes. Master, after I deal with Shinshinbai, I'll take you back to the demon realm, and we will never part ways again, all right? He affectionately continued, Master, I don't want to keep pretending anymore. It's fine even if my soul is incomplete, we can nurture it slowly. Anyway, you can only belong to me. Gu Xiuxue felt a cool sensation at the bridge of his eyebrows, instantly snapping him out of his previous thoughts. Almost instinctively, he retorted. No. You cannot hurt him. Why not? Have you truly fallen for him? Suddenly, a hateful glint sparkled in Mo Li's eyes, mixed with killing intent. It seemed like as long as Gu Xiuxue nodded yes, Mo Li would immediately confront Shen Xinbai right then and there, vowing to battle until one of them perished. Such an unfamiliar look from Mo Li startled Gu Xiuxue. Opening his mouth to explain, he found himself at a loss for words. How should he put this? Could he tell them that both of them are main characters? That if either of them dies, the world would collapse and everyone, including themselves, would perish? If he said such a thing aloud, they wouldn't believe him, much less anyone else. If he hadn't been on this mission, even he wouldn't have believed it. At once, Gu Xiuxue felt a headache coming on. Clenching his teeth, he softened his tone. If I am your master as you say, shouldn't you listen to me? Pausing briefly, Gu Xiuxue tried cautiously, Xylier. Hearing this nickname, Mo Li froze momentarily before his eyes lit up instantly. Even a pair of fluffy white ears popped out on top of his head, and a tail appeared behind him, wagging ceaselessly. Of course. Of course I'll follow Master's wishes. If Master returns with me peacefully, I will leave him unharmed. With curved laughter lines at the edges of his eyes, Mo Li spoke, pouncing onto the bed once more, entwining his furry tail around Gu Xiuxue's thighs. Gu Xiuxue let out a sigh of relief inwardly, deciding to cajole Mo Li no matter what happened first. He really shouldn't have let him investigate those matters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this predicament, with no one even left to consult. And you? What are you doing? Before Gu Xiuxue could finish his sentence, a familiar icy voice interrupted. His body tensed immediately, despair overwhelming him as he closed his eyes tightly and rested his forehead in his hand, his mind blank except for two words, ruined. Ruined. This was definitely it. Although it was understandable that Mo Li could sneak in and find him, why did Shen Xinbai have to return precisely at this moment? How was he supposed to explain this? What should he do now? Gu Xiuxue's spirit sank completely, lowering his hand as he stared blankly upward. Why on earth did he agree to raise several male protagonists just for 1 billion credits? Was it too late to go back and beat sense into his former self? Mo Li. How dare you? A sword's energy surged straight toward Mo Li. Though already nothing but a shadow-like form, his figure dissipated even further. Gu Xiuxue watched as Mo Li swiftly disappeared from atop him, hearing his sarcastic remarks but merely exhaling a resigned sigh. So the esteemed Celestial Lord has finished handling the affairs rather quickly? Xylier stood with his arms crossed in front of the bed, looking at Shen Xinbai as he let out a sarcastic laugh, adopting an unflinching stance before speaking nonchalantly. I advise you to think carefully. Your dilapidated celestial realm is already in chaos. If we fight, it will be considered an act of war against the demon realm. Just a short while ago, these two had been discussing cooperation, yet now they faced each other with drawn blades, both eager to eliminate the other. Shen Xinbai's eyes gleamed coldly, and he paused, not continuing the fight, not because of any concern for Xylier or the demon realm. Instead, he realized that the current Xylier wasn't his true self, fighting would do nothing more than scatter this shadowy form. Besides, the room wasn't large, and combat might unintentionally harm Gu Xiuxue. Perhaps it was precisely this fact that emboldened Xylier to taunt him. Shen Xinbai's gaze turned even colder as he sheathed his sword, pulling out a bell instead. Gu Xiuxue, who had just sat up in bed and decided to let the situation play out, froze instantly upon seeing the bell. That was the soul-capturing bell. Though Xylier wasn't in his true form, there was still a fragment of his soul within this phantom body. If Shen Xinbai used the soul-capturing bell, Xylier would be unable to withstand the battle and would inevitably suffer damage to his soul. But if it were overused, Shen Xinbai himself might also face backlash. Gu Xiuxue clenched his teeth. Were these two actually insane? Xylier, clearly recognizing the soul-capturing bell in Shen Xinbai's hand, immediately turned pale but raised his head defiantly all the same, saying coldly. Shen Xinbai, if you want to fight, I'll go along with it, but we'll take it outside. Don't make a move here. His master's soul was already damaged, but given time, it could have recovered. Shen Xinbai's reckless actions had interrupted this recovery. Using the soul-capturing bell here would only further injure Gu Xiuxue's soul. Xylier cursed inwardly. Shen Xinbai truly wasn't a decent person. Treating his master as nothing more than a mere cultivator's substitute was bad enough, but keeping him confined to a bed to humiliate him. And now he showed no regard whatsoever for the state of his master's body. Shen Xinbai initially intended to use the bell to force Xylier away, preventing him from harming Gu Xiuxue. Ironically, Xylier's suggestion suited his plan perfectly, and without hesitation, Shen Xinbai agreed. Fine. Hold on. Can't we just talk this out? Do we really need to fight? Is it necessary to end up killing each other? Chapter 55, Who does the master hope dies? Gu Xiuxue tried to struggle, even attempting to stand between them and stop their actions. However, the ankle shackle restricted his movements, forcing him to kneel on the bed, helplessly watching as the two figures vanished from sight. Gu Xiuxue opened his mouth, but not a single word managed to escape. After all, with both of them gone, who could he possibly speak to? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, his whole body slumping onto the bed as he painfully massaged his temple. My goodness. He's going to die. Neither of these main characters can give him a moment's peace. Why can't they be as obedient as the other protagonist? The more Gu Xiuxue thought about it, the more his headache intensified. His heart felt increasingly heavy, so he could only pray that they wouldn't fight too much. Especially Mo Li, being an avatar, he surely wasn't a match for Shenxinbai. This fight might lead to significant damage to his soul which would take a long time to heal. As he was lost in thought, another white cat came rushing in. Gu Xiuxue. Could this cat really be who he thought it was? His lips couldn't help but twitch as an uneasy feeling crept into his heart. Mo Li would never be Shenxinbai's rival, nor could he have returned so quickly. So, this cat. In the next moment, the white cat transformed back into Mo Li. Despite having some psychological preparation, Gu Xiuxue still couldn't help but remain silent at the sight. How many avatars has Mo Li created for himself anyway? Master. Before Gu Xiuxue had a chance to say anything, Mo Li's shadow had already lunged into his arms, tightly embracing him. Master, you don't need to worry. Shenxinbai won't be back for a while. Should I take you away right now? Mo Li grasped his hand, smiling warmly with a light-hearted tone. Let's go back to the demon realm right now. From now on, I will stay by your side every second, no one will be able to snatch you from me. And, Master, there's no need to be worried about him. Since I've promised you, I won't harm his life, but if you're unwilling to come back with me, I can't guarantee what I might do. Even though Mo Li was threatening him, his words were mixed with a hint of grievance and, making it seem like he was the one being threatened. Gu Xiuxue sighed helplessly. This kid was truly, incapable even at issuing threats. Since he was the one holding the initiative, shouldn't he be more assertive? But despite thinking so, Gu Xiuxue knew he couldn't just blurt out such a statement. Mo Li, first, I won't go back with you, secondly, you are no match for him. Gu Xiuxue let out a sigh and then earnestly advised. Even if your avatar can temporarily keep him busy, eventually you will be scattered, and the one who'll suffer injuries will only be your soul. There's no need for this. Mo Li stared intently at him, pursing his lips, his gaze becoming even sadder. Does Master think I'm not good enough? I'm just stating facts, your avatar is indeed no match for him. Gu Xiuxue coughed lightly and involuntarily turned his head away, unable to look directly into Mo Li's eyes. Why did Mo Li's melancholy glance and complaining tone make him feel like a trashy man abandoning his original wife? Gu Xiuxue shook his head slightly, suppressing those bizarre thoughts in his mind. What was he even thinking? But what difference does it make? I have my methods and means. If Master won't return with me, then you'd better stay here and wait. Mo Li lifted his hand, gripping Gu Xiuxue's chin, forcing him to turn around and face him. He softly chuckled but lacked any trace of joy in his eyes. Either he beats me until I disintegrate completely, so I can never bother you again, or I kill him, and then I'll come pick you up. Master, who do you hope dies? Gu Xiuxue, oh. Not. Do they have to fight to the death? I hope neither of you. Frowning, Gu Xiuxue gritted his teeth and said with some frustration. Mo Li, you're no longer a child. You're the Demon King now, can you please stop acting so impulsively? Ai Bai is the Celestial Lord. If he dies, or if you die, what benefits would that bring to you? What benefits would it bring to the demon realm? Gu Xiuxue's expression turned cold as he resolutely swatted Mo Li's hand away. Mo Li, if I am truly your master, if you still remember my words, then don't do something so immature. Mo Li froze for a moment, realizing that Master Gu was genuinely angry, and without hesitation, he knelt down. The same person who had just been ranting about life and death was now flustered, kneeling in front of him with tear-filled eyes. He grasped Master Gu's hand and placed it against his cheek. Master, I know I've wronged you. Please don't be angry, okay? Mo Li rested his head on Master Gu's lap, gently rubbing against his palm in a tender manner. I'm always well behaved, and I remember every word you've ever said to me. As Master Gu looked at this side of Mo Li, he felt a momentary daze. Back then, whenever Mo Li made a mistake, he would kneel like this in front of his bed, resting his head on his legs. He would even expose his ears and tail, looking up at him with tearful eyes, begging for forgiveness. Mo Li knew all too well that Master Gu was most susceptible to this kind of cuteness and charm. Master, please don't be mad. It's all my fault. I just couldn't help but feel resentful. Mo Li sniffled slightly, his eyes red-rimmed. I just want to take you back home. I just don't want to lose you again. Why won't you spoil me, Master? Thankfully, he was only a faint shadow now, otherwise Master Gu's clothes would surely have been soaked by his tears long ago. Master Gu took a deep breath, forcing himself not to dwell on the past anymore. Damn. He truly felt like a despicable man who abandoned his wife and child. But it wasn't like he had done anything wrong. Master Gu didn't dare to look at Mo Li any longer. He was afraid that he might soften and inadvertently reveal his true identity. Even though he did not want to acknowledge their connection, he didn't wish for Mo Li to get dragged further into it. Previously, he had even pondered over how to make Emoli forget about him entirely. However, it seemed as if Emoli had already fallen too deep into this abyss, unable to climb out. And there was Shinshinbai as well, his level of concern toward him was no less than Emoli's. Master Gu closed his eyes, feeling utterly chaotic within his mind. He still wanted to return to where he belonged, but now, he no longer dared to think about what would happen should he leave this world. What would they become? Losing once was already painful enough, regaining something precious only to lose it again, surely it would drive one mad. Master Gu's eyelashes trembled. It was no longer an issue of whether or not he acknowledged his role. Whether he accepts it or not, Emoli has already recognized him as master. But he will leave eventually. One day, sooner or later, he would have to leave. Chapter 56, Master's tears broke his heart. Now, it was merely a bug in the world that needed fixing. Once it was resolved, he would leave this world and return to his own. He would once again disappear from their lives, and they should go back to normal. But could they really return to the way things were before? Gu Xiuxue didn't know. Instinctively, he resisted thinking about these matters. After so many years of being together, raising them with his own hands, investing so much effort into them, claiming he had no feelings for them would be a lie. They were the protagonists, and they should have stood at the pinnacle after his death as the villain. Instead of what they had become, fighting for him and causing mayhem. Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but feel confused. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. Seeing their current state caused him distress. Master, please don't cry. I won't bring those things up anymore. Please don't cry, alright? Emoli noticed a single tear slide from Gu Xiuxue's eye, his heart racing with anxiety. He immediately stood up, embraced him, and gently wiped away the tear, softening his voice. Master, don't worry. I won't kill him, I truly won't. And I won't die at his hands, throwing the demon realm into chaos. I've always listened to you. Believe me. Emoli clenched his teeth, I won't pressure you anymore, Master. I'll wait. I'll wait until you want to come back. When that time comes, I will definitely come fetch you. Master, I'll wait for you. Sadness clouded Emoli's eyes, yet his tone remained resolute. Gu Xiuxue opened his eyes and saw the person in front of him give him a faint smile before dissipating into points of starlight in the air. After remaining silent for a long while, he suddenly let out a sigh of relief and wiped away his tears. Thankfully, the novels 311 gave him weren't wrong. Tears really were the ultimate weapon, Emoli just couldn't handle them at all. Relieved, Gu Xiuxue simply lay down on the bed, letting his mind drift blankly. Let him think for a moment, how exactly should he deal with this situation? Although he genuinely cared for them and hated seeing them like this, it didn't mean he would stay here. After all, he didn't belong to this world, he would leave eventually. The only thing he could do was find a way to make them move on. Gu Xiuxue wasn't naive enough not to consider playing the villain again. Disappointing them completely or even making them hate him would ensure they wouldn't grieve when he left again. But things were different now, they cared about him more than anything. He couldn't just toy with their feelings, otherwise, they might break faster. And he didn't want to die either. If only they could forget about him entirely. But they were the protagonists, so getting them to forget only about him would be difficult. The more Gu Xiuxue thought about it, the more his headache grew. Annoyed, he pulled a blanket over his head and rolled over, lying face down on the bed. Fine, he'd just wait until 311 came online and ask if there was any solution. Truly exasperating. Unconsciously, Gu Xiuxue missed another obedient protagonist. At that very moment, Emoli abruptly opened his eyes on the other side. The two young men sitting beside him also rose, their gazes directly focusing on him. One of them asked urgently, what happened? Did you see the master? When can we bring him back? Emoli's expression turned dark, and his gaze swept across the two present. The other one, though not as frantic in questioning, had veins bulging in his tightly clenched fan, betraying his current emotions. He shook his head and spoke coolly. I saw him, but master doesn't wish to leave with me. It seems Shinshingbai has used some trick to trap master. Since master doesn't want to trouble us, naturally, he doesn't want to leave with me either. Hearing this, the young man instantly paled, clenching his teeth and cursing fiercely. Bah! That shameless fellow! Who does he think he is to make our master care about him? At first, he must have done something foul to scatter master's cultivation completely. Otherwise, how could he ever be our master's match? How dare he disgrace our master so? The more the youth thought, the angrier he became, his eyes red. If it hadn't been for someone pulling him back, he would have rushed to the heavenly realm to take Gu Xiuxue back by force. Lingyun, calm down. Have you forgotten what master told us at the start? How am I supposed to stay calm? Yuni, master dotes on you the most. Aren't you concerned about saving him? Lingyun turned and glared at Yuni. When master said not to rescue him before, I thought it was because he didn't want us to worry. But you insisted that master had his own plans. And now look at the result. Now that we've finally found him, are you still going to stop us? If you refuse to save him, then I will go by myself. I'm not at all comfortable leaving master with that shameless Shinshingbai. But at that moment, Lingyun failed to notice that as soon as he mentioned, "Master cares about you the most," Mo Li's body stiffened slightly, and his eyes grew dim. Yuni let out a soft sigh. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I not save Master? We just need to think carefully. The heavenly realm is not a place we can come and go as we please. Besides, we're no match for Xinbai. If we're to bring Master back from him, we'll need a solid plan. Moreover, there's still..." Yuni suddenly stopped speaking mid-sentence, sparing Mo Li a glance with a distant tone. "Thank you for your help today, King of Demons, but from here on, this is the matter of our demon realm. It might be inconvenient for you to stay around." Mo Li softly laughed. "You too should call me Master too. He is my master as well. Why has it become solely your demon realm affair?" Lingyun glanced at Mo Li, then Yuni, and finally tugged at Yuni's sleeve, whispering quietly. "He's right, his strength far surpasses ours. With his help, it might be easier." Yuni immediately lost for words, looking at Lingyun with an extremely complex expression, tinged with a hint of frustration for his lack of wit. How could this guy be so dense, having absolutely no sense of scheming? How did Master even end up favoring him? Was it simply because his original form was a fluffy white dog? Yuni felt exhausted but also somewhat helpless. There was no way around it. Lingyun was still his junior disciple, and even if he seemed a little dim-witted, Yuni still needed to protect him or else Master would likely get angry upon returning. Mo Li curved his lips into a faint smile and spoke indifferently. "But truly, I'm not interested in your affairs in the demon realm. You two decide what to do. If you're indecisive, come find me later. I'll be staying here for a while." Yuni's tone remained aloof. "Then thank you for your trouble." Mo Li turned and left. The smile vanished from his face, leaving behind only coldness in his eyes. He absolutely wouldn't let go, nor forgive Xinbai, and definitely wouldn't wait idly either. As long as he didn't act himself, his promise wasn't broken. Chapter 57, Brother, Stop Pouting. Brother. Xinbai entered the room and saw Gu Xiuxue lying in bed with his eyes half closed. The anger and jealousy originally in Xinbai's heart also dissipated completely. Looking at the person on the bed, he slowed his steps and approached. Xinbai sat by the bedside, watching the sleeping Gu Xiuxue. After a long silence, he sighed and then raised his hand to caress his face. His lips were slightly pressed together, his eyes full of obscurity as his fingertips rubbed Gu Xiuxue's lips until they turned slightly red before he stopped. "Brother, tell me what to do. How can I make you stay by my side forever? You clearly promised to be with me forever, you promised to marry me, to belong completely to me, you cannot deceive me. Brother, I trusted you so much, why did you deceive me?" Xinbai murmured softly, a glint of coldness passing through his eyes. The strength in his hands increased slightly, and a hint of madness appeared. "I want to hide you, brother, I want to hide you. Only this way will you not be taken away by others." Gu Xiuxue's eyelashes quivered slightly, he tilted his head, his brows furrowed as if having a nightmare. AI, don't." Xinbai's movement suddenly paused, he stared at Gu Xiuxue complexly, speaking self-mockingly. "Does brother fear me that much? Then who does brother want? That you Fuyue or that Mo Li? Don't drink any more, AI. Gu Xiuxue abruptly flipped over, pressing Xinbai down on the bed. Before Xinbai could react, he saw Gu Xiuxue tightly pressing against him, his hands holding onto him, lifting one leg to press against his waist. Faced with such a posture almost imprisoning him, Xinbai was still somewhat at a loss. Brother. Absolutely no drinking. You're still young, absolutely no alcohol. When you grow up, then you can drink." Gu Xiuxue tightly embraced Xinbai, muttering, rubbing against him again, then suddenly changing his tone. Be good, brother loves you the most." Gu Xiuxue kept mumbling about how much he liked him. This made Xinbai's body stiffen involuntarily. Xinbai clenched his fists tightly at his sides, veins protruding on his knuckles as if he was struggling to hold back something. He opened his mouth, moved his hand awkwardly to embrace Gu Xiuxue's waist, cuddling close to him in a very affectionate manner. "Brother." Xinbai closed his eyes briefly, kissed Gu Xiuxue's lips. "I love you the most too, even though you are a little liar, I love you the most. Brother, why must you be so good? They all want to compete with me for you, but you belong to me, you promised me, you would be with me. We have worshipped heaven and earth, formed a contract, you belong to me, no one will take you away from me." Xinbai's eyes revealed a slight ruthlessness, he spoke coldly to himself. "Today is just a lesson for Mo Li. If he continues to insist on taking you away from me, I don't mind replacing the demon king of the demon realm." Pretending to be asleep, Gu Xiuxue thought. "I should probably still find a way to make them forget about me. If this goes on, both the demon realm and the immortal realm will fall into chaos. Forget waiting for this world's bug to get fixed, it looks like before that day comes, I'll already see the entire 6 realms being disrupted because of them." Gu Xiuxue sighed inwardly, what a mess. But luckily, now Mo Li has been calmed down, and Xinbai has been appeased, so there should be no immediate problems. Where is 311 not coming online yet? He knows about everything between Yufuyue and Emoli already, does he need to investigate it for so long? Gu Xiuxue cursed several times inside. However, on the surface, he continued to pretend to sleep, leaning comfortably in Shinshinbai's arms like an obedient kitten, rubbing slightly against him. Fortunately, the novels he read before at 311 were all remembered clearly by him, and fortunately, those novels didn't lie to him. Ever since the previous novel's male lead called Shinshinbai, husband, making his heart soften. Gu Xiuxue felt as if he had unlocked a new world door. As long as he imitated the protagonists in those novels, gave in, shed tears, pretended a little bit, he really could fool them. Although doing this was really awkward, compared to money and life, it really wasn't worth mentioning. The novels truly didn't deceive him. He would have to find a few more to read. Unfortunately, although 311 had given him many novels, all of them shared only one common point: they were equally large, and they spanned various genres. None of them, however, taught him what to do in situations like this. As Gu Xiuxue thought about it, a wave of drowsiness came over him, and he eventually fell asleep. When he woke up again, the first thing he saw was Shinshinbai lying beside him. "Brother, you're awake. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Shinshinbai's tone was gentle, carrying an unusual sense of joy, clearly in a very good mood. Seeing this, Gu Xiuxue also smiled and nodded. Since there was no way for him to leave now, since their relationship had already progressed to this point, and since he still needed vitality points and the system required energy, maintaining a cold face wouldn't benefit him. If Shinshinbai became unhappy, his lower back would be the one to suffer. "I heard from Little Nine that there are many things happening in the immortal realm recently. Aren't you going to handle those matters today? I've had everything moved over here. Starting today, I won't leave you anymore, and I won't let you out of my sight for even half a step." Smiling, Shinshinbai got up while speaking, and gently picked up Gu Xiuxue. He personally took care of his grooming, dressing, and meals, not letting him exert himself in the slightest. Even though Gu Xiuxue was prepared to throw caution to the wind and they had already done even more intimate things, facing such a Shinshinbai still made him feel somewhat awkward. However, Shinshinbai had no intention of removing the ankle bracelet on his foot. With his legs immobile now, unable to walk even if he wanted to, all he could do was allow Shinshinbai to carry him around and do as he pleased. This thought flashed through his mind, causing Gu Xiuxue to remain silent for a few seconds. Yet when Shinshinbai laid him down on the soft couch, saying he wanted to change his clothes but ended up touching every inch of his body and still found it insufficient, Gu Xiuxue fought the urge to roll his eyes. Unable to help it, he softened his voice and said, "Ai, I'm cold. Could he please stop playing around?" Every part of his body, inside and out, had already been seen by Shinshinbai long ago. Did he really need to keep touching him like this? Staring at Gu Xiuxue, Shinshinbai's gaze darkened. He reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Gu Xiuxue's cheeks, his voice deep and husky as he spoke. "Brother, don't act cute." Chapter 58, Dreams, Gu Xiuxue's Past. Gu Xiuxue felt utterly hopeless. He couldn't understand why he was being called coquettish. Shinshinbai just wanted to bully him for no reason and simply picked one out of the blue. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Seeing Shinshinbai showing no intention of stopping, his eyelashes trembled slightly as tears rolled down his cheeks. Without hesitation, he bit down hard on Shinshinbai's shoulder. "Does my dear brother feel the pain now?" Shinshinbai chuckled softly, still not planning to let Gu Xiuxue off. Gu Xiuxue wasn't going to give in either. Without a word, he continued biting several more times to express his discontent. Finally, exhausted from all the effort, he could only let himself be carried by Shinshinbai into the bathroom for a bath, which quieted him down a little. Shinshinbai glanced at the marks left on his body, his gaze darkening momentarily. Though Gu Xiuxue was the one being bullied, his appearance seemed even worse now. Tracing over a bite mark with his fingertip, Shinshinbai smiled, satisfaction filling his eyes. All these were given by his dear brother, all left behind by him. Gu Xiuxue thought Shinshinbai would be in pain, but in fact, Shinshinbai was practically thrilled. To the point that he almost didn't want to hide the traces on his body. But thinking about next time, when Gu Xiuxue would leave new marks on him. Shinshinbai narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing removing the current marks wouldn't necessarily be bad. He smiled faintly and then carefully took the unconscious Gu Xiuxue back to bed, cleaning the water off his body, and applying some medicine. Thinking that Gu Xiuxue hadn't eaten yet and had already been tormented this way, he pursed his lips slightly but spoke softly. "Dear brother is truly coquettish, how am I supposed to resist? This isn't my fault." Brother started acting coquettishly first. Knowing fully well that Gu Xiuxue couldn't hear or refute his words, Shinshinbai said it boldly. After all, if Gu Xiuxue were awake, hearing this statement might result in another 2 kicks directed toward him. Nevertheless, it did not dampen Shinshinbai's good mood. While Gu Xiuxue slept, he got up to deal with the day's accumulated tasks and asked someone to re-prepare dinner. Gu Xiuxue felt his entire body heavy and drowsy, as though he had fallen into a dream. He dreamed of his old world, the part of his past that he least wanted to remember. In the dream, he was sitting on his bed, wrists and ankles bound by thin chains, even around his waist and neck. He was completely confined to that bed, and the familiar boy from his memories sat by the edge, smiling gently at him. "Uncle, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Did you miss me?" The boy smiled and asked, instinctively wanting to escape. He was held by the boy who easily pulled him back. "Uncle is still so naughty." The boy sighed lightly, seeming regretful but his eyes glowing with a wild excitement. "No. I'm your uncle, have you gone mad?" Gu Xiushue's voice brimmed with anger, disbelief shadowing his eyes. He couldn't believe that the child he raised, the head of the Gu family whom he'd nurtured, after reclaiming all power, immediately chose to imprison him like this. "So what? We don't share blood relations. Now I'm the head of the family, whatever I want to do, whoever I want to be with, who among them dares to say otherwise?" The boy carelessly laughed and effortlessly undid 2 buttons of his shirt. "Uncle, don't you remember? It was you who taught me. It was you who personally taught me and handed over your last trump card to me. You belong to me now. I've been waiting for this day for such a long time." The boy's intimate, teasing voice rang in Gu Xiushue's ears, sounding like the devil's whisper. "Uncle, hold me again, just like when I was a child." Gu Xiushue's pupils suddenly tightened, his breathing quickened slightly. He didn't regret giving up the power, because it originally belonged to the boy. What he didn't understand was how the youth he had carefully nurtured ended up turning out this way. He taught him how to conceal his fangs, how to patiently hunt, in order to get the prey. But then the boy turned around and bared his teeth at him, making him the prey. Later events became blurry, his whole person muddled, unable to distinguish between day and night. He only dimly remembered that the youth seemed to be angry at someone else, then tightly gripped his hand and cried like a child. Through tears, he said he was wrong, and promised he would let him go. Afterward, he never saw that youth again who he had personally raised. The boy found new friends, his bank account always filled with unending funds, and he even received gifts during holidays. Birthdays came with different surprises each time. Anything he wanted, someone would send it over to him. People around him were not lacking, some lusting after his beauty, others his wealth, but they were always helped out of the way before he could act, ensuring no one disturbed his life. He knew who this person was, and he also realized he had never truly left that person's sight. But that individual had disappeared from in front of his eyes entirely. He grew tired of such a life. When 311 appeared, without any hesitation, he chose to bind himself. For the sake of that 1 billion, and also for leaving thoroughly. In this world, there's nothing money can't solve. If there is, it simply means the amount isn't enough. As long as he acquired 1 billion, upon returning, he could completely change his identity. Yet now, because of a bug, he was stuck in this world, repeatedly bullied by the male protagonist he had raised while pinned down on the bed. Gu Xiushue woke up in shock from the dream, a thin layer of cold sweat lining his forehead. Recalling the events from the dream, he breathed heavily, some confusion still lingering in his eyes. "Master, you've awoken." It was Xiaojiu's voice. Gradually, Gu Xiushue snapped back into reality, lifting his gaze to look at Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu smiled faintly. "The meal has been prepared. Master, have some first." Earlier, several immortals made a commotion, so Lord Shen went to deal with matters. "He will come back later to accompany you." "Yes." A single "yes" emerged, surprising Gu Xiushue with the hoarseness of his own voice, but he didn't elaborate further. Xiaojiu had a small table moved next to the bed, placing the food down and waiting beside him. Gu Xiushue never went against his body's needs. However, as he ate these tasty dishes, he felt a sense of blandness deep within his heart. Having stayed in this world for so many years, that event had almost been forgotten, buried beneath layers of his memory. Now it resurfaced suddenly once more. Gu Xiushue began questioning himself. Did he really lack any talent for raising children? Why were the children who had been so obedient in their youth, turned wild after being raised by him? They all rebelled and bullied him. Was this reasonable? This was utterly unreasonable. Chapter 59, What? My brother has a child. Perhaps due to the thoughts in his mind. Even though the dishes in front of him were all his favorites and he was indeed a little hungry, he ended up not eating much. Gu Xiushue put down his chopsticks and bowl. Xiaojiu, standing nearby, tilted her head slightly with a puzzled expression and asked. Master, are you done eating? Not really feeling hungry. Gu Xiushue sighed and rubbed his stomach. The feeling of being hungry yet unable to eat was truly unpleasant. He watched as Xiaojiu began tidying things up and suddenly asked, Xiaojiu, do you have any plum candy? Or something sour? He remembered that eating something sour could improve one's appetite. Xiaojiu looked at him, her usually calm eyes showing a flicker of surprise. Without knowing what she thought, she nodded quickly, glancing subtly at Gu Xiushue's abdomen before smiling and saying. Yes, I'll get it for you right away. Gu Xiushue. Was this his imagination, or did this girl seem happy about something? Did the celestial realm also have unsold plum candy? Unable to comprehend, Gu Xiushue didn't want to dwell on these matters. Rather than pondering this, he preferred to think about how to solve the current issue. These days, he had gained a fair amount of life energy from Shinshinbai, but it still wasn't enough to support his plan. Gu Xiushue watched as the puppets cleared the small table by the bed. His gaze passed over his ankles, pausing momentarily on the ankle bracelet before he lost himself in thought. But before all else, he needed to find a way to pacify Shinshinbai and have him help remove the anklet. While deep in thought, Gu Xiuxue saw a figure clad in white suddenly come into view. Before he could fully react, Shinshinbai had already sat beside him, firmly gripping his wrist with a serious look on his face, staring intently at his abdomen. "Ai Bai, what is happening?" Gu Xiuxue, who had been caught off guard when his wrist was grabbed, raised his eyes to look at Shinshinbai, confused and clearly unsure of what had happened. Recalling how he hadn't eaten much earlier, he also remembered the time Shinshinbai mistakenly thought he was fasting. He pursed his lips, preparing to explain that he simply lacked an appetite and wasn't fasting. However, before he could speak, he heard Shinshinbai's Adam's apple move as he asked with a mix of joy and unease. "Brother, why didn't you tell me about something so important?" Ah. What important thing was there to tell him? He had no clue. Gu Xiuxue's mind brimmed with question marks, making him even more bewildered. Who could enlighten him on what exactly had happened and why Shinshinbai had become so excited all of a sudden? "Shinshinbai, what's going on?" "No need to worry, brother. I already know everything." Shinshinbai grinned, his eyebrows curved. He then pulled out an exquisite box containing several sour plums, handing them over to Gu Xiuxue. "Brother, eat some first. Is it enough? If not, I'll fetch some more. Tell me if you want anything else." Gu Xiuxue was caught completely off guard by Shinshinbai's sudden attitude change, utterly stunned. Subconsciously, he accepted the sour plums and, under Shinshinbai's expectant gaze, popped a couple into his mouth. The sour sweetness burst between his teeth, immediately snapping Gu Xiuxue back to reality. Hold on, Shinshinbai's reaction was far too strange. Had something occurred without his knowledge? Gu Xiuxue frowned, just about to ask, when he saw Shinshinbai carefully wrapping his arms around his waist, almost crouching by the side of the bed. An uneasy feeling rose within him. Shinshinbai wouldn't be. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. Biting on the plum flesh, Gu Xiuxue watched as Shinshinbai happily leaned closer to his belly, falling silent. His fists tightened. "Shinshinbai, what are you doing?" Gu Xiuxue stared at Shinshinbai, emotionlessly speaking with a touch of gritted teeth. "What do you want to hear?" "I want to see if there's any movement, brother." Shinshinbai lifted his eyes to gaze at him, blinking with pure joy and excitement evident in every crease of his features. "There won't be any movement." Gu Xiuxue's eyelid twitched as he gritted his teeth, barely suppressing the urge to slap Shinshinbai. "Shinshinbai. Have you forgotten all basic common sense after becoming the Celestial Lord?" Though the protagonists don't have romantic storylines, he hadn't taught them much in that area. However, these kinds of basic facts, he had certainly explained. What was Shinshinbai even thinking? Did he truly believe that sleeping together a few times would result in pregnancy? Shinshinbai froze for a moment, then rose and sat at the edge of the bed, his tone tinged with apology. "Sorry brother, it's my fault. I actually forgot." Gu Xiuxue sniffed softly, good to know. "I forgot that it's too early, we shouldn't be hearing any movements yet. We'll need to wait a couple more months." As Shinshinbai thought this over, he didn't notice the increasingly grim look on Gu Xiuxue's face and continued earnestly. "Brother, do you think our first child will be a boy or a girl? As long as it's yours and mine, I'll like either gender. A boy and a girl would be perfect." No, twins sound quite rowdy, so just one is fine." Shinshinbai remained oblivious to Gu Xiuxue's changing emotions and became fully lost in his own musings, talking animatedly without waiting for a response. "During my walk here, I thought about it, we should stick with just this one child. Maybe it could take your last name, Gu Xiaobai. That way it works whether it's a boy or a girl." Gu Xiuxue. Ah. This was a travesty, an outright travesty. Could this really be his student? What gave him the false impression that two men could possibly reproduce? Unable to listen any longer, Gu Xiuxue cut in sharply with a raised hand. "Stop. Please stop these ridiculous and impractical thoughts of yours immediately." Shinshinbai looked at Gu Xiuxue curiously. "Is something wrong, brother? Do you not like the name? How about using my surname instead, Shen Yanxue? Ai Bai." Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiuxue calmed himself before staring straight at Shinshinbai, forcing a strained smile as he said mockingly. "Could it be possible, that we are both men and therefore cannot have a child together?" Shinshinbai pursed his lips, furrowing his brows, and cast a glance at the sour plum in Gu Xiuxue's hands, an action clearly implying disbelief. "Is brother unwilling to have my child? If brother doesn't want it." Gu Xiuxue clutched the box tightly in his hand, muttering under his breath several times that resistance was futile, barely suppressing the urge to hit someone. If he struck out now, his lack of cultivation wouldn't make much impact on Shinshinbai anyway, but it might get misinterpreted as another form of affection. It seemed he was almost laughing through gritted teeth when he said, fine, very well. Then tell me, how can two grown men even produce a child together? Shinshinbai, have you ever seen two men have children before? Chapter 60, No Children. Xianzuan S. Shen Xinbai was rare to be momentarily speechless, his gaze once again fell on Gu Xiushue's abdomen, remaining silent for a long time. But, there has never been a precedent for a Mo Zun and a Xian Zun being together either. What if? Are you so desperate for a child? Gu Xiushue finally couldn't resist rolling his eyes, asking irritably, even sneering. Since you say you love me, then you should know we can't have children. If you want a child, you should find, Gu Xiushue's remaining words were left unsaid as Shen Xinbai's lips blocked his. After a long while, Shen Xinbai released him, his voice low and hoarse. I don't want to, brother. I don't want to go elsewhere, I only want you. I just feel that although you may not like me much, but if we really had a child, then I would be the most special person in your heart. Perhaps you will choose me, you won't leave me. Now it was Gu Xiushue who was rendered speechless. He stared dumbly at Shen Xinbai, watching the look of loss and sadness on the face before him, at a loss for what to say for a moment. Shen Xinbai lowered his eyes, he knew this kind of situation was almost impossible. But what if? What if this is the way to keep him by my side forever without needing an anklet lock? He wasn't particularly fond of children. But if it were Gu Xiushue's child, then he would like it. All of it was because of the person before him. He was the only exception. Gu Xiushue remained silent, thinking his earlier pretense of speaking in his sleep could ease Shen Xinbai's mind. However, Shen Xinbai still believed he preferred someone else. This kid was really quite difficult to placate. With obscure gaze, Gu Xiushue looked up again, seriousness evident in his tone. Bai, you cannot think this way. Children are not tools to bind a person. Love is love, not love is not love. If I didn't like you, yet you attempted to tie me down with a child of my bloodline, trying to use an innocent person to confine me, or even making me like you. That would only backfire. Shen Xinbai, if you truly do this, I would only detest you more. Gu Xiushue's cold tone made Shen Xinbai flustered. Opening his mouth, he tried to explain. It's not like that, brother. I'm not trying to use a child to tie you down. I just wanted you to care about me more. The Shen Xinbai who had been so domineering just a few days ago, now, upon hearing that Gu Xiushue might despise him more, looked like a child who had done something wrong. He appeared lost in front of Gu Xiushue, his eyes full of panic. At just this moment, Gu Xiushue used both hands to cup his face, taking the initiative to kiss his lips. Speaking of kissing, it was actually just a slight touch of their lips, with no other movements. Yet, even this light as a butterfly kiss was enough to calm Shen Xinbai down. Besides, I don't dislike you, Bai. I returned willingly with you, so please don't do things that make me hate you. Loosening his grip on Shen Xinbai, Gu Xiushue still held his face, forcing him to maintain eye contact, speaking earnestly. Only, just not dislike. Shen Xinbai caught the meaning in his words, laughing bitterly, his heart filled with sourness and bitterness. Gu Xiushue paused, slightly furrowing his brow, when Shen Xinbai quickly reverted to his old self, speaking lightly. I understand, brother. The matters of today were me acting too hastily. Sorry, brother. Xian Bai. As Gu Xiushue was about to say more, Shen Xinbai had already freed himself from his grasp, decisively rising and leaving behind the request for him to rest well. His departing silhouette was somewhat disheveled and lonely. Staring at the direction he left, Gu Xiushue popped another plum into his mouth, his brows furrowing even tighter. So sour. Not as good as those eaten earlier. Gu Xiushue had lost his appetite for sour plums, yet in order to suppress his inner unease, he continued stuffing a couple more plums into his mouth. Shen Xinbai was after all the main male character, and though there had also never been a precedent of two men having a child in this world. If he really desired such a child, maybe he would truly succeed. However, after being spoken to like that earlier, Shen Xinbai must have dismissed this thought. Biting into the plum meat, Gu Xiushue's eyes carried a faint air of confusion. But since he had already achieved his purpose, why was he still somewhat unable to cheer up? Gu Xiushue couldn't figure it out. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he felt, so he simply shoved these thoughts aside, turned over, and pulled the blanket around him, refusing to think further. Never mind, anyway he would leave this world sooner or later. He also wondered how that guy 311 was doing. It was just asking him to investigate a few things, could it really take this long? Gu Xiushue kept muttering to himself, and perhaps because of all the muttering, the next day he heard a familiar voice. I'm back, did you miss me? 311 grinned, hey, these past few days have been great for you, my energy has increased a lot. Gu Xiushue rolled his eyes without caring about his appearance and snapped. You've got some nerve saying that. Look at me now, do I look fine? Mo Li suddenly showed up before we fought, and I guess that fragment of divine soul must have been shattered. Gu Xiushue briefly recounted what had happened over the past 2 days to 311, which was met with a prolonged silence. After a while, 311 finally spoke slowly. To be honest, Gu Xiushue, I really think you can get both of these male leads under your belt. You have the ability, I believe in you. My mood has been bad these past couple of days, don't say nonsense to me. Gu Xiushue's tone was unfriendly, but 311 laughed and returned to the main topic. Alright, let's talk business. I figured out everything regarding Yu Fuyue and Emoli. As 311 mentioned this, there was unusual seriousness in his tone. Seeing this, Gu Xiuxue involuntarily became solemn as well. Yu Fuyue is Emoli's heart demon. It already existed when Emoli was suffering immense bullying in the distant past, and our plot synopsis briefly touched on it, though only in passing. And given that the antagonist storyline didn't see this heart demon appear at all, we naturally overlooked it at the time. 311 sighed again, his tone tinged with helplessness. But likely because you didn't follow the original plot by directly oppressing Emoli, but instead disguised yourself and quietly protected him. This heart demon not only surfaced later, but Emoli even used a secret technique to extract it, turning it into an entirely independent entity. This is today's Yu Fuyue. Chapter 61, Who Should I Buy and Xiaoli Choose? Gu Xiuxue's face slightly changed upon hearing what 311 said. When he learned that Yu Fuyue and Emoli were the same person, he hadn't thought about it in this context. He had merely assumed that Yu Fuyue was a separate avatar Emoli created to escape the affairs of the demon realm. He didn't expect her to be a heart demon. 311 glanced at his expression and continued. After Yu Fuyue appeared, on the surface she kept helping Emoli handle various affairs of the demon realm. But in reality, she had been secretly undermining Emoli's reputation all along. He wanted to replace Emoli and become the new demon king. He even planned to completely erase Emoli's existence after he became the new king. What? He wants to kill Emoli. Gu Xiuxue's pupils suddenly tightened. Although he had already learned part of the truth from Qingyue. Now hearing that Yu Fuyue actually intended to eliminate Emoli outright, he too felt a knot form in his chest. Yes, he is different from other heart demons. The others merely seduce their hosts while this one aims for direct replacement and even plans to destroy Emoli. After a pause, 311 hesitated but then went on. And now Emoli is discussing with your young apprentice in the magic realm how to bring you back. Over the years, Yu Fuyue has done a lot in the demon realm. Emoli has almost indulged herself in oblivion, choosing to turn a blind eye towards her actions. But now with this demon king absent from the demon realm, Yu Fuyue has taken advantage of the opportunity and in just half a month, she has already seized control over the entire demon realm. If Emoli brings you back from the immortal realm right now, the only thing waiting for her will be the deadly predicament set up by Yu Fuyue. As Gu Xiuxue listened further, his face grew increasingly grim. He sat on the bed, gripping the blanket tightly, his veins bulging on the back of his hands. Yu Fuyue isn't merely the protagonist's heart demon anymore. She separated from Emoli's body and became an independent existence. And yet, she carries the protagonist's aura and destiny. If she really kills Emoli. Hiss. Just imagining such a possibility made Gu Xiuxue involuntarily draw in a sharp breath, feeling more headaches. What kind of situation is this? The protagonists liking him one after another was tolerable. But now, even a heart demon emerges who wants to kill the protagonist and take her place. Gu Xiuxue lay down without any emotion, pulling the quilt over his head and placing his hands crossed over his abdomen. With a cold tone, he said. Xiao-san, I think there's no hope for this world. It's been so long and bugs haven't been fixed. Now, even the protagonists want to fight among themselves. How about we just stay here and watch these protagonists slaughter each other until the world ends, and you and I die together? 311. No, don't be so negative. There's still a chance, right? At least now we know where the problem lies. We can fix it. With some helplessness, 311 added, and don't you forget. Once we return, you will gain 400 billion. Gu Xiuxue abruptly sat up in bed, smiling gently. Alright, it's trivial matters. Talking about money hurts feelings. I mainly care about this world. Since you've said that, surely you have a plan. Go ahead and tell me. This time around, the response was once again silence. Just as he started getting impatient, he finally heard 311's slow voice inside his mind. We could, assist Emoli, go back to the demon realm, and kill Yu Fuyue. That way, we would thoroughly resolve this hidden danger. The smile faded from Gu Xiuxue's face. In his mind emerged images of Yu Fuyue, the times they interacted, the moments when she tearfully looked at him, the smiles she shared as she helped him leave confinement, the days she bought sugar figurines for him, the secret medicinal concoctions she attempted for him to regain strength. Closing his eyes, Gu Xiuxue reopened them. His gaze turned completely indifferent. The time he spent with Yu Fuyue wasn't long, nor did it involve deep emotions. Especially after knowing her true identity and intent. Regarding Yu Fuyue approaching him and being good to him, he simply considered it as tactics against Emoli. Because Emoli cared about him, and Yu Fuyue, wanting to calculate and supplant Emoli, had approached through him. The thought that all Yu Fuyue's kindness and appearances in front of him were merely for the purpose of calculating Emoli, deliberately fabricated, sent a chill through Gu Xiuxue's heart. He couldn't help but feel a coldness welling up in his chest. How could there be goodness without reason in this world? Everything was nothing more than calculation. Xiu Shui, although Yu Fuyue treated you well before, it's clear that he only approached you to deal with Emoli. Seeing Gu Xiuxue remain silent, 311 thought that he was reluctant and tried persuading again gently. Moreover, Yu Fuyue's existence itself is a bug. If we can figure out a way for Immortal to kill him, perhaps this world will return to normal, and you will be able to go back to the main world. Alright, Xiao-san, I know what to do. Gu Xiuxue covered his eyes with his hand and sighed again, seemingly feeling a headache as he spoke. I'm just thinking, if I really leave with Xiaoli, what about Ibai? Ever since he said those words, Shen Xinbai, who used to cling onto him, hadn't appeared before him anymore. Except for the meals that were still delivered by Xiaojiu, he hadn't seen Shen Xinbai at all. Thinking about Shen Xinbai's dejected back figure, Gu Xiuxue seriously spoke, he won't let me go. Moreover, with his current high level of blackening, if I run away again, he would really go insane. 311 was momentarily speechless and got worried. Then what should we do? Mo Li is still the demon king now, he can't stay in the magic realm forever. The affairs of the demon realm can't be concealed for long, he will definitely have to return. We can't just sit idly by while Yufuyue kills Mo Li, right? Gu Xiuxue lowered his eyelids, his hand covering his gaze, making it impossible even for 311 to discern his emotions, not seeing the shadow of darkness flashing in his eyes. He continued sighing, appearing equally helpless. Yes, what should we do? No matter how we choose, whether staying or leaving, one thing will always go wrong. Do we really have no other options? 311 felt like crying but held back for fear of breaking down from emotional overload, suppressing tears hard. Gu Xiuxue pressed his lips slightly, in essence, it's because they developed feelings for me that they shouldn't. Xiao-san, tell me, if we could make Ibai completely forget me, wouldn't everything be simpler? Gu Xiuxue dropped his hand, sensing 311's silence, with a look of melancholy in his eyes. He couldn't manage to let Shen Xinbai entirely forget him, but 311 was a system and could make it happen. Currently, whichever side he chose would result in mistakes. But if one of them forgot him? If Shen Xinbai forgot him, forgetting all their pasts together, forgetting those emotions that never should have existed for him, then Shen Xinbai would no longer cling to him. If, as 311 had said, Yufuyue was indeed the bug in this world. Once Yufuyue was resolved, he would be able to return to his own world. Mo Li would eliminate her sole threat and be able to properly reign as Demon King. This would be good news for everyone involved. However, all of this hinged on 311 being willing to help erase Shen Xinbai's memories. Gu Xiuxue. Chapter 62, The Immortal is tempting my brother online. I always feel like you're plotting against me, but I don't have any proof. 311 slowly spoke up, but looking at Gu Xiuxue's serious expression made him hesitate for a moment. Gu Xiuxue, hearing his words, frowned and sighed as he responded. Little 3, how can you think this way? This is all for us. Tell me, if we don't make him lose his memory, what other ways would I have to return to the demon realm with Mo Li? I can't escape, and even if I manage to flee by chance, Shen Xinbai will surely go dark and pursue me, potentially even killing Mo Li. This. 311, seeing that Shen Xinbai's darkness value has been stable recently, hesitated somewhat. Although Shen Xinbai's darkness value has now stabilized around 80. He still remembered clearly that after Gu Xiuxue disappeared last time, Shen Xinbai's darkness level went crazy, almost reaching its limit. So, the best way now is to erase all of his memories about me, it's good for both of us. Gu Xiuxue's voice was gentle, tinged with a sense of persuasion. You wouldn't want, after we leave this world, for the protagonist Shen Xinbai to cause the collapse of this world due to his excessive darkness value and thus face punishment from above, right? But my current energy isn't enough. To completely wipe away all of his memories about you, I need more energy. 311, after being coaxed, felt that what he said made sense, but he was still somewhat hesitant. His current situation indeed didn't provide sufficient energy. Gu Xiuxue paused, how much more do you need? Quite a bit. Can you provide it? 311 somewhat awkwardly opened his mouth. It wasn't whether he was willing or not anymore, it depended on whether Gu Xiuxue could actively gain more energy from Shen Xinbai. Gu Xiuxue lowered his eyes silently, then bit his lips after a while. Alright, I'll find a way to handle the energy issue. Anyway, it had come to this point, and since he himself proposed this matter, there was no need to be delicate about it. Once 311 had sufficient energy, he would be able to completely leave Shen Xinbai, allowing that person to forget his existence, burying this part of the past forever. But before that, they must make thorough preparations. Gu Xiuxue pondered in his heart, picturing someone's face. His gaze flickered momentarily. Thinking about obtaining energy, when Shen Xinbai returned to the room quietly at night, Gu Xiuxue sat at the head of the bed staring at him. Just when he thought about leaving, he decisively reached out and hooked Shen Xinbai's waist cord without hesitation. Gu Xiuxue wanted to quickly gain more energy and leave this place. Losing control over his strength momentarily, he directly pulled down Shen Xinbai's waist cord. Shen Xinbai. Gu Xiuxue. The two stared at each other. Gu Xiuxue stiffened slightly, lowering his head to look at the waist cord in his hand, feeling inexplicably awkward. However, he still justified firmly. Bai, you should change your waist cord. There's something wrong with this one. I just lightly hooked it, and it fell off on its own. So why isn't my big brother sleeping so late? Shen Xinbai asked calmly. Faced with his calm demeanor, Gu Xiuxue felt somewhat uneasy inside, even stirring up a peculiar emotion that made him very uncomfortable. But he didn't think too much about it, suppressing that peculiar emotion. He turned his head and said slowly. I just missed you a bit. I want to sleep with you, AI bye. I can't fall asleep alone, stay with me. Hearing the suggestive undertone in Gu Xiushue's words, Shenxinbai raised his hand to caress his face and tucked the hair falling over his ear behind it. His voice softened considerably as he leaned close to Gu Xiushue's ear and whispered gently. Isn't the older brother the one who doesn't like me? You said yourself, you only didn't dislike me. I don't want to do anything again that would make you hate me. Gu Xiushue was unsure if it was his imagination, but Shenxinbai's tone seemed to carry a hint of laughter. When he tried to turn his head and avoid Shenxinbai's gesture, then looked back, he still saw the same calm expression. I also said, that I like you. It's the affection of an elder brother towards a younger brother, right? Shenxinbai didn't give him a chance to continue, moving closer to him once again. His hands were propped up on either side of Gu Xiushue's waist, confining him in his embrace so he could neither retreat nor evade. It's not. Gu Xiushue's eyelashes fluttered slightly. This time, he didn't turn his head to avoid but raised his eyes to earnestly look at Shenxinbai. Seeing only the reflection of his own face in the beautiful gaze of those eyes. For a moment, Gu Xiushue was lost in thought. This kind of look seemed familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall where from. If it's not affection of an elder brother for a younger brother, or love between family members, then what is it? A flicker of pleasure, though hardly noticeable, passed through Shenxinbai's usually calm eyes, even his eyelids curved briefly before returning to normal. His voice softened, the warmth of his breath grazing against Gu Xiushue's neck as if he were coaxing, Brother, tell me, just what kind of liking do you have for me? It's... In biting his own tongue, Gu Xiushue snapped back to his senses. Shenxinbai, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with his behavior, chose not to show it. He quietly whispered an incantation, and suddenly above his head emerged a pair of ears, behind his back a fluffy tail. The tail coiled around Gu Xiushue's waist, instinctively curling closer towards his embrace. Even though he knew everything in front of him was fake, seeing such a lush, fluffy tail, Gu Xiushue's eyes still brightened instantly. Instinctively unable to resist, he embraced the tail tightly and rubbed against its tip softly. This was too pleasurable. Shenxinbai was simply playing dirty, knowing full well how much Gu Xiushue liked furry things. He conjured this tail out that made resisting impossible. Though Gu Xiushue's thoughts swirled within his mind, his grip on the tail remained unwavering. But the Shenxinbai who originally had him trapped now withdrew his hands, moving to sit on the edge of the bed and putting some distance between them, while speaking indifferently. Brother, you haven't told me yet, what kind of like you feel towards me exactly. As his words faded, the very tail that was previously cradled in Gu Xiushue's arms suddenly swung away. Gu Xiushue's eyes widened instantly, disbelief clouding his features. With his eyes fixed firmly on the tail, he opened his mouth anxiously and spoke. Wait. Brother, see? Everything about how you like someone, I also possess. Any need you have, I can satisfy too. I'm no worse than they are. So, could you perhaps give me more of your affection? Chapter 63, This much, can brother really handle it? Shenxinbai spoke seriously, pausing for a moment before continuing. He absent-mindedly stroked the tail he had conjured up in front of Gu Xiushue. Look, brother must like this tail very much. I consulted many members of the demon race to be able to manifest such a tail. No one else could ever let brother touch it. Gu Xiushue. Was this guy threatening him? Was this a threat? Yes. It probably was. Damn. Was he the kind of person who would be threatened by a single tail? I love you. The person I cherish the most is you. Not the kind of affection between family, but the kind of affection between lovers. With that sweet smile, Gu Xiushue pounced on Shenxinbai, pushing him down onto the bed and straddling him. Then, Gu Xiushue hugged him tightly, rubbing his ears gently. The soft and comfortable sensation made Gu Xiushue unable to hide the laughter in his eyes, and he couldn't help but feel amazed. Indeed, as the protagonist, Shenxinbai wasn't disappointing. The manifested ears and tail felt exactly like the real thing. And apart from those belonging to the special someone and his own, he hadn't touched such a satisfying tail. Not even his two young disciples or Emoli could compare. As Gu Xiushue reflected silently, the tail continued swaying in front of him. So much so that without realizing, while still straddling Shenxinbai with his legs loosely wrapped around his waist, he grabbed the tail and began rubbing it against himself. He even sighed involuntarily in pleasure. So comfortable. I really like. At this moment, he didn't notice the ambiguity in Shenxinbai's gaze. Or perhaps he did notice but simply didn't care since this was originally part of his plan, wasn't it? Everything seemed so natural. Still, Gu Xiushue clearly sensed that Shenxinbai had restrained himself significantly. Burying his head into the soft pillow and gripping the quilt tightly, he thought hazily that this still wasn't enough. He had been observing the increase in energy points and life values at level 311. Even if they were doing the same things, the increments each time differed. He had vaguely begun to understand why. If Shenxinbai shared more of his good fortune with him, he would be able to gain more power. Just when Shinshinbai intended to let him rest, Gu Xiuxue took the initiative to reach out, hooking his neck and stopping his movement. Shinshinbai only hesitated slightly, his eyes glowing with joy and delight, then without hesitation continued. After all, this was the first time Gu Xiuxue had initiated it. How could he possibly refuse? When Gu Xiuxue woke up, he found himself unusually not in the bed but submerged in a medicinal bath instead. Steam swirled around, creating a hazy white scene that made it hard for him to see clearly. Supporting his forehead with his hand, his mind retraced memories of their wild escapades, trying to understand how he had ended up here. But when he subconsciously tried to stand, he realized his legs could move. Having lain on the bed or being held by Shinshinbai for a long period, the sudden ability to use his legs startled him. His instinctive attempt to walk led to a stumble, causing him to fall. Gu Xiuxue braced for pain, but none came. Instead, he fell directly into Shinshinbai's embrace. "Brother, be careful." Looking up, Gu Xiuxue questioned, "Abai, you've undone the anklet?" "Yes, brother. I trust you. I'm willing to believe in you again. So this time, please don't deceive me again." Shinshinbai gently nuzzled his shoulder. "You taught me, never let something happen more than 3 times. You have abandoned me twice already, this is the 3rd time. Brother, this is my last chance I give you. Don't leave me behind again. As long as you don't leave me, anything you desire, I can give it to you. Since that day, I've been having people search for spiritual medicines to restore one's cultivation. I don't know why your cultivation disappeared just before our battle, but..." Pausing briefly, Shinshinbai kissed Gu Xiuxue's temple corner before speaking cheerfully. "I've already had them gather all the necessary medicines. If you soak in this medicinal bath for 10 days and take the elixirs as supplements, your cultivation will be fully restored." Gu Xiuxue's lips twitched faintly, yet the complexity in his emotions left him unsure what to say. New paragraph starts here. He had never brought up his cultivation on his own initiative, assuming Shinshinbai didn't care, and might even be glad about it. After all, without any cultivation, he wouldn't be able to run away from Shinshinbai's side. But he could never have guessed that Shinshinbai had been trying his best to restore his lost cultivation all along. "Why? Weren't you afraid that I would escape before? You even sealed the rest of my cultivation." Gu Xiuxue suppressed his thoughts and tried to ask in as calm a tone as possible. "I was indeed afraid you would escape, but I sealed your cultivation because I didn't know what was wrong with your body." Shinshinbai sighed. "I realized that day that your cultivation seemed to be dissipating on its own. I feared that the remaining cultivation you had left would completely dissipate without notice. To prevent this, I decided to seal what remained." Then Shinshinbai's voice shifted, growing more intimate. "But don't worry, after the medicinal bath treatment is complete, your body won't experience this problem anymore. At that point, I will naturally unseal your cultivation for you." Gu Xiuxue looked down, his eyelashes fluttering lightly, causing the droplets of condensation from the steam to fall off them. He held Shinshinbai's hand, his voice softening considerably. "Thank you, Abai. Brother will never need to thank me." Shinshinbai smiled lightly, and Gu Xiuxue fell silent. The effects of the medicinal bath were certainly excellent, though they had only started a few days ago. Gu Xiuxue already clearly felt changes within his body. His stamina and endurance were greatly enhanced, unlike before when just doing things a few extra times caused him to faint from exhaustion. Shinshinbai had now removed the anklet from his feet and no longer kept him confined to the bed, yet he still brought Gu Xiuxue around with him everywhere, not letting him out of his sight. For this, Gu Xiuxue did not mind at all, instead choosing to hold his hand willingly, standing by Shinshinbai's side at all times, clinging to him constantly. Occasionally, they would encounter some members of the celestial race, and these people's attitudes towards him became strangely different. They no longer mocked or taunted him rudely as they used to, nor did they seem ready to attack him on sight. It wasn't like they were being restrained by force either, so that they dared not confront him openly. Gu Xiuxue glanced at the retreating pink figure, then looked down at the pastries in his hand, falling silent. After all, these people despised the demon race, especially hating him, the demon lord. If they were simply being coerced not to oppose him, they certainly wouldn't volunteer to bring him food, would they? These pastries looked rather good, and they definitely didn't seem poisoned. Only after confirming with level 311 that there was no poison in the pastries, did Gu Xiuxue pick one to put in his mouth, only for his wrist to be grabbed by someone beside him. "Brother, you've already eaten so much today, can you really eat more?" "Ah. It's fine, what's wrong? Do you want some?" Gu Xiuxue glanced up at Shinshinbai and extended the pastry towards him, but the latter merely turned his head aside. "I don't like sweets, they're too rich." Gu Xiuxue slightly tilted his eyebrows, now sure that those people bringing him gifts had nothing to do with Shinshinbai. He was far too jealous. A mischievous smile spread across his face, his eyes curving like those of a charming little fox. He leaned closer to Shinshinbai and opened his mouth suggestively. "Really? I was planning to go to the peach grove later and pick some blossoms to make peach flower cakes. If you don't like them, then I guess." New paragraph starts here. Chapter 64, Who's Jealous Again? "Good." Shinshinbai responded decisively, "Big brother has promised me and can't back out." "No backing out, I'll make it for you later." Gu Xiuxue curled his lips with a faint smile, looking at Shinshinbai this way, he couldn't help but have some feelings. In fact, if things could always be like this, that wouldn't be bad either. However, unfortunately, he could not stay in this world forever. As the male lead, Shinshinbai had his own future, and everything that happened between them was a mistake. And what he needed to do was to terminate this error. Lord, did you let me handle those matters just so you could spare the time to stroll here? A familiar voice tinged with resentment sounded nearby. Gu Xiuxue instinctively turned around, and Shinshinbai followed his gaze, walking quickly toward Qinyu. Qinyu quickly glanced at Gu Xiuxue. After confirming there was no problem, she slightly relaxed her heart before looking at Shinshinbai again. Shinshinbai looked at her with a toneless voice, opening her mouth. Is it because the spiritual stones and magical instruments I gave you are not enough? Qinyu crossed her arms and sniffed lightly, not enough. At least add 3,000 more spirit stones. Okay. Qinyu raised an eyebrow and held up one finger, shaking it while smiling. I said every day, give me 3,000 extra spirit stones daily. Okay too. Shinshinbai nodded slightly without much deliberation and agreed. He knew that Qinyu had indeed been overworked during this period. Earlier, he handed over all the affairs of the Immortal Realm to Qinyu to manage when he went to find Gu Xiuxue. After returning, he merely handled accumulated business for a few days. Recently, due to preparing Gu Xiuxue's medicinal baths and accompanying him to relax, he had entrusted matters once again to Qinyu. Even though there were no major issues lately, piling up small ones was also bothersome. If you feel it's not enough, I can give you even more. Qinyu paused momentarily, then smiled with a slight curve in her eyebrows. Lord, look at what you're saying, it's not about the money. It's just that I like handling matters. There was a glint of tiny sparks in Qinyu's bright eyes. She seemed a bit excited, and her cheeks flushed as she tried to grab Shinshinbai's hand. Thinking of something, her hand hesitated mid-air and instead clasped onto Gu Xiuxue's hand. She seriously spoke, I won't bother you two anymore. Rest assured, I will handle it properly and ensure that others don't interfere with you. Upon seeing Qinyu holding Gu Xiuxue's hand, Shinshinbai's cold demeanor revealed a tinge of dissatisfaction instantly. However, Qinyu retreated before Shinshinbai could speak, releasing Gu Xiuxue's hand and retreating 2 steps to maintain a distance from both of them. Alright, I'm continuing back to the Spirit Cloud Hall to take care of things. Saying that, she didn't hesitate and turned around resolutely to leave, waving goodbye and humming a cheerful little tune, appearing extremely happy. Gu Xiuxue kept his focus straight on her departing silhouette until Shinshinbai's resentful voice beside him pulled him back. Brother has been staring at her. Is she pretty to look at? Not as pretty as you. Gu Xiuxue tilted his head and smiled at Shinshinbai before saying, didn't you say you wanted to eat peach blossom pastries? Let's go pick some peaches. Shinshinbai quietly took his hand, intertwining their fingers firmly, and led him toward the peach grove. From afar, they saw Xiao Jiu and several young women standing together. Xiao Jiu was also a bit surprised upon seeing them, yet remained respectful towards the others as usual. Lord, sir, why have you come? We came to pick some peach blossoms, what are you all doing here? Gu Xiuxue slightly arched his brows, noticing one of the girls who had given him snacks earlier. Right now, that girl stood behind Xiao Jiu. Though looking scared, she couldn't resist looking at him, and her gaze curiously fell on his abdomen. This realization made Gu Xiuxue fall into silence. Was it really what he thought? Shouldn't the people of the Immortal Realm have common sense? We are guessing how many young lords there will be. Xiao Jiu blinked her eyes and seriously added. And discussing what kind of food sir should eat over the next few months. As she said that, she also shook the little notebook in her hand and looked at Gu Xiuxue with utmost seriousness. Sir, rest assured. I've recorded everything. Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue quietly glanced at Shinshinbai, who was also silent beside him. Was it worthy to mention that the puppet created by this guy? Brother, don't look at me like that. Xiao Jiu is just a puppet after all, it's very normal for her not to understand these things. Shinshinbai lightly coughed. These past few days, his attention had been entirely on Gu Xiuxue, so he'd forgotten to tell Xiao Jiu that the whole matter was merely a misunderstanding. Xiao Jiu looked at them, tilting her head in confusion as she asked. My lord, sir, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I just wanted to tell you there's no young master, and it was all a misunderstanding. Gu Xiuxue forced a smile. The young women hiding behind Xiao Jiu exchanged glances with puzzled and skeptical expressions, still unwilling to believe this, and their gazes often strayed involuntarily to his abdomen. Gu Xiuxue glanced at the pastry in his hand that he hadn't yet finished eating, sensing an ominous premonition as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Wait a moment, Xiao Jiu, who exactly have you told about this matter? It was supposed to be just a misunderstanding, but it now seemed more than one person thought he was pregnant. Xiao Jiu seriously pondered for a while, around 30 or more, I asked them for advice, so I mentioned it to them. However, they didn't quite understand either, since it's the first time anyone has encountered a man carrying a child, so we're here discussing what precautions should be taken. At hearing this, Gu Xiuxue's smile instantly froze. 30 or more people, most of whom were paired as couples. This roughly meant half the Immortal Realm already knew about this incident. No wonder the celestial races were looking at him with such strange expressions and odd behavior. It turned out they assumed he was carrying Shinshinbai's child. This was really... An inexplicable wave of anger surged through Gu Xiuxue, and Shinshinbai clearly realized the same issue too. Unable to help himself, Shinshinbai curled the corner of his lips upward, but quickly suppressed the expression. Big brother, it's just a misunderstanding. Don't worry too much about it. I'll explain things to them properly later. Xiao Jiu paused for a moment, pressing her lips together. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll go explain it to them then. Good. Gu Xiuxue didn't hesitate at all. Even though the misunderstanding had been clarified, Xiao Jiu's gaze couldn't help but linger on his abdomen, as if feeling some sort of regret. This made Gu Xiuxue unconsciously take a step backward and stand behind Shinshinbai. So what exactly were they regretful about? Not that, what exactly were they expecting? Chapter 65, Pretend this is a title. Gu Xiuxue was somewhat perplexed and didn't want to continue thinking about it. Soon, Xiao Jiu and the others left, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, brother. Aren't you supposed to make peach blossom cakes for me? Shinshinbai raised his hand and rubbed Gu Xiuxue's head, with a smile and anticipation in his eyes. All right. Gu Xiuxue stopped obsessing over the matter. He thought to himself, perhaps only dozens of people knew, and he had overthought it. However, this notion completely shattered when he met Qin Yu again in the evening. It was already time for rest, and Shinshinbai, having received some unknown message, instantly changed his expression. After giving him a few instructions to rest early, he turned and left. This wasn't surprising to Gu Xiuxue, as it was what he had planned to have Shinshinbai leave. After Shinshinbai departed, a white little butterfly flew in through the window, transforming into human form before their eyes. It was none other than Qin Yu. Qin Yu casually sat down, poured herself a cup of tea, drank it all in one gulp, sighed deeply, then looked at Gu Xiuxue expectantly. Lord, don't worry. With the two princes there, Shinshinbai won't be back anytime soon. That man trusts me thoroughly now and has let his guard down. If Lord wishes, I can arrange for your departure from the immortal realm and return to the demon realm right now. She spoke excitedly, because if Gu Xiuxue hadn't been unwilling to leave, she would have already done so. As Gu Xiuxue watched Qin Yu's excitement, his eyelid twitched slightly, and he coughed lightly. Qin Yu, don't get so excited. I indeed plan to go back. Really? I knew it. That Shinshinbai guy has nothing except for his face. How could Lord ever fancy him? Qin Yu sniffed disdainfully. After speaking, she abruptly stopped, as if remembering something, her tone laced with hesitation. But... Her gaze fell onto Gu Xiuxue's abdomen, hesitating to ask, about that young master, should we keep it, Lord? If Lord wants to keep it, then it will be our demon realm's young master. If Lord doesn't want to keep it, we'll remove it after returning to the demon realm. Gu Xiuxue hardened fists, his fists clenched tightly again. How infuriating. Why did they think he and Shinshinbai, both men, could have a child? There's no child, no young master. Gu Xiuxue felt like laughing out of frustration. Almost gritting his teeth, he said. It's all a misunderstanding. There's absolutely nothing. Wait, have you told anyone else about this? Gu Xiuxue's eyelid twitched again, looking at Qin Yu's obviously guilty expression, and he fell silent. This isn't my fault. I also heard about this from Xiao Jiu. Besides, since it's such an important matter, I thought it would be appropriate to discuss it with the two princes. After all, it's also our young master, if Lord wishes to keep it. Qin Yu's voice grew weaker as she went on. Okay, I was wrong. I'll explain to them right away. You'd better clarify things with them quickly. Gu Xiuxue spoke weakly. Besides, I want to return to the demon realm, but not now. Currently, I need you to help me with another matter. What is it? Seeing Gu Xiuxue's serious demeanor, Qin Yu's tone became more solemn as well. I need you to erase all traces of me in the immortal realm. Gu Xiuxue's eyes flickered. In 3 days, at most, I will leave here and find a way to make Shinshinbai forget everything about me. He will never seek me out again. And I need you to ensure that no one mentions anything about me to him after I'm gone. Looking at Qin Yu's clearly startled appearance, Gu Xiuxue sighed softly, saying helplessly. I know this might be troublesome, but Qin Yu, I can only do this. Not troublesome. Not at all. Lord, please rest assured, I will definitely handle this properly. Qin Yu's eyes shone even brighter as she looked at Gu Xiuxue, filled with admiration and respect. Truly worthy of being our Lord. She had known all along that Lord wouldn't act without deep consideration and planning. Never would she have expected that Lord had devised a way to make Shinshinbai forget everything about him entirely. Smiling brightly, Qin Yu said, I will certainly ensure that they remain silent. After you leave, no one will mention anything about you in front of him. Gu Xiuxue, who had initially wondered if his request might be too demanding, saw the young girl's excited demeanor and opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. That will be troublesome for you. Not at all. It's an honor to do things for Lord. Qin Yu's eyes curved with delight. Gu Xiuxue was right, there had been a wedding feast known across the 6 realms, and Shinshinbai had done quite a lot for Gu Xiuxue. It truly would be difficult to ensure that no one mentioned Gu Xiushue's name in front of him ever again. But she never cared about such difficulties, for the harder the task, the more fun it was to deal with. Qin Yu masked the gleam in her eyes, pondering for a moment before speaking again. However, it seems like Lord still needs some time to handle this matter. I'll make arrangements accordingly, and as soon as Lord gives the word, I'll have someone bring you away immediately. Good. By the way, I heard earlier that something happened in the demon realm. Have they resolved it yet? Remembering the words he had overheard from Xiaojiu, Gu Xiushue couldn't help but ask despite trusting the two youngsters' capabilities. Qin Yu hesitated briefly before replying, don't worry. It's just that after Lord disappeared, the two princes refused to ascend to the position of Demon Lord, saying they'd wait for your return. So, naturally, there were those who grew dissatisfied and attempted rebellion, but everything has already been handled. Since Qin Yu resided in the immortal realm, she wasn't particularly well informed about affairs within the demon realm. She had only casually mentioned it during their conversations. Therefore, she didn't know that they could resolve the situation so smoothly, partly due to Mo Li's assistance. Gu Xiushue nodded, as long as it's settled, that's good. You should go back and rest now, and tell them to withdraw. Don't let Shinbai get entangled for too long. All right. With a smile, Qin Yu agreed and transformed into a white butterfly, flying out of the room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Gu Xiushue reflected on what was to come, confirming once more with 311. Little 3, are you sure we can extract enough energy from him in just 3 days? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? 311 responded seriously, as long as you remain intimate with him for these 3 days, there will absolutely be no problem. Before Gu Xiushue could respond, the door to the room creaked open. Looking at Shinbai walking toward him, Gu Xiushue casually replied mentally, then redirected all his attention to Shinbai. Brother, your 2 young disciples have come again. Holding Gu Xiushue tightly, Shinbai spoke with a slightly heavy tone. They've been bullying me. They rely on the fact that I can't lay a hand on them because of you, so they keep picking on me. Gu Xiushue. How unbelievable that sounded. Did he not know what kind of people his disciples were? One was rather foolish, and while the other was somewhat clever, neither was prone to causing trouble. How could they possibly bully Shinbai? Though skeptical inwardly, Gu Xiushue didn't say anything directly but waited instead for Shinbai's next move. As expected, he felt a slight prick of pain on his neck. Shinbai gave him a playful bite, his voice carrying a tinge of petulance. So, brother must properly compensate me. Fine. Chapter 66, He's run away again. Perhaps it was because of the guilt he harbored, or perhaps because in a few days he would leave this place for good. In the next 3 days, Gu Xiushue not only took the initiative but also indulged excessively, even cooperating fully with the little antics Shinbai had specially prepared. However, the consequence was being exhausted to the point where he could only be carried by Shinbai to soak in the medicated bath. Gu Xiushue could clearly feel his cultivation recovering, and the seal that Shinbai had placed on him started to loosen. Thinking about all the things Shinbai had done for him, Gu Xiushue looked at the person sleeping beside him and felt a twinge of guilt. Shinbai must have had a pleasant dream. There was a slight smile curling on his lips as he embraced Gu Xiushue's waist and rested his head on his shoulder, just like how they used to sleep when they were younger. Gu Xiushue gently lifted his hand to smooth Shinbai's disheveled hair, unable to resist sighing in his heart. Shinbai was flawless in every way, so why did he fall in love with him? He should have been the respected Xian Zun admired by thousands, a protagonist destined for a bright future. He shouldn't have been mixed up with him, the villainous demon lord. But no matter. He would ensure everything returned to its proper course, ensuring both their paths aligned back to where they originally belonged. Gu Xiushue's eyes softened. Over these 3 days, the energy and life force he absorbed from Shinbai were much greater than he had expected. And he had already contacted Qin Yu and arranged everything properly. Shinbai trusted him completely, never doubting the peach flower cakes made by his own hands. Even if he suspected them, he wouldn't be able to taste anything wrong. After all, the peach flower cake itself posed no issue, nor did the incense in the room. It was only when these two combined that even Shinbai, as a Xian Zun, would fall into a brief slumber. This was more than enough. Closing his eyes momentarily, Gu Xiushue retracted his hand, lifting the blanket and flipping out of bed. He quietly dressed himself. Sanlang, proceed. Erase all of his memories related to me. Understood. Though 311 felt a twinge of pain at the loss of the energy gained so painstakingly, since it was due to Gu Xiushue that he acquired it, and it was what they had agreed upon earlier, he gritted his teeth and did not hesitate. Gu Xiushue watched as white stars began to drift through the air, falling softly onto Shinbai's body until he was completely enveloped, merging into his system. Shinbai's expression shifted gradually from a smiling visage to one of calm peace. Gu Xiushue stood by the bedside, looking down solemnly until everything was finished, and then carefully adjusted the quilt around Shinbai. He turned and left the room, pushing open the door to see Qin Yu already waiting outside. Qin Yu glanced inside and lowered her voice. Everything is arranged, my lord. Follow this road, our designated person will send you back to the demon realm. This place can be handled by me, I guarantee I'll clear any traces left behind without a hitch. Qin handed over a jade pendant to Gu Xiuxue. As an ethereal shadow emerged in midair, Gu Xiuxue nodded, "Thank you for your hard work, Qin. Not at all." Qin smiled warmly while watching Gu Xiuxue leave. It wasn't until his figure disappeared from sight that she retracted her smile, turning back into the room to start erasing all the traces Gu Xiuxue left behind. Other places were mostly dealt with according to her plan. None would say anything rash before Shinbai, but the areas where Gu Xiuxue lived needed her personal touch to avoid any missteps. By this time, Gu Xiuxue had found the rendezvous point using the route recorded in the jade given by Qin. Yet, seeing the familiar figure not far away, he hesitated, halting his steps. His eyelid twitched slightly. Really? Just as he fled from Shinbai, he ran into Emoli. Though he intended to help Emoli deal with Yu Fujue, he hadn't anticipated meeting him so soon. Glancing around furtively, pondering whether hiding first might work, Moli had already spotted him. "Master." Emoli's eyes lit up immediately. Before Gu Xiuxue could react, Emoli was already right in front of him, tightly embracing him. Leaning his head against Gu Xiuxue's neck, he affectionately nuzzled a little. "Great, they weren't lying. Truly, I have met you here." Emoli whispered gently, and Gu Xiuxue belatedly realized that Emoli might very well be the person sent to pick him up. His feelings were somewhat complicated, but he knew he couldn't linger here now. He nudged Emoli. "Let's leave here first." "Yes, let's leave this place and go back to the demon realm." Emoli's eyes crinkled with a smile. He hadn't expected that before his plan could even be put into action, they would tell him that Gu Xiuxue was willing to return, and everything was already arranged. Master has indeed not deceived me, nor made me wait too long. Emoli held Gu Xiuxue's hand, feeling it wasn't enough, so after a brief thought, he simply lifted him up in his arms. "Hey, put me down." Gu Xiuxue's pupils contracted as he instinctively tried to struggle, but Emoli didn't give him any chance, just lowering his head to gently touch foreheads. "Alright, master, just stay still. This way is faster." Gu Xiuxue was momentarily speechless. Although some of his cultivation had been restored, it was still limited, so it would indeed be quicker for Emoli to carry him away. But he wasn't particularly worried about his cultivation. After all, once Yu Fujue was dealt with, he could leave this world. This world was becoming increasingly strange, and he wanted to leave quickly. "Hold on tight to me, master." Emoli added a teasing bounce while speaking. "Quick, let's go back." "Alright." This time, Emoli didn't fool around, immediately turning to leave while holding Gu Xiuxue. As Gu Xiuxue leaned in his arms, looking at his smiling face, Shinbai's visage flashed in his mind. He suddenly realized that when these two smiled, they were actually quite alike. Even though their appearances were different, their smiles were uncannily similar. Gu Xiuxue silently turned his head away, finding it absurd and silly to have such thoughts, and decided not to dwell on it. Emoli indeed moved fast. By the time Gu Xiuxue recovered from his musings, they were already standing in the palace of the demon realm. Emoli looked down at the person in his arms, hesitating to let go as he wanted to keep hugging for a bit longer. At this moment, a pale greenish-white figure rushed straight toward them, more precisely, leaping directly at Gu Xiuxue in his arms. "Master! Master! You've finally come back, woo-woo." Chapter 67, Here comes Shaolier crawling onto the bed. Emoli looked at Ling Jun, who was lying in front of them, and his eyes instantly became cold. However, this expression quickly disappeared. Ling Jun only cared about Gu Xiuxue being held in his arms and did not notice anything unusual. On the other hand, Yuni glanced at Emoli for a moment after following behind but said nothing. "Master, are you alright?" Yuni asked with concern in his tone. Although Emoli was extremely reluctant, he had to let go of Gu Xiuxue under these circumstances. But as he looked at Gu Xiuxue, he secretly thought that he must have a good talk with the master tonight. After all, now she was right under his nose. He could wait until evening to revert to his true form and sneak into her bed, it should be no problem. As Emoli contemplated this, his brows relaxed. He had great confidence in his true self. He believed Gu Xiuxue would certainly not refuse him. Even if Gu Xiuxue really forgot him, her preferences wouldn't change. He knew how to make his master's heart soften, how to please her, and make her unable to refuse. After all, it wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. As for what Emoli was thinking, Gu Xiuxue didn't know any of it. Right now, she just looked at Ling Jun hugging her, and her eyes showed helplessness. "That's enough, you're not a child anymore. Why are you still crying like this?" I just missed you." "Wah." Ling Jun cried while wiping her tears on Gu Xiuxue's body. When she looked up, her eyes were red-rimmed as if she'd suffered countless grievances and abuses. The master shouldn't have agreed with Shinbai back then. She tricked you. Gu Xiuxue felt somewhat guilty, because it was her decision back then not to waste too much time on the matter. She only wanted Shinbai to kill her quickly so she could leave this world. So, she took some measures to disperse her cultivation. But such an explanation was not believable, especially not to her two young disciples. Now, almost everyone believed that Shinbai used some tricks to cripple her cultivation, leading to the events afterward. And Shinbai had never explained this matter. Suddenly, Gu Xiuxue paused. She had already left the divine realm, and Shenxinbai had forgotten her. If everything went according to plan, they wouldn't meet again in the future. The people and things there were no longer related to her from today onward. Why was she still dwelling on these matters? Gu Xiuxue gave a wry smile, patting Ling Jun's back to soothe her. She completely failed to notice that Emily nearby was practically bubbling with jealousy. That's enough, let the past be. Haven't I already returned? Don't cry anymore. Can't you learn something from Xiaoir? The hand hanging at Emily's side was already clenched into a fist, with veins standing out on the back of his hand. He was trying hard to suppress his emotions at the moment. Especially when Gu Xiuxue called Yunyi Xiaoir, his eyes even reddened slightly, as if he was about to burst into tears. Yunyi, who was suddenly mentioned, could only shake his head helplessly. It's been so long, and he has always been like this. I can't do anything with him. Humph. What's it to you? Ling Jun sniffed lightly. Yunyi noticed that Emily's emotions were off. His gaze on Ling Jun was not friendly at all. Yet this person continued to make faces at him without noticing. With a direct eye roll, Yunyi pulled Ling Jun away from Gu Xiuxue and dragged her behind him, speaking respectfully. Master has just returned and must be tired. You should go back to your room and rest. I'll have some hot water and new clothes prepared. As for you, stop disturbing Master here. Go prepare some food for her. There was open disdain in Yunyi's tone, accompanied by a shove toward Ling Jun. Ling Jun wanted to say something more, but upon meeting Yunyi's warning glance, the words died in her throat. She let out another slight sniff, unable to resist muttering under her breath while turning around. Well, if I'm not supposed to disturb her, then fine. Why so harsh? Even as Ling Jun left, she was thinking, she would definitely find Gu Xiuxue later tonight and complain thoroughly. She had to tell Master what Yunyi had done to her in her absence. Thinking this, her eyes brightened. Master always doted on her the most, liking to stroke her tail and ears. If she transformed into her true form tonight and let Master pet her tail and ears to her fill, Master would surely punish Yunyi on her behalf. Cheered up by this thought, Ling Jun's pace quickened significantly. Yunyi looked helplessly at the foolish appearance of Emily, then turned back to Gu Xiuxue and smiled calmly. Master, I'll take you to rest first. All right. Gu Xiuxue didn't refuse. However, just as she was about to leave with Yunyi, she remembered Emily who had been there all along. She glanced at Emily, seeing his pitiful and aggrieved expression, and felt it hard to bear. She quickly looked back at Yunyi again, deciding to return to her room first and ask him later privately. Emily pressed his lips tightly but eventually did not follow. Only after Gu Xiuxue's figure disappeared did he put away his aggrieved look and absent-mindedly wiped away the tears that had fallen earlier. There was no need to maintain that appearance anymore when Master wasn't around. Emily lowered his eyes slightly. After returning to her residence, Gu Xiuxue looked at everything familiar before her, thinking of all the demon race members she encountered on her way back, and couldn't help but sincerely admire. Xiaoir, you have done very well in my absence. I will be at peace when I entrust the demon realm to you in the future. It's because of Master's excellent teaching. Yunyi's tone was respectful and earnest. Gu Xiuxue patted his shoulder. You'll still have a lot of work ahead. Not at all, these are all my responsibilities. Master, please rest first. I'll have hot water delivered soon. All right. Gu Xiuxue nodded. She was indeed a little tired now. She had exhausted too much energy dealing with Shenxinbai recently, even though her body had recovered significantly, it was still quite taxing. Now, she finally returned to her territory without worrying about Shenxinbai any longer, and she wanted to rest well. As Yunyi was about to close the door after stepping out of the room, Gu Xiuxue spoke again. By the way, come tonight, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Regarding the matter of Emily, it would be discussed after he had enough sleep. Yunyi paused for a moment, showing a hint of confusion on his face but still nodded. Gu Xiuxue looked at his obedient expression, softly chuckled, and suddenly felt an itch in her hands. It had been so long since she last bullied her two little disciples' ears and tails, and she actually started missing it. Yunyi pondered over what important matters Gu Xiuxue might have that could only be talked about at night, which made him both curious and expectant at the same time. Gu Xiuxue luxuriously soaked in a bath, then changed into fresh clothes. She rolled a few times on her soft bed and hugged the quilt, marveling. My bed is really big and comfortable. Indeed, the bed was very large, 6 or 7 people lying down on it simultaneously wouldn't be an issue. It was soft and comfortable. Lying on this bed, she quickly fell asleep. As the sky gradually darkened, Gu Xiuxue was in a drowsy state. She sensed something coming in but chose to ignore it until that something climbed onto the bed. Wrinkling her brows, she reached out to touch it. What is this? Gu Xiuxue's consciousness wasn't fully clear yet, her eyes still closed. She didn't know what she touched, merely pinching instinctively. So soft. Master, please stop pinching. Chapter 68, The Master's Bed is Lively, Part 1. Gu Xiuxue heard a strange sound near his ear. He frowned, his eyelashes trembling slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. Before the confusion in his eyes could fade away, he saw what seemed like a streak of white light flash before him. This immediately woke Gu Xiuxue up significantly more, and he sat up from the bed. However, the sight that greeted his eyes was unexpected. It was a little white cat, to be precise, Mo Li, who had transformed into his true form. Gu Xiuxue felt a fleeting sense of helplessness. Mo Li, how did you end up here? But in response, Mo Li turned into a cat and burrowed herself under his blanket, rubbing against his chest. This affectionate rub softened Gu Xiuxue's heart. Stop fooling around, it's so late and you're not sleeping. What brings you to my room? Gu Xiuxue pulled Mo Li out directly from under the blanket. He looked down seriously at the cat in his hands while questioning her with a stern tone. But instead, Mo Li curled her tail around his wrist, her beautiful eyes shimmered faintly with a mist of innocence, looking pitiful enough to tug at one's heartstrings. Master. Mo Li softened her voice and plaintively began. I just missed you too much. Master, I want to sleep with you. Gu Xiuxue's eyelids twitched slightly as he looked at Mo Li's pleading face. He felt that if he refused, she would start crying right before his eyes in the next moment. After all, this wasn't Mo Li's first attempt at such antics. Gu Xiuxue sighed helplessly, about to refuse when there came another knock on the door. Without thinking, he glanced over towards the door, pondering whether Yun Yi might have arrived. All his attention focused on the person knocking, but he didn't notice the flash of coldness in Mo Li's eyes when she looked at the same direction. Mo Li harbored dissatisfaction at being interrupted and also wanted to know who else dared come visit her master at such a late hour. Thus, before Gu Xiuxue could react, Mo Li squirmed free from his grip and burrowed back into the quilt. The sound of Ling Jun's voice sounded outside the door. Master, are you awake? Lowering his gaze for a second, Gu Xiuxue pulled back the covers, looking at the obedient and quiet Mo Li resting beside him. In a low voice, he warned. Stay quiet, no mischief allowed. All right. Mo Li nodded compliantly, even rubbing her fuzzy head against his waist. Whether deliberate or unintentional, the spot she rubbed caused his shirt to lift slightly. Gu Xiuxue couldn't help letting out a muffled sound. Being highly sensitive around his waist, the sudden touch from a soft furred head nearly made him lose his balance. With an unexpressive face, Gu Xiuxue gently pushed Mo Li to the side and covered her entirely with the quilt. Wake up, come in. Adjusting his emotions, he spoke lightly. No sooner had they exchanged words than Ling Jun immediately pushed open the door and entered, holding some food. He placed the meal on the table nearby, then briskly walked over to the bedside and embraced Gu Xiuxue. Master. I've brought your meal. As Gu Xiuxue looked at his young disciple with a soft gaze and prepared to speak. He suddenly sensed Mo Li moving underneath the quilt and wrapping her tail around his hand, propping himself up on the bed. His body stiffened momentarily as a slight warning passed through his fingers, which gripped her tail lightly. In return, however, came a lick to his wrist. The unexpected sensation made Gu Xiuxue almost draw in a sharp breath. Ai Jun, I'm still feeling a bit tired. Let me rest a little longer. Leave the food there and I'll eat later. Gu Xiuxue realized now was not the time to allow Ling Jun stay any longer. Otherwise, if Ling Jun found Mo Li currently on his bed licking his wrist, there might very well be a misunderstanding. However, Ling Jun, who usually obeyed without question, had no intention of leaving quietly this time. Instead, he blinked at him, slightly loosening his embrace. Then, a pair of white ears sprouted on top of his head, followed by a fluffy tail wagging excitedly behind him. Seeing this, Gu Xiuxue's eyes lit up instantly, reaching out subconsciously. Faced with such irresistible fluffiness, how could he possibly resist? Taking the opportunity, Ling Jun pounced into his arms, rubbing his ears against Gu Xiuxue's palm while begging cutely. Master, I wish to accompany you. Mo Li under the covers had reached the limit of her tolerance and wished desperately to crawl out and scratch Ai Jun 2 times. Gu Xiuxue also noticed Mo Li's restlessness. While soothingly rubbing her head, he pinched Ling Jun's soft ear. Cough, isn't it that I've already come back? You can accompany me whenever you want, but you should go home today. Gu Xiuxue squinted his eyes, he couldn't quite describe how he felt now. He was afraid that these two would discover each other's existence and fight while at the same time reluctant to let go. The feeling of petting a kitty with one hand and stroking a puppy with the other was just too pleasurable. But I just want to accompany you now. Master used to like me sleeping with him the most, didn't he? Ling Jun blinked and asked seriously and confusingly. Is it because I haven't turned into my true form? It doesn't matter, Master, I can. Ling Jun stared brightly at Gu Xiuxue and directly transformed into his true form, jumping onto the bed. After hearing his words, Gu Xiuxue instantly became much more sober. Wait. That wasn't how it should be said. He indeed used to like having them sleep with him, but only in their true form so he could enjoy fondling them. Now there were 3 of them here. If Mo Li heard this and got the wrong idea. Before Gu Xiuxue had time to figure out how to soothe Mo Li, she had already pulled the quilt away and crawled out, glaring angrily at Ling Jun. In an instant, the cat and the dog locked eyes, neither saying a word. Mo Li, wait, how did this guy turn into a dog? Ling Jun, wait, why is there another cat on Master's bed? Gu Xiuxue, oh no, I think I can still explain. Whimper whimper whimper. Is the reason master won't let me accompany him because there's another cat? Ling Jun began crying and rubbed against Gu Shushue. Emily wasn't about to lose either. She swiped him with her paws, climbed onto Gu Shushue, and hugged him tightly, growling fiercely. Get down. Master is mine. I won't. The one who should get down is you. My tail is comfier than yours. Master likes me the most. Master doesn't like dogs like you, he only likes cats like me. Seeing these two start arguing, Gu Shushue finally couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I didn't mean to, I didn't want to laugh, but I just think ha ha ha, your bickering is just too funny. Chapter 69, The Master's Bed is Quite Lively, Part 2. If it were just the two of them arguing in human form, Gu Shushue might still feel a headache coming on. But watching this little cat and dog bicker while sprawled on top of him was making Gu Shushue want to laugh instead. The two furry little ones were adorable even when arguing. Seeing him laugh so happily, Emily and Ling Jun both momentarily froze in surprise. Emily stopped paying attention to Ling Jun altogether, staring intently at Gu Shushue with an unfathomable gaze, as if trying to burn this moment into his memory. He rarely saw Gu Shushue laugh this genuinely. In the past, Gu Shushue would often smile at him, but rarely like this, so heartwarming. Emily twitched his nose slightly and rolled over once in Gu Shoshue's arms. He only revealed this side of himself in front of Gu Shoshue, and only when they were alone. He never let outsiders see him like this. Yet now, he didn't care about Ling Jun being around, all he wanted was for Gu Shoshue to be happy. As long as it made Gu Shoshue happy, his image or dignity no longer mattered to him. Gu Shoshue softened his gaze upon seeing the playful kitten rolling and acting cute in his embrace. He propped himself up with one hand and gently patted Emily's head with the other, murmuring softly. Such a good boy. Emily affectionately rubbed against his palm. At this, Ling Jun's eyes widened instantly. Hardly believing what he saw from Emily, he immediately burrowed under the covers and squirmed closer to Gu Shoshue. Wah! Master, I'm a good boy too. He had almost forgotten that he initially came here to report something. Now, all he wanted was to kick the cat currently cuddling with Gu Shoshue right off the bed. Gu Shoshue chuckled warmly, deciding to hold both creatures close to him. Ah, having both a cat and a dog was truly delightful. For a fleeting moment, he put aside their missions, identities, and even the system entirely. Emily looked at Gu Shoshue then silently kicked Ling Jun a few times. Ling Jun shot him a glare before swatting him with his tail. The cat and dog openly showed affection towards Gu Shoshue, but secretly, they were fiercely competing. Just as Gu Shoshue was enjoying this brief moment of happiness, the door opened again. Master! Are you alright? With the door swinging open came Yunyi's voice, tinged with concern and urgency. The smile on Gu Shoshue's face gradually faded as he remembered instructing Yunyi to come find him later in the evening to discuss matters regarding Emily. Yunyi fell silent upon observing the scene before him. Master! Did I interrupt something? He originally remembered Gu Shoshue's request, finished handling his business for the day, and thought it was time to check in. However, as soon as he arrived, he heard unusual noises from inside the room, noticing that the door wasn't fully closed. Yunyi immediately recalled the Demon King Emily and instinctively burst through the door without hesitation. Though he wasn't sure where the cat had come from, he recognized the white dog right away. It was Ling Jun. Yunyi's eyelids twitched as he stood there speechless. How could this have happened? He told Ling Jun to bring food to Gu Shoshue, yet this guy ended up jumping onto the master's bed in his animal form. And from the looks of it, it seemed like he was competing with the cat for favor. Yunyi took a deep breath, turned his head away for a moment, and recomposed himself. He glanced at Gu Shoshue, whose expression had become more complicated, cleared his throat, and said, Why don't you rest some more, master? We can talk about anything tomorrow. After pausing briefly, Yunyi cast another look at Ling Jun who was gazing expectantly at him, then stepped forward emotionlessly and pulled the dog out of the sheets. Don't disturb master's rest. Ling Jun glared furiously at Yunyi, flailing his paws. Yunyi! Let me go. Why are you grabbing me? You should chase that stinking cat away. All master did was hug a cat. Is it really necessary for you to get so worked up and turn back into your animal form for jealousy? Yunyi immediately felt exhausted. Meanwhile, Emily remained curled up in Gu Shoshue's embrace, resting his paws on Gu Shoshue's arm as he watched the drama unfold with a trace of mockery in his eyes. That's not just any ordinary cat. That's Emily. Ling Jun snapped angrily. Yunyi fell silent, glancing at Ling Jun still in his hand, then at Emily who was enjoying the situation, before finally resting his gaze on Gu Shoshue. Master, is what Ling Jun said true? Gu Shoshue. Don't ask him. Don't look at him. He knows nothing. He never imagined a day would come when his bed would be so lively. Humph, you're still holding me, yet master is about to be lured away by this guy. Ling Jun had been upset all along, and now he seized the opportunity to break free from Yunyi's grip, leaping back onto the bed and burrowing under the covers, muttering with dissatisfaction. If master really leaves with him, I'll go with master. You can just stay in the demon realm alone. He had never been good at managing demon realm affairs, nor did he care for them. All he knew was that it was Gu Xiuxue who had carried him back from that mountain of corpses and ocean of blood. The one who named him, raised him, and taught him cultivation was none other than his master, and thus, he vowed to follow him for life. That's enough, both of you stop fooling around and go back to your own rooms. The fleeting moment of joy ended as Gu Xiuxue glanced down at Mo Li and Ling Jun still nestled in his arms, his tone turning mild. He could indulge them in their antics, but he knew Yunyi had always been steady and sensible, unwilling to join in such chaos. When they were younger, he could coax Yunyi into reverting to his original form, but now that Yunyi had grown up, the most he'd do was reveal his tail and ears for Gu Xiuxue to stroke. Little E, you should also go rest now. We'll talk tomorrow. He originally wanted to discuss Mo Li privately with Yunyi, but now with Mo Li himself present, there was no way they could continue the conversation. Yunyi looked at him silently for a while, then turned to close the door and returned to the bedside. What are you going to do? The voice wasn't Gu Xiuxue's but Mo Li's. Mo Li glared at Yunyi, only to see a flash of pale blue light before a red fox appeared in front of him. The little fox easily hopped onto the bed and, amidst the astonished, bewildered, and confused stares of one man, one cat, and one dog, made its way over to the other side, squeezing into the warmth under the covers and rubbing against Gu Xiuxue's embrace. Since Master doesn't want to talk about serious matters, let me keep Master company. Mo Li was absolutely furious. This was not what he envisioned, it should have been just him and Master. It was already bad enough with the dog barging in, but now a fox appeared out of nowhere. Master. Chapter 70, Xiao Lier Online Tempting the Master. Mo Li looked pitifully, and Ling Jun mimicked her. Yunyi, although not very good at it, was also eager to compete. He voluntarily placed his tail on Gu Xiuxue's body. Gu Xiuxue, seeing the three little fluffballs gazing wistfully at him, felt a softness in his heart stir and couldn't help but soften. Fine, fine, you all don't want to go back home, do you? Since that's the case, we'll all sleep together then. After all, this bed is pretty big. Anyway, his bed was large enough. As long as they didn't return to human form, there was no way he could refuse their current state. And they could even keep him warm in bed. But if anyone turned back into human form... Gu Xiuxue narrowed his eyes slightly, determined to just kick them down. Yet, with a grin, he watched the three little ones, rubbing Ling Jun's ears and patting Yunyi's tail, then spoke while holding Mo Li. But since you're staying, stop thinking about changing back. If any of you dares to change back, I'll throw you into the cold spring and leave you soaking for 2 days. Mo Li stared blankly for a moment. The master was clearly speaking to all three of them, yet why did he feel as though it was only a warning directed solely at him? Mo Li fell deep into thought, considering for a while before his eyes brightened. The master obviously still loved him the most. Otherwise, why would he hold him instead of the others, and why would he warn only him? It must be because he loved him the most and so didn't want him to change back into human form. Thinking about it made Mo Li even happier, as he nuzzled closer within his arms. This annoyed Ling Jun nearby, who began shaking his tail to attack him. However, this time, he failed to succeed as his tail was caught by Yunyi's. Yunyi cast a slightly threatening glance at Ling Jun, recognizing the master's evident delight and affection towards Mo Li's present appearance. He wouldn't let Ling Jun ruin the master's mood at such a time. Though Ling Jun was already angry at Mo Li, now with Yunyi stopping him and recalling all the times Yunyi had bullied him recently, his anger spread onto him as well. Don't fight. Go to sleep obediently. Gu Xiuxue, however, had noticed their small antics. After all, fighting right under his nose wasn't something he could pretend not to see. With a light-hearted warning, he glanced at both of them as they settled down obediently, raising their heads cutely, nodding in unison, pleasing him immensely. This was how it should be, children should act like children. Meanwhile, 311, who had been entirely forgotten by them, watching this strange yet harmonious scene, was momentarily unsure what to say. But noticing Gu Xiuxue hugging Mo Li causing an increase in vitality and energy, he no longer cared much about the details. After all, considerable energy had been consumed earlier, and now taking advantage of the situation to recuperate before Gu Xiuxue realizes was quite a decent idea. Satisfied, 311 logged off cheerfully. Initially, Gu Xiuxue was somewhat drowsy. However, stirred by their antics, he became somewhat awake too. Now, realizing they were settling down, he yawned again intending to get some more sleep. Yet, he still didn't let go of Mo Li in his embrace, allowing Mo Li to lie quietly there, glancing warningly at the other two. Remembering how he himself initially wanted Mo Li around for assistance, Ling Jun looked bitterly at this feline who contested for their master's affection. His teeth ground together as he strongly wanted to snap Mo Li's neck. But understanding his own limitations and knowing that he couldn't achieve that either angered or saddened him. Yunyi watched the situation calmly, lightly slapping Ling Jun's back with his tail, which bore some comfort. Huffing unhappily, Ling Jun climbed over to the other side and curled up next to Yunyi. AIE. The master has another cat now, he doesn't want us anymore. Ling Jun looked at Yunyi with pitiable eyes, while Yunyi sighed helplessly, lifting his paw to press gently against his head. This guy was always like this. Beyond his adorably endearing face, he lacked talent and strength, easily upset and quick to seek complaints when slighted. It was clear without needing to guess that he had come into Gu Xiushue's room late at night to complain about something. Despite fully aware of this, Yuni sighed once more and embraced him tightly. That's enough. Don't disturb the master's rest. Okay. Mo Li also hummed softly, wrapping his tail around Gu Xiushue's wrist. He snuggled around, adjusting until finding a comfortable position, contentedly curling up and drifting off to sleep embracing him. It had been so long since Mo Li had been held like this by Gu Xiushue. For him, it was almost like a dream, a beautiful dream he didn't wish to awaken from. So wonderful. His master was still here, finally returning to him. But this fleeting tranquility came to an end the next morning when Gu Xiushue woke up. Gu Xiushue opened his eyes and suddenly sat up in bed, causing Mo Li who was still lying in his arms to fall into the blanket due to the abrupt movement. The dog and fox that had been hugging each other beside him were already nowhere to be seen. Either they woke up and left, or one of them had been thrown out by some cat in the middle of the night. He fell silent, glancing at Mo Li in his arms. The memories from last night surfaced in his mind, and he quietly lay back down, staring up with open eyes. Master. You're awake. Mo Li affectionately rubbed against his palm and looked at him with bright eyes. Just as Gu Xiushue was about to say something, he saw Mo Li transforming back into human form right before his eyes, though not entirely. Mo Li's ink-black tresses scattered wildly, and he wore nothing. A pair of fluffy white ears jutted from his head, and a tail swung behind him. And there he lay on top of Gu Xiushue, pressing him beneath his body. Gu Xiushue's first thought was how worthy Mo Li was as the male protagonist, even if he loved clinging to him with tears and coos, his figure was quite impressive indeed. He couldn't help but compare, both being protagonists and having no romantic subplots, but Mo Li's allure was truly on par with Shenxinbai. However, if his memory served correctly, whether demon race or magic clan, when they transform into human form, they could conjure clothing too, right? When the fluffy tail swung close to his face, he instinctively reached out and grabbed it. Looking at Mo Li whose face flushed red, Gu Xiushue immediately concluded that Mo Li had deliberately transformed like this. After all, he always knew what the master liked best and also knew that he wouldn't be able to resist his adoring whimpers in this form. Does the master enjoy this? Seeing Gu Xiushue constantly staring at him, Mo Li was extremely pleased with this reaction. Without receiving an answer, he suddenly chuckled softly, turning the tables, winding his tail around Gu Xiushue's wrist, leading his hand towards his chest. Supporting himself on either side of Gu Xiushue, Mo Li leaned down, lightly biting his earlobe, his deep voice carrying a hint of enticement. The master enjoys this, so touch me. Gu Xiushue's fingers trembled slightly as he let Mo Li's tail guide his hand. Until moving lower down his abdomen, almost stopping at a certain spot. Chapter 71, the master personally teaches him how to resolve it. Gu Xiushue suddenly came to his senses and pulled back his hand. Wait. You go down first, no, you put your clothes on first. Although he couldn't see, he knew his ears must have turned red by now, and his face was also heating up. But right now, he didn't dare to look at Mo Li any longer, especially not at that particular place. Gu Xiushue regretted it, just moments ago, he had lost all sense of judgment and allowed Mo Li to carry out those little actions. Most importantly, Mo Li had even gazed directly into him. Gu Xiushue's eyelids twitched. Seeing that Mo Li had still not reacted, he simply pulled the quilt over and wrapped Mo Li in it, pushing him away as he got off the bed himself. Master. Mo Li looked at Gu Xiushue's back with a pitiful expression, elongating the tone of master almost endlessly. Even Gu Xiushue found it hard to resist, his mind was still full of the scene from earlier, and with a slightly awkward cough, he said. Something. I just remembered there are a few things I need to handle. You can take care of it yourself. Will the master not help me? Mo Li softly sighed, and his words made Gu Xiushue's face even redder. It was the master who helped me resolve it before. Back then, the master said this was very normal. Now the master doesn't remember me and isn't willing to help me anymore. Gu Xiushue. Could this be said? Should this even be brought up? He still remembered how Mo Li had been, encountering such an unexpected situation and being at a complete loss, finally crying and climbing onto his bed with his pants clutched tightly. Because the main character did not have romantic lines, he had never taught Mo Li anything about these aspects. At the time, Mo Li had cried so pitifully, and Gu Xiushue had felt some remorse, carefully explaining these matters to him and teaching him how to resolve them. But why did Mo Li still remember now? And why bring it up again? Gu Xiushue took a deep breath, resolutely left without any expression on his face. He feared that if he stayed any longer, Mo Li might say something even more extreme. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiushue, after he left, Mo Li had already discarded his tearful demeanor. Mo Li sat on his bed, feeling somewhat disappointed that he could not persuade him to help him solve his issue. Yet, holding the quilt imbued with his master's scent, Mo Li closed his eyes slightly, his breathing becoming heavy. He raised his hand to set up a boundary seal with a flick and took out the shadow recording stone. Looking at Gu Xiushue's figure, hugging the quilt laced with his residual aura, Mo Li's eyes clouded over with a muddled and obsessive expression, softly murmuring over and over again. Master. Master. You are mine. Gu Xiuxue was completely unaware of what Emoli had done on his bed. At this moment, he had just found Yunyi, ready to ask him exactly what had happened during his absence. Even if they wanted to team up with Emoli to rescue him, why would they directly allow him to stay in the demon realm? And from appearances, Emoli had become very familiar with the demon realm during his stay here, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to climb onto his bed last night. Yunyi was still handling the affairs of the demon realm during this period. Upon seeing Gu Xiuxue arrive, he immediately respectfully greeted him and led him to the seat of honor. Master. Gu Xiuxue nodded slightly. Are you dealing with the affairs of the demon realm? Yeah, other things aren't major problems, but there is one matter that is still uncertain. I originally planned to ask the master about it, but thinking the master had just returned, I didn't want to disturb. Yunyi spoke indifferently. After hearing this, Gu Xiuxue also dismissed the matter from his mind, assuming it wasn't anything important. We'll talk about it later then. By the way, what's going on with Emoli? When did you two become so acquainted? Gu Xiuxue asked. Yunyi, however, looked at him in confusion. Isn't he the master's disciple? He paused briefly after speaking, his tone carrying a hint of hesitation. He told us he is also the master's disciple and even showed the token given for taking him as a disciple. Though we do not know why the master has never mentioned it to us, surely the master has his own reasons. However, the master was confined in the heavenly realm by Shinshinbai. Had Qin Yu not helped, we might not have even known the master's condition. With our abilities, we were unable to rescue you, and it was just at that moment when he appeared. As Yunyi spoke, his eyes dimmed momentarily, but he quickly added, we didn't fully believe his words either and certainly didn't consider it a coincidence. We just needed his help to rescue the master, so we let him stay in the demon realm. If the master doesn't like him, then we'll drive him away right now. Yunyi thought about the night before last, when Gu Xiuxue had chosen Emoli over them three to sleep with, and he realized that Gu Xiuxue probably still liked Emoli. For a moment, he felt somewhat curious about what had happened initially, but since Emoli wasn't willing to talk about it, Yunyi didn't dare to ask Gu Xiuxue either. Yunyi couldn't help sighing inwardly, as he was supposed to be a well-behaved, sensible, and obedient good disciple, so even if he was curious, he couldn't ask. But if it were Ling Jun, he would most likely pout cutely and find out whatever he wanted, and even if Gu Xiuxue didn't tell him, Ling Jun wouldn't blame him. Gu Xiuxue paused, hearing Yunyi's words, also hesitating for a moment. In this situation now, even if he continued to deny his own identity, Emoli wouldn't care, because Emoli had already made up his mind about it. Ling Jun and Yunyi also believed in their relationship layer, which made explaining meaningless. Moreover, since he had to accompany Emoli back to the spirit beast realm and help him resolve the issue of Yufuyue, it was necessary to have a reasonable identity and reason. Gu Xiuxue closed his eyes briefly, then nodded. He really is my disciple, and the first one I've ever taken in. As for why I didn't tell you all. My current title is the Master of Demons while he is the Spirit King. If the people of the Spirit Beast realm knew that their king once was the disciple of the Master of Demons, it wouldn't be beneficial for him. Gu Xiuxue casually gave an excuse, but Yunyi fully believed it without questioning, despite the numerous loopholes, and seriously nodded again. I see, so should the Master still distance himself from him? This matter requires some careful consideration on my part. In a few days, I will personally escort him back to the Spirit Beast realm. Gu Xiuxue did not directly answer Yunyi. He glanced at the items on the table and remembered what Yunyi had said earlier, pausing slightly before smiling and changing the subject. By the way, you mentioned earlier there was something else you couldn't handle, didn't you? What is it? Tell me. Gu Xiuxue knew that with Yunyi's capabilities, dealing with such matters was never a problem, or he wouldn't have left so easily. What Yunyi couldn't resolve truly intrigued him. The person in front of him paused silently for a moment, then slowly spoke. It was a few days ago. Chapter 72, the third male lead he raised. Yunyi carefully chose his words and hesitantly began. They accidentally captured a human at the boundary between the demon realm and the human world. If they accidentally caught him, then just let him go, Gu Xiuxue said carelessly, not understanding why this matter required so much deliberation. Just compensate him a little according to the rules, then send him back. Why are you so fixated on this? Could it be that this human has a special identity? Gu Xiuxue laughed unconcernedly, but seeing Yunyi's solemn expression, her smile gradually faded. Wait, a human with a special identity. The only human with such an identity that would cause Yunyi concern could be one person. A familiar face surfaced in Gu Xiuxue's mind, making her eyelids twitch as an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Still, she tentatively asked. Shouldn't he just be an ordinary person? Saying these words, Gu Xiuxue lacked confidence but was unwilling to admit it. He is the emperor of the human race. I have no idea why he was there, nor why my subordinates brought him back by mistake. But judging by his actions, it seems like he intentionally came prepared to scheme against us. Yunyi continued earnestly, at first, we also believed it was a mistake. Because of his special status, we thought about negotiating nicely with him, giving him some compensation before sending him back. But as soon as he arrived, he demanded the 9-spirit grass. Few people even know about this grass. He must have deliberately targeted it. Mentioning the 9-spirit grass, Yunyi's face darkened slightly. The 9-spirit grass grows in the forbidden area of their demon realm, producing 3 plants every 10,000 years. It can bring the dead back to life, restore lost souls, allow living beings to enter the underworld, and for human cultivators who consume it, it enables them to instantly ascend to immortality. But only the demon lord has access to the forbidden area of the demon realm. Neither he nor Ling Jun had ever considered inheriting the demon lord's position. Although all matters big and small in the demon realm were handled by them now, they were still not the demon lord. Furthermore, the 9-spirit grass was indeed too precious to give to someone. Yuni sighed. We originally intended to compensate him with something else and send him away. However, he only wants the 9-spirit grass, otherwise, he won't leave the demon realm. Having no choice, we could only temporarily keep him around. Even if our master does not return, we plan to have Qingyue help ask about this situation. The 6 realms abide by rules. They cannot randomly harm humans, especially since he is the human emperor. So currently, they could only detain him in the demon realm, treating him well while waiting for Master Gu Xiuxue to resolve the issue upon her return. Master, what's wrong? After Yuni finished speaking, he noticed Gu Xiuxue did not look well. Gu Xiuxue felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. He never expected that someone with whom he assumed he would never intersect in life would voluntarily come to the demon realm. However, why did this person need the 9-spirit grass? Gu Xiuxue frowned, finding it hard to figure out. Why would the perfectly fine human emperor suddenly need the 9-spirit grass, even to the point of risking coming to the demon realm on his own? Seeing Gu Xiuxue's silent and thoughtful state, Yuni refrained from speaking further, instead quietly waiting for his response. If that's the case, I will personally go to the forbidden area tomorrow and retrieve the 9-spirit grass. You hand it over to him, then send him back. Gu Xiuxue did not want to dwell too much on this matter. Things were chaotic enough already, and he didn't want any more contact with this male lead. As for your request, master, shall I reply to him now? Yuni chuckled helplessly as he added, in the past 2 days, he's been quite confident, dragging his sick body around everywhere. He even wants to visit the forbidden area himself. I'm worried he might die here. What do you mean, sick? How could he possibly be weak? Gu Xiuxue immediately furrowed his eyebrows, tightening his hands instinctively. Yes, his health is poor. Every 3 steps he coughs, every 5 steps he gasps for air, and he coughs up blood easily. He takes medicinal pills as if they were candy beans. Maybe it's because, he's not very adaptable to our demon realm, Yuni explained, pausing momentarily as if realizing his master seemed concerned about the person. Gu Xiuxue muttered a light, tsk, internally grumbling about how none of these young ones seemed to give him peace of mind. How long had he left the human world anyway? It was probably only a few years, wasn't it? So how had that person managed to degrade himself into such a state? He's taking medicinal pills as if they were candy beans. At the thought of this, Gu Xiuxue felt somewhat irritated. In his memory, that child indeed had a frail body. But during the years he took care of him, he had managed to nurse him back to health. Later, he personally watched over him as he ascended to the imperial throne, with his protagonist's destiny and aura enhancing him, making him a worthy main character, thus naturally no longer being the weakling he once was. That person should be in better condition than an average person now, practically on par with the physique of a cultivator. So how could he have become so frail? Gu Xiuxue didn't want to cause any more trouble, yet he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Alright, that's settled. I need to rest. As Gu Xiuxue got up and left, Yuni noticed something off about his state but ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. After leaving, Gu Xiuxue didn't return to his room either. He wanted to clear his mind and also find out what was going on, so he wandered to a secluded place and began contacting 311 in his thoughts. Xiao San, get out here already. Hurry up and tell me what's happening. Gu Xiuxue felt restless and anxious. Lianyu isn't already a king. And I went through such great lengths to restore his health. How did he end up like this again? Xiao San, stop pretending you don't hear me. Tell me quickly what's wrong. Gu Xiuxue grew increasingly frustrated when he received no response for a long time. Furrowing his brows, he kicked a pebble away. I don't know, human realm is too far away from us. Moreover, our mission is already completed. As for what happened to Lianyu afterward and why he turned out like this, I'm clueless as well. 311 was equally bewildered, hesitating before cautiously speaking. Perhaps, it's due to the bug in this world. Once we fix the bug, he'll be fine. Other than this explanation, he couldn't think of any other reason. Gu Xiuxue pondered seriously and finally gave a heavy affirmation. I see. It seemed necessary to hurry back to the spirit realm to deal with Yu Fuyue soon. Otherwise, who knows what else might happen. He silently considered this while kicking another stone out of frustration. This time, however, he used a bit too much force and ended up hitting someone. Seeing the pair of white cloud pattern boots enter his field of vision, Gu Xiuxue paused his steps. Subconsciously, he looked up at the figure before him and froze momentarily. Chapter 73, Who does Lianyu want to save? 311. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me he's here? Gu Xiuxue abruptly took a big step back, increasing the distance between himself and the person in front of him. His face appeared calm, but his mind was frantically shouting at 311, as if he wanted nothing more than to stretch out a pair of hands and shake him by the neck furiously. They had just been chatting well, so it wasn't his fault if he hadn't noticed Hylian Yu. But how could 311 have missed Hylian Yu as well? No, why would Hylian Yu suddenly be here? Shouldn't he be resting well in the room Yuni arranged for him? Gu Xiushua's mind went blank for a moment, and his thoughts became somewhat tangled. Sorry, did I scare you? Hylian Yu, clad in moon-white brocade robes, his handsome face now as pale as paper, with thin lips devoid of color but smeared with blood. His brows slightly creased, and his beautiful amber eyes misted over. His voice was soft and slow, his entire being exuding weakness, as though he might fall over with just a breeze. Looking at this fragile form of Hylian Yu, Gu Xiushua's heart clenched tightly momentarily. He had no time to dwell on why 311 hadn't warned him or how Hylian Yu ended up here. It's fine, not scared. Gu Xiushua felt a twinge of sympathy. Hearing second-hand accounts always paled in comparison to first-hand witnessing. He had spent a long time nurturing Hylian Yu back to health, thinking they would never intersect again. Yet, they unexpectedly met again under such circumstances. Opening his mouth several times, Gu Xiushua finally managed to inquire, "Are you the one they mentioned, the Emperor of the Human Realm? I heard you need the 9 spirit grass." "It's me." Hylian Yu gave a gentle smile, then addressed Gu Xiushua in a kind tone. "I sincerely apologize, I don't mean to cause trouble or calculate anything, I simply need the 9 spirit grass to save someone." Gu Xiushua's gaze flickered as he pressed his lips together, replying indifferently. No need to elaborate. I'll go fetch that 9 spirit grass tomorrow, and then arrange for you to be sent back. The hour is getting late. The demon realm isn't safe, you should return to your lodging. Without further ado, he turned around and left without giving Hylian Yu another chance to say anything. Hylian Yu stood rooted in place for quite some time, his sharp gaze fixed on Gu Xiushua's retreating figure. A trace of craziness surfaced in his eyes. Raising his hand absent-mindedly, he wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, chuckling softly before muttering in self-talk. "Finally, it will be mine." Meanwhile, Gu Xiushua was seriously interrogating 311. 311, I feel something is off with Hylian Yu as well. If his sudden frailty stems from a bug, what about his personality? Gu Xiushua's expression turned serious. He knew Hylian Yu well, having raised him himself, better than anyone else. Hylian Yu was a qualified emperor who almost never revealed his emotions to outsiders, and even rarely expressed his feelings in front of Gu Xiushua since growing up. Moreover, he never displayed his vulnerable side before others, including Gu Xiushua. But earlier, that delicate and pitiable demeanor had caused Gu Xiushua a fleeting pain, which also cleared his head. Hylian Yu shouldn't be like this. Even if physically weak, he wouldn't act so openly vulnerable before strangers. Not showing weakness was ingrained in him. When he said he needed to save someone, who was that person? What had happened during the past 2 to 3 years while he was gone? Gu Xiushua felt increasingly frustrated the more he thought about it. Things were completely out of his control. Actually, ever since the bug appeared, making his departure impossible, everything had spiraled into an uncontrollable direction. At first, he thought that although 2 of the male leads had collapsed, Hylian Yu should be doing alright. However, from what he could see now, there seemed to be significant problems on Hylian Yu's end too. "I don't know. My energy reserves are insufficient." 311 helplessly replied, "If we want to investigate, only your life values can be used as energy. Gu Xiushua, forget about these troubles. Once the bug is resolved and this world gets repaired, we'll leave. When we do, all here will no longer concern you. Even if there are issues with the male lead, once we're gone, the natural order will reorient them onto the right path." 311 earnestly persuaded him. In his view, as long as they resolved the bug known as Yu Fu Yu, they would be able to leave immediately. When that time came, everything here would no longer concern them, and there was no need to waste energy or life points investigating matters unrelated to them. Gu Xiushua remained silent for quite some time, then finally nodded. Although he did indeed feel somewhat worried, 311 was right, these were things that no longer fell under his jurisdiction. Back then, while playing the role of the villainous national master who ensnared the emperor's heart, Gu Xiushua secretly tutored Hylian Yu. Not only that, but he constantly whispered ill about the national master into Hylian Yu's ear, rambling on for over a decade to ensure Hylian Yu harbored deep hatred toward the national master. Later, after assisting Hylian Yu in successfully ascending to the throne, Gu Xiushua followed the same strategy used with the other 2 male leads, staging a play where his alternate persona was killed by the national master, making Hylian Yu detest this antagonist even more. In the end, Hylian Yu had bestowed upon him a cup of poison to drink, and subsequently set fire to the national master's residence. Recalling those past events, Gu Xiushua found himself lost in thought, realizing that something hadn't seemed quite right at the time. Since it was during a mission in the human realm and he had performed well in previous tasks, he specifically requested from 311 a marionette body. After drinking the cup of poison, he didn't die immediately nor return to the demon realm, instead regaining consciousness in a hidden chamber. At the time, he didn't give it much thought, assuming either one of Hylian Yu's subordinates had used counterfeit drugs or deliberately acted that way to imprison him in the secret chamber for torment. However, he needed to return to the demon realm to complete his final antagonist mission, entangle a few times with Shin Xianbai, ultimately dying at Shin Xianbai's hands. There was no time for Helian Yu's games. Without hesitation, he asked 311 for another batch of poison, thus dying cleanly and decisively inside the hidden room. As his thoughts gradually reeled back, Gu Xiushue's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The actions of the other two male leads had left him with psychological scars. Could it be that Helian Yu wanted the 9-spirit grass to save him? No, that couldn't be true. He could be certain that Helian Yu hated him, the national master, down to the core. To eliminate all chances and give Helian Yu legitimate grounds to get rid of him, he had refined the previous persona of his into a medicinal pill. Helian Yu utterly despised him, it was impossible he wanted to save him. Something else must have happened in the years when he was absent. Gu Xiushue forcefully suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, unwilling to dwell on it further. He just wanted to hurry up and retrieve the thing tomorrow from the forbidden area, hand it over to Helian Yu, and send him away. He didn't want any more entanglements with Helian Yu. Chapter 74, The Crying Emoli Has the Best Fate. When Gu Xiushue returned to his residence and opened the door, he smelled a strange but somewhat familiar odor. Seeing a bulging lump on the bed, his pupils suddenly tightened. Memories gradually came back as he suddenly remembered what happened when he left the room today. So, had he let Emoli handle it instead of going back to his own room? Instead, Emoli directly resolved it on his bed. Gu Xiushue gritted his teeth, silently clenched his fists, suppressed the impulse to act, and was about to retreat from the room. But before he could withdraw, Emoli's hoarse voice reached his ears. Master. Before Gu Xiushue could react, he sensed a wave of spiritual energy heading towards him. By the time he realized it, he had already been swept onto the bed. Looking at his messed up bed, Gu Xiushue took a deep breath, turned around, and was just about to say something when Emoli hugged him by the waist. Emoli's eyes were bloodshot, tightly hugging him while rubbing against him repeatedly, muttering. Master. Master. You're mine, you can only be mine. Watching his appearance, Gu Xiushue felt something wasn't right. Emoli. Little ear. What's wrong with you? What was going on? He thought letting Emoli handle it himself would be fine, why did this happen? Emoli didn't give him a chance to respond. He pressed him down on the bed and started kissing his neck. Wait. Emoli. Little ear. Don't. Be more clear-minded. Gu Xiushue's breathing became rapid, panicking for a moment. He frowned, trying to push the person away, gathering spiritual energy in his palms. But oddly, Emoli stopped his crazy actions and began sobbing uncontrollably instead, clinging to him tightly. Master. Master, why do you not want me anymore? Why do you not want me anymore? I know you blame me. You promised you wouldn't leave me, you said so, Master. Emoli's red eyes were brimming with tears. Large drops fell one after another, landing on him like they penetrated through the skin straight into his heart. Gu Xiushue looked at Emoli with a complicated expression, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. He slowly raised his hand to embrace him and patted Emoli's back soothingly. Little ear, be good. The master doesn't blame you, nor does he abandon you. Gu Xiushue sighed softly, I just think you deserve the best. But I don't want anything else, all I want is my master. Emoli cried even more pitifully, his eyes rimmed with redness, sobbing like an abandoned little animal. Wah wah wah. Master. All I wanted was to protect you properly. You said if I became the Demon King, I'd be able to protect the people I care about. But now that I've become the Demon King, you no longer want me wah wah wah. Gu Xiushue felt exasperated, he couldn't understand why Emoli was crying so hard. Yet, facing such a state of Emoli, he was completely at a loss. 311, you come out immediately. What exactly is going on here? Why did Emoli suddenly become like this? Help me figure something out quickly. Gu Xiushue's eyelids twitched, his new clothes which he changed into just today were now disheveled and wet. His bed was also in a mess, and worse still, the culprit was hugging him and crying pathetically. Gu Xiushue couldn't bear to get angry at Emoli and could only urge 311 persistently. However, the only response was the system's offline prompt sound. Gu Xiushue furrowed his brows, that kind of prompt sound would only appear when the system was protecting the privacy of its host. But now, when he finally realized, he noticed that most of his clothes had already been taken off. 311 had automatically blocked it. And Emoli continued. Wait. If you're crying, why are you undressing me? Gu Xiushue's pupils constricted sharply, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. He tried to push Emoli away, but unexpectedly, Emoli's strength was terrifying. Though it was his clothes being stripped, the person on top of him displayed an aggrieved manner. Didn't Master say he wouldn't abandon me? Then why are you pushing me away? No, it's not the same thing. Why? Why can others, but not me? Master. Emoli's voice sounded raspy. He held Gu Xiushue's hand, gently pressing it against his face. Don't refuse me. Master, since you've come back to me, please don't refuse me. Can you? Gu Xiushue was completely dumbfounded. No, who exactly was the one being taken advantage of right now? He hadn't even started crying yet, how come Emily sobbed like a pitiful little thing that had been bullied? You remember, but you just don't want to recognize me. You've abandoned me. I haven't abandoned you. I really haven't. Gu Xiushue's eyelids twitched, he felt mentally exhausted. Why hadn't he noticed before how stubborn this kid could be? Saying things but refusing to listen. Was this all really unintentional? However, when he felt a sudden coolness at his thighs and looked down, he widened his eyes at the sight of the person crying on him while stripping off his clothes. For a moment, he was confused, how could Emoli manage to cry and take off his clothes at the same time while hugging him? Meanwhile, Emoli wasn't feeling particularly great either. He had always been longing for Gu Xiushue, thinking he had left but never expecting him to return. At such a time, with the person he yearned for standing right in front of him, there was no way he would let go. He knew Gu Xiushue was the softest-hearted person, just by crying a little, he wouldn't be able to refuse. But tears were about to well up in his eyes, and he was almost unable to keep up the act. Master, help me. Emoli stared intently at the person pinned underneath him whose waist he held, with deep, dark eyes as he murmured softly. He bent down and kissed Gu Xiushue's hair. Then kissed his slightly reddened eyelids. Wait. Little Lear. Sniff. Gu Xiushue couldn't have imagined that moments ago, he was clumsily comforting Emoli. But by the time he realized it, he already had no escape. And the one crying now turned out to be himself. Emoli patiently and gently soothed him, yet there was no intention of letting him go. In his dazed state, Gu Xiushue vaguely regretted opening that door, regretted coming back. And even as he was about to lose consciousness, he still couldn't figure out where Emoli had learned these tricks. Why did protagonists without any romance plot turn out to be so skillful in this aspect? It was literally killing him. Yet neither of the two lying on the bed realized that outside their half-open door stood someone. Helian Yu's expression was cold, his face a bit grim. Originally, he had only been curious about this newly returned demon lord from the heavenly realm, so he followed them to take a look. However, he didn't expect to stumble upon this scene. The previous marriage to the celestial lord was known throughout the 6 realms, and now coupling with the demon king. What baffled him even more was why, for someone unrelated to him. He instantly had bloodshot eyes, feeling inexplicably angry and irritable, even tinged with bitterness. Being raised in a royal household, he'd seen countless dirty and chaotic affairs since childhood. He always dismissed them with disdain unless they affected his own interests, in which case he paid no mind at all. But strangely enough. Chapter 75, wanting to enter the forbidden area with Master. Helian Yu put his hand on the door, his eyes fixated on the 2 silhouettes behind the bead curtains. At this distance, with those things obstructing his view, he couldn't see very clearly, but he could make out their conversation roughly. He bit his tongue until it bled, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, which slightly cleared his mind and stopped him from rushing in impulsively. Helian Yu turned around expressionlessly, his steps somewhat hurried as he left. No, he had come here for the purpose of obtaining the 9 spirit herbs, there was no need to offend the demon lord. Moreover, this was their matter. What did it have to do with him? Not until he returned to his residence did the scene he had just witnessed and the words he had heard fade away from his mind. Helian Yu closed his eyes, his nails embedding into his palms, leaving a trail of blood. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself and forcing himself not to dwell on what he had seen earlier. Finally, he retrieved from his ever-ready storage pouch a snow-white instrument engraved with intricate patterns. Helian Yu's gaze softened instantly. He lowered his eyes, his fingertips gliding over the patterns on the body of the instrument, his movements unusually gentle and slow, as if what he held in his arms wasn't an instrument, but his beloved one. It won't be long. It won't be long, once I get the 9 spirit herbs, I will bring you back, cough, cough, cough. Another fit of violent coughs followed, Helian Yu's face becoming increasingly pale, his lips stained with blood, which dripped onto the instrument's body, emitting a faint bluish glow. Helian Yu forced a smile, sorrow deeply entrenched in his eyes. He clutched the instrument tightly, closing his eyes, murmuring. Master. I miss you so much. Gu Xiushue woke up feeling dazed, especially since he was already cleaned up at that moment. If it weren't for those wild memories making him unable to forget, and the traces of intimacy showing no sign of fading, he might even have thought that it was some indescribable dream. SSS. Gu Xiushue struggled to sit up on the bed, letting the quilt slide off his body. He pressed his fingers against his temple, finding himself with quite a headache. When he finally gathered his wits, recalling the other protagonist in yesterday's mad farce. He noticed that person now kneeling beside the bed, back straight, yet obediently bowing his head. Clad only in a thin robe, his ink-like black hair was scattered, with 2 pairs of snow-white ears hidden within, and a furry tail obediently hanging down behind him. Emoli dared not speak, noticing Gu Xiushue's attention on him. Only then did he lift his teary eyes and ask worriedly while lying by the side of the bed. Master, are you still in pain? Are you hungry? Thirsty? Would you like to eat something? I'm sorry master, it's all my fault. I didn't know how I lost control. Punish me, master, don't ignore me. Seeing his near tears appearance, Gu Xiushue's eyelid twitched. He gritted his teeth and slapped a palm directly across Emoli's face. You stop it. Before he started crying, how could Immortal dare to sob pitifully? One would think that he was the heartless scumbag who denied everything after having his way. Hold your tears back. Gu Xiuxue opened his mouth coldly, and Immortal seized his hand, obediently responding. Master, let me help you dress. Immortal realized how unrestrained he was yesterday. The person he had long yearned for was lost and found again, and he had finally seized the opportunity to make groundbreaking progress with him. Thus naturally, he became indulgent, bullying him badly. From the moment he regained consciousness, he had been pondering on how to make Gu Xiuxue forgive him. He did not want to be abandoned again. He was even prepared for the worst-case scenario. If Gu Xiuxue refused to forgive him, he would take him back and lock him up. A flash of dark light passed through Immortal's eyes. After all, he wasn't inexperienced in such matters. Letting Shenxinbai take him away last time was completely unexpected. But now he knew well, Shenxinbai wouldn't remember Gu Xiuxue anymore and naturally wouldn't snatch him from him. And he would absolutely not give him that chance. Just as Immortal began quietly contemplating where to confine Gu Xiuxue this time, Gu Xiuxue merely grabbed his ear and pinched it hard, opening his mouth coldly. Weren't you going to help me dress? Where is my clothing? Yesterday, his clothes were dirted by Immortal and were completely unwearable. Now, this guy was kneeling in front of him saying he would dress him, yet there was no sign of new clothes being brought over. Gu Xiuxue glanced down at his undergarments, took a deep breath, and began muttering to himself incessantly. No big deal, after all, he would leave this world soon. Last night's events could be treated as a mere scratch from a cat. This disciple he raised, this was his own doing, not angry, not angry. While Gu Xiuxue consoled himself inwardly, his expression grew increasingly severe. Immortal, regaining his senses, paused momentarily but then hesitated no longer. He stood up immediately, picked up the clothes he had prepared earlier, and personally dressed Gu Xiuxue. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. Too lazy to move, Gu Xiuxue let Immortal fuss over him, kneeling down to put on his socks and shoes before ordering him to fetch water and food. Immortal didn't seem unhappy about it at all, smiling and responding cheerfully, wishing only to hold him even while eating. Just then, however, a knock came on the door. Yuni stood outside, his tone respectful as he asked. When will the master go to the forbidden area? I can make arrangements accordingly. Gu Xiuxue, who was still eating, slightly paused upon hearing his voice, finally remembering what he had promised yesterday. He considered for a moment, I'll go later. He also needed to return to the demon realm and deal with the matter of Yufuyue. This world was already chaotic enough, and he didn't want any more complications. It would be best to quickly retrieve the 9 spirit herb for Helian Yu and send him away. Immortal frowned, Master is going to the forbidden area? Why? To get a medicinal herb. Gu Xiuxue spoke nonchalantly, yet Immortal's frown deepened. His tone was resolute as he said. If so, I will accompany the master there. I can protect you. The past incident was a nightmare that he couldn't forget, and he didn't want it to happen again. He certainly did not wish to lose Gu Xiuxue once more. Gu Xiuxue looked at him with a raised eyebrow, that's the forbidden area of our demon world. If you enter, your cultivation will be suppressed. And if you get hurt inside, I won't bother with you. Immortal simply embraced his waist, leaned his head against his shoulder and rubbed softly, opening his mouth in a childlike manner. If there really is danger, I can shield Master. At that time, you don't need to worry about me, I just want to protect you. Chapter 76, Why are the 2 male leads arguing again? Alright, you are the king of demons now at least, can you stop being like how you used to be, acting like a little kid always whining? Gu Xiuxue shook his head, but Immortal's eyes bent with a smile. He did not ask Gu Xiuxue when he remembered him or if he had never forgotten him from the beginning and just chose not to acknowledge it. He didn't care about those details, all that mattered was the person in front of him. As long as Gu Xiuxue was by his side, as long as he wasn't abandoned or rejected again, that would suffice. I enjoy behaving this way. Does Master dislike it? Immortal chuckled softly, his tone more evident of flirtation, his breath warming Gu Xiuxue's ear, while his tail directly wrapped around his waist, trying to sneak inside his robe. Gu Xiuxue's breath momentarily paused. Seizing the moment, Immortal pecked him on the face and continued. If Master is unwilling to punish me, I suppose deep down, there's still a place for me in your heart, right? I merely think it unnecessary to quarrel with a child. Gu Xiuxue's voice was raspy, his pale complexion slightly flushed. Immortal seemed somewhat dissatisfied with these words and muttered under his breath. I'm not a child anymore, Master. You clearly said I was an adult. Gu Xiuxue's pupils trembled, his ear tips red too. He gritted his teeth, could something like this be directly voiced? Master is blushing, so obedient. Immortal smiled gently, rubbing his fluffy ears against his face. He held Gu Xiuxue tighter, his hands becoming slightly restless as his fingers wandered along his waist. Finally unable to endure, Gu Xiuxue raised his hand and slapped Immortal hard across the face. A bright red handprint instantly appeared on the handsome face, indicating Gu Xiuxue had used tremendous force this time. Immortal was stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of his surprise, Gu Xiuxue pushed him off immediately. Standing up, Gu Xiuxue looked down at Mo Li who lay on the ground. In a cold voice, he said. Mo Li, I've said it before, why argue with a child? If you insist, I don't mind dealing with you properly. Don't be angry master, I was wrong, if you don't want me to say that, I won't. Without the intention of standing up, Mo Li instead kneeled on the floor, looking up at him pitifully. His tail swayed lightly, wrapping around Gu Xiuxue's calves, while his ears quivered. Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Save him. When did the disciple he raised become this form of person? In the past, he couldn't resist Mo Li when he exposed his ears and tail, begging him for affection. Now, he felt even more strongly that Mo Li had surely picked up some strange habits, yet oddly enough, he truly found it appealing. Gu Xiuxue forcefully suppressed the impulse to touch his ears but struggled to keep a stern face, finding it impossible to scold further. Mo Li noticed his softening heart and continued from where they left. Master, I wish to accompany you to the forbidden area. While speaking, his tail tightened its grip further. A tremor ran through Gu Xiuxue's heart. Turning his head, he said, do as you please, let go of me. Thank you, master. Mo Li smiled happily, eventually withdrawing his tail. He couldn't believe that his master lacked feelings for him, it was simply that he refused to admit it. No matter, they had a long future ahead. He'd remain beside his master until the day he was ready to accept him. Mo Li gazed at Gu Xiuxue and thought, even if he never admitted it, knowing master harbored feelings for him sufficed. The gleam in his eyes intensified, dismissing any earlier thoughts of confining the person close to him. After all, he was master's loyal disciple. His master loved him so much that despite his oversteps, punishment was never dealt. How could he possibly confine his master? Gu Xiuxue knew not what Mo Li pondered but helplessly shook his head. Hurry up and get up, sitting on the floor isn't proper. Yes, master. Mo Li obediently nodded and stood up, seemingly unbothered as though it were not him who dared provoke him earlier. In the end, Gu Xiuxue took Mo Li along with him anyway. The forbidden zone in the demon realm called itself such, yet in reality, there wasn't much danger within. It contained rare treasures, various spiritual herbs and medicines, as well as spirit beasts and demon beasts. All things inside were placed there by the successive demon lords, and only they had access. Others attempting to enter would have their cultivation suppressed and be repelled by the forbidden area. Glancing at Mo Li beside him, Gu Xiuxue sighed. Mo Li, the male lead with his protagonist aura, should be able to enter the demon realm's forbidden area. If he couldn't, it wouldn't be his fault anyway, since Gu Xiuxue wasn't stopping him. Gu Xiuxue thought silently in his heart and quickened his pace. However, far ahead, he spotted a familiar figure. He halted, and Mo Li stopped with him, puzzled. Master, what's wrong? Following his gaze, Mo Li also noticed the same figure in the distance and immediately furrowed his brow. It was a human, more specifically, Helianyu, the human emperor who had interacted with him not long ago in the 13th city. Mo Li glared at Helianyu with hostility. These days, he had stayed in the demon realm and learned about some internal matters here, naturally knowing why Helianyu was present here. He also knew that Gu Xiuxue's current plan to search for the 9 spirits herb in the forbidden zone was solely because of Helianyu. Helianyu stood on their inevitable path, clearly waiting for them. Gu Xiuxue's eyes flickered momentarily but continued walking past Helianyu with Mo Li. Once they reached him, he merely gave a light nod in greeting and then prepared to leave directly. But unexpectedly, Helianyu quietly followed by his side, completely ignoring Mo Li's warning and hostile stare. Gu Xiuxue stopped again, frowned at him, and impatiently asked. You want the 9 spirits herb, and I've already agreed to retrieve it today. Why aren't you staying where you belong? What is your intention now? I want to go with you. Absolutely not. You're a human and yet you dare to think of entering the demon realm's forbidden area. What a ridiculous notion. Mo Li rejected without hesitation, with a tone full of mockery. As he spoke, he gently pulled Gu Xiuxue behind him and stepped forward, fully shielding him from sight. If you can accompany Master to the Forbidden Zone as the Demon King, why shouldn't I go? Helianyu retorted coldly, or are you already one of the Demon Realm's people? My presence with my master is none of your business. The Demon Lord is going after the 9 spirits herb because of me. It's none of your concern if I accompany him. Seeing them starting to argue, Gu Xiuxue felt a twitch in his eyelid, sensing an inexplicable feeling of powerlessness. Hold on, why were these 2 leads arguing upon seeing each other again? Realizing they might even come to blows, Gu Xiuxue swiftly stepped between them. Stop. Both of you cease your quarrel. Chapter 77, Taking a Step Back, isn't this the title? Since you both want to go so badly, then let's go together. Gu Xiuxue stood between the 2 of them, which made it hard for them to continue arguing for a moment. However, the forbidden land of my demon realm isn't somewhere just anyone can enter. I can take you there, but whether or not you can actually get in is up to you. He glanced at Mo Li and then Helianyu, shaking his head. Seeing that neither of them intended to argue further, he started walking forward. The 2 followed him from either side, neither speaking. Mo Li was extremely displeased in his heart, regretting encountering Helianyu here, as this person had interrupted his private time with their master. Back in the 13 cities, he had vowed to beat this man, bind him, and throw him back into the imperial city. Helianyu remained silent, but his peripheral vision constantly kept an eye on Gu Xiuxue. To be fair, this demon lord truly possessed a face that captivated the soul. No wonder the immortal lord and the king of demons both fell for him. But no matter how extraordinary this person's beauty was, in his heart, nothing could compare to his teacher. Helianyu lowered his gaze, chuckling bitterly in his heart. When his teacher encountered disputes with others, they would never stand between them. Instead, they would stay by his side, teaching him how to respond and how to repay the insults he received 100-fold. How absurd and laughable it was that he had thought this demon lord somewhat resembled his teacher. Soon after, a sense of melancholy arose within him. There were countless people in the world who looked similar, yet none compared to the one he cherished in his heart. Helianyu clenched the palm of his hand tightly, forcing himself to stop thinking about such things. What he should focus on now was obtaining the 9 souls grass as soon as possible. He had prepared for 3 years, and only the final 9 souls grass was needed for his teacher to return to him. He shouldn't pay attention to these irrelevant people anymore. Gu Xiuxue had noticed his abnormality but merely gave him a light glance before withdrawing his gaze. They really shouldn't have any intersections at all right now. Obtain the 9 souls grass, send them away, resolve the bug, and leave this world. They were already strangers long ago. Emoli let out a soft scoff, quietly grasping his hand, intertwining his fingers to bring his attention and thoughts back. Soon, the 3 of them stood outside the forbidden area of the demon realm. Looking at the huge stone door engraved with ancient complex patterns, Gu Xiuxue didn't think much of it, instead turning back to look at them again, opening his mouth with a smile. I will go in first. Without hesitation, Emoli immediately followed him inside. He felt an invisible barrier blocking him, causing his brows to knit tightly as he concentrated his spirit. A hint of dark red flashed in his eyes. He couldn't bear the thought of letting Gu Xiuxue enter alone, gritting his teeth against the powerful pressure, penetrating the invisible barrier, and entering the forbidden land. When he turned around and didn't see Helianyu, he sneered in his heart but also subtly relaxed his breath. He had said that a human like him wouldn't be able to enter the forbidden land of the demon realm, leaving him free to spend time alone with his master. Emoli thought happily to himself. Unaware that at that very moment, Helianyu, standing outside the gate, looked at the intricate patterns on the stone doors and his pupils suddenly tightened. His thin lips quivered, a flash of disbelief passing through his eyes, and then he quickly retrieved the loot from his storage pouch. Looking at the almost identical patterns on the loot's body and those on the door, his eyelashes trembled, and his breathing became heavy. Was it a coincidence? Could this possibly be a coincidence? The loot given to him by his teacher was carved with the patterns of the forbidden land of the demon realm. Helianyu did not know how to describe his feelings at the moment, but he knew that his heartbeat was rapid, and his mind was in chaos. Biting his lips, he decided without hesitation and stepped toward the gate. The instant his hand touched the door, an immense pressure surged towards him, threatening to shatter all of his bones. But this pain lasted only for a brief moment. The blood droplets falling from his lips onto the loot caused it to emit a dark blue light. It cleared his path unimpeded through the door. After stepping inside, Helianyu expressionlessly stowed away the loot in his arms, his gaze sweeping past the nearby Emoli, who appeared somewhat pale, directly focusing on Gu Xiuxue. His eyes were dim and unreadable. Gu Xiuxue looked at him too, a trace of surprise crossing his eyes. It wasn't unexpected that Emoli could come in since he was not only the main character but also the demon king. But wasn't Helianyu just a human, despite also being a protagonist? Could the protagonist's glow really be this strong? Gu Xiuxue silently thought this to himself, but he didn't reveal any of these thoughts on his face. He turned away from them and glanced at the white mist ahead, about to use a spell to disperse it before remembering that his current level of cultivation was not enough. Gu Xiuxue remained silent for a moment. He regretted not letting Shinbai complete the task. All he wanted now was to go to the demon realm, take care of Yu Fuyu, and leave this world as quickly as possible. Though he pondered that cultivation no longer had much meaning for him, he still resented wasting time. But who would have thought he'd still need to visit this forbidden area? Sighing inwardly, Gu Xiuxue slowly lowered the hand he had raised. Emoli stood beside him and moved slightly, sensing that his cultivation powers were indeed suppressed significantly. Unable to help himself, he furrowed his brows. Let's go. The 9 souls grass grows in an ice cave, I'll take you there. Gu Xiuxue collected his thoughts and only focused on quickly reaching the grass and leaving. Even though this place was restricted to the demon lord, he had rarely come here due to constantly dealing with missions, neglecting even demon realm affairs altogether. This was one of the few times he'd entered the forbidden area. He didn't want to stay inside for long. Though Gu Xiuxue appeared calm on the outside, leading the 2 forward while contacting 311 inside his mind. Little 3, little 3. Hurry up and guide me, I can barely see the way now. Which ice cave does the 9 souls grass grow in? The location has been sent to you, follow it. 311 casually spoke, however, there is a spirit beast guarding the area. As the demon lord, the spirit beast won't harm you, but it might attack these 2 protagonists. Although they have the protagonist's glow, they won't die even if they suffer serious injuries, but if they do get hurt, you won't be able to get them out alone later, so try avoiding conflicts as much as possible. Oh, by the way, I should remind you that entering has already caused quite a stir, startling nearby spirit beasts and magical creatures. Gu Xiuxue, take care of yourself. As 311's final words faded, Gu Xiuxue noticed a dagger appearing in his palm. Gripping it tightly without a word, his gaze darkened. Understood. Chapter 78, Illusion, Xiua is a little fox cub. Master, be careful. Moli's voice rang in his ears. Gu Xiua was pulled behind him suddenly and noticed the thick vine clearly. The green vines were covered with sharp black thorns. The sticky liquid wrapped around the vines dripped as they thrashed. Moli held a sharp sword, a flash of sword light cut through the vine. But in the next moment, dozens of similar vines appeared again from the indistinct white fog, rushing toward them. Moli's eyes turned fierce, tangling with the vines. However, his cultivation had already been suppressed, and he couldn't gain any advantage fighting with those vines. Yang Yu took a glance at Gu Xiua and silently pulled him behind himself, saying in a deep voice. Let's go. He is the king of demons after all, dealing with some vines should not be an issue. I just want the 9 souls grass. Once we have it, we can leave here, don't waste time. At that moment, Yang Yu was completely different from the frail figure before. His eyes brimmed with coldness, and his tone was rather indifferent. This didn't deviate too much from Gu Xiua's memory of the emperor he'd raised by hand. But upon frowning slightly, he showed no intention of leaving. Even if he knew Moli had the main character's glow and would only get injured at most when encountering these vines, surely not dying, he still didn't want Moli to get hurt. As for Yang Yu, Gu Xiua calmly pulled him aside and shoved the dagger in his hand into Yang Yu's palm, warning with a hint of caution. Stay here properly, don't get close. After speaking, he prepared to help Moli. But at the moment he turned around, Yang Yu's pupils trembled involuntarily. Subconsciously, he reached out and grabbed his wrist, muttering softly. Teacher. Gu Xiua's heart clenched but showed no sign of abnormality on his face. He just frowned, looked at him once, and then pulled his hand free, ignoring him afterward. 311, what are these vines? How to deal with them? Gu Xiua had just chopped off one vine which almost hit Moli's back, and saw more vines growing from that direction. The number of vines increased continuously, almost completely enveloping them, yet seemed to avoid harming them, cutting them off entirely from the outside world. The ground was covered with sticky liquid dripping from the vines, emitting a faint fragrance. Master, what exactly are these things? Moli guarded Gu Xiua. Seeing that the vines didn't intend to attack them, he dared not move further for the time being. Gu Xiua's expression also turned grave because he found that he couldn't connect with 311 anymore. 311 had reminded him just a while ago to be cautious, now, suddenly, he couldn't connect with him, either something had happened, or it was due to these vines. But facing these vines trapping them, he also didn't know how to handle it immediately. Seeing more and more sticky liquid on the ground soaking their shoes, Gu Xiua furrowed his eyebrows even tighter. These things. The floral fragrance in the air became increasingly strong. In the middle of speaking, Gu Xiua took several breaths and started feeling confused. He shook his head, feeling extremely weak all over. With a groan, Gu Xiua felt extraordinarily heavy eyelids making it impossible to open his eyes. Before fully closing his eyes, he saw Moli's worried gaze and heard his startled exclamation. Master. Gu Xiua felt as though he fell into a warm embrace and immediately lost consciousness. When he woke up and opened his eyes again, everything in front of him was unfamiliar, yet familiar. He had never been to this place before, nor could he confirm that this was the environment of the world where he currently was, it rather resembled his original main world. The scene entering his vision was all red, from the quilt and bed sheets, to the red characters on the wall, even the floor was covered with a layer of red velvet carpet. Gu Xiua lowered his gaze and glanced at his current attire. Looking at this red cheongsam, qipao, his heart remained surprisingly calm. Moreover, he was wearing just a split red cheongsam, barefoot, treading on the red velvet rug. On his ankle was a golden chain hanging with small golden bells. Gu Xiua was very clear, still in the other world, he couldn't possibly return here so suddenly, indicating that he must have entered an illusion. He got up from the bed, lost in thought, it must have something to do with those vines. But he had no idea what kind of illusion this was, or what role he played in this illusion. When he walked to the window and was about to open it to see what was going on outside, suddenly a sound came from behind him as the door opened. Gu Xiua startled for a moment and instinctively turned around. The sight that greeted his eyes was a familiar face. His pupils shrank immediately, and his instinctive reaction was to step back. But there was the window behind him, leaving him nowhere to retreat. All he could do was to let the young man in red come closer to him. After regaining his composure, Gu Xiua simply pressed his lips together tightly, watching the person before him quietly. Uncle. This person had already reached in front of him, so easily lifting his hand to hook his waist, pulling him into his embrace. His voice went up slightly, revealing a bit of joy. Missed me? No. Gu Xiua's tone was indifferent, yet, when he saw the person before him, his heart still stirred momentarily. But when he realized that it was an illusion, he forced himself to calm down again. The young man seemed somewhat disheartened at his response, sighing lightly. That's really unfortunate, I've been thinking of you day and night. Then he nibbled on Gu Xiua's earlobe, his eyes shimmering with some underlying madness. I said it, you can't escape. You can only be mine, forever mine. In the illusion, Gu Xiua felt powerless, unable to resist even if he wanted to. He could only lie limp while the young man picked him up horizontally and tossed him onto the soft bed. The youth leaned forward and pinned him, his qipao riding up and piling around his waist, revealing a pair of long shapely legs. Meanwhile, Gu Xiua's ankles were grabbed, bending effortlessly by the hands above. From this familiar posture, Gu Xiua didn't need to guess what was about to happen next. Biting his teeth, he raised his hand to push against the chest of the youth, interrupting the kiss descending upon him, his voice tinged with anger. Gu Beichen. Do you want to die? I am your MMPH. Humph. I know. But so what? There is no blood relation between us. Moreover, you have rejected me. Shui, it's you who rejected me first. Gu Beichen directly covered Gu Xiua's unfinished words with his hand. To Gu Xiua, this illusory Gu Beichen appeared even crazier than the real one in his memory. However, since he had nothing on hand now, he did not know how to break through this illusion either. So Gu Xiua bit his tongue, trying to keep himself awake. By this time, his qipao had become utterly disheveled. He had initially assumed that, since this was merely an illusion, it wouldn't evoke too much sensation within him. But when Gu Beichen's hand touched his waist, his body trembled unexpectedly, eliciting a soft hum involuntarily. Shui is always so adorable. The teasing voice filled with amusement irritated Gu Xiua, but then his panic grew further. He noticed a tail. A very familiar white fluffy fox tail. And now, that tail was being toyed with carelessly by the Gu Beichen pinning him down. Panicking immensely, Gu Xiua hadn't foreseen exposing his tail in this illusion, nor did he realize that his ears also popped out on top of his head. Instinctively, he tried to grab back his tail but saw Gu Beichen holding onto it. Chapter 79. What? Both of them together? Sniff. Gu Xiuxue lay weakly on the bed sobbing faintly, her eyes red-rimmed, filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Her tail, it was no longer clean. Her tail, the one she had always been so careful to hide, even when sleeping she was afraid of pressing on it. Just now, in the illusion, it had been thoroughly teased by Gu Beichen. Gu Xiuxue curled up slightly, hugging her tail with great care. At that moment, the culprit was still rubbing her ear tips and gave a not too light bite. You're such a good girl. Gu Xiuxue clenched her teeth and pulled her tail back, glaring fiercely at Gu Beichen. Taking advantage of his distraction, she flipped over, pinning him down onto the bed. Gu Xiuxue straddled him, tightly gripping his neck, her tear-filled eyes glaring at him as she opened her mouth unfriendly. Gu Beichen. Give my tail back. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Beichen suddenly revealed a tail right in front of her eyes. This made Gu Xiuxue momentarily stunned. But Gu Beichen didn't seem to care that he was still being choked, he playfully pushed his tail towards Gu Xiuxue with a smile. Here's my tail. You can make it dirty too, how about that? That offhand, teasing tone left Gu Xiuxue momentarily at a loss for words. However, before she had time to retaliate against Gu Beichen, a familiar voice, laced with disbelief, came from behind. Master? Gu Xiuxue's pupils shrank instantly, instinctively turning her head back to see none other than Mo Li standing there, dressed in the same bright red robes. This caused an involuntary intake of breath. Little Lear. The sight made Gu Beichen's expression darken slightly, sitting upright immediately and pulling an unsuspecting Gu Xiuxue into his arms. Sitting on the bed, holding Gu Xiuxue tightly in his arms, he looked coldly at Mo Li walking toward them. Shui, who is he? Master. Who is he? Two different voices rang out simultaneously. Gu Xiuxue felt her headache growing, confused. What kind of illusion is this? Why was she seeing both Gu Beichen and Mo Li at the same time? And why were their tones like they'd caught their lover cheating? Gu Xiuxue's eyelid twitched slightly as she noticed both pairs of heated gazes landing on her. She took a deep breath. Don't look at me. I know nothing. Do whatever you want. After all, it's just an illusion. If this illusion could bring two people from different worlds together, then why should she worry about much else? Regarding how they would end up arguing furiously or battling each other to the death, what did it matter to her? It's all fake. Feeling indignant, Gu Xiuxue struggled free from Gu Beichen's embrace. She hugged her tail, cross-legged seated herself in the corner, and grabbed a nearby blanket to start carefully wiping her tail. Gu Beichen looked deeply at her once more, shifted his gaze to Mo Li, and got up from the bed, facing the Mo Li who stood by the bedside. Shall we talk? Gu Xiuxue didn't know what they discussed, only knowing that after finally cleaning her tail, she realized those two heated gazes were once again focused on her. She stiffly raised her head, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Wait, she had been so absorbed in cleaning her tail she hadn't paid attention to what these two had talked about, yet now their expressions toward her were identical. Gu Xiuxue started to panic. Even though it was all inside an illusion, having these two looking at her in the same way only intensified her bad feeling. Especially now, noticing that both of them were wearing the exact same crimson robes. Master. Mo Li moved first, staring directly at her as he propped himself up on the edge of the bed, easily climbing onto it. Gu Beichen followed suit closely, and soon she found herself surrounded on both sides by the two, unable to retreat any further. Stop, wait. In Gu Xiushue's mind flashed memories of the adult novels with high sensitivity that 311 had shown her long ago, tightening her heart. Were they actually planning on doing it together? Are they crazy? Is this illusion crazy? Even though he knows all of this is fake, just imagining such a scenario seems utterly absurd to him. It wasn't until Mo Li's hand gripped his calf, with Gu Beichen also kneeling behind him and placing his hands on his waist, that the situation escalated. Gu Xiushue's eyes trembled slightly, but he still tried to maintain his composure. You can't do this. However, neither of them listened to him. Mo Li had already reached for his tail, causing his body to weaken. Instinctively, he pulled his tail out from Mo Li's grasp and hugged it tightly. Don't touch. Mo Li looked up at him, displaying an innocent and harmless smile, just like when he acted coyly in front of him before. Once again, he reached for his tail, cooing softly in a gentler tone. Master, let me touch your tail again. Gu Xiushue bit the tip of his tongue, trying to stay alert. These two knew his body far too well, perhaps even better than he did himself, and they could effortlessly stir his emotions, leaving him powerless to resist. Though aware that everything was false, he still retained his own consciousness. He dared not imagine what would happen if he allowed them to continue. Gu Xiushue thought back to his past experiences with them, and his heart clenched even tighter. He couldn't handle one of them, dealing with both at once would drive him insane. No, this can't go on. Seeing the door nearby slightly ajar, Gu Xiushue took a deep breath and calmed himself. He stopped resisting them and instead began cooperating actively. When they were lost in their desires and lowered their guard, he suddenly broke free from their embrace. Behind him, there was no immediate move to stop him, which caused Gu Xiushue a moment of surprise. Still, he didn't dwell on it, only focusing on escaping the large bed as quickly as possible. But just as he was about to crawl off the bed, he collided into another person's arms. The figure seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, catching him completely off guard. Gu Xiushue winced instinctively and looked up at the man he had just bumped into. He froze, a chill running down his spine instantly. Standing before him now was Shinshinbai in a red robe. In reality, the real Shinshinbai had his memories erased and wouldn't remember Gu Xiushue or appear in such a place. Yet within this illusion, Shinshinbai lifted a hand and clasped the nape of his neck, trapping him against his chest with no way to escape. In this position, kneeling on the bed while pressed firmly against Shinshinbai's chest, through the thin fabric of their clothing, Gu Xiushue could feel. Wherever his lips touched, it was evident that. Chapter 80, this is a very stimulating title. Gu Xiushue's ear roots instantly turned red, and Shinshinbai's other finger was gently rubbing his lips. His voice was deep and hoarse. Brother. You've been so hard to find. Before Gu Xiushue could unconsciously explain himself, his words were cut off by soft lips. He finally managed to struggle free from Shinshinbai's arms, only to bump right into Mo Li's embrace as he tried to retreat. Looking at the three people surrounding him, Gu Xiushue pulled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile even more pitiful than crying. Damn it, what kind of terrible illusion is this? Why have all three of them appeared simultaneously? He thought bitterly in his heart that there wouldn't be a worse situation than the one he was in now. But this time, without even discussing it among themselves, the three immediately dragged him back. Gu Xiushue was originally wearing just a red cheongsam, which was now ripped apart and loosely hung on his body, failing to cover up those traces. The corner of his eyes became even redder, tears rolling down but not out of pain. Gu Xiushue still bit onto the tip of his tongue, trying to keep himself awake and not lost in it. Yet these guys each seemed to know better than the last how. A streak of crimson spread across his thin lips, a stifled moan escaping. Mo Li stopped his actions, kissed the corner of his eyes, and gently consoled. Master. Be a good boy, don't bite yourself or my heart will ache. Gu Xiushue's cheeks flushed red, while another laughter sounded beside his ears. No problem, just make sure he has no strength left to bite. This laughter was somewhat unfamiliar, also causing Gu Xiushue's body to stiffen instantly. He was certain the owner of that voice wasn't any of the three men. It didn't take long for him to clearly see the fourth person climbing onto the bed, He Lianyu, dressed similarly in a red garment. Teacher, you've been quite difficult to find. Holding onto his ankle, He Lianyu stroked it with his fingertips and suddenly chuckled softly. Or perhaps, I should call you National Preceptor. Right now, his entire body was tightly bound, weak and powerless, lacking both the strength and energy to respond to He Lianyu's words. Gu Xiushue felt utterly despondent. He had just thought that nothing could be worse than being surrounded by three people. Well, now four came. And they were all raised by him. Yet, strangely enough, these people seemed to share an eerie, confining him collectively between the sheets. Even knowing this was an illusion, he didn't know how to break it, since he hadn't taken even 2 steps around the entire room, and thus remained clueless about the surroundings. Gu Xiushue's hand fumbled backwards and suddenly touched a whip. Trying to pull it, he found it immovable, and the familiar patterns on its handle made him fall silent. Gu Xiuxue quietly retracted his hand, afraid to turn his head, already guessing there was another person behind him, Yu Fuyue, the bug-like anomaly in the world whom he'd once planned to eliminate. Ah Shui, why have you stopped touching? A gentle sigh resonated close to his ear, the warmth of someone's breath tickling his cheek, making his whole body tingle uncontrollably. Gu Xiuxue closed his eyes. It was crazy, really, he was going mad. Why did the forbidden zone of the demon world harbor such illusions? Illusions typically emerge according to a person's inner obsession in order to trap them. But what kind of obsession are these few guys representing? Gu Xiuxue couldn't figure it out, and they didn't give him enough time to continue thinking. Brother truly excels, every time I believe in you, you betray and deceive me, all for them. The master had clearly said there would only be me, yet you accepted other disciples. Teacher, these legs of yours are truly beautiful. If they weren't so prone to running, they'd be even better. A Shui said we're friends, you would protect me, but why do you want to kill me then? It was you who said the Gu family belongs to me, everything belonging to the Gu family belongs to me, you belong to me too. You said it with your own mouth. Gu Xiuxue only felt overwhelmed by madness, as if there was no end. He had never imagined that these people he raised could become this insane. They left him unable to escape and unable to continue deceiving himself. At times, he doubted whether he might die inside this illusion. He thought, if it weren't for this illusion, he probably would have died long ago already. But precisely because it was all fake, he was, and yet sinking deeply, clearly sensing every sensation. It was simply a dream. He didn't know how long it had been, when suddenly he heard the sound of a string instrument. The music was faint but instantly pulled him out of his haze. The door burst open, blinding light flooding in as the illusions inside the room began to dissipate one by one, along with those people. With all the strength left in him, Gu Xiuxue propped himself up on his hands against the bed, barely managing to hold himself upright. His vision blurred, but he thought he recognized the person rushing in. However, before he could recall where they had met, he lost his energy and consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Helian Yu was the first thing he saw. He was cradling Gu Xiuxue close, a hand checking his forehead. How are you? Are you okay? Gu Xiuxue tried to speak but couldn't, the insane scenes from the illusion still haunting him. Instinctively, he shoved the person away, his expression cold and distant. His gaze then fell onto Mo Li lying unconscious beside him. For a moment, Gu Xiuxue felt conflicted emotions. After hesitating for a short while, he finally squatted down and helped Mo Li into a sitting position, carefully examining his condition. Mo Li wasn't injured, he just remained unconscious. It seemed like he was trapped in a pleasant dream. Gu Xiuxue pondered that Mo Li must have also fallen into a similar kind of illusion. Irritation flared within him. Why did Mo Li's illusion result in a good dream, whereas his own was being chained to the bed and tormented by those three men he raised? Feeling increasingly upset, Gu Xiuxue gritted his teeth and pinched Mo Li's face slightly. He won't wake anytime soon. Helian Yu's cold voice broke the silence behind him. Gu Xiuxue looked back and noticed how much paler Helian Yu appeared. Blood stains marked his lips, and his originally clean robes were now dirted. He suddenly remembered how he had instinctively pushed Helian Yu away during the illusion and lowered his gaze in guilt. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Aha. Helian Yu merely nodded and continued walking past them towards the loot that had fallen earlier. Gu Xiuxue watched him with concern as he tenderly wiped the instrument clean. Recalling the music he'd heard during the illusion, he guessed it was likely thanks to Helian Yu that he'd broken free of it. For a moment, his guilt deepened. That was just an illusion, everything in there was fake. How could he treat Helian Yu that way because of some false notions? Helian Yu respected and loved him, and hated the national preceptor with equal intensity. No matter what disguise Helian Yu wore, he would never feel such thoughts toward Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue firmly convinced himself of this, then glanced at Mo Li in his arms. He fell silent, hesitating. Could it be? Helian Yu didn't really have those kinds of feelings for him. Chapter 81, Who's Jealous Again? As Gu Xiuxue hesitated, Helian Yu had already returned with the qin and stood before him, looking down at him as well as Mo Li cradled in his arms. Especially when his gaze fell upon Mo Li, a clear look of disdain flashed across Helian Yu's eyes. In a calm tone, he said. Let's go. Don't forget what you promised me. If it weren't for Gu Xiuxue giving him a feeling so similar to Mr. And if it weren't for his reliance on Gu Xiuxue to obtain the 9 spirits herb, Helian Yu wouldn't bother with him at all. Lost in thought, Helian Yu narrowed his eyes, concealing the dark glint within them. But watching Gu Xiuxue holding Mo Li like this made him inexplicably irritable. He wanted to drag that person out from his arms and toss them aside. This notion suddenly crossed his mind, causing even Helian Yu himself to momentarily pause. He tightened his grip on the qin, finding it amusing all of a sudden. Why did he have such a thought? No matter what happened between them, it was none of his business, all he needed was the 9 spirits herb. Gu Xiuxue, feeling somewhat relieved by Helian Yu's cold attitude today, thought that he had overthought things earlier. All this was due to the recent unusual behaviors of Mo Li and Shinbai, which had caused him to doubt Helian Yu. Gu Xiuxue smiled faintly, brushing off those thoughts from earlier. Alright, let's go. With Mo Li in his arms, Gu Xiuxue took a step forward. Helian Yu glanced repeatedly at the figure in his arms before suppressing the strange sensation within him and let out a quiet humph. Gu Xiuxue hadn't walked far when the concerned and urgent voice of 311 rang in his mind. Let me handle it. Are you alright, Gu Xiuxue? Pausing mid-step, Gu Xiuxue remembered how he couldn't contact 311 when he was trapped in the illusion earlier. Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, he replied tersely. Nothing serious, naturally nothing serious, except I almost couldn't escape from the illusion. Anyway, you're fine now. 311 gave an awkward chuckle, then explained. I'm not sure what happened earlier, but our connection was suddenly cut off. Certainly because of some bug in this world, disrupting our stable connection. Without knowing the exact reason, 311 immediately blamed it on the world system error. Stop talking nonsense and check on Shaoli instead. Gu Xiuxue didn't want to waste time discussing these details since they were already over. What mattered now was Mo Li's condition. I'm checking, ouch, Hearing the hesitant voice of 311, Gu Xiuxue frowned even more deeply, slowing his pace. Let's talk, what's wrong with him? There's nothing seriously wrong. He's already awake. Now, he's simply pretending to be asleep just so you'll keep holding him. Gu Xiuxue. His fists clenched slightly, how infuriating. Awoken, and still allowing himself to be held along the way. Alright, don't get mad. I know I should have reminded you in time. As compensation, I'll use my energy to give you a protective armor. Seeing his expression darken, 311 thought he was still angry and admitted sheepishly. After a brief moment of surprise, Gu Xiuxue quickly understood that 311 had misunderstood, though he didn't clarify. Instead, he barely responded with a reluctant, Sensing a warm flow of energy coursing through his body, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Free compensation is always good. In that instant, looking down at Mo Li pretending to sleep in his arms, Gu Xiuxue's gaze softened considerably. Let him pretend, after all, it wasn't tiring to hold him anyway. Mo Li, completely unaware of all this, was jumping with joy internally. Although unsure why he had been abruptly pulled into the illusion earlier, nor why he had suddenly awakened, the fact that his own master was holding him filled him with immense happiness. But the next moment extinguished that joy. You can't keep holding him like this forever. Why don't you hand him over to me? I have a method to awaken him properly. Helian Yu, having observed their entire journey, finally couldn't bear seeing Gu Xiuxue smiling kindly at Mo Li. He stopped in his tracks, standing before them and directly blocking their path, his eyes deeply fixed on Mo Li. You can't want to keep holding him forever either. Even if you do, who knows what dangers lie ahead on this road. It's not a good thing for him to be unconscious all the time. Mo Li, feigning unconsciousness. How infuriating. He was getting along just fine with Master when Helian Yu had to butt in. Helian Yu also felt uneasy at this moment, unable to understand why such thoughts crossed his mind. But he simply attributed it to Gu Xiuxue's resemblance to Mr., without overthinking it. Still, he didn't like seeing Gu Xiuxue too close to Mo Li. So even though he had ways to awaken Mo Li properly, he had no intention of helping. Originally, he wanted to save some effort and figured Gu Xiuxue would leave Mo Li behind. But unexpectedly, instead of finding Mo Li a burden and leaving him behind, Gu Xiuxue carried him all along. A quick flash of jealousy passed through Helian Yu's eyes. However, he was always adept at concealing his emotions, even deceiving himself. So at this very moment, even he hadn't noticed that tinge of jealousy. Just as his fingertips pressed onto the chain strings ready to take action, Mo Li and Gu Xiuxue's arms slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. Mo Li lifted his hand to caress Gu Xiuxue's face, blinking. Master, am I dreaming? Gu Xiuxue quietly watched his act without saying a word. TSK, this guy was a pretty good actor, such talent wasted without being born in his world where he could have easily won an Oscar in the entertainment industry. Confusion also flickered in Helian Yu's eyes. Logically speaking, Mo Li shouldn't have woken up so soon, but since he was also the Demon King, Helian Yu couldn't be entirely sure. Master. Even after waking up, Mo Li had no intention of leaving Gu Xiuxue's embrace. Instead, he raised his hand to hook around Gu Xiuxue's neck, rubbing affectionately against him like a spoiled child. As if unintentionally, he planted a kiss on him. Unwilling to witness their intimacy, Helian Yu had already turned away expressionlessly, thus missing the scene. Yet hearing Mo Li's cooing to Gu Xiuxue, his tone still turned cold as he spoke. Now that you're awake, we should continue our journey. Gu Xiuxue also set Mo Li down gently, sighing helplessly. Alright, stop acting cute. We've got things to do. Mo Li didn't mind at all, grabbing hold of his hand and intertwining their fingers, tilting his head with a smile as he said. Sure, I'll do everything Master says. A little digression. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to take care of yourselves and protect your health these days. That's right, you have fallen ill again. Thus, my updates recently are rather unstable. I'm trying my best to adjust. Once I feel better in a few days, I'll stabilize the update times again. For now, bear with me. Chapter 82, Mo Li is the best at knowing how to deal with Shirzun. Gu Xiuxue almost gasped, looking at Mo Li like this made him want to reach out and ruffle his hair. Mo Li really knows how to handle him. So good at being cute, he can't refuse. Gu Xiuxue looked at Mo Li's innocent smile, his heart skipped a beat, but he quickly suppressed it. However, what does all of this have to do with him? Gu Xiuxue turned his head and closed his eyes. After dealing with Yu Fuyue, he would leave this world. At that time, the people and matters of this world would have nothing to do with him anymore. He lowered his gaze slightly, silently withdrawing his hand. Even though he saw the obvious disappointment on Mo Li's face, he pretended not to notice and continued walking forward. Let's go. Gu Xiuxue didn't want to keep thinking about those things, he just wanted to get the 9 spirits herb as soon as possible, even accelerating his pace. Mo Li stood in place, lowering his gaze and looking at his own hands. In the end, he silently clenched his fists, as if wanting to retain the warmth in his palms. He couldn't figure it out. Why did his master, who had smiled so gently at him just now, suddenly change his attitude toward him? But never mind, he knew his master cared about him and liked him a bit. Mo Li tightened his fists, his gaze becoming more resolute, then followed up again. Helen Yu observed everything quietly by the side. Seeing Mo Li sneer slightly, by the time his gaze shifted over, he had already caught up with Gu Xiuxue. Watching the two walk side by side, Mo Li remained expressionless, quickening his steps and squeezed between them. Then, right in front of Helen Yu, he held Gu Xiuxue's hand again, his eyes carrying a hint of unnamed provocation. Helen Yu watched his demeanor and could only feel amused inside. Such strong possessiveness and provocation. So, was this demon king treating him as a rival in love? How laughable. Even though this evil lord gave him a feeling extremely similar to his teacher, he only liked his teacher. Helen Yu thought silently in his heart, but didn't plan to expose anything. He glanced at the zither in his arms. His fingertips traced the patterns on it, recalling the patterns he saw on the gate of the forbidden area, his eyes gleamed. Perhaps, his teacher and this evil lord, and the demon tribe, are somewhat related. Helen Yu kept pondering, intending to find an opportunity after obtaining the 9 spirits herb to be alone with Gu Xiuxue, carefully asking about this matter. But this wasn't the moment for disputes. So when watching Mo Li push him aside, though he felt some displeasure, he didn't show it, silently circling around to continue following beside Gu Xiuxue. Along the way, 311 kept helping observe the surroundings, encountering attacks from beastly demons twice more, all of which they effortlessly evaded. Not running into the situation in the previous illusion, Gu Xiuxue also sighed in relief. They soon found the ice cave where the 9 spirits herb grew. Around the ice cave, there were hardly any plants. It looked no different from an ordinary mountain cave from the outside, yet one could already feel the bone-chilling cold emanating from within without getting close. For a moment, all three stopped their steps. Helen Yu covered his lips with a handkerchief and coughed. Gu Xiuxue instinctively looked at him, catching the bloodstains on the handkerchief when he put it away. The complexion of the person beside him seemed paler, unable to withstand the cold because it was a human body. Frost seemed to have formed on his eyelashes. Gu Xiuxue furrowed his brows, unfastened his clothes, directly took off his outer robe, and draped it around him. His clothes were all magical artifacts, so resisting this amount of cold wasn't a problem. Master. Mo Li obviously wasn't pleased with Gu Xiuxue giving his robe to Helen Yu and shot him a glare. Helen Yu silently wrapped himself tighter in the warm garment, feeling the warmth. For a moment, he became lost in thought. Two alike. Over the years, there were those who tried to please him by finding someone resembling his teacher or even using secret arts to transform into his teacher's appearance, presenting themselves before him. Yet, no matter how identical the faces were, he could always tell immediately that it wasn't his teacher, and he never considered finding a substitute who looked like his teacher. To him, that person was irreplaceable, uniquely one of a kind. He only wanted that one person. But the feelings Gu Xiuxue gave him were too much like. Even though their appearances weren't similar, it was a sense deeply etched into the soul. Let's go, Shaolier. We'll go inside and take a look. Jigan, you stay outside. Gu Xiuxue looked at Mo Li with a smile that curved his eyebrows, instantly calming the slightly unwilling Mo Li, who then nodded obediently. His voice also drew He Lianyu's thoughts back. He Lianyu's eyelashes trembled as he hugged the zither in his arms more tightly, suddenly feeling regretful for always associating this person with his teacher after seeing him. He scolded himself silently, knowing it was disrespectful to his teacher. Then he pushed aside those strange feelings, shifting a little to create distance between himself and Gu Xiuxue, speaking in a low voice. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm just following the rules of the demon realm. It doesn't matter if your actions were intentional or accidental. Once we get the 9 spirits herb, I will have someone send you away immediately. Gu Xiuxue spoke very calmly and pulled Mo Li's hand to enter the cave. Hearing his words, He Lianyu's heart quivered and instinctively reached out to grab him, but touched not even a corner of his garment. In the end, he could only watch as the two figures moved further and further away from him. Watching Mo Li holding Gu Xiuxue in his arms. He Lianyu's eyes filled with confusion, but soon regained their usual calmness. Teacher. Perhaps I still think of you too much. Tears slid down his cheek, falling onto the strings of the zither, whose body emitted a faint light as he whispered softly. But it won't be long, just need the 9 spirits herb, teacher. Can you stop hugging me? Gu Xiuxue raised his hands helplessly to push Mo Li away. Though his cultivation now wasn't as strong as before, and he felt some coldness in this cavern, he could endure it. But being held like this by Mo Li made it impossible for him to walk properly. But I just want to hold master. Or, shall I hug you like how you hugged me earlier, ah? Mo Li didn't finish his sentence before Gu Xiuxue lightly tapped his forehead. He raised a hand to cover his head where he'd been hit, his ears popping out, trembling pitifully as he looked up at Gu Xiuxue with an accusing gaze. Master. Cough, cough. I've said it already. There's important business at hand. Stop being cute. Gu Xiuxue turned his head and coughed softly, instantly quickening his steps again. Alright, he admitted it, he simply couldn't resist Mo Li's coquettish attacks. Mo Li saw the obvious signs of shyness on his master's face and smiled widely, quickly catching up. Walking shoulder to shoulder with Gu Xiuxue, the tail behind him swayed, wrapping around Gu Xiuxue's wrist and sliding into his palm. If master won't let me hug, then allow me to rub my tail against you, it will keep you warm. Gu Xiuxue truly felt a stream of warmth flow through him, unable to resist pinching, eliciting a soft groan from Mo Li whose voice became hoarse. Master, touch more. Chapter 83, looks like something that begs to be rubbed. Listening to Mo Li's strange yet comfortable humming sound. Gu Xiuxue fell silent, quietly releasing the tail in his hand. Why did he feel like he had pressed some odd switch? Mo Li, noticing that he stopped pinching his tail, felt a bit disappointed instantly, but soon collected himself and continued rubbing the tip of his tail against Gu Xiuxue's palm. In these aspects, he indeed knew how to manipulate Gu Xiuxue well, just as he was sure that doing so would make Gu Xiuxue unable to resist continuing to pinch his tail. And Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but pinch it again and again. This time, Mo Li didn't make any strange sounds anymore, yet his face still revealed an extremely comfortable expression. His eyes slightly narrowed, his lips curved up, his earlobes turned a little red, and his face was flushed with a layer of pink. He could not help letting out a slight hum, which was quickly suppressed. Gu Xiuxue felt a comfortable warmth all over his body and unconsciously quickened his steps, fully focused on the road ahead and not noticing Mo Li's reaction. Even if he noticed, he probably wouldn't care much now. After all, Mo Li's tail was indeed comfortable, providing warmth akin to a furry hand warmer, making him reluctant to let go. The 9 spirits grass only grows 3 stalks every 10,000 years. In the outside world, it is rumored to be almost extinct. However, in the forbidden lands of the demon realm, there are dozens of them. These were left behind by the previous demon lords. Taking one now wouldn't have much impact. Looking at the nearby ice blue 9 spirits grass radiating a soft glow, Gu Xiuxue stopped his steps. System 311 reminded him that there was a guardian beast here. He paused for a moment, then released Mo Li's tail and stood in front of him, speaking gently. Shaolier, wait for me here while I go pick the 9 spirits grass. No matter what happens later, do not approach, understood? Upon hearing this, Mo Li immediately felt an uneasy premonition rise in his heart. Subconsciously grabbing onto his wrist, he worriedly spoke. Master, perhaps I should go instead. There's no need, only I can pick that thing. Gu Xiuxue soothingly patted Mo Li's hand. He rarely entered the demon realm's forbidden land. The last time he entered was to prepare gifts for these main characters, retrieving that 10,000-year-old cold iron, Xiantai. Nonetheless, he had a certain understanding of the situation inside. He also knew that everything here had a protective barrier. This barrier was set by the successive demon lords when they placed things here and could only be crossed by the demon lord. Though Mo Li still felt somewhat uneasy, he eventually nodded and obediently waited where he was for Gu Xiuxue to return with the 9 spirits grass. Gu Xiuxue could feel the intangible barrier blocking him just as he approached. Facing away from Mo Li, he let 311 make a cut on his fingertip. The moment a drop of blood from his fingertip touched the barrier, the invisible resistance vanished. As he moved closer to those 9 spirits grass plants and reached out to pick them, a spirit beast suddenly leaped down above him. It was half-man height with features resembling a wolf, and its fur was extraordinarily long. The entire coat of this spirit beast was ice blue, and its pair of white eyes tightly locked onto Gu Xiuxue. Its ears were sharp, and tufts of white fur grew on the tips. Its claws scratched marks on the ground, and a tail longer than its body dragged behind. It growled fiercely, circling around Gu Xiuxue once. Its eyes were full of caution, yet it made no move to attack. Although warned by 311, Gu Xiuxue had no idea what this guardian beast looked like. Seeing its appearance now, his eyes lit up slightly. Whether this guardian beast's attack power was strong or not, he didn't know, but it definitely looked very pettable. Such a beautiful coat of fur must feel soft and comfortable to touch. Master, be careful. Just as Gu Xiuxue was contemplating, a sudden alarm from Mo Li echoed in his ears. The spirit beast lunged directly at him. Instinctively stepping aside to avoid it. But the next moment, the spirit beast turned and pounced on him, knocking him down. It looked at him with shiny eyes, licking him all over and wagging its tail incessantly. Ow! Woo! Gu Xiuxue. He thought this thing was going to bite him, but this? The spirit beast that had been fierce just now looked like a big dog begging for attention. Molly, who was originally about to rush forward, stopped his steps upon seeing that Master Gu was not in danger. Recalling his earlier warning, Molly hesitated and retreated back to his original spot. But he still kept a sharp eye on the situation, his teeth gritted tightly as he prepared himself for any sudden action after calming down. If that spirit beast tried anything against Gu Xiuxue, he would rush in immediately. Gu Xiuxue also calmed slightly as the soft fur of the spirit beast brushed against his face, making him involuntarily close his eyes. Reaching out gently, he began stroking the spirit beast's back, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. It was exactly as pleasant to the touch as he had imagined. "Good boy, could you let me get up first?" Gu Xiuxue softly coaxed it, tentatively asking, unsure if the spirit beast could understand his words. However, he could feel that it had no intention of harming him. The spirit beast tilted its head, licking his hand with its tongue. The wound from before instantly healed, the tip of its tongue wrapping around some of his blood. A flash of crimson crossed its eyes but quickly returned to calmness. After all this, the spirit beast promptly stepped away from him, obediently lying down beside him, using its head to nudge his waist while continuing to hum softly. "Ow! Ow!" Seizing this opportunity, Gu Xiuxue immediately stood up, brushing off the dust on his clothes, only thinking about picking the 9 spirits grass and leaving quickly. However, just as his hand was about to touch the 9 spirits grass, the spirit beast suddenly raised its head and bit onto his sleeve, stopping him. Gu Xiuxue was quite puzzled and looked down at the spirit beast, about to say something when a pale blue glow enveloped the entire spirit beast. As the light faded, the spirit beast had transformed into the appearance of a child about 5 or 6 years old. This child, wearing elegant silk robes but barefoot, had silver white hair flowing over his shoulders, braided into a few small pigtails. He wore a string of blue fragments around his wrist. The child clung tightly to his sleeve, shaking his head furiously, his ears trembling along with the rest of him. His silvery eyes brimmed with misty tears, looking heartbreakingly pitiful. No. You can't take them. Unless. The child then paused briefly, changing tactics by hugging onto his leg and wrapping his tiny legs tightly around Gu Xiuxue's legs, sitting right on the ground. "Unless you take me out." Gu Xiuxue froze at the sight of the child for a moment, not so much because the spirit beast had shifted forms so suddenly, but rather because. Chapter 84, Shock. A mini-version of a Shui calling for Master Online. The innocent face of the child in front of him was almost 70 to 80% similar to his. Gu Xiuxue's pupils suddenly tightened, but he could be sure that this child, or rather this spirit beast, had absolutely no relation to him. They hadn't even met before this. As for why this child looked so much like him, it was as if he were a mini-version of himself. Suddenly countless images flashed through Gu Xiuxue's mind, and they finally stopped at the scene where the spirit beast licked the blood stains on him earlier. Could it be that the transformation of this spirit beast into this appearance was related to his blood? 311. 311. Come out quickly and see what's going on with this spirit beast. Why does it look so much like me? Is it because of my blood? Gu Xiuxue frantically called out to 311, while his mind started to ruminate again. Don't worry about it, he had been living in this world for 100 years, and he didn't know that his blood had such an amazing effect, enabling spirit beasts to transform after drinking it. Stop the racket. This isn't just about detecting your resemblance. 311 took a deep breath. When he saw that the spirit beast transformed to look like Gu Xiuxue, he immediately began conducting a detection. After scanning, it turns out that this is a celestial spirit beast. Jiuling grass is their food, a single leaf can suffice for 100 years without eating anything else. But because jiuling grass is extremely rare, many celestial spirit beasts have starved to death. Some started trying other foods, and part of them managed to survive. However, their cultivation and natural talent are far inferior to celestial spirit beasts, becoming earth spirit beasts commonly seen in today's cultivation world. 311 couldn't help but marvel, Gu Xiuxue, you're really lucky. This celestial spirit beast looks like it should only be 500 or 600 years old, still an infant. He drank your blood earlier and transformed into a human shape, thus forming a pact between you two. However, this only prevents him from harming you. If you truly want to subdue him and make him serve you, you must sign an official contract with him. After 311's explanation, Gu Xiuxue lowered his eyes and looked at the child who clung tightly to his thigh, lost in thought. Then, once I leave this world, will that initial pact have no impact on him? 311 froze upon hearing this question, belatedly realizing that they intended to leave this world. If a real contract was signed, when they left this world in the form of death, the celestial spirit beast as a covenant animal would be affected. After pondering for a moment, he replied, no, it's just that your blood helped him transform, creating this invisible covenant which is tied to the cause and effect of this world. But as long as you don't truly bond with him, our departure won't affect him. Satisfied with the answer, Gu Xiuxue felt somewhat relieved. His gaze softened as he looked at the child. With a gentle smile, he pulled 2 jiuling grass plants right in front of the child and took out a box prepared from his storage pouch, placing them inside and storing them properly. The child stared blankly at him, more accurately, his eyes never left those 2 jiuling grass plants, and then, he started crying louder. Wah! No matter what. No matter what. You've pulled my grass. So you must take me away. If you don't take me away, I'll starve to death. Could you bear watching such a well-behaved little spirit die alone in this cold cave? Unable to bear it anymore, Gu Xiuxue couldn't stand seeing this mini version of himself cry so pitifully. Moreover, the small fellow felt quite comfortable to touch. He patted his head gently and spoke in a soft voice. All right, I'll take you with me. Really? You better not deceive me. If you do. My mother said that people who deceive children will never find a wife in the future. Seeing how serious the child was, Gu Xiuxue fell silent for a moment, causing all kinds of faces to flash through his mind, intertwined with each other. He let out a soft tsk, but seemed somewhat dazed. He suddenly remembered in his original world, when he was young, his sister told him the same thing. That was the first time he fought with someone else, and lied when he got home afterward. But his sister immediately noticed something was off and teasingly warned him seriously, saying that children who lie wouldn't find wives when they grow up. A hint of melancholy crossed Gu Xiuxue's eyes but vanished quickly as he concealed it. He spoke calmly. I can take you out, but there are hardly any celestial spirit beasts like you left in the outside world now. If someone discovers your identity, you might get captured. As for what will happen after that, I'm not sure. Have you thought it through? I won't be protecting you forever, and I'm only taking you out as a trade for the Jilling grass. After we step outside, there'll be no more ties between us. Gu Xiuxue said this, his tone now laced with a hint of coldness. The child stared blankly at him, seemingly confused. You don't want to make a contract with me? I will not sign a contract with you. Why? Can't we form a contract? I am extremely valuable, my blood can cure all poisons, my tears can reveal the hidden spiritual energy in all things. I can also help you find celestial treasures, and if you sign a contract with me, I can assist you in advancing your cultivation. He racked his brains trying to come up with every possible benefit of forming a pact with Gu Xiuxue but couldn't understand why Gu Xiuxue, who clearly knew his identity, refused to contract with him. You. Gu Xiuxue's eyes twitched as he quickly clamped a hand over the child's mouth and spoke seriously. Behave yourself and keep your true identity hidden so others don't discover that you are a celestial spirit beast. That way, you'll stay safe. Don't go blabbing about the benefits of contracting with you to anyone else. You're hundreds of years old already, can't you show a little common sense? After giving his warning, Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but wonder inwardly how easily deceived this little guy was. I know. I'm not stupid. And I'm only telling you. Gu Xiuxue couldn't suppress a soft chuckle as the child pulled back his hands from him, hugging himself protectively. You really trust me that much, little one? You're the demon lord, I trust you. Mother always said that the demon lord is the most reliable person. He sniffled a bit and added, and stop calling me little one, I have a name. My name is Lingyan. Ah, good name, suits you. Gu Xiuxue's gaze flickered momentarily but didn't ask where Lingyan's mother had gone or why she left him here. Instead, he smiled and said. Alright, let's go. I'll take you out. Then will you contract with me? I won't. Then can I call you master? May I address you as master? Lingyan blinked his big eyes, brimming with anticipation. Why don't you just call me brother? Gu Xiuxue suppressed the corner of his mouth, feeling something strange about the title, master. Okay, brother, then. Hold on, call me brother Gu instead. Gu Xiuxue lowered his eyes and interrupted Lingyan. That simple word, brother, brought Shenxinbai abruptly to mind. He remembered how the person, even being a prestigious immortal lord, transformed into ears and tails peculiar to demon and spirit races just to win his favor. How someone so aloof and dignified completely shed their pride in front of him, going so far as to act coquettishly. Despite reaching a peak of malevolence, they still restrained themselves and never truly harmed him. He recalled the countless times he heard that one word, brother. Chapter 85, Like a Family of Three. Gu Xiuxue closed his eyes for a moment. It was clearly the decision he had made himself, clearly a choice for the good of everyone. Yet inexplicably, when he now recalled those moments, he felt something heavy in his chest. After quite a while, he managed to adjust his emotions and cast those thoughts aside. Well, never mind those things anyway, because he was about to leave this world. Ling Yan didn't know why he suddenly asked her to change the way she addressed him, but she obediently nodded. Brother Gu, then let me pick a few more 9 spirit herbs. Gu Xiuxue wasn't paying much attention. He turned his head and looked at Emoli who had been staring at them all along, his gaze softened again. He liked the kind that was obedient and listened well, the kind who would stay where he told them to stay. Thinking so, Gu Xiuxue started walking directly toward him. Emoli, who had been almost unable to contain himself, seeing him approach knew the matter was settled. He quickly rushed forward and tightly embraced him, his voice trembling. Master. It's fine, don't overreact. I'm alright, you see. Gu Xiuxue chuckled nonchalantly and patted his back, we already got what we needed, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yan, who had just put away the 9 spirit herbs, had already run to his side and pulled on his sleeve with a shake. Brother Gu. I'm ready. Let's go. Ling Yan looked at him with bright, expectant, and longing eyes. And standing beside him, Emoli, looking at his face, also paused. The child had been facing away from him before, plus all his attention had been on Gu Xiuxue. So he hadn't noticed Ling Yan's features until now, realizing how much the boy resembled Gu Xiuxue. Emoli became immediately complicated in emotion, wanting to say something but held back as he stared at Gu Xiuxue. Upon noticing his gaze, Gu Xiuxue almost instantly understood what Emoli was thinking about and sighed helplessly. Don't think too much. He is just a celestial spirit beast. He probably looks like me because of drinking my blood earlier. Brother Gu is the most handsome person I've ever seen. Ling Yan also nodded, acknowledging Gu Xiuxue's statement. Gu Xiuxue smiled curiously and asked, "You're so young, how many people have you met altogether? And you're saying I'm the handsomest?" Ling Yan tilted his little head seriously, thought for a moment, then raised 2 fingers in front of them, speaking clearly. 2. He was sent to this place without even breaking out of his shell. In the past, the person closest to him was Mother, but he didn't have time to hatch and take a look at her. So counting up, the only people he had actually seen were the 2 right in front of him. Though he had never seen his mother, he always remembered what she said. Sect Master, Mozen, was the most reliable person. If anyone else came close, they would have to be driven away here. But if it was Mozen, then he could follow him out. Gu Xiuxue fell silent, looking at himself, then at Emoli. Emoli obviously had also caught onto the meaning behind Ling Yan's words, yet he wasn't angry, instead agreeing earnestly. I think Master is the most handsome too. Gu Xiuxue watched the 2, one big and one small, seem to come to some unspoken common understanding. Shaking his head lightly, a smile curved on his lips. Let's go. Don't keep Helion Yu waiting outside for too long. After all, he's just a human, and I fear his body might not handle it. Master does care about him. Emoli muttered under his breath. Gu Xiuxue pinched his cheeks gently and teased him. After all, he is the emperor of the human race. If something happened to him in the demon realm, it wouldn't be very good. The 6 realms have now reached a delicate balance. I do not wish for this balance to be broken, as it would not be good for anyone. Gu Xiuxue spoke with certain implications. Emoli's eyes flickered for a moment, yet still obediently nodded, I understand, Master. For a moment, neither of them continued to speak, making the atmosphere slightly awkward. Precisely at this time, Ling Yan squeezed between them, holding each of their hands, smiling cheerfully. Brother Gu. And big brother, let's go. He couldn't wait to take a look at the outside world. Emoli's originally furrowed brows loosened when he saw Ling Yan's face so similar to Gu Xiuxue, eventually unwilling to say anything harsh. He nodded stiffly, but didn't let go of Ling Yan's hand. Gu Xiuxue, on the other hand, didn't care at all, and directly led Ling Yan outside. Soon they left the cave, and upon seeing Helion Yu still standing in the same spot waiting for them, Gu Xiuxue felt a sense of relief. Finally, he was able to send this guy away. However, he did not notice that Helion Yu's eyes had flickered with a trace of joy the moment they emerged, only to turn indifferent upon seeing the child who looked extremely similar to him. Who was that child? Why were they both holding his hand while walking out, and why did he look so much like Gu Xiuxue? Helion Yu was full of doubts but remained expressionless as he asked, did you get the 9 spirit herbs? We got it, let's go. Don't linger here too long. Gu Xiuxue casually responded without any intention of stopping. Right now, he just wanted to quickly send Helion Yu away and hand Ling Yan over to Yunyi. Since Ling Yan's mother had said that the demon lord was the most reliable person, then perhaps her mother and one of the former demon lords had some sort of connection. Besides, this child was too easy to deceive. He needed to arrange a proper place for him before he left. Gu Xiuxue quietly calculated in his mind, sighing at how tight the time was and how heavy the task was. Emoli merely glanced at Helion Yu once, letting out a slight humph as he passed by without any intention of stopping. Helion Yu's gaze darkened, and his lips pressed together slightly. Even though it was none of his business, he couldn't help feeling choked seeing them, mimicking the image of a family of 3. He took a deep breath and retrieved a small white jade vial from his storage pouch. Looking at the few pills left inside, he hesitated for a moment before swallowing all of them into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, clearing his mind and making his resolve firmer. No matter what, since they had already obtained the 9 spirit herbs, there was no longer any need for him to stay in the demon realm. He had to go back, he had waited long enough and didn't want to wait any longer. After leaving the forbidden area, what surprised Gu Xiuxue was that Ling Jun and Yunyi were actually waiting outside. Master. You're finally out. Master, who is this? 2 voices sounded at the same time. Ling Jun rushed toward him, while Yunyi's gaze fell on Ling Yan, whom Gu Xiuxue was holding by the hand. Yunyi paused for a moment, somewhat uncertain, how come this child looks so much like the master? Gu Xiuxue instinctively let go of Ling Yan and caught Ling Jun as he lunged forward, helplessly pushing him away. That's enough, don't act silly with so many people around. Oh. Ling Jun obediently replied, only then noticing the little boy by Gu Xiuxue's side. Master, is this your little disciple we're getting as a younger brother? Gu Xiuxue. Somebody, drag this dog out. Today, he must sever their teacher-student relationship. Chapter 86, I'm willing to marry my master, even if. Ling Jun, can you use your brain a little? How could master have been in there long enough to give us a little junior sibling? Yuni gritted his teeth in anger and slapped him on the head. Ah! Ling Jun let out a painful cry, covering his head. His eyes instantly brimmed with tears, looking on the verge of crying. Yuni! You hit me again. You hit me again. It was fine when master wasn't here, but now you dare to hit me right in front of master. Ling Jun complained, turning toward Gu Xiuxue, who remained expressionless and nodded. I think little E did the right thing. Ling Jun, oh master, do you not love me anymore? Mo Li had already gripped Gu Xiuxue's hand, then lifted their intertwined hands, smiling as he spoke. Because master loves me. Ling Jun. So angry. He wanted to bite this cat to death. Hello, I'm Ling Yan. I'm not Brother Gu's child. Ling Yan saw that they were almost arguing, so he squeezed between them, separating them before smiling brightly at Ling Jun and Yuni. Wow, this kid is so well behaved, it's like he was carved from the same mold as master. Unable to resist, Ling Jun squatted down and pinched his face, smiling until her eyes curved. Ling Yan proudly raised his little head, even his young voice carried a touch of arrogance. That's natural. We celestial spirit beasts choose the person we want to contract with during transformation, sign the contract, and our human forms will be extremely similar to that person. Brother Gu is the most handsome person I've ever seen, so I picked him at first sight. After saying that, Ling Yan paused, his gaze scanning over these two people before looking at Helianyu, who had been silently standing aside all along. Then he nodded very firmly. Even after meeting these people, he still thought Brother Gu was the best-looking one. This child insisted on coming out with me. He's not too smart, little E, take good care of him in the future. Gu Xiuxue shook his head, reminding Yuni once more. Though Yuni felt curious why Gu Xiuxue said this, he respectfully agreed nonetheless. Well, we've obtained the 9 spiritual grass. Gu Xiuxue took out the box containing the 9 spiritual grass from his storage bag and casually threw it to Helianyu, smiling as he said. Now that you've gotten what you want, leave our demon realm. This place isn't suitable for humans. Little E, arrange for someone to escort him back. Ensure he returns safely, don't let anything happen to him within the demon realm. Gu Xiuxue smiled, but there was no warmth in his eyes, and the last sentence almost seemed gritted through clenched teeth. Even though it pained him to see his painstakingly nurtured son back into such a frail state. He firmly believed that as long as he resolved the bug called Yufuyue, everything in this world would return to normal, including Helianyu's body. Moreover, based on his experience dealing with Mo Li, he had become smarter. As long as he was resolute, didn't feel sorry or hesitate, he wouldn't be found out wearing another mask. Just like now, Helianyu hadn't doubted his identity. Besides, he looked different from when he was in front of Helianyu back then. If he could still be recognized now, he'd have to say that this main character's golden aura was way too strong. Still, he felt something strange about Helianyu's attitude towards him and decided to send him away sooner rather than later, lest things drag on. Thinking this, Gu Xiuxue gave Yuni a glance. Yuni nodded and smacked Ling Jun on the shoulder, glancing at Ling Yan. Ling Jun shot him an irritated look but understood his intention. She picked up Ling Yan and started cooing sweetly. Ling Yan, right? Let's go, brother will take you to eat some delicious food. Don't feed him random stuff. Just play with him, and arrange a room for him. Gu Xiuxue's eyelid twitched, and he quickly reminded them. Looking back at him with a smile, Ling Jun gave him a reassuring look, which made him even more uneasy. Yuni helplessly shook his head, master needn't worry, I'll handle it properly. He then turned to Helianyu, gesturing with a slight motion and speaking indifferently. Since the item has been retrieved, please come along. I'll immediately arrange for someone to escort you back. Helianyu stiffly nodded, but deep inside, he couldn't help feeling inexplicably dissatisfied. He carefully stored the 9 spiritual grass and was unwilling to linger here any longer, leaving this place even faster than they did. He was afraid that if he stayed here any longer, he might do something uncontrollable. Not until everyone had left did Gu Xiuxue silently glance at their intertwined hands. He thought about how he would soon leave this world and ultimately abandoned his struggle. Since he was going to leave anyway, there wasn't enough energy left for him to make Mo Li forget and start anew completely. A little indulgence now wouldn't hurt. Is anything wrong, master? Mo Li grinned as he drew near, standing very close to him. For a moment, their breaths mingled together, and unintentionally, his lips touched his briefly before withdrawing. There's nothing. I was just thinking, you being the demon king yet staying in our demon realm all the time. Isn't it somewhat improper? Gu Xiuxue took a small step back, creating distance between them, contemplating whether now would be a good time to discuss with him about going to the demon spirit realm. Unexpectedly, Mo Li's eyes lit up as he responded excitedly. So, master is giving me a status? Ah. Huh. What? Gu Xiuxue was somewhat bewildered. Wait, how did it jump to the topic of status? As if unaware of his confusion, Mo Li continued talking enthusiastically on his own accord. It indeed doesn't look good for the demon king to stay in the demon realm for too long. But if the demon and spirit realms were united through marriage, staying here as the demon queen, naturally, no one would say anything. The more Emoli spoke, the more exhilarated he became. His fluffy tail appeared again, hooking around Gu Xiushue's waist and pulling him closer into his arms. Gu Xiushue. Wait. Shouldn't he listen to what he's saying? No, how did the conversation take this turn? I'm willing to marry my master. Even if. Emoli paused mid-sentence, suddenly choking as though something felt off, but the words tumbled out carelessly. Hold on, we shouldn't be discussing this right now. Before he could figure out what exactly was wrong, Gu Xiushue had interrupted his thoughts, already cutting his sentence short. What I mean is, since you've been away from your realm for so long, shouldn't you return? Is master driving me away? Emoli's face fell instantly. Hugging him, he buried his head against his neck, brushing lightly against him. I didn't mean it that way. I merely think you should go back to your demon spirit realm, and I'll accompany you. Gu Xiushue sighed softly, his words still ringing when Emoli's eyes lit up again. Yes. The same goes for marrying you. Gu Xiushue. Someone, throw this cat out. Today, he'd sever ties with both cats and dogs. Chapter 87, Little Lee feels wronged. Little Lee is about to break apart. Alright, Little Lee, take this seriously. I'm discussing something important with you. Gu Xiushue raised her hand and slapped Emoli on the head, not too light, not too heavy. And put your tail away. Oh. Emoli reluctantly responded, but he did as told and retracted the tail that had been wrapped around Gu Xiushue's waist. Gu Xiushue watched him, noticing his ears droop, which made her sigh in exasperation. How could this guy, who was supposed to be the child of a white tiger and a spirit cat, seem so much like a dog? Especially when he was trying to act cute around her, wasn't he even more like a puppy than Ling Jun's kid? While she mused internally, she continued speaking without revealing her thoughts. What I mean is, I'll go back with you to the demon realm, and we'll clear up those messes over there. Especially concerning that Yu. Gu Xiushue paused briefly. I want to kill him. You wouldn't mind, would you? Emoli had been brooding, wondering why Shizuan brought up Yu again. But hearing that Gu Xiushue wanted to kill him instantly lifted his gloom, improving his mood significantly. Still puzzled, though, he asked. Why does Shizuan wish to kill him? Could it be that during the time he was absent, Yu dared to harm his Shizuan? Emoli frowned immediately at the thought, a hint of coldness creeping into his eyes. After all, in his view, Yu didn't look kindly upon Gu Xiushue. He is your heart demon, coveting the position of demon king from you. Keeping him around won't do you any good. It's best to deal with him sooner rather than later. As Gu Xiushue spoke indifferently, Emoli froze, momentarily lost for words, full of confusion and questions. How did Shizuan know that Yu was his heart demon? Could it be that Yu revealed this information? Emoli regretted allowing Yu to watch over Gu Xiushue while he was away. Yu being his heart demon meant he was also part of him. But behind his back, that person had shared secrets with Shizuan, something unknown to Emoli, making him feel uneasy inside. Emoli never liked Yu to begin with, and now he felt as if betrayed by his own shadow. What are you thinking? Gu Xiushue waved her hand in front of Emoli's face, bringing him out of his musings. Nothing. I just can't believe how much I trusted him, yet he craved my demon king title. Shizuan. Emoli put on a piteous expression, even though he knew better than anyone how eager Yu was to drag him down from his position. But wasn't it obvious? Emoli cared little for this struggle because long ago, willing to fight for this title, willing to inherit the demon king's mantle was solely due to something Shizuan said when he was young. Shizuan once told him that only through sufficient strength and status could he protect the people he cherished and gain what he desired. He remembered every word of Shizuan, wanting to protect her, and also, to possess her entirely. He knew that Gu Xiushue hoped for him to claim the Demon King title, so he worked hard tirelessly, striving to make her love him a little more. Yet becoming the Demon King failed to safeguard those dear to him, only allowing him to watch helplessly as the one he cherished perished in his arms. Ever since then, every day he drowned his sorrows in alcohol and carved puppets, arranging them in poses they once shared together, trying to catch glimpses of her reflection. Not that he didn't know about Yu's scheming, he simply didn't care. With Shizuan gone, what meaning did the Demon King title have for him? If not for Shizuan constantly urging him to guard the demon realm well and be a competent Demon King, he might not have lingered in the mortal world for so long. If Yu wanted the title, let him take it. Once the demon realm found its new king, Emoli could reunite with Shizuan. Pushing away past indulgence and letting Yu carry out his plans after sensing his intentions, Emoli now faced Gu Xiushue directly, pretending to look hurt, tilting his head slightly, his voice hoarse. How could I trust him, yet he turned on me like this? Shizuan, please don't leave me alone again, alright? Emoli cautiously entwined his fingers with Gu Xiushue's, his eyes brimming with pleading hope. The broken look and gaze softened Gu Xiushue's heart instantly, prompting her to console him. Little Lee, be a good boy. We'll go back to the demon realm and I'll help you deal with him. He did not give a direct promise or response to Emoli's latter words, and Emoli clearly realized this. His eyes flickered momentarily, but in the end, he remained silent, simply nodding his head. Alright, Shizuan. We will return to the demon realm, and by then there won't even be any need for Shizun to lift a finger. I definitely won't let him off either. Even though Yu Fuyu was a part of himself, even though killing him would have some impact on his own body, Emoli didn't care at all. Why should he, when Shizun disliked him? Yu Fuyu was originally just a tool Emoli used to handle demon realm affairs, and now that he has displeased Shizun, there was no longer any reason to keep him around. The two having settled their plan, they did not stay long in the magic realm. Gu Xiuxue had originally intended to resolve matters more peacefully last time and directly pass on her position as Demon Lord to Yunyi. Since she had come back this time, she wanted to properly handle these matters so as to avoid such incidents again in the future. But Yunyi acted as if he guessed she wouldn't return after leaving this time, refusing outright to take over as Demon Lord. Ling Jun objected even more fiercely. He had always been too lazy to handle, or incapable of handling, the magic realm's affairs, delegating everything to Yunyi anyway. Although the two often bickered, Ling Jun knew well that when it came to strength and cultivation, Yunyi far surpassed him. On important matters like this, he wouldn't argue with Yunyi. Yunyi wouldn't agree, and Ling Jun wasn't willing either. Gu Xiuxue found herself growing a headache from frustration, realizing for the first time how stubborn these two disciples of hers were, yet powerless to force them into doing anything. Well, then I won't bother anymore. Anyway, once he left this world, his title as Demon Lord would be completely gone. By that point, even if they were reluctant, someone would have to step up and take the position. Of course, the demon realm would likely descend into chaos then, bringing along plenty of trouble. Gu Xiuxue thought about it for a moment, then dismissed the matter from her mind. It shouldn't be overly difficult for them, though it might require some effort. Hold on. Is Shizun really going to leave? After all, this is an issue for your demon realm. Yunyi grabbed onto Gu Xiuxue's sleeve, his lips trembling slightly, light gleaming faintly in his eyes. His intuition told him he mustn't let Gu Xiuxue go. If he did, perhaps he'd lose her forever. Shizun, do you really have to leave? Chapter 88, Preparing to go to the demon realm. Of course we have to go. Come on, I'm not a kid anymore. Why do you all act like we're parting for life just because I'm stepping out? Gu Xiuxue felt somewhat powerless as Ling Jun's eyes, filled with tears, looked up at her. Why was she crying so much? Yunyi spoke in a solemn tone. Last time you said the same thing, that you were just going out to fight a bit. But then, almost dying at the hands of Shinshinbai, and eventually becoming his prisoner. Although Yunyi did not say the rest, Gu Xiuxue clearly understood what he meant. This time it was her turn to be silent. For a moment, none of them spoke further. Thinking back to what had happened before, Ling Jun now looked at him with red-rimmed eyes, her lips tightly sealed. Yunyi managed to stay calmer, but he didn't want to let go either. He gripped her sleeve tightly, the veins on the back of his hand beginning to protrude. One more pull and he would tear her sleeve right off. After a long while, Gu Xiuxue finally sighed softly and opened her mouth. Alright, let go ear. You've always been the most obedient and reliable, the one I trust the most. These years, even though I am the Demon Lord, the matters of the demon realm have mostly been handed over to you. Now, I need to take care of my own affairs, so, let me go. Yunyi lowered his gaze and eventually released her. He had always known this, from the day they became disciples of Gu Xiuxue. He has always understood that Gu Xiuxue doesn't particularly want to be the Demon Lord. He also knows that Gu Xiuxue has her own things to deal with, which is why she often isn't in the demon realm, only returning when there's disorder or something beyond their control occurs. In the past, he never cared where Gu Xiuxue went or what she did, asking no questions. Until he saw Shinshinbai trying hard to please her by lowering himself and speaking humbly to them, offering friendship. Until he met Emoli, the king of demons, who turned out to also be a disciple of Gu Xiuxue. Though Yunyi had guessed some things in his heart, he didn't really care about what Gu Xiuxue had done or why she had done it. All he cared about was whether his master would return safely. But now, the hand Yunyi kept by his side clenched into a fist, hidden beneath the wide sleeves of his robe. He hung his head low, unwilling, or perhaps afraid, to look directly at Gu Xiuxue. He knew he shouldn't stop her, but he didn't want to lose his master. Be good. I'll bring you candy skewers when I get back. That soft yet slightly sigh-filled voice sounded childish but carried within it a sense of loss. Upon hearing it, Yunyi's eyelashes quivered. He suddenly looked up, his eyes already rimmed with red and glistening with unshed tears. A small smile curved his lips as he quietly responded, all right. They didn't need a candy skewer, nor did they particularly crave such things. Yet, at least Gu Xiuxue had given them an answer, telling them that she would return. That was enough. Ling Jun realized this too, immediately nodding her head, again throwing herself into Gu Xiuxue's embrace. She buried her face against her chest, rubbing against her randomly. The pair of ears intentionally sticking out above her head tickled Gu Xiuxue's face. I'll miss you, master, come back soon. Oh, I want chestnut cakes too. Alright. Can you release me now? Gu Xiuxue lifted her hands to push Ling Jun away, while Yunyi stood behind, gently pulling her backwards. Ling Jun stumbled slightly, nearly falling into his arms. She gave him a glare of mild dissatisfaction, let out a light humph, but said nothing further. Having comforted these two disciples, Gu Xiuxue packed her things and turned to leave. However, just as she was about to leave the demon realm, a sudden weight blocked her path and prevented her from leaving. Gu Xiuxue froze mid-step. Looking down, she realized who had firmly held onto her leg, Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked up with teary eyes. Brother Gu, where are you going? Are you leaving me? Gu Xiuxue blinked several times, puzzled. Wasn't this child supposed to be with Yunyi? What happened? Didn't Yunyi have better things to handle? Before she could even inquire further, Lin Yan started sobbing uncontrollably, wiping his tears on the hem of her robe. Wah! They said you're going home with this big brother. Why don't you take me with you? Don't you want me anymore? Lin Yan's tears dropped incessantly. Given how much he resembled her, Gu Xiuxue found her heart instantly softening. Before he could make a move, Emoli had already scooped Lin Yan up in his arms. How could I not want you? But now, your brother Gu and I have to go handle some matters. When we're done, I'll come back for you, alright? Emoli couldn't bear it, seeing Lin Yan like this reminded him of Gu Xiuxue. Thinking about how their master used to cry in such a pitiful yet adorable way when they were younger brought a softness to his heart that even seeped into his tone. But I want to go with you both. I don't know anyone else here, I want to follow brother Gu. Lin Yan looked up at Emoli with teary eyes. The sight pierced straight through Emoli's heart. Emoli coughed lightly but didn't immediately give in. Instead, he glanced over at Gu Xiuxue. Master. Following Emoli's gaze, Lin Yan also turned toward Gu Xiuxue. Brother Gu. Seeing both the older and younger figures looking at her like that, Gu Xiuxue fell silent. Though the child bore an almost identical resemblance to her, she couldn't help feeling as if there was a strange connection between them two. Stop being silly. Just because he is young, does that mean you are too? Gu Xiuxue felt a bit helpless as she spoke but then stopped herself midway. Wait, technically, Lin Yan might be older than either of them. This realization made her emotions complicated, though she quickly adjusted her state. Besides, our business this time isn't just a game. Taking him along would be dangerous. If there's danger, I can run away on my own. And I can take brother Gu with me. Lin Yan's eyes sparkled brightly as he eagerly raised his little hand. Brother Gu, you don't need to worry. I'm an expert at running away. When I was still an egg, mother said I rolled around all the time. Pfft. Cough cough. Master, why don't we take him along? After all, the demon realm is still my territory, and I promise nothing will happen to him. Emoli burst out laughing before catching himself, finding the child more amusing by the moment. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. He should ask Gu Xiuxue to officially recognize him after dealing with Yu Fuyue. Perhaps when they're together, they could directly adopt this child and cultivate him for a few years so that he'd eventually inherit the demon realm. That way, both the demon realm and the spirit realm would be managed properly, allowing him to fully stay by his master's side. As Emoli thought further, the notion seemed increasingly plausible. His expression softened even more as he looked at Lin Yan. Watching the dynamic between the older and younger figure, Gu Xiuxue shook her head slightly, deciding against uttering another word of refusal. She waved her hand dismissively. Fine, fine. Since one wants to bring him and the other wants to go, let's just take him along. Chapter 89, About to be Caught. As the three of them crossed the boundary into the demon realm, Emoli frowned slightly and his tone grew serious. This barrier has been altered. Yu Fuyue has certainly done a lot in my absence. I could sense his ambitions before, but now he isn't even pretending anymore. Emoli smirked coldly. Everything in front of him seemed almost no different from his memories, yet his voice lowered. Teacher, let's take this path. Yu Fuyue modified the barrier. He may have already known we entered here. But it will take him some time to get here, so we need to leave immediately. While speaking, Emoli glanced at Lin Yan cradled in his arms. Stay quiet, no matter what happens or what you see, don't make a sound. Lin Yan obediently nodded while covering her mouth with both hands, as though she felt that wasn't enough. She then cast a spell that muted herself. Gu Xiuxue watched her actions and for a moment didn't know what to say. Emoli approvingly nodded, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. This child was very obedient. Last time for just a fleeting moment, he had felt somewhat regretful that neither he nor his teacher could have children. If only they could have a child who resembles his teacher. But such thoughts quickly flashed through his mind and were swiftly suppressed. With his thoughts reined in, Emoli had no intention of lingering any longer here. It had been a long while since he last returned to the demon realm. After all, until Gu Xiuxue pointed it out, he deliberately indulged Yu Fuyue, and trusted his abilities and tactics thoroughly. He knew that even without his presence, Yu Fuyue would never allow disorder in the demon realm. But he wondered what state the demon realm had become under Yu Fuyue's control. He first needed to find a safe place and contact his people to inquire about the current situation. Emoli led them along a secluded path, soon entering a dense forest. The surroundings were incredibly quiet. The trees were tall and strong, their branches lush and flourishing, nearly blocking the sky above, allowing only faint beams of light to filter through. Gu Xiuxue looked at the vines entwining around those trees and the small white flowers blossoming on them, squinting his eyes slightly. These things felt familiar, but he couldn't recall where he'd seen them before. Though he had spent a period in the demon realm in the past, that had been a long time ago. Since these things were familiar yet elusive, he didn't dwell on it further. What mattered most right now was to first find a safe place to clearly understand the present situation. As Gu Xiuxue calculated in his heart, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes brightening. He had forgotten something. He almost forgot about 311. Little 3, come out to work, help me check out the current situation of the demon realm, and where is Yofuyue? Since the last time 311 helped erase Shinshinbai's memories, although his energy was not completely exhausted, he still conserved it wherever possible. Moreover, because Gu Xiuxue was often together with Emoli, fearing he would be confined to a small black room again if he went online, he was rarely online unless called by Gu Xiuxue. Don't worry, let me check. Upon receiving a response from 311, Gu Xiuxue's heart eased a bit. Yofuyue is on his way, likely to arrive here in about 10 minutes. It seems he's directly heading toward you. 311's tone became more serious. It should be due to you getting something on yourselves when you entered the barrier earlier. Hearing this, Gu Xiuxue abruptly stopped walking, causing Emoli beside him to stop as well. What's wrong, teacher? There's no point running anymore. We've gotten something on us, deal with it first, otherwise, we won't be able to hide. While saying this, Gu Xiuxue asked 311, is there a way to clean this thing off us? It requires some energy expenditure, but my current energy reserves aren't enough. 311 hesitated, fearing he might enter a dormant state if he continued. Then use my life force. Anyway, after the incident with Shinshinbai, my life force is sufficient now, and I don't really need much. Gu Xiuxue responded indifferently. After pondering for a moment, 311 agreed, all right. Instantly, Gu Xiuxue felt enveloped by a gentle glow. After a brief while, the light dissipated. Cleared. However, it's best for you two to change direction now, since Yofuyue is coming this way. If he realizes something's amiss, he'll definitely come here first to investigate. 311 reminded them and paused for a moment. As for the demon realm situation, didn't I tell you before? Last time after you were taken away, Emoli went to the demon realm and wanted to join forces with them to save you. Yofuyue stayed in the demon realm, and now it's almost entirely under his control. Gu Xiuxue barely nodded perceptibly before speaking, Xiaoli, let's take a different path, this way isn't safe. Emoli did not inquire how he had noticed something was wrong, but instead readily agreed. And Ling Yan looked back and forth between Emoli and Gu Xiuxue, tilting her small head, completely perplexed. She didn't quite understand what they were talking about, yet she silently gripped Emoli's clothes tighter. SSSSSSSSS. Susu. SSSSSSS. Suddenly, there were sounds in their ears, interrupting their movements and thoughts. Watch out. Gu Xiuxue's gaze turned cold as he instantly scanned the direction of the sound, then pulled him back dozens of steps, increasing the distance from that area. Emoli's expression also turned colder, seeing countless snakes coiled around the trees ahead. Besides that, countless long thin snakes began to lift their heads, staring straight at them. These snakes entwined on the trees like vines, but now were fully ready to attack. Gu Xiuxue's complexion worsened immediately, indicating that all the so-called vines they had passed by on the way might have been intermingled with many snakes. It was unclear why these snakes remained still until now, choosing precisely this moment to attack them. Emoli stood blank-faced, staring intently at these snakes. His eyes gleamed with a crimson light as he handed Ling Yan over to Gu Xiuxue and stepped forward, placing them behind him. The overwhelming aura belonging solely to the King of Demons burst forth instantly, causing all the snakes that had tried to attack them to withdraw their heads. Humph, these are nothing more than low-level beasts who haven't developed their spirits yet, this is Yofuyue's extent. Emoli sneered, though his eyes showed an intense coldness. The smaller snakes became docile, and some even couldn't bear his pressure, bursting into pieces, splintering into several segments and falling down. Pada! 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 The air suddenly filled with a strong smell of blood, and even the flowers that bloomed on the vines originally turned red. The scent of blood grew heavier. The large snakes dared neither move nor retreat. Though clearly uncomfortable, they continued to glare tightly at them. Two among them lifted their heads high, their eyes turning as bloody and crimson as his own, mouths gaping wide to reveal sharp fangs. Chapter 90, if you call him brother, then you should call me sister-in-law. Hiss. Before the two snakes could get close to them, Emoli directly severed them. Gu Xiuxue, before Emoli made his move, had already expressionlessly lifted her hand to cover Ling Yan's eyes, softly whispering by his ear. Aya, be a good boy, cover your ears, don't look, don't listen. Although Ling Yan couldn't see, he could smell the intensified bloodiness in the air. He moved his nose slightly, relied on Gu Xiuxue's chest, and obediently covered his ears. Gu Xiuxue watched as Emoli lightly stepped with his toes, leapt up, and thrust his sharp sword straight at those snakes. The sword chi transformed into substance, severing the remaining snakes. Such a bloody scene caused him to frown involuntarily, not because he thought Emoli was too cruel, but just that the scent of blood was too strong. Yofuyue was originally heading towards their direction. Although 311 helped erase their traces. The current strong smell of blood might make it too late if they don't leave soon. Xiao Li. Just as Gu Xiuxue called out, a startling voice of 311 sounded in her mind. Gu Xiuxue. Hold your breath quickly. Those flowers are poisonous. Gu Xiuxue's pupils suddenly tightened as she subconsciously held her breath. She also noticed with her peripheral vision the flowers dyed red on the vines. Dyed red by snake blood, these originally insignificant little flowers began to release a faint fragrance. It was only masked by the overwhelming stench of blood, so they hadn't realized it immediately. But now that all the snakes were killed by Emoli, those white flowers were all dyed red, the flower fragrance grew increasingly stronger, making it impossible to ignore. 311 panicked back and forth inside the system space. No, there's no time. This flower fragrance is toxic, the snake blood is toxic too, holding your breath won't work. Gu Xiuxue's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Looking toward Emoli, all she saw was Emoli rushing over to her, seeming to show a worried expression. Master. Unfortunately, he only felt an intense chill throughout his body, his eyelids so heavy, his consciousness gradually faded. Before falling down, all he saw was Emoli seemingly also falling down. Damn it. Just before losing consciousness completely, Gu Xiuxue cursed inwardly, which was still to no avail. Only Ling Yan, who was also knocked down together, remained conscious, dumbfoundedly watching the scene before him. When he realized what happened and glanced at the unconscious Gu Xiuxue, his eyes instantly reddened, breaking free from the gag spell and wailing mournfully. Brother Gu. Ling Yan shook Gu Xiuxue's body, momentarily panicking but quickly regaining composure. After fumbling around for a while in the storage pouch on his waist, he finally retrieved the dagger. Looking at his own tender little hands, he gritted his teeth and slashed his palm. The intense pain made him draw a sharp intake of breath. Having stayed in that cave for too long, he had never endured such an injury, let alone experienced such pain. But right now, he couldn't care about that, his blood could neutralize all poisons. As long as Brother Gu drank his blood, he would wake up. As long as he drank. Before Ling Yan could bring his bleeding hand to Gu Xiuxue's lips, someone directly picked him up. Ah! Let me go. Let me go. Ling Yan struggled. When he realized who had picked him up, he instantly froze. His eyes widened, looking at Yu Fuyue in front of him incredulously, then looked at the equally unconscious Emoli on the ground. You, big brother. How can you, how could they look so alike? What's the relationship between this person and big brother? But since they looked alike, this person should also have come to rescue them, right? Ling Yan's hand hurt even more, tears plopping down one after another. He cried. Wah, big brother, let me go, they're poisoned, I need to save them. He didn't know whether this big brother had any antidotes, but he had already injured himself and lost so much blood, it couldn't be wasted for nothing. Yu Fuyue looked at the child whose appearance resembled Gu Xiuxue so much, his brows furrowed, a flash of dark light passing through his eyes, yet the smile on his face was especially warm. He smiled as he set Ling Yan down but didn't let go. Instead, he held his hand, took out a small porcelain bottle from his waist, poured the powder inside onto his wound, and the wound healed visibly. All the pain disappeared in an instant as the wound healed. Ling Yan's eyes widened even more as he exclaimed. Big brother, you're so awesome. Then he became a little worried, but they. Don't worry, I have the antidote, I won't let anything happen to them. Yu Fuyue gazed thoughtfully at his face, his lips curled slightly, asking gently. Can you tell big brother what your relationship with him is? As Yu Fuyue spoke, he looked at Gu Xiuxue. Ling Yan also followed his gaze, blinked, thought for a moment, and then replied. He's my brother. Gu Xiuxue had told him not to casually reveal his identity as a celestial spirit beast. Although this big brother looked exactly like the other one and helped him heal his injury, Ling Yan still felt something strange about this big brother and didn't divulge his own identity. Ling Yan tilted his head slightly and pointed at Emoli, saying, Big brother, what's your relationship with him? Are you brothers? Why do you look exactly alike? Yu Fuyue's eyes flickered momentarily, and then he smiled and said. Yes, he's my younger brother. As he spoke, he released Ling Yan, instead holding Gu Xiuxue in his arms, gently tidying her somewhat disheveled hair, speaking in a light and soft voice. However, since you call him brother, you should call me sister-in-law. Ling Yan, v. Sister-in-law. Ling Yan was dumbfounded. He had always thought that Brother Gu and Big Brother were in that kind of relationship. But now he was being told that Brother Gu and Big Brother's older brother were the ones in that kind of relationship. Ling Yan only felt dizzy and couldn't quite sort out their current relationships. But Yu Fuyue didn't give him time to think further, instead picking up Gu Xiuxue easily. Ling Yan instinctively wanted to run after them and tug on Gu Xiuxue's clothes, but was held by someone else. He raised his head and found that there were many people around them who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. They all bowed their heads, one held him tightly, while two others carried Emoli away. Wait. Brother. Wait, where are you taking me? Woo. Ling Yan had his mouth covered and no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. All he could do was watch helplessly as Yu Fuyue carried Gu Xiuxue away. Yu Fuyue held Gu Xiuxue, treading on the ground stained with blood, placed a kiss on her lips. His eyes were filled with such madness and obsession, yet his tone was incredibly gentle. Aksu, it's so good that you've returned. Chapter 92, Weak Legs, Feeling Powerless All Over. What to do? No, don't touch. No. Don't. Gu Xiuxue woke up from a nightmare, suddenly sitting up on the bed with his eyes wide open, causing the soft silk quilt to slip off his body. He was panting heavily, a thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead, taking some time before regaining his senses. Looking around at an entirely unfamiliar environment, Gu Xiuxue slightly furrowed his brows, glancing down at the clothes that had been changed on him and felt a hint of confusion rising in his mind. He pulled back the covers and tried to turn himself off the bed, only to find his whole body utterly weak and falling back. Gu Xiuxue's eyelashes flickered as dark strands of hair fell around his face. He wore a loose-fitting dark red robe that now slipped further due to his movements, exposing large swaths of pale skin that stood out significantly. His long, elegant legs were faintly visible under the cover of his robe, appearing particularly enticing. Gu Xiuxue looked down at his own legs, his eyelids fluttering once more, realizing they were now covered in many suggestive marks. Specifically, there were red circles around his ankles, as if something had tied them tightly. Combined with these provocative marks. Yet his body did not feel any discomfort. So, what exactly happened? Gu Xiuxue's brow creased slightly, lost in thought, as his memory remained fixed in that forest. Waking up now in such an unfamiliar place, unsure of the current situation, he could only call for 311 in his heart, hoping for an answer. Little 3, hurry up and come out. What is going on? What happened later? How did I end up here? Where are Lingyan and Mo Li? And what about my body? Gu Xiuxue disliked this foreign and uncontrollable feeling, urging 311 repeatedly in his mind. However, before receiving a reply from 311, the door to the room opened first. Semi-reclined and still powerless, obscured by red curtains and gauze ahead, he could not clearly see who entered but sensed someone's presence. This person seemed to have no intention of coming closer and paused outside, where Gu Xiuxue could only vaguely perceive a shadow, uncertain what this figure was doing by the table. The mood inside Gu Xiuxue tightened somewhat as his gaze dimmed. He cautiously shifted his body back into a lying position, pulling the blanket over him and closing his eyes. Not long after, he felt the presence approach. The person walked over to the side of the bed, sat down, and gently stroked his cheek with an exceptionally tender movement. Fingers, rough with a light callus, eventually pressed softly against his lips, lightly caressing them, carrying an element of teasing. Since you're already awake, why continue pretending to sleep? A familiar voice tinged with amusement echoed in his ear, surprising Gu Xiuxue slightly, prompting him to open his eyes quickly. Gu Xiuxue stared at Yufuyue seated beside the bed, his pupils contracting sharply. This Yufuyue looked nothing like how he remembered, instead, he resembled Mo Li perfectly. But since this person was Mo Li's mental demon, facing this identical face didn't surprise him much. Had this individual decided not to pretend anymore, revealing his true appearance? Or did he believe that having a face identical to Mo Li would be enough to deceive him thoroughly? Gu Xiuxue pondered this silently without comprehending Yufuyue's intentions fully. He maintained an unfazed expression, supporting himself on the bed to sit up again, staring silently at Yufuyue with a very composed demeanor. Yufuyue tilted his head at him, smiling warmly and kindly inquiring. Master, are you still feeling unwell anywhere? I've already arranged for food to be prepared, which will be delivered shortly. Hearing the term of address from Yufuyue, Gu Xiuxue assumed he was trying to impersonate Mo Li. However, given his unclear present circumstances and unsure status, it was best not to provoke this individual. I'm fine, just feeling a bit weak. This is quite normal. The poison in your system was too severe. It took considerable effort to save you, said Yufuyue, sighing lightly, and directly embraced Gu Xiuxue's waist, leaning his head on the latter's shoulder. Master must not go to dangerous places anymore or stay with that worthless one. Look, being with him only puts you in danger. Only I can truly protect you. For a moment, Gu Xiuxue's body stiffened slightly. Originally, he thought Yufuyue intended to completely replace Mo Li using this face. However, it seemed that Yufuyue didn't intend to do so and instead chose to confront him directly. With this thought in mind, Gu Xiuxue pushed Yufuyue away indifferently and asked coolly. So what exactly do you want to do? Also, stop calling me master. Though you are his mental demon, you're not the same person as him now. I am his master, not yours. Yufuyue was momentarily startled by such a cold tone, then revealed a pained look of grievance with hurt flashing through his eyes. Aksu is really unreasonable. It was you who once said you would take me back to the demon realm and protect me well. He paused slightly, gripping Gu Xiuxue's hand and placing it on his face, softly sighing. Moreover, have you forgotten what he did to you? He treated you that way and even found many substitutes for you, why must you keep yearning for him? Aksu, I am better than him. What he can offer you, I can too, and more importantly, what he cannot give you, I can. You have spent so much effort on him, cultivating him into a demon king, but what about him? He drowns his sorrows in alcohol and mixes around with those substitutes all day. He doesn't even. Shut up. Gu Xiuxue's eyelids twitched as he lost patience and interrupted Yufuyue's speech. Initially, he just intended to withdraw his hand, but as Yufuyue went on, becoming increasingly out of line, he could no longer hold back and slapped him across the face. When has Lilier ever found substitutes? Aren't they all lies fabricated by you to tarnish his reputation? You're nothing but his mental demon. Even though he spared your life and separated you from himself, you've been destroying his name everywhere and attempting to seize the throne of Demon King. Gu Xiaoxue withdrew his hand and gave a cold laugh, his gaze completely indifferent without any pity or gentleness towards him anymore. Yufuyue, since I've come back with him, I naturally know the entire truth. Why are you still pretending in front of me? Or is it that you detest him so much that you want to seize both his position as Demon King and compete with him for my title as master? Gu Xiaoxue glared coldly at Yufuyue, and the slap used almost all of his current strength, leaving a clear red mark on Yufuyue's pale face. He thought that Yufuyue would become angry when his true thoughts were exposed. But unexpectedly, Yufuyue only looked at him with instant reddening eyes, tears brimming in them as if they would fall at any moment, and spoke in a pitiful voice. Aksu, you hit me. Chapter 93, A Kiss. Gu Xiaoxue was a bit dazed. No, this reaction wasn't quite what he had expected. After being found out by Yufuyue, shouldn't he be angry and embarrassed? He was already prepared to have a confrontation, so why did this guy suddenly start crying? Aksu. How could you hit me for him? For such a waste of space, you hit me. Yufuyue turned his head away, lowering his gaze. His long eyelashes quivered slightly as he quietly accused her. As his words trailed off, a tear slid down from the corner of his reddened eye. His face became even paler, and his lips pressed tightly together. He looked wronged and pitiful, like he could shatter at any moment. Gu Xiaoxue. This guy was acting way too convincingly, making him seem like an antagonist bullying the innocent. Wait, he seemed to originally be the antagonist. And Yufuyue, in some sense, was also the male lead. Gu Xiaoxue momentarily fell silent, quickly suppressing all sorts of strange thoughts in his mind before reverting back to his usual indifferent attitude. In a cold, hard tone, he began. Don't put on this act in front of me, Yufuyue. I've been tricked by you once before, and I won't fall for it again. Tell me, what have you done to them? Rest assured, I still have use for that waste of space, so I haven't killed him yet. As for the kid, I've made sure someone takes good care of him. Upon seeing his attitude, Yufuyue stopped pretending to be wronged and instead started smiling softly. Though I won't kill him just yet, I do have ways to make him wish he were dead. But exactly how I will proceed depends entirely on Aksu's behavior. Before Gu Xiaoxue could react, Yufuyue suddenly leaned close and kissed him directly on the lips. Gu Xiaoxue's pupils tightened instinctively as he tried to retreat backward and slap him. However, his wrist was abruptly grabbed, and his waist was firmly locked in place, leaving him no room to escape. Although Yufuyue appeared gentle and spoke with a light voice, this kiss was exceptionally fierce, giving him no chance to breathe. Gu Xiaoxue's eyes grew colder. He bit through his tongue, but despite feeling the pain, Yufuyue had no intention of letting go. Instead, Gu Xiaoxue could feel how his movements made Yufuyue more excited and frantic. Ugh. A bloody scent filled their mouths. The sensation wasn't pleasant, evoking memories of certain unpleasant incidents from another world. It reminded him of how it felt the first time he had encountered that wolf cub. Just when Gu Xiaoxue was preparing to bite Yufuyue again, the latter let him go, still keeping him wrapped in his arms. Yufuyue's eyes reflected satisfaction, his lips curling up into a slight smile. He nonchalantly wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and laughed lightly. Aksu is truly ruthless. But that's fine. Whatever you give me, I'll always like it. Yufuyue, I consider myself decent towards you, even taking a sword strike from Shinshinbai for your sake. Why must you humiliate me like this? Gu Xiaoxue was still catching his breath and gave Yufuyue a glare after hearing his words. He regretted this deeply inside, knowing that Yufuyue was essentially a bug in this world, and perhaps they should have allowed Shinshinbai to kill him outright at the start. But seeing his current teary-eyed appearance held little effect on him. Looking at those eyes, Yufuyue swallowed hard, his gaze darkening. He lifted his hand to wipe the blood from Gu Xiaoxue's lips, speaking in a low, hoarse voice. Aksu, if you don't want me to do something even more outrageous, then don't look at me with that expression, and don't mention other men in front of me. If it weren't for Shinshinbai putting a restriction on you, I wouldn't have let you be taken away by him. Thinking back to that day, Yufuyue's eyes revealed a trace of lethal killing intent. There was no denying that regarding cultivation, he was indeed no match for Shinshinbai. After all, he was merely one form of Mo Li's heart demons. However, he had originally planned to perform an emotional drama, making Gu Xiaoxue feel even more pity for him while breaking his relationship with Shinshinbai apart completely. On top of Shinshinbai placing restrictions on Gu Xiaoxue, preventing him from breaking Gu Xiaoxue's body, he could only temporarily send him back. What he hadn't anticipated was that not only did Gu Xiaoxue fail to sever ties with Shinshinbai, but after escaping the heavenly realm, he ended up entangled with Mo Li. Yufuyue mulled over the messages relayed by the informants he had placed, then closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the rage and jealousy that flared within him. He had meticulously planned everything for so long. Gu Xiaoxue had already grown to despise Shinshinbai, and Yufuyue himself now held control over the demon realm. Once Mo Li was dealt with and he became the true Demon King, he would find countless ways to keep Gu Xiushue's identity hidden and retain her by his side. Even if discovered, as a revered deity bound by the heavenly Tao laws and constraints, Shen Xinbai could not attack the Demon King. At that point, they could be together forever. But unexpectedly, Mo Li disrupted all of his plans. Why? Why should that waste deserve it? The title of Demon King belongs to him, and so does Gu Xiushue. No one is going to snatch her away from him. Absolutely no one. Yu Fuyue opened his eyes again, and a flicker of crimson glimmered in their depths. What kind of restriction? Gu Xiushue asked instinctively, puzzled about when Shen Xinbai had placed any restrictions on him. Nothing significant, all that is past. Yu Fuyue returned to his usual gentle demeanor, his smile particularly tender, and his voice soft and slow. As long as you are still by my side now, what happened before isn't important. Without regard for Gu Xiushue's resistance, Yu Fuyue simply lifted him into his arms, his tone light and pleasant. Come on, Aksu, let me take you to eat something. You didn't even have the strength to bite me just now, you need to eat more, otherwise, I'll worry later if you can't handle it. Hearing this, Gu Xiushue felt an ominous foreboding rise in his heart. However, he was completely powerless at the moment, unable to resist, and could only let himself be carried away by Yu Fuyue. Gu Xiushue took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, believing that indeed he should first eat something to regain his strength. Moreover, he hadn't managed to contact 311 yet. His fingers curled slightly as he rested against Yu Fuyue's shoulder, his lowered gaze concealing the emotions in his eyes. That's right, where had 311 gone? Why couldn't he reach him? 311. Little 3. System. Are you there? Haven't we disconnected again? Gu Xiushue felt suddenly restless. I'm here. I'm here. Gu Xiushue, don't worry. I just received news that this world's bug is special and cannot be fixed from above, so it needs our handling. 311 rushed to explain, because the bug is buried too deeply in this world, they're still contacting the world's Tao to trace and eliminate it. But don't worry. I've already submitted Yu Fuyue's data, and once the higher-ups respond, we will get rid of him, and then we can leave this world. 311 grew increasingly excited but then belatedly noticed that Gu Xiushue's current situation seemed somewhat off. Seeing on the light screen how Gu Xiushue was cradled in Yu Fuyue's arms, 311 fell silent for a few seconds. Did I log in at a bad time? Chapter 94, want to hear Master say, like, in person. What do you mean it's not a good time? This is exactly the right time. If you didn't come online, I would have been pickled by him. Gu Xiushue opened his mouth irritably, but hearing 311's voice made him sigh with relief. However, on the surface, he maintained a silent demeanor as he allowed Yu Fuyue to carry him to the dining table without uttering a word to him. Ha! It's not like we can blame him about this. I didn't expect that as soon as you arrived in the demon realm, you'd be captured. Mo Li is at least the demon king. 311 paused mid-sentence and glanced at Yu Fuyue before muttering softly. But then again, these past years, all the matters of the demon realm have been handled by Yu Fuyue. He seems to actually resemble more of a demon king than Mo Li, he just lacks the title. Gu Xiushue paid little attention to what 311 was saying. Compared to these things, he wanted to know more about the current situation of Mo Li and the others. After contemplating, he voiced his inquiry accordingly. Hold on, let me check for you. After saying this, 311 fell silent. Yu Fuyue had already seated him in front of the table, looking at the very familiar dishes on it. Gu Xiushue's gaze halted momentarily. These were all the dishes he liked, the ones that Yu Fuyue prepared for him when he first brought him to his place. Ai Shui, try it. I've been learning for so long precisely because one day I could cook for you. Yu Fuyue said with great anticipation. His eyes shone brightly, filled with pleasant laughter, clearly indicating he was in an extremely good mood. Gu Xiushue never intended to torment his own body, not even under the current circumstances did he plan to threaten Yu Fuyue by starving himself. Instead, he obediently began eating. The familiar taste caused a tremor in his heart. How is it? Do you like it? As Yu Fuyue served him a bowl of soup and asked, he was continuously observing his reaction, seeing from his expression that he knew full well Gu Xiushue liked it. Even though he was clear in his mind, he still wanted to hear him say it out loud. He wanted to hear Gu Xiushue personally say, like, whether it was regarding the meals he made or him personally, as long as it related to him. It's acceptable. Gu Xiushue opened his mouth indifferently but didn't deny it, after all, the food was indeed to his liking. The smile at the corner of Yu Fuyue's eyes deepened further. Placing the bowl of soup in front of him, he spoke almost whispering near his ear. I'm glad you like it. If you do, I will make it for you every day from now on. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiushue subconsciously turned his head to look at him, pulling away a little distance. Looking at this face identical to Mo Li's, along with that almost identical charming smile, he had a fleeting moment of confusion. Even though he clearly knew the person in front of him wasn't Mo Li, he almost mistook them for the same person. Gu Xiushue gathered his thoughts, stopped talking further, and resumed eating silently. Yu Fuyue was also exceedingly patient. Holding him, he watched him eat slowly, neither anxious nor annoyed. On the contrary, there was joy evident in the corners of his eyes and lips, curling into a slight arc. It seemed like watching him eat was akin to observing a celestial painting that never tired the eyes. This even made Gu Xiuxue feel an illusion. He couldn't help but think how much Yu Fuyue truly seemed to like him, not because of hatred toward Mo Li or to compete for him as master. This posture was sincere. He couldn't help but marvel at how adept Yu Fuyue was at acting, leaving no trace of any flaw visible. Being treated so well today, perhaps even himself had been deceived. Little Snow, are you full? Seeing Gu Xiuxue put down his chopsticks, Yu Fuyue picked up a handkerchief to wipe the corners of his mouth and poured a cup of tea. Gu Xiuxue looked at the familiar teapot, hesitating. He remembered the wine he drank at Yu Fuyue's place previously and made no attempt to take the tea offered. The last time he got drunk, during a haze, he only thought he saw Mo Li. At the time, Mo Li wasn't even in the demon realm, so he just assumed it was his mistake and didn't pay too much attention. Now, looking at Yu Fuyue's appearance and recalling the events of that day, Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but overthink. The figure he likely saw that day might have been Yu Fuyue. Coupled with the meals he ate back then, the incense around, and that wine. Gu Xiuxue felt his throat constrict as his eyes darkened. Thinking carefully, all of this seemed far too coincidental. He was not someone who had a high tolerance for alcohol, so usually, he didn't indulge much in drinking. However, the fruit wine that day was simply too tempting, perfectly suiting his taste. Due to thirst and heat, he ended up drinking more than usual. That was what led to his later drunkenness, the events that followed, and even the guilt he felt toward Yu Fuyue. Gu Xiuxue closed his eyes, refusing to look at the cup of tea being offered to him. He had now figured out most of what happened that day. But he still believed it was Yu Fuyue's plan to make him feel guilty, a scheme against him, without delving deeper into the matter. Unaware of Gu Xiuxue's thoughts, Yu Fuyue took a sip of the tea himself and then coaxed him. Relax, Ashue, there's no poison. You are already in my arms. If I intended to do anything to you, it would be as easy as pie. There's no need for me to resort to poisoning. Yu Fuyue spoke with an air of innocence, smiling sincerely, making it difficult not to trust his words. But Gu Xiuxue remained highly cautious and didn't believe him, though he still accepted the cup from Yu Fuyue, with no intention of drinking it. He looked at Yu Fuyue and changed the subject. The child. How is the one near me? Where did you take him? Gu Xiuxue originally intended to ask about Mo Li but, recalling Yu Fuyue's earlier threats, altered his question mid-sentence. Regardless of whether Yu Fuyue wanted to harm Mo Li or truly had feelings for him, Gu Xiuxue knew this man might act impulsively upon hearing another man's name. He claims to be your younger brother and looks so much like you. So I made sure a lot of people took good care of him, sparing him any suffering. However. Yu Fuyue paused suddenly, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. He twirled a lock of Gu Xiuxue's hair around his fingers. I wonder, when did Ashue gain a younger brother? Gu Xiuxue's eyes flickered between light and shadow. At least it seemed that Lingyan was safe for now, but Mo Li probably wasn't doing well. Casually putting down the teacup, he freed his hair from Yu Fuyue's grasp and muttered with a sneer. Our affairs in the demon realm, how could a member of the beast clan ever know them clearly? Yu Fuyue chuckled indifferently, then embraced Gu Xiuxue's waist and rested his head on his shoulder. You're right, the disciple will never match the master. The master is always the greatest. Stop. Stop biting. Chapter 95, For everything that master shows favoritism, he will reclaim it all. A sudden sharp pain at his shoulder and neck caused Gu Xiuxue's pupils to suddenly contract. Yu Fuyue actually bit him. But it only lasted for a fleeting moment before the biting abruptly stopped and turned into tender, meticulous kisses. Gu Xiuxue instinctively tried to push Yu Fuyue away, but as soon as his hand touched Yu Fuyue's head, he felt a wave of weakness, causing his hand to slip and could only rest on Yu Fuyue's shoulder. You, what have you done to me again? Gu Xiuxue asked in a weak voice, his tone filled with heavy helplessness and fatigue. Yu Fuyue paused for a moment, then turned his head and gave Gu Xiuxue a pure and harmless smile. I already said before, you need to eat more. Otherwise, you won't have enough strength later and I'll feel sorry for you. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the teacup, followed by another sigh. Ai Shua, if you had listened to me obediently, you wouldn't have suffered like this. Gu Xiuxue's breathing became disordered as he also looked at the tea along his gaze, a flash of shock crossing his eyes. So. The antidote is in the tea. These few words, falling into his ears, made Gu Xiuxue subconsciously want to reach for the cup. However, his body was now extremely weak. Even with all his strength, he barely touched the teacup. Just at this moment, Yu Fuyue deliberately nudged his waist, causing his body to soften once again, eliciting a muffled groan from between his teeth. The teacup was bumped and rolled off the table, falling to the ground with a loud clang, creating a crisp sound as it shattered. What a pity, Ai Shua, the antidote is gone now. As Yu Fuyue said this, he directly picked Gu Xiuxue up, one hand holding his back, while the other supporting his buttocks, forcing his legs to wrap around his waist. His laughter-filled voice reached Gu Xiuxue's ears, like a cunning little fox who succeeded in its plan. So, Ai Shua will have to endure some hardship later. You. Gu Xiuxue only felt dryness in his throat, and his pale face began to blush slightly. But he was powerless, leaning against Yu Fuyue's shoulder, unable to do anything. In his heart, he desperately called for 311, but Yu Fuyue's actions were too fast. He originally wore only a dark red robe. Before even reaching the bed, Yu Fuyue had already torn off the robe, leaving it draped loosely around his waist. With his current posture, even if 311 were online, it would probably be forcibly blocked by the host protection manual. This realization made Gu Xiuxue close his eyes again. Just like the fierce kiss from before. Even though this kind of situation wasn't entirely unfamiliar to him. Facing Yu Fuyue still left him somewhat overwhelmed. Gu Xiuxue didn't know how long it took, but gradually he regained some strength. He was no longer as powerless as at the beginning and could do nothing but let Yu Fuyue manipulate him. He pushed Yu Fuyue away, but before he could even touch the edge of the bed, he was easily grabbed by the ankle and pulled back. That pair of smiling eyes even made him suspect that Yu Fuyue had intentionally given him the antidote when he hadn't noticed. Letting him recover strength just to watch him try to escape, only to be effortlessly captured once again. How come the master hasn't learned to behave yet? I've already said it, you must listen to me obediently. Otherwise, there will be punishment. When Gu Xiuxue saw Yu Fuyue bring out those items, he confirmed within himself, Yu Fuyue was deliberate. It was merely an excuse to use those things on him. Yu Fuyue, you can't do this. Gu Xiuxue's eye corners reddened, tears filling his eyes as he gazed at Yu Fuyue. Yet, unknown to him, doing so only provoked the person in front of him. I am also your disciple. That waste can, why not me? The master is really showing too much favoritism. Yu Fuyue's eyes were dim and unclear, but he smiled gently. But that's fine. For everything that the master shows favoritism for, I will reclaim it all. Starting from peach blossom cakes and peach blossom wine. Gu Xiuxue lost count of when it ended. He only knew that in the end, he couldn't even lift his hand. His eyelids were too heavy and dry, impossible to open. He fell asleep, or perhaps fainted, in Yu Fuyue's arms. When he woke up, he didn't know how long had passed, but his body didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Still, all the traces remained untouched. There was no need to guess, they were all Yu Fuyue's work. These traces were left on his body like some kind of special mark, as if declaring ownership. Master has awakened. Yu Fuyue was sitting cross-legged by the bed, his hands propping his head up on the edge of the bed as he looked at Gu Xiuxue. Have some water first. Don't, call me master. Gu Xiuxue furrowed his brow, his voice very soft. To others, it sounded particularly gentle. But in fact, only he knew it was because his throat felt a little uncomfortable, and he didn't want to speak loudly. Yu Fuyue was really good at tormenting people. The variety of this person's tricks was more than Mo Li and Shen Xinbai combined. It was practically driving him to his death. Alright, Aishue. Yu Fuyue easily changed the address, offering the tea in his hand to Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue glared coldly, intending to knock the tea over, but when his fingertips touched the teacup, he suddenly remembered the cup of tea he had knocked over last time. His fingers trembled slightly, he pressed his lips together, and in the end, reluctantly took it and sipped it slowly. After drinking the tea, his throat felt much better. How about that, Aishue? Do you feel better? Yu Fuyue continued looking up at him, smiling obediently and softly, asking with full anticipation. It was as if the one who had repeatedly tortured Gu Xiuxue wasn't him. Gu Xiuxue ignored what he said, just wanting to lie back down and rest, when he heard Yu Fuyue speak again. Don't ignore me, you've already slept for 2 days. That child really wants to see you, and so does that waste. Yu Fuyue paused while saying this, then gave another soft laugh, though this time with a touch of coldness in it. But if you don't want to see them, I'll deal with them directly, saving them from appearing before you later and annoying you. Enough. Gu Xiuxue interrupted him without hesitation, staying silent for quite a while before slowly speaking. Take me to see them. You're such a good boy, Aishue. As long as you stay by my side, whatever you want, I will satisfy you. Yu Fuyue smiled and stood up, picking up the robe prepared earlier to dress Gu Xiuxue personally. Gu Xiuxue looked at the familiar robe for a moment and felt a bit disoriented. This set was the same as the one he used to wear in the mortal realm. However, his own set had already been burned by Shen Xinbai. It seemed Yu Fuyue had bought it anew. He raised his eyes, noticing that the outfit Yu Fuyue was wearing was also the one they bought previously in the human world. This attire wasn't overly revealing, yet it still couldn't hide all those marks on his body. But Gu Xiuxue no longer cared about these details, allowing Yu Fuyue to carry him away. Before stepping into the grand hall, Yu Fuyue paused briefly, lowering his gaze to look at Gu Xiuxue in his arms, placing a kiss between his eyebrows, and opening his mouth tenderly. If Aishue wants them to live, do you know what you need to do? Gu Xiuxue turned his head, I don't know. Kiss me. I want you to initiate hugging and kissing me right in front of that waist. Of course, if you are unwilling. Chapter 96, Kissing in front of Xiao Lier and Shizhuan. Gu Xiuxue mockingly looked at Yu Fuyue, raising his eyebrows with a cold sneer. Is it just about hugging and kissing you? If you want to provoke him and humiliate him, how about doing it right in front of him? Yu Fuyue was instantly stunned, clearly not expecting Gu Shushue to say something like that, leaving the originally prepared threatening words unsaid. With a deep stare fixed on Gu Shushue, after a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed. That can't be done. What if he sees us and can't help himself? After all, I am also kind of the same as him. If we push him too far and he loses control, does Aishue actually want both of us together? Yu Fuyue paused for a while as if seriously pondering the possibility of this matter, then said earnestly. If Aishue likes this kind of thing, I wouldn't mind. I could even create more clones to play with you all night. I wonder though, since even one Aishue is unbearable for me, would having several more break me? Gu Shushue. How did Yu Fuyue manage to say such things in such a gentle tone? If he had known this would happen, he might as well have learned more from Shi Jiuan in the original world. That guy was at least a seduction master, surely knowing more about these things than him. Seeing that he stopped talking, a faint smile appeared at the bottom of Yu Fuyue's eyes, and he slightly curled his lips before carrying him into the great hall and sitting on the main seat. Although the familiar objects were still there, Gu Shushue had no mood to reminisce, watching Mo Li who was locked in a cage, his heart tightened. Xiao Lier. Mo Li's clothes were tattered, covered in bloodstains, with equally blood-soaked hair plastered to his face, making his original appearance unrecognizable. Imprisoned in the cage, there was no movement, and even signs of life were unclear. But upon hearing Gu Xiushue's voice, his fingertips slightly trembled, eliciting some reaction, his voice extremely weak. Shizuan. Aishue, haven't you forgotten my words? Seeing Gu Xiushue's nervous expression, Yu Fuyue's usually gentle smile almost couldn't hold up. His heart felt both sour and bitter, filled with jealousy. Yet he still moved gently, lifting his hand and caressing Gu Xiushue's face, forcing him to turn away from Mo Li and look only at himself. Gu Xiushue stared blankly at Yu Fuyue, his eyes full of cold indifference mixed with a hint of disgust. He didn't open his mouth but instead asked silently inside. Can I kill him now? Since Yu Fuyue was so intimate with him now, this would be the best chance to act. Even if he currently had little strength in his body and no magical artifact in his hands, if 311 was willing to help him, he still had an opportunity. For reasons unknown, 311 fell silent briefly before slowly speaking. After all, he's considered the protagonist, you probably won't be able to kill him. If you wish to act, I can help you, but you will fail and put yourself in greater danger. After saying this, 311 paused briefly, guilt coloring his voice. Sorry, I can't do much to help you now. However, I've checked over Mo Li's injuries. Although they look serious, they haven't harmed his fundamental bones. They're merely flesh wounds, you don't need to worry too much. As Gu Xiushue was about to say something else, he heard another slightly young voice. Brother. Ling Yan broke free from the hand of the young man beside her and rushed directly towards him, completely disregarding Yu Fuyue's increasingly cold gaze. Looking at Gu Xiushue, Ling Yan's eyes instantly reddened, tears dripping down non-stop. How are you, brother? I'm so worried about you, woo-woo. Don't cry, don't let your brother think I bullied you. Yu Fuyue's voice sounded mild, and Ling Yan trembled slightly, raising her eyes to look at him, her lips tightly closed without saying a word. During this period, Yu Fuyue had indeed treated her well, providing the best food and clothing. The only restriction was not allowing her to leave the courtyard, and in every other aspect, she hadn't been neglected. Sometimes he would even personally visit her, asking her about Gu Xiushue's matters in the demon realm. Ling Yan also kept her true identity tightly concealed, yet her time spent with Gu Xiushue was not very long. When Yu Fuyue asked her, she could hardly make sense of anything, only claiming that due to poor health, she hadn't interacted much with Gu Xiushue. Fortunately, Yu Fuyue seemed to only want to know information about Gu Xiushue from her. Seeing that she knew little, he no longer paid attention to her. After some time of interaction, she had also come to realize. Although this Yu Fuyue looked exactly the same as brother, they were completely two different people, even their personalities were different. They were said to be brothers, but the relationship between them was definitely more complicated than just brotherhood, otherwise, Yu Fuyue wouldn't treat the elder brother like this. Yet knowing this fact didn't help him change the situation at all. Brother. Ling Yan still gazed eagerly at Gu Xiushue, about to say something when the youth who had been following her came up and held her tightly, covering her mouth with his hand. MMPH. The youth wore a black robe adorned with silver carvings, with a mask that almost entirely concealed his face. His wide hood blocked most of his eyes, leaving no way for anyone to see his expression or read the emotions beneath. The long and pale hands that hugged Ling Yan caused Gu Xiushue to squint as he observed them. These hands looked more like those of a corpse. Aksu, why are you staring at others again? Do you really enjoy looking at them so much? Yu Fuyue spoke, then lowered his head to bury it into Gu Xiushue's shoulder and neck, rubbing gently while teasing in a childish voice. Can you stop watching them? They're not as good looking as me anyway. Aksu likes me the most, right? Ha! Fool! An ironic laugh filled his ears, causing Yu Fuyue to raise his eyes fiercely at Mo Li, flashing a cold gleam within. Mo Li, if you don't want to live anymore, I don't mind killing you right now. He didn't get to finish his sentence before Gu Xiushue interrupted by lifting a hand. Gu Xiushue's eyelids twitched, he could already feel a headache coming on. The current situation was truly troublesome. They were completely under Yufuyue's control, their lives were in his hands. And yet, he couldn't kill Yufuyue. Realizing that Yufuyue wanted to kill Emoli again, he reacted instantly, physically quicker than his mind processing the decision, cutting off Yufuyue mid-sentence by covering his mouth. Looking into those slightly puzzled yet amused eyes, Gu Xiuxiue took a deep breath, recalling descriptions from various novels. Placing one hand on Yufuyue's shoulder and pulling around his neck, he leaned in closely. Biting his lips, he softened his tone despite himself, whispering lightly into Yufuyue's ear. "Don't forget what you promised me, you won't kill him." Yufuyue smiled faintly and replied, "Then let's see how far Aksu will go for them." Shirzuen. MMPH. Gu Xiuxiue didn't turn around. He heard Ling Yan struggle and the faint voice of Emoli. Closing his eyes briefly, he planted a soft kiss on the corner of Yufuyue's lips. Is that enough? Chapter 97, Why Can't I Do What He Can? A kiss, light as a dragonfly skimming water, landed and disappeared in an instant. Gu Xiuxiue's tone was cold, while Yufuyue stared at him with deep eyes and then chuckled, tilting his head. Of course it's not enough, Shui. Yufuyue held him and changed positions, allowing him to straddle his legs with his back facing Moi below. He tightly embraced Gu Xiuxiue, resting his head on his shoulder as he kissed his neck. And this scene completely fell into Moi's sight. Moi stared at him with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth. He suddenly grabbed the cage, but upon touching it, flames erupted around the entire cage. Big brother. Little Li. Gu Xiuxiue instinctively wanted to get off Yufuyue but was firmly held in place. Yufuyue's gaze darkened, watching the young man holding Ling Yan beside him as he said coldly. He has been seen, send him back. Children are delicate, so don't harm him. 311 also reminded Gu Xiuxiue in his mind, calm down first, Gu Xiuxiue. Moi isn't as weak as you think. This fire won't hurt him. Yufuyue is deliberately provoking Moi by using you. There must be another purpose, so you must calm down now. Also, don't show your concern for Moi anymore, it seems. 311 hesitated even as he spoke, it may also provoke Yufuyue. Gu Xiuxiue did not respond to 311, only looked at Yufuyue with some helplessness and softly sighed. Yufuyue, what do you really want? I want you. Without hesitation, Yufuyue immediately answered. Gu Xiuxiue was startled, clearly not taking his answer seriously, and further doubting it, but he still remained silent for a moment before saying. But you've already gotten me. I haven't, Shui. Yufuyue's gaze burned intensely, gently rubbing his lips with his fingertips. I want you, Shui, I want you to like me, I want your heart and body to belong to me. Do you like me or not? You can like him, why can't you like me? Both of us are the same. I am your disciple too. That day, when you saw me first. Why can he make it but not me? Yufuyue softly spoke, his voice choked up by the end, as if he had endured endless grievances, his eyes full of entreaty. Shui, like me. Gu Xiuxiue's eyelids twitched. Yufuyue's appearance was far too serious, seeming less like someone using him to provoke Moi and more like genuinely liking him. He even couldn't quite understand. If Yufuyue truly just wanted to use him to provoke Moi, then there was no need for this act in front of him. Why did he choose this kind of behavior? They hadn't spent much time truly together, if anything happened, it might have been because that day he blocked Shinbai's sword for him, not letting Shinbai kill him. Gu Xiuxiue felt he really couldn't see through Yufuyue. People like Yufuyue likely wouldn't develop deep feelings over that one event. But he didn't wish to provoke Yufuyue at this moment, fearing he would do something excessive. He could only soften his tone and say. I'm a little tired, I want to rest. Yufuyue was momentarily stunned, then laughed, I thought you would plead for him. Gu Xiuxiue. As if pleading would be of any use. If he really pleaded, it would do more harm than good for Moi. Let's go, I'll take you back to rest. Without waiting for his reply, Yufuyue directly picked him up in this position and got up to leave. When they walked past the blazing cage, he paused, looking at Moi inside the cage with a slight bend in his eyebrows, giving a smile. What a pity, Moi, you lose everything, but then again, such a waste should deserve nothing. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let you personally witness my wedding with our master, and force you to drink our happy wine. Yufuyue spoke softly, Gu Xiuxiue also looked toward Moi, although it wasn't very clear. Moi was similarly looking at Gu Xiuxiue, revealing a trace of sadness in his eyes, seemingly unable to endure the burning from the intense flames, directly reverting to his original form. A small white kitten curled up amidst the fire, its whole body covered in bloodstains, lightly whimpering. The pitiful state of the kitten tugged at Gu Xiuxiue's heartstrings, almost prompting him to reach out without resistance. However, Yufuyue didn't give him this chance and instead left directly with him in his arms, a flash of mockery flickering in his eyes. Moi had been using such pity-evoking tricks since childhood to stir both his sympathy and compassion, even though that was still effective now despite Moi's current appearance. Nevertheless, it wouldn't matter much longer, because in just a few days, their master would be solely Yufuyue's own. At that point, even if this useless fellow were burned into ashes right before his eyes, he wouldn't have any sympathy for him. Thinking about all the things that would soon be ready, Yufuyue's mood improved again. Gu Xiuxue hadn't exchanged another word with Yufuyue until they returned to the room. He pulled the blanket over his head immediately upon lying down on the bed. He had initially planned to ignore Yufuyue and continue connecting with 311, but in the next moment, he sensed something slithering in behind him. It wasn't human, it was small. A furry little creature pressed against his back through the thin fabric of his clothing. This made Gu Xiuxue instinctively lift the quilt and sit up. Looking at the little black cat in front of him, he remained silent. This black cat looked so much like Moi. If there were no accidents, it should have been Yufuyue. But perhaps due to Yufuyue being only one manifestation of Moi's inner demon, even transformed into this cat form, he appeared unusually weak, not even half the size of Moi's original self. The little black cat tilted its head and softly meowed once. Its tail swung behind it, curling around Gu Xiuxue's wrist, with the tip slipping right into his palm to rub against it. Confronted with the innocent tilted head and hearing that soft meow, Gu Xiuxue paused, holding his breath. Ah. Wasn't this guy going a bit too far? How could Yufuyue possibly be such an adorable kitty? If it weren't for the last shred of rationality reminding him that this black cat was Yufuyue, whom he shouldn't feel sympathy toward, he might already be completely overwhelmed by emotions. The little black cat, seeing his lack of reaction, neither hurried nor became upset, releasing his wrist with its tail. Then, with ease, it jumped onto him, snuggling into his embrace and rolling over contentedly. Under Gu Xiuxue's confused gaze, Yufuyue exposed his soft belly, humming softly, behaving just like an actual cat. Gu Xiuxue froze, absent-mindedly rubbing his belly. Yufuyue was being excessively trusting, or was it? Chapter 98, Fuyue's weeping, begging the master for mercy. If he had a knife in his hand, he could stab the completely unguarded Yufuyue directly with that single knife. This thought flashed across his mind, and Gu Xiuxue's eyes darkened. He made no movement, gently rubbing the belly of the little black cat with tenderness, a hint of laughter at the corners of his eyes and lips slightly raised as he softly muttered. Very obedient. 311, I remember the 2 magical artifacts Qingyue gave me before, there is still one left. Gu Xiuxue's gaze became dim and unclear. He used one when dealing with Xingchen, but later it was taken away by Xinxinbai, so that artifact wasn't in his hands anymore. But 311 still has one. Now this is the best opportunity for him. Such fragile and unguarded Yufuyue. Before Gu Xiuxue received any response from 311, his fingertips had already touched the neck of the little black cat. As long as he applied a bit of force. Aksu, do you want to kill me? The little black cat suddenly spoke up, pulling Gu Xiuxue's thoughts back with its gentle voice. His fingers slightly trembled, he looked down silently without answering, then pinched its ears. I know, just now you were wanting to kill me, because of that waste of life, you hit me, now you even want my life. Master, you always favor him, you only see him. Even though I like you so much, you can't see it, you don't love me, and you even don't believe me. A self-mocking voice fell into Gu Xiuxue's ears, as if something suddenly pricked his heart. But, how am I different from him? Master, do you remember this whip? Yufuyue suddenly transformed into human form, and in the palm of his hand appeared a long whip. Seeing the familiar whip, Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but frown. This was the birthday present I gave him. That day, I was wondering why this thing appeared in your hand. It's mine. You gave it to me. That night, it was me. Yufuyue tightly gripped the whip in his hand, his eyes gleaming with tears, almost gritting his teeth, his trembling voice filled with accusation. When you first saw him, it was actually me. Night after night, on your bed, the person who slept closely by your side was me. The person who went looking for the resurrection flower when you were hurt by the demon general because of that useless one was me. The person who risked everything to save you when you were plotted against and isolated because of that worthless one was me. Master, the person you promised not to leave was also me. You clearly said. Tears dropped, soaking through his robe. Gu Xiuxue was stunned immediately. He only knew that Yufuyue was Mo Li's heart devil. But he never realized, in every day and night he spent accompanying Mo Li, Yufuyue's shadow was always present. Those past memories that were starting to become blurred kept surging in his mind, gradually becoming clearer. He had also noticed Mo Li occasionally showing a different side, and would suddenly ask him which version of him he preferred. But at that time, he only regarded Mo Li as a child and didn't think much about it. Looking at it now, those events, those words, they were clearly all related to Yufuyue. But why? Master, you also said that you liked me more. You gave him so many birthday gifts, but only on that day, only this one, did I take his place and receive it from you. No matter what I did for you, you would always thank that waste of life. The more Yufuyue spoke, the more he felt, and he directly threw himself into Gu Xiuxue's arms, sobbing softly. Master. Master. You belong to me. I don't want to hurt you, I just can't bear it. At this moment, 311 suddenly said, the artifact is found. Are you going to kill him? This is his weakest moment, you can make your move now. Gu Xiuxue's body stiffened slightly, silently raising his hand to pat Yufuyue's back. No wonder Mo Li always suddenly acted coy and complained of missing him intensely, despite seeing each other just briefly after only 1 or 2 days. No wonder every year Mo Li would receive his gifts, yet upon receiving this whip, showed extreme excitement and even said it must be cherished. No wonder. Gu Xiuxue closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Master, if you truly want my life, then take it. I've always been unwilling to cause distress to Master. It was as if Yu Fuyue had sensed his conflicted thoughts. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eye sockets red, mist clouding his eyes, and his ears drooping. His laughter was particularly forced, his whole being looked especially fragile, his eyes brimming with pleading. In truth, I didn't want to seize the position of Demon King. I was simply upset because although Master cared so much for him and taught him so meticulously, after becoming the Demon King, he completely neglected the demon realm. All I wanted was to take it back, I didn't want to let Master down, and I wanted to properly manage the demon realm. But since that day I met Master again, all I could think about was you. Master, you loved him so much, you even willingly kissed me, someone you don't even like, all for his sake. The bitterness and desolation in Yu Fuyue's eyes were almost overflowing, as he whispered softly. If Master wants to kill me, then that would be fine too. I can't let go of you, Master, I can't bear it, perhaps only by dying will I stop hurting him or hurting you, Master. Just, can Master spend some time with me? Master, please don't deny me anymore, don't reject me. Just the two of us, can you stay with me for a few days? Master, you've shown kindness to him countless times. Please, show kindness to me just once. Gu Xiuxue looked at Yu Fuyue who begged him for compassion, feeling extremely conflicted. His lips twitched slightly, his eyes also moistening, as he heard himself respond in that hoarse voice. All right. Yu Fuyue, hearing his response, showed a clear and tender smile in his eyes. He tightly hugged Gu Xiuxue and buried his head into his chest once more, whispering softly. It's so good, I knew it, Master also cares for me. If I can leave a mark in Master's heart, even if I die by your hands, Master, I would gladly do so. As Gu Xiuxue listened to Yu Fuyue's soft murmurs, he lowered his gaze and remained silent, gently holding him in his arms. Because of this, he didn't notice Yu Fuyue's faint smirk in his embrace and the calculating look that flashed through his eyes. 311, watching this scene, was somewhat confused. Gu Xiuxue, do you really believe him? He is Mo Li's heart devil, naturally, he knows about the matters between you and Mo Li. He didn't lie. In the past, I always thought Little Departure occasionally acted strange, now I realize those times I was probably facing him instead. Gu Xiuxue still had his gaze lowered as he silently responded in his heart. 311 paused briefly and couldn't help but remind. Even so, you shouldn't trust him. If he truly likes you, I doubt he'd go through so much trouble, gain control over the demon realm with such difficulty, imprison you by his side, and then willingly die in your hands. Chapter 99, 800 mines would be enough for a stir-fried dish. Unless Yu Fuyue is a fool. 311 muttered in his heart, but he didn't say this sentence out loud. After all, Yu Fuyue could definitely do so much and was certainly not someone who would give up willingly after obtaining something. Although the onlooker, him, saw things clearly, Gu Xiuxue was deeply involved, and they had such deep feelings. 311 also clearly knew that before, when Gu Xiuxue wanted to kill Yu Fuyue, it wasn't just because Yu Fuyue might very well be the bug of this world, but more so because Yu Fuyue threatened Mo Li. Mo Li was the first male lead that Gu Xiuxue had raised, and he had spent the most effort on him, he cared for him the most and liked him the most. Yu Fuyue was merely a heart demon, yet it threatened Mo Li and had even already harmed him. Naturally, Gu Xiuxue wouldn't let go of him easily. But now if Gu Xiuxue found out that Yu Fuyue wasn't only Mo Li's heart demon but also someone who had spent countless days and nights with him during that period, Gu Xiuxue would probably really believe his words and feel compassionate. 311 wanted to say something more to advise Gu Xiuxue, but then heard him softly laugh. Of course I don't think he would be a person who would let go easily or willing die. Rest assured, I'm not about to believe this kind of talk from him, but I have my own plans. Don't worry about me here. Rather than spending time chatting idly with me here, you might as well help watch over Xiaolier and Lingyan. Now that I've calmed him down, they will be safer. Gu Xiuxue spoke softly, and even 311 couldn't help but pause momentarily, then responded quite reassuredly. Good, that's good. I was truly worried you believed his words. Gu Xiuxue's lips curled up subtly at the corner, but he quickly suppressed it. He trusted what Yu Fuyue had said to him, but he didn't believe Yu Fuyue would let go easily. Yu Fuyue had told him so much and done so much just now, merely wanting to make him soften, making him abandon the thought of resisting him and running away. Saying that he only needed his company for a few days, surely he planned to do something during these few days. But so what? The best opportunity was just missed, and in the current situation, he can't kill him. He could only calm him down first, and then find ways to rescue them. Moreover, Gu Xiuxue looked at Yu Fuyue who was clinging to him like a child. This familiar face, this familiar pose, overlapped with his memory of the kid who always secretly climbed onto his bed at night and hugged him to sleep. For a moment, he felt somewhat disoriented, nearly unable to distinguish who among those who used to cling to him and show affection towards him were Mo Li or Yu Fuyue. If it weren't because Yu Fuyue himself was a glitch and he had to leave this world by fixing the glitch. Gu Xiuxue thought inwardly, perhaps he really would hesitate to act against him. He reached up and stroked Yu Fuyue's face, the thumb wiping away the tears at the corner of his eyes, and said gently. Don't cry, baby. I will stay with you. Anyway, there's no big issue. Once Mo Li and the others are safe, he wouldn't need to be considerate anymore. Then he would kill Yu Fuyue, and he too would escape this world via death. Gu Xiuxue's eyes flashed once, his gaze towards Yu Fuyue becoming increasingly gentle, filled with compassion and pity as he hugged him tighter. Master, forgive me. Forgive me, I really am, just too fond of you, just cannot bear how much you care about him. Yu Fuyue looked up at Gu Xiuxue, red rims around his eyes. All the previous things I said were angry words. I don't blame you. Gu Xiuxue chuckled lightly, the beautiful eyes shimmering with fine specks of light, and he sounded especially serious. Baby, I'll stay well with you, forever with you. Yu Fuyue's thoughts were distracted, his lips curved into an arc, and happiness bloomed in his eyes. His master indeed remained as soft-hearted and easy to deceive. That waste of time Mo Li monopolized his master's love for so many years, and it's finally time for his turn in the days ahead. He didn't care whether Gu Xiuxue truly pitied him or merely wanted to keep him stable, after all, he just needed 3 days' time. After 3 days, there would only be him left in Gu Xiuxue's heart. Gu Xiuxue no longer repelled him as he did before. Thus embracing each other, a light fragrance permeated the air, and gradually he began to feel some drowsiness. Until finally, both fell asleep in each other's arms with their thoughts and calculations. Upon confirming that the person beside him fell into slumber, Yu Fuyue opened his eyes and sat up. He placed a kiss on the corner of his lips, then got out of bed, picked up the shadow recording stone that had been set aside earlier, and put on his robe properly. Yu Fuyue was in a very good mood. He went to the underground prison with ease and walked straight to the back where Mo Li was imprisoned. He raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of disappointment and regret as he sighed. You're still alive. TCH. You sound like you could actually kill me, you fool. Mo Li laughed nonchalantly, leaning back with both hands behind him, and glanced up at Yu Fuyue. At first, he indeed had let Yu Fuyue indulge his ambition to become the Demon King in his stead. But that didn't mean he hadn't kept any backup plans. If Yu Fuyue truly wanted to kill him, killing him would cause a backlash, not enough to cause immediate death, but it would completely strip away all his cultivation, turning him into a cripple. As the apparent Demon King for now, if he were dead, Yu Fuyue becoming incapacitated would lead to great turmoil in the demon realm. The outcome for Yu Fuyue would be predictable. So even now, despite being imprisoned, Mo Li still exuded an air of casual indifference when facing Yu Fuyue. After carefully examining Yu Fuyue's features, which clearly showed signs of having cried, Mo Li's lips curled up with a malevolent smile. What? Did your master scold you? Yu Fuyue's eyes flickered slightly at the corners but he did not deny it, yes. Serves you right. Mo Li's mocking laughter was merciless. He originally thought Yu Fuyue merely sought the throne of Demon King. Now, however, he realized this person also harbored affection toward Gu Xiuxue. Not only was Mo Li not repelled by it, but he felt somewhat relieved and even glad. Since Yu Fuyue also liked Gu Xiuxue, at least Gu Xiuxue's safety could be assured for now. He didn't have to overly worry, and he had time to contact his own people. Is that so? Yu Fuyue lifted his chin, crossed his arms, looked down arrogantly at Mo Li, and his brows and eyes carried an air of pride. To receive Master's promise of lifelong devotion, what do a few words of scolding matter? Mo Li's smile froze on his face. The mockery in his eyes disappeared, replaced by disbelief. His voice sounded hoarse. What did you just say? I said I told everything to our master. Not only did master not blame me, but he promised not to inquire about my past, but rather to stay with me for life. He even called me good child. Oops, wasn't he ever this sweet to you? Chapter 100, anything as long as the master desires it. Yu Fuyue said with a smiling face, flicking his finger to throw the recording stone in front of him. It rolled a few times and landed right in front of Mo Li. Mo Li, your petty tricks can't confine me for long, but I've said it before, there's no need for you to worry, as I won't kill you yet. A cold look surfaced in Yu Fuyue's eyes, proving that what he had said earlier was no joke. He wanted this worthless person to watch him be with Gu Xiuxue, to see Gu Xiuxue completely abandon him. Yu Fuyue. Are you asking for death? Mo Li abruptly stood up from the ground, his eyes bloodshot red, exuding rage, nearly grinding his teeth while speaking. But Yu Fuyue just smirked indifferently, looking at Mo Li who clearly wanted to kill him but was trapped, unable to touch him. He slowly spoke, all right, just stay there nicely. On the day of my wedding with the master, I'll make sure they send you a cup of celebratory wine. Unfortunately, the master will always only feel the bond of master-disciple towards you. You have no idea how clingy he can be. I must go back, otherwise, once the master wakes up and doesn't see me, he'll be unhappy. Yu Fuyue's words were arrogantly self-satisfied, infuriating Mo Li until his face turned iron gray. But helplessly, all he could do was watch as Yu Fuyue left. Once Yu Fuyue disappeared from sight, Mo Li repressed his enraged demeanor. His expression turned void as he picked up the recording stone and gripped it tightly in his hand, almost shattering it. Subsequently, he raised his hand and made a gesture. Instantly, in the room previously empty except for him, several figures appeared. They were wrapped in black robes and respectfully knelt down to salute him. "Your Majesty. Stand up. How is everything prepared?" Mo Li's tone was cold. He didn't believe those provoking words that Yu Fuyu had just said. After all, he knew very well that Gu Xiuxue had returned this time with the purpose of killing Yu Fuyu. How could she end up promising her whole life to someone like him, disregarding their past? As for this recording stone, since Yu Fuyu dared to hand it over directly, it proved that what was inside indeed showed Gu Xiuxue making promises. But Mo Li still wouldn't believe it, nor would he bother to check, for who knows what tricks Yu Fuyu might have used. Filled with thoughts, resentment further flashed in Mo Li's icy gaze. If only he'd known this before, he should have simply killed Yu Fuyu on the spot. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Everything is proceeding according to plan, and we've already dispatched people to protect the young lord, ensuring that nothing happens to him. Furthermore, even though Yu Fuyu has them under tight supervision, none of them have been harmed. We have also disclosed Yu Fuyu's identity to those demon lords and elders." Mo Li slightly nodded upon hearing their report. "Good, all of you may return now. One more thing, assign 2 additional guards to watch over the master. Let me know immediately if there's any unusual movement from Yu Fuyu." "Yes, Your Majesty." The group bowed their heads lower, gave an affirmative reply, and then vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yu Fuyu returned to his residence and looked at Gu Xiuxue still sound asleep on the bed. His gaze softened and shifted to the incense burner beside the bed. Walking closer, he replaced the incense stick within, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. The still sleeping Gu Xiuxue remained completely unaware of these actions. When Gu Xiuxue woke up, Yu Fuyu was still lying beside him, clinging tightly to him. Rather accurately, Gu Xiuxue was clinging to Yu Fuyu like an octopus. His arms were around Yu Fuyu's waist, his legs entwined with Yu Fuyu's, and his head buried into his chest, his entire body curled up close to him. Yu Fuyu's black tail coiled around Gu Xiuxue's waist, holding him snugly, their almost fully joined posture both intimate and suggestive. Gu Xiuxue's eyelids twitched slightly. Although he knew his sleep posture wasn't ideal, something about this particular arrangement felt off to him. Nevertheless, sleeping like this felt surprisingly comfortable. He lightly yawned, feeling somewhat drowsy still. Unconsciously, he nuzzled closer to Yu Fuyu, readjusting to a more comfortable position, and held him even tighter. Looking at how intimately and dependently Gu Xiuxue clung to him, Yu Fuyu couldn't hide the joy swelling in his eyes. "Master is awake. Perfect timing. Have something to eat first, and after that, let's take a walk. Spending too much time in bed isn't good." Yu Fuyu's gentle voice, tinged with persuasion, echoed above his head. Gu Xiuxue had just woken up as well, his consciousness still a little fuzzy, and he was thinking of sleeping a little more. However, upon hearing Yu Fuyu's words, the drowsiness and confusion in his eyes faded slightly. He lowered his head, letting out a soft hum with some dissatisfaction but made no movement. He wanted to sleep a bit longer. Yu Fuyu had pushed him too hard before, then boasted about him in front of Mo Li. Now, it always felt like he could never sleep enough. "Master, are you sulking?" Seeing Gu Xiuxue like this, Yu Fuyu's heart softened, and his tone gentled considerably as he coaxed patiently. "But if Master wants to sleep more, then let's eat something first. The sun is nice today, and Master can go outside and bask in it." He remembered how much Gu Xiuxue loved basking in the sun when he was young, and how he used to like holding him while doing so. To be exact, he enjoyed hugging that worthless body of his original form. And at those times, Yu Fuyu would take over the body and revert to human form, snuggling affectionately in Gu Xiuxue's embrace, just like now, as Gu Xiuxue lay in his arms. Gu Xiuxue didn't know what he was thinking, but reluctantly sat up, yawning again, leaning naturally into Yu Fuyu's arms as he also sat up. "Carry me, I don't want to move." Gu Xiuxue spoke with a calm tone, yet his current demeanor was something Yu Fuyu couldn't possibly refuse. So, Yu Fuyu carried him while he ate, and indeed took him out to bask in the sun. Looking at the small grove of peach trees, the wicker chairs under the peach trees, and the stone table, the warm sunlight scattered everywhere with falling peach blossoms, filling the air with a faint floral scent. Lost in thought, Gu Xiuxue felt as though all his memories were pulled back decades. As these blossoms fell, they brought him back to the days in the demon realm long ago. Everything looked exactly as it did in his memories. Yu Fuyu held him and placed him gently on the wicker chair, skillfully retrieving a soft, fluffy blanket from his storage space and draping it over him. On the stone table nearby, there were delicately crafted pastries and tea water. "Master, have some tea," Yu Fuyu said with a smile, pouring a cup of tea. Gu Xiuxue did not answer immediately, but he didn't refuse either. He took the cup of tea, fiddling with it in his hands, then quietly asked. "It gets a little lonely being alone. Ayue, could you have a yen brought over?" Yu Fuyu paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. "All right. As long as it's what Master desires, anything is possible." Chapter 101, A well-matched and happy scene. Yu Fuyu cast a spell, and a spiritual butterfly gracefully flew out from his fingertip towards the distance. He squatted halfway, looking up at Gu Xiuxue with eyes filled with tenderness and deep affection, shining with sincere light. He held Gu Xiuxue's other hand and pressed it against his own cheek. Master, it's so good that I can finally touch you in such an upright manner. And not continue under his name, with his identity and body, to gain just a bit of your pity. Yu Fuyu murmured softly, his eyes glinting faintly. This scene, this day. He had thought about it for a long time, imagined it in his heart for a long time, and now he could finally make it come true. Even if Master deceives me a little, it's fine. Yu Fuyu lowered his eyes and kissed Gu Xiushue's fingertips. Gu Xiuxue trembled slightly at his sudden action but did not pull back. Instead, he turned his head, drank the tea in one gulp, silently permitting and indulging his actions. As he had said before, he didn't believe that Yu Fuyu would willingly face death after gaining so much. But he believed every word Yu Fuyu spoke was genuine. Feeling the warm sunlight, Gu Xiuxue looked up and couldn't help but squinted his eyes slightly. He recalled certain uncomfortable instances during his interactions with Emoli, as well as the things Yu Fuyu had done for him back then. At the time, he assumed those were all done by Emoli, thus only expressing gratitude and compensation towards Emoli. Towards Yu Fuyu, he felt somewhat indebted. Yet since he must leave this world, which needed to return to its normal course, he could not let Yu Fuyu, who was like a bug in this timeline, continue to exist. Therefore, allowing some indulgence in the remaining days wasn't a problem. Sitting amidst the scattered peach blossoms, Yu Fuyu gently leaned his head on Gu Xiushue's abdomen, tightly holding his hand, their fingers intertwined. With a gentle breeze, more peach blossoms fell, dispersing around them. When Ling Yan was brought over, what he saw was this very scene. Perhaps because this scene was too beautifully serene, making it impossible for anyone to interrupt cruelly. For a moment, he was dazed and even forgot to immediately rush forward and leap into Gu Xiushue's arms. Instead, he just stared blankly at the scene. Ling Yan suddenly remembered the words Yu Fuyu once said to him, calling him sister-in-law. But these past few days, Yu Fuyu kept him confined, not letting him see Gu Xiuxue or Emoli. The previous day when they met, Emoli was tortured to such a state. He firmly believed Yu Fuyu was a bad person. But now, watching these two from afar, he hesitated. Even though he himself did not understand romantic love, he felt that they indeed seemed well-matched right now. Ling Yan was a bit troubled. Could Brother Gu and this older brother really be in that kind of relationship? What about Brother Emoli? Brother Emoli treated both him and Brother Gu so well, surely he was not a bad person either. While he was tangled in these thoughts, Gu Xiuxue had already noticed him and smiled while gesturing him over. Ling Yan no longer cared about anything else, directly running quickly and diving into his embrace. Brother! Be careful. Yu Fuyu furrowed his brows slightly, a flicker of displeasure passing through his eyes, but quickly resumed his usual gentle expression. When the two looked over, he was already smiling and opening his mouth. What if there's any knocking or bumping? The young man who brought Ling Yan also followed close by, standing beside quietly with his eyes cast down and silent. Gu Xiushue's peripheral vision casually swept over him, ultimately deciding not to say anything. Brother, I missed you so much. Ling Yan rubbed against Gu Xiuxue in his embrace, looking at Yu Fuyu, then stopping his movement, his face revealing signs of hesitation. Gu Xiuxue raised an eyebrow looking at the child in his arms, wondering what was troubling him. The next moment, he heard him slowly call Yu Fuyu sister-in-law. Gu Xiuxue. So what exactly had this guy Yu Fuyu taught Ling Yan these past few days? Yu Fuyu, upon hearing the title, paused for a second, and then realized it was something he mentioned casually that day when he brought them back. But, he actually quite liked this title. Looking at Ling Yan again, there was more sincerity and genuine smile in his eyes, the corner of his lips curling upward as he picked up some nearby pastries. Young Yan is truly well behaved. Ling Yan, seeing Yu Fuyu's gentle demeanor, brightened his eyes too, almost completely forgetting the fear and trepidation he initially felt toward him before. Thank you, sister-in-law. You're so nice. That's enough. What is going on between the two of you? Gu Xiuxue raised his hand to his forehead, feeling inexplicably exhausted. Yu Fuyu, however, pinched Ling Yan's cheek, and with a curved smile, spoke. Yan is still young. If he likes calling, let him call. As he said this, he stood up and lifted Ling Yan out of Gu Xiushue's embrace. Ling Yan tilted his head at Yu Fuyu and seriously asked. Sister-in-law, when will you let the older brother out? He's also a good person. Will you let him out? Yu Fuyu's eyes narrowed slightly, his smile fading a little, but he was still very gentle as he handed him over to the young man. Soon, on the day I marry your brother, I will let him out for the wedding feast. Good. Ling Yan grinned delightfully and didn't struggle even after being returned to the young man's arms. Gu Xiuxue simply shook his head and continued lying down to bask in the sun. He knew Yu Fuyu wouldn't release Emoli, but at least Ling Yan was safe now, so he didn't have too much to worry about. Still, they needed to find a way to contact Emoli. In the current situation, it seemed they might need to rely on 311. Gu Xiuxue closed his eyes and carefully calculated whether 311 had enough power now. Perhaps due to the warmth of the sunshine, or the drowsiness that lingered within him, he couldn't help falling asleep while deep in thought. When he woke up again, there was no one around, just a little black cat curled up on his abdomen. It was exactly like countless afternoons when he would hold Emoli in the sunlight. And it was just like how he held the little wolf pup back in the old world. Gu Xiuxue tenderly stroked the little black cat's head, gently kneading it. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but today he found himself reminiscing more easily, remembering beautiful moments from the past. At times, it made him unsure which was the present and which was the past. Gu Xiuxue frowned, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint what. The little black cat in his arms had transformed back into human form. Yu Fuyu lay nestled against his chest, hugging him as he affectionately rubbed against him, his cheerful voice carrying a strangely enticing undertone. "Master, it's not early anymore. We should go back." "All right." Chapter 102, The Master Kissed Him. Gu Xiuxue instinctively responded. Facing the smiling eyes, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, did he overlook something? But even when Yu Fuyu picked him up, he still couldn't recall what it was. Gu Xiuxue thought carefully but could not figure out anything conclusive and found it absurd. He just took a nap, had a nice dream, so how could he forget something? If he really forgot something, maybe it was about the dream. He only remembered that the dream was very pleasant, but its contents were unclear. Gu Xiuxue decided not to waste time and energy on trivial matters. As they left the peach grove, his eyes lit up suddenly. He remembered. He wanted to ask 311 if there was enough energy left to contact Emoli. However, each time this thought came up in his mind, the face of Emoli would appear followed by the crying look of Yu Fuyu pleading for his attention, distracting him once again. Gu Xiuxue felt secretly annoyed, wondering why he kept forgetting such things. 311. 311. Come out quickly. He faintly sensed that something wasn't quite right. Especially with Yu Fuyu looking so cheerful, making him feel suspicious that somehow Yu Fuyu was involved. Quickly check my body. Has Yu Fuyu done something to me? I'm coming, let me examine you. When the familiar voice finally rang through his head, Gu Xiuxue felt slightly relieved. Although everything he ate or used in the past 2 days seemed normal. This is Yu Fuyu after all, he could slip him drugs silently, and even antidotes for mood control without him noticing. Not to mention, Gu Xiuxue originally believed Yu Fuyu wouldn't give up easily, surely, there were ulterior motives. Judging by the situation now, it seemed like the actions might have already begun. Gu Xiuxue lowered his head in contemplation while waiting for 311's test results, pondering over what Yu Fuyu was plotting. Did Yu Fuyu want him to forget Emoli, forget his goal, and stay with him? Or was it to completely replace the Emoli in his memory? Or perhaps both? I've just examined you thoroughly. There's no abnormality with your body, nor any signs of poisoning. 311 sounded somewhat confused. What happened? Did he do something to you again? Gu Xiuxue remained silent for a moment before responding. It's nothing, I just feel like my memory isn't working well. I originally wanted to ask if your energy was sufficient to help me connect with Emoli, but I forgot every time I thought about it. It was only due to his constant mental thoughts about 311 while conversing with it, that he hadn't forgotten yet. Maybe you're too tired. 311 sighed softly, you should rest well. I've been keeping an eye on Emoli, and he's fine. You recorded promises Yu Fuyu made to him using Shadowstone and attempted to use them as bait against Emoli, but Emoli didn't fall for it. Furthermore, I've noticed that he's reached out to allies to join forces against Yu Fuyu, so you don't need to worry too much. 311 told Gu Xiuxue everything happening around Emoli and advised earnestly. Gu Xiuxue, Emoli is after all the male protagonist, a protagonist you've taught yourself. You should trust him. Your current situation is relatively safe, why not take a good rest? Gu Xiuxue paused for a moment. Was he truly just too tired? But he didn't actually do anything. Once again, he looked at Yu Fuyu and said softly this time. If he has plans and arrangements, then I won't interfere. But it would still trouble you to keep helping me watch over. Remember to inform me if anything happens. Don't worry, I will. The voice in his head faded, replaced again by those pleasant memories of the past. Gu Xiuxue leaned on Yu Fuyu's shoulder, closed his eyes, reminiscing, and a slight smile graced his lips. As he was placed on the bed by Yu Fuyu, his awareness returned sharply. He gripped the sleeve of Yu Fuyu's robe and seriously said. Ayu, can Ian come over to accompany me? Of course, however master, it's late. He's still a child who needs rest, how about tomorrow? Yu Fuyu gently spoke, smoothing his somewhat disheveled hair, then placed a kiss on his lips that silenced all his remaining words. Gu Xiuxue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and almost instantly, he guessed what Yu Fuyu intended to do. He opened his mouth, originally to stop Yu Fuyu, but inadvertently gave him the opportunity. The gentleness in Yu Fuyu's eyes vanished, replaced by an overwhelming shadow of madness. After a long while, he finally released Gu Xiuxue, yet still clung to him tightly as he whispered. Master, don't move. Let me hold you, just for a little while. Rest assured, I've said it before, I only want you to stay with me for some time. Master, if every day from now on could be like today, how wonderful would that be? Gu Xiuxue paused for a moment and silently embraced him back. Whether Emoli or Yufuyue this heart demon, they both knew how to make him soften his heart. He sighed softly, ultimately saying nothing, but instead placed a gentle kiss on his brow as a way of consoling him. It will be. Yufuyue's body stiffened slightly, but without the intention to linger, he then smiled. Master, please don't tempt me anymore, because I cannot resist. I did say I only wanted your company, but your actions are making it unbearable. Gu Xiuxue looked at Yufuyue in confusion. How was saying just 2 words considered tempting? Could it be because of that earlier kiss? Before he finished pondering, Yufuyue had already let go, decisively turned around and left, even taking away the outer robe he had just taken off. Already aware of what Yufuyue planned to do, Gu Xiuxue. Initially, Gu Xiuxue was reminiscing about the past, feeling somewhat indebted to Yufuyue. Since he needed to take Yufuyue's life to leave this world, he could bear whatever inappropriate things Yufuyue might do to him. At least in this way, when it came time to act, he wouldn't feel too much pain and it could balance out their interactions. Yet, unexpectedly, Yufuyue, who once indulged in various antics, now under Gu Xiuxue's intentional leniency, had restrained himself a great deal. Gu Xiuxue's thoughts were unfathomable, when suddenly there came faint sounds from the window. His eyebrows arched, he flipped over and got up, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and barefoot walked to the window to investigate. However, the scene that greeted his eyes first startled him, and then made him burst into laughter. Chapter 103, If Brother Gu likes someone, then she will be the sister-in-law. What caught his eye was a spiritual beast that resembled a little wolf cub. It wasn't very big, with a coat of ice blue fur and 2 tufts of white hair on its ear tips which were especially eye-catching, looking familiar as in his memories. The little one had probably intended to climb through the window but somehow fell down. And when he opened the window, what he saw was the little thing rolling on the ground before getting up again and wobbling as it prepared to continue climbing through the window. Brother Gu. Ling Yan saw him and joyfully shouted once, then immediately lunged at him with all her might. Gu Xiuxue instinctively reached out to catch her, looked at the small creature in his hand, sighed helplessly, shook his head, then closed the window and carried Ling Yan over to the bed. He still knew something about Yufuyu, knowing that he would be busy dealing with those matters and wouldn't be back for a while. So at this moment, he didn't worry about Yufuyu suddenly returning and seeing Ling Yan, instead asking. How did you come here? I remember he assigned someone to watch you, right? Did you just escape like this? Did those people do anything to you? Are you hurt? While asking, Gu Xiuxue kept checking Ling Yan's body. Ling Yan was quite cooperative, rolling around under his hands, wrapping her paws around his hand, and rubbing against his palm. Relax, Brother Gu. I'm not hurt, and they didn't notice that I ran away. I told you, I'm really good at running. Ling Yan lifted her little head, her voice carrying a touch of pride. If Emoli hadn't been locked up earlier, and if she couldn't see Gu Xiuxue, plus being unfamiliar with this demon realm, she would have run away long ago. After all, being able to run is one thing, but finding the way is another. Thankfully, now there was finally an opportunity to sneak out and secretly visit Gu Xiuxue. We've said it already, don't come with us, it's dangerous. Gu Xiuxue's tone became more helpless, but rest assured, as long as I'm here, no one will harm you. You don't need to do anything else but stay put quietly. After everything here is settled, I will arrange for someone to send you back to the demon realm, and Xiaoir will take good care of you. Ling Yan stared blankly at Gu Xiuxue, unable to smile for a moment, and after being silent for quite a while, spoke again. Brother Gu, eldest brother's people found me too, they also said they would protect me well, and that after everything is done, they'll send me back to the demon realm. Is that so? Gu Xiuxue's eyes lightly flickered with some amusement. Yes. But Brother Gu, I secretly came to find out between the 2 elder brothers, who do you prefer? Ling Yan's shining eyes gazed at Gu Xiuxue, clearly showing some hesitation. I can see that the relationship between the 2 elders isn't good, and eventually they may end up trying to kill each other. Brother Gu, I want to know who you like more. Even though both of them were good to him, he cared more about Gu Xiuxue. Whomever Gu Xiuxue liked, he would support. Listening to what he said, Gu Xiuxue was momentarily stunned. Ling Yan's words were overly serious. Serious enough that he even had a fleeting illusion. It seemed that if he chose one of them, this little guy would go and kill the other. Then he found it somewhat amusing. Without mentioning that both of them were male protagonists now, Ling Yan was merely a spiritual beast, still a young one trapped in a forbidden area all the time. In terms of cultivation or any other aspects, he could not possibly kill either of them, let alone just one. Before waiting for his response, Ling Yan skillfully jumped into his arms and looked up at him. However, both the elder brothers are pretty nice to us. If Brother Gu likes, then why not keep both of them? These matters belong to us adults, and Yan should behave properly from now on, don't get involved in other things unnecessarily and drag yourself in. Gu Xiuxue was afraid that Ling Yan would really attack them, thus injuring himself. So he gently massaged his ears, softening his voice while cajoling. Just stay obedient, taking care of yourself is enough, understood? Does Brother Gu not believe in me? I am really strong. Ling Yan indignantly spoke, but Gu Xiuxue only smiled and said. I simply don't want you to get entangled in these things. Alright, I will be obedient. However, after this matter concludes, can Brother Gu make a contract with me? Suddenly changing the topic, Ling Yan's expectant gaze focused on Gu Xiaoshui. I want to stay by Brother Gu's side from now on and not end up unable to find you like this time. He drank Gu Xiaoshui's blood and transformed into a human form, creating a faint connection between them. However, this was far from enough. Without a contract, although he could sense the general direction of Gu Xiaoshui's location, he couldn't pinpoint his exact whereabouts. But if they signed a contract, as long as Gu Xiaoshui's soul remained in the 6 realms, even if he reincarnated in the future, he would still be able to find him. Gu Xiaoshui didn't understand why Ling Yan wanted so badly to sign a contract with him, so he voiced this thought. Ling Yan tilted his head, pondered for a moment, and said, why shouldn't we sign? Signing a contract with me will only benefit you, not harm you. Mother said that the Demon Lord is the best person ever. She also signed a contract with the Demon Lord, but after she left me there, she never came back. She said she would go look for the Demon Lord and come back for me. She also said that if she doesn't return, then the Demon Lord will come to fetch me. Brother Gu, so, please sign a contract with me. Ling Yan's gaze was sincere. Gu Xiaoshui fell silent for a moment, lips pressed tightly, and then spoke. We'll discuss this later once everything is resolved. You should go back soon, and don't let anyone discover you. Alright. Although disappointed, Ling Yan obediently left. As the little one who had just been looking back at him wistfully every step, vanished instantly into the night the moment he jumped out of the window, Gu Xiaoshui was left momentarily speechless. That speed was indeed impressive. Just as he was about to close the window, suddenly a gust of wind carrying coldness swept through. His gaze turned immediately icy cold as he instinctively turned around and spotted another figure now present in the room. This mysterious individual was wrapped tightly in a black robe, making it impossible to discern whether they were male or female. However, Gu Xiaoshui's eyes locked onto their exposed hand, the distinct bony knuckles and pale skin stood out starkly. It's you, what brings you here so late? Gu Xiaoshui smiled casually, feigning indifference. Inwardly, though, he regretted his earlier words about Ling Yan's quickness. Apparently, his movements hadn't escaped Yu Fu Yu's people, who'd followed the trail right to him. Still, since this was one of Yu Fu Yu's people, they likely wouldn't do anything to him. Yet, Gu Xiaoshui's expression darkened slightly. He wondered just how much of his conversation with Ling Yan this person had overheard. If you wish to kill him, I can help you. Chapter 104, Xiao Shui remained silent, and Xiao Shui was stubborn. The black-cloaked person finally spoke, and what he said greatly surprised Gu Xiao Shui. He had thought this person was a subordinate of Yu Fu Yu, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Whose side are you on? Gu Xiao Shui asked with a smile, though there was no trace of amusement in her eyes. Mo Li's? Or one of those other elders? Perhaps an underling of some great demon? Gu Xiao Shui questioned word by word, already walking behind the person, then mentally contacting 311. Xiao San, give me the artifact from before. Seeing the sudden appearance of a short blade in her palm, the curve at the corner of Gu Xiao Shui's lips disappeared, and her eyes became stern in an instant. Not giving the black-cloaked person any chance to react or answer, she firmly held the short blade and pierced through his heart. Then his throat. In succession dozens of slashes, each fatal, each bloody. The air instantly filled with the smell of blood, even staining parts of her face. Hiss. Gu Xiao Shui, why did you kill him? He should have been someone who wanted to kill Yu Fu Yu too. We might have been able to use him, form an alliance or something. Just as 311 gave Gu Xiao Shui the artifact, they watched her immediately kill the person, momentarily not reacting. With some hesitation, 311 began to speak. What's more, what if he's one of Mo Li's people? Was it right for you to just kill him like that? Gu Xiao Shui sneered indifferently, if he truly were Xiao Lier's person, he wouldn't have said that he could help me. Moreover. She suddenly paused. Just as 311 wanted to ask, moreover what, they saw a black mist suddenly emerging from the body lying in the pool of blood. That black mist gradually coalesced into a human figure. This thing looks neither demonic nor ghostly, clearly from the ghost clan, someone from the netherworld. Gu Xiao Shui continued leisurely, the netherworld sending spies to our demon world, no telling what they're up to. Even if I wanted to kill Yu Fu Yu, I wouldn't join forces with them. 311 stayed silent. 311 reminded, Gu Xiao Shui, you're the Devil Lord. Xiao Shui remained silent. Xiao Shui stubbornly replied, oh, but the Demon King is also my disciple. Isn't the demon world mine as well? 311, sounds quite reasonable. So counting this way, the immortal realm and human realm are yours too. How about you stay here and unify the 6 realms altogether? Humph. Gu Xiao Shui let out a light snort. While conversing with 311, the ghost race member in front of her had already reformed his shape. But this time, he didn't have the black cloak that completely hid him before, revealing his true form. It was a rather handsome face, yet deathly pale without a trace of color. His jet black hair was disheveled, and his deep black eyes stared at him fixedly, appearing somewhat eerie. Your hand is truly ruthless. He slowly said. Good thing too, otherwise, how could I have forced you out? Gu Xiaoshui responded cheerfully. Well then, what does a netherworld person like you want in the demon world? To kill. The person's tone remained cold. I need you, Fu Yu dead. We can cooperate. Why should I believe you? Since you initiated contact wanting to cooperate with me, shouldn't you first show me your sincerity? Gu Xiaoshui continued to smile but tightened her grip on the short blade in her hand. The person's gaze lingered for a moment on the short blade still dripping blood in her hand, then his lips slightly curved, opening his mouth slowly to say. My name is Ming Yen. Lord Devil, don't worry. If I say I wish to cooperate with you, naturally I will have sufficient sincerity. Ming Yen suddenly changed his previously cold attitude, smiling with slightly curved brows. I have indeed prepared a grand gift for you. What kind of gift? Hearing this, Gu Xiaoshui perked up some interest. Then she saw the man bring out a shadow recording stone, projecting an image that made her smile instantly vanish. You're threatening me. Not daring, I merely seek cooperation with you. Ming Yen, looking at the images projected, spoke in a very casual tone. They showed exactly what happened in the Devil Realm during the time Gu Xiaoshui wasn't there. At the moment, Gu Xiaoshui's expression wasn't good. She knew that during the period when she wasn't around, those in the Devil Realm had become restless again. However, before they could do anything significant, Yun Yi and the others had already resolved the situation. Due to his trust in them, he did not inquire much about this matter. Yet, it was the person right before him who had stirred up that very chaos. Your good disciple doesn't want to take the position of Demon Lord and just wants to leave it for you. But others in the demon world don't see it that way. They started fighting, making it easy for someone else to accidentally find the identity token of the Demon Lord. Ming Yen continued, Demon Lord knows well that doing something a second time after having done it once is always easier. The reason they were able to quell that unrest so easily wasn't just because of their exceptional abilities. As he spoke, he jiggled the jade tablet in his palm. The patterns engraved on it were identical to those on the gate of the demon world's forbidden area. You should be aware as well that they've long been dissatisfied with what you have been doing in the demon world, being absent from it all the time and even losing to the celestial master. If they knew the jade token had been accidentally picked up by someone else. Gu Xiaoshui stared at the jade token, her gaze deep but her tone extremely calm. So if I don't help you kill Fu Yu, you will continue to disturb the peace of the demon world using this piece of broken plaque. Ming Yen grinned slyly, why shouldn't I? Why don't you act on your own if you have the ability and means instead of using me? Gu Xiaoshui scoffed lightly. It turned out the previous disturbance was just to steal this identity token. How truly? The more he thought, the angrier he became, unable to resist muttering under his breath. No, even if he couldn't personally return to beat some sense into them later, he must send a message to Qin Yu and let her discipline them. How reckless could they get? They allowed someone else to steal something so important without realizing it. But no matter how much he complained inwardly, his outward appearance remained calm and composed. If I could personally kill him, I wouldn't let him live until now. Ming Yen coldly laughed. In that moment, the murderous intent flashing in his eyes almost became tangible, but he quickly reined it back. Will you consider it? I'm not interested in the Demon Lord's position, but as you said, a collaboration needs a bit of give and take. Alright, but may I ask why you, a netherworld man, hate him so much? Ming Yen fell silent for a long while, turning his head away, and his voice returned to its initial coldness. He killed the one I cared about the most, I wish to avenge him. Isn't that reasonable? Chapter 105, that's 400 billion. Sure, of course, I agree to cooperate with you. But since you've thought about it for so long, you must have a perfect plan by now. Just tell me what I need to do. Gu Xiaoshui, seeing his expression, decided not to ask further about this matter. Ming Yen casually tossed a small box to him. Gu Xiaoshui caught it steadily and opened it to find a delicate jade veil inside. This contains soul-devouring ointment. He trusts you the most. You figure out a way to smear this on his chest. A little bit at a time is all you need, too much and he'll notice. Although Gu Xiaoshui didn't know the purpose of this substance, after hearing his words, he just smiled faintly. You want revenge against him, so you should be more familiar with his strength than me. With his abilities, this thing would likely be discovered the moment it gets into my hands. To poison Fu Yu. Gu Xiaoshui felt inexplicably amused in his heart and even a bit absurd. I know, that's why I'm coming to you. Ming Yen laughed again, his eyes glimmering with calculation as he excitedly spoke. He likes and cares about you so much that even if you did really drug him, he would willingly accept it. Gu Xiaoshui paused while fiddling with the jade bottle, the smile on his face gradually disappearing. You truly understand him. Haha. I never would have guessed the Demon Lord would pretend to be a demon clan member and stayed in the demon realm for so long, cultivating a new demon king. Ming Yen burst into laughter, but then directly exposed another identity of Gu Xiaoshui. Facing Gu Xiaoshui's cold, warning gaze, he only slightly curled his lips. At first, I thought they were using you as a substitute. But on the day I saw Fu Yu personally lead you away from the demon realm, watching him gain control over the demon realm after you left. If you were merely a substitute, he definitely wouldn't do all of this for you. So what exactly are you trying to achieve by telling me these things now? Gu Xiaoshui cut off his words with a cold tone. Ming Yen blinked innocently, nothing, just confirming this guess right now. And incidentally, I'll let you know that I understand how much he cares for you, and I also know he won't harm you. If you want to get back that jade tablet, don't bother making excuses to stall me. After listening to his words, Gu Xiuxue smirked, raising 2 fingers. So there are 2 things then. First, even if he does indeed discover and doesn't stop you, wouldn't you worry about him concocting an antidote? Second, if this stuff is as magical as you say, powerful enough to kill even you Fuyue who specializes in medicinal herbs, then, without error, I, who frequently handle drugs, would be dead first, wouldn't I? Ming Yen was momentarily stunned, then continued laughing. When you say it like that, this will actually have no antidote. Even you Fuyue couldn't create one. Moreover, this alone isn't enough to take his life. I have other arrangements. As for you, this is specifically made to target heart demons. It won't significantly affect you. Don't worry, I wouldn't deceive a friend. As Ming Yen spoke, he crossed his arms, raised his chin, and said, since we're going to cooperate, there should be some trust, at least on this point. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Otherwise, if he comes back and sees this, it won't be easy to explain. Gu Xiuxue continued toying with the medicine bottle in his hand, casually responding to his words without lifting his head. Carry your corpse away, you don't want to explain, neither do I. Upon hearing his words, Ming Yan's gaze fell on his own body lying in a pool of blood nearby. He squatted down and carefully examined it before muttering under his breath. Really, your hands are so ruthless, creating so many bloody wounds in my body. Do you know how long it'll take me to recover? If you don't hurry up and clean it away properly, I'll stab you a few more times. While walking towards the soft couch, Gu Xiuxue replied absent-mindedly. Ming Yan immediately became silent and quietly retrieved his body, cleaned up the blood stains, and left without shutting the window. Initially, Gu Xiuxue had some aversion to the blood smell in the room. But perhaps it was just his illusion, feeling as though the scent was quickly covered by another floral fragrance. He twitched his nose slightly, and soon, the room was only filled with a light peach blossom aroma. If it weren't for the medicine bottle given by Ming Yan still in his hand, he would have thought everything that just happened was merely an illusion. Xiao San, check this thing, is it really the same as what Ming Yan said? I've already scanned it. It's pretty much the same as he said, but it will also have a certain effect on you. Gu Xiuxue nodded, not minding this at all. After all, once he deals with you Fuyue, he plans to leave this world. Since he isn't from this world, the only way to leave is through death, so this has no impact on him. By the way, Gu Xiuxue. 311 suddenly added, I've received a reply. It's confirmed that you Fuyue is a bug in this world. Once we kill him, I can take you out of this world and back to the main one. Also, check this. As 311 finished speaking, a holographic screen visible only to Gu Xiuxue appeared before his eyes. He initially gave it a cursory glance but became more and more interested as he read further. Especially when he saw the 400 billion followed by countless zeros, the corners of his lips curled involuntarily. So much money. Even when helping manage the Gu family, he had never seen this much money all at once. In addition to the original 100 billion, there's a compensation of 200 billion, plus another 100 billion I requested for you. 311 continued chattering on, however, due to the huge amount involved, they've decided to convert part of it into fixed assets for you. Of course, after everything is over, you can pick what you want. Good. Without hesitation, Gu Xiuxue's eyes sparkled as he immediately agreed. This was originally our mistake, keeping you trapped in this world for so long, and these compensations are all rightfully yours. But don't worry, Gu Xiuxue, it's almost over. 311's voice was unusually lighthearted, clearly relieved as well. With some anticipation and excitement, he couldn't help but look forward. After this is done, my commission will be enough to buy a new body, and then I'll go on vacation. Gu Xiuxue didn't pay much attention to his words. After confirming the bonus, he began thinking about how to apply the soul-devouring ointment on Yu Fuyue's chest. To put it on his chest, he would have to remove his clothes first. Gu Xiuxue seriously pondered for a moment, opened the medicine bottle, looked at the nearly transparent ointment, and dabbed a little bit with his fingertip. The ointment dissolved instantly, colorless and odorless. He glanced down at himself, thoughtfully nodding. This could work. Chapter 106, Su Shui takes the initiative to seduce, and there's no way to resist. Gu Xiuxue put away the things, then started tearing at her own robe. Gu Xiuxue, what are you going to do? 311 looked at the large patch of dazzling white skin and was momentarily confused. Gu Xiuxue lifted her leg, then untied the sash, letting the robe loosely drape over her body. She raised an eyebrow. Can't you see? I'm preparing to seduce Yu Fuyue when he comes back. At that time, his awareness and guard are at their weakest, and I can even openly take off his clothes, allowing me to apply this stuff on his chest. 311. That makes sense. No wonder, you're willing to make such a great sacrifice to clear the bug. 311 couldn't help but exclaim, and while saying so, even waved a little handkerchief. Gu Xiuxue, I will forever remember you. Gu Xiuxue's lips twitched slightly. It's just about sleeping with him a few times, don't make it sound like a life and death parting. Anyway, everything that should have happened or shouldn't have happened between them has already happened. There's no point in dwelling on these things now. More importantly, that's 400 billion. Not 4,000, nor 40 million. Just imagine being scratched by a dog. No, it's like being scratched by a cat. Anyway, Yufuyue is not bad at technique, he also looks good, so I didn't lose out too much. Gu Xiuxue consoled herself. As she was hard at work recalling those novels she had read, imagining how the main characters of those novels seduced the other party. And carefully thinking whether she should tie her hands up with the waistband as well. The door to the room was pushed open. Yufuyue looked at the disheveled Gu Xiuxue, with large patches of white skin exposed outside, those long, dazzling legs, more or less revealed under the red robe. Teacher. He first froze for a moment, then quickly closed the door and walked in front of Gu Xiuxue, furrowing his brows and carefully examining, making sure the person in front hadn't been hurt before slightly relaxing. What's wrong with teacher? Yufuyue draped his outer robe around Gu Xiuxue, asking with some confusion. He had only sensed earlier that it seemed someone had been in this room, then upon seeing Gu Xiuxue's abnormal appearance, his heart tightened immediately. Thankfully, Gu Xiuxue wasn't hurt, otherwise. Yufuyue's eyes darkened, otherwise he didn't know what he would have done. But right now, the most important thing is Gu Xiuxue, everyone else and every other matter can be set aside for now. Gu Xiuxue didn't know what he was thinking, but looking at his expression, she guessed a bit. She raised her hand and caressed Yufuyue's face, pinched his earlobe, slightly curved her eyebrows and faintly smiled, then suddenly leaned closer to him, softly opening her mouth. Can't you see? Ayue. Yufuyue's Adam's apple moved, staring dumbfoundedly at the person in front of him. Although he had just resolved those matters, it was obvious that he wasn't satisfied. Especially after having tasted the flavor of the person in front of him, all that certainly didn't satisfy him. A thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly suppressed by him. Impossible, how could the teacher possibly initiate it herself? Until a tender kiss landed on his lips. The tightly coiled string in Yufuyue's brain snapped suddenly. His pupils contracted sharply, and a trace of disbelief flickered in the depths of his eyes, those furry ears instantly popping out. Already kneeling half on the ground, he stared stiffly up at Gu Xiuxue as she began pulling at his clothes. Yufuyue could hear the sound of his own accelerating heartbeat, his breathing became increasingly rapid. After all, he was still unsatisfied, and at this moment, the person he yearned for was being this proactive. How could he bear it? Teacher, do you know what you're doing? Yufuyue asked in a hoarse voice, his hand already gripping Gu Xiuxue's ankle. Gu Xiuxue's heart fluttered along with his actions, instinctively wanting to pull her foot back. But considering what she had to do, she bit her tongue and endured the urge. Her hands supported themselves on the soft velvet blanket, she tilted her head, continuing to gently smile. Of course I know, don't you want to? But I want. Ayue. Her fingertips touched Yufuyue's thin lips, rubbing lightly. The red robe was already draped loosely on her body, sliding down half with her movements, revealing her rounded shoulders, as well as those traces that had yet to completely fade. His eyebrows lightly arched, his eyes shimmering with a trace of something enticing that was hard to define. Gu Xiuxue saw that Yufuyue didn't respond and involuntarily paused her actions. Yufuyue's brows slightly furrowed as he looked through the eyes of Yufuyue gazing at him. He realized there shouldn't be anything wrong. Isn't Yufuyue supposed to like him? Why was he still unmoved, showing no signs of action? Could it be that what he was doing wasn't enticing enough? Or perhaps, Yufuyue didn't prefer this side of him but instead liked to play the role of the dominant lover. Gu Xiuxue quietly thought about it and couldn't help but pull back his hand, adjusting the robe that had loosened on his body, attempting to also draw back his legs. If so, then he could only try. Before Gu Xiuxue could continue pondering what to do next, Yufuyue had already hooked his waist with one hand, while the other gripped his nape, forcing him to lower his head. It was an utterly wild kiss. Completely different from the usual gentle and harmless demeanor he showed in front of Gu Xiuxue every day. Yufuyue was always like that. Completely two different people on and off the bed. As Gu Xiuxue was carried by Yufuyue, he dimly thought this. But soon he couldn't continue these thoughts. Just before he completely lost himself. The tips of his fingers coated with ointment grazed over Yufuyue's chest. Gu Xiuxue wasn't sure if Yufuyue had noticed, but judging by his expression, it seemed he hadn't. He only heard Yufuyue whisper softly in his ear. Teacher, this is your own initiative. Afterward was surrender. When Gu Xiuxue woke up, he had already been cleaned up, and new clothes were placed on his body. The surroundings seemed somewhat unfamiliar, evidently implying they had changed rooms. However, Gu Xiuxue wasn't surprised by this. He had assumed Yufuyue disliked the proactive side of him, but turned out he enjoyed it too much. Gu Xiuxue looked at the marks on his wrists, unable to suppress a sigh in his heart. Yufuyue was indeed better than those two guys, at least these ointments worked very well. Like now, even though looking at these marks indicated how intense the encounter had been. Strangely, he felt nothing, just like everything was normal. Teacher, sleep a little longer. Chapter 107, if he takes the initiative, he'll be tossed and turned. Yufuyue hooked her arms around his waist and pulled him closer to her, hugging him even tighter. She rested her head on his shoulder and gently rubbed against him as she whispered softly. Be a good boy, let me hold you a little longer. Gu Xiaoshui regained her composure and didn't push her away but allowed Yu Fuyu to hold her, though her gaze lingered on his chest. She had already applied the soul-devouring ointment to him, but seeing that he hadn't reacted at all, it seemed like it hadn't been very effective. Gu Xiaoshui pondered internally about how much more ointment she would need to apply to Yu Fuyu for it to take effect. Surely, she couldn't seduce him every time she applied it, could she? Although at first, she indeed had such an idea, but after this time, she abandoned it. Once she initiated, Yu Fuyu would toss and turn her endlessly. Even though she felt nothing significant afterward, during the act, she almost thought she was going to die right there on the bed. Lost in thought, Gu Xiaoshui's eyes traveled from Yu Fuyu's chest to the rest of his body. Just by looking at him, it was clear Yu Fuyu wasn't any better off than her. From head to toe, especially on his back, shoulders, neck, and arms. Though Gu Xiaoshui silently balanced herself, she was unaware these marks were deliberately left by Yu Fuyu. Even more so, they were deliberately enticing her. She was contemplating how to apply the remaining ointment to Yu Fuyu's chest. On that same night, Yu Fuyu went straight to see Mo Li. Intentionally wearing only a thin layer of clothing, the bruises and marks on his body couldn't be concealed. Standing in front of Mo Li, his actions carried a tone of blatant pride. Do you see? All of these are left by my master. Moreover, they are marks from when my master took the initiative. Yu Fuyu mocked without mercy, watching Mo Li's eyes redden as he continued casually. You can never imagine how proactive and passionate my master gets. Yu Fuyu. Mo Li interrupted with a shout, his entire body trembling in anger. Previously, with the residual image stone, Mo Li could force himself not to look, but now, Yu Fuyu stood right before him, and the numerous marks on his body were impossible to ignore. Mo Li was overwhelmed, his heart chaotic. The last time in the demon realm, unable to resist, Mo Li had deceived and persuaded the person into submitting entirely to him, he'd waited too long. But after that encounter, he still regretted it, fearing Gu Xiaoshui would be angry or abandon him. He couldn't bear to think if Gu Xiaoshui's advances were genuine. What then should he do? Mo Li clenched his teeth tightly, tears glistening in his eyes, his fists trembling by his side, the veins bulging on his knuckles as his nails dug into his palms, leaving trails of blood. Mo Li, someone like you will never win my master's heart. A worthless piece of trash like you. Yu Fuyu glared coldly at Mo Li, opening his lips. Just wait and drink the wedding wine of my master and me, fool. After speaking, Yu Fuyu gave Mo Li no chance to respond and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he departed, black mist gathered around Mo Li, amidst the haze, a shadowy figure emerged, faintly visible. What brings you here? Mo Li's tone was icily indifferent, his eyes filled with frost. After Yu Fuyu's departure, he forced himself to calm down. His master would surely never abandon him. This must have been Yu Fuyu's scheme. Even forcing himself to remain calm, the raging fire inside him remained unresolved. Unfortunately, Ming Yen chose this moment to appear. As Mo Li prepared to unleash his frustration, Ming Yen smiled slyly and spoke first. I'm here to deliver some good news. I've managed to spread the soul-devouring ointment on Yu Fuyu. Plus, I've also arranged for other substances in various places, including the ointments on his robes. It won't take longer than half a month. Of course, if that person applies a bit more on him each time, it might only take 3 to 5 days. Then Yu Fuyu will be completely separated from you soul-wise. He will also suffer damage to his soul and become increasingly weak physically. At this point, if he uses his internal spiritual energy and sustains some kind of injury. Ming Yen smirked, his eyes glowing with maniacal excitement as he gestured his hand. In a flash, his soul will be annihilated. You're not bad, managing to get the soul-devouring ointment onto him, despite who he is. Mo Li scoffed humorlessly, yet his eyes retained their chill. Ming Yen raised an eyebrow, shrugged nonchalantly, and said. That wasn't my doing, per se. One can only blame his excessive affection and trust for his esteemed master. What did you say? You handed that thing over to my master. Mo Li's pupils suddenly tightened, a flash of lethal intent passing through his eyes. Almost at the moment he heard the words fall from Ming Yan's lips, his body reacted faster than his brain could process. Before he even spoke, his hand had already tightly gripped Ming Yan's neck with full force, grinding out through gritted teeth. Ming Yan. Do you want to die? Cough, cough. Ming Yan's already pale face turned an even more ghastly color. Yet, he still managed to pull at the corner of his mouth, forcing a stiff smile. That stuff, cough, it has no effect on him. Or, do you think there is anyone else who could accomplish this? Mo Li. Feeling the grip around his neck tighten even further, Ming Yan could no longer endure, closing his eyes. From start to finish, he didn't even attempt to struggle, allowing Mo Li to strangle him to death. Soon, the corpse lying on the ground gathered into a mass of black mist, and Ming Yan's figure emerged within it. He looked at his body, then at Mo Li who wanted nothing more than to scatter his soul into pieces, and laughed haughtily. Alright, I've let you kill me once. Are you still not satisfied? Should I go back so you can kill me again? Your esteemed master and apprentice are quite something. Yesterday, your great master stabbed me 17 times, every one lethal. It took me forever to repair my body. And here you are, just strangling me to death. TSK. Look at this neck, I'll have to realign it again. Emily gave Ming Yen a cold glare. If I had a blade in my hand, it wouldn't be just 17 cuts. Don't get angry. Your anger is futile. Your master has already cooperated with me, and we're now on the same boat. Why stir up trouble unnecessarily? Ming Yen shrugged as he continued, anyway, our goals are the same, to kill him. I don't care about the process, I only care about the final result. Moreover, if it weren't for me providing intel, your people would not have been able to contact you so quickly. Ming Yen crossed his arms over his chest and turned his head, humming in disdain. Emily calmed down, knowing such arguments were pointless right now. He still needed Ming Yen, he couldn't actually kill him yet. But when everything was done, a glimmer of killing intent flashed through Emily's eyes before fading quickly. Seeing Emily calm down, Ming Yen lifted his chin defiantly toward the body lying on the ground, asking slowly. So, are you going to kill me again or what? If not, I'm taking it away. Emily. Chapter 108, he had no resistance to his master's allure. Crazy person. Emily's eyes were full of disgust, and he turned around, no longer paying attention to Ming Yen. Ming Yen was stunned by his words for a moment, then lowered his gaze, squatted beside the body, and tidied up his slightly messy hair. He looked at his own face, but another face flashed through his mind. Once upon a time, someone also called him a madman. Those people hated and despised him, calling him a monster born in a mass grave. Especially after they discovered that no matter how he died, he would come back to life the next day, they began to mercilessly torture him. It seemed like an interesting game to them. And he had always thought they were all the same until he killed them, only to realize that they were different. Those people died and stayed dead, they couldn't return to their bodies like him. Because of this, the remaining people feared him more, cursing him day and night, calling him a madman, and wishing to flay and dismember him, making him lose his soul. It was almost just that little bit, and he would have really died in their hands. After they had killed him, he saw them gather a group of so-called cultivators, chopping his corpse into several pieces. He watched as his hands and feet were separated, attached with talismans, and then set on fire. He watched his head be placed in a jar, watched his body nearly being devoured by stray dogs. It was then he realized how small he really was. A head, it could fit into such a small jar, leaving so much empty space. So small a body, even without anyone stopping them, might not have been enough for those stray dogs to feast on. But it was true, he was only 8 years old at that time, how big could he be? Right when he thought he was going to die completely. Someone saved him. That person took back all his remains and stitched him together. That was the first time he met that person. The blood on his face was wiped away, and he was taken out of that place. Later, no one ever called him a madman again. Ming Yen snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes dark like ink, swirling with madness, and he chuckled lightly. It's really been a long time since I've heard someone call me that. Humph, but you're right, I am a madman. But what of it? Even you, the Demon King, and even he, the tyrant of magic, aren't you both now cooperating with this madman? Ming Yen tilted his head back, his voice cold and terrifying, with an unyielding chill in his eyes. You have time to question who I used, but wouldn't it be better if you thought about how to reclaim the power from Yufuyue and deal with those traitors? Emily turned around and looked at him because of his words. But all he saw was a wisp of black mist, which dissipated soon afterward. Ming Yen had already disappeared, hugging himself. Emily stared intently at where Ming Yen had been, his eyes flickering with uncertain light. On the other side, Yufuyue had returned to his residence. Little did he expect that just after bragging to Emily, when he pushed open the door, he saw Gu Xiuxue standing there wearing nothing but a thin undergarment. Yufuyue paused mid-step, his eyes flashing with incomprehensible emotions. Seeing that he had returned, Gu Xiuxue stood motionless at the doorway, made no hesitation, and stepped forward, hooking her arms around his neck, smiling with bright eyes. Ah, you came back at just the right time. I want. Alright, I will get it for master immediately. Yufuyue's voice sounded hoarse, clearly suppressing something. Gu Xiuxue was momentarily startled by his appearance, she hadn't even said what she wanted yet, and Yufuyue had already agreed. Then she suddenly felt the door close violently, and before she knew it, she was lifted up and carried toward the bed. Not so fast. Hold on. I didn't mean that. I only wanted to bathe with you. Almost instantly, Gu Xiuxue realized what Yufuyue was thinking. She subconsciously grabbed his robe, panicking as she spoke, but halfway through, she abruptly stopped. How was this sounding even more inappropriate? Especially when she remembered that once in the celestial realm, Shen Xinbai claimed he wanted to bathe with her, but in reality, Gu Xiuxue fell even quieter. Yufuyue also halted in his steps, but there was no intention of putting her down. He glanced sideways at Gu Xiuxue, his lips curling slightly upwards. It is indeed. Since master wishes it, this disciple naturally won't refuse. Yufuyue's eyes slightly curved as he smiled faintly, and with that, he turned around and went out of the door while holding him. Gu Xiuxue saw that he had no intention to continue, his eyes were clear and showed no hint of desire, which gave her a small sense of relief. He had initially intended to use the excuse of a shared bath to apply more soul-devouring ointment, almost forgetting about Shinshinbai's previous actions. Fortunately, Yufuyue was relatively cooperative. Gu Xiuxue was lost in her own thoughts. It wasn't until she was carried to the side of the bathtub that she came back to her senses. She looked at the steaming hot tub, moved her nose slightly, and casually said, "Did you light incense here? The smell of this incense is quite nice. If master likes it, then I'll light it in the room tomorrow." Yufuyue put her down with a smile. Feeling his gaze, Gu Xiuxue did not care much since they had already gone further in their interactions. Just looking wouldn't amount to anything major. Therefore, in front of him, she undressed herself completely, stepping into the bathtub. Yufuyue stared at her figure, his Adam's apple rolling, then without hesitation, took off his robes and entered the tub too. Gu Xiuxue turned around to face Yufuyue, walked up to him, and gave a gentle smile. She raised her hand to caress his face, looking into his hazy eyes. Then slowly, she lifted her other hand, the fingers that had already touched the soul-devouring ointment began circling on his chest. Suddenly, Yufuyue tightly grabbed her wrist, making her startled for a moment. Then, tilting his head questioningly with confusion. "What's wrong, you?" Yufuyue stared at her silently for a while before kissing her fingertips, sighing helplessly. "If master doesn't want to, then don't tempt me anymore. After all, there are some things I cannot control." As Yufuyue spoke, he had no intention of letting go of her hand but placed it in the water instead. "Master should know, I have no resistance to your allure. But speaking of it, didn't master teach Emoli when he encountered such a situation for the first time?" Yufuyue suddenly changed the subject, opening his mouth with a tinge of jealousy. Master was really good to him, even teaching him by hand and helping him with something like this. Gu Xiuxue stayed silent for a moment and submerged her other hand in the water. "Shall I help you too?" Chapter 109, Master is well behaved, Little Master is also cute. Until the very end. Yufuyue gently embraced him from behind. The corner of his eyes was tinged with a faint redness, his eyes full of satisfaction, and a hint of a smile curved at the corner of his lips. Gu Xiuxue lowered his gaze, staring at his hands in silence. Though they were already clean, there was still a trace of red on his palms. Right at that moment, the culprit who caused all this was hugging his waist, head resting against his shoulder, softly laughing. "Since master has helped me, let me help master as well, how about it?" Even though it sounded like a question, he clearly didn't intend to give Gu Xiuxue a chance to refuse, and immediately started without hesitation. Before Gu Xiuxue could react, due to Yufuyue's sudden movement, his body softened, and he leaned entirely into Yufuyue's embrace. His breathing became erratic. "Don't. Master, please relax." Yufuyue kissed Gu Xiuxue's earlobe, showing no sign of letting go. Gu Xiuxue struggled in vain, having no choice but to let him continue, letting him play at will until eventually losing himself completely. "Master is so obedient." Unsure how much time had passed, Yufuyue murmured in his ear and suddenly chuckled. "Little master is also adorable." Gu Xiuxue was stunned for 2 seconds, a look of confusion lingering in his eyes. When he finally realized, his ears turned red instantly, almost grinding his teeth as he spoke. "Yufuyue. Let go. How can master be still angry?" Yufuyue looked at him with an annoyed expression, deeper amusement gleaming in his eyes, but still obediently listened and let go. Gu Xiuxue snorted slightly and chose to ignore him, walking alone to the other side to continue soaking. It was unclear if it was because of the steam or embarrassment. At the moment, his whole body was tinged with a pale pink, especially on his face, where the faint redness lasted for a long time. But at this moment, with his back turned to Yufuyue, he did not know that after he turned away. Yufuyue's gaze was fixed firmly on his back, slowly raising his hand to press against his own chest. After pressing a few times, he ultimately let go of his hand, and a hint of melancholy crossed his eyes. Gu Xiuxue had not heard any sound from behind him. Finally, when that scorching gaze no longer rested on him, he could not resist turning around and looking back. But only then did he see that in the vast bathing pool, now only he remained. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Although somewhat puzzled, he did not have any intention of looking for the other. After all, these days Yufuyue virtually controlled the entire demon realm and had many matters to handle. Besides, his goal had already been achieved. They had just helped each other. If Yufuyue stayed any longer, God knows what might have happened. So, his departure was better. Just. A subtle tremor passed through Gu Xiuxue's heart. Was it his illusion? Why did he feel the scent here had changed? Although there was not a significant difference in the fragrance, he could still sense it. Without Yufuyue, Gu Xiuxue relaxed completely and did not pay too much attention to the change in the dry fragrance. In the end, he drifted off into a deep slumber, not knowing when he was carried away. He only remembered having a dream. It was a long, profound dream. He dreamed of when he first arrived in this world and received his first mission. He was tasked to play an antagonist bullying the protagonist. This was originally not a challenging task, yet when he saw that small kitten trembling fearfully with curled-up body, he felt pity. To let the protagonist grow and develop a thorough hatred towards him, he as the villain could kill him later. It didn't necessarily have to involve bullying the protagonist from childhood, since the world holds countless grudges. As long as the protagonist lost what he loved most and valued most, that would be enough to ignite his hatred. Thinking thus, he acted accordingly. The protagonist was bullied because of his identity from childhood, having no one or anything that cared for him. Thus, he decided to create someone special. Create it with his own hands, helping him to grow, then destroy it by his own hands. Originally, everything went according to his plan. Watching the pup he cherished carefully become an independent young man, the pitiable little one everyone once trampled upon turned into a revered demon king. Gu Xiuxue felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment and began arranging everything meticulously. Despite being a bit reluctant and untrusting, he would eventually leave. After all, he was the antagonist. However, what took him by surprise was that the arranged assassination failed. He did not die in the protagonist's arms as expected but instead revealed his true identity. Gu Xiuxue looked at the youth who was tightly embracing him, his eyes red from crying, and for a moment he felt disoriented. He always thought it shouldn't be like this. How could it not succeed? It should have succeeded. He was supposed to die in his arms. Where did it go wrong? Master, don't leave me, please don't leave me, all right? The young man's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with tears, pleading as he cried. Don't be so cruel. You promised you wouldn't abandon me, master. Gu Xiuxue could feel the youth's whole body trembling, as if he were about to shatter at any moment, making him feel a softness towards him. Opening his mouth, he reached out to gently stroke the youth's face, wiping away the bloodstain on his lips. Don't cry, my dear, stop crying. That sword should have pierced through his chest, but was stopped by the young man in front of him. Not knowing why it happened this way, but the outcome was clear, his plan had failed. Hurry and treat your wound, quickly. How can you ignore your injury? Where's the medicine? Aren't you always carrying plenty of it with you? Gu Xiuxue snapped back to reality from his daze, seeing the robe dyed red with blood on the youth's body, instantly panicking. Forgetting the strange feeling in his heart for a moment, he urgently fumbled around to find ointment. Gu Xiuxue didn't notice the gleam of laughter in his eyes but carefully applied the medicine, sighing helplessly. Young one, really? He wanted to say some words of reproach, but as soon as he thought of those people being his own arrangement, of his failed plan, he swallowed those words back. In the end, he tenderly stroked his wound and asked, does it hurt? It hurts a lot, master, it really hurts. But it doesn't when master touches it. The youth feigned pain, leaning directly into his arms, gazing at him pitifully, holding onto his hand without letting go, and even exposing his ears. Gu Xiuxue was momentarily speechless at his exaggerated act, yet he wasn't as anxious or worried as before. But Gu Xiuxue looked at the furry ears swaying in front of him and asked, slightly puzzled. Xiaolier, how did your ears turn black? Chapter 110. The young man in his arms paused, slightly tilting his head and looking up at him with a look of confusion tinged with resentment. Master, my ears have always been black. Also, didn't you used to call me Ayu? The youth's eyes brimmed with accusation as tears instantly welled up, swirling in his tear-filled eyes. He had already been crying, and his reddened eyes now blurred further. His forlorn expression was hard not to sympathize with. Who is Xiaolier that master speaks of? Does master have another disciple? Is it because of someone else that master no longer wants me? Gu Xiuxue froze for a moment, feeling a flicker of confusion within. Is this how it is? Were the protagonist's ears I raised actually black? Ayu. Ayu. This name did indeed sound familiar. Unable to figure it out, Gu Xiuxue frowned and felt a headache coming on, not wanting to delve deeper into these thoughts. As he saw the young man crying again in his arms, he could only push those thoughts aside, softening his tone as he began consoling. No, how could that be? I have only taken you as my sole disciple. Ayu, be a good child. Earlier, I lost my composure. I don't know why I called you by the wrong name, but it won't happen again. While consoling the youth, Gu Xiuxue attempted to inquire from the system if staying might affect his mission since he feared he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. However, he received no response from the system, no contact at all. It was as though the task and the so-called world traversal were nothing more than a dream. Gu Xiuxue's thoughts grew hazy. He didn't notice the flash of dark intent in the youth's eyes or the faint smirk curving his lips. He eventually stayed behind. Having grown attached to the boy he had nurtured himself, fearing the youth would be bullied after he left, he naturally found an excuse to stay longer. After remaining there, however, he was never able to re-establish communication with the system. On the contrary, the young man became increasingly clingy, demanding to sleep with him every night, insisting on preparing all 3 meals for him daily, and even tagging along when dealing with the affairs of the demon realm. Gu Xiuxue always felt their relationship had become too intimate, but the youth reassured him that this was normal behavior. Over time, he grew accustomed to it. Until that day when they drank together and became more intimately entangled. The youth held him close and vowed to take responsibility for him, while also expressing his deep affection and love for him. Biting his lip, Gu Xiuxue ultimately couldn't bring himself to push the young man away. What happened between them naturally culminated in a grand wedding. Everything seemed so natural. Wearing a red wedding gown, sitting in a room adorned with happiness characters and lit by red candles, Gu Xiuxue still felt somewhat disoriented. A faint voice deep inside told him things shouldn't be like this. He should have left long ago. He should not have remained here nor let such an inappropriate relationship develop with the boy he had nurtured, progressing even to the point of becoming husband and wife. But another voice whispered in his ear, "Isn't everything fine as it is? Isn't it fine, right now? Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue. Gu. Xiu. Xue. Wake up quickly. Gu Xiuxue. You must wake up immediately." When the short yet sharp voices rang in his ears, Gu Xiuxue furrowed his brows, massaged his temples, inexplicably feeling irritated, instinctively pushing the disturbance away. What was it? What was making so much noise? Gu Xiuxue. That voice suddenly grew shrill, causing Gu Xiuxue's heart to tremble, pupils dilating. A flood of blurred memories suddenly became crystal clear. This isn't how it should be. Gu Xiuxue abruptly sat up in bed, unconcerned about the blanket slipping off his body. Gripping the blanket tightly, his fingertips turned white. Staring blankly at some spot in the void, clearly still lost in the remnants of the dream, cold sweat dotted his forehead. This display alarmed System Space 311 greatly. "Are you okay, Gu Xiuxue? I couldn't wake you up no matter how much I tried, you scared me to death." Wah! Upon hearing its voice, Gu Xiuxue finally returned to reality. He pressed his lips together, unable to understand why he'd had such a dream. And that dream was too real, so much so that when he woke up, he momentarily couldn't distinguish between dream and reality. "Stop crying." Gu Xiuxue's tone was cold and tinged with impatience. He paused for a moment, then softened somewhat before speaking. "I'm fine, I just had a strange dream." He then proceeded to recount the dream he had. 311 was unusually silent for a while before responding. "I tried to wake you because Emily had snuck out earlier and stared at you for quite some time. I wanted to rouse you so that you two could strategize on how to deal with you Fuyue. But for some reason, no matter how much I called, I couldn't wake you up. 311's tone turned serious. "Although I didn't detect anything abnormal, this was definitely not an ordinary dream, it's definitely related to you Fuyue. Ah! That you Fuyue has it coming. Making you forget about me in your dream, how infuriating. So infuriating." As 311 continued, it gradually grew more irate. Interrupted by its outburst, Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but curve his lips slightly, his mood easing considerably. "Don't get upset, it was just a dream. Besides, if Emily was able to leave and find his way here, he must be doing fine." As Gu Xiuxue spoke, he couldn't suppress a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. Even though he knew Emily was the protagonist and had raised him himself, combined with the assurance from 311, he hadn't been overly worried. However, since he wasn't fully aware of Emily's condition, now knowing that he was safe gave him complete peace of mind. Still, he wondered where Yufuyue had gone. After all, since he had been brought back by Yufuyue, it was the first time that person had disappeared for such a long period. Thinking this, Gu Xiuxue asked outright. "Oh, him?" The reason he could take control of the demon realm so quickly, aside from years of planning, was also because his face looks exactly like Emily's. However, someone revealed his true identity and his actions to some demon elders and powerful demons. Over these past few days, they've been causing quite a commotion, threatening Yufuyue to release Emily immediately. Some are even taking this opportunity to make their move and seize power. 311 spoke in a light tone, clearly relishing Yufuyue's misfortune. Yufuyue might be adept at alchemy, but as he is only one manifestation of Emily's heart demons, his cultivation isn't very high. Dealing with those people must be a hassle, and he probably doesn't have the energy to bother you right now. However, the moment after he finished speaking, the door to the room opened. 311. Gu Xiuxue. Instinctively, Gu Xiuxue looked up. He was somewhat surprised because the person who entered was not Yufuyue, but rather. Chapter 111, he's getting married. How did he not know again? Ian. Why are you here? Gu Xiuxue was surprised, clearly not expecting Lingyan to be the person who came in. Brother. Upon seeing him, Lingyan's eyes lit up as she eagerly jumped into his arms. He instinctively flipped off the bed and caught her, glancing at the door once more. Sure enough, he saw Ming Yan dressed in black standing outside. Gu Xiuxue subtly furrowed her brows momentarily, then turned her attention back to Lingyan, asking gently. Why have you come? I missed you. Oh brother, your wife-to-be says she will marry you. Is that true? Lingyan tilted her head, gazing at Gu Xiuxue with curious eyes as she asked. Hearing her address him that way, Gu Xiuxue fell silent for a moment but didn't dwell on it, instead focusing on the marriage part. He's getting married to me. But he has never mentioned it to me. Even though he hasn't told you, he's already been arranging people to prepare for this. The entire demon realm knows about it. Ming Yan had already walked inside and closed the door, chuckling lightly as he added. At the time when he consolidated power over the demon realm, he had started making preparations. Even the wedding attire is ready. But no one knew for whom he was preparing it until recently, when rumors spread indicating it was you. Pausing for a moment, Ming Yan continued, I've seen the invitation he wrote, the date is set 3 days from now, and yet, I can't believe he hasn't told you yet. Gu Xiuxue. This storyline felt oddly familiar to him. It reminded him of Shen Xinbai earlier. Everyone knew he was supposed to get married except him. Should he say, fitting for the protagonist? They all like doing things without consulting anyone first. In some aspects, they're exactly alike. Are these two perhaps half-brothers by different fathers? Gu Xiuxue criticized silently in his heart, but maintained an indifferent expression outwardly. Now I know. So what brings you here today? And why did you bring Ian along? Gu Xiuxue calmly questioned while tightening his hold on Ling Yan slightly. Although he currently has cooperation with this Ming Yan, he still doesn't trust him. He had very little interaction with the ghost race of the underworld, apart from when he brought back a young ghost child initially to maintain his villainous identity. Looking at Ming Yan before him, memories of a youthful face flashed through Gu Xiuxue's mind, darkening his gaze. At that time, he played the role of a villain and should have trained that ghost child into his most lethal weapon against the main character, both destined to die under the main character's hands. But he didn't do so. Instead, after picking him up, he took good care of him, even preparing a retreat route early for the child. That way, even if he himself would eventually die under the protagonist's hand, the child wouldn't have any issues. Unfortunately, plans always change unexpectedly. The child acted particularly obedient and well-behaved in front of him but secretly killed many who attempted to approach him, using extremely cruel methods. People said that he disliked Emoli, so the child pretended to behave in front of him while secretly plotting to kill Emoli using his authority behind his back. Almost succeeded. And it was only then he realized everything the child had done behind his back. In the end, when his plan failed and the child was severely injured, he sent him back to the underworld. However, being so gravely injured and directly discarded back to the underworld while having offended the demon realm surely meant he was long dead by now. As Gu Xiuxue thought this, he lowered his gaze. He still remembered how, upon leaving after tossing the boy into the underworld, the child reached out with bloodied hands, grabbing onto his cloak. He begged for another chance, an opportunity to stay by his side. The child knew that, given his dire situation and severe injuries, he would certainly perish in the underworld. He also knew that the former Demon King's men were keeping tabs on him closely. If anything linked to assassination attempts tied back to him, the Demon King wouldn't hesitate to strike him down mercilessly. Even though Emoli was the son the Demon King disliked, he couldn't resist killing him, the major demon controlling most of the power in the demon realm. Thus, he left. Without answering the child, unaware how he met his end. Don't be so wary. We're friends now, aren't we? I have absolute trust and candor towards my friends. Why such caution? Ming Yan shrugged indifferently, throwing up his hands, drawing Gu Xiuxue's thoughts back. I brought him over because this child wanted to see his brother and ask how much medicine you've been using on him. Gu Xiuxue was momentarily stunned, then replied indifferently, not much, only twice, and the dosage wasn't large. Ming Yan nodded thoughtfully, sighing, that's truly regrettable, but it's for the better. At least we won't be discovered. Gu Xiuxue let out a light humph, unwilling to continue with this topic. If you came today just to say these things, then you might as well go back. Moli is very worried about you, so I came by to check on you for him. Ming Yan smiled faintly, these past few days, Yufuyu should be too busy to even touch the ground, so she'll have no time to bother you. Gu Xiuxue looked at him silently, not speaking, while listening to him continue. Even so, he still controlled those beast races with drugs, planning to marry you. Emoli intends to make his move on the wedding day, so during the next 3 days, you just need to find an opportunity to apply a bit more to him. We'll handle the rest. Listening to his words, Gu Xiuxue fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly, understood. Since that's settled, I'll take my leave first. You two can reminisce about old times. Ming Yan said this, then glanced at Ling Yan, enigmatically opening his mouth. The Demon Lord's younger brother is really cute. I noticed his invitation was also sent to the 2 young princes of the demon realm, which is good. It'll be lively with more people. Gu Xiuxue frowned, sensing there was something implied in his words, but didn't dwell on it. Ever since he learned about what the child did behind his back, he held little favor towards people from the netherworld, especially the ghost race, even somewhat repulsed by them. If it weren't for their current utility, if it weren't for Emoli also cooperating with him. Gu Xiuxue closed his eyes, Ming Yan turned around without hesitation and left. The moment he turned around, the smile vanished from his face, leaving only coldness in his eyes. Brother Gu, don't listen to what that bad guy just said. He's so nasty. Ling Yan tugged at Gu Xiuxue's sleeve, pulling his thoughts back, whispering. I don't like him. The smell on him is overwhelming, incense can't cover it, he must have killed countless people. Gu Xiuxue pinched his cheeks, softening his tone and gently speaking. Yes, he's definitely a bad guy. So little Ian, you must protect yourself. If he dares to do anything to you, remember to tell Brother Gu right away. Chapter 112, Xiu Shui is going to get married, and Abai also received the invitation. Brother Gu, don't worry. I will definitely protect myself. If he really dares to do anything to me, I'll bite him to death. Ling Yan patted her little chest and spoke seriously, showing 2 slightly sharp teeth as she opened her mouth. Gu Xiaoshui watched her acting fierce and couldn't help but lift the corner of his lips, softly laughing, then ruffled her head. Ah, brother Gu, don't rub my head like that. They say it will stop me from growing taller. Ling Yan instinctively covered her head and looked at Gu Xiaoshui pitifully, revealing a hint of grievance in her eyes. You child, who told you rubbing your head will prevent you from growing? Your older brother Emoli was always rubbed by me since childhood, and now isn't he still taller than me? Gu Xiaoshui couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously, but watching Ling Yan's sulky face improved his mood greatly. A thought involuntarily arose within him. He suddenly felt it might be fine to stay like this, just as it was now. Just staying here, not giving you Fuyu any more medicine. Staying here seems fine, doesn't it? Gu Xiaoshui lost himself in thought for a moment, but quickly calmed down. No, they've come this far, plus Emoli is planning to make his move. He only needs to give you Fuyu one more dose of the medicine, and everything will be over. Then, he could return to his world, while those in this world would return to their proper paths. Gu Xiaoshui looked at his hands, his gaze darkening momentarily, then remembered that dream. For some time now, he'd felt something was off with himself, yet 311 had failed to uncover any reason. He didn't feel anything unusual about his body either, though he couldn't quite articulate what was wrong. But his intuition told him that Yu Fuyu had probably done something to him. Still, none of it mattered now. With 3 days left, everything would soon end. Gu Xiaoshui quietly thought, suppressing the emotions within, and smiled as he said. The sun is nice today, shall we go outside and bask in it together, Yan? Sure. Although Ling Yan didn't know why Gu Xiaoshui suddenly suggested basking in the sun, she obediently nodded her head. Gu Xiaoshui carried her to the peach grove, and just after lying down for a bit, Yu Fuyu came searching. Yu Fuyu stopped his steps from afar, looking at the person lying under the peach blossoms, his lips curving into a smile, softening his eyes. Gu Xiaoshui originally planned to take a nap, such a good sunny day would have been wasted if not used for sleep. But he'd already slept enough, and now he couldn't fall asleep anymore. Besides, there was Ling Yan playing nearby, leaving no mood for sleep. So, he decided to stay awake with them. Ling Yan had pulled some white flowered vines from somewhere, weaving several flower wreaths and binding peaches onto them. She placed one of the prettier flower wreaths on Gu Xiaoshui's head, put another one on her own, and clapped her hands, smiling with bright eyes. Brother truly looks handsome. However, Gu Xiaoshui noticed Yu Fuyu standing not too far away, raising his eyebrows before reweaving a new flower ring with the remaining vines. At the instant their gazes met, Yu Fuyu also walked toward them, sitting down right beside them. As soon as he settled down, Gu Xiaoshui placed the freshly woven flower ring on his head, smiling as he said. It suits you very well. Yu Fuyu subconsciously reached up to touch the flower ring on his head, first stunned, then sparking light in his eyes, filling them with joy. Naturally made by master, how can it not look good? I'm glad you like it. Gu Xiaoshui smiled, but Ling Yan indignantly blurted out, I want one too. I want one too. Brother favors him. Not even giving me one. Gu Xiaoshui helplessly said, isn't there none left? Yu Fuyu silently observed them, not saying a word, but his slightly raised corners revealed his good mood. In fact, his attention had all been focused on Gu Xiaoshui, without noticing what the flower ring looked like. Yet he hesitated to remove it and examine closely, because it was personally made and placed on him by Gu Xiaoshui. Even that silver whip was lured from him using Emoli's identity. Only this flower wreath, it was given to him by Gu Xiaoshui, not Emoli. That was enough. Yu Fuyu watched Gu Xiaoshui's cheerful, smiling face, silently thinking in his heart, that was enough. By the way, I heard that you are going to marry me. How come I don't know about this matter? Gu Xiaoshui sent Ling Yan away, telling her to find more vines on her own, then casually asked as he leaned against Yu Fuyu's shoulder. He clearly noticed Yu Fuyu's body stiffening slightly, and then he heard him speaking with a gentle tone. Yes, I admire Master deeply and wish to be with you. I've wanted this for a long time, and now that there's finally a chance to fulfill my desire, of course, I don't want to give it up. Master, could you indulge me just this once? Yu Fuyu, as he spoke, embraced Gu Xiaoshui's waist, almost pulling him into his arms, and softly sighed. Master, if you're unwilling, it doesn't matter. If you don't want it, I won't force you. Being with Master is my only wish in life. Yu Fuyu paused momentarily, and despite the smile on his face, the loneliness in his eyes was impossible to hide. But being able to be together with Master like this already makes me feel very satisfied. If one day I die and fade away, there will be no regrets. Gu Xiaoshui's fingers instinctively curled, and his heart trembled along with it. He didn't know if Yu Fuyu had truly sensed something, but he thought perhaps he did. After all, someone who had plotted against Emoli for so long and managed to gain control over the demon world in such a short time, what could possibly escape his notice? Gu Xiaoshui closed his eyes, and lightly said. I just think marriage is a big deal and you should have told me first. You can't let me find out on the wedding day. The light in Yu Fuyu's eyes brightened immediately, and he laughed like a child who got his candy, showing his ears as he hugged Gu Xiaoshui and kept rubbing against him back and forth. Master. I knew you were the best. Gu Xiaoshui smiled helplessly. Well, he was leaving anyway. Just getting married, if it made him happy, it wasn't that significant after all. Yu Fuyu had already started hugging him, chattering on about his plans. Master, don't worry. I've already arranged everything. We'll go try on our wedding outfits in a while. I prepared 37 sets, Master can try them one by one to see which ones you like. Tomorrow, we'll send out the invitations. However, Yu Fuyu didn't know yet that an invitation had already been sent to the Divine Realm, and directly into the hands of Divine Lord Shen Xianbai. Shen Xianbai frowned at the invitation in his hand, speaking coldly. The Demon King is going to marry the Demon Lord. Our Divine Realm has always had a poor relationship with the Demon World, and now their alliance will be disadvantageous for the Divine Realm. Qingyu, what do you think about this matter? A bewildered Qingyu beside them responded. Just watch from the side. Oh my goodness. Heaven. Could anyone tell her why her respected lord decided to marry the Demon King so suddenly? So. Does this mean before, when Lord refused to be with Shen Xianbai, it was because he liked the Demon King? Qingyu gasped sharply, feeling as if she'd discovered something major. In the blink of an eye, she had imagined several grand stories spanning millions of words concerning the love and grudges among the divine, demon, and mortal realms. Qingyu couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of her esteemed lord. Shen Xianbai didn't pay attention to Qingyu's anomaly but put away the invitation and said indifferently. Since the invitation has already come into this humble one's hands, I'll personally attend. Qingyu, prepare a generous gift for me. Chapter 113, We'll Get Dirty. Good. I'll go. No, Lord Shen, please wait a moment. This matter can be handled by me. You have so many things in the celestial realm to deal with, how can you go to the demon realm? Qingyu almost bit her tongue. Initially somewhat excited at the prospect of using this opportunity to visit the demon realm, she immediately became serious upon hearing Shen Xinbai's words. Lord Shen just said that now the dark realm and the demon realm have suddenly become friendly, which is very unfavorable to our celestial realm. Who knows what they're plotting behind closed doors? So, this time, I'll investigate the situation. Lord Shen should remain in the celestial realm. If anything happens, you can deal with it promptly. Qingyu spoke earnestly, causing even Shen Xinbai to pause in contemplation for a moment. Lord Shen, don't overthink it. Rest assured, this time when I go to the demon realm, I will thoroughly probe their intentions. With a smile, Qingyu prepared to leave and gather her belongings. Wait. Shen Xinbai stopped her with his voice, still maintaining a cold tone. This servant will accompany you. The celestial realm is currently stable, it wouldn't hurt for this servant to take a look. Qingyu. Her fists clenched tightly, this man's surname Shen wasn't going to let this go, was he? Should she just knock him out? Qingyu seriously considered the possibility of trapping Shen Xinbai in the celestial realm and preventing him from entering the demon realm. After all, everyone in the 6 realms knew about Shen Xinbai's marriage to Gu Xiaoshui. Although Qingyu had already erased all traces of Gu Xiaoshui in the celestial realm and explicitly forbidden anyone from mentioning the past, if Shen Xinbai really went along, there would inevitably be whispers. At that point, whether Shen Xinbai remembered the past or not, merely knowing the events between them would create trouble for Lord Shen. With her hands hanging loosely by her sides, hidden under her voluminous sleeves, Qingyu silently clenched her fists before loosening them again. How infuriating. She truly couldn't match Shen Xinbai's strength. If only she could defeat Shen Xinbai, she could eliminate him and ascend to become the celestial sovereign herself, thereby making the celestial realm part of their own. Qingyu silently thought, but as she turned around, she looked at Shen Xinbai and smiled faintly. Fine, I'll make the arrangements. It seemed she had no choice but to play it by ear, sticking closely to Shen Xinbai and ensuring others didn't talk recklessly in front of him. Go ahead. Shen Xinbai nodded calmly, and only after watching the figure of the young woman vanish did he lower his gaze to the nearly crumpled invitation in his hand. A ripple of emotion passed through his usually cold eyes. His lips were tightly pressed together as if unable, or unwilling, to utter any words. Merely gazing at the names on the invitation made his mind swirl with confusion. It felt like a heavy stone pressing down on his chest, suffocating him. Yet, he had no idea why. He vaguely recalled that in the past, the celestial realm had intended to forge a bond with the demon realm. He had even met the Demon King a few times, but he couldn't remember why it eventually came to nothing. Judging from the current state, this must have something to do with the Demon Sovereign. However, the Demon Sovereign. Shen Xinbai's brows furrowed deeply as his eyes fixated on the name, Gu Xiaoshui. Looking at these 3 characters brought nothing but blankness to his mind, accompanied only by an indistinct shadow. The relationship between the celestial realm and the dark realm had always been fraught with tension. The same was true for every incumbent demon sovereign and celestial sovereign. By rights, he and the demon sovereign should have been eternal enemies, yet he lacked any memory concerning this being. All he knew came from what Qingyu had told him. Qingyu had mentioned a great battle against the demon sovereign where he suffered severe injuries and had been recuperating in the Lingyun Hall, resulting in memory loss. Though Shinshinbai harbored some doubts about her explanation, upon investigating further, everything checked out as she claimed. But ever since then, he had always felt an emptiness within his heart. Now, simply staring at this name caused a shiver to run through his soul. Thus, for this wedding of the Demon King, he had to attend personally. The mere mention of this name was enough to stir his emotions, sparking his curiosity. Unaware of all this, Gu Xiuxue stood silently, inspecting the wedding robes laid before her. Indeed, each set was exquisitely crafted, captivating and hard to avert one's gaze. Touching the sleeve of one outfit, Gu Xiuxue could only think one thing, long planned. 1,000-year snow pearls, ice silkworm threads, phoenix feathers. Each elaborate and luxurious robe was adorned with treasures that were extremely difficult to acquire, certainly not something that could be prepared in a short time. Yu Fuyue must have started making preparations a long time ago. This realization made Gu Xiuxue's eyelashes tremble slightly as she silently loosened her grip. Master, is there something wrong? Don't you like this set? Then let's take a look at the others. Yu Fuyue, standing behind and wrapping his arms around her waist, asked with a smile that curved his eyebrows, looking completely in high spirits. Gu Xiuxue softly sighed and tilted her head, asking somewhat perplexed. Why do you like me so much? Since you've said you existed before I met Emoli, you weren't created because of me. So why are you so fixated on me? Gu Xiuxue couldn't figure it out. Yu Fuyue was Emoli's heart demon, but he wasn't caused by him. So why was he so fond of him? Master, you're too kind. Yu Fuyue gazed at him seriously. You were the first person who said you would protect me. You promised to protect me, yet you treated him so well. At first, I just couldn't accept it, why someone as useless as him could win your favor. Why, even though you saw me first, you still couldn't distinguish between him and me. I just wanted to compete with him, wanted to take everything from him. But master, you are different. Yu Fuyue hooked his lips faintly. You are the first person, and the only person, who has ever been good to me. Master, you saved me countless times. Though you confused me with him, it's fine. I will always remember. He gently grasped Gu Xiuxue's hand, kissed his fingertips, and whispered softly. So, my life belongs to you too. To get you, I would willingly pay any price. And if you want anything, all of mine can be yours. Gu Xiuxue could clearly hear her own chaotic heartbeat and feel Yu Fuyue's heavy breathing. But she didn't know what to say, merely forcing herself to suppress the strange emotions within her heart, nodding slightly. Let go when you're done hugging. Let me try on this one. All right. Master, I'll help you put it on. Yu Fuyue smiled particularly obediently, but his words made Gu Xiuxue fall silent for a moment. These familiar words, this familiar scene. If there was no mishap expected, an accident was bound to happen. Gu Xiuxue's eyelid twitched, but she still indulged Yu Fuyue's movements. As predicted, the guy was indeed not being proper while helping her dress. It'll get dirty. Gu Xiuxue noticed Yu Fuyue attempting to remove that snow pearl and instinctively wanted to refuse, her heart tightening. However, Yu Fuyue instead removed the entire string and coaxed her gently. It doesn't matter, there are plenty more. If Master truly likes this set, I can have clean ones sent over. Chapter 114, How could there be so many tricks? Gu Xiuxue was finally carried back by Yu Fuyue. He was melancholic and helpless. He truly hadn't expected that just trying on wedding clothes would result in him being exhausted, leaving him no choice but to be carried back by Yu Fuyue. This guy was indeed more excessive than Shinshinbai. He had never imagined that anyone could come up with so many tricks about such a matter. Even though he had read quite a few novels before on this subject, he only thought they were part of fictional stories. There is always a gap between novels and reality, but who would have thought that one day it would become real, and happen to him? The corners of Gu Xiuxue's eyes were slightly red as he thought bitterly to himself, yet he felt too weak to argue with Yu Fuyue about anything. Moreover, considering their current relationship, there really wasn't much need for argument. He didn't pity himself either, as Yu Fuyue wasn't in any better state, looking even more disheveled than him. If he weren't currently in Yu Fuyue's arms, just standing together might make others think the opposite of who had bullied whom. And he took this opportunity to apply some medicine to Yu Fuyue again. What he should do was finished. Gu Xiuxue secretly calculated if this counted as reclaiming a bit of lost ground. But soon, he had little energy left to ponder these things. As soon as he returned to the room, a wave of drowsiness overcame him. To be precise, it was when he smelled that familiar scent. Something felt wrong to Gu Xiuxue, and he remembered his recent abnormality. He raised his hand slightly, his lips parted faintly, intending subconsciously to say something. But he was too tired. He was far too tired, and nothing came out. In the end, he just leaned against his shoulder, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Faced with his sudden slumber, Yu Fuyue showed not a hint of surprise. He merely paused in his steps, gently placing him on the bed, kissed his brow tenderly, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. Master, whatever you want, I will give it to you. But still, I don't want to be separated from you. Holding Gu Xiuxue's hand, their fingers intertwined, he kissed the back of his hand. It was hard to finally get you, to let you willingly marry me. I won't let go. Yu Fuyue sat quietly by the bedside, watching Gu Xiuxue as if he couldn't get enough of someone he sees every single night. A spiritual butterfly flew in from the window, landing on his fingertip. Yu Fuyue's smile gradually disappeared, his eyes becoming fierce and ruthless. He expressionlessly crushed the butterfly, murmuring softly. Damn, finally having time to spend with Master, and something has to disrupt things at this moment. But soon he regained his gentle and amiable demeanor, releasing Gu Xiuxue's hand, covering him well with the quilt, pressing the edges carefully, speaking to himself. Master, there's no need to worry, these are just trivial matters. I absolutely won't let anyone interfere with our marriage. However, Master, you should forget them earlier. For you, Master, having your disciple is enough. Yu Fuyue's tone was very intimate, yet there was a coldness in his eyes. After saying that, he got up and left. Only leaving Gu Xiuxue behind, deep in a serene and pleasant dream. When Gu Xiuxue woke up, he was still groggy, his eyes full of confusion. After a while, he raised his hand to cover his eyes, noticing that there seemed to be someone sitting beside him. Soon, he lowered his hand and turned his head to look over. At this moment, his eyes were already clear, yet those beautiful eyes were abnormally clear. Ayu. I'm hungry. Supporting himself on the bed, Gu Xiuxue sat up, feeling completely drained but unable to remember what had happened. He naturally leaned into Yu Fuyue, hugging his waist. His voice was soft, with a faint touch of coquetry. So hungry. Yu Fuyue captured his expression, lifting his hand to stroke his face, gently rubbing the corners of his eyes. Gu Xiuxue silently withdrew his hand, looking at him perplexed. What's wrong? Nothing. What does Master want to eat? I'll have it prepared immediately. Yu Fuyue suddenly embraced Gu Xiuxue tightly, the curve at the corner of his lips impossible to suppress, laughter almost spilling from his eyes, mixed with an underlying trace of madness. It worked. The last attempt somehow failed, so he carefully adjusted the fragrance without much confidence, but unexpectedly, it succeeded this time. Gu Xiuxue didn't understand why Yu Fuyue had suddenly become so excited, but he still subconsciously reached out to return the embrace. After a moment's thought, he spoke up. I want peach blossom cakes. Alright, I'll have them made immediately. Yu Fuyue loosened his hold on Gu Xiuxue, gently tidying up his slightly disheveled black hair before cupping his face and pressing a kiss to his lips. It's so good, Master. Gu Xiuxue's ears tinged slightly red as he blankly stared at Yu Fuyue. Even though they had already done far more intimate things together, why did he still feel something was off? Gu Xiuxue couldn't pinpoint what exactly felt wrong. Yet, faced with Yu Fuyue initiating such kisses, he wasn't repulsed. Never mind, why was he overthinking this? Gu Xiuxue pushed down the confusion in his heart and just pinched Yu Fuyue's cheek with a soft smile. You're quite clingy today, little Ayu. I had a nightmare and was afraid Master wouldn't want me anymore. Yu Fuyue couldn't help but reveal his ears as he nuzzled against him, rubbing himself all over Gu Xiuxue while whining cutely. How could Master ever not want you? Holding him tightly, Gu Xiuxue kissed his ear, softening his tone as he patiently consoled him. Don't be afraid, dreams are always the opposite. We're getting married tomorrow, how could we possibly not want you? A faint smile played on Yu Fuyue's lips as he responded softly. For him, everything now felt like a dream come true. It was the most beautiful dream he had crafted for himself, and even knowing it might be false, he willingly sank into it without hesitation. Gu Xiuxue thought Yu Fuyue was acting strange. Today, Yu Fuyue seemed especially attached to him. If Gu Xiuxue hadn't firmly refused, Yu Fuyue would likely have carried him around wherever he went. But whenever Yu Fuyue revealed his ears and tail and acted coquettishly toward him, Gu Xiuxue found it impossible to say no. Sighing helplessly, Gu Xiuxue lifted his hand to tap Yu Fuyue's forehead. You know just how to make my heart soften. You're the one who indulges me. If Master didn't allow it, then no matter what I do, you wouldn't yield, right? Yu Fuyue smiled lightly with an arch in his eyebrows, his gaze meeting Gu Xiuxue's tender and doting eyes fearlessly. Yes, who could resist our sweet little Ayu being so obedient? Gu Xiuxue glanced at their intertwined hands, a slight curve appearing on his lips. Alright, haven't you said that tomorrow is our wedding day? Today, you're supposed to show me how well you've decorated everything, right? Certainly. As he followed Yu Fuyue into the grand hall, looking at the red silk lanterns, the lucky character decorations, and the lit red candles, Gu Xiuxue felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. This didn't feel right. Chapter 115, the peach blossom cake we owe should be made up. Yu Fuyue suddenly turned around and hugged him. In the fiery red scene before his eyes, his gaze was fervent. Master, I've already sent out all the invitations. Tomorrow, I will let everyone know that you are mine. Gu Xiuxue raised an eyebrow, lifting her hand to hook Yu Fuyue's neck. She left a kiss on the corner of his lips, hummed lightly, and said. It's clearly about letting them know that you are mine, so that those elders won't bother you all day long. The laughter in Yu Fuyue's eyes deepened as he raised his hand to caress Gu Xiuxue's face. His fingertips gently massaged the corners of her eyes, murmuring unconsciously. How wonderful. If only I could always be like this with Master. Of course you can. What? Are you planning to look for someone else in the future? Gu Xiushui didn't understand why Yu Fuyu would say such a thing all of a sudden, but still teased with a smile while gesturing at his neck. If you ever dare to look for someone else. She didn't finish her sentence before Yu Fuyu grabbed her wrist. No, I will never look for anyone else. There's only master in my heart, and in this life, there is only master. Yu Fuyu spoke solemnly and earnestly with fervent eyes. Such demeanor made Gu Xiushui stop momentarily in surprise. He still felt something wasn't right, but didn't think much of it. He just pinched the soft flesh on Yu Fuyu's face and smiled. Why be so serious? Of course I know you won't look for someone else. It's just idle talk for now. Anyway, tomorrow is our wedding day. Are all preparations done? Gu Xiushui changed the topic. Yu Fuyu also smiled and responded. All preparations are done. The invitations have been sent out too. A few people arrived at the demon realm immediately after receiving the invitation. But I've already arranged for them. I always trust the way you handle things. Gu Xiushui nodded without asking too many questions. Yu Fuyu paused briefly before asking. Master, wouldn't you like to meet them? Why should I see them? After all, I will see them tomorrow. These matters are best left to you for arrangement. Gu Xiushui replied confusedly. Yu Fuyu's gaze flickered before smiling and saying. They are after all from the demon realm, and they're also the two little disciples master has accepted. I thought master would want to see them. After hearing that, Gu Xiushui was startled, furrowing her brows and instinctively rubbing her head. Yu Fuyu observed her changes in expression, tightening his own heart as well. His smile gradually disappeared, but he immediately supported her, softly inquiring. Master, what's wrong? Is somewhere uncomfortable? Or we should go back to rest a bit. No need. Perhaps I've slept too much these past days, feeling a bit dizzy. You, take me out for a walk. Gu Xiushui shook her head, looking at Yu Fuyu who was full of concern, maintaining a normal expression. As for my two little disciples, just make arrangements through someone. It's so important yet they still only come when invited with an invitation. Saying that, Gu Xiushui lightly snorted, obviously somewhat displeased, and her tone became colder. Arrange their places farther away. They are getting accustomed to bad manners without even basic courtesy. All right. Yu Fuyu continued to hold her hand, interlacing their fingers. Not knowing what she was thinking, she suddenly leaned on her shoulder and spoke. I thought master would indulge them as she indulges me. After all, it seems like master cares about them quite a bit. How can they compare with my dear Yu? Gu Xiushui comforted with a smile, then added after some contemplation. They are ultimately my disciples, and being indulgent towards them is fine usually, but not distinguishing priorities in something this important. I definitely need to give them a proper lesson afterward. Whatever master says, goes. Yu Fuyu readily agreed, a wave of joy spreading in her heart. Even though she knew the reason for Gu Xiushui's reaction today stemmed from the dream she had woven and those false memories replaced through dreams. But so what? At least in her mind now, there is only her, and she is undoubtedly the most unique existence. She is the beloved disciple that master loves most, the one favored without limit, rather than Emoli, the worthless one. Master, let me take you outside for a breath of fresh air. Yu Fuyu took Gu Xiushui to the peach blossom grove again. On the way, they encountered many demon clansmen holding items, bowing respectfully when they saw them. Everywhere within sight was a striking red, festive and lively to behold, and it seemed that one's mood couldn't help but improve. As Gu Xiushui passed by the crowd, she could hear their respectful words, along with various blessings, and quiet discussions about how well suited the two of them were. But when they reached the peach blossom grove, everything grew quiet. The vast peach blossom forest was now home only to her and Yu Fuyu. Gu Xiushui stood under a peach tree, watching as blossoms drifted down with the wind. She instinctively reached out to catch one. Lowering her gaze, she looked at the pink petals in her palm. Her dark hair and clothing fluttered in the wind, swirling into arcs that entwined with the peach blossoms. Suddenly, a flash of light ran through Gu Xiushui's mind. Lifting her eyes, she smiled at Yu Fuyu beside her and said. Ah Yu, it seems like it has been quite a while since we last made peach blossom cakes together, hasn't it? Yu Fuyu froze, almost holding his breath. He could hear the quick beats of his heart as he slowly and stiffly nodded his head. Yes, it has been a long time. Let's pick some peach blossoms, I'll make you some peach blossom cakes. It seemed that Gu Xiushui hadn't noticed Yu Fuyu's abnormality, as all her attention was on the peach blossoms before her. She carefully selected the best flowers, humming softly all the while. Yu Fuyu quietly watched her from under the tree, his lips curling slightly despite himself. To be exact, Gu Xiushui had never made him any peach blossom cakes. The ones she used to make were for Emoli. It was only during those rare moments when he managed to gain control over the body that he got to eat a couple of pieces. In fact, he didn't particularly enjoy peach blossom cakes before. He wasn't like Emoli, that useless person. That sweet and sticky kind of thing, he actually disliked it. But anything made by Gu Xiushui, no matter what, he liked it. When Yu Fuyu accompanied Gu Xiushui back with the picked peach blossoms, he finally couldn't help asking. Master, why did you suddenly think of making peach blossom cakes? Gu Xiaoshui slightly startled, tilting her head slightly, pondering deeply before answering. Just now, looking at these peach blossoms reminded me. I seem to have promised to make peach blossom cakes for a friend. But it was so long ago, I can barely remember what he looked like now. Maybe it was a dream. Recently, I've been finding it hard to distinguish dreams from reality. Gu Xiaoshui spoke, lamenting somewhat worriedly. Anyway, it's not that important. I remembered you like eating peach blossom cakes too, and it's been such a long time since I've made any. Let's see if I'm still good at it. Chapter 116, A Place of Slaughter, Abai has arrived. Yu Fuyue's heart suddenly trembled as he remembered what had happened in the inn before. At that time, to make Gu Xiaoshui feel sorry for him, he brought up the peach blossom cake. Gu Xiaoshui said that if there was a chance, he would make it for Yu Fuyue to eat. But he clearly erased all those memories. Could it be that his fragrance was causing issues again? Gu Xiaoshui was completely unaware of Yu Fuyue's thoughts and continued walking with a light step. It wasn't until they had walked quite far that he realized Yu Fuyue was still standing in the same spot, not following. He stopped, turned around, waved at him, and smiled warmly, his eyes curving. Hurry up, little Ayu. Coming, master. In just a moment of deep thought, Yu Fuyue had thrown away all those concerns. No matter how things played out, the current situation wasn't bad either. All the way until night, when the two were lying on the same bed. Gu Xiaoshui directly flipped over and straddled Yu Fuyue, looking down at him. Ayu, are you hiding something from me? I feel like you've been acting strange today, happy one moment and then lost the next. Did those old coots give you trouble again? It's nothing. Just thinking about our wedding tomorrow, I'm a bit nervous. Yu Fuyue's Adam's apple moved as he lifted his hand and pinched Gu Xiaoshui's waist, his eyes darkening. But a thread of remaining rationality restrained him from continuing his actions. In the end, he only opened his mouth hoarsely. Master, don't fool around. Rest well tonight, or we'll be late for the auspicious hour tomorrow. Is that so? Gu Xiaoshui narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly lowering his body to face Yu Fuyue, their breaths entwining at the closeness. He spoke softly, Ayu, I am not just your master, but also your husband. If anything happens, you must tell me. If they bully you, do not bear it alone, understood? Yu Fuyue's eyebrows curved slightly, and he directly hugged Gu Xiaoshui, flipping him over and pressing down on him, giving his earlobe a not too light bite as he whispered softly by his ear. Understood. Husband. The warm breath hitting his ear made Gu Xiaoshui instantly feel a tingling sensation, yearning deep within. But he coughed lightly, pulling his body back and leaning against Yu Fuyue, grabbing the blanket to cover his head. Alright, I'm sleepy and need sleep. Don't mess around with me. After all, you wouldn't want them to see you being kicked out of your wedding night by your own husband, would you? Yu Fuyue. Why does this sound so strange? So it must still be the issue with that incense. Otherwise, why would his master behave like this? Still. Looking at Gu Xiaoshui sleeping in his arms, Yu Fuyue's eyes softened, and he held onto him even tighter. This obedient master truly makes it impossible to let go. When Gu Xiaoshui woke up, he was in a daze, only sensing someone handling his body. That familiar scent gave him no sense of caution, so he just lazily raised an eyelid and looked up to see Yu Fuyue addressing him. Still so tired. Gu Xiaoshui directly collapsed into Yu Fuyue's arms and closed his eyes again, allowing Yu Fuyue to dress him. Alright master, we should go out now. No. I'm sleepy. Ayu, carry me. Gu Xiaoshui pulled on Yu Fuyue's robe, still keeping his head nestled against his chest, muttering softly like a child asking for favors. He didn't know why he felt so exhausted, but he simply did not want to move. So, if they wanted to avoid missing the ceremony, Yu Fuyue would have to carry him out. Why is my master such a big coquette? Yu Fuyue sighed helplessly. Yesterday, he confirmed there was nothing wrong with his incense. Perhaps because of the changes in memory, Gu Xiaoshui's character had also been somewhat influenced. But he never knew that his master could be this flirtatious and impossible to resist. Gu Xiaoshui hummed lightly, rubbed against him some more, and without opening his eyes, continued. Carry me out. Good apprentice. Good Ayu. Good husband. Upon hearing these words filled with affection, Yu Fuyue sharply sucked in a breath, his entire body tightening, even his physical form reacting noticeably due to Gu Xiaoshui's few words. Unfortunately, he had no time to deal with these issues now. He could only suppress the restlessness in his heart and it took a while for him to calm down. Without further hesitation, he directly lifted Gu Xiaoshui, who was dressed in red, into his arms horizontally. Gu Xiaoshui instinctively raised her hand to hook around his neck and continued sleeping on his shoulder. However, this nap was far from peaceful. A voice kept ringing in his mind, familiar yet strange. That voice was constantly calling his name, though all he felt was disturbance. It was too noisy, causing him a headache. Gu Xiaoshui frowned as he shifted his head slightly, too noisy. Yu Fuyue only heard him muttering something, but didn't quite catch what it was, so he subconsciously paused his steps. What's wrong, master? The voice in his mind seemed to stop because of that pause, giving Gu Xiaoshui some relief. Gu Xiuxue slowly opened his eyes and yawned, nothing, just a bit of a headache. However, when he finally came to full consciousness and saw himself in a red robe, held by Yu Fuyue who also wore red, fragments of memories flashed through his mind. His thoughts paused momentarily as he maintained his usual composure and spoke up. "Little Yu, can you put me down?" This sense of familiarity made him feel somewhat inexplicably awkward. "All right." Worriedness filled Yu Fuyue's eyes, but he still nodded and gently set Gu Xiuxue down. With Yu Fuyue's support, Gu Xiuxue steadied himself. They were still a distance away from the Grand Hall, but many demons had likely seen them along the way. Though Yu Fuyue wanted to ask about the situation, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision, a familiar white figure standing not far away. His eyebrows instantly furrowed. What was Shinbai doing here? Even after Shinbai had taken someone away before, Yu Fuyue had been closely monitoring the dynamics of the celestial realm. He knew that, for unknown reasons recently, all traces of Gu Xiuxue in the celestial realm had been erased, and Shinbai no longer mentioned Gu Xiuxue either. He had guessed part of the truth. Shinbai must have let go by erasing all memories of Gu Xiuxue entirely. This was why Yu Fuyue came up with the plan to alter Gu Xiuxue's memory. Even so, he never wanted to see Shinbai again. But why was Shinbai here? Yu Fuyue looked troubled, and Gu Xiuxue also noticed his abnormality, glancing in the same direction. "What's wrong, Master?" Before Yu Fuyue could prevent it, Gu Xiuxue already locked gazes with Shinbai far away. Shinbai froze mid-step. His thin lips tightened slightly as he stared at Gu Xiuxue, unable to look away. His eyes gleamed darkly. Chapter 117, though he doesn't remember, it's love at first sight. And Qin Yu standing beside Shinbai. At this moment, she also looked at him, then at Gu Xiuxue, and her gaze swept over Yu Fuyue before falling silent. Hiss. Although this situation might not be entirely appropriate, she really wanted to quietly step aside and enjoy some sunflower seeds, preferably with a slice of watermelon too. Qin Yu's urge to sit back and observe the drama grew stronger. But Yu Fuyue quickly came to her senses and didn't give Gu Xiuxue much time or chance to hesitate before dragging him away. "Master, we'd better hurry up and go in, or we'll miss the auspicious timing." Yu Fuyue noticed that Gu Xiuxue was still staring at Shinbai, which made her heart beat faster. She spoke gently while holding his hand and interlacing their fingers. Gu Xiuxue seemed dazed for a moment, still pondering why the man looked so familiar. However, after hearing Yu Fuyue's words, he had no time to think further, merely nodding in agreement and continuing forward with her. "Ayu, who was that person? Why did he seem familiar to me?" Gu Xiuxue asked, causing Yu Fuyue's grip to tighten momentarily. She replied calmly without hesitation. "That is the Divine Lord of the Heavenly Realm. In the past, you fought against him, but he used underhanded methods and inflicted severe injuries on you. It was he who ruined your cultivation skills, causing damage to your divine soul and leading to confusion in your memories. It took me quite a while to restore your physical health. I don't know what intentions brought him here today. Master, please stay close to me and avoid any contact with him, I fear he may take advantage of you." Yu Fuyue earnestly shifted all the blame onto Shinbai without a second thought. Gu Xiuxue furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of irritation in his eyes but still nodded in compliance. "All right, I understand." Meanwhile, Shinbai remained where he stood, his eyes fixed on the retreating figure of Gu Xiuxue, unable to recover for a long time. It wasn't until Qin Yu couldn't hold back anymore and waved her hand in front of him, asking. "My lord, you've seen them already. Are you still going in? If you're not, just give me the item, I'll enter for you. You should head back to the celestial realm." Shinbai, who hadn't reacted all this time, suddenly snapped back to reality, his bright eyes now gleaming with emotion and turbulence. He suddenly asked, "Qin Yu, is he really Demon Lord Gu Xiuxue?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Qin Yu noticed his unusual reaction and felt an ominous premonition rising within her. Still, she managed to suppress her emotions and nodded. "Are we, truly sworn enemies?" Shinbai frowned as he continued questioning. Qin Yu. This feeling of foreboding only intensified. Indeed, she probably should have just knocked Shinbai unconscious and tied him up from the start. Of course, there has been enmity between the demon realm and the celestial realm. You and the demon lord are eternal foes, this is well known throughout the 6 realms. Qin Yu nodded again. Shinbai wore a serious expression, fell silent for a moment, and then asked again. "Do you think it's possible the demon king is forcing Xiuxue to do this?" Qin Yu, huh? What exactly had she heard? What was this nonsense? Wait a moment. Wasn't Shinbai calling the demon lord Gu Xiuxue just earlier? Why did it suddenly change to Xiuxue? Alarms went off in Qin Yu's mind. She stared at Shinbai intently, trying to read something off his face that wasn't right. Shinbai's response left her uncertain if he remembered something. If he remembered, he wouldn't be standing there so calmly right now. But if he hadn't remembered, how could he say such things? Qin Yu questioned suspiciously, "What do you mean, my lord?" Shinbai's voice was soft yet firm, revealing an unusually deep emotion in his eyes. "At first sight, I knew he should be my spouse." Qin Yu. Idiographic. Didn't expect you to have such a penchant for stealing other spouses. Qin Yu chuckled lightly, arms crossed casually without any regard for decorum as she rolled her eyes. Just calm down. Or better yet, return to the celestial realm. Qin Yu glanced disdainfully at Shinshinbai, not even bothering to pretend anymore as she walked straight ahead. She couldn't believe these were the words that could come out of Shinshinbai's mouth. Shinshinbai's mind was completely filled with Gu Xiushue's appearance. He had originally only wanted to know who the demon master was, the one whose name alone could stir his emotions and deal him serious injuries. But that glance just now erased all the doubts in his heart over these past few days. If it was this person. He thought, if the demon lord was this person, then getting seriously injured wasn't entirely out of the question. That one glance made his heart race. If they really crossed paths, he would definitely be reluctant to strike a blow. Even when he saw those two dressed in wedding attire standing together, he almost couldn't suppress the violent anger in his heart. He wanted to kill the person beside Gu Xiushue. The tiny bit of rationality left in him forced him to suppress the impulse to act. Yet, he couldn't forget or let go. Although everyone said he and the demon master were sworn enemies, his mind didn't have any memory related to that demon lord. But with that glance just now, he realized that his heart had raced beyond control. He wanted to take that person back, to bring that person away with him. Shinshinbai's eyes gleamed with a faint light as his hand hanging by his side clenched silently. Having lived for so many years, whether during the trials in the mortal world or after returning to the celestial realm and ascending as the immortal lord, he had never once considered with whom he would spend his future. If someone had told him before today that he would fall for his sworn enemy, he probably would have dismissed it as a joke, not even worth considering. But now, not only had he fallen for him, but he had also fallen in love at first sight. Shinshinbai pondered how to take the person back and felt somewhat regretful for arriving so late. Why hadn't he met the demon lord earlier? If he had seen him sooner, perhaps he could have brought him back to the celestial realm earlier. Instead, now he had to watch him marry the demon king. However, even after marriage, they could still divorce. Shinshinbai quietly plotted ways to undermine the ceremony, making today's union fail, then taking advantage of the situation to abduct the person back. As he looked again at the sea of red that surrounded him, disdain flickered in his eyes. He had completely forgotten that upon entering, he had acknowledged the grandeur of the demon king and demon lord's wedding. At this moment, he just coldly sniffed, thinking to himself that if it were him, he would provide the best everything without resorting to trivialities like these. With a wave of his sleeve, Shinshinbai walked into the great hall. Chapter 118, A Huge Arena of Bloodshed, Wedding Interruption. When Shinshinbai entered the grand hall, he immediately spotted the two figures standing at the upper end. His gaze lingered on Gu Xiushue for quite a while. Under the cover of his wide sleeves, his fingers couldn't help but fidget. He still wanted to take action directly so much that he wanted to kick away the person next to Gu Xiushue. The person beside her should be himself. Shinshinbai's eyes darkened, until he heard the murmurs of those around him, then slowly withdrew his gaze and walked toward Qin Yu. Gu Xiushue also noticed his intensely abnormal gaze and felt a bit puzzled in her heart. The demon realm and the immortal realm have always been hostile towards each other, and this has been the case for tens of thousands of years. Except for some occasional special situations where both sides temporarily cease fire or even become friendly, but at most after a few hundred years, they would revert back to their previous state. Therefore, he did not doubt what Yufuyue said. Just knowing that the other party was an immortal lord made him somewhat repelled. Yufuyue said that no invitation was sent to the immortal side, yet Shinshinbai appeared here. If it wasn't due to someone stirring things up, then it must be because Shinshinbai had no good intentions. However, regardless of the reason, he didn't want to deal too much with this immortal lord, at least not on such an important day today. Gu Xiushue quietly stopped paying attention to Shinshinbai after some thought and focused all her energy on Yufuyue by her side. Today, Yufuyue didn't invite too many people, mostly just demons from the demon realm, some demons from the demon realm who had relations with him, and others he hadn't met, likely from the underworld. Gu Xiushue originally didn't think this was a big deal, it was just going through a process. He had been watched by so many people before. But now, he became inexplicably nervous, even subconsciously gripping Yufuyue's hand tightly, moving closer to him, and softly saying, "Little Ayu, how about we just worship the heavens and earth and then go back? It feels a little strange." Upon hearing his words, Yufuyue's eyes softened, and the corner of his lips curved slightly. "Teacher, please rest assured, I originally thought the same." He had prepared a lot, as marriage is an extremely important matter. But later, he cancelled all those complicated procedures. Because he knew that his teacher disliked the bother. Even if he desired to make the wedding banquet as grand as possible, he cared more about Gu Xiushue's feelings. After all, everything done was for Gu Xiushue. If it couldn't win Gu Xiushue's liking, then all this would be meaningless. Relieved in heart, Gu Xiushue listened to the congratulations from the people below, all wishing him well with Yufuyue. At this moment, however, the sound of a broken cup seemed completely out of place, attracting everyone's attention. Gu Xiushue also instinctively looked over. Shinshinbai, his face icy, was the one who crushed the cup. Qin Yu stood beside Shinshinbai, her smile slightly forced, her mind cursing him over and over again. What exactly does this big fool intend to do? Must he create a scene right at this time? What is he thinking? There are so many people present now, and it's on demon territory. Does he really plan to seize the bride? Qin Yu endured the impulse to fight several times over, convincing herself that since Shenxinbai had not regained his memory, he probably wouldn't do something so stupid. The grand wedding between the Lord of Demons and the King of Spirits would surely cause turmoil throughout the three realms if a celestial sovereign came to steal the bride. A normal person wouldn't dare to attempt such a thing. Gu Xiuxue remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. This scene, why does it feel so familiar? Why does he feel like he's experienced it before? Could it have been another dream from long ago? But why would he randomly dream about the Immortal Lord? As he pondered, Yu Fuyue casually revealed his intertwined hands with Gu Xiuxue. Though he smiled, that smile looked provocatively mischievous to Shenxinbai. Shenxinbai. His fists clenched. Why does he suddenly feel the urge to kill this spirit king? Yu Fuyue laughed and spoke, so, does the Immortal Lord have any objections? Before Shenxinbai could respond, Qin Yu expressionlessly pressed down on his hand that was summoning a sword. No problem, it was just a slip of the hand. Please continue, you too. She then turned her head and glared at Shenxinbai almost through gritted teeth. My lord, please calm down. One of those two is theft the demon realm and the other is the king of the. If you attack them for no reason, do you want to cause unrest in the three realms? Qin Yu's mind was falling apart at this moment, as she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Has Shenxinbai's brain been eaten by a spirit dog? How could he actually plan to start a fight on such an important day and within the territory of the... At the same time, Shenxinbai's heart was raging with unease, especially as he watched the two bow to heaven and earth, leaving only the final mutual bow. Clang! He could no longer suppress the ferocity in his heart, abruptly standing up so violently that the table at the door fell over due to his impulsive and abrupt movements. Shit! Do you want to die, Shenxinbai? Qin Yu's eyelid twitched. She had assumed that since Shenxinbai hadn't acted earlier, he'd calmed down, allowing her a quiet moment to appreciate how captivating her lord looked in his red robe. But who knew Shenxinbai had something bigger brewing inside? Her anger boiled over as she yelled at him, glaring furiously. Her relationship with Shenxinbai was originally not good, and if it weren't for the recent task of erasing Gu Xiuxue's traces in the immortal realm, she wouldn't have helped Shenxinbai so patiently with all those matters. And Gu Xiuxue, who was still slightly confused. So Shenxinbai really came here to make trouble. Isn't the young lady beside him also from the immortal clan? Then why would she be mad at him, the immortal lord? Sigh. Who knew attending a wedding could be this entertaining? Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but marvel at this unexpected spectacle, temporarily losing interest in performing the marital vow and instead eagerly waiting to see what more they could stir up. Then a thought struck him. Wait, what did he just say about marriage? They were supposed to be getting married, why did he say, getting married? But soon, he dismissed the notion and turned his focus back. Well, let's watch the drama unfold first. Yu Fuyue couldn't keep up his previous gentle demeanor any longer. Now his eyes were cold and menacing, his expression terrible. He took a step forward, placing Gu Xiuxue behind him for protection. Yet Gu Xiuxue peeked from behind Yu Fuyue, curiously observing Shenxinbai and Qin Yu face off below. Though they might dare watch this show, others were less bold. Despite being warned and knowing today was the grand wedding between the Demon King and Spirit Lord, none dared bring up past events. But that didn't mean they knew nothing or remembered nothing. The current situation felt like utter chaos, they couldn't stay one more moment. Chapter 119, Xiu Shui eats her own melon online. Almost at the moment Qin Yu started cursing, the crowd quickly dispersed. Those who were still curious to watch the spectacle were dragged away by their companions. Let's go, move faster. You dare to watch this kind of show? Do you think you're living too long? Damn it. I just came to drink some wedding wine, I don't want to lose my life here. Oh wow, things are about to get interesting. But that demon lord does indeed look handsome, if I were the immortal lord, I wouldn't let him go either. Just go already. How can you still be eating a melon here? Be careful or you'll be chopped into two pieces like a melon by them soon. The crowd whispered among themselves, their faces showing not only fear but also excitement and anticipation. Yet, as much as they talked and made noise, their actions did not hesitate at all, running off faster than anyone else. Gu Xiuxue glanced at Qin Yu and couldn't help but murmur. This young girl is pretty bold, she even cursed the exalted one of the upper realm directly. But I actually like her character. Perhaps we should bring her back to my demon realm and make her the holy maiden of our land. After all, neither of those two boys wants to be the demon lord. I think she would be very suitable. Gu Xiuxue sighed, his heart beginning to stir slightly while watching Qin Yu. This girl was looking more and more fitting. He didn't realize until he snapped back to attention that the once lively great hall now had no one left except for the four of them. He looked around, his gaze scanning over his two junior apprentices. It then paused momentarily on the young man cloaked in black standing behind Ling Yan, before pulling back swiftly. My lord, perhaps we should return to the celestial realm first. Qin Yu also realized that she might have acted out of line. She stared at Shen Xianbai, her face smiling but devoid of real emotion, as she began to speak. I know there are many recent affairs within the celestial realm that have tired you, but you shouldn't disturb someone else's wedding. She turned her eyes towards Gu Xiushui, and her expression became softer. With a respectful bow, her tone filled with added respect. We truly apologize to the both of you. My lord has been under too much pressure lately. What happened earlier was not intentional. Please do not take today's matter too seriously. Qin Yu will cover all losses from today's events and prepare a generous gift for both of you. As Qin Yu spoke, her gaze lifted to meet Gu Xiushui's, her eyes sparkling brightly. Truly, she never fails. This is an openly righteous opportunity to present gifts for the Lord. Shen Xianbai, who was originally in a volatile mood, fell silent for a moment after observing Qin Yu's mannerisms. He finally spoke coolly. You seem to have quite a temper now. Some people may even mistake you for someone from the demon realm. How absurd. Of course, I belong to the master. Qin Yu replied with a smile, but as her gaze fell onto Shen Xianbai, a flicker of indifference swept across her eyes. If you know whose person you are, then stop causing trouble here. Shen Xianbai's voice carried a hint of impatience. The smile on Qin Yu's face gradually disappeared, and her expression became more serious. He really plans on making a move here. Then if it comes to fighting, who should she support? Qin Yu silently stepped several paces aside, increasing the distance between herself and Shen Xianbai, her eyes carrying a faint glint of killing intent. Since it has come to this, why not see this through entirely? Observing every word and action of theirs carefully, Yu Fu closed her eyes briefly, turning her head slightly to speak lightly to Gu Xiushui behind her. Teacher, would you mind going back to rest first? I can handle the situation here myself. No way. How could I leave you alone? Gu Xiushui snapped back to reality, losing any intention to continue spectating and instead speaking solemnly. Although I lost to him last time, it is still the territory of the demon realm now. Perhaps we could simply... Initially, Gu Xiushui planned to suggest outright eliminating Shen Xianbai. After all, they were fundamentally adversaries, and Shen Xianbai himself initiated conflict today. However, mysteriously, as their gazes met with Shen Xianbai's eyes, another pair suddenly flashed in his mind. A pair of sorrowful tear-filled eyes. All the words at the tip of his tongue suddenly froze, and he was transfixed staring at Shen Xianbai, his lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single sound. More images regarding those eyes flooded his mind. Images filled with indignation, tears, images filled with joyous excitement, images full of restraint and deep love, and even images filled with lust. Countless images overlapped in his mind, merging together until they completely fused with the handsome gaze before him in the end. Gu Xiushui abruptly lowered his gaze, no longer continuing to look into Shen Xianbai's eyes. He shook his head slightly, instinctively supporting Yu Fu beside him. Teacher. Teacher. Brother. Several voices rang out in his ears. The worried and urgent voices made Gu Xiushui, who already had a headache, feel even worse. Pale-faced but biting his lip tightly, Gu Xiushui held onto Yu Fu's wrist for support, barely preventing himself from collapsing onto the ground. A cold sweat covered his forehead as he gritted his teeth, nails almost embedding themselves into Yu Fu's flesh, leaving streaks of blood behind. A faint scent of blood permeated the air. Yu Fu was thoroughly panicked and immediately helped him, hastily taking out a pill from his storage pouch and feeding it to him. Gu Xiushui realized that the pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, leaving only a sweet taste. Approximately as the pill began to take effect, the inexplicable pain in his chest gradually subsided. His eyelashes trembled slightly as he glanced at those who had rushed toward him earlier. Ling Yan, Yin Yi, and Ling Yun, along with the black-cloaked figure who followed Ling Yan before. Now these people stood in front of him, surrounding him in a circle. Yun Yi was relatively calm, asking with concern, "Is our teacher all right?" Tears welled up in Ling Yun's eyes. "Teacher, how are you? Are you still uncomfortable anywhere?" Ling Yan clung to his leg, tears dripping continuously. "Don't scare me, brother, woo-woo." After recovering his senses, Gu Xiushui shook his head lightly and said with a smile. "I'm fine, I just felt dizzy earlier. Don't worry so much. If someone else sees this, they might think something bad happened." Qin Yu originally also wanted to rush forward, but her current identity, as well as Shen Xianbai by her side, stopped her in her tracks. However, she couldn't help but notice that something seemed off about Shen Xianbai. Furrowing her brows, Qin Yu turned her attention toward Shen Xianbai. Earlier, Shen Xianbai had appeared equally concerned, yet now he looked flustered and stared straight at Ling Yan. At this moment, his mind was flooded with the one word, brother, Ling Yan had shouted earlier. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. That young voice echoed incessantly in his ears like huge rocks smashing against his heart, causing unbearable pain and making it hard for him to breathe. He parted his lips slightly, whispering softly. "Brother. Brother." Suddenly, his eyes reddened, a single tear rolling down from the corner, and he clenched his hands tightly, his voice trembling. "Brother. Brother." Chapter 120, Shaolier has come, Shaolier feels wronged. Shen Xinbai did not know why he had suddenly been stimulated by that one word, brother. He also did not know why he was crying, unable to control the tears that fell like beads from a broken string. However, at this moment, he firmly made up his mind with one thought. He must take Gu Xiuxue away, he must bring this person back. Otherwise, he would surely regret it. SSS. Qin Yu had seen Shenxinbai's usual cold and proud demeanor, but now seeing him cry like a child, moreover, a child whose candy had been snatched away, she didn't quite know what to say. She might be good at handling celestial realm affairs, but when it came to comforting a child, well, that presented an entirely different set of problems. Worse still, she couldn't figure out how to console him at all. Qin Yu silently stepped back in her hesitation, deciding she'd rather not interfere and let them resolve things as they wished. Anyway, in the current situation, her master held absolute advantage and wouldn't get hurt. If something truly uncontrollable happened, she could intervene and secretly deliver a decisive blow. Gu Xiuxue also heard that soft murmur of brother. His heart jolted, and he raised his eyes to look at Shenxinbai. Upon meeting those misty, red-rimmed eyes, his hard-earned calmness was disrupted again by an unusual emotion. But just then, Yu Fuyue shifted slightly, blocking Gu Xiuxue behind him and cutting off all eye contact. Gu Xiuxue asked with some bewilderment, "Did that celestial master call me brother?" "You don't need to listen to him." Shenxinbai had an elder brother in the human world before, but that human died long ago. Yu Fuyue said without changing expression. "At first, he wanted to use you as a substitute for that person. Though you've forgotten, I've kept track of it for you." Upon hearing these words, Gu Xiuxue frowned involuntarily. He detested being used as someone else's replacement. Still, could it really be as Yu Fuyue described? A doubt stirred in Gu Xiuxue's heart, but he quickly suppressed it with a self-deprecating laugh. What nonsense was he thinking? How could he suspect Yu Fuyue because of someone else's words? Just as Gu Xiuxue opened his mouth to say something, his gaze suddenly hardened. "Be careful." He shoved the person beside him aside, then pulled Yu Fuyue to retreat to the side. An almost materialized beam of sword chi slashed directly onto a carved jade pillar nearby. With a thunderous roar, the giant jade pillar instantly shattered. Everyone immediately reacted, leaping back in a flash. No one was injured. But this sudden change drew everyone's attention to the one who had attacked. At that moment, Ling Yan broke the silence with a bright gleam in his eyes. He excitedly shouted towards the newcomer. "Mashi brother." Ling Jun paused upon hearing his voice, glancing between the stone-faced Mashi and the not-so-distant Yu Fuyue, confusion flickering in his eyes. Mashi. He is Mashi, so who is he? Why do they look exactly alike? Yunyi managed to keep his composure, but a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He discreetly observed both individuals and, while everyone's attention was on Mashi, quietly edged closer to Gu Xiuxue. His subtle movements were not missed by Ming Yen. Ming Yen subtly curled his lips in silence. Finally, everything was gathered. Similarly taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Ming Yen silently slipped into a corner. He concealed his presence under the cover of his wide sleeves, letting his fingertips flicker momentarily with a golden light before it vanished. Gu Xiuxue also felt a touch of doubt. He glanced at Mashi and then looked at Yu Fuyue by his side. Afterward, he comfortingly patted Yu Fuyue's shoulder and took his hand, whispering softly. "Don't worry, I'm here. They won't harm you." Though quiet, his voice was loud enough for everyone remaining in the grand hall to hear clearly. Mashi initially froze, then his lips tightened, and his eyes filled with sadness. Moreover, he dropped his previous aloofness. In the blink of an eye, his eyes welled with moisture as he appeared pitifully mistreated. "Master, do you no longer want me?" Taking several steps towards them, his tear-filled gaze fixed on Gu Xiuxue as his voice quivered faintly. "Mashi, what exactly is going on here?" Ling Jun seemed somewhat dazed, her eyes shifting continuously between these two identical figures. How strange. When they received the invitation, they thought it was about Gu Xiuxue and Mashi getting married. Although it was hard for him to accept at first, when they were in the demon realm, he had already realized that their relationship was not like that of an ordinary master and disciple. After all, no matter how indulgent Gu Xiuxue might be towards him, he wouldn't let him stay in his room for a whole day and night, or even take him to the forbidden area. He had originally planned to ask Gu Xiuxue clearly. However, after coming here yesterday, he hadn't had any chance to see Gu Xiuxue. Moreover, from his observation just now, Gu Xiuxue didn't seem to be under duress either, so he didn't pay much attention and thought there would be plenty of opportunities to meet and inquire later. But who would have thought Shenxinbai would suddenly show up, and now another person identical to Mo-Shi has also appeared. No, if what Ling Yan said was correct, then the one below is Mo-Shi. Then, who is the person beside his master? Ling Jun immediately felt a headache coming on, looking pitifully at Yunyi, hoping to find an answer from him. Wait a moment. Wasn't Yunyi just by his side? When did he sneak over to Master's side without him noticing? Ling Jun's eyes widened as Yunyi currently held a solemn expression, grabbing onto Gu Xiuxue's other hand, trying to pull him closer to his own side. However, Gu Xiuxue's focus remained entirely on Mo-Shi. Seeing Mo-Shi display a wronged and pitiable demeanor all of a sudden, his heart unconsciously tightened in pain. But he only thought it was due to Mo-Shi's face being exactly the same as Yu Fuyue's, and with such expressions, he could never refuse anything. "Master, can you come over here?" She looked at Gu Xiuxue, then glanced at Yu Fuyue standing next to him, almost instantly concluding that this must be Yu Fuyue's doing. He bit his tongue, forcefully suppressing his anger and the urge to lash out. Though he wore a smile, he looked particularly fragile, like ice about to shatter at any moment. Yu Fuyue watched him, smirked lightly, and spoke nonchalantly. Master, don't believe his words. He's merely a manifestation of my mind's demons, always wanting to replace me. Perhaps everything today is arranged by him. Yu Fuyue. Upon hearing these words, She clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at Yu Fuyue, with rage and killing intent practically solidifying in his eyes. If it weren't for the fear of hurting Gu Xiuxue, he'd want to kill Yu Fuyue right on the spot. But Yu Fuyue stood behind Gu Xiuxue, smirking disdainfully at him with a challenging grin. In silence, Yu Fuyue spoke directly into She's mind. Waste of space, master is mine. Chapter 121, I instantly thought you were my wife. Gu Xiuxue was stunned for a moment. No wonder she couldn't see any traces of disguise on this person in front of her. Was it actually a heart demon? Master. He's deceiving you. Don't believe him, he's the heart demon. Li almost gritted his teeth to pieces, his eyes bloodshot red as he tightly gripped the sword in his hand, the veins on the back of his hands protruding. He finally lost all patience, pointing the sword straight at Yu Fuyu, his voice turning cold. Yu Fuyu, do you really think you still have a way out? Don't assume that because I indulged you over the years and let you gain some power, the demon realm is truly something you can control. Li gave a cold laugh. Let me guess why there's such a big commotion here but not one of your people has come in. Gu Xiuxue instinctively blocked Yu Fuyu completely from behind her. Seeing this scene, even though Li knew this was Yu Fuyu's doing, he was still furious. His anger mixed with a deep sense of victimization, yet he was afraid of truly harming Gu Xiuxue, so he slightly retracted his sword. Master, why would you? Gu Xiuxue frowned, her gaze lingering momentarily on the sharp tip of the sword that gleamed with a cold light before coldly cutting him off. Yu is my disciple. As for you, although you are a manifestation of his heart demon, since you're no longer one being now, this title of master is far beyond what I could accept. Li's eyes reddened instantly, nearly losing his grip on the sword as tears streamed down his face. Gu Xiuxue. No, she was just stating the truth. Why was the kid crying like she had bullied a child? And also, why cry with a face identical to that of her young Ayus? When a beauty weeps, it usually evokes pity. Not to mention, this beauty shared an identical face with her disciple. Gu Xiuxue thought internally, if only the timing wasn't inappropriate, if Yu Fuyu wasn't right next to her. If Li had only cried like this in front of her, she definitely wouldn't be able to continue scolding harshly. Gu Xiuxue sighed softly. Now, with Yu Fuyu protecting her securely from behind, Li seemed somewhat restrained, hesitating to make another move. For a while, the three of them remained in a standstill. Ling Jun had quietly moved closer to Yunyi. He was truly confused about what exactly had transpired here. Who is the heart demon? And who truly is the master's disciple? Is this then a tale of love and hatred between two people or involving three? No, there's Shenxinbai standing nearby. Ling Jun was silently watching, subconsciously glancing toward Shenxinbai and suddenly froze. Huh? When did Shenxinbai disappear? He furrowed his brows tightly, looking around, but failed to find Shenxinbai anywhere. He only noticed Qin Yu hidden in the corner, munching on sunflower seeds and clearly taking a stance of an onlooker. Their gazes intersected briefly in mid-air, pausing for a short moment. Ling Jun's mouth twitched faintly. He poked Yunyi's waist gently, drawing his attention and leaned closer to whisper softly into his ear. Yunyi, Shenxinbai disappeared. Did you see where? Yunyi looked serious, extending a thread of divine consciousness to probe momentarily before shaking his head. No. He paused briefly, the person following Ling Yan earlier also vanished. Ling Jun was taken aback for a second, scanning the surroundings again, muttering quietly, indeed. Though he didn't care much anyway, given the current scenario, other demon races would undoubtedly be thinking about slinking away quietly. By this point, Ling Yan had already jogged up to the two, separating them. He looked at Gu Xiuxue, the fair little face still bearing traces of tears from crying earlier, tugging on her sleeve and asking, his voice trembling. Brother, what's wrong with you? Even he realized Gu Xiuxue was acting strangely, panicking somewhat. Had Gu Xiuxue simply chosen Yu Fuyu, Ling Yan would undoubtedly side with her. But now, it was evident Gu Xiuxue was behaving oddly, even forgetting Li. All he could focus on at the moment was her well-being. Unable to comprehend these twists and turns, Ling Yan assumed Gu Xiuxue had been poisoned, just like when they first returned to the demon realm. But it didn't matter, getting poisoned was no issue as long as she drank his blood. With determination, he lowered his eyes, disregarding his identity or whether it would expose him to others. He pulled out a small dagger from his waist and prepared to slash his own palm. In an instant, the air was filled with a faint scent of blood. Brother, quickly drink my blood, and you will get better. You'll, Gu Xiuxue frowned and exchanged a glance with Yunyi, who immediately stepped forward to grab Ling Yan and took a step back. Brother. Let me go. That wicked person must have poisoned you. Yunyi, let me go. Ling Yan struggled as Yu Fupin threw a bottle of medicine to Yun Yi. Use it on him quickly. Ling Yan glared at Yu Fupin with red-rimmed eyes and angrily retorted. I won't. I absolutely won't use anything from you, wicked guy. What did you do to brother? Why has this happened? Yun Yi gave Yu Fupin a deep look filled with caution, decided not to use his medicine, and instead used the one he had brought himself. Yu Fupin's smile faded slightly, but he didn't seem to care. As he turned around wanting to do something to break the stalemate, a sharp blade glowing with a cold light pressed against his neck. The blade broke the skin, and the smell of blood grew stronger. Gu Xiushue's pupils instantly tightened. She forgot about Emoli for a moment, turning her body toward Yu Fupin. Ayu. Gu Xiushue's voice trembled slightly as she looked at Shen Xinbai who had suddenly appeared behind him. Shen Xinbai spoke indifferently with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Yu Fupin, what exactly did you do to Xiushue? Apparently, Shen Xinbai had heard everything Ling Yan said just now. Humph. How intimate the honorable lord calls out. Yu Fupin grabbed the sword that had just grazed his neck and chuckled lightly. Even though his palm was cut by the blade and blood dripped down from the tip, he maintained his indifferent attitude. Gu Xiushue scolded, Shen Xinbai. Let him go. Our affairs between gods and demons needn't involve others. Shen Xinbai felt a twinge in his heart from the chill in Gu Xiushue's eyes but still sneered. If you don't want me to kill him, then come back with me to the divine realm. Why? Gu Xiushue asked instinctively, recalling what Yu Fupin had mentioned before about Shen Xinbai treating him as a substitute. But the next second, Shen Xinbai's response nearly made him bite his tongue. Shen Xinbai said seriously, although I don't remember exactly what happened in the past, when I saw you just now, I immediately thought you were my wife. If you return to the divine realm with me, I will spare him today. Gu Xiushue. Is the honorable lord's mind all right? Wait a moment, why does this situation feel somewhat familiar? Shen Xinbai, stop making up nonsense there. Master is obviously mine. Chapter 122, Shock. The male leads are fighting for him. Mo Li's eyes were slightly red as she glanced at Gu Xiushue, filled with grievance and resentment. But before Gu Xiushue could say anything, Mo Li gritted her teeth. Teacher has promised to give me status. What makes you so special? You merely forced teacher into marrying you. Now, in my demon realm, do you still see yourself as the superior celestial lord who can snatch people from our demon realm? Gu Xiushue fell silent. Gu Xiushue raised his hand slightly but then quietly lowered it again. SSS. Why is this getting more and more confusing? Wasn't Shen Xinbai supposed to be his sworn enemy? How did they end up getting married? It feels like everyone is talking about different things. Yet for some reason, he had an ominous premonition that something was starting to spiral out of control. Shen Xinbai also froze. He didn't remember anything from the past, nor did he recall any connection to Gu Xiushue. Now, after hearing Mo Li's words, he just blinked, slowly turning his gaze towards Qin Yu who was in the corner. And at that moment, Qin Yu's face was cold, with sunflower seeds scattered all over the floor. Ha! Oh no, master entrusted me with a task and I've messed it up. I mean, I already anticipated that others might bring up what happened back then and thought about how to deal with it. But no one told me that under these circumstances, Mo Li would bring up this topic. With no preparation, this completely caught me off guard. But now, there's nothing left to say. Qin Yu looked at Gu Xiushue somewhat guiltily, then turned her head silently, pretending she hadn't heard anything, grabbing another handful of sunflower seeds from her storage bag. That said, the love-hate entanglements of the three realms overlord truly made for an unprecedentedly lively spectacle across all 6 realms in tens of thousands of years. Today was not wasted for sure. Gu Xiushue. No way. Why did that girl just give me such a mysterious and guilty look? Isn't that girl from the celestial realm? How come she acts like she's my person or something? It's as if she thinks she's my spy planted in the celestial realm. Shen Xinbai paid little attention to Qin Yu but his lips curved slightly due to Mo Li's earlier words. Then he turned to look at Gu Xiushue, his gaze softening slightly. See, I told you, you're supposed to be my wife, and we should go back to the celestial realm. We're already married. Gu Xiushue never expected that during such chaos, Shen Xinbai would focus on this. He twitched the corners of his mouth, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. Is that really the main point here? Humph, going back to the celestial realm with you, continuing to be used as a human replacement. Mo Li mocked coldly, Shen Xinbai, you really have nerve. To make teacher a dead person's substitute, do you even deserve it? Yu Fuyu watched the two confront each other, her eyes darkened, then shifted her gaze to Mo Li, giving her a faint smile. Mo Li, why don't we put our matters aside for now, and take care of Shen Xinbai first? Yu Fuyu, do you think I dare not kill you? Shen Xinbai pushed his sword slightly closer to her neck. Gu Xiushue smelled the blood in the air, frowned, and his eyes showed a trace of coldness. However, Yu Fuyu paid no attention to her wound, keeping her gaze fixed on Mo Li while smiling. Although I think you're a waste, I assume you and I both don't want teacher to go back with him, right? After all, he only sees teacher as a substitute. If teacher goes back with him, who knows what he'll do next? These words truly hit a sore spot with Mo Li. Even though Mo Li knew she was being used by Yu Fuyu, she still directed a killing gaze toward Shinshinbai. After all, she truly wanted to kill Shinshinbai. Previously, in the celestial realm, since she was in her divine soul state and with Gu Xiuxue stopping her, she didn't dare to fully unleash her attack against Shinshinbai. But now, they are in the demon realm, Gu Xiuxue wouldn't stop her. This is the best time to kill Shinshinbai. Through just that one glance, Shinshinbai seemed to have seen through Mo Li's thoughts, his gaze grew colder. The tension in the air was growing thick, needing only a spark to create irreparable consequences. Gu Xiuxue caught his breath, glancing at Yu Fuyu. In this situation, if they really start fighting, Yu Fuyu will inevitably get hurt. Although he wasn't sure exactly what was going on, it seemed to be somehow related to him. Listen, can't we stop and have a proper conversation instead of resorting to violence? Gu Xiuxue's eyes flickered for a moment, and soon after, he appeared quite troubled. He raised his hand to rub his forehead, his gaze sweeping over the group, his tone exasperated. Why don't we sit down, have some tea, and figure out how to resolve this issue? As he spoke, he subtly positioned himself between the two, gently pulling Yu Fuyu behind him who was currently being threatened by Shinshinbai's sword. Yu Fuyu noticed his actions, her pupils tightening with an unusual emotion in her eyes, though she remained silent. However, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her current pleasant mood. Teacher. Ling Yun saw Gu Xiuxue standing between those two and felt a sudden urge to pull him back. Before she could act, Yuni stopped her with a firm grip on her wrist. Yuni looked grave as he shook his head at her. Though reluctant, Ling Yun hesitated but ultimately obeyed. Are you still trying to protect him, teacher? Xiuxue, come back with me. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously, their intensity drawing burning gazes toward Gu Xiuxue, like a blazing fire that sought to consume him entirely. His eyelids twitched as he prepared to speak, but they didn't give him a chance. Mo Li shouted angrily, Shinshinbai. What are you? Get out of the demon realm. With that, her sword came slicing straight towards him. Shinshinbai calmly blocked it, yet the blade's force left a blood-streaked mark on his face. Watching this scene, Gu Xiuxue's heart tightened, but Shinshinbai only coldly retorted. Since I've already married him, he belongs to me. If not for him, do you think I would even come to your chaotic demon realm? It looks like you should handle your own problems first. Shinshinbai. Seeing the tension escalating into potential combat. This time Gu Xiuxue didn't intervene but quietly moved Yu Fuyu further back, ensuring neither of them could harm her before sighing in relief. Then, he casually commented with a grin. Why don't you take this fight outside? Xiuxue. Shinshinbai's expression darkened instantly as he reached out to grab his wrist. Suddenly, an icy blade shot toward his wrist. At the same time, Mo Li's voice cut through the air, filled with disdain. Don't touch him. Chapter 123, Xiuxue wants to recall. Shinshinbai watched Gu Xiuxue carefully protecting Yu Fuyu, and this sight deeply pained his eyes. The ferocity within his heart could no longer be suppressed. His usually clear and cold eyes were now faintly tinged with a bit of redness, with dark madness swirling within them, brewing a storm capable of tearing someone apart. Unfortunately, Mo Li chose that moment to attack him, causing him to lose control completely. The anger within found its outlet. Shinshinbai, enveloped in an aura of malice, swiftly dodged the ice blades aimed at him, and lunged with his sword towards Mo Li. Instantly, the two became locked in combat, nothing but streaks of movement visible as their swords clashed with crisp sounds. The force of their sword chi reverberated around, nearly destroying everything nearby. The carved jade pillars snapped, festive red silk was cut, landing everywhere, even the ground split with several large cracks. In an instant, dust flew everywhere, obscuring the original appearance of the grand hall. The red candles were also cut down, the burning flames leapt and landed on the ground, igniting the piles of red silk scattered below. What was once a joyous feast had descended into chaos. Under immense pressure, the wine bottles couldn't withstand it and cracked one by one, leaving shattered pieces all over the floor and wine flowing everywhere, making the fire more fierce. A glimmer of dark light passed through Yu Fuyue's eyes as she tightly protected Gu Xiuxue in her arms, blocking his line of sight completely. She quietly whispered in his ear. Master, don't look. It's too dangerous here. I will take you away first. Yuni handed Ling Yan over to Ling Jun just as the fight began. Then he took out a defensive artifact from his storage pouch, wrapping it securely around them and speaking in a serious tone. Ling Jun, quickly take Ling Yan away from here and return to the demon realm. I'll handle the rest. No. Ling Jun stared at him defiantly, gritting his teeth, if anyone leaves, it should be you. Yuni frowned, clearly displeased, saying, Ling Jun. This is not the time to throw a tantrum. Stop messing around. What can you do if you stay? How can you help the master? You can't even withstand their oppressive auras. Now take Ling Yan away, that would be the greatest help for us. Ling Jun instantly froze. It was the first time Yuni had spoken to him in such a cold and warning tone. Previously, regardless of what trouble or mistakes he had caused, even when Yuni punished him, he had never addressed him in this manner. Brother Yuni, please don't be angry with brother Ling Jun. Ling Yan timidly opened her mouth, trying to reach Yunyi, but Yunyi directly turned and walked toward Gu Xiuxue, completely ignoring them. Regaining his senses, Ling Jun abruptly rushed forward intending to say something. But before he could, Yunyi moved his finger slightly without turning back, sticking 2 talismans directly onto his body. In the next moment, a beam of golden light completely surrounded both him and Ling Yan. He didn't even have the chance to say his last word before disappearing from the spot. Qingyue, who had originally been munching on sunflower seeds, now also grew solemn, losing all interest in watching the spectacle. She flashed a few times and reached Gu Xiushue's side, looked up at those dozens of residual images. Mo Li had created over 10 clones, Shen Xinbai didn't give way either. Now entangled together, it was hard to tell who was the real person. Qingyue's expression wasn't pleasant as well. She was about to say something to Gu Xiuxue when Yunyi blocked her in front of her, cutting off her words seriously. Master, let me escort you back to the demon realm. Yunyi had between his fingers the final teleportation talisman. Even though the spirit realm was quite far from the demon realm, there were only 3 teleportation talismans left in his possession capable of bringing them straight back to the demon realm. 2 had already been used earlier, now there was only 1 left. Yu Fuyue sharply fixed his gaze on the talisman in Yunyi's hand, his eyes growing darker, but still, he remained silent. You'd better use this thing for yourself. Gu Xiuxue, seeing the talisman was about to stick on him, immediately snatched it from Yunyi's hand and stuck it onto his chest instead. At the moment his fingertips touched Yunyi's chest, Gu Xiuxue suddenly froze, some fragmented memories flashing through his mind. Strange, why did he feel like he had done something similar? Gu Xiuxue repressed the strange sensation rising in his heart. He looked at Yunyi attempting to tear off the teleportation talisman, grasped his wrist, interrupted his action, and said seriously. Young ear, I trust you. I am at ease to leave the demon realm in your hands. Brother Yun's playfulness is too much, so you have to keep a close eye on him in the future. Yunyi blankly stared at him, listening to his words of advice, and his eyes instantly turned red, his voice even trembling. Don't. Master. Gu Xiuxue couldn't explain why, it was just a temporary arrangement to send him back to the demon realm. But for some reason, he inexplicably felt they would never meet again, thus he couldn't help but speak more, wanting to give extra instructions. Seeing Yunyi suddenly burst into tears, Gu Xiuxue was taken aback, reminding himself vaguely of when he first met them. Back then, they were still children, yet he brought them back to nurture them, making them assist with affairs in the demon realm. And as for himself, he left the demon realm to pursue something even more important. Wait, something even more important. As the demon lord, what could be so critical that would take him away from the demon realm? Why did he come to the spirit realm? And why did he take Yu Fuyue as his disciple? Why? Ah. Instantly, Gu Xiuxue furrowed his brows, feeling headache surging up. He loosened his grip on Yunyi's hand, lifting it to massage his forehead instead. Yunyi also quickly tore off the teleportation talisman on his body in panic. Master. Master, what's wrong with you? Lord. Even though the voices were ringing in his ears, Gu Xiuxue only felt as if they came from across another dimension, so distant, almost untouchable. He could feel someone tightly gripping his hand, yet his eyelids weighed heavy, preventing him from opening them. Gu Xiuxue felt like he had drifted into a void, surrounded by nothing but whiteness. This place was more like a cage, confining him within its grasp. As he looked around, trying to find a way out, all of a sudden, a glowing orb appeared before him. It grew larger and larger, almost dazzling. Gu Xiuxue narrowed his eyes until finally the light faded, transforming the glowing orb into a child no older than 2 or 3. He raised an eyebrow, strangely accepting this sight as perfectly normal. But there was something odd about this child. Chapter 124, Tugging at the System's Tail. The child only wore a little belly cover, with a pair of rabbit ears on top of his head, and a furry tail coiled behind him that quivered, making one involuntarily want to pinch it. Gu Xiuxue thought this and did exactly that, he squatted down and pinched the child's tail. The texture was pretty good. Gu Xiushue's eyes gleamed for a moment as a different idea sprang into his mind. He had heard that rabbit tails were rather long. But the kid didn't give him a chance to proceed further, immediately covering his own tail and running away to the side. Then he stared at Gu Xiuxue with a pair of red eyes, misty with water, as if unaware others might think Gu Xiuxue had bullied him. Gu Xiuxue just recalled the sensation from earlier, staying silent for a moment. Just pinching the tail shouldn't count as bullying, right? Gu Xiuxue. You've gone too far. How dare you pinch my tail while? My tail isn't clean anymore. 311 burst into loud cries, her eyes reddening even more as tears pattered down. This left Gu Xiuxue somewhat at a loss for what to do, but he quickly picked her up and held her like one would console a child. It's alright, stop crying. It's my fault, I shouldn't have pinched your tail. Please don't cry. 311 paused upon hearing his consoling words, feeling somewhat uncomfortable because she wasn't really a child. He merely wanted to use this opportunity to vent the grievances of the past few days. These last 2 days, he had expended so much energy trying to awaken Gu Xiuxue. Who knew not only was it ineffective, but Gu Xiuxue even found him annoying. Annoyingly noisy and disruptive. While Gu Xiuxue consoled her, he wiped away the tears from her eyes. Humph. Gu Xiuxue, I'm not a child, don't try to placate me with methods meant for children. 311 turned her head and coldly hummed before continuing. But then again, my energy is almost depleted. To be able to find such an opportunity and construct this space of consciousness, I can't stay here long either. Upon hearing her words, Gu Xiuxue instinctively nodded and asked. Then? Why did you bring me here? He distinctly remembered not knowing this child, yet his intuition told him that this child wouldn't harm him and was among the few people he could trust. Thus, despite being in an unfamiliar place, he still spoke gently with the child. Unexpectedly, the child in his arms slapped his brow point next moment. Hiss. Gu Xiuxue sharply inhaled air, feeling something following the child's movements being injected into his body. For a brief second, he felt completely powerless, his hands too weak to hold the child in his arms. When he watched the child fall, he subconsciously tried to catch her, finding himself helpless in doing so. Seeing her land safely without injury, he let out a sigh of relief. Gu Xiuxue swayed, falling directly to the ground and closing his eyes. Even though he felt an inexplicable wave of fatigue engulfing him, his awareness remained unusually clear at this very moment. Many images surfaced in his mind, initially chaotic, gradually becoming clearer. He didn't know how much time passed, but Gu Xiuxue suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp chill flickering within them. He sat up from the ground, propping himself up with both hands, head hanging low while messy long hair cascaded down. The long hair nearly covered his entire face, preventing anyone from seeing his current emotions clearly. Gu Xiuxue, are you alright? Shouldn't you remember everything by now? 311 seeing his reaction, cautiously approached him and touched his cheek. At least say something, I've used almost all my energy, if you aren't clear-headed right now, then I won't be able to help, we'll die together. 311's voice choked up again, you may as well not go out. Anyway, Ming Yan has created a 9-abyss spirit array which leads to death anyway. Wait a moment, I'll dig a grave for us. Gu Xiuxue. Little 3, at least give me a moment to recover. Why do we need a grave already? Subconsciously reaching out to grab 311, Gu Xiuxue ended up grabbing her tail once again. Gu Xiuxue silently released her tail, I feel like there's still something I can explain. 311 gritted her teeth, Gu. Xiu. Shue. You've grabbed my tail again. I will never forgive you, never. Alright, stop fooling around. What was that 9-abyss spirit array you mentioned earlier? Gu Xiuxue rubbed his head, calmed himself down, and then looked at 311 to ask. 311 sniffed, it's nothing much. Ming Yan set up a 9-abyss spirit array and treated all of you as sacrifices. The 9-abyss spirit array is an ancient formation. Once activated, it causes widespread destruction but can summon all the spirits from the underworld, even some residual souls of those whose spirits have dispersed into dust. However, the sacrificial individuals must carry great fortune. Mo Li being released and Shenxinbai being lured over were all intentional moves by him, he's been using you all as sacrifices. He has long targeted the good fortune you carry. While speaking, 311 sighed, I originally intended to warn you, but unfortunately. It's already somewhat late now. Gu Xiuxue furrowed his brows and spoke, you should send me back first. If I remain unconscious for too long, they will probably cause more chaos. As he said this, he recalled the 2 individuals who had been entangled in combat before he fell into a coma, and immediately felt a headache coming on. He just lost his memory for 2 days, yet somehow without attention, the 2 male protagonists had ended up fighting each other. And there was that Yu Fu Yu. Gu Xiuxue's thoughts paused momentarily, his gaze dimmed slightly, and a faint ripple of emotion surfaced in his heart, but it was quickly suppressed. 311 nodded and still didn't forget to caution him, I don't have much energy left, so from now on, it's up to you. I won't log back in. As long as Yu Fu Yu, this bug in the world, is eliminated and the other 2 protagonists are kept alive, we will soon be able to leave this world. At that point, everything about this world will no longer concern us. The heavenly Tao will handle the aftermath, so you don't need to worry too much. Since you say that the formation is so powerful, how am I supposed to solve it? How can I ensure the 2 protagonists stay alive? Gu Xiuxue asked with a frown. 311 fell silent for a moment and shoved a small fragment into his hand. You were originally the antagonist, and therefore carried the villain's halo. Now that you've interacted with several protagonists, you possess the fortunes of 3 protagonists. Though not abundant, it's sufficient. First, kill Yu Fu Yu and eliminate this bug from the world. Then I can open the passage to leave this world. Voluntarily sacrifice yourself, and the array won't be able to withstand the fortune you carry. It will also backfire, and the formation will naturally be broken. Of course, if you can send them away before the array activates, that would be the best way. That way, they won't suffer too much injury. Speaking, she firmly held Gu Xiuxue's hand, her expression showing weariness. With serious eyes, she added. Gu Xiuxue, I'm counting on you. Alright. Gu Xiuxue felt the warmth emanating from the small fragment in his palm, which then transformed into a streak of light and entered his body. He slightly nodded, feeling a flash of white light before him and a wave of dizziness. When he regained clarity again, he saw several figures surrounding him. Chapter 125, Such Direct and Passionate Affection. Master. Xiu Shui. Mo Li and Shen Xinbai had unknowingly stopped. The two who had just been fighting each other to the death moments ago now stood side by side with him. Ignoring their own injuries, they both looked at him with eyes full of worry and care. And he was leaning in Yu Fuyu's arms, his throat a bit dry, his entire body still feeling weak. You are blocking me. Gu Xiushui's eyelids twitched. His gaze swept over those surrounding him, especially lingering on Shen Xianbai for a moment. For an instant, there was silence and helplessness. Previously, with the assistance of System 311, all memories related to Gu Xiushui had been erased from Shen Xianbai's mind, assuming they would never interact again until leaving this world. But he hadn't expected that after such a short while, they would meet again. Even more unexpected was the fact that this time, the system functioned without any issues. All of Shen Xianbai's memories regarding Gu Xiushui had indeed been completely wiped clean. Yet the very moment Shen Xianbai saw him again, the same feelings resurfaced. Gu Xiushui couldn't quite describe what he felt inside, only knowing it was exceedingly complicated. Did Shen Xianbai like him so much? Liked him to the point that even after forgetting everything about him, all their past experiences together. Still, upon seeing him for the first time again, he fell for him once more and wanted to take him back. Such ardent and straightforward liking. Gu Xiushui took a deep breath, attempting to calm his emotions and forcing himself not to think about these matters anymore. He was about to leave this world. He would leave it very soon. This kind of liking he could neither reciprocate nor respond to. Gu Xiushui quickly averted his gaze, no longer looking at Shen Xianbai but turning toward Mo Li instead. Seeing Mo Li's tearful eyes, heart-touchingly pitiful expression, he couldn't help but stretch out a hand, weakly saying, "Xiao Lier, give me a hand." Upon hearing his words, Mo Li's eyes instantly lit up, softly responding as he pulled him up immediately, hugging him tightly within his embrace, unwilling to let go. "Master." Yu Fuyu, watching the person in Mo Li's embrace, his voice trembled slightly, pain crossing his eyes before revealing a faint, self-deprecating smile. "Master, has everything come back to you?" "Humph, Yu Fuyu, I've already told you that Master is mine. Don't assume you're underhanded, dirty tricks can steal Master away from me." Mo Li lifted his chin at Yu Fuyu. If it weren't for keeping his tail and ears hidden right now, probably his tail wouldn't have been able to stop wagging. When Yu Fuyu faced Gu Xiushui's eyes, all remaining illusions in his heart shattered, his complexion suddenly becoming significantly paler, leaving behind nothing but desolation in his gaze. His originally extended hand wanting to touch Gu Xiushui hovered in mid-air and then quietly retracted. "I'm sorry, Master, I just want to be with you too much. He is mine." Shen Xianbai, standing nearby, witnessing their interaction finally lost control, reaching out to place a hand around Gu Xiushui's waist. "Mo Li. Let him go." "So what? Do you want to fight again?" Seeing them on the verge of conflict once more, Gu Xiushui instantly felt exhausted. However, he hadn't forgotten what 311 had said about the 9 Abyss Ancestral Souls Array, and quickly intervened. "Stop. Both of you, stop. Now isn't the time for quarrels, we need to find a way out of here. We cannot stay long in this place." It's unclear when Ming Yan disappeared. The commotion made by Shen Xianbai and the others wasn't insignificant earlier, and what was originally a grand hall now resembled a pile of ruins. Perhaps Ming Yan had been spying on them from the shadows the entire time, waiting for the opportune moment to activate the 9 Abyss Ancestral Souls Array. Gu Xiushui's eyes darkened. Mo Li gritted his teeth, eventually holding back the urge to start a fight. Shen Xianbai glanced emotionlessly at him but showed no intention of letting go. Yunyi simply observed one and then another, producing the final teleportation talisman. "I only have this one teleportation talisman left, and it can only take us to the demon realm." Hearing his words, Gu Xiushui's gaze lingered, regrettable that there weren't sufficient materials right now, otherwise, he could have directly set up a teleportation array here. But, sending one person at a time was better than nothing. Gu Xiushui spoke with rare seriousness, "Yunyi, take Qin Yu and leave first." Ming Yan intended to use Shen Xinbai and the others as sacrifices, likely because they bore significant destiny. However, their protagonist's glow wouldn't make it easy for them to die. Yunyi and Qin Yu were different. Their destinies weren't as heavy, so once entangled in this situation, they would likely end up being completely obliterated. "I'm not leaving. My lord is still here, I won't leave." Qin Yu had already sensed something amiss, but she simply laughed carelessly and said nonchalantly. There was only one teleportation talisman anyway. He should take it. After all, he's destined to become the demon sovereign. As soon as her words left her lips, she didn't give Yunyi any chance to react, immediately snatching the teleportation talisman from his hand and pressing it against his back. Qin Yu looked at Yunyi with a playful smile, tilting her lips slightly. "Farewell. Qin Yu." Yunyi's pupils tightened instantly. He wanted to say something but even lacked the chance to raise his hand to touch Qin Yu. A gentle light enveloped him entirely, making him vanish on the spot. "Alright, those who needed to leave are gone now. My lord, let's go." Qin Yu smiled warmly at Shen Xianbai. Shen Xianbai's eyes flickered briefly between her and Gu Xiushui, but ultimately he said nothing, just nodding. Taking advantage of Mo Li and Yu Fuyu not paying attention, he took one step closer to Gu Xiushui and scooped him up horizontally into his arms. Gu Xiushui, abruptly lifted, was stunned. Shen Xianbai. What do you think you're doing? Gu Xiushui gritted his teeth, but Shen Xianbai held him firmly and walked straight ahead, looking exceptionally self-assured. Of course, I'm carrying you, which will be faster. Mo Li glanced at Shen Xianbai's figure and wished he could stab his chest from behind with a sword. Yu Fuyu raised his head to look outside. It should have been lively and celebratory, but it was eerily silent. All that met the eye was still the red sky blanketing everything. He remained motionless, his tone unexpectedly calm. There's no need to go anymore. We can't leave. The entire hall has been surrounded by an array, and the array has been activated. None of us can escape. His words made everyone freeze and turn sharply toward him. Mo Li frowned deeply, disgust evident in his voice as he pointed his sword directly at Yu Fuyu's heart. Yu Fuyu, what tricks have you played? But instead of responding, Yu Fuyu tilted his head, a mocking glint in his eyes as he chuckled softly. Mo Li. You really are stupid and useless. So, do you actually believe Ming Yan is someone noble? Aligning yourself with him might not even allow you to leave your remains intact. TSK. How dare you insult me like that? I'm not that cruel. Chapter 126, An Unsolvable Ending. The moment Yu Fuyu's voice fell silent, Mo Li hadn't even had a chance to speak when another voice filled with complaint suddenly echoed through the grand hall. It was Ming Yan. Shen Xinbai didn't know who this Ming Yan was, but he understood that their entrapment here was undeniably linked to him. Qin Yu similarly summoned her sword and fixed her gaze on the direction of the voice, her eyes filled with vigilance. Gu Xiushui gestured for Shen Xinbai to set her down with a nudge, signaling his intention. After hesitating for a brief moment, Shen Xinbai gently placed her down but firmly grasped her hand, shielding her behind him. In an instant, all gazes were drawn to Ming Yan, who had appeared at some unknown point sitting atop a broken wall. Ming Yan was no longer cloaked in his black robe, instead lounging carelessly, one hand propped on his knee supporting his head, while the other idly played with a jade pendant. Seeing that everyone's attention was now on him, he grinned mischievously and gracefully leapt down from the ruined wall, walking toward them. When he reached a certain distance, he casually tossed the jade pendant he held into Gu Xiushui's direction. Gu Xiushui remained aloof, but Ming Yan smiled as he spoke. Don't look at me like that. I'm a man of my word. I promised you that if you helped me slip him the drug, I'd return this jade token to you. As Ming Yan continued, he deliberately pointed at Yu Fuyu, the mirth gleaming uncontrollably in his eyes. At this moment, Gu Xiushui did not appear too well, yet upon hearing these words, she instinctively glanced at Yu Fuyu. What surprised her, however, was that after Ming Yan mentioned this betrayal, Yu Fuyu did not reveal any trace of anguish or pain over being betrayed. He still maintained that serene expression, a faint smile curving the corners of his lips, his gaze calm. Yet, only the tightly clenched fists hanging at his sides revealed his emotions to some degree. Clearly, Ming Yan was extremely dissatisfied with Yu Fuyu's composed demeanor. Earlier you said nasty things about me, but now you learn your beloved master has abandoned you, and there's barely any reaction. He paused momentarily, the madness in his eyes almost impossible to suppress. It'll be interesting to see whether you'll remain so calm when your spirit and body are annihilated soon. Yu Fuyu, never thought you'd come to this end, did you? Ming Yan suddenly burst into laughter, truly appearing somewhat deranged, tears streaming from laughing, before abruptly silencing himself and looking at Gu Xiushui again. He tilted his head slightly and extended his hand toward her, where within his palm rested a dagger embedded with spirit stones, which looked extraordinarily sharp. Gu Xiushui, as a friend, I'm offering you a choice right now. If you kill him, I'll let you all go alive. How does that sound? Gu Xiushui, your sudden desire to leave earlier must mean you've noticed the formation here, right? None of you can leave now. Only I have the power to spare your lives, but I need a sacrifice. If you kill him personally and offer him as the sacrifice, I will ensure your safety. Ming Yan's voice was soft, slow, carrying subtle tones of temptation and persuasion. Before Gu Xiushui could respond, a sword pierced straight through his chest. It was Mo Li. Mo Li watched as Ming Yan's corpse slumped to the ground and frowned deeply, disdain evident in his tone. You're really too noisy. Just as a black mist gathered from the bloodstained corpse lying before him, Mo Li merely scoffed coldly. Of course, he knew this wouldn't kill Ming Yan, but it didn't stop him from venting his frustration with a few strikes. TSK, if only your master wasn't so gentle compared to yours, he stabbed me more than 10 times already. Ming Yan commented nonchalantly, glancing at the dagger that had fallen near Gu Xiushui's feet, raising his brows. Well then, make your choice, Gu Xiushui. You're a smart person, you should know what the best decision is under these circumstances. Ming Yan's eyes were brimming with amusement and anticipation. Mo Li picked up the dagger. Let me do it, master, I want to kill him anyway, I should have done it long ago. No, I want Gu Xiushui to act herself. Ming Yan's smile gradually faded, his tone chilling instantly, the darkness swirling in his eyes resembling ink that could not be dissolved. If you hesitate to kill him yourself, then I'll just have all of you serve as sacrifices for me. With that, he snapped his fingers. Almost immediately, intricate and ancient array symbols surfaced on the entire floor of the grand hall, emitting a strange and eerie bluish light. Following this, a surge of black mist emerged from the formation, forming what appeared to be a barrier that enveloped them entirely. It obscured their view of the outside world. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of pressure combined with an icy chill rising from beneath their feet and permeating their entire bodies. This cold enshrouded them completely. In the distance, they faintly heard the howling wind interwoven with screams and roars. Ming Yan's body, which had fallen to the ground, had vanished without a trace, only leaving behind a pool of blood. Yet his gaze remained firmly fixed on them, more accurately, on Gu Xiuxue, as his thin lips parted. Gu Xiuxue, kill him. Kill him, if you do, you will live. Yu Fuyue lowered his eyes and walked over to Gu Xiuxue's side, taking her hand. Then, he forcefully snatched the dagger from Mo Li's grip. As Gu Xiuxue felt the cold touch of the dagger being placed into her palm, she glanced up and met Yu Fuyue's eyes. Even amidst the pervasive black fog, she could see Yu Fuyue's face clearly, the sorrow buried deep within his eyes was unmistakable. He met her gaze, gave her a small smile, and let out a soft sigh, saying, "Master. I said it before, whatever you want, no matter what it is, I will give it to you. So, you've known all along, haven't you?" Gu Xiuxue's eyelashes trembled slightly as she tightly gripped the dagger in her trembling hand but hesitated to act. Her voice sounded hoarse as she asked. "Master, I know, I understand everything. There was only one person in the world who could slip Yu Fuyue a drug and escape undetected, Gu Xiuxue herself. Humph, truly heart-wrenching, isn't it, Yu Fuyue? When you killed the person I valued most, I decided long ago that I'd make you suffer the same fate at the hands of the one you love. Do you think this counts as retribution, Ming Yan laughed scornfully, cutting off Yu Fuyue's words without hesitation. Then he turned his head toward Gu Xiuxue, urging her impatiently. "Gu Xiuxue, are you going to kill or not? I'm giving you this one chance. If you don't take it, the formation will fully activate soon, and everyone inside here will be sacrificed. There'll be nothing I can do then." Gu Xiuxue cast her eyes downward, acutely aware of the trembling in her own hands. She wasn't unfamiliar with killing, it had never been a particularly difficult task for her before. But now, for some inexplicable reason, she faltered. She didn't trust Ming Yan, she doubted he would spare their lives even if she killed Yu Fuyue. However, even though she mistrusted Ming Yan, eradicating this anomaly in the world required Yu Fuyue's death. It was an unsolvable ending. Chapter 127, Ayue is a child who is easy to please. Perhaps sensing his hesitation, Yu Fuyue's eyes softened, and she let out a gentle laugh. "That's enough. Master, it's enough that you're still hesitating for me." She grasped Gu Xiuxue's hand and kissed his fingertips, her voice low and hoarse. "You taught me, when facing an enemy, your hands cannot tremble. So, master, don't tremble." Gu Xiuxue closed his eyes briefly, then reopened them, with only coldness remaining in his gaze. He stared expressionlessly at Yu Fuyue. This time there was no hesitation, the dagger in his hand plunged straight through Yu Fuyue's chest. He supported Yu Fuyue as she collapsed, whispering softly in her ear. "Sorry." A wave of piercing pain struck Gu Xiuxue's heart, leaving his mind blank for a moment. Then memories of their time together flooded back violently. Most of the time, Yu Fuyue smiled before him. Occasionally, she cried, but it was always for attention, to make him feel soft-hearted. In fact, she was a child easily pleased. Gu Xiuxue was stunned. He suddenly realized that all his schemes were actually unnecessary in front of Yu Fuyue. He thought Yu Fuyue used every trick on him and would never let go easily. In the past 2 days, forcibly erasing and altering her memories had only strengthened his belief. But now he understood that when Yu Fuyue said she could give up everything for him, could abandon everything, she meant it. He believed that protected by the protagonist's divine light, only the main male character could kill another. But if the protagonist willingly dies, there's no stopping it. Looking at the blood in his palm, Gu Xiuxue felt as if his eyes were tinged red. Silent, unable to support Yu Fuyue any longer, he could only kneel halfway under her weight but continued to hold her tightly without letting go. Ming Yan watched this scene silently as well. He glared at Yu Fuyue, searching desperately for a flicker of anger, a trace of hatred, or some pain on her face. But nothing, not a single bit. Despite being betrayed by the person she loved most, despite being killed by the one she valued most, she showed absolutely no pain. Why? How come? Ming Yan clenched his teeth tightly, gripping his hands into fists, with eyes filled with frustration. Moments later, he laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Yu Fuyue, I thought someone like you, even if only slightly unwilling, wouldn't be willing to die. Didn't expect to die at the hands of the one you love yet still managed to smile. Ming Yan paused momentarily, becoming more excited. Since that's the case, let me tell you one last piece of good news while you're not dead yet. Your delay caused the formation to activate completely, and there's no way to teleport you away anymore. So, we're staying here together to be sacrificed. The instant his words faded, a stream of spirit energy shot directly toward them. It was Qin Yu, long unable to endure, now acting on impulse after hearing what Ming Yen said. Apparently, Ming Yen wasn't worried. He allowed those streams of spiritual force and sword energy to split him and reassemble him continuously. He just watched as Yu Fuyue finally revealed reluctant hatred, finding joy and laughter in her suffering. Ha 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 ha, Yu Fuyue. Is this your end today? It makes sense. It makes sense. Even if dying by the hands of the one you love doesn't cause you anguish, what if the one you yearn for, dies right before your eyes? As Ming Yen laughed, tears slid down from his reddened eyes. The deep blackness of his eyes blurred over with mist, and he muttered softly. Just like before, when he died right before my eyes. I waited so long, and finally made it back to his side, barely managed. I didn't even get a chance to show him my new body. Yu Fuyue, I won't let you die that easily. Ming Yen paid no attention as his soul body got severed once again into two parts. Qin Yu also lacked strength at the moment. She could feel the formation absorbing her spirit power, breathing lightly, and looking around for a way out. Don't bother thinking about it, little girl. Not to mention you, even your immortal master can't break this 9 abyss soul sacrifice formation. So save your strength. Maybe you'll live a little longer. Ming Yen saw through Qin Yu's thoughts but did not intend to stop her, smiling all the while. After all, it will take a long time for all of your luck and spiritual power to be completely absorbed. His soul body coalesced once again, then he immediately turned his gaze toward Yu Fuyue, tilting his head slightly as he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, countless black tentacles shot out from the ground, tightly entwining Yu Fuyue. The black mist on those tentacles almost completely enveloped Yu Fuyue, exposing only her deathly pale face. In her ears echoed Ming Yan's low murmuring laugh, like that of a demon. Yu Fuyue, I said it, I won't let you die so easily. Master. Yu Fuyue had eyes and heart only for Gu Xiuxue, she paid no heed to what Ming Yan had said. She tried to curve her lips into a smile, but it was more sorrowful than laughter. Master, I've said, no matter what you want, I'll give it to you. I've always been unwilling to make Master hesitate. Leaning against Gu Xiuxue, she felt the warmth in his embrace. Master, can you remember me? I wish so much for you to remember me forever. She cautiously lifted her hand, tentatively trying to touch the person before her. Her tear-filled eyes held traces of grievance and longing. Gu Xiuxue did not move away, yet she dared only to outline his features with her unsoiled index finger. It didn't matter though, even if he would forget her afterward, it didn't matter. At least she had won this bet, her master also cared for her in his heart. Ayue. Gu Xiuxue gripped Yu Fuyue's hand, and at that moment realized there was a small ring on her other wrist. More accurately, it was a flower garland, one he had once woven for her. All suppressed emotions finally burst through their restraints at this instant. Gu Xiuxue felt his eye sockets grow hot, moisture clouding his vision and making everything blurry. He could barely see the person in his arms clearly, yet everything about her in his mind was crystal clear. Master, please don't cry. Yu Fuyue rested in his embrace, softly sighing, actually, I anticipated this day long ago. I know everything you have done, and I know that you sought my life. But originally, I wanted to struggle. Originally, I thought that if you forgot them and remembered only me, wouldn't it be possible, that we could also. I'm sorry, Master. Chapter 128, this is a sweet title. Yu Fuyue's voice grew weaker and weaker as she closed her eyes, trembling. If I hadn't been blinded by hatred back then. If I hadn't killed you, if I had recognized you, would the outcome between us have been different? Unfortunately, even he clearly knew there were no ifs. Gu Xiuxue only felt distressed at first, but after hearing this, she was stunned for a moment, a sense of foreboding growing in her heart. Are you saying that you know everything? Shen Xianbai was also searching for a way to break the formation with Qin Yu. At this moment, Mo Li was the only one left by their side. Hearing Yu Fuyue's words, he too, was momentarily stunned. Mo Li gripped his sword tightly, veins protruding on his hand. He gritted his teeth as though trying hard to suppress something. A wave of uncontrollable anger surged in his eyes. Yet, at this moment, he simply didn't have the strength to do anything else. Not only because of the 9 sacrificial soul formation, but also because of Yu Fuyue. Yu Fuyue was his heart demon, even if split apart long ago, she was still part of him. Once Yu Fuyue dies, his soul would suffer heavy damage. Just like now. Mo Li originally didn't care why Gu Xiuxue wanted to kill Yu Fuyue so badly. To him, it didn't matter anyway, since all he cared about was Gu Xiuxue. But now all of Gu Xiuxue's attention was focused on Yu Fuyue, completely ignoring him behind her. Mo Li's eyes darkened as he struggled to approach them. He looked down at Yu Fuyue with cold eyes. The sword in his hand was pressed against her neck. His trembling voice carried an air of disbelief. Yu Fuyue, what did you mean just now? You said you killed the master. For years, Mo Li had noticed Yu Fuyue's minor actions but chose not to interfere or even deliberately indulge them. After all, he needed a new demon king to manage the demon realm. Cultivating a new demon king was far too troublesome and time-consuming. Yu Fuyue was the best choice. If it hadn't been for Gu Xiuxue's return and the fact that Gu Xiuxue was still alive. He might have already handed over all authority of the demon realm to Yu Fuyu and ended his own life to be with Gu Xiuwa. So, what did Yu Fuyu mean by these words? What does not killing him mean? What about if recognizing him? A ridiculous thought sprouted in Mo Li's mind, disbelief clouding his eyes. He mostly knew about Yu Fuyu's actions over the years and naturally understood that Yu Fuyu rarely killed anyone with her own hands. If someone killed with full hatred, it could only be one person. Gu Xiuwa seemed to also recall past events, her gaze always lowered, not once looking up at Mo Li. In this situation, he still didn't know how to explain what happened back then. Staging an assassination and erasing all evidence just so she could kill herself with her own hands. He didn't know how to tell Mo Li about this incident, nor dared to imagine what Mo Li would become if he found out about the truth from those days. Even though it had been such a long time. Yu Fuyu gazed at Mo Li, her lips pale but now tinged red with blood. Her misty eyes gleamed strangely, resembling an alluring ghost. She let out a burst of laughter followed by violent coughing, weakly and slowly spoke in a voice only they could hear. Yes. Yes. It was our own hands that killed him, Mo Li. We killed him back then. That powerful demon, Qian Shu. Do you remember? He coveted the position of Demon King and killed the master. That demon Qian Shu. Yue, stop. Gu Xiuwa twitched her eyelids, interrupting her words. Despite feeling somewhat troubled before, she now felt a stronger sense of impending doom. Everything was now spiraling out of control. Mo Li fell helplessly on his knees in front of them, gasping heavily. His eyes reflected disbelief as he softly muttered denials again and again. He stared at his own hands, so clean, yet feeling stained with indelible blood. He couldn't believe, couldn't accept, the fact that it was he himself who had killed Gu Xiuwa back then. He tried to convince himself, none of Yu Fuyu's lies were believable. But he also knew that by now, Yu Fuyu had no reason to deceive him, especially since this kind of lie held no meaning whatsoever. Yet. Why? Master, why? Mo Li felt as if an invisible hand tightly gripped his heart, mangling it beyond recognition, leaving him unable even to breathe. Tears blurred his vision, making it impossible for him to see the expressions of those before him. Gu Xiuwa silently turned her head, feeling a sudden headache. She retracted her earlier thought that Yu Fuyu was easy to placate. Clearly, Yu Fuyu intended to cause Mo Li pain even before she herself died, which was why she revealed this matter to him. The Nine sacrificial soul formation seemed to be stimulated by something and suddenly emitted a large surge of black mist. An immense pressure weighed them down, preventing any movement. Moments later, the wailing and sobbing voices around them grew louder and clearer. Gu Xiuwa raised her eyes and saw countless vague remnants of souls drifting about. She had originally wanted to explain a few things, but seeing the scene before her, she realized there was no need for explanation. Well, everything was coming to an end anyway. She had wanted to wait a little longer since Yu Fuyu wasn't quite dead yet. She didn't know if resolving this would fix the bug in this world or allow her to leave. But now, she no longer wanted to wait. The Nine sacrificial soul formation had already begun attracting these residual souls, and if they lingered, they wouldn't die, but they'd surely suffer severe injuries. Gu Xiuwa bit her tongue to stay as clear-minded as possible and then spoke to Mo Li with a calm tone. Little Li, I don't know how to explain some things to you. But I hope you understand that no matter what, you are my disciple, and everything I've done in the past has been for your sake. So, please stop being like before, even when I'm no longer around, don't act that way anymore. Take care of yourself. As for Shen Xian Bai. Gu Xiuwa glanced deeply at Shen Xian Bai far away. Shen Xian Bai, sensing something, suddenly turned around and looked back at her. Their gazes met momentarily in midair before quickly parting again. At this moment, Gu Xiuwa couldn't help but admit that Shen Xian Bai's ardent affection made her heart skip a beat. She was also glad that she had erased all memories of herself from Shen Xian Bai's mind beforehand. Otherwise, upon leaving this world, Shen Xian Bai might not have been able to bear it. Fortunately, their encounter this time hadn't lasted long. Even though Shen Xian Bai fell in love with her at first sight, it wasn't deep enough to shatter him. Gu Xiuwa sighed. Mo Li slowly returned to his senses as well. Sensing something, he tightly grabbed her wrist, his eyes filled with entreaty. No. Master. Don't leave me. Please. Chapter 129, It's all about to end. Master. Yu Fuyu's pupils trembled, and with all the strength he had left, he grabbed onto Gu Xiuwa Shue's robe. He wanted to say something, but when he moved his lips, not a single word came out. Gu Xiuwa Shue's eyes were gentle, and there was even a smile at the corner of her lips. It's alright, little Au. Be good, it'll be over soon. She said this while gently lowering Yu Fuyu. At this moment, the entire 9 obscure sacrificial soul array was filled with various vengeful spirits and residual souls. Though there was no wind, everyone could feel the bone-chilling cold. Master. Mo Li and Yu Fuyu spoke almost simultaneously. One was confined in place unable to move, the other had completely lost the strength for action. They could only helplessly watch as Gu Xiuwa Shui descended from the steps, walking to the center of the array, and walked right up to Ming Yan who was sitting on a cloud of black mist with an unconcerned look as always. Gu Xiaoshui stopped a few steps away from him, carefully scrutinizing him before speaking, hands crossed. He sounded quite perplexed. Ming Yan, I don't understand. What exactly do you gain by initiating the 9 obscure sacrificial soul array? You might really be able to see that person you long for so much through this thing. But you'll have to die here too. That person who presumably cares about you would surely not want to see you like this, wouldn't they? At first, I also considered if Ming Yan intended to use the 9 obscure sacrificial soul array to destroy the entire demon realm. But then, I carefully thought about it. If that were truly your purpose, there'd be no need for you to trap yourself within this array. The current state of Ming Yan seems like he doesn't even want to live anymore, yet he still desperately wants to see that person one last time before he dies. But doing all this, paying such a high price, is just for one last meeting. Gu Xiaoshui appeared troubled, his gaze appropriately revealing a hint of confusion while he subtly adjusted his position. He. The demon lord sure is kind-hearted. Though Ming Yan was smiling, there was no joy in his eyes. His full focus was fixed on Gu Xiaoshui's face, unaware of her minor movements. I never expected that you would be worried about me even at this point. Humph. No wonder both the Demon King and the Sage Master are deeply entangled with you. Just a pity. I originally planned to let you go. Ming Yan shrugged, letting his hands fall loose as he sighed slowly. After all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find such a fine sacrifice. Pity I gave you a choice, and you didn't seize the opportunity. Humph. Do you think I'd let you make you suffer and still let you go? Gu Xiaoshui softly laughed, calculating the distance silently in her mind. She stepped forward a little more, her eyes scanning the surroundings under the moonlight. Shen Xin Bai and Qin Yu were caught by a throng of residual souls and vengeful spirits. They seemed to have noticed something amiss over here and were trying to come over to find her. But alas, being inside the 9 obscure sacrificial soul array, their conditions were not good either. Even if they wished to help, they were powerless. Glancing at them once, Gu Xiaoshui quickly shifted her attention back. Speaking of those whose condition remained relatively decent, there were none left except her and Ming Yan. Since Ming Yan was already a soul form, the influence he received within the 9 obscure sacrificial soul array was not significant. The residual souls would not attack him, though his soul essence was still dissipating, barely allowing him to hold on longer than the others, likely by a couple more hours. But she had that thing given to her by 311. Though she hadn't asked what it was, she faintly guessed that the reason she wasn't affected, and was still able to stand before Ming Yan, must have been related to that substance she had absorbed. You guessed right. Ming Yan smiled with a relaxed expression, appearing pure and harmless. Really a shame, no rewards. Saying this, he raised a hand and stroked Gu Xiaoshui's cheek, a peculiar emotion flickering in his eyes. Your eyes, they're beautiful. They remind me of someone. Gu Xiaoshui scoffed, unhesitatingly swatting his hand away, her lips curling slightly as she said. You remind me of someone else too, your ghostly underworld clan really consists of madmen. Still, with such a big commotion, if King of the Underworld finds out, you probably won't even get the chance for reincarnation. Who cares? I've died so many times anyway. Ming Yan displayed a carefree attitude, withdrawing his hand and staring solemnly at the lingering souls. He no longer retained his earlier grin, his eyes turned colder. He's lost the opportunity for rebirth. I searched through the depths of the underworld, but couldn't even find a trace of his remaining soul. But it doesn't matter, he won't be alone for long. Since he's lost the chance at reincarnation, you'll all accompany him. Gu Xiaoshui paid no heed to the desolation in his eyes, instead warning. The gathered residual souls are already plenty enough, even the 9 obscure sacrificial soul array can't maintain them for too long. If you don't hurry and look for him, you might truly miss seeing him one last time. Ming Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, his hands gripping tightly without control. He gave Gu Xiaoshui a deep look but said nothing, only turning around and plunging into the mass of lingering spirits who dared not approach him. As Gu Xiaoshui watched his retreating figure, relief washed over her heart, and she glanced down at her feet. She had finally found it. The dagger in her hand was still smeared with Yu Fuyu's blood. Her heart tightened involuntarily, and she gripped it even tighter. She turned her head back once more to glance at Yu Fuyu, but what she saw was merely a shadowy darkness. It seemed as if every sound had disappeared instantaneously, and she could no longer see anyone. Only she remained, surrounded by an oppressive darkness. With an expressionless face, Gu Xiaoshui used the dagger to slice open her wrist, scarlet blood spilling forth instantly, filling the air with the smell of blood. She sat cross-legged where she stood, her face as pale as paper, while her other hand clutched the dagger tightly. A faint white glow enveloped her, though weak, it became the sole light source within the dark. She heard someone calling her name, unable to discern who it was, nor did she care, feeling only a sense of liberation. Finally, she would leave this world behind, finally return. They say that upon the brink of death, your entire life flashes before your eyes. But all Gu Xiaoshui's mind painted were the memories from this world. From when she first arrived here, adapting to her role, raising one protagonist after another. To be precise, they weren't just protagonists, but the energy and time invested in them were far greater. Each event, each moment, centuries passed in the blink of an eye. Everything in this world felt like nothing more than a fleeting dream. And as the dream came to its end, her memory halted on a familiar yet foreign face. Opening her eyes, Gu Xiaoshui stared straight at Ming Yan, who had already sensed something amiss. Perhaps due to their shared heritage of the ghostly race, at this final hour, thoughts of that ghost child returned to her. They shared so many similarities, such identical madness. A sudden wave of emotion surged through Gu Xiaoshui. If that child hadn't died, if he knew that he perished at Yu Fuyu's hands. Chapter 130, Is he someone who can endure pain well? What are you doing? Ming Yan's voice was filled with anger and a touch of disbelief. The Ninein sacrificial spirit formation was originally set up by him. Just now, he watched as Gu Xiaoshui voluntarily sacrificed herself. He was initially puzzled but quickly realized something was wrong. Even though both were destined individuals bearing great fortune, after absorbing the luck from Gu Xiaoshui's body, the Ninein sacrificial spirit formation began to become unstable. Ming Yan wanted to stop Gu Xiaoshui, but when he approached, he couldn't even manage to touch her before watching helplessly as she fell. Gu Xiaoshui was lying in a pool of blood. The originally bright red bridal gown was now stained with blood, wrapping her in an overwhelming bloody stench, except for her face, which remained horrifyingly pale. At this moment, Gu Xiaoshui's expression was void of emotion, harboring just one thought in his mind. He really wanted to give number 311 a middle finger. Since he was leaving this world anyway, there was still a bit of energy left. Why wasn't his sense of pain turned off? Is he someone who can endure pain well? It is almost fatal. Gu Xiaoshui. Ming Yan clenched his teeth as he stared at Gu Xiaoshui's bleeding worsening, unable to do anything about it. How dare you? How dare you? The ground started shaking violently. The lingering souls became increasingly frenzied as the dark hues gradually dissipated, letting a beam of sunlight pierce through. The residual souls that had been forcibly gathered by the Ninein sacrificial spirit formation immediately vanished into thin air without so much as a wisp of sorrowful lamentation. Master. Respected elder. Xiaoshui. Without the interference of those souls, the few individuals previously restrained rushed over. Qin Yu even slashed Ming Yan's ethereal body apart with her sword. However, this time, Ming Yan's ethereal form didn't reassemble swiftly. Though broken apart, it continued staring resolutely at Gu Xiaoshui. Ming Yan couldn't believe that after plotting for such a long period, he ended up not achieving what he wanted, not seeing whom he wished to see. It's impossible, this can't be, how could it turn out like this, how did it become this way? Ming Yan muttered frantically, wanting to move closer, to see clearly Gu Xiaoshui, wanting to know why things had turned out this way. Regrettably, the group had tightly surrounded Gu Xiaoshui, holding him closely in their arms, making it impossible for him to get near even half a step. In the end, Ming Yan's gaze fell on Yu Fuyu far away, who was already nearly losing all signs of life. Yu Fuyu was also clad in bridal attire, lying in a pool of blood, yet no one paid him any heed. He kept his eyes fixated on Gu Xiaoshui, unable even to catch a final glance at him, only seeing a flash of that startling red. Tears mixed with blood made Yu Fuyu appear exceptionally disheveled at this moment. And at this instant, Ming Yan finally saw in his eyes what he had yearned to witness, a maddening intertwine of regret and anguish. Clearly suffering so profoundly, yet incapable of doing anything about it. Clearly loving one standing right before his eyes, yet forced to watch helplessly as the person dies in another's arms, not even able to reach out. Gradually, Ming Yan's ethereal form began condensing again, albeit considerably thinner, becoming translucent as if ready to vanish any time. Looking at Yu Fuyu enduring such agony, he suddenly chuckled softly. Although it was somewhat regrettable not being able to meet that person, at least he'd made Yu Fuyu suffer enough. Now, even if he died, it would matter little. After all, he should have died long ago. Just that, he yearned deeply for one other person, so once more climbed out from the underworld. He wanted to meet that person, yet in the end, could only watch helplessly as that person perished before his very eyes, failing to retain even the faintest remnant of his soul. Back then, he had suffered such agony too. Now, he guessed, it was about his time to die too. Ming Yan curved the corners of his lips slightly, appearing directly before Yu Fuyu, sitting cross-legged beside him, relishing every ounce of suffering evident on his face. Want to see him? What a pity, you can't reach him. I couldn't have my last glimpse of him either, neither can you. See, in the end, nobody will care about you, you'll perish alone. Betrayed by your beloved, dying by his hands, perishing unnoticed in some secluded corner. Yu Fuyu, everything you faced, you deserve it all. The airy, carefree yet oddly cathartic laughter resonated faintly in his ears. Yu Fuyu's eyelashes trembled, consciousness gradually fading away and blurring. His lips quivered faintly, as if attempting to say something, yet failed to produce any sound. Yu Fuyu closed his eyes, almost expending all his strength to flip over, refusing to look at Gu Xiaoshui anymore. He lay on his back, no longer able to distinguish whether the blur in his vision was from tears or blood. Ming Yan was right beside him, taking in all of his reactions, then suddenly burst out laughing. Though it's a bit regretful, seeing you like this makes me really happy. He personally marked you with the soul-devouring seal, which will completely annihilate your soul. But don't worry, as he sacrificed himself for the Ninein sacrificial spirit formation, he will also be utterly annihilated. This statement made Yu Fuyu suffer immensely, but there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Ha ha ha. As Ming Yen laughed, tears streamed down his face yet again. His figure became increasingly translucent. The Nine sacrificial spirit formation couldn't withstand the massive backlash of luck from Gu Xiaoshui's body, shattering not only the formation but causing Ming Yen, its creator, to suffer from the backlash as well. He watched the gradually dispersing remnants of souls, knowing that he would vanish just like them. And this was an outcome he had foreseen long ago. He accepted it without surprise and with great calmness. It was just a pity, he still hadn't seen the person he wanted to see. Ming Yen lowered his eyes, looking at his own dissipating soul body, whispering softly. Brother Qianshu. I haven't spared any of those who have harmed you. Why can't you meet me one last time? Why are you unwilling to spare me even a glance? Yu Fuyu seemed to hear Ming Yan's words. Even though he should have lost consciousness by now, his eyelashes trembled violently before he opened his eyes abruptly. Turning his head slightly to look at Ming Yen, filled with mockery and grief, he pulled the corner of his mouth into a bitter smile. Straining with all his remaining strength, he managed to speak. Because, he is the revered master, ha ha ha. Qianshu is Gu. Xiao, Shui. Fool. You're even more foolish than Emoli. Ming Yen stared dumbfoundedly at him, his eyes wide with disbelief, subconsciously denying it. It's impossible, it absolutely cannot be. He is the demon lord. How could he possibly be? Yet he recalled Gu Xiaoshui's eyes, and the words Gu Xiaoshui had spoken. How could this be possible? And how could this not be possible? Why, after searching throughout the entire abyss, couldn't he find even the faintest trace of soul belonging to this person? Because this person was never dead. Because he wasn't dead at all. If Gu Xiaoshui was Qianshu. If they were the same person. Then what had he done? The person he longed for was right in front of him. They had once been so close. Ming Yan's whole body shook with trembling. Frantically shaking his head, tears blurred his vision as remorse and regret consumed his heart. What had he done? Why had it turned out this way? Master. In the distance came Emoli's anguished scream, while Yu Fuyu finally shut his eyes, leaving behind no trace of sound. Ming Yen snapped back to reality and turned to look at Gu Xiaoshui. Tears blurred his vision, and he saw only a splash of red before rushing over fiercely. Brother Qianshu. Brother Qianshu. Brother Qianshu. It was just a tiny bit more. Just a little bit more. But in the end, he still failed to touch even the hem of Gu Xiaoshui's clothes. His soul body completely dissipated, and in his last moment of awareness, all he could see was Gu Xiaoshui's pale face. At the very instant when his consciousness vanished, he dimly recalled the words that person had said when embracing him back then. He remembered everything clearly. He asked him, did he want to go home with him? And he did, of course he did. But he had no home left, he would never have a home again. They had been so close, already so near. Just to see that person once again, he meticulously planned and went willingly towards death, scheming ingeniously to exact revenge for him. But in the end, he realized he had mistaken the target of his hatred, that he was the murderer, that it was he who had caused that person's demise. Even before regaining what he had lost, he was forced to watch that person die before his eyes. Extreme joy turning to extreme sorrow, all in the blink of an eye. As the last wisp of spirit faded away, tranquility returned once more. All was settled. Dust fell where it rested. Chapter 131, he died, but he lives again. Gu Xiaoshui was dead. Dead as could be. This much he was utterly certain of. But the question now was, why had he come back to life? Gu Xiaoshui looked at his translucent hand and fell silent. He clenched and unclenched his fists, pinched his cheek, but felt nothing. He looked up at the other hovering souls around him with a tinge of confusion in his eyes. So, where is this? Why am I here? Shouldn't I? SSS. Where should I be? Gu Xiaoshui rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. He had a strange feeling that he'd forgotten something. Yet, he remembered clearly that he should have been dead and shouldn't have been here. After a long pause, still unable to recall anything, he simply shook his head and sighed deeply. Never mind, if I can't remember, then it must not be important. He then relaxed his body and drifted along with the other souls. Young master, you've come to this place at such a young age. Gu Xiaoshui drifted beside an old woman who looked at him curiously and asked. Hearing her words, Gu Xiaoshui blinked and curiously asked, so, where is this? This is the abyss of the underworld. A youth drifted past him, slowly opening his mouth to speak. All the deceased from the 6 realms undergo reincarnation in the underworld, but there are always some exceptions. A young girl peered over curiously at Gu Xiaoshui, couldn't resist pinching his cheek, and added. There are too many deaths now. Some have deep attachments and refuse rebirth, while others have incomplete spirits and cannot be reborn. It's people like these who are found in the abyss. Those with deep attachments will eventually be able to be reborn once they let go. Those with incomplete spirits can only waste away their time here. If one has accumulated merit and good fortune, there's still a chance for reincarnation. If not, then they end up like them. As the girl spoke, she suddenly pointed in a direction, and Gu Xiuxue followed her gesture. He saw 2 residual souls dissolve into black mist. Gu Xiuxue stared blankly, only hearing the girl smile and say, dissipate into nothingness. The youth who had just floated past returned, leaning close to look at him curiously. I see your spirit isn't complete, but you don't seem like a bad person. You should have merit and good fortune, so how did you end up here? Do you also harbor some attachment? Tell me about it. I don't know, I know nothing, remember nothing. Gu Xiuxue lowered his gaze, looking at his own hand, speaking either to the youth beside him or muttering to himself. All I remember is that I should be dead, but who am I? And why am I here? I just don't remember. As for any attachment. Gu Xiuxue raised his hand to cover his chest, only feeling it hollow and missing a piece. SSS. Amnesia. That happens quite often, after all, there are far too many fragmented spirits here. It's probably related to your current incomplete spirit. The youth reflected thoughtfully, then changed his posture, lying down, using his hands as a pillow behind his head, legs crossed and elevated, saying indifferently. Since that's the case, you'll just wait here with us until we fade. What a pity. You're so handsome, and I wanted to hear your story. I used to be a cultivator, saving many people, killing many people too. I had some merit and fortune initially, but I squandered it all. The youth suddenly slapped Gu Xiuxue's shoulder, laughing loudly. But don't worry too much. Based on your situation, it might take another 5 or 6 years before you dissipate. Hold your tongue. The girl frowned and slapped his hand away. Then, looking at Gu Xiuxue with softer eyes, she comforted him. Don't listen to him. Since you bear merit and fortune, and now you don't remember the past, free from any attachment. Then, when the 15th comes, meet King Yi Junming of the underworld and ask him to send you for rebirth. You might even get a good family. King Yi Junming. Gu Xiuxue repeated these few words softly, unsure what feelings stirred within him. He had a vague sense that he wasn't meant to reincarnate here yet. Nevertheless, he politely thanked her. Thank you, miss. I understand. No need to be polite. Just call me Lanxin. You can follow me for the next couple of days. Lanxin smiled brightly and couldn't resist pinching Gu Xiuxue's cheeks again, sighing. A lost soul like you, burdened with destiny and without memory, if left unsupervised here, might be deceived into being devoured entirely, leaving not even a trace. Lanxin warned with a glance at the surrounding souls that were already stirring with intention. Her voice carried just enough for all nearby to hear, and they quietly averted their gazes under her scrutiny. Gu Xiuxue was puzzled. Why are you helping me? And what do you want in return? Lanxin blinked and pinched his face, declaring matter-of-factly. It's because you're handsome. Just look at your pretty face and those eyes, how dashing and good-looking. You're the best-looking one I've seen among all the people here. The confusion in Gu Xiuxue's eyes deepened as his face was roughly pinched. Ah. Is that so? Just because he was handsome, she would help him? What kind of logic was this? Of course. Lanxin grinned while Gu Xiuxue looked at her thoughtfully before speaking after 3 seconds of silence. Thank you. You're also very beautiful, even more beautiful than me. Lanxin, hiss. Don't look at me with those clear eyes. You make me feel guilty about touching you. Lanxin huffed and withdrew her hand. Come on, big sister will take you to a safe place, then send you to see Yi Junming in a couple of days. Okay. Gu Xiuxue obediently nodded and followed Lanxin away. The youth who stayed behind was left stunned, shouting aloud. No. Do you know who she is? And yet you just follow her. She's the holy maiden of the Hehuan sect. You idiot. Hearing the shouts from behind, Lanxin's smile faded slightly. She suddenly turned around, glared at him fiercely, and threatened. Ren Zhouji. If you shout one more time, do you think I won't reduce you to ashes right now? Ren Zhouji fell silent, but gritted his teeth and followed along. As Gu Xiuxue watched the two flanking him on either side, he softly suggested. How about I find a place to stay by myself? Not allowed. Lanxin spoke, realizing how cold and harsh her tone had been. After a pause, she softened it, smiling and waving her hand. Don't worry, to me, someone who has lost their memory is no different from a child who knows nothing. I'm not insane enough to harm a child. She added with another glance at Ren Zhouji, coldly sniffing. Hiss. You little devil. Chapter 132, Gu Xiuxue becomes little Gu Xiuxue. Ren Zhouji gave Lan Xian a glare, then muttered a few words. However, his voice was so low that even Gu Xiuxue, who was standing right next to him, couldn't quite hear what he said. But Gu Xiuxue vaguely sensed that neither of these two people around him were likely any good. Still, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because he thought he probably wasn't a good person either. As for why he had virtue and fortune on his body, Gu Xiuxue thought for a moment, perhaps it was something he'd stolen from someone else. But that no longer mattered. Since he was already dead now, if the person whose virtue and fortune he had taken was still alive, they would likely be very happy by now. He didn't want to reincarnate, nor did he want to recover his memory. He just wanted to lie down here peacefully. As Renjoji had mentioned, maybe in 3 to 5 years, his soul would dissipate like the 2 lingering spirits earlier. Gu Xiaoa secretly thought about how he might sneak away quietly. After all, he certainly didn't want them to destroy his soul, such an outcome would definitely be painful. And since he was somewhat afraid of pain, it was better to fade away slowly. Lan Xian and Renjoji were arguing with each other, and amidst their bickering, they brought him to the front of a house. Gu Xiaoa had been preoccupied with his own thoughts and instinctively followed them without paying attention to his surroundings. Now, upon seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but pause momentarily. What came into view was a very primitive street. The street wasn't bustling, some items were placed on either side, and several ethereal souls were floating around, looking disoriented and confused. There were also rows of houses. Here comes another new person. Isn't this place always receiving people every day? But this person sure looks handsome, I'd like to use his face to make a puppet. Forget about that. Didn't you see he was brought here by those two? Gu Xiaoa paid little attention to the voices around him and instead followed them inside the house. Alright, find yourself a place to rest. I'll go look for some food, Lan Xian said, then left. This left only him and Renjoji in the room. Gu Xiaoa took a quick glance at the tidy room and asked curiously, do you eat anything? Of course not. We won't starve even without eating. But if there were offerings during our lifetime, we could receive them as well. That girl has been greedy since she was young. Now that she's dead, with no one offering her anything, she can only take others by force. Renjoji chuckled coldly, giving Gu Xiaoa a faint look as a reminder. If you want to eat, go and take it yourself. She has quite the appetite, and usually when she takes something, even she doesn't have enough. Gu Xiaoa nodded, all right. With that, he turned and walked away without hesitation, leaving Renjoji momentarily stunned. Soon after, Renjoji let out a sharp cry. Wait. Stop. Don't run. It's chaotic here, if anything happens to you, that girl will beat me. Come back. You come back. Gu Xiaoa's speed was simply too fast. By the time Renjoji reacted and chased outside, his figure had already vanished. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoa aimlessly wandered along the street. He could sense various covetous gazes subtly falling onto him. Not knowing how long he'd been wandering, he eventually felt tired and found a dry tree to rest on. Gu Xiaoa. Can you hear me, Gu Xiaoa? A weak voice suddenly rang in his mind. Gu Xiaoa was counting the number of wandering ghosts that had passed when he abruptly heard the voice and immediately lifted his eyes. Who's talking? Sigh. It seemed as though the owner of the voice exhaled deeply before hurriedly saying. It's alright, it's alright. As long as you can hear my voice, that's fine. Gu Xiaoa, listen to me. My energy is nearly depleted. We were supposed to leave this world, but someone forcefully summoned us and kept us here. 311 spoke with gritted teeth. We missed our best opportunity to leave, and the passage closed again. I've sent feedback upward, but in order to continue gaining energy, we need to find the male lead, have intimate contact. Hold on, what do you mean, leave, summoning, male lead? Gu Xiaoa grew more and more confused. What exactly were those things? And what are you anyway? 311. Impossible. Hadn't he spent so much effort restoring this guy's memories, only for him to lose them again? Was someone playing with him? Originally, Gu Xiaoa had no interest in his past memories, but at this moment, he felt a bit curious. Why did it feel like he wasn't just an ordinary person? Gu Xiaoa. That was his name. Gu Xiaoa silently repeated it in his mind. After a long while without hearing that voice again, he tentatively asked. Are you still there? Make a sound if you are. Squeak. 311 looked at the bewildered Gu Xiaoa and finally confirmed that Gu Xiaoa wasn't joking around with him, he had truly lost his memory again. He felt a bit weary, but roughly guessed it was related to the 9 nether soul binding array from before. That thing already influenced the spirit soul, and as they were preparing to leave, someone forcefully summoned his soul. Now, Gu Xiaoa's soul was incomplete, half of it was in another place while the remaining half was here. Memory loss was thus a normal occurrence. However, he didn't have time right now to explain everything to Gu Xiaoa in detail. As 311 noticed his energy was running low, he took a deep breath and quickly said. Gu Xiaoa, remember this, your soul is incomplete because half of it is elsewhere, which helps stabilize your current soul. If you want to regain your memories, you'll need to find the other half of your soul. Where do I look? I don't know, but whoever has the other half of your soul will definitely come looking for the other half. You must, absolutely, must. Gu Xiaoa furrowed his brow slightly. The voice in his mind was intermittent, and he couldn't clearly hear what the last sentence said. When he wanted to ask further, the voice suddenly disappeared, replaced by a streak of light that shot toward him and entered his forehead. He felt warmth flowing through him, improving his mental clarity. Upon reopening his eyes, they sparkled with renewed alertness. Then, Gu Xiaoa soon realized something was wrong. Hold on, why did the tree seem so much bigger? Or rather. Gu Xiaoa glanced down and saw his small hand expressionlessly. His soul was indeed more solidified, but his body had also become smaller, appearing now to be that of a child 2 or 3 years old. He tried contacting that voice again but got no response. With the sky getting darker, Gu Xiaoyu softly sighed and was about to climb down from the tree when Renjoji came searching for him. Renjoji looked up at him from beneath the tree, their gazes meeting in the air. Gu Xiaoyu. How quiet it was. Chapter 133, Shock. Gu Xiaoyu is being raised as a child. Renjoji hesitated for only 3 seconds before lightly tapping her toes and appearing in front of Gu Xiaoyu. He picked up the petite-armed and thin-legged Gu Xiaoyu with a blank expression, scrutinized him carefully, sniffed gently, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Wow, it's really you. What did you do? Turning yourself into this state? Renjoji changed his posture while holding Gu Xiaoyu, lifting him high with both hands embracing his body. Gu Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned by this unexpected embrace, but when he realized it, he began flailing his little arms and legs to struggle. You, let me go. Let me go now. Unfortunately, he had little strength at present, and there was too great a disparity in their sizes, he could not break free from Renjoji's grasp. Though his words were supposed to be warnings, they carried a childish tone mixed with irritation that failed to inspire any fear. Renjoji couldn't help but pause briefly in confusion, and then laughed aloud before directly descending from the tree while still carrying him. That's enough, we don't have much time. We should hurry back, otherwise, that girl will get angry if she finds out you're gone. Renjoji continued with a whisper. She said she'd treat you like a kid. I didn't expect you'd literally turn into one. I wonder if she'll still want you like this. Gu Xiaoyu. With suppressed anger in his heart, Gu Xiaoyu ignored Renjoji and instead reflected on what the mysterious voice had just spoken. He didn't know why he had died or how he ended up here, nor could he recall his identity, all he knew so far was his name. As Gu Xiaoyu thought harder, he felt more confused and heavy-hearted, lowering his small head in silent resignation. He wasn't someone who liked troubles, yet apparently, he had caused quite a lot in the past. While deep in these thoughts, Renjoji had already returned to the house with him. There were some pastries and a roasted goose on the table. Lan Xian stood stiffly by the door, sleeves rolled up slightly, arms crossed over her chest glaring straight at them. She, who was initially somewhat irritated, couldn't help furrowing her brows upon seeing Gu Xiaoyu and immediately shouted at Renjoji. Renjoji. Where did you kidnap this child from? I didn't kidnap anyone. Isn't this the guy you fancied? I've brought him back for you, and you're still unhappy. Renjoji huffed, speaking while raising Gu Xiaoyu high before bringing him close to her. Upon hearing this, Lan Xian paused in shock, skeptically observing Gu Xiaoyu, then lit up with recognition and snatched him right away from Renjoji's hands. Oh dear, how come after going out for a trip, you turned smaller? Now you're indeed such a cute baby, come, eat this roast goose, which I've just brought back. It's still warm. Smiling, Lan Xian cradled Gu Xiaoyu, paying no heed to Renjoji, whose face was becoming increasingly unpleasant, standing outside the door. Before Gu Xiaoyu could react, a goose leg was thrust into his hand. Even though he might not need to eat given his current condition, the alluring aroma was irresistible, prompting him to take a bite. Delicious, thank you, sister. Gu Xiaoyu spoke humbly with bright eyes expressing gratitude to Lan Xian. Looking at his demeanor, Lan Xian seemed lost in some thoughts for a moment, her eyes crossing a fleeting sorrow that quickly disappeared, leaving behind a soft smile. Curling her lips, she patted Gu Xiaoyu's head, boasting proudly. Of course. It was cooked by my own hands. Eat slowly, if you want more, sister will cook you 2 more. Already inside, Renjoji helped himself to another goose leg and placed it in the bowl before Lan Xian, then tore off a piece and chewed it hard. The taste today is excellent. Renjoji nodded approvingly, earning a glare from Lan Xian, but she didn't utter anything. Gu Xiaoyu continued eating the goose leg, his eyes fixed on a plate of peach blossom cakes nearby without moving. Seeing his action, Lan Xian took a bite of meat, casually asking. Do you like peach blossom cakes? Not particularly. Gu Xiaoyu shook his head, paused, and nodded again, but I don't dislike them either, they look appetizing, and I feel the flavor must be good. Then eat it. I'm not fond of such overly sweet stuff. Lan Xian smiled, pushing the entire plate of peach blossom cakes toward him. Gu Xiaoyu only ate 1 piece and stopped afterward. After finishing the food, Lan Xian clapped her hands and with a wave, she cleaned up the table neatly before standing up. Alright, it's about time. Let's rest. Zhou Ren subconsciously opened her mouth. Rest? We don't need to rest. You don't need rest, but this child is still growing. He needs proper rest. Lan Xian sniffed coldly, and Renjoji twitched the corner of her lips, suppressing an impulse to roll her eyes as she retorted irritably. Do you really consider him a kid? Didn't you see what he was like at first? I don't care, he has no memory, and now he's a child. Why shouldn't he be considered a kid? Seeing that these two were about to argue again, Gu Xiaoyu quietly raised his small hand. Then I'll go to rest. Good. Lan Xian immediately picked him up and smilingly walked toward the inner room. She laid him down on the bed and pulled the blanket nearby, tucking him in tightly. Alright, go to sleep. Lan Xian looked at Gu Xiaoyu with a soft gaze, her eyes carrying a strange emotion. Sitting by the bed, she gently patted Gu Xiuxue through the blanket while softly humming a lullaby to help him fall asleep. Gu Xiuxue thought to himself that she really did treat him as a child. However, maybe due to his incomplete soul, he actually felt a bit drowsy, gradually drifting off to sleep amidst Lan Xian's soft humming. Ren Jiuji stood beside the bed with her arms crossed, watching the sleeping Gu Xiuxue, then turned to look at Lan Xian. Do you intend to keep him? Or what? Lan Xian gave her a dirty look, speaking softly so as not to wake Gu Xiuxue, and adjusted the blanket's edge around him before pulling Ren Jiuji away directly. He carries heavy fortune and merit, he must have appeared in the nether abyss because his soul is incomplete. You can't keep him forever. Ren Jiuji furrowed her brows. Lan Xian fell silent for quite some time before slowly responding, I know, haven't I said it already? I'll take him to find Yi Junming in a few days. Ren Jiuji glanced at the inside where Gu Xiuxue lay, and responded after a pause. If you really like him, then let him stay for a month. It's fine to go next month too. After all, it doesn't matter waiting for a little while longer. Humph, didn't you just say earlier that he couldn't come along with me? That's because I wasn't comfortable with him being like that before. Now that he's a kid, I think you're not perverted enough to harm a child. Ren Jiuji thoughtfully replied very seriously, earning herself a slap on the head from Lan Xian, who clenched her teeth angrily. Ren Jiuji. Are you looking for death? Ren Jiuji dodged another slap from Lan Xian by tilting her head, grinning and opening her mouth to say. Hey, don't be so aggressive. Be careful not to scare the kid. Chapter 134, What a coincidence, the demon lord's name is also Guxiu. Guxiu on the bed moved slightly, and the two people fell silent instantly. Lanxin returned to the bedside, and Ren Jiuji followed her. They leaned on the side of the bed, quietly gazing at Guxiu. Lanxin tilted her head slightly and suddenly spoke. If my child had lived and grown up, he would definitely be as good-looking as him. After all, both me and his father are handsome. Ren Jiuji remained silent. Lanxin paid no attention to the lack of response and continued speaking. If my masters, sisters, and juniors were still alive, my child would surely have endless pretty clothes to wear. In the past, I once thought that after he was born, I'd sing him to sleep every day. And when he grew up a little more, I'd cook lots and lots of delicious food for him. I could hear him call me mother, he would become the only blood relative in this world who owns the connection with me. That's enough. Stop thinking about it. Ren Jiuji patted Lanxin's shoulder lightly, offering soft comfort. All that has passed already. We killed those people, and we've already avenged them. In fact, I think they wouldn't want you to keep remembering these things. That can't happen. Those pompous and disdainful ones hate our Hechuan sect the most. Lanxin let out a soft snort, tears shimmering in her eyes, with a tinge of hatred hidden within them. Her voice became hoarser. Those old bastards erased all traces of our Hechuan sect's existence, stealing our techniques and secrets as their own. It's been so long. If even I forget them, then who will remember them? Ren Jiuji said nothing, just looking at her quietly, his mood also dropping. As he was pondering how to console her, the person beside him suddenly changed the subject. However, since he's lost his memory anyway, don't you think it's possible that I can actually be his mother? Lanxin's eyes sparkled as she looked at Guxiu, reaching out with an impish hand to pinch his cheek. At one glance, I know he's my son. He has to be. When he wakes up, I'll tell him, actually, I am his mother. Ren Jiuji. Wait a moment, how did the topic shift over here? That's wrong. Lanxin. Don't go too far. He just lost his memory, he didn't turn into an idiot. Do you really think he'll believe you if you say things like this? Ren Jiuji, irritated, eyes twitching, clenched his teeth, barely suppressing the urge to strike. Lanxin sniffed, what if? Ren Jiuji expressionless, there's no what if. Tisk. When Guxiu woke up, what he saw was Lanxin by the bedside, staring intently at him. He hesitated a bit, feeling uneasy under that fervent gaze. Just as he was about to say something, Lanxin smiled sweetly and opened her mouth to ask. You're awake. Are you hungry? Thirsty? Want to eat something? By the way, I asked someone for some cloth again and made you 2 outfits. Try them quickly. Lanxin said as she handed over the clothes right away. Guxiu felt it wasn't necessary at all. After all, they were just soul bodies now. Wearing or not wearing clothes didn't really matter. But seeing Lanxin's earnest, anticipatory look, he hesitated for a moment and silently accepted the small clothes in his hand. Thank you, sister, but I can dress myself. While reminding her, Lanxin, although somewhat disappointed at not being able to help him dress herself, ultimately said nothing, simply withdrawing her hand and turning around. After changing into the small clothes, Guxiu pinched the sleeves of the clothes. They fit rather well. He was thinking this when Lanxin's voice rang out in his ear again. Wow, this is really nice, it looks good. Lanxin turned around and looked at Guxiu standing on the bed, satisfied with a smile. Subsequently, a mischievous glint passed through her eyes as she asked again. By the way, do you really remember nothing at all? Nothing about your past? In fact, the first time I saw you, I thought there was a very deep bond between us. If you really don't remember anything, then why not? I remember. Guxiu recalled what that voice had said, and decided not to hide it from Lanxin. Lanxin immediately lost words, clearly showing a hint of disappointment in her eyes, but she still patiently asked. Then what do you remember? I remember that my name is Guxiu, but I don't remember anything else. But I won't enter reincarnation, I am waiting for someone. Waiting for who? I don't know. Guxiu shook his head. He didn't know who he was waiting for either, but he had an inexplicable trust in that voice. Since the voice said the one who possessed the other half of his divine soul would come looking for him, then he'd just wait here. However, if he were to stay here now and temporarily couldn't find another place to go, he'd have to clarify things with them. He certainly didn't want to be sent to Night Junming in a few days to be given a rebirth. Lanxin was a bit surprised, but she quickly recovered her composure, ruffled Guxiu's hair, and continued to speak with a smile. Alright, then little Shui can stay with us. As long as I'm around, I'll keep protecting you. Okay. Guxiu nodded very obediently. Alright, come over here and eat. I just stewed some porridge. Renjoji called out to the two of them, sitting down while shouting and starting to serve the porridge. Not wanting to be held anymore, Guxiu climbed off the bed on his own before Lanxin could react. Looking at the steaming porridge in front of him, he suddenly felt they probably weren't bad people. Without any reason or evidence, it was his intuition. He thought that even if Lanxin and Renjoji weren't good people, they shouldn't count as bad ones either, since they treated him decently. Renjoji glanced at Lanxin and asked, how's it going? Tisk, no chance. Little Shui still remembers his name and doesn't want to reincarnate, he says he's waiting for someone here. Lanxin responded absent-mindedly. Renjoji remarked without hesitation, then let him wait. We'll wait with him anyway. What else do we have to do every day right now? By the way, you called him Little Shui, is that his name? Renjoji put down his bowl, looked at Guxiu, who also looked back at him, and replied, no. I'm Guxiu. He casually threw out this sentence and then, without caring about Renjoji's reaction, continued drinking his porridge while leisurely swinging his legs back and forth. Clang! The spoon falling into the bottom of the bowl made a clear sound. Lanxin furrowed her brows, initially displeased, but seeing Renjoji's stunned expression, the words on the tip of her tongue eventually went unsaid. She instead patiently asked. What's wrong? It's nothing, just that I think the name Guxiu sounds pretty good. Renjoji stared at Guxiu with dark eyes, cryptically speaking. If my memory serves me correctly. The demon lord from the demon realm seems to also be named Guxiu. Chapter 135, Taking Little Axu to the Gambling Den. Lan Xian was similarly stunned by his words for a moment and followed by glancing at Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue noticed that something was off with the atmosphere, but still finished her last sip of kanji before raising her head to look at them. What's wrong? Lan Xian snapped out of it and gave Renjoji a playful elbow strike with a beaming smile on her face. Nothing, it's just that your name clashes with that of the demon lord. Then she turned her gaze towards Renjoji and said in an exasperated tone. Really, just look at what you've said. Little Axu is so cute and obedient, how could she possibly be the demon lord? There are quite a number of people who share names in this world. It's merely a name. Renjoji gazed silently at the small figure of Gu Xiuxue for a long while before murmuring softly. You're right. Axu, don't take it to heart, I was just making a random comment earlier. Gu Xiuxue listened to their words thoughtfully. The demon lord, huh? He felt he wasn't, if he were the demon lord, he wouldn't have ended up in this mess, would he? Alright, after eating, sister will take you out for a walk. The nether realm isn't small, these years under the intervention of the underworld has made this place similar to the mortal realm. It has 13 streets, we reside in the 7th street. I'll show you around. However, when you go out alone later, you shouldn't wander too far. In the 7th street, as long as you mention sister's name, no one will dare to bully you. Lan Xian roughly ruffled Gu Xiuxue's hair as she spoke, messing up his originally smooth hair until she felt satisfied and retracted her hand. Okay. Gu Xiuxue always nodded obediently, although he didn't know their identities, he could sense that they bore him no ill will. Moreover, in the time ahead, he had to stay here. Getting to know more about the nether realm wouldn't hurt either. Yesterday, when he went outside, he only wanted to keep a distance from them, not paying much attention to his surroundings. Now that Lan Xian brought him out onto the streets, Gu Xiuxue discovered that despite the desolation of the 7th street, the neighboring 8th street was lively. At a glance, red lanterns decorated everywhere divided the 7th street and the 8th street clearly with a very evident boundary line. Though close, Gu Xiuxue couldn't hear any sound from there. He looked up at Lan Xian. Sister, what's going on over there? Lan Xian casually replied, oh, the 8th street is the closest place to the entrance of the nether realm. Most of the people inside were powerful cultivators during their lifetime, and some demons, spirits, or immortals. They are strong and well off, hence it's livelier there. The survival of the fittest applies wherever you are. Let's go, I'll bring you in for a look. As Lan Xian spoke, she took Gu Xiuxue's hand and entered, lowering her eyes to caution. However, once we go inside, you must hold tightly onto my hand, never let go. It's chaotic in there, don't chat with anyone randomly, understood? Understood, sister. Gu Xiuxue nodded obediently. When Lan Xian led him through that invisible barrier, the noise suddenly increased in his ears. There had been no sound heard outside just moments ago, now entering, all sounds came flooding into his ears, making him involuntarily frown. The next instant, his ears were covered. Lan Xian cupped his ears, speaking softly in his ear. Lively, isn't it? A little noisy. Let's go then, sister will take you around. Today, sister actually brought a lot of money. If you see anything you like, just tell sister. With a cheerful and pleasant voice, Lan Xian's eyes held faint tenderness as Gu Xiuxue's eyes were drawn to those people around them, nodding casually along. Okay, sister. Indeed, there were quite a few vendors here selling food, clothing, and all sorts of daily necessities, unlike in the 7th Street where they just laid out a rough stall and a ragged cloth. Here they had individual shops, tea houses, wine shops, restaurants, inns. What surprised Gu Xiuxue most was that there were brothels and gambling dens here as well. Although he had forgotten everything about his past life cleanly, seeing these items did not make him feel unfamiliar. Gu Xiuxue only found the area lively, yet there was nothing he particularly wished to buy. Conversely, Lan Xian bought him plenty of things relentlessly. This tiger head cap looks good. Here, little Axu, let me put it on you. Do you want a drum? I think this little coat looks nice too. It's pretty. Longevity lock. I'll get this as well. This doll is also adorable, do you like it? If you like it, you can carry it. And down the road, there's someone selling candied haws. Let's go and take a look. Lan Xian rarely came to this place in the past. After all, she had seen too much of these things when she was alive, and after death, they seemed meaningless. But now, she was extremely excited. She had wanted a life like this a long time ago. Before that child was born, before that incident happened. She had thought then, that one day, she must give him everything best. As Lan Xian looked at Gu Xiuxue, her eyes grew softer, and eventually, she picked up Gu Xiuxue happily, purchasing a large pile of goods and having them delivered to her residence. Gu Xiuxue's clothes were changed once again, he wore new attire, held a little doll in his arms, donned a tiger head cap on his head, a longevity lock around his neck, and silver bells tied on his wrist. The originally ghostly pale figure without any vitality now, under the reflection of the candlelights, appeared with a slight blush on his face. For a moment, Gu Xiuxue felt somewhat at a loss. He believed he hadn't experienced such a scene in the past and didn't know how to respond, so he just let Lan Xian carry him to a sugar-coated haws stall. Looking at the candied haws in front of him, Gu Xiuxue suddenly became somewhat dazed. What's wrong, Axu? Don't you like these candied haws? Then we can go and check out the pastries over there. No. I really like it. It looks very sweet. Gu Xiuxue muttered softly as his eyes stared straight at the sugar haws. Without hesitation, Lan Xian bought 2 sticks and shoved them into his hands, then carried him off to another direction. Staring at the candied haws in his hand, Gu Xiuxue got lost in thought, furrowing his eyebrows tightly as he tried hard to remember, but ended up remembering nothing. He only vaguely recalled that he seemed to have promised someone to bring these sugared fruits back. But now, since he remembered nothing, neither when he said it nor to whom, he must have broken his promise. Gu Xiuxue took a bite of the sugar-coated haw. It wasn't overly sweet and even tasted a bit sour, yet he still finished eating it. When he finally snapped out of his thoughts, Lan Xian was already holding him in front of the gambling den's door, her eyes gleaming brightly. Come on, little Axu, sister will take you here to make money. Perhaps it was the first time seeing someone walk in with a child to gamble. Quite a few people cast their glances toward them for a moment. Their expressions varied, but most quickly lost interest and paid no more attention. Inside, it was livelier than outside, much louder and chaotic. Lan Xian didn't act immediately. Instead, she scanned her surroundings as if looking for someone. Suddenly, a voice rang out from upstairs. What brings you here today? Chapter 136, What? Could he really be the demon lord? Gu Xiuxue turned her gaze toward the direction of the voice. The speaker was a youth dressed in green robes. He looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, holding a folding fan in his hand. His black hair was tied up with a jade crown, and around his waist hung an exquisite ring jade that jingled as he moved. The young man soon approached them. His eyes curved into an inviting arc, and while absent-mindedly swinging his fan, he asked with a smile. So it's just you here. Why didn't Renjoji come? And where did this little kid come from? He looks rather obedient. As he spoke, unable to resist, he reached out and pinched Gu Xiuxue's cheek. Ugh. Taken by surprise by the unexpected touch, Gu Xiuxue stared blankly at the youth before him. Her beautiful eyes were misty with both confusion and reproach. Feng Jiu. Take your hands off my little Ashue's face. Lan Xian disdainfully slapped Feng Jiu's hand away and stepped back slightly with Gu Xiuxue still in her arms. TSK. All you did was pinch his cheek. Why overreact so much? Is he your child or something? While speaking, Feng Jiu glanced at Gu Xiuxue with renewed interest, his eyes flickering with excitement and anticipation. Not quite. He is my younger brother. I picked him up yesterday, and I've brought him here for you to keep an eye on. If he happens to turn up in the 8th Street one day, remember to look after him. Don't let anyone bully him. Lan Xian's eyes softened when she looked at Gu Xiuxue, her tone gentler than before. Feng Jiu had never seen her act this way before. Stunned momentarily, he then quickly closed his fan. Alright, noted. I'll pass it along later. So, shall we call him Little Aishue? My name is Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue spoke up, her voice still somewhat childish but clearly audible in the gambling house. Almost immediately after she spoke, the previously lively gambling house fell completely silent. Gu Xiuxue could feel countless pairs of eyes focused on her, more so than when Lan Xian had carried her inside earlier. These glances, some scrutinizing, some burning hot, others puzzled or shocked, even incredulous, all landed on her. This made Gu Xiuxue extremely uncomfortable. Unable to hold it in, she tightened her grip on the doll in her hand and tilted her head upwards towards Lan Xian, her eyes filled with bewilderment and a hint of anxiety. She couldn't understand why such a big reaction was caused merely because their names coincided with that of the Demon Lord. Wasn't it just a name? Why were these people reacting so strongly? Could it be that the Demon Lord must have done a lot of terrible things? Lost in thought, Gu Xiuxue hesitated. Despite having no memory, she felt deep down inside that she probably wasn't a good person. However, before she could dwell too long on these thoughts, Feng Jiu chuckled again and said casually. It's a nice name. Got it. I'll make sure to tell everyone. If little Aishue ever comes to play with us, nobody will dare to hurt him. Though Feng Jiu's tone was nonchalant, his eyes flashed with an unusual gleam. He stared straight at Gu Xiuxue with dark, unreadable eyes, though his expression remained smiling. But since you're already here today, why not stay and play a few rounds? Sure. I spent quite a bit of money earlier buying stuff for little Aishue, so I need to earn some back. Lan Xian responded with a smile, but upon hearing this, Feng Jiu gave her a peculiar glance and teased her. I didn't expect that there'd be a day when you'd actually pay for what you take. I remember you usually just overturn people's stalls. Hey. Feng Jiu, don't go saying random things in front of Aishue. How could I do those kinds of things? Lan Xian warned Feng Jiu with a glance, then lowered her head to explain to Gu Xiuxue. Aishue, don't listen to him. Your sister would never do such things. Those are all Renjouji's antics. Aha. Gu Xiuxue nodded. Though she suspected that Lan Xian might indeed do such things, she knew it wouldn't be wise to say so aloud. Ah, what a good girl. When I win some money, I'll take you to eat. Lan Xian rubbed against her while hugging her close, laughing with warm, bright eyes. Feng Jiu then extended his hand to Lan Xian in a request-like gesture, and said. If you're planning to play a few rounds, it won't be convenient to bring him along. Hand him over to me instead. I'll ensure meals are prepared, and when you're done playing, you can return to eat. Lan Xian hesitated for a moment, knowing well that it would indeed be inconvenient bringing Gu Xiuxue around with her here. Despite some reluctance, she handed the child over to Feng Jiu. Not forgetting, she also gave instructions. Feng Jiu, you must take good care of my little Aishue and don't bully him. Understood. Since he is your younger brother, that makes him my younger brother too. Feng Jiu held Gu Xiuxue in his arms, grinning like a cunning fox who had just succeeded in his plans. How could I, as an older brother, ever bully my younger brother? Go play. With that, Feng Jiu turned without hesitation and carried Gu Xiuxue upstairs. Gu Xiuxue watched as the smile on his face dimmed slightly after he turned around, giving him an ominous feeling. Instinctively, he wanted to call out for Lan Xian but was stopped by Feng Jiu covering his mouth. Be a good boy. Your sister is enjoying herself right now. Don't disturb her. Feng Jiu lowered his voice and spoke in a tone filled with warning, every glance showing this intent clearly. As soon as Feng Jiu loosened his grip, Gu Xiuxue expressionlessly bit down hard on his hand. Despite drawing blood, Feng Jiu showed no reaction and continued carrying him upstairs into a room. Feng Jiu placed Gu Xiuxue on the soft couch, pinched his cheeks, then lifted his hand, his eyes brightening more and more. After thoroughly examining him, Feng Jiu's eyes sparkled as he muttered quietly. Wealth. Wealth. It's true, this means wealth. Gu Xiuxue. Is this man really alright? Little Aishue, my sweet one. Feng Jiu unceremoniously crouched halfway down, abruptly grabbing Gu Xiuxue's hand and saying brightly. Could you do your older brother a favor? What do you want me to do? Swallowing hard, a peculiar thought suddenly popped up in Gu Xiuxue's mind. Feng Jiu was now looking at him with the same gleam in his eyes as a starved vicious dog would have upon seeing a bone. That unsettling premonition grew stronger. Thinking back to his reactions and words from before, Gu Xiuxue felt his heart drop. Could it be that he really was that demon lord? If so, it might explain why he had ended up in such a state now, probably due to many bad deeds done in the past, and having made countless enemies along the way. Gu Xiuxue started to think that this possibility wasn't so hard to accept, though there was still something odd about it all. At this moment, a strong desire overcame him. He desperately wanted to regain his lost memories, to uncover exactly what had happened, to figure out who he truly was. It's not a big deal. I just need you to. Chapter 137, Smiles do not disappear, they just transfer. Feng Jiu moved closer to him again and spoke softly. Help me draw a few pictures, write a few calligraphies, preferably try on a few outfits. But your current form is definitely not good enough, but it's no big deal. I can temporarily restore you to your adult form. Oh, by the way, I will go get some more artifacts for you later, so I can teach you how to use them. You should practice using them. Gu Xiao blankly, ed once, and then watched Feng Jiu suddenly stand up, flipping his wrist, whereupon he held a golden abacus. Feng Jiu paced back and forth in front of him, counting on the abacus while incessantly muttering something. 300,000 per painting from the demonic lord, 200,000 per piece of calligraphy from the demonic lord, 100,000 per outfit from the demonic lord, plus his artifacts. Gu Xiao, can I refuse? Feng Jiu abruptly turned to look at him, narrowing his eyes. You cannot, otherwise I'll spank your butt. Gu Xiao. Wasn't he saying he's the demonic lord? He still dares to act like this despite knowing that. Gu Xiao inexplicably felt a bit wronged, his eyes misty with tears gathering, teardrops swirling at the edge of his eyelids. His nose tingled, and the tears fell like beads from a broken string, pattering down non-stop. I won't. I will neither write for you nor draw for you. I certainly won't wear the clothes you give me either. Feng Jiu's eyelid twitched, panicking instantly as he quickly picked Gu Xiao up and coaxed him patiently. Alright, don't cry anymore, I was just joking earlier. How could I ever hit you when I'm going to pay you anyway? How about we divide the money we earn 70-30? 30 for you, 70 for me. Wah. 40-60, no more than 46. Anyway, all things have to be sold by me, and these things can only be sold to those of the demon race, and it has to be arranged by me too. Let me go. I won't listen. I don't want to. 50-50, no less than that. Don't fool around, Grandmaster Ancestor, please consider my plea, alright? You. Deal. Feng Jiu was about to lecture him earnestly, but before he could finish, Gu Xiao decisively nodded in agreement. Feng Jiu immediately fell silent, looking at Gu Xiao who wiped his tears without expression, lost in thought. How come he felt like he'd been tricked? It couldn't be. 50-50, fetch paper and brush, and start preparing clothes and artifacts. Gu Xiao's voice sounded hoarse as he yawned and urged him on, hurry up, I'm sleepy. Today Lan Xian had taken him to many places, and he really was feeling quite drowsy. As for whether or not he is truly their so-called demonic lord. When he finds the other half of his soul and restores his memory, everything will be clear. After all, everything he knows now comes from what others have said. He barely believes 7/10 of it. Only when he recalls it himself and recovers those memories, will he know the truth. Because only oneself doesn't deceive oneself. Thinking to this point, Gu Xiao's thoughts paused momentarily, inexplicably feeling his heart contracting in pain repeatedly. However, this feeling came quickly and disappeared even faster, and he suppressed it unconsciously. Without delay, Feng Jiu promptly placed him down, fetching paper and brushes while also arranging for some clothing and artifacts, ensuring all matters were well organized. He then returned to the room and sat beside Gu Xiao, observing him seriously and attentively writing and drawing. Feng Jiu poured a cup of tea and, focusing on Gu Xiao's actions and expressions, couldn't help but sigh. Truly unexpected, I never imagined one day I could make the demonic lord do such things for me. I don't know who this demonic lord is that you speak of, but if you're referring to me, then let it be so. Gu Xiao's tone was calm. As another painting was completed, he looked at the peach blossoms in the painting and went into a trance for a moment. Not remembering past events, he had instinctively painted these items. Looking at the expanse of peach forest, something seemed to emerge in his mind, yet he couldn't see clearly, just a dense fog obscuring those images. Lowering his gaze, Gu Xiao continued drawing and suddenly asked, you say you'll sell my works to the demon races, but if they're already dead, would they care about the demonic lord? Of course, although I don't know why you've become like this, I'm sure you are indeed the demonic lord. The aura of the demonic lord emanates from you. Feng Jiu replied earnestly, those who enter the abyss are either bound by lingering regrets or are remnant souls unable to reincarnate, eventually disappearing completely within the 6 realms someday. The demon race is even more so, they will eventually completely lose their souls. Items imbued with the demon lord's soul power can help them stabilize their spirits and allow them to remain in this world for a longer time. As Feng Jiu spoke, he suddenly chuckled softly. His fingertip twirled a strand of green hair, playing with it absent-mindedly as he said. If it were somewhere else, it might be fine, but in our 8 streets, none of them are lacking in money. Selling your things to them will surely provoke their frantic scramble. The figures I mentioned earlier are still conservative estimates. Gu Xiao paused his movements, raising his eyes to look at him. So, if they know I'm here, they probably won't let me go. If it were truly as Feng Jiu said, then his identity as the demon lord would be confirmed. After all, those demons were surely not easy to deal with, and there was no way Feng Jiu would deceive them just to make some money. Rest assured, I won't let them know you're here. Gu Xiao, but many people heard down there just now. Saying this, he felt somewhat regretful. He had originally thought that it was just a coincidental name collision. If he had known he was really that demon lord, he wouldn't have said anything before. It's just a name after all, plus, look at you now, so small. You don't resemble a demon lord at all. Feng Jiu smiled broadly as he opened his folding fan and raised Gu Xiua's little hand again, his tone full of mockery. Look at these tiny arms and legs, tsk, if I hadn't checked you over earlier, I wouldn't believe it. Before Feng Jiu could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Smelling the faint ink aroma and feeling the liquid running on his face, his smile froze, eyes wide open with disbelief. Gu Xiua put the inkstone down, shaking the brush, ruining Feng Jiu's clothes even further. Watching Feng Jiu's disheveled appearance, he slowly curved his lips into a smile. Smiles do not disappear, they just transfer. Sorry about that, my hand slipped just now. How about you go change into another set of clothes? Gu Xiua blinked innocently, his smile obedient and pure, seemingly guiltless and blameless, making others think he was the one who had been bullied. He had already warned everyone before, he never thought of himself as a good person. Feng Jiu abruptly stood up, and Gu Xiua coolly stated. Don't dirty the paintings, those are all money. Chapter 138, You'll regret messing with me, like kicking cotton. Gu Xiua. You'll regret messing with me, like kicking cotton. Feng Jiu stormed off in anger. He silently repeated to himself several times not to get angry, all for the sake of money, and that he absolutely could not go against money. Only then did he suppress his anger. Finally, he glared at Gu Xiua with a cold snort and decisively turned around and left. Gu Xiua watched his retreating back and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He felt a lot more relaxed, no longer as suffocated as before, as if there was a boulder pressing on his chest. After laughing enough, he focused again and painted a few more pictures and wrote a few scrolls. However, after waiting for a while, Feng Jiu did not return. Seeing that the paper he had brought was almost used up, Gu Xiua started feeling bored and put down the brush. He jumped off the chair and walked toward the slightly open door. He gently pushed it, and the door opened. When Feng Jiu carried him up to the 4th floor, looking down the corridor, the entire floor was empty, without a soul in sight. A thought passed through Gu Xiua's mind, and he began walking forward. But not long after, he was suddenly grabbed by someone. He was lifted up with one hand, which made him instinctively look at the person holding him. It wasn't Feng Jiu, but a young man with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome face. The young man before him had skin as white as snow, with slightly furrowed brows and a red mole between them. Clad in an ink-black magnificent robe draped with a cloak embroidered with golden silk threads, he exuded an icy chill that pierced right through. Despite wearing thick clothing, Gu Xiua could still feel the coldness transmitted from the hand that held him. This made him instinctively curl up a little. Almost immediately upon meeting this man's gaze, Gu Xiua became alert that this person was not simple. He acted bewildered and asked cautiously. Big brother, who are you? Ah. Suddenly being swung around, Gu Xiua felt dizzy and instinctively tried to hit the person before him. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. Little Shui. Sis. Sister. He only felt a dizziness as if the heavens and earth were spinning, and the next thing he knew, he was held differently in someone's arms. Gu Xiua shook his head, not yet having the chance to open his eyes clearly when Lan Xian's indifferent tone broke the silence. When did the Lord of Hell develop a hobby for bullying children? If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow is the day the doors of Ming Yuan open. What are you doing here today? Sister, woo, he bullied me. Gu Xiua softly cried into Lan Xian's shoulder, tattling without hesitation. He's pretending. Ye Juanming spoke indifferently, his tone even and unchanging. Lan Xian, however, gave him a glare. Ye Juanming. Don't think just because you're the Lord of Hell, you can bully kids. A Shui is so obedient, so cute, so small, and you made him cry, and you actually have the nerve to say he's faking it? Ye Juanming, he should be older than you. Lan Xian, he's so small. Ye Juanming. Lan Xian, don't be unreasonable. Ye Juanming's tone remained cold. Before Lan Xian could say anything, Gu Xiua raised his head first. Gu Xiua tugged on Lan Xian's clothes and quietly whispered in her ear. Sister, I'm sleepy. Let's go back. A Shui be good, sister will take you home. We'll ignore this old man. Lan Xian sniffed lightly as she held Gu Xiua and turned to leave. But as soon as they turned around, a gust of wind stirred her clothes, and Ye Juanming reappeared in front of her, blocking their way. Hand him over to me. Ye Juanming extended his hand toward Lan Xian, and Gu Xiua also looked at him. Despite his tear-streaked eyes and pitiful appearance, there was indifference in his eyes. Gu Xiua scrutinized the person in front of him carefully. This person radiated strength and danger, and didn't seem to have a good temper. According to what Lan Xian said, this person was indeed Ye Juanming, the Lord of Hell. But since he was the king of the underworld, why did he allow himself to be provoked by Lan Xian like that and still remain so tolerant? After all, Lan Xian was merely the holy maiden of the Hehuan sect from the human realm. In a brief moment, numerous possibilities flashed through Gu Xiua's mind. Either there was some other relationship between these two. Either there's some reason why Ye Juanming can't make a move here, or he can't act against them. I tell you, little A Shui is my younger brother. If he doesn't want to reincarnate, I won't hand him over to you. Lan Xian's gaze turned equally cold, her tone tinged with displeasure. Ye Juanming. Move out of my way. Do as I say, and hand him over to me. Someone is looking for him. Ye Juanming still maintained an indifferent expression, yet an intense aura of pressure emanated from his presence. Gu Shua could sense Lan Xian's body stiffen slightly, so he reined in his own thoughts and quietly asked Ye Juanming with calm curiosity. Who's looking for me? Little A Shui, don't listen to him. Sister will take you home. Lan Xian bit her tongue, gave Ye Juanming a cold glance, and replied sarcastically. Some people don't have a home themselves, and they can't stand seeing others with one. Gu Shua wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he noticed Ye Juanming's complexion seemed to pale for a moment before returning to normal. Ye Juanming silently withdrew his hand and continued speaking in the same cold tone, don't be reckless, he doesn't belong to this place anyway. You can't keep him. What if I insist? Lan Xian's voice trembled, yet her determination remained unshaken. She clutched Gu Shua tightly and stared at Ye Juanming, hatred flickering in her eyes along with mockery. What if I insist on keeping him? So what? Is our great king of hell going to kill me outright? Humph. Look at my forgetfulness. Almost forgot that I'm already dead. Do you plan to make me vanish into thin air? Lan Xian's eyebrows arched lightly, revealing disdain in her eyes. With one arm cradling Gu Shua, she nonchalantly shrugged the other shoulder and spread her hands. Go ahead and kill me then, O king of the underworld. Lan Xian, stop this. Ye Juanming listened to Lan Xian's mocking tone, showing obvious signs of being troubled, but still made no move to attack. Gu Shua looked back and forth between Ye Juanming and Lan Xian, his eyes gleaming with insight. TSK, it seems there really is something more going on between these two. That makes things interesting. Ye Juanming stared at Gu Shua in silence for a long while before finally speaking slowly. If you must keep him, I'll give you only 1 month's time. Humph, unless little A Shui chooses to leave himself, I won't let you take him away. Chapter 139, right, not giving, so will you kill me? Lan Xian let out a light hum as she spoke, hugging Gu Shua and brushing past Ye Juanming. I don't care who he was or what identity he had before. Here, he's mine, he is only my little Shua. As she said this, she gave Ye Juanming a direct kick. Seeing the once clean cloak suddenly marked with a shoe print, Gu Shua couldn't help but laugh. Ye Juanming didn't seem to mind at all, he casually waved his hand, and the mark disappeared. He turned around and looked at Lan Xian. More specifically, he looked at Gu Shua lying on her shoulder. Their eyes met in midair. Gu Shua raised an eyebrow at him, made a funny face, and hummed lightly. Then drowsiness overwhelmed her, and she yawned, eventually falling asleep on Lan Xian's shoulder. She completely forgot about the promise she had made to Feng Jiu earlier. All she could think about was the loss of clothes and magical artifacts, which equated to losing much money. When she woke up again, she was already in bed. She slightly lifted her eyelids, hearing someone talking nearby, then closed her eyes again. So your meaning is that he really is the demon lord Gu Shua? Renjoji looked seriously at Lan Xian. Lan Xian simply poured herself a cup of tea, sipped it, and smiled indifferently, saying. Who knows? But whoever could make that old man come in person should be him, right? We have to send him away. As Renjoji paused, he also looked at Gu Shua lying in bed and softly sighed. Really never expected that he truly is that demon lord. Pang! Lan Xian's cup suddenly shattered against the table. She still smiled but her eyes held no joy. Her words were filled with teeth-gritting resentment. I don't care. He's mine. Unless he wants to leave himself, nobody can take him away from me. Lan Xian lowered her gaze and watched the spilled tea because of her action. Her eyes grew deep, darkened, and murmured softly. Nobody can take him away from me. Renjoji had never seen such a big reaction from her, momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word, finally just sighed and got up to leave. I'll go get some food. You, stay and accompany him well. Upon exiting the room, he closed the door gently. Renjoji looked up at the sky, feeling complicated emotions in his heart, a strong sense of melancholy in his eyes, muttering softly. This girl has really taken that guy as her son, hasn't she? Renjoji raised his hand to cover his eyes and laughed again, to take the demon lord as a child, that's really something for you. Alright. If we are keeping him, then keep him. After all, he's so small now, it's not like we can't afford to raise him. When he prepared to go find some food, just stepping out of the courtyard, he encountered Ye Juanming. The smile on Renjoji's face vanished instantly, his gaze turning cold. He leaned casually by the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, looking relaxed but his tone was odd as he began. Oh, isn't that our Lord of Death? What brings you here today? Not worried about dirtying your shoes? Joji, you should know who the child Lan Xian took back is. Ye Juanming gazed at Renjoji and continued, she wants to keep him. I can give you a month, but after 1 month, I will definitely take him away. Renjoji sneered, "Humph. Are you threatening me? It's a request. I hope you can persuade her for me since she only listens to you now." Yi Juanming's eyes brimmed with earnestness, his tone very sincere. "A request?" Renjoji mocked with a sarcastic intonation, then burst into laughter. After laughing enough, he looked at Yi Juanming, perhaps from laughing too hard, a faint layer of mist formed in his eyes. "As for the person she wants to keep, the thing she wishes to do, I will assist her. As for you, whatever you wish to do, it has nothing to do with me. If it can't be helped, then you just kill me. After all, you can control our life and death with a flick of your hand. Move your finger, and we would vanish into nothing. Kill us, and you can take little Xiuxiue away." Renjoji spoke in a cheerful voice, yet there was no trace of joy in his eyes, just an icy detachment. "Isn't it an easy matter for you as the king of the underworld? Even though you can't save people, you can easily kill them, can't you?" Yi Juanming's eyelashes twitched slightly, his thin lips pressed together, and after a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "If I told you that if he doesn't come with me, his soul will disperse in a month, what would you say?" Now it was Renjoji's turn to be silent. "Yi Juanming. Speak clearly." The door burst open. Lan Xian rushed out, grabbing Yi Juanming's collar fiercely and shouted at him. Renjoji stood straight, watching coldly from the side but made no move to stop her. Yi Juanming looked at her indifferently, a hint of helplessness in his tone. His soul is incomplete. If it stays away from the other half for too long, it will dissipate. Lan Xian gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling. After a while, she slowly let go, striking his chest with a palm before turning away and leaving. "Then come back in a month. There's someone looking for him. If you don't want him to leave, I'll just bring that person here. I've already made it clear to that person, he'll stay here for a month. After 1 month, if Gu Xiuxiue agrees to leave with him, then you need not hold on to him. If by that time Gu Xiuxiue still wishes to stay here, then that person will willingly give up and hand over the other half of the soul belonging to him." Lan Xian crossed her hands behind her back and gave a cold snort. "Humph, hypocritical." Yi Juanming paused, "He only wants his safety. The reason I came to see you is to make things clear and remind you, that person isn't a lost soul but the Emperor of the Mortals, Helian Yu. So, you must pay attention and ensure his life isn't harmed, otherwise, you'll incur the punishment of the heavenly Tao, even I won't be able to protect you." Lan Xian hesitated, exchanging a glance with Renjoji, then walked into the room and slammed the door shut. Renjoji approached Yi Juanming with arms crossed, tilted his head, smiling slyly. "Then I won't see you off, Lord of Death, have a good trip." Yi Juanming lowered his gaze, pulled out a storage pouch, handed it to Renjoji, and said calmly. "In the future, avoid fighting those ghosts. If you're short of money, tell me. There are 2 keys inside, properties in 2 different streets. Don't rush to refuse. Since you're going to raise a child, there will be expenses everywhere. You wouldn't want to fight constantly in front of the child, would you?" Chapter 140, I finally see you again. Renjoji suddenly choked up. He and Lan Xian had always been that way, so they were used to it. After all, their needs in these aspects were indeed very few. But what Yi Juanming said was also undeniably correct. Gu Xiuxiue without memories now was just like a child. And Lan Xian did treat him as a child. Since they were raising this child, money would definitely be necessary, and it wouldn't be possible to drag him out for fights all day. Children indeed needed a better resting environment. After Renjoji thought for a moment, he ultimately didn't throw the storage pouch back. Money wasn't too big of an issue. If he went to Fengzhou's casino and gambled a few times, it could cover their expenses. But the houses on Boss Street weren't something you could get just by having money, they were all registered with the King of Hell Palace. Moreover, over the years, far more people had entered Yinyuan than left, making houses there increasingly scarce. Take good care of him, and take care of yourself as well. Yi Juanming spoke softly and then transformed into a cloud of black mist, disappearing on the spot. Renjoji tightly held the storage pouch in his hand and walked into the courtyard, recounting the events to Lan Xian. Lan Xian remained silent as well. They had been here for such a long time. Yi Juanming wasn't unfamiliar with giving them things, but they had never accepted anything. Sometimes, when they were angry enough, they even fought with him. But this time, Lan Xian looked at Gu Xiuxiue on the bed and let out a soft snort. "Since that's the case, let's move there." Renjoji nodded. However, Boss Street is not comparable to Qi Street. All sorts of ghosts live there. We'll need to keep an eye on him more closely later. Lan Xian was completely unconcerned, so what? Whoever dares to bully Xiao A Shui, I'll kill them. Renjoji, you should hold back a bit from now on, don't scare the kid. Gu Xiuxiue. If nothing unexpected happens, he probably shouldn't be that scared either. So, did they really consider him a little kid? Nevertheless, this feeling wasn't too bad. After all, being a little kid meant one could act cute and cry freely, without worrying about appearances or doing anything they wanted to do. A faint smile curved Gu Xiuxue's lips, he really liked the current feeling. If only it could stay this way forever. even though he knew it was impossible. However, who exactly was the human emperor mentioned just now? It seemed familiar somehow. After pondering for a while, Gu Xiaoa still couldn't figure it out, so he gave up. Perhaps due to his incomplete soul essence, he always felt unusually drowsy lately, easily falling asleep again. When he woke up again, Ren Zhouji had already packed everything up and prepared a meal. Oh, Xiao A Shui has woken up. Come, have dinner already. Gu Xiaoa was still groggy, and after raising his hand to rub his eyes, his little hand was grabbed. Before he could react, Ren Zhouji had already changed his clothes for him. As expected, this set of clothes looks better on you. And wearing this hat too. Ren Zhouji took out a fluffy white hat and put it on his head. Gu Xiaoa noticed the weight on his head and instinctively reached up to touch it. The soft texture brought a bright gleam to his eyes. You're such a good boy. Looks like we need to earn some more money so we can dress up our little A Shui to look adorable all the time. Lan Xin came closer and pinched the ears on the hat until her eyes bent with laughter. The corner of Ren Zhouji's eyes kept an eye on her. Seeing her happy like this, his lips curled upward slightly as well. He hoped this time his choice was the right one. But regardless of whether it was correct or not, making her happy was still worthwhile. It had been a long time since he'd seen the girl this happy. Ren Zhouji suppressed the thoughts in his heart and his gaze toward Gu Xiaoa grew increasingly warm. This fulfilled her wish. Perhaps others didn't know, but he was aware. Everything Lan Xin was currently doing for Gu Xiaoa was exactly what she had fantasized about doing for that child back then. But unfortunately, that incident happened, leaving none of Hehuan's sect survivors alive. That child also couldn't survive. Gu Xiaoa submitted to their fussing, feeling quite helpless inside. How was it that they were treating him like a doll? But soon Gu Xiaoa realized his thought was wrong. It wasn't that they were eager to change his clothes every day. They couldn't wait to change all the pretty clothes on him, and every time they saw a new one, they wanted to put it on him immediately. Gu Xiaoa pulled at the clothes on his body and looked at his youthful face in the bronze mirror with a tinge of melancholy sigh. This was the third day since they moved to Ba Street. In these 3 days, he had already changed into 19 sets of clothes. At first, he was still wondering where they got so many peculiar clothes from, but later he found out that Feng Jiu was the one who brought them over. Lan Xin sat behind him, softly humming a tune as she braided his hair. With a flick of her fingers, a red silk ribbon was woven into the little braid, adorned with 2 small bells. Little A Shui is such a good boy. Lan Xin leaned close to his side, pressing their faces together. Looking at Gu Xiaoa in the bronze mirror, she was clearly very satisfied, and her eyes were filled with laughter. You look so good. Sister is the best, can I go out to play? Relying on his current childlike appearance, Gu Xiaoa shamelessly coaxed Lan Xin, his bright eyes filled with anticipation. Seeing his adorable little demeanor, Lan Xin's heart softened instantly, and without hesitation, she shoved a pouch of money into his hand and waved, smiling. Go ahead. Remember to come back for dinner early. Okay, sister. In the blink of an eye, Gu Xiaoa ran off. He wanted to go to the gambling den and calculate the timing. Feng Jiu should have returned half of his money by now. But he didn't expect that before even entering the gambling den, he collided with someone first. The impact was truly unexpected. Gu Xiaoa fell directly to the ground with a slight cry of pain and furrowed his brows, raising his hand to rub his forehead as he slowly stood up. However, when he realized who the person in front of him was, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This person was incredibly handsome. He felt like he must have seen him before, but just couldn't remember. You. Gu Xiaoa opened his mouth to say something, but realizing that the other party didn't respond, if he directly said he had seen him before, it would likely seem inappropriate. Just as he was hesitating whether to leave or not, the person who showed no reaction suddenly squatted down, facing him at eye level, deeply looking at him, lifting his hand to cradle his face. Tears rolled down. It's you, it really is you. They didn't lie to me, it really is you, it has always been you. Ha. I have finally seen you again. Chapter 141, Reunion with an Old Acquaintance, Helian Yu. Hey. Gu Xiaoxue was rather confused, and his first reaction to being suddenly embraced wasn't to struggle but to confirm the inexplicable notion he'd just had. It turned out that he really knew this person, though the person's state didn't look too good, the clothes on his arms were soaked from his tears. Helian Yu tightly hugged Gu Xiaoxue, trembling all over, large drops of tears rolling down, softly murmuring. Master, I have finally seen you again. I have finally seen you again. I should have realized earlier, How could there be 2 people in this world with completely different appearances yet so similar? I should have realized you belonged to him early on. If I had noticed something was off sooner, I could have taken you back sooner. Master. Gu Xiaoxue couldn't figure out the relationship between this person in front of him and his past self, but hearing those tear-filled sobs made his heart tremble as well. This caused him to momentarily forget what he wanted to say or do. You, wait, stop crying first. Gu Xiaoxue panicked and hurriedly wiped away the tears at the corner of Helian Yu's eyes. Even though he was just a child now, why was this person crying like a little kid in front of him? He couldn't stand it when others cried, especially when this person seemed to know him. Helian Yu responded with a muffled voice, but also didn't continue crying, only staring straight at Gu Xiuxue, afraid that if he blinked, the person in front of him would vanish. I don't remember anything from before, can you tell me who you are? And what's our relationship? Why are you here? After confirming that Helian Yu wouldn't cry any further, Gu Xiuxue sighed in relief, carefully choosing his words, cautiously asking. Master, how about you call me Xue like them? Or, little Xue, that feels less strange. Gu Xiuxue's eyelid twitched slightly as he listened to Helian Yu's title, feeling an uncomfortable twist in his heart as he opened his mouth. Xue. Helian Yu still nodded obediently, following his suggestion to change the address. Little Xue, how did you end up here? Who is this person? Renjoji stood behind Helian Yu, squinting his eyes, then wanting to reach out to push Helian Yu away. However, Helian Yu's reaction was faster than his speed, already dodging to one side before Renjoji could touch him, and Gu Xiuxue was immediately pulled into his arms. Helian Yu tightly held Gu Xiuxue and looked at the person in front of him, revealing a cold and stern look. And who might you be? Release him. He is my brother. Gu Xiuxue quickly raised his hand to stop them upon seeing the impending argument, which showed signs of turning physical. This person should be a friend from my past, please don't fight. As soon as Gu Xiuxue said these words, he nearly bit his tongue. Wait, why did he feel like this scene was familiar? In the past, he probably stopped fights more than once between two people, just like now. But, who were those people? Pain pierced through Gu Xiuxue's mind, yet he still couldn't remember. He frowned but said nothing. Renjoji's eyes still glimmered with a hint of malice towards Helian Yu but refrained from making a move in front of him, pulling himself back slightly. Upon hearing Gu Xiuxue's words, Helian Yu looked at Renjoji again, his gaze softening somewhat, but he still had no intention of letting go of Gu Xiuxue. Brother, you go find sister first. I want to play with him for a while. Then you. Brother, don't worry. I'll make sure to come back in time for dinner. Gu Xiuxue quickly reassured him, and Renjoji let out a sigh of helplessness, then rubbed his head, shoving a bag of money into his hand. Alright, go play. If anyone bullies you, hit back, understood? Yeah. Gu Xiuxue's eyes curved happily, watching him leave. His smile dimmed slightly after he was gone, and he pointed to a nearby tea house. Let's go have a cup of tea and talk things over. He originally planned to go to the gambling house to find Feng Jiu, but unexpectedly met this person. Since this was the case, he should get some information out of this person first. Helian Yu didn't say much, he simply carried him toward the tea house Gu Xiuxue had pointed to. On the way, Gu Xiuxue carefully thought about the exact nature of his relationship with this person. He now had a pretty clear idea that he must have been a demon lord in the past, but as for why he had ended up this way, he didn't know. Even after deliberately trying to ask Feng Jiu these past few days, he hadn't gotten any answers. After all, this was the nether abyss within the underworld, almost entirely cut off from the outside world. Moreover, according to what they said, this demon lord of his seemed to always appear unpredictably, spending very little time in the demon realm even over the span of 100 years. Looking across the 6 realms, there were hardly any people who had seen his true face, let alone knew what had truly happened to him. Now that he finally had a lead, there was no way he would let this person go easily. He had to interrogate them thoroughly. With this thought in mind, Gu Xiuxue realized he had already been carried into the tea house by Helian Yu. The moment they entered the tea house, the entire place fell silent for a moment. Then whispers filled the air, yet not a single person came over to attend to them. It was only then that Gu Xiuxue noticed that wherever Helian Yu carried him, people kept their distance, almost afraid to get too close. But he could sense that this person who had suddenly appeared and bumped into him was clearly just a human, not even a cultivator. Yet they were so fearful of him, suggesting he held a significant identity. A flash of insight suddenly struck Gu Xiuxue's mind, reminding him of what the underworld king Yi Junming and Renjoji had said earlier. That emperor. Helian Yu. Could it be that the one carefully holding him now was that Helian Yu? Helian Yu took him upstairs to a private room, gently placing him on a chair, then sat opposite him, staring straight at him as if he couldn't look enough. In those beautiful eyes swirled many complex emotions, but the most obvious was the joy of having regained something precious, with laughter almost spilling out of his gaze. First. Anything Alxu wishes to know, you can ask me. Gu Xiuxue nodded, then asked, what is your relationship with me? Helian Yu smiled as he answered, you once saved my life, and also taught me kindly and attentively. You are my master, and also my. His words got stuck before he could finish. Before coming here, he had learned from Yi Junming that Gu Xiuxue had forgotten everything about his past. At first, he had thought perhaps this was an opportunity, he could deceive Gu Xiuxue into believing that they had already been together long ago. But looking at the childlike figure sitting across from him now, Helian Yu choked on his words. Helian Yu was stuck. Chapter 142, Aishue is shocked. Aishue is confused. Faced with the youthful face in front of him, he really couldn't bring himself to say those words. He even felt ashamed just for having such thoughts. Helian Yu quietly turned his head, feeling a sense of desolation in his heart, and couldn't help but despise himself. The teacher had become a young teacher. Although still as obedient and heart-touching as ever. It always made him feel like he was some sort of beast. What relation do you have to me? Is there another relationship between us? Gu Xiuxue, on the other hand, was somewhat curious, leaning closer to him with both hands on the table, almost pressing most of her body onto it. Teacher is the most important person to me. Helian Yu's tone was firm, but the roots of his ears were slightly red. Fortunately, his ink-black hair covered them, so Gu Xiuxue didn't notice anything amiss. Gu Xiuxue just looked at him with bright eyes. Really? So our relationship used to be that good? Yes, teacher once said they would stay by my side forever. Call me Aishue. Gu Xiuxue furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Although she and this person used to have a good relationship, she still disliked being called teacher. It always made her feel strange and awkward. Sorry, I've been calling you that for so many years, it's hard to change overnight. Helian Yu smiled, and Gu Xiuxue waved her hand indifferently before sitting back down again, continuing her inquiry. Do you know why I've turned into this now? They say my soul isn't complete, and I don't know how it ended up in the abyss. If I can't find the other half of my soul, I'm probably going to perish. The hand Helian Yu casually placed on his thigh tightened silently, and his gaze darkened accordingly. This matter is somewhat complicated. I just found out that Aishue is the demon lord. I always thought you were an ordinary person before. At that time, you died to save me. These past few years, I've been looking for a way to bring you back. I searched through the 6 realms and eventually even went to the demon realm. Helian Yu lowered his eyes, making it impossible to see the murky light in them, and all one could hear was his slightly choked voice. It's just that at that time, I wasn't able to recognize you. Perhaps you're still blaming me, which is why you refused to acknowledge me then. I shouldn't be blaming you, after all, I don't dislike you, nor do I avoid contact with you. Gu Xiuxue was somewhat bewildered. If she really blamed Helian Yu, then when he hugged her earlier outside, there wouldn't have been no trace of resentment, only sympathy and a desire to comfort. She thought about it, perhaps at that time, I had another reason, so I couldn't recognize you. I believe Aishue. Helian Yu lifted his head slightly, and just as if perfectly timed, a tear dropped down. His eyes curved slightly, and there was a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Aishue must have had a reason not to acknowledge me at that time. Gu Xiuxue, looking at his broken yet beautiful expression, couldn't help but swallow saliva. Why did she suddenly feel like she was some kind of wife or child-abandoning trashy guy? Were their relationship merely the normal teacher-student relationship? Gu Xiuxue abruptly stopped her train of thought, shaking her head and wanting to throw away these notions in her mind. Ayayoa. What weird things was she thinking about? He's her student, her student. Was she that improper back then? Cough, cough, you believe me, that's fine. Then what happened later? Why did I die? Suppressing her inner thoughts, Gu Xiuxue quickly changed the topic. But upon hearing this question, there was a flash of pain in Helian Yu's eyes. I don't know. At that time, I didn't realize the demon lord was you, so I returned to the human realm and the palace, just intending to follow the original plan and summon your spirit, bringing you back to me. As for what happened later, I don't know either. I just heard there was turmoil in the spirit realm. What does turmoil in the spirit realm have to do with me? I'm the demon lord, right? Gu Xiuxue was very confused and asked unconsciously, only to meet that pair of beautiful, slightly resentful eyes. I don't know what relationship Aishue has with that spirit king. But when I saw you two in the demon realm before, you two seemed quite close. Thinking about the scene he witnessed that day, Helian Yu was furious. At that moment, why didn't he rush in and kill Mo Li? Gu Xiuxue. She didn't know if it was her imagination or not. It seemed that Helian Yu was gritting his teeth when he said the words, intimate, as if he wanted to tear a piece of flesh off someone. But Helian Yu's eyes were redder, which wasn't an illusion. So, the relationship between him and that demon lord must be quite complicated. Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but sigh. He was such a trouble-averse person, yet why did he lead such a colorful life? The emperor of humans, the king of demons, the master of the abysses. This sounded like something out of a storybook. Helian Yu continued, no one knows what exactly happened that day. All we know is that after the turmoil in the demon world, the demon king was severely injured, the immortal sovereign's fate was unclear and remains unconscious until now, and the master of the abyss perished in the demon realm. Gu Xiuxue blinked. Wait. How did this involve the immortal sovereign? What on earth had he done in the past? Helian Yu shook his head, I don't know. However, they all think you're dead, believing your soul has scattered. Your other half resides in my palace. As Helian Yu spoke, there was a hint of disappointment in his tone, yet I heard you refuse to leave with me. Gu Xiuxue froze. This. Helian Yu suddenly let out a soft laugh, his eyes unusually tender as his voice grew gentle. Aishue, rest assured, I've never wanted to put you in a difficult position. I have never wanted to put my teacher in a difficult position. Gu Xiuxue's pupils trembled. For a moment, a scene seemed to flash through his mind, but it slipped away before he could grasp it. Gu Xiuxue's eyelashes flickered, and he felt a sting at the tip of his nose as a tear fell down. He stared blankly at Helianyu, unable to say why he cried or why he felt so uncomfortable hearing those words. Something seemed to block his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. What's wrong? Shui, don't cry. Helianyu lost his composure, hurriedly sitting next to Gu Xiushui and pulling him into his arms as he carefully wiped away his tears, coaxing softly. Don't worry. I only want you to be fine. I just wish to see you again. I won't make things hard for you. If you don't want to go with me, you can stay here. I will take care of everything and ensure no harm comes to you. No. It's okay. Gu Xiushui's voice was muffled. He gripped Helianyu's robes, looked up at him with teary cheeks. In fact, I don't refuse. Chapter 143, Little Axu's Lure Plan. Gu Xiushui hesitated a bit when he said this. He really liked the days spent with Lan Xian now. That gave him an inexplicable sense of peace. Staying with them, he didn't have to think about too much or worry about other things. But his intuition told him that maybe he should leave with this person. This man named Helianyu might be the so-called main character mentioned by the previous voice. Although he didn't know what it was, it must be important, otherwise, the voice wouldn't have urgently asked him to find this person. Gu Xiushui looked down at his own hands, and his soul seemed to have coalesced a little more. Really? Are you really willing to go back with me? Helianyu's eyes lit up, and there was evident joy in his tone. But Gu Xiushui was held in his arms and was carefully examining his own soul, not noticing the fleeting shadow of gloom in his eyes. Helianyu slightly raised the corners of his lips, hugging the person in his arms a bit tighter. He had originally thought that it would take some effort to deceive him back and had prepared himself for staying here to slowly coax and tempt him. But he didn't expect it to be so easy to deceive him away. Helianyu felt both happy and relieved inside. Fortunately, he came early enough. Otherwise, after all the trouble he went through, if Gu Xiushui got deceived by someone else, he wouldn't even be able to find a place to cry. But I want to stay here for a while longer. They said I can still stay here for another month. Gu Xiushui pinched Helianyu's hand, looking up at him, his eyes carrying a bit of pleading. Just wait for a month, okay? Let me stay with them for a month, then I'll go back with you. They've been really nice to me. I want to stay here a bit longer, make some money for them, so they don't have to fight others later on. Gu Xiushui said seriously. In these days, he realized that the ghosts of the 8 streets were not necessarily their match, but most of them didn't dare to fight them. Perhaps it had something to do with King Yeming of the Underworld. However, the two never brought up anything related to the Underworld King in front of him, although he was curious, he did not inquire either. Yet, he still didn't want them to fight anymore. Helianyu paused for a moment, then smiled in agreement. Of course, whatever you want to do, I'll accompany you. Gu Xiushui's eyes sparkled, then can you accompany me to the gambling house now? Helianyu, sure. He arrived just a few days late, what exactly happened during this period? Why is my sir going to such a place as a gambling house? Is it for making money for those two people? At this point, various questions filled Helianyu's mind, but he maintained a calm expression on his face, holding Gu Xiushui and heading towards the gambling house. As soon as the two entered, they saw Fengjio. Fengjio's original smile diminished quite a bit upon seeing Helianyu. Taking advantage of others' distraction, he immediately led them upstairs. All in one motion, upstairs, into the room, closing the door. After finishing all this, Fengjio took a deep breath, then turned around to look at Helianyu, leaning close and sniffing lightly. Subsequently, he stepped back a couple of steps with a serious expression, his eyes carrying an ambiguous emotion. Annoyed, he asked, what are you doing running to the nether abyss? Are you tired of being alive? I'm here to look for someone. Helianyu put Gu Xiushui down as Fengjio simply hummed in response. Gu Xiushui's gaze shifted between the two as he curiously asked. So, do you two know each other? Fengjio's fan-waving movement halted momentarily, nope, we don't. I just can't figure out why a living person like him would be here. He continued with an extremely disdainful tone, his eyes unfriendly. A stench of a living human, seems eager for the ghosts not to notice him. Had this guy not been hugging Gu Xiushui, Fengjio wouldn't let him enter his gambling house, kicking him out regardless whether he lives or dies, not his concern. After all, a live human daring to enter the nether abyss surely possesses means to save their life, so as long as it doesn't affect his gambling business, Fengjio doesn't care nor wish to meddle unnecessarily. The ghosts, even if they discovered him, won't dare to harm him, doing so will incur divine punishment. After thinking for a while, Gu Xiushui seriously said, so there's no need to worry that he will cause you trouble. Fengjio squinted slightly, his eyes gazing at Helianyu, changing several times, his facial expression softening a bit. He nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Then he turned around, walked to a wooden rack, took down a box from the top, and threw a storage bag from inside to Gu Xiushui. This is the money from selling those things earlier. We agreed on a 50-50 split. The demon clans really do like their demon lord in you, huh? Want to make some more? Fengjio, as he spoke, moved closer to Gu Xiushui again, his hands involuntarily rubbing together as he grinned, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Gu Xiushui weighed the storage bag briefly, then tossed it casually to Helianyu before nodding. I came this time to leave you with more items. Sure thing. Feng Jiu cheerfully accepted, I'll get the stuff ready right away. Gu Xiuxue continued, but for the money later on, you don't need to give it to me anymore. Just keep it for me. Feng Jiu paused for a moment, but did not inquire further, simply smiling as he responded with a, all right. Gu Xiuxue scribbled and sketched for 2 hours before finally stopping. Looking at the last painting in front of him, he suddenly glanced at Feng Jiu who was waiting beside him. You've taken out so many things about me. Haven't they suspected anything? Of course they have. Feng Jiu carefully stored the painting, speaking nonchalantly. But what if they suspect? They don't dare to easily move against me. Moreover, I had someone investigate the demon realm's affairs specifically. Without a new demon lord ascending, you're still technically the demon lord. That holds immense attraction for them. Gu Xiuxue frowned, I'm already dead, and they haven't chosen a new demon lord. Feng Jiu shrugged, I heard you had 2 decent apprentices before, but neither of them wanted to become demon lord for some reason. Well, anyway, dead is dead, why bother about those things? Anyway, I'll be off first. Do you want to stay for a meal? Gu Xiuxue, exclamation point. Wait, had he forgotten something? 2 hours. He forgot to go back home for dinner. Gu Xiuxue jumped off the chair and rushed towards the door but almost tripped over himself. Fortunately, Helian Yu quickly grabbed him, preventing him from falling. As he looked into the arms that held him, his mind seemed somewhat dazed. While he was painting and writing, Helian Yu had been by his side the entire time, grinding the ink for him, preparing tea and snacks. His eyes were filled with tender and indulgent smiles. That kind of look wasn't one from a student looking at a teacher. It rather resembled. Chapter 144, Sleep with Him. Gu Xiuxue furrowed her brow slightly, but could not figure out the reason. He only felt that Helian Yu's attitude toward him was strange, but he could not pinpoint what exactly was strange about it. Nevertheless, regardless of everything, he could tell that Helian Yu would not harm him and truly cared for him. As for those peculiar feelings, Gu Xiuxue brushed them aside. Things that cannot be understood do not need to be overthought, some truths will naturally reveal themselves when the time comes. Perhaps. When he retrieves the other half of his divine soul, or when his memories return. Or perhaps, when that voice appears again. Then, he will understand the truth of all this. Suppressing the myriad thoughts in his heart, despite his internal chaos, Gu Xiuxue looked at Helian Yu through tear-filled eyes and softly spoke while gripping his clothes. I promised my sister I would go home for dinner at the right time, but I forgot. It's fine. I'll send you home. Helian Yu gently patted Gu Xiuxue's head, his brows relaxed, his tone gentle and indulgent. I'll explain properly to them. Feng Jiu shook his head silently at the scene but didn't say anything. As they left, he muttered under his breath. Truly, each one pretends better than the next. But what did that have to do with him? He just wanted to make money. Calculating how much this trip's goods could sell for, Feng Jiu's mood brightened accordingly. When Helian Yu carried Gu Xiuxue home, before even entering, they saw Lan Xian sitting in the courtyard, her expression cold. Little Shui, come here. Lan Xian stood up as soon as she spotted them, narrowing her eyes, eyeing Helian Yu with an extremely unfriendly gaze, then gestured toward Gu Xiuxue. She approached them, and Gu Xiuxue indicated to Helian Yu to put him down, walking over and pulling on Lan Xian's hand, smiling obediently. Sister, he is my friend. He will be staying with us for a while. Humph. Our humble abode is too small to house an emperor. There are only 3 rooms, there is no place for you to sleep. Go find an inn, Lan Xian said irritably, dragging Gu Xiuxue behind her. When Renjioji had returned and informed her about this matter, she had already guessed his identity. He was the person mentioned by Yi Junming, Emperor Helian Yu. Anybody related to Yi Junming, she disliked. Even worse, this individual kept Gu Xiuxue playing outside for so long, only coming back now. Her look towards Helian Yu grew increasingly hostile. However, to her surprise, Helian Yu completely ignored her and instead turned his attention toward Gu Xiuxue. His eyes filled with pity, like a lost puppy, he called out softly. A Shui. Gu Xiuxue almost gasped audibly before firmly shaking Lan Xian's hand, lifting his head seriously. Sister, he can sleep with me. I don't take up much space at night, he'll fit. Lan Xian. No way. Is this guy really the emperor? Could the emperor possibly behave like this? Right in front of her, he shamelessly flirted with her little Shui. Lan Xian was seething with anger, yet powerless as Gu Xiuxue insisted on keeping him. With gritted teeth, she reluctantly agreed. If it were any other ghost, she'd simply beat them and toss them out. But this man is the emperor. Blessed with fortune, protected by heaven's favor, and human to boot. If she loses control of her strength even once, she might end up accidentally killing him, which would undoubtedly bring divine punishment. Even though she agreed for Helian Yu to stay, Lan Xian looked at him more disdainfully than ever, showing no friendly demeanor. Yet Helian Yu didn't seem to care. In the past, in the cold palace, he endured many such cold stares. Just then, Renjioji also searched around outside after receiving a message from Lan Xian and rushed back. Seeing Gu Xiuxue relieved her mind greatly. When she learned that Helian Yu would also be staying, Renjoji narrowed her eyes at him, forcing a smile as she sarcastically quipped. A shui is still young. How can you, as a grown man, sleep in the same bed with him? Anyway, I don't need rest. I can give my room to you. That won't be necessary. Since a shui is still young, I should take good care of him, Helian Yu replied with a smile. Besides, I came here specifically for a shui. Naturally, I want to get along well with him. Renjoji. Her fists tightened. Couldn't she just beat this guy up and throw him out? That old man Yi Junming really should not have let just anyone in. Renjoji, expressionless, exchanged a glance with Lan Xian, then suddenly said. I think I want to burn his bed. Lan Xian almost instantly understood who she referred to by him, her eyes lighting up as she raised a finger and waved it around. I'll do it. If it were you, he might strike back at you. By the way, get a key, we need to find another place for this guy to stay. Good. As the two plotted loudly, Gu Xiushue's lips twitched slightly. The curiosity that he had barely managed to suppress came bubbling up again. So what was the relationship between these two and Yi Junming? Why did Yi Junming, as Lord of the Underworld, tolerate them so much? Gu Xiushue felt as if someone was tickling his heart with a feather, making him itch with restlessness. Though he could not easily inquire about their affairs, he was highly curious about their relationship. Gu Xiushue watched Lan Xian's retreating figure and silently sighed, truly regrettable. However, Feng Jiu seemed to be on good terms with them, perhaps that person knows. He could ask next time when he visits the gambling house. Gu Xiushue quietly planned all this while maintaining an unperturbed expression, revealing no trace of unusual emotion. He simply pulled Helian Yu toward his room. Come on, I'll show you to my room. Just as Renjoji regained her senses, she saw Gu Xiushue already pulling Helian Yu away. Her smile slowly faded, replaced by a melancholic look. She softly sighed, muttering almost to herself. Truly unfortunate, I thought things could continue like this forever. As a bystander, she clearly saw how much Gu Xiushue trusted and relied on this newly arrived person. And she also saw the almost liquid warmth in Helian Yu's gaze whenever he looked at Gu Xiushue. In her heart, she had a vague inkling that sooner or later, Gu Xiushue would leave with Helian Yu, this was merely a matter of time. What a pity. After all these years, Lan Xian finally had one of her rare moments of happiness. She liked this atmosphere now too. But if Gu Xiushue wanted to go with the emperor, neither she nor Lan Xian would stop him. Still, by then, their days would likely revert to their previous quiet solitude. Renjoji lowered her eyes, letting the wind play with her robes as she caught a whiff of faint floral fragrance, her sigh dissipated with the breeze. Never mind. Let's wait until then to see. Previous times weren't particularly good, nor particularly bad. Anyway, everything has become a habit. Chapter 145, Little Yor helps Aksu bathe, he grew up. This is my room, and it's getting late now. Sister will go to find the King of Hell, I estimate she won't be back for a while. You can sleep with me tonight. Gu Xiushue pointed at her bed and looked at Hedian Yu, paused for a moment, and suddenly asked. Speaking of which, have we ever slept together before? My sleeping habits aren't great. I always end up hugging things next to me when I'm asleep. Covers, pillows, clothes, anything will do. So if you sleep next to me, I might hug you, don't mind. As Hedian Yu listened to his words, his ear roots turned slightly red, unsure of what he was thinking about, his eyes were somewhat distracted. Gu Xiushue continued to speak, noticing that he didn't say anything and hesitated. Or, I'll sleep on the soft couch, you take the bed. Hedian Yu is quite tall, and the couch isn't big enough for him to sleep comfortably. But he is different now, being merely 2 or 3 years old, so the couch would suffice. As Gu Xiushue prepared to carry the blanket, he was picked up by Hedian Yu and placed on the bed. Hedian Yu crouched down to be at eye level with him, tidied up his somewhat messy hair, and lightly smiled as he spoke. Of course not, I used to be afraid of the dark, so you always hugged me when we slept. Upon hearing this from Hedian Yu, Gu Xiushue was momentarily startled, recalling what he said earlier, opening his mouth again. So you. What's wrong? Nothing. Gu Xiushue wondered how, if he were truly the demon lord, he ended up in the human realm, why he became Hedian Yu's master, and why he left Hedian Yu. However, upon further reflection, Hedian Yu only regarded him as a human then, and likely wouldn't know these things either. He had indeed done quite a lot in the past. Gu Xiushue realized that the more one thinks about certain things, the harder they become to let go, curiosity building, wanting to understand why. Just like now, initially, he wasn't particularly concerned about his past and memories. Yet everyone around him kept revealing new aspects of who he used to be, each disclosing a different identity. This made him increasingly curious about the kind of person he used to be. Knock knock. Little Aksu, you've just returned, surely you haven't eaten yet, I've brought some food over. Renjoji tapped on the door, smiling as he carried food into the room, setting it on the table beside, subsequently completely ignoring Hedian Yu, walking to the bedside and picking up Gu Xiushue. Hedian Yu, being ignored, didn't pay much attention. After all, sooner or later, Gu Xiushue will leave with him, and they will have plenty of time to spend together. There's no need to cause Gu Xiuxue dissatisfaction because of petty issues now, or even affect their future relationship. He Dianyu's lips curled slightly, also moving to the table side to sit down. Taking a glance at the food on the table, his eyebrows unconsciously furrowed slightly, but there was a flicker of joy deep in his eyes. Gu Xiuxue isn't a picky eater, and besides, he's currently in a soul state. For a soul body, whether eating or not doesn't make much difference, it's merely satisfying the stomach. But none of the dishes on the table are ones Gu Xiuxue likes. The brightness of He Dianyu's eyes wavered for an instant, already pondering to find ingredients tomorrow to cook several dishes Gu Xiuxue favors. Because if you want to capture someone's heart, first you must capture their stomach. In the past, for the sake of pleasing Gu Xiuxue, he worked hard in every aspect, especially concerning food. He Dianyu silently calculated what he should do the next day, his expression remaining unchanged. Renjoji secretly glanced at him a few times, seeing he had no major actions, so no longer focused on him, but rather concentrated all attention on Gu Xiuxue. By the evening when it was time to rest, Gu Xiuxue looked at the bathtub filled with steaming warm water and fell silent. Lifting his head, he looked at He Dianyu pitifully and asked rather confusedly. I am a soul entity right now. He Dianyu tested the water temperature while nodding in agreement, I know. Gu Xiuxue crossed his small hands behind his back, fingers entwined, frowned and asked, do I really need to bathe? He Dianyu replied solemnly, of course, I specially asked the king of hell for this. It can help stabilize your spirit, Axa be good, I'll help you. Gu Xiuxue. Although he said that, he still couldn't help but feel something seemed a bit strange. However, before he could figure out what was strange, he saw He Dianyu take out a small bottle of medicine powder and pour it into the water. In an instant, the entire room was filled with a faint peach blossom fragrance. Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but sniffed, his eyes narrowing, a smile curling on his lips, and suddenly he felt less resistant. As he was indulged in this serene peach blossom scent, He Dianyu had already picked him up. By the time he came back to his senses, his clothes had been removed, and he was already soaked in the warm water. Gu Xiuxue's eyes fluttered slightly, instinctively wanting to struggle as the bathtub seemed too large for him. But the next moment, he felt a warm flow spreading through his soul body. A comfortable moan escaped between his lips. When he opened his eyes again, he found the bathtub had shrunk significantly. Or rather, he had grown bigger. He had returned to the form he initially appeared in at the nether abyss. Gu Xiuxue gazed blankly at his hands, still unable to comprehend the change. Previously, Fengjiu had wanted to dress him in some clothes, just so the demon race wouldn't suspect anything. Originally, they planned to use some methods to temporarily transform him back into his adult form. No matter what means Fengjiu used, it didn't work. Eventually, they had to abandon that idea. Instead, they made those clothes smaller, put them on Gu Xiuxue for a while, and then took them off, returning them to their original size. Unexpectedly, what Fengjiu failed to accomplish, He Dianyu managed effortlessly. Gu Xiuxue vaguely guessed that this might have something to do with the powder He Dianyu had sprinkled earlier. Unconsciously raising his gaze to look at He Dianyu, he intended to ask what the powder exactly was. But at that very glance, he paused again. You are bleeding. Gu Xiuxue reached out to wipe it off for He Dianyu. He Dianyu's eyes originally locked on Gu Xiuxue's figure were burning hot. Seeing his movement, he hastily pulled out a handkerchief to clean it up. He coughed slightly in slight embarrassment, perhaps due to water and soil incompatibility. After all, you are a living person, and this is the nether abyss. Indeed, you might be uncomfortable here. Gu Xiuxue drew back his hand, nodded, and gave no more thought about it. Instead, he shifted position and leaned against the edge of the bathtub curiously. Nevertheless, your medicine earlier truly worked. Do you have any more? He didn't feel one bit awkward being completely nude soaking in the warm water, facing He Dianyu. Gu Xiuxue propped his face with one hand, leaning against the side of the bathtub. His raven-like tresses were disheveled. In his current soul-body state, his skin looked even whiter and translucent. The misty air around gave his face a light blush. Those beautiful eyes of his floated with steam, the corners faintly red, captivating and enchanting. There was no covering except for his scattered black hair. His delicate collarbone and other parts revealed without inhibition. Seeing such a view of Gu Xiuxue, He Dianyu barely heard anything the latter said. His mind went almost blank, every nerve taut. Chapter 146, The Dazed Xuesu is the Best. His Adam's apple moved as he inhaled sharply, biting his tongue to try to force himself to calm down, but he couldn't suppress the heat in his heart. After all, he hadn't expected Gu Xuesu to suddenly change into this appearance. The originally childlike Gu Xuesu wouldn't have made him think of anything dirty. But the current alluring Gu Xuesu made him unsure of how to respond. Ironically, the one causing his confusion was now looking at him with bewilderment, even more at a loss than he was. What's wrong with you? Gu Xuesu extended her hand again. This time, He Dianyu didn't have time to dodge. Her wet fingertips touched his forehead, stiffening his body instantly. Your face is red and hot. Before she could finish speaking, He Dianyu abruptly grabbed her wrist. Gu Xuesu frowned in puzzlement. Does a Xue know what she's doing? Although He Dianyu had secretly watched her while she bathed before, he had never faced her so directly until today. Right now, memories from when he first saw her in the demon realm flashed through his mind. The taut string was almost breaking. He tried hard to restrain himself from doing anything worse. To meet Gu Xuesu again, he'd done too much and sacrificed too much. He couldn't let her hate him at such a moment. I'm asking you a question. What else can I do? Gu Xuesu furrowed her brows even tighter, concern and worry evident in her voice. You look a bit off. Are you still feeling unwell? Shall we go find King Ming to check on you? As she spoke, she stood up immediately, intending to take He Lianyu to Renjoji. But as soon as she stood up, she paused, looking at her present figure hesitantly. She had reverted back to her previous form, yet all her clothes were children's sizes. She certainly couldn't leave like this. Just as she was hesitating, He Lianyu felt dizzy, burning feverishly all over. Especially in a place that couldn't be mentioned. He Lianyu released Gu Xuesu's wrist and turned around abruptly, closing his eyes to force himself not to look at her. It truly felt like it was going to kill him. Gu Xuesu blinked, not understanding why He Lianyu reacted so strongly. Wasn't it him who told her to bathe? She stepped out of the tub and tentatively called out the name she had hidden in her heart. Xiao Yu, are you okay? The gentle, slow voice behind her was one she had heard countless times in her midnight dreams. He Lianyu's eyes snapped open, rippling with emotion as memories surged forth, along with the feelings he had been suppressing. Master. He Lianyu's voice trembled, and the hand by his side unconsciously clenched. Gu Xuesu had grown accustomed to her childlike appearance during this period. Now, having suddenly returned to her original form, it took her some time to adjust. Stepping onto the damp ground, she slipped unintentionally, falling towards He Lianyu. Xiao Yu. Gu Xuesu exclaimed in shock. Instinctively, He Lianyu turned around, unrestrained joy and madness evident in his eyes. Seeing Gu Xuesu fall towards him, He Lianyu hesitated for a moment and instinctively reached out to catch her. Master. Gu Xuesu didn't feel much pain, only realizing how awkward her current situation was. Ah. Looking at He Lianyu beneath her, she drew in a sharp breath and massaged her temples, trying to relieve her headache. Are you alright? She wanted to move away from He Lianyu, only to find his hand still encircling her waist, restricting her movement without intention of letting her go. Gu Xuesu didn't care much, just looked at He Lianyu curiously. Even though she wasn't wearing anything, although their current posture was somewhat strange. They're both men. Moreover, the person in front of her was once her student, so what was there to worry about? Gu Xuesu thought without hesitation, paying more attention to He Lianyu's physical condition rather than their strange posture and her own awkward appearance. With the movement of her wet hair brushing against his neck, He Lianyu felt an itch, his Adam's apple moving as his eyes gradually darkened, revealing a glint of madness. Unfortunately, the person he had been longing for was completely unaware and was still checking his body, concerned about whether he was injured. This innocent and unsuspecting master made him want to take everything right away. When Gu Xiuxue saw that He Lianyu showed no reaction, she thought she might have hurt him and became a little flustered. Don't scare me. What's wrong? Are you injured on your back? Gu Xiuxue wanted to check if He Lianyu's back was injured. As soon as she untied his robe, her waist suddenly felt weak, and her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Before she could react, she fell directly into He Lianyu's arms. Master. He Lianyu's deep, raspy voice sounded in her ear. It was like a ferocious beast had targeted its prey. Gu Xiuxue felt as if she were being watched by some wild animal. I can hardly hold back. A restrained and controlled kiss landed between her eyebrows. Gu Xiuxue vaguely sensed something was wrong. Since meeting this person, it was the first time she had the urge to escape. She thought of it and acted accordingly. He Lianyu. Let go of me. With gritted teeth, Gu Xiuxue broke free from his embrace and stood up abruptly. However, He Lianyu was faster. He directly hugged her around the waist, lifting her horizontally and placing her back into the bathtub. The tub was quite large since He Lianyu originally planned to bathe with her. Although there was this small interruption, it didn't cause much impact. Originally, Gu Xiuxue wanted to struggle, but her ankle was grabbed. Shocked, she looked at He Lianyu. The relatively spacious bathtub now holding two people left her no place to retreat. Gu Xiuxue felt confused and helpless. She couldn't understand why He Lianyu had just been fine but suddenly acted like this toward her. Especially when she saw He Lianyu place a kiss on her calf. In that instant, Gu Xiuxue's pupils constricted. She felt as if something had shattered, her heart almost stopping. A pair of furry ears immediately popped out. Ah! He Lianyu. What are you doing? Chapter 147, Little Yu Air goes against his superior. We're both men. What do you think you're doing? You can't do this. You mustn't. Gu Xiuxue's composure shattered, his usual calm demeanor disappeared, replaced by sheer terror in his eyes. He Lianyu, snap out of it. I'm your teacher, I'm a man. A man. We're both men, how could you? A red flush spread across Gu Xiuxue's face, even his ears turned red. He bit his own tongue but still couldn't bring himself to say those words. He slightly tilted his head, too scared to even look at the person in front of him, instinctively trying to push Helian Yu away with his hands on his chest, attempting to prevent what was about to happen. As he pushed, he fiercely scolded, "Helian Yu. Do you even know what you're doing? You call me your teacher, yet you don't realize that this is an act of defiance against your superior. Get lost. Get off me." Helian Yu paused as his gaze lingered for a moment on Gu Xiushue's furry ears before hesitating with his movements. The next instant, a tail swiped directly at him but was caught by his other hand. This was the first time Helian Yu had ever seen his teacher lose his cool. A smile curved the corners of his lips as he leaned down to kiss the tip of his ear. "Such a good boy, teacher. How cute you are when you lose your temper, mister, so adorable, so likable. You don't even know how to insult others properly, but that's fine, I can teach you gradually since we have plenty of time." The madness in Helian Yu's eyes had already become completely uncontrollable, and he carelessly pressed down on Gu Xiushue's tail with a light laugh. Though surprised that Gu Xiushue possessed fox ears and a tail, yet considering all the things his teacher had hidden from him, thinking that this person in front of him was the demon lord, he found it not hard to accept that his true form was that of a fox. After Gu Xiushue's soul was injured within the formation and now only has half of his original soul, Helian Yu, being the main male character with good fortune, was absolutely no match for him. However, in the moment when he tried to suppress and dominate Gu Xiushue, the latter instinctively slapped him. Slap. This is defiance against your superior. This is disrespecting your master and forgetting your origins. With tear marks still present on his face, Gu Xiushue paused for a second after speaking these words. Wait, why did he say it was disrespecting his origins? However, since this one was his disciple, then calling him such wasn't entirely inappropriate. Gu Xiushue suppressed the unease in his heart, making up his explanation. There was no time to think much further at this moment. Being suddenly slapped awakened Helian Yu somewhat. Still, seeing the long-cherished teacher he had been longing for, currently trapped in his arms. So pitifully clutching the tail with drooping ears, red-rimmed eyes brimming with tears gazing at him. Helian Yu's Adam's apple moved as his eyes darkened. In the next moment, he loosened his grip, pressing his entire body onto Gu Xiushue and softly coughing while leaning on his shoulder. Cough, cough. Teacher. That single word, teacher, was called out in extreme helplessness, as if breaking apart. The same person who just moments ago acted like a madman wanting to repeatedly harm him now hugged him tightly, appearing incredibly fragile. This sudden shift left Gu Xiushue momentarily speechless. Frowning, he tried to push him away, but when Helian Yu's tears landed on the hollow of his neck, his body stiffened slightly. Teacher, didn't you ask me whether there's still a connection between us? Teacher and I have long exchanged vows, shared intimate moments. If you hadn't left, we would have married long ago. You promised you'd always be with me forever, but you've rejected me. You returned to the demon realm, leaving me struggling in the mortal world, haunted by nightmares every night, unable to find you. Every word carried his sobs, melting hearts into softness. Helian Yu noticed that Gu Xiushue had stopped resisting and looked at him with teary eyes. Observing the confusion and bewilderment in his teacher's eyes, he tentatively kissed his corner of his lips and continued. Teacher. I don't want to do this to you, it's just. I can't bear the pain anymore. I've waited too long. I was afraid to scare you back then when you were young, so I didn't tell you the truth. But now, seeing you like this, it's truly unbearable. Teacher, if you refuse, then could you at least help me? Could you help me? Gu Xiushue was indeed somewhat dazed right now. Who could tell him why he was the one being bullied, yet Helian Yu cried more pitifully than he did. Those who didn't know might even think that it was him bullying Helian Yu. Helian Yu suddenly let out a bitter laugh, his voice filled with disappointment. It's me who forgot. Master has already forgotten me completely, so of course, he wouldn't want to touch me intimately or help me, it was my greed. Gu Xiushue. Fine, say what you will, but could you get off him first? Wait, intimate touch, physical contact. Wasn't there a voice earlier telling him to find the main male lead and engage in intimate contact with him? Though he didn't quite understand what the main male lead was, he guessed Helian Yu was probably it. If that were true, everything Helian Yu said must have been real, they used to be that kind of relationship. Gu Xiushue felt somewhat disoriented, lowering his eyes as self-doubt began to creep in. But they're both men. He liked men. He had already pledged his life to another man. This man was also his. Ah. Ah. Gu Xiushue, Gu Xiushue. How dare you lay a hand on your student? How can you do such a thing to your own disciple? And Helian Yu is from the human race, he appears to be only about 20-something years old, whereas as the demon lord, he was surely hundreds of years old by now. And yet, he actually managed to hurt this young child. Gu Xiushue immediately thought how degenerate and twisted his past self had truly been. When he looked at Helian Yu again, his gaze shifted repeatedly. Wanting to say something, he eventually just patted Helian Yu's back lightly, hugging him softly. Stop crying, I'll help you. Although he despised his previous self for behaving so recklessly towards someone so young. After all, once something was done, it couldn't just be abandoned now. Just as heat seemed to start enveloping him for some reason. Gu Xiushue gradually began to lose himself. He noticed the strange sensations within him and gazed at Helion Yu with misty eyes, his voice hoarse. Little Yu, I want to. But I've forgotten, I don't really remember how to do it anymore. Pushing Helion Yu down and lying on top of him, he tentatively asked. May I, try? The shadow in Helion Yu's eyes deepened like ink that couldn't be diluted. Clutching Gu Xiushue's waist, a faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. At that moment, Gu Xiushue couldn't help but feel that Helion Yu smiled more like a fox than he did. Then he heard Helion Yu coaxing, it's fine, I still remember. So let me take charge, I won't disappoint you. Helion Yu kissed his collarbone, murmuring softly. After all, this sort of scene, this situation, he had imagined countless times. Gu Xiushue wanted to say something else, then he heard Helion Yu whimper. Master, I'm afraid it will hurt. Chapter 148, he knew how to control Gu Xiushue best. Upon hearing that one sentence, Gu Xiushue felt her whole body go limp, and she immediately became defenseless. With a rather helpless sigh, she said. Fine, then you come. The rest of her words were lost in a kiss. Gu Xiushue's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she closed her eyes. He thought that he now completely believed everything Helion Yu had said before. Helion Yu was far too familiar with him and understood him too well. He simply couldn't resist such a submissive and cajoling Helion Yu. Just those few short words made him completely give in. It was as if Helion Yu had a perfect grasp on his weak points. If they weren't in this kind of relationship, how could Helion Yu have so easily gotten the upper hand over him? Amidst the unrestrained teasing, the cries also became fragmented. For a moment, he thought he was about to disintegrate into nothingness. A faint regret began to stir in his heart. Why had he gone soft because of that one phrase? If he hadn't gone soft, perhaps the one crying pitifully wouldn't have been him but Helion Yu. After all, since he had become gentle out of sympathy, Helion Yu didn't show any mercy despite Gu Xiushue pleading for forgiveness. Instead, he kept coaxing him to say things that would make one blush and their heart race. Even though he had complied with what Helion Yu wished for, the latter still didn't let up. It was as if he had been provoked by it. When Gu Xiushue realized this, he stopped cooperating further. But Helion Yu always had ways. Gu Xiushue lost count of when it ended. He lost count of how many times he had pleaded for mercy. He even lost track of how he got back to bed. It wasn't until he regained his consciousness that he noticed his body had already been changed into a clean, fitting set of clothes. When Gu Xiushue sat up in bed, his head drooped low, his whole person dazed, his gaze lost, clearly still not fully recovered from that frenzy. Perhaps due to being in spirit form at the moment. He distinctly remembered how wild Helion Yu had been, yet when he rolled up his sleeves to take a look, there wasn't a single mark on his body. Gu Xiushue gathered his thoughts and glanced again at Helion Yu lying beside him. Helion Yu's body, on the other hand, bore numerous marks left by him. Seeing this scene, Gu Xiushue had complicated feelings swirling in his mind. He could feel his soul becoming slightly more substantial. The change wasn't significant, imperceptible to others, but he could clearly sense it himself. So, that voice was right, Helion Yu truly was the protagonist they mentioned. He needed to be intimate with the main character. As Gu Xiushue pondered whether they should do it a few more times. Helion Yu reached out and hooked his waist, pulling him back. Master, please don't leave me. With half-closed eyes, Helion Yu hugged him tightly, as though holding on to a rare treasure that he had regained after losing it. Gu Xiushue just stared silently at him, observing this face that had become completely unfamiliar to him. Unable to resist, he raised his hand to caress, the cool tips of his fingers tracing Helion Yu's brows and eyes. This face, he couldn't find a trace of it in his memories. Yet, it still felt familiar, still softened his heart. Gu Xiushue vaguely wondered if he had once really liked this person. Otherwise, why would he still have these feelings even though he was unemployed? Sorry. I don't know exactly what happened back then, but I shouldn't have left you alone. Leaning into his embrace, Gu Xiushue murmured softly, kissed the corner of his lips, then lowered his head again. However, there might be more that he could only discover after his memory was restored. Helion Yu gave him an extremely reassuring feeling, and combined with the fact that he was already quite worn out from earlier activities, he couldn't help but drift off to sleep again. What he didn't know was that after he fell asleep, the person who originally held him opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly curved upwards, with a peculiar gleam flashing through his eyes. Helion Yu pressed a light kiss to his furrowed brow, speaking in a tender tone filled with affection. It's all right, master. I won't blame you, no matter if you abandoned me or left me behind, as long as you are willing to stay by my side. You belong to me, this time no one can take you away from my side, no one can. Helion Yu whispered softly, with a hint of fierceness emerging in his eyes. The person in deep slumber seemed to sense something, furrowing his eyebrows slightly and instinctively snuggling closer into Helion Yu's embrace. He softly hummed, his ears dropping, his tail even coiling around Helion Yu's waist, longing to cling to him completely. Helion Yu had never seen this side of his master before, and the curve at the corner of his mouth grew more pronounced, the tenderness in his eyes brimming over, almost overflowing. He felt as though he were in a dream. Everything was so perfectly wonderful that it seemed unreal, making him unwilling to wake up at all. He willingly plunged into this feeling, ready to pay any price without hesitation. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door woke Gu Xiuxue from his stupor, bringing him back to reality with an unconscious, childlike sound escaping his lips. A bit startled, he suddenly opened his eyes. Gu Xiuxue looked down at his hands and pinched them, then glanced at his tiny legs, realizing that somehow, he had reverted back to his younger form. Just now larger than before, he now resembled a 3 or 4-year-old child. Unfortunately, the well-fitting clothes Helion Yu had changed him into earlier were now overly large for him, hanging loosely over his small frame like oversized robes. With a sigh, Gu Xiuxue began straightening the oversized robe. But, given his current state, answering the door like this didn't seem appropriate. He poked Helion Yu's face, opening his mouth somewhat helplessly. "Yuka, go open the door." After saying this, Gu Xiuxue paused briefly. It felt strange to call Helion Yu little Yuka now, since Helion Yu looked much older compared to him. "Understood, master." Hearing this response, Gu Xiuxue clutched the blanket and tilted his head upward toward Helion Yu. It grew even stranger. Helion Yu didn't seem too surprised about Gu Xiuxue reverting back to his younger form again. After all, the previous short-term transformations were caused by medication. Now that the medication's effects had worn off, it made sense that he returned to his original self. If he wanted to fully return to his adult form permanently, his soul would need to fuse completely with his physical body. While pondering this, Helion Yu got dressed, went downstairs, and opened the door. "Little Shui, wake up already. You've slept the whole day. Come try the buns your sister just steamed, oh." Lan Xian's smile vanished the moment she saw Helion Yu. Her eyes narrowed with obvious suspicion and scrutiny. "Did you sleep on Xiaoshua's bed last night?" Helion Yu smirked, of course. Lan Xian frowned, her tone becoming increasingly unfriendly. "Xiaoshua likes to roll around when sleeping. He also likes hugging things nearby. Back when I used to look after him, he would always hold my hand. Did you let him crush you?" Helion Yu's eyes flickered momentarily as he softly chuckled. "You don't need to worry, Miss Lan. Gu Xiuxue and I have known each other well since long ago. Since childhood, he has loved to hug me while sleeping. So naturally, there is no issue with him pressing against me." Chapter 149, Take 5 million to leave Aishue. "No. Sister, I'm hungry." Seeing that the two were about to argue, Gu Xiuxue quickly spoke up, drawing their attention back to herself. Lan Xian had originally wanted to say something, but hearing what Gu Xiuxue said, she temporarily forgot about Helion Yu. Smiling, she carried the food and buns into the room, placing them on the table before turning to Gu Xiuxue. But the sight that greeted her eyes made her pause for a moment. Gu Xiuxue was sitting on the bed. Although he had grown significantly compared to before, the loose, oversized clothes didn't fit him well, making it seem as though he hadn't changed much. Lan Xian looked at Gu Xiuxue on the bed and then at Helion Yu, hesitating but eventually choosing not to speak the words on her mind. She couldn't stand this man mostly because he had been brought over by Yi Junming. Yet, being the emperor, surely he wouldn't be so monstrous as to harm a child. Lan Xian closed her eyes momentarily, took a deep breath to calm herself, then swiftly approached the bedside, carefully checking Gu Xiuxue over. Once she confirmed there were no marks on Gu Xiuxue's body, her heart finally relaxed, and she regained her usual warmth and calmness. She had said, that guy hasn't gone crazy enough yet to hurt a kid. Gu Xiuxue was somewhat confused, clutching his clothes tightly. Seeing Lan Xian ease up, he still hadn't quite processed the situation. He simply asked while fiddling with his clothes, "Sister, can you find me a new set of clothes? I've grown a bit, and the old ones don't fit anymore." "Of course. Eat first, after the meal, sister will take you to get 2 new sets of clothes." Lan Xian responded cheerfully, then patted Gu Xiuxue's head affectionately, her eyes filled with tenderness and indulgence. Gu Xiuxue obediently nodded in agreement. Sometimes, he felt that Lan Xian was looking through him at someone else, though he didn't know who. However, regardless, Lan Xian's kindness towards him was genuine. He woke up in a strange place, forgetting who he was and why he was here. Not knowing what he should do or where he should go. They were the ones who brought him back, treating him like family. Gu Xiuxue didn't believe in unwarranted kindness, especially from strangers who had just met him recently. Therefore, as a form of reciprocation, if it could make them happy, he didn't mind pretending to know nothing and cooperating with their raising game. Helion Yu once again went unnoticed, but he paid no heed, simply watching Gu Xiuxue was sufficient for him. After eating, Lan Xian tossed him a new set of keys, with a tone heavy with disdain. "These are for the courtyard across the street, from now on, you'll live there, don't sleep with Aishue." Helion Yu silently accepted the keys, then turned around and looked at Gu Xiuxue with a pitiful expression. "Aishue. Lan Xin. What was this guy acting like she bullied him for? Ugh, couldn't she just beat this guy up and throw him out?" "Helion Yu. What do you mean, you received the keys and still don't want to leave?" Lan Xian gritted her teeth furiously, but the next moment, Helion Yu handed back both her key and a storage bag that he had taken out. Helion Yu held Gu Xiuxue's little hand and said with a sigh. "Sister, my love for Aishue is true." Gu Xiuxue froze upon hearing these words, glancing up at Helion Yu smiling cunningly, and then looking at Lan Xian who was almost losing control. Do you think this money is enough? If not, I have more. Helian Yu completely ignored the fact that Lan Xian was almost infuriated and merely smiled faintly before speaking. He directly lifted Gu Xiuxue onto his lap. Lan Xian shot a glare. Aishue is still a child, what do you plan to do to him? Put him down right now. Helian Yu blinked innocently. That's true, Aishue is still a child. What could I possibly do to him? I just want to hold him. Oh dear, such a lively scene. Ren Jiuji had just received Lan Xian's message, so he grabbed a new set of clothes but unexpectedly heard their argument when he came in, which made him raise an eyebrow as he quickly stepped inside. Standing before the group, his gaze swept across them all, finally settling on Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue was still wrapped in the oversized robe, though Lan Xian had made some adjustments so it didn't affect his eating. However, just looking at it made one feel uncomfortable. You go and change Aishue's clothes first, and I'll take him out later to make 2 new sets. Lan Xian lifted her chin slightly, just as Ren Jiuji was about to pick up Gu Xiuxue, Helian Yu snatched the clothes from him. What are you doing? Ren Jiuji glared at him, clenching his teeth. Helian Yu held the clothes in one hand and Gu Xiuxue in the other, lightly laughing as he said. Let me do it. Without giving them any time to react, he took Gu Xiuxue into the inner room. Ren Jiuji was shocked, this was the first time someone had taken something from him. And he even lost Gu Xiuxue. Once Ren Jiuji realized this, he instinctively wanted to rush in but was stopped by Lan Xian. Lan Xian looked at him, shaking her head slightly, and pulled him away from the room. She didn't like Helian Yu, but she also couldn't let Ren Jiuji hurt him. Inside the room, Helian Yu smiled warmly as he helped Gu Xiuxue get dressed. Outside the room, Lan Xian casually kicked a pebble at her feet and suddenly asked. Ren Jiuji, do you think that Helian Yu is the person Aishue mentioned waiting for? Ren Jiuji paused for a moment before slowly replying, this is probably something only Aishue knows. But I think it should be. After all, their relationship is quite good. Lan Xian sniffed lightly, kicking the pebble away with annoyance, muttering quietly. I don't want to hand Aishue over to him. But Aishue has been waiting for him. He will leave with him sooner or later. Ren Jiuji thought for a moment, deciding it was better to prepare Lan Xian mentally. Although he wasn't sure if Helian Yu was the one Gu Xiuxue was waiting for, he knew that Gu Xiuxue would leave eventually. It was best for Lan Xian to be ready mentally so she wouldn't be too upset when the time came. But it doesn't matter anyway. With his strong luck and virtues, it's impossible for him to stay here forever. It might be better if he leaves with that guy. Ren Jiuji raised his hand and patted Lan Xian on the shoulder, smiling as he said. Don't worry. For now, he's still by our side, right? Chapter 151, Mr. It's too late if you don't run now. As Gu Xiuxue thought about the trouble he had been through during this period at the hands of Helian Yu, his eyes brightened for a moment. Tonight, he certainly didn't plan on letting Helian Yu off so easily. With all that tormenting him before, there was definitely going to be retribution. Gu Xiuxue calculated the time in his heart, knowing that Helian Yu wouldn't return quickly. After ending his herbal bath, he got up and dried the water off his body. He just wrapped himself in a red robe and began preparing things. Red rope, bells, small chains. Gu Xiuxue opened his storage bag and took everything out. Looking at the first few items, they seemed normal enough, but the ones after them made his eyes reflect a bit of confusion. Why was this little whip inside? This thing would probably hurt a lot if used to hit someone, right? What were the candles for? Did it mean binding Helian Yu and roasting him over the candle? Gu Xiuxue looked at the candle in his hand and fell silent. All these things were prepared by Feng Jiu at his request, but he only asked for some ropes, bells, and thin clothes. Apparently, Feng Jiu guessed Gu Xiuxue's intentions and didn't treat him like a child. So, besides, Feng Jiu prepared a few more things for him. However, how to use these things was another issue. Gu Xiuxue pondered, prepared the other items first. Then silently tucked the remaining things back. Maybe Feng Jiu had placed them incorrectly. Gu Xiuxue glanced at the ropes tied around the bedposts and felt satisfied in his heart. Once Helian Yu came back, he would tie him up on the bed, then he'd get his revenge. Having finished all these preparations, Gu Xiuxue's gaze fell on another small jade vial. It contained white medicine powder. Feng Jiu said this was good stuff, and from the demon realm. Something called Huan San, which wasn't easy to obtain. Just a little could make someone lose their ability to resist, leaving them completely under his control. But Helian Yu was no ordinary person, so perhaps a little wouldn't be enough. A larger amount would be needed. As Gu Xiuxue considered this, he poured the entire bottle of powder into the teapot. When Helian Yu returned, he saw Gu Xiuxue, clad in red, sitting on the couch. His gaze paused momentarily before quickly looking away. He had already erred once by losing control, he didn't want to err again. If Gu Xiuxue wasn't willing today, he'd simply have to bear it. Why did it take you so long to come back? Gu Xiuxue rose and blocked Helian Yu's path, his eyes slightly narrowing. Only he knew that while he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was rather tense. He didn't know what his previous self had done, but for the current him, this was his first time doing something like poisoning. Mr. should have known. Helian Yu changed the address. Faced with such a Gu Xiuxue, he preferred to call him Mr. Many people had called him a Shui, but only one person ever called him Mr., an exclusive title belonging solely to him. Mr. Gu Xiuxue didn't know what Helian Yu was thinking. He just lowered his eyes, his gaze resting on the teapot on the table. With a slight smile, he poured a cup of tea, lifted his gaze, and looked at Helian Yu, his voice gentle as he spoke. I just wanted you to rest a bit. How can you still feel wronged? As Gu Xiuxue spoke, he handed the cup of tea to Helian Yu. All these days you've been like this every night, how can your body endure it? Helian Yu's body stiffened slightly, distracted by Gu Xiuxue's words, instinctively accepting the teacup and gripping it tightly. He originally intended to refute the statement, but before any words left his mouth, he took a sip and immediately noticed something was amiss. Recalling something, Helian Yu's eyes suddenly dimmed. The retort on the tip of his tongue turned another way. What exactly did Mr. put in this tea? It tastes sweeter than usual. Helian Yu suddenly moved closer to Gu Xiuxue, who unconsciously wanted to dodge. But after stumbling a few steps, Helian Yu grabbed his waist, limiting his movement. How should I know? The more flustered Gu Xiuxue became inside, the calmer he appeared on the surface. He slightly turned his head, avoiding looking at Helian Yu's eyes. Helian Yu's burning gaze swept over the red clothes on his body. Hearing his response, he merely chuckled softly. Gu Xiuxue felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing Helian Yu's laughter, as if all his little schemes had been uncovered. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, frowning and attempting to snatch the teacup from Helian Yu. Since you think there's something wrong with my tea, then don't drink it. Helian Yu swayed the teacup in his hand, tilting it away so Gu Xiuxue couldn't grab it, teasingly saying. Mister, don't be angry. I just think this tea is very sweet, extremely delicious. As he spoke, Helian Yu drank the entire cup of tea right in front of Gu Xiuxue. It seemed like that wasn't enough for him, he poured himself 2 more cups and drank them down completely. He even showed Gu Xiuxue the empty teacup. Even though he was the one who was supposed to be tricked, at this moment he smiled like a fox who had outsmarted someone else. Thinking about this, Gu Xiuxue had a fleeting moment of confusion, feeling that the scene was strangely familiar, as if he had experienced it before. An image overlapped with the person in front of him in his mind. His heart tightened slightly, causing an inexplicable pain that made it hard for him to breathe. But this feeling quickly disappeared, leaving no time for him to dwell on it. After drinking 3 cups of tea laced with Huan San, Helian Yu's eyes overflowed with desire. He lifted his hand to caress Gu Xiuxue's face, his fingertips rubbing against the corners of his eyes, his voice deep and hoarse. If Mr. leaves now, you still have a chance. Helian Yu spoke slowly, word by word, as if suppressing and restraining something. Each word landed on Gu Xiuxue's heart, making his own heart tremble along with it, leaving him unable to think of anything else. Gu Xiuxue's Adam's apple moved, forcing himself to appear calm on the surface while his heart was already panicking. Helian Yu's reaction wasn't what he expected. Didn't taking that substance mean Helian Yu would do whatever he wanted? Why did he feel now like he was the one who might be subjected to such actions? No, after working so hard to get this opportunity and preparing everything already, how could he possibly let it slip away? Gu Xiuxue thought firmly, gripping Helian Yu's wrist and speaking calmly. I see you're just tired, rest first. As he spoke, he guided Helian Yu towards the bed. Helian Yu looked deeply at him, letting him help sit on the edge of the bed. Lowering his head, Helian Yu parted his thin lips, letting out a laugh filled with indeterminate meaning. Humph. This laughter unsettled Gu Xiuxue even more, but having come this far, he didn't want to back down. So he resolutely pushed Helian Yu onto the bed, pounced on top of him, and grabbed the red rope he had prepared long ago, binding one of Helian Yu's wrists. Helian Yu carelessly shook his bound wrist, noticing the other end of the red rope with his peripheral vision. Is this a gift prepared for me by Mr. Chapter 152, Are he and the Immortal Lord sworn enemies? Just as Gu Xiuxue was preparing to quickly bind him completely, Helian Yu raised his lust-filled eyes, smiling at the corner of his lips. Master, I've already given you the chance to leave. After Helian Yu finished speaking, he broke free from the red rope and directly flipped over, pinning Gu Xiuxue down. Gu Xiuxue's pupils trembled slightly. He looked at the red rope, then at Helian Yu, somewhat confused. How could you break free? Could it be that Feng Jiu had lied to him? Master prepared this gift for me, and I like it very much. But, this thing is not used like this. However, I can slowly teach you. Helian Yu's voice was hoarse, on the edge of endurance. Gu Xiuxue stared at the red rope he had prepared, watching as it wrapped around his own wrist loop by loop. He felt a bit uneasy in his heart, but still watched very seriously. In the last moment before his clothes were taken off, he was still staring at the red rope, musing. It seems it needs to be tied this way. Once he learned, next time he wanted to do the same. Master really loves to learn. If Master wants to play these tricks, you can directly tell me, I can teach you all. Helian Yu leaned down close to his ear and spoke softly, pausing for a moment, then gently bit his earlobe. But now. Master, take care of yourself first. As his soft murmurs reached his ear, Gu Xiuxue could no longer pay attention to anything else. You. Gu Xiuxue was very angry, extremely angry. Not only angry, but also quite depressed. He couldn't have imagined that the things he specially asked Feng Jiu for were originally intended to retaliate for what Helian Yu did to him during this period. However, those things ended up being used on himself. Gu Xiuxue experienced for the first time what it feels like to lift a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. He was both angry and upset, and since everything was prepared by himself, he couldn't blame Helian Yu. Looking at Helian Yu's satisfied expression, Gu Xiuxue wanted to kick him off the bed. But unfortunately, he had been exhausted, and could only let Helian Yu hold him and fall asleep. Truly wonderful. When Gu Xiuxue's consciousness became hazy, he faintly heard a soft voice near his ear. This is truly good. Master will always stay by my side, right? You promise to be with me forever. You cannot break your promise again. Gu Xiuxue nuzzled in his arms. He was too tired and sleepy, almost lost consciousness, just vaguely responded with a mm. The person holding him seemed to smile, or perhaps it was just his illusion. He didn't even care anymore. Gu Xiuxue calculated the time, deciding to go to the gambling house once more. His remaining time here was getting less and less. Most of the time, he stayed with Lanxin and others, taking walks, or staying in the courtyard. The items he previously handed over to Feng Jiu had already been sold out. The money wasn't enough yet. He needed to earn a bit more so that when he left, it would be enough for Lanxin and the others to use for a long time. Thus, after recovering somewhat, he pulled Helian Yu back to the gambling house. Feng Jiu observed Gu Xiuxue, who didn't seem as enthusiastic as before but rather a little urgent. Seeing his busy appearance, Gu Xiuxue guessed he might have planned to go out but immediately pulled him upstairs upon seeing him. What happened? It wasn't until they reached the room and closed the door that he voiced his doubts. Feng Jiu exhaled, walked to the table, poured himself a cup of tea, drank it all in one breath, then said. You came at a pretty good time. I was about to find you. There's no one here at this time. If someone saw us, it would create quite a stir. Hearing this, a bad premonition rose in Gu Xiuxue's heart. What exactly happened? He asked Feng Jiu but subconsciously glanced at Helian Yu. Helian Yu also appeared solemn, unconsciously tightening his hand, the veins on the back of his hand subtly showing. Gu Xiuxue patted his hand to soothe him, shaking his head barely noticeably, indicating not to get too impulsive. Feng Jiu had calmed down. He looked at Gu Xiuxue with a complicated expression, and finally sighed heavily. You should know that Ming Yuan is completely isolated from the outside world. It's almost only people coming in, and rarely going out. Only when the gate of the netherworld opens on the 15th day of every month can those souls burdened with blessings and fortune, who have mistakenly wandered into here, along with those who have let go of their attachments, leave and enter the cycle of rebirth. Feng Jiu's tone was heavy, and his expression more serious than ever before in front of them. However, once those spirits leave the netherworld, they will completely lose their memories, forgetting all about their past lives, directly entering the cycle of reincarnation. Therefore, no news from within the netherworld can get out, though occasionally we can obtain some tidings from outside. Gu Xiuxue. I've heard that Lord Shinshinbai of the Celestial Realm made a ruckus in the underworld, even attempting to enter the netherworld, looking for you. Feng Jiu paused while speaking, taking note of Gu Xiuxue's reaction. After hearing this, Gu Xiuxue still had a look of confusion in his eyes. He couldn't figure out what kind of relationship he had with this celestial lord, or why the other would go through such lengths just to find him, causing a great disturbance in the underworld because of it. But then, Gu Xiuxue thought carefully. Since the other was a celestial lord, and he used to be the demon lord, then perhaps they were sworn enemies in the past. So did he do something utterly reckless to that celestial lord back then? Could that be the reason why, even after his death, the other came all the way to the underworld to search for his soul? Gu Xiuxue's eyes suddenly brightened as if he'd realized something extraordinary. He understood. So he and that celestial lord were mortal enemies, and the reason for his death must also be closely related to that celestial lord. The current visit was probably to ensure his complete annihilation. But don't worry too much. The lord of the underworld hasn't given any consent, so there's no way for him to enter the netherworld. Therefore, he won't know you're here for the time being. Seeing that he remained silent, Feng Jiu assumed he was worried about being found and consoled him accordingly. But since the other is indeed a celestial lord, if he insists on forcefully breaking into the netherworld, he'll eventually find an opportunity. Originally, I wanted to inform you to be cautious, but you've come to me first. I came to ask if you want more items now that you've sold the last batch. Gu Xiuxue considered for a moment, though now it seems like there's no need. Feng Jiu nodded, indeed, right now there's no need. If that celestial lord intrudes and gets hold of something imbued with your spiritual energy, wherever you hide, he'll easily track you down. That's really unfortunate. I was thinking of making a bit more money. Gu Xiuxue sighed, then looked meaningfully at Helian Yu by his side. But if that's the case, maybe I should leave ahead of schedule. Chapter 153, Lanxin's Past. What do you mean leave? Are you going away? Are you entering the cycle of reincarnation? Feng Jiu's voice involuntarily rose by 2 octaves, his eyes wide open. It's not about reincarnation, I'm going to the human realm. Gu Xiaoshui wasn't unwilling to tell Fengjiu more, but even he himself hadn't figured out exactly what this was all about, so naturally he didn't know how to explain it. Fengjiu frowned slightly, then poured another cup of tea, but stared at the teacup in his hand without any intention to drink. After a long silence, he finally opened his mouth slowly. Going to the human realm is good too. Under the laws of the celestial way, even the venerable Lord of Immortals can't act recklessly in the human world. Going to the human realm would be quite safe for you, but... Do Lanxin and the others know about this matter? Gu Xiaoshui was silent. Helian Yu beside him spoke softly, I will make this clear to them. I have made a deal with the King of Hell. The King of Hell also said that as long as a Shui is willing to leave with me, they won't stop us. So it's like that, huh? Fengjiu blinked, smiled faintly, but that smile didn't reach his eyes. That girl cares so much about you, I thought she wouldn't let go so easily. But since you've decided to leave, it's better to make it clear to her sooner rather than later, otherwise she will suffer later on. Fengjiu snapped open the folding fan in his hand, fanning lazily. If she gets upset, who knows how many ghosts are going to get beaten by her. Hearing this, Helian Yu asked the question he had been most curious about. I've always wondered, just what identity does Lanxin have? Despite her power not being very strong, it seems everyone fears her, even the King of Hell has to talk gently in front of her. Although Gu Xiaoshui didn't say anything, his curious eyes were focused on Fengjiu. This question he also wanted to know, he faintly felt that there was some other kind of relationship between those two, but didn't know what it was. Lanxin disliked Yi Junming and liked mentioning Yi Junming even less, he couldn't speculate wildly, and no matter how curious he was, he could only suppress it in his heart. However, judging from Fengjiu's appearance, it was obvious that he knew something inside and out. Fengjiu stopped shaking the fan in his hand for a moment, this is a long story. Gu Xiaoshui quietly grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from his storage bag and placed them on the table, poured 2 cups of tea, put one in front of Helian Yu, and seriously said. Then speak briefly. He was already prepared. That girl Lanxin. She is the daughter of the King of Hell. Cough cough cough. Gu Xiaoshui choked on a sip of tea, disbelief full in his eyes. He had considered every possible relationship, even suspected if Yi Junming might hold some secret disadvantage against Lanxin, but never imagined this aspect. After all, one is the King of Hell who controls the underworld, and the other is merely the remnant soul of the Saint Maiden from the Huanzong sect of the mortal world, their appearances are not even similar. But when carefully thought about, it made sense. If not father and daughter, why would Yi Junming indulge Lanxin so much? Why would none of the ghost souls in the meditative abyss, many of whom were far stronger than Lanxin, dare to lay a finger on her? With the King of Hell supporting her from behind, who would dare challenge her? Gu Xiaoshui sighed inwardly, while Helian Yu, though equally surprised, immediately took out a handkerchief to wipe him down upon seeing Gu Xiaoshui choke, showing concern and worry on his face. A Shui, are you alright? No, keep going. Since the King of Hell is Sister Lanxin's father, then why did it turn out like this? Gu Xiaoshui grew increasingly curious. Fengjiu took a sip of tea, leisurely opening his mouth. Back then, the netherworld was in chaos, many vengeful spirits fled from the meditative abyss. As the King of Hell, Yi Junming personally went to the human realm to capture these spirits. He fell in love with a mortal cultivator who helped him catch the spirits, and promised lifelong devotion to her. He planned to return after capturing all the vengeful spirits and formally marry her. But later, some events unfolded. Someone in the underworld tried to use the vengeful spirit incident to plot against Yi Junming. In order not to cause trouble for the woman, Yi Junming had to prioritize dealing with underworld matters first. Saying this, Fengjiu couldn't help but sigh, looking at Gu Xiaoshui who was cracking sunflower seeds, twitching his eyelids. Could you stop crunching? Don't interrupt, hurry up and continue. I'm really into cracking seeds right now. Gu Xiaoshui urged him on. Seeing his attitude, Fengjiu's lips twitched slightly and could only continue. Originally, Yi Junming sent a spiritual butterfly with a message to explain everything to that woman. However, who would have known that the woman was already pregnant? In order not to distract Yi Junming, she didn't tell him. Later, the woman gave birth to a pair of twins. The immortal sect said they were of the ghost race and put pressure on her sect to hand them over. Fengjiu, while saying this, lowered his eyes, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. His grip on the fan tightened, knuckles turning pale white. It's just those hypocritical bastards who coveted the immortal weapons and medicines Yi Junming left for that woman. They took advantage when she was most vulnerable, finding an ostentatious excuse to claim them as their own. That woman refused, sending away her 2 children, but those people cared nothing for the children. They directly attacked the mountain stronghold, forcibly plundering. No wonder Lanxin and the others never liked Yi Junming, the King of Hell. Gu Xiaoshui mused, if Yi Junming had been there back then, their mother wouldn't have died. Yes, if he had been there back then, she wouldn't have died. Fengjiu smiled, but it was strained and harder to look at than crying. Seeing Fengjiu in this state, Gu Xiaoshui refrained from continuing to speak. Such private matters, related to the King of Hell, that Fengjiu knew so much about suggested he wasn't simple either. Gu Xiaoshui's gaze flickered, perhaps Fengjiu was one of the original parties involved, or else he wouldn't have such an emotional fluctuation when mentioning that event. Fengjiu calmed down and continued. The person who originally sent the two children into hiding lived several years in constant fear of their pursuers, only to die eventually. They kept wandering later, another child disappeared, but Lanxin had relatively good luck. Even though she was adopted by the Hehuan sect, due to her excellent bone structure, she was cultivated as a holy maiden. Fengjiu paused to raise his gaze, a glimmer of moisture faintly visible in his eyes. If none of those things had happened, she could have lived peacefully and joyfully forever. Watching Fengjiu's demeanor, Gu Xiushui lost any interest in cracking sunflower seeds. What about Lanxin? What happened to her later? She joined the Hehuan sect, with revered mentors, loving elder sisters, and admiring juniors, happily living until she was 20 years old, meeting her favored young man. Without that accident, they should have had a child. Unfortunately. Chapter 154, the year she died, she was only 20. Hearing Feng Jiu's faint sigh, Gu Xiushui's heart tightened as well, and she instinctively clutched Helian Yu's arm beside her. Helian Yu lowered his eyes and patted his hand in a comforting manner, gently holding it. Those people, on Lan Xian's wedding day, took advantage of the fact that all members of the Hehuan sect had let down their guard and massacred every member of the sect. They considered themselves superior and normally looked down on the Hehuan sect. However, the sect master had obtained some powerful techniques from a secret realm, which attracted the greed of those people. Lan Xian became the sole survivor, but they underestimated her because she was just a woman, and ultimately, all of them were killed by her and Renjoji. Feng Jiu chuckled bitterly while saying this, poured a few cups of tea, and pushed one cup in front of each of them. Looking into Gu Xiushui's complicated eyes, he noticed the doubt in his mind and quietly explained. The woman Knight Junming liked is my elder sister. I also died during their attack on our mountain. Lan Xian's story was told to me by her. She was abandoned at the chaotic burial grounds by those people before being rescued by the passerby Renjoji. Both the ones who destroyed my school and later slaughtered the Hehuan sect were the top immortal sect of that time, the common enemy of the two. They were bloodily washed away by them and then burned until nothing remained. But they too met a fatal end, with no one collecting their corpses. They didn't want to die alongside those people, so using their last breaths, they went to the chaotic burial grounds where they eventually passed away. And then, they entered the underworld. After killing so many people, they should have faced divine retribution, but Knight Junming blocked it and kept them in the abyss of the netherworld. Feng Jiu paused, however, they didn't know about this matter. Knight Junming feels guilty towards Lan Xian and doesn't want her to know. If he could keep elder sister Lan Xian, then the soul of her mother after death should also have arrived in the underworld. Why? Gu Xiushui stopped halfway through his words, suddenly choked up. At that time, the underworld was in chaos, and Knight Junming had kept his distance for their safety and even failed to help when crucial moments arrived. If the soul of Lan Xian's mother had really fallen into the hands of those people. From Gu Xiushui's reaction, Feng Jiu knew that he guessed it and nodded heavily. Soul annihilated, even though Knight Junming is the king of the netherworld, he was unable to save even a strand of her remaining soul. Gu Xiushui felt speechless, feeling heavy in his chest. The melon seeds next to his hand fell to the ground. He slightly turned his head and for a moment didn't know what to say. Feng Jiu spoke softly, Lan Xian actually hasn't been doing well. The year she died, she was only 20. Bearing a life of blood debt. The people she yearned for had long since reincarnated. Her biggest attachment was to the child who hadn't yet been born. Gu Xiushui, she placed all the love and emotion for that child onto you entirely. If you really must leave, please tell her properly. Feng Jiu suddenly shifted the topic, looking at Gu Xiushui, and earnestly began speaking. I can see how much she cares about you and know that you're not someone without feelings. Therefore, leaving is fine, but don't make her too upset. Gu Xiushui was silent for a long time before hearing himself reply with the hoarse voice, all right. After getting his response, Feng Jiu relaxed completely. Leaning back, he sighed. All of my understanding of Lan Xian comes from what she and others have said. Perhaps there might be some concealment or bias. However, there's one point I am certain of, when she smiles, she looks very much like my elder sister. Unfortunately. After you leave, she will probably return to being like she used to be. This time, Gu Xiushui did not answer his words. Gu Xiushui was lost in his own thoughts, his eyes slightly downturned. A strange sourness spread within his chest. He had already noticed, Lan Xian's goodness towards him was more like making up for something in him. But he never expected it to be for this reason. No wonder even though they first met, she knew he wasn't a true child but still treated him like a kid anyway. It was to make up for the child who had not yet been born. No wonder seeing him grow rapidly day by day made her so happy, even daily changing the food she cooked for him and replacing his clothes. Because she couldn't watch that child grow, she placed everything on him. Indeed, as Feng Jiu said, it was really a pity. If that child were still alive, with Lan Xian as his mother, he would probably be a very happy kid. Not necessarily renowned worldwide, but at least he would grow up healthily, leading a peaceful and prosperous life. Lan Xian wouldn't have turned into what she is now either. Unfortunately, there's no room for so many ifs. Gu Xiushui reined in his thoughts. He stood up, already looking like an 11 or 12-year-old. But fortunately, Lan Xian had already noticed him growing daily, so she made him quite a few outfits that fit well. He looked calmly at Feng Jiu and spoke faintly, I originally intended for you to help sell more items, then leave the money to her. But since you've already said that, I don't want to be discovered by that immortal ruler, so I won't stay long. As for those items, never mind. However, before I leave, I will make things clear to her and try my best not to make her too sad. Feng Jiu gazed at him, his eyes curving slightly, full of warmth and smiles beneath them. Good. Little Yuer, let's go. Gu Xiuxue turned his head and looked at Helianyu, who had remained silent from start to finish. But they hadn't expected that as soon as they stepped out of the door, Yi Junming was already standing outside. Gu Xiuxue looked up at Yi Junming, stunned for a moment, while Helianyu reacted first, giving a formal bow, his tone composed. Lord of Shadows, it's been a long time. Yi Junming nodded briefly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue glanced between Yi Junming and Feng Jiu, who had just joined their side. Feng Jiu's voice and demeanor were far more respectful than theirs. Lord of Shadows. You've worked hard. Yi Junming said, you can go about your business. Yes. Feng Jiu responded and turned away immediately. Only then did Gu Xiuxue ask, did you hear all of our conversation? Yi Junming nodded, yes. Gu Xiuxue suddenly chuckled softly, are you going to keep us here for Sister Lan Xian, or send us off? Yi Junming, you've merely lost your memory. Gu Xiuxue raised an eyebrow, so. Yi Junming, Lan Xian isn't older than you, don't call her sister all the time. You're really pretending to be a child. Gu Xiuxue. It felt as if something had pricked his heart. Was he really that old? I enjoy calling her sister, so what? She enjoys me calling her that way too. Gu Xiuxue crossed his arms, gave a light snort. Certain people, flaunting their role as king of the netherworld, end up disowning their daughter behind closed doors. Yi Junming. It felt as if something had pricked his heart. He wasn't sure yet, so he decided to listen further. Chapter 155, Go on, hurt each other. Watching these two people harm each other, Helianyu only curled the corner of his lips. Then he hugged Gu Xiuxue from behind and said to Yi Junming. Shui is still young. Moreover, he has forgotten what happened before. Now he's just a child. Why should the King of Shadows dwell on this with a child? Yi Junming looked at Helianyu. A trace of disdain flickered in those eyes which were usually calm and waveless. Yes, he's a child now. I didn't expect that even the Emperor would be so deranged as to take action against a child. You both have the smell of each other on you. Don't tell me that nothing happened between you in the last half-month. Helianyu. Gu Xiuxue gave a slight snort, no longer continuing the previous topic but instead asked. Well, let's talk about serious things. What exactly do you want here? Rarely silent, Yi Junming finally spoke with some awkwardness after quite a while. I haven't let Shen Xinfeng in. I just told him that you've been completely annihilated body and soul. I don't know if he believed it, but when he left, he seemed lost and dispirited. Gu Xiuxue slightly raised an eyebrow. So was this helping him? He nodded to indicate for Yi Junming to continue speaking. Yi Junming coughed lightly. Since you already know what's between us, could you go talk to Lan Xian and others before leaving? Help you reconcile your father-daughter relationship? Yeah. If you could have a good chat with them on my behalf, then I'll give you this Een Soul flower. As Yi Junming spoke, he turned his wrist, and in the palm of his hand appeared a delicate carved jade box. Gu Xiuxue watched the jade box being opened, his gaze pausing momentarily on the blue-white flower inside. Even with just a glance, one could feel the spiritual energy concealed within this Een Soul flower. Gu Xiuxue's eyes gleamed. Although he did not know what use this thing might have, his intuition told him it was definitely something valuable. Seeing his reaction, Yi Junming knew that he was intrigued, so he continued gently. I don't know about the grudges or connections between you and the Immortal Lord, but with this Een Soul flower, you can thoroughly conceal your divine soul essence unless you willingly expose it, otherwise, no one can find you. Your divine soul is incomplete right now, and you need to rebuild your body. Even if there are no mistakes in this process, all your cultivation skills will be wasted. With the Een Soul flower, you won't have to worry about past enemies finding you. Gu Xiuxue silently clenched his hands hanging at his side. He indeed needed this item, but he didn't agree immediately. I can go have a chat with Sister Lanxin, but whether she forgives you or not, I can't guarantee and I won't force her to forgive. It's not just Lanxin, but also Juji. Yi Junming reminded. Gu Xiuxue revealed a trace of confusion, why? Helianyu's eyes dimmed slightly, leaning down and quietly saying in his ear. The other twin should be Renjoji. Gu Xiuxue's eyelashes trembled as he stared at Yi Junming, who merely slightly turned his head and responded faintly. Yes. However, Lanxin doesn't know about this matter. Juji also didn't let me tell her. After they got separated back then, Juji was adopted by a wandering cultivator and never stopped searching for her. By the time he finally found her, she was at the brink of death. All those years, he had saved many people, accumulating much merit, but in order to help Lanxin, he also took on a lot of blood debt. Juji doesn't plan on telling Lanxin that he's her brother, nor does he want me to tell her. He simply wants to stay by her side like this. As Yi Junming spoke, his originally steady voice couldn't help but shake. After hearing this, Gu Xiuxue fell silent for a long while. He already didn't know what to say. After all, none of this had anything to do with him. He wasn't involved, his understanding of them and their past came only from these few words. I understand. Saying this, Gu Xiuxue pulled Helian Yu and prepared to leave, but Yi Junming lifted his hand to block his way, directly giving him the Yin Soul Flower. In his somewhat bewildered and confused eyes, Yi Junming's lips slightly curved into a shallow smile. I'm giving it to you. I can't guarantee that I can persuade them to forgive you. I know. If it could be resolved easily, then it wouldn't be called an obsession. However, during this period, having you around made them very happy. A touch of softness emerged in Yi Junming's eyes, so whatever happens, I should thank you. Seeing him like this, Gu Xiuxue said nothing more but signaled to Helian Yu to take the item. He wouldn't attempt to find a way to make Lan Xian forgive just because Yi Junming had proactively handed over this item first. After all, he was not the one who had gone through all of that. He couldn't speak forgiveness for someone else or make the decision to forgive on their behalf. However, as for good things delivered right to the door, refusing them would be foolish. Helian Yu took the Yin Soul Flower and left with Gu Xiuxue. Does a Shui really intend to persuade them? But I think it won't be easy for them to forgive Yi Junming, so doing this might actually affect your relationship with them. While saying this, Helian Yu held Gu Xiuxue's hand and couldn't help but squeezed it slightly. Gu Xiuxue showed no care for his little action, instead lightly smiling. I've said it already, I can't guarantee the result. As for our relationship, since I'm leaving anyway, we likely won't have the chance to meet again. If it is truly affected by this, then there's nothing I can say. The last sentence Gu Xiuxue uttered was very soft, almost scattered by the wind. They had just returned to the small courtyard and hadn't entered yet when they heard noisy voices from inside. Upon opening the door, what caught their eyes was Renjoji running around with a goose leg in hand while Lan Xian chased after him. Lan Xian held a stick in her hand, her eyes filled with anger as she barked harshly. Run! Jiu! Ji! Give me back that goose leg now. There's only one left and you're trying to grab it. I won't. Lan Xian, you've changed. You used to always leave one for me. Ever since you found little A Shui, you've given both legs to him, I could bear with that. But today, he isn't even coming back for dinner, and you won't let me eat it either. Renjoji shouted while skillfully dodging Lan Xian's stick with practiced ease. He even had time to turn around and give her a smile before taking a big bite out of the leg. Can you really compare yourself to him? He's still growing up, look at how old you are. Why are you stealing food from children? Isn't a whole roasted goose enough for you to eat without needing to snatch the goose leg? I will snatch, hee hee, ah. Renjoji was laughing happily as he dodged, until he suddenly saw Gu Xiuxue. At that moment, he subconsciously slowed down his steps. With a guilty look, he glanced at the ground and hid the goose leg behind his back. This pause led to an unexpected blow from the stick landing on his bottom. Seeing that she hit him, Lan Xian was momentarily stunned herself upon noticing Gu Xiuxue. An embarrassed expression flickered across her face as she quietly looked up at the sky and hid the stick behind her back. Chapter 156, Farewell Before Leaving the Netherworld. Watching the almost identical movements of the two people, Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. He should have noticed it earlier. Should he commend them as siblings? These two people were exactly the same in certain things. But before now, he had always thought it was just because they were friends. Little Shui, how did you come back? Didn't you say you wouldn't be back for dinner today? Lan Xian secretly glared at Renjoji and then threw the stick in her hand aside, rushing toward Gu Xiuxue. Renjoji looked at the goose leg that she had bitten into, without hesitation finishing the rest in a few bites before walking to stand in front of Gu Xiuxue. I didn't plan to come back for dinner originally, but some things came up, so I decided to come home early. As Gu Xiuxue spoke, he gently held Lan Xian's hand that was caressing his face. He looked at Renjoji, then at Lan Xian. Sister, may I have a word with you alone? Lan Xian glanced at his expression, her heart suddenly sank, a bad premonition spreading throughout her mind. Her eyes dimmed momentarily, then she lowered her gaze. But soon after, she smiled again, though her words carried strain. Of course. Renjoji, go heat up the food. Lan Xian's voice was soft, and Renjoji also sensed that something wasn't right. He hesitated for a moment, looking at Gu Xiuxue, finally nodded silently, let out a sigh, said nothing, and turned to leave. Little Yuer, wait for me. Gu Xiuxue tilted his head and looked at Helian Yu, his eyebrows curving slightly. Since the decision had been made to leave, he would have to act quickly lest any further complications arise. Helian Yu gave a brief reply, watching Gu Xiuxue and Lan Xian leave together. Lan Xian led Gu Xiuxue into the room, closing the door behind them. After both sat down in front of the table, she asked. Well, what is it you want to tell me privately? Lan Xian wore a smile on her face, but there was no joy in her eyes. Even the curve of her lips seemed forced. She had already guessed, this sudden change in Gu Xiushue's attitude likely indicated that he was planning to leave. However, unless Gu Xiushue brought it up himself, she didn't wish to address it first either. Lan Xian poured 2 cups of tea, handing one over to him while tightly gripping the other. Looking at the steam rising from the teacup, her hand tightened unconsciously around the cup. It truly was unexpected. Who would have imagined that one day she'd deceive herself? Sister, thank you very much for your care these past days, but there's no such thing as an eternal feast, so I must leave too. Gu Xiushue quietly gazed at Lan Xian, speaking calmly. From the beginning, I said I don't want to undergo reincarnation because I am waiting for someone. Sister, being as smart as you are, you must have figured it out long ago, Yuer is the person I've been waiting for. For both his sake and for the other half of my soul essence, it's impossible for me to stay here for long. I need to leave with him. Gu Xiushue paused briefly as he continued, I originally planned to stay here with you for a month, that was the longest time I could offer. But my old enemies seem to have found me. I don't know when they will discover where I am or what enmity I once shared with them. My continued presence here might bring more trouble to you, so I've decided to leave ahead of schedule. Gu Xiushue's tone was light, but to Lan Xian's ears, each word was like a heavy boulder, pressing down hard on her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Lan Xian blinked rapidly, is that so? Well, it's not bad this way. She continued as her eye rims became moist, unable to stop lifting her hand, her fingertips touched something wet. Gu Xiushue silently handed her a handkerchief. Lan Xian gripped the handkerchief tightly, nearly crumbling it into a ball. Taking a deep breath, she forced a stiff smile. It doesn't matter, this way is fine, really. I've already told that person before, if he wants to take you away by force, I won't agree, unless it's your own choice to leave. During this period, I can see that Helion Yu indeed cares deeply about you and likes you a lot. Lan Xian tilted her head back slightly, trying to hold back her tears while striving to keep her voice steady. I've witnessed how he treats others, and I've heard some stories about him. I know he's not a patient person, after all, he is the emperor. No matter how Renjoji and I criticized him, he would just laugh it off. I know it's because of you, because he likes you, he is particularly indulgent with us as well. However, Aksu, you must remember this, no matter when, never compromise your own happiness. If one day he wrongs you, come back to me, and I will fight him for you. By the end of Lan Xian's words, her voice was trembling slightly, the corners of her eyes reddening, struggling to keep back the sobs threatening to burst forth. Her fingers twisted tightly on the handkerchief while biting her tongue to stop herself from saying more. Gu Xiushue nodded, of course. If one day he really betrays me, I won't even need your help, sister, I'll deal with him myself. Even though he said this, deep in his heart, he felt inexplicably certain that Helion Yu would never betray him. Gu Xiushue couldn't explain why he had such a strong conviction. He thought, perhaps it was because of all they had been through before. Even if he'd forgotten now, those experiences were engraved into his soul, these memories could not be easily erased. So that's good, then, can we wait a little longer? Lan Xian smiled and hesitantly asked, even though you two are leaving, it shouldn't matter waiting just a short while longer, right? Let me stay a bit longer so I can cook something delicious for you too. That's unnecessary, sister, Gu Xiushue interrupted gently. Actually, there's more I wanted to say to you today besides this news. Pausing, he drained the tea in his cup in one gulp and pursed his lips slightly. Confused, Lan Xian questioned, what else is it? Is there anything else you want to tell me? Gu Xiushue raised 2 fingers and shook them lightly, 2 things. First, during this time, I've actually been in contact with Fengjiu. We made a deal, and I earned some money, it's all left for you too, enough to last for quite a while. As he spoke, Gu Xiushue let out a soft sigh. Sister, please stop getting into fights with others from now on. Even if most people wouldn't dare go too far, there are still some who act recklessly without thinking. I don't want you to get hurt again. Lan Xian silently clenched her hands, her heart jolting at his concern, her voice turning hoarse. Alright, I understand. What's the second thing? The other matter. Gu Xiushue paused, in fact, I don't even know how to tell you about it, since I'm only an outsider after all. His tone softened somewhat, but, I owe him something, so I should pass his message along to you. What? Who? Chapter 157, Chatter about packing. Lan Xian was a bit confused, and before she could make too many guesses, she heard Gu Xiushue start to explain. Yi Junming found me. Almost as soon as his words ended, the slight discomfort Lan Xian had felt immediately disappeared, her expression turning cold. She frowned, her tone somewhat displeased as she interrupted Gu Xiushue's unfinished sentence. What does that old man want from you? What did he say? Did he threaten you? Gu Xiushue was momentarily speechless. Even though he had just mentioned it was a deal, he didn't expect Lan Xian to react so strongly. Does Lan Xian dislike Yi Junming that much? It seems like no matter what he said today, Lan Xian would not forgive Yi Junming. He thought this while maintaining an unchanged demeanor on his face, remaining calm as ever. He didn't do anything, he simply told me about your relationship and past. Without hesitation, Gu Xiushue shifted the responsibility onto Yi Junming, concealing the details involving Gan Fengjiu. Upon reflection, it made sense since at the time, Yi Junming was outside and yet Fengjiu could tell him everything about the past. If Yi Junming hadn't implicitly approved it, there's no way Fengjiu could have disclosed those matters to him. After pondering this, Gu Xiushue's eyes flickered and he continued. He gave me a concealment spirit flower, asking me to help have a good chat with you. Lan Xian turned her head away, her tone distant. There's nothing worth saying between me and him. Gu Xiushue poured himself another cup of tea, staring at the reflection in the tea, shaking his head. To be honest, I don't even know what exactly I should say to you. This is just a transaction. After receiving something from him, I needed to inform you. But I don't want to put you in a difficult position, nor do I want to force you. So, now that I've told you, my task can also be considered complete. Gu Xiushue smiled as he raised his cup, this unexpected gesture making Lan Xian hesitate for a moment. Lan Xian blinked, a hint of confusion clouding her eyes, her tone tinged with disbelief. You, is that all then? Gu Xiushue tilted his head. What do you think I should say, sister? Lan Xian thought for a moment. I assumed that since you accepted something from him and sought me out for him, you would at least speak well of him. Gu Xiushue laughed. I only agreed to have a good conversation with you for him. Now, haven't we already conversed? Sister, I've already said this, I'm not someone involved in your history. Since I haven't experienced the past you've spoken of, I won't try to persuade either of you as an outsider. I don't interact with him often, so I don't know what kind of person he is, thus I don't know how to speak well of him either. It wouldn't be fair to anyone if I tried. All I can do is this, if I must say something good about him. Gu Xiushue thought seriously, pausing in silence for a moment before continuing. Perhaps I can only say that he treats you all fairly well indeed. Even though they had little time together, he could see clearly that Yi Junming treated them well. Lan Xian and Renjoji should also be able to feel it. Gu Xiushue took a sip of tea. Some things really didn't need to be expressed by him. After all, how could those roasting by the fire fail to notice? It was merely a matter of time. More than that, if they were really so easily swayed by others' mere words to let go of their grudges, their relationship wouldn't have deteriorated to such stiffness as it is now. I understand. Lan Xian lowered her head, the slightly long eyelashes casting a shadow over her eyes, obscuring the emotions within them, making it unclear. He does treat us quite well indeed. But there are certain things she truly cannot let go. So, it will end here, sister. I've already said everything I need to say. Gu Xiushue stood up, smiling with bent brows and eyes, lightening the heavy atmosphere with his laughter. Lan Xian looked up at him, also smiling, but asked. Are you sure you won't stay for one more meal? No, I must leave quickly. All right then. Hearing this, Lan Xian didn't say much else. Instead, she rose, walked beside him, silently hugged him, and gently patted his head, smoothing his hair. You've grown so tall already. With a tinge of nostalgia in her voice, she said, that's great. Remember, always eat properly in the future and don't be picky. Never let yourself go hungry so you can continue growing taller. Gu Xiushue silently let Lan Xian embrace him. It's been a long time since you've grown so tall. Her voice carried a touch of sentiment. This is great. In the future, make sure you eat well, don't be picky, never starve yourself. That way, you'll continue to grow tall. Gu Xiushue remained silent, allowing Lan Xian to hold him. He knew that Lan Xian was probably thinking about that child. The things I prepared for you, take them with you. Those were originally prepared for you, hoping that you would stay longer. As Lan Xian spoke, she smiled, now that you're leaving, keeping them has no use for me, so take them all with you. As she said this, she let go of Gu Xiushue and then pulled his hand as they left the room and went to her own room. While taking the items out, Lan Xian began talking. I know I can't keep you forever, I just thought since you grow so fast, perhaps I could watch you grow up. Look, I made so many clothes for you, originally planning until your adulthood. Since you're leaving, take these clothes with you. And these small items, I know there are similar ones in the human realm, and with Helion you there, you won't be lacking in those. But I spent a long time selecting these. Lan Xian spoke and placed the silver bracelet, longevity lock, some small dolls, and caps into the storage bag. I also made lots of dried fruits and some jerky, I'll pack them for you soon, those were all handmade by me, unavailable in the human realm. Lan Xian smiled brightly, the melancholy expression from before replaced by pure joy. She meticulously counted the things she had prepared for Gu Xiushue. Gu Xiushue quietly stood beside her watching her pack, feeling for a fleeting moment like this wasn't a final farewell but rather he was going on a long trip and would return after being outside long enough. Watching Lan Xian tidy up the things, Gu Xiushue couldn't help but think. If her child was still alive, if that child was still by her side, it would definitely have been a very happy child. How could someone not be happy with such a loving mother? Alas, life is full of regrets 9 times out of 10, and this world never allows so many ifs. Sighing silently in his heart, Gu Xiushue's peripheral vision caught a longevity lock on the table. That longevity lock was different from the ones he'd seen before, intricately engraved with complex patterns and some characters faintly visible in the center. Sister, what is this? Curious, Gu Xiushue asked. This object looked as though it had been around for a while. Lan Xian's gaze also fell on the longevity lock. She picked it up, running her fingers over it, her eyes softening a little. Only now did Gu Xiuxue clearly see, it bore a character, Ming, and the other two were unclear. Chapter 158, This thing is actually quite tasty. When I first arrived at the underworld, I made this out of boredom. Lan Xian sighed with a look of understanding and gently placed her hand on her stomach. At that time, there were just too many people and things I couldn't let go of, especially my unborn child who died with me, and my husband-to-be whose wedding rites I hadn't completed. Gu Xiuxue had already known about the past, so she no longer hid these feelings. At that time, I crafted this longevity lock, engraving his name on it. But due to the long passage of time, the name has become somewhat illegible now. He must have gone through several cycles of reincarnation by now. Lan Xian reminiscing about those days, a faint smile curled at the corner of her lips. In a way, it's better like this. He was such a good person. If it wasn't for falling in love with me, if it wasn't because he chose to be with me, he wouldn't have been dragged into all this, he wouldn't have died on that day, he could have lived well. Gu Xiuxue fell silent, realizing he had touched upon Lan Xian's sorrow. Though wanting to apologize, he felt any apology would seem especially powerless in the moment. Perhaps sensing his remorse, Lan Xian reached up and ruffled his hair gently, speaking softly. Don't be sad, you don't need to feel guilty. I've already let this matter go long ago. Without me, he could have lived much better, moving on through reincarnation, forgetting all his past. He will meet new people, find a better partner, live healthily and happily for the rest of his life, fill his home with joy and descendants. That wonderful man deserves nothing but prosperity. Gu Xiuxue only looked at her silently, without uttering a word. Had she really let go? To remember even the child she never met for so many years, how could one truly let go of someone they once loved so deeply? He didn't know, after all, he wasn't Lan Xian. But it also didn't matter. Whether or not Lan Xian had completely moved on from that person held no relevance to him. Just seeing Lan Xian like this, thinking back on how kind she had been towards him during their time together, made his heart ache just slightly. Right before they left, Lan Xian packed 2 full storage pouches full of items for him. Even though most of them could be bought after he returned to the mortal world, Lan Xian still insisted on packing everything. Gu Xiuxue exhaled softly, glancing over at Helian Yu beside him, quietly taking his hand. Let's go, little Yuer. The moment they turned around, he heard Lan Xian muttering with Renjoji. Renjoji, why do I feel like I'm marrying off my son? Renjoji thought about it, opened a packet of dried fruit, and threw a couple into his mouth, chewing casually. Isn't it true? Although, this thing of yours does taste pretty good. Lan Xian paused, stunned. Well, perhaps it is correct to say that. Wait. What are you eating? Ren. Jiu. Ji. All of these are meant for Xiao Shui. When did you steal them? Not. I only took 2 packs. As the fading voices trailed away behind him, Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. At the gates of the underworld. Yi Junming had been waiting there since early. Seeing them approach, he merely nodded. I've prepared the teleportation array. After opening the gates, you'll be directly sent back to the Imperial Palace of the human realm. Yi Junming maintained his usual indifferent demeanor. In the future, I won't meddle in your affairs anymore. Thank you. Helian Yu offered his gratitude, tightly holding Gu Xiuxue's hand, his gaze resolute. This time, he would not let go of Gu Xiuxue again. Originally, Yi Junming wanted to ask Gu Xiuxue how things went between him and Lan Xian. However, fearing he might get an answer he didn't want to hear, he swallowed his words back down. Gu Xiuxue didn't know what was on their minds, only looking at the gate ahead and feeling inexplicably uneasy. This unease subconsciously made him move closer to Helian Yu. Yi Junming raised his hand and started forming seals. In an instant, beams of golden light erupted, and the gateway opened. The dazzling golden radiance forced Gu Xiuxue to close his eyes momentarily, vaguely sensing Helian Yu leading him inside. A warm sensation then enveloped his entire body. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. All around him was pitch blackness, yet strangely, within this darkness, he could clearly see his own reflection and a small, curled-up white fox nearby. Gu Xiuxue stared blankly at the little white fox, a sense of familiarity welling up in his heart as he subconsciously moved closer. Standing before the small fox, he watched it lift its head and gaze at him with clear, bright eyes. Gu Xiuxue couldn't resist the furry little creature, including this particular small fox before him. He couldn't help but reach out to pet the little fox's head. However, just as his fingertips touched the fox's ear, the several tails behind the fox suddenly swelled up and wrapped around his body. Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but let out a soft sound. He harbored no resistance or defense, only a strange feeling of familiarity. Silently, he hugged the fox tighter, letting its tails wrap around his arms, legs, and waist. In the end, the entire fox transformed into streams of radiant light that merged into his body. And he completely lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he was buried in soft bedding, warm and comfortable. The faint floral scent made him hum involuntarily. Gu Xiuxue stretched his hands, then his legs, originally intending to stretch lazily and sit up, when he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Wait. Why did his voice sound so strange? Where were his hands? Where were his legs? Gu Xiuxue looked dumbfounded at his hands, more specifically, 2 paws covered with snow-white, soft fur. As soon as he moved his paw, he saw pink paw pads. Roar. He had just wanted to say something, but all that came out was a roar. Gu Xiuxue was completely awake now. He suddenly straightened his body, but unaccustomed to his current fox form, he lost balance and fell back onto the soft bed. But he had no time to worry about that, wriggling around as he held his tail and examined it repeatedly. His fox ears even drooped down. So, after leaving the underworld and returning to the human realm, he had turned into a little fox. Still, earlier in the abyssal realm, he seemed to have been stimulated somehow and sprouted both ears and a tail. This wasn't exactly something too hard to accept. Gu Xiuxue quickly accepted this fact and adapted to his current fox body, stretching his paws once more. It seemed his true form must really be a little fox, though he didn't know why he had transformed back now. Perhaps Helian Yu would know. But speaking of which, where was Helian Yu? While stroking his own tail and marveling at how comfortable it felt, Gu Xiuxue wondered where Helian Yu had gone. As he pondered, the sound of the door opening suddenly caught his attention. Chapter 159, Gu Xiuxue turns into a little fox. Gu Xiuxue's drooping ears instantly perked up. The tips of his ears twitched, and he turned them toward the direction of the sound. What came into view was a splash of bright yellow. He blinked in slight daze, and the next moment, that person had already walked through the pearl curtain and stood in front of him. Master, you're awake. Helian Yu's steps were both hurried and fast as he sat by the bedside, directly lifting Gu Xiuxue into his arms, joy filling his eyes as if he had regained something precious. Gu Xiuxue blinked at him, opened his mouth but only managed to make one sound, ow. Then he saw Helian Yu take out a white jade carved box, retrieve a crimson pill from it, and feed it to him. Master, don't worry. After taking this, you'll be able to speak again. Gu Xiuxue didn't resist much. The pill melted in his mouth, not bitter, but carrying a faint sweetness like a candy bean. Little Yu, what's going on? Why have I become a fox? As Gu Xiuxue felt warmth flowing through his body, he cleared his throat and asked. Helian Yu looked down, making it impossible for Gu Xiuxue to read his emotions. All he heard was his soft reply. Master's physical body was left in the demon realm by the demon king. Now, with the spirit and soul merged, I could only recreate a new body for Master. This body is based on Master's spirit-soul essence, so, originally, Master was a little fox. Helian Yu couldn't help hugging him tightly again, rubbing against him. But Master doesn't need to worry. Your spirit and soul just fused recently. Once your spirit soul recovers completely, you'll be able to transform back into human form. Gu Xiuxue softly murmured, oh, then asked again. Why can't I remember things from before yet? Previously, he lacked memories from the past due to an incomplete spirit soul. But now that he had merged with the other half of his spirit soul, why did he still fail to recall anything from before? And there was that voice, urging him to find the other half of his spirit soul and telling him to get close to the so-called protagonist. Gu Xiuxue had many doubts and uncertainties in his heart. He thought that once his spirit soul merged, these questions would all have answers. Therefore, at first, he wasn't worried, thinking it was only a matter of time. Yet why, even now, did he still know nothing about his past? This feeling made him somewhat uneasy. After all, they were no longer in the underworld but in the human realm. In this completely unfamiliar place, the only person he knew was Helian Yu. Gu Xiuxue hung his little head low, suppressing his unease as best as he could, yet unconsciously gripped Helian Yu's robe with his claws and pressed himself closer to his chest. Helian Yu noticed his small movements, subtly curling the corner of his lips with a glint of darkness flashing in his eyes, but quickly suppressed the curve. He gently patted Gu Xiuxue's back in a comforting manner, tenderly smoothed his fur, and kissed the tip of his ear as he explained. Perhaps because Master's spirit soul has just fused and isn't quite stable yet. After some time has passed, everything will come back to you gradually. Gu Xiuxue looked up at him, a trace of bewilderment showing in his eyes. Is that really it? Of course. Helian Yu nodded seriously, his look convincing enough to remove any doubt. Gu Xiuxue fell silent, feeling that Helian Yu was hiding something from him. However, here, in this place, the only person he knew was Helian Yu, and the only person he could trust was also Helian Yu. Despite his doubts, he did not show them on his face but simply nodded obediently. Though outwardly compliant and refraining from further questioning, he secretly decided he needed to familiarize himself with this place first. Regarding other matters, after he got used to the environment, he would ask slowly. After all, according to what Helian Yu said, since he was his master, he must have lived here for a while. Answers would eventually be found. Master must be hungry by now. Let me take you somewhere to eat something. Saying this, Helian Yu carried him out of the room. Gu Xiuxue kept observing his surroundings, the environment, the maids and eunuchs, his expression darkening. When those maids and eunuchs greeted Helian Yu, their faces, apart from respectful fear, always betrayed traces of panic and dread. Helian Yu paid no attention to those people, refusing even to glance at them. He simply held Gu Xiuxue tightly and strode forward. Gu Xiuxue's curiosity deepened. Since Helan Yu was the emperor, he could have simply commanded the servants to bring food here. Why did he insist on carrying him away? And those people's gazes and attitudes, what exactly had Helan Yu done to make them look at him with such panic? Mr. Gu, we've arrived. Helan Yu's tender voice brought Gu Xiuxue back to reality. Gu Xiuxue lifted his eyes and realized no one had crossed their path along the way. He looked around again, this place felt oddly familiar. Where is this? As Gu Xiuxue looked up, the first thing that caught his eye was the three characters, Yuhua Palace. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him, making him pause in his words. Helan Yu smiled as he carried him inside. Yuhua Palace, it's where we met for the first time, Mr. Gu seems to have forgotten. But it doesn't matter, I still remember everything. Though Gu Xiuxue found this place both familiar and foreign, he suddenly asked. Shouldn't this place have been different before? Helan Yu paused for a moment but kept a calm expression as he responded, indeed, it wasn't like this before. But isn't it better now? Do you not like it? If you don't like it, I can have it redone. No need, I quite like it. It's just that I'm not used to it yet. Gu Xiuxue shook his head. He wasn't someone who liked to trouble others. He knew that, with Helan Yu's status, all it would take is a wave of his hand or a single word, and the servants would renovate the entire palace. But that seemed too much trouble. To him, it was just a place, and whether it was good or bad made little difference. Mr. Gu is always like this. Helan Yu sighed softly, lowering his gaze. You always think about others and neglect yourself. I just dislike being bothered. Gu Xiuxue didn't seem to care. Helan Yu chuckled softly, without replying further. Carrying Gu Xiuxue into the hall, he looked at the table full of dishes, and his eyes lit up. He was an easy-to-please person who wasn't picky about food. However, seeing all the dishes on the table were things he liked, Gu Xiuxue's mood brightened considerably. Mr. Gu needs to rest here and nurture his soul for some time. This place is quiet. Helan Yu watched as Gu Xiuxue held a drumstick in his two tiny paws, chewing contentedly while resting his head on one hand. His eyes were filled with amusement. Take your time, Mr. Gu. There's plenty more. Chapter 160, Little You are feeding Aishue online. Gu Xiuxue responded indistinctly, and Helan Yu decided not to idle anymore, starting to peel the shrimps for him. I've been away for too long. There are many things to deal with during this period, so I might not be able to always accompany Mr. It's fine, go ahead with your business. Gu Xiuxue showed no concern, but as he spoke, he caught Helan Yu's eyes shimmering with misty haze. He silently swallowed a bite of meat, wondering if there was anything wrong with what he just said, then tentatively opened his mouth. Or, you can spend more time with me. Hearing this, Helan Yu's eyes instantly bent slightly, his voice light and cheerful. Since Mr. has said so, then I will spend more time with Mr. Helan Yu moved quickly with his hands, placing a small bowl of shrimp meat in front of Gu Xiuxue, then picking up a peeled shrimp and feeding it into his mouth. Gu Xiuxue wasn't at all reserved either, he ate the shrimp while lost in thought. So, does Helan Yu want me to cajole him more? Or does he want me to spend more time with him? However, whichever possibility it is, it's no big problem for him. After all, isn't he something serious? But suddenly, Gu Xiuxue paused while biting into the shrimp. Why did he have such thoughts? Helan Yu is far from being a child anymore. Gu Xiuxue felt that there was something he had forgotten, yet couldn't quite recall it, leaving only the odd feeling suppressed in his heart. Yet, little did he expect that after saying those words, Helan Yu would cling to him everywhere he went. He originally intended to sneak out when Helan Yu was absent. But who knew Helan Yu wouldn't let him go, even holding him tightly while sleeping at night, much less allowing him to leave alone. This left Gu Xiuxue feeling a little disheartened. Having spent almost half a month in the palace, he became familiar with some pathways, but still largely confused about others. Being now a little fox, aside from Helan Yu's presence, he didn't dare to speak directly in front of others. Moreover, there was nothing much for him to say to those people even when facing Helan Yu. Helan Yu acted without any reservation, carrying him even while dealing with official matters or reviewing memorials, and even holding him during court sessions. In a short half-month, not just the palace, but throughout the imperial city, everyone knew that their emperor cherished an exceptionally favored little fox. Regarding this, Gu Xiuxue cared not. He merely schemed secretly on how to sneak out. Every day being held in Helan Yu's embrace, eating and sleeping, he felt like he was becoming a waste. It felt nice indeed to be so cherished and protected, but made him feel somewhat uneasy. More importantly, despite so much time having passed, regarding previous affairs, he still remembered nothing, nor was there even the slightest hint of regaining his human form. Though Gu Xiuxue had gotten used to his current appearance, it didn't mean he wanted to remain a little fox forever. There must be a way somehow. Another afternoon arrived. After finishing his meal, Gu Xiuxue said he wanted to go outside to digest, ignoring Helan Yu's reaction, and jumped decisively out of his embrace. Mr. The somewhat panicked voice of Helan Yu rang in his ears, yet Gu Xiuxue paid no attention, darting off in a flash. Following the remembered route skillfully dodging the palace staff, he climbed onto a rockery and hid himself. Gu Xiuxue exhaled a sigh of relief, finally enjoying some tranquility. But he didn't rejoice for long before a pair of hands pulled him out from the rockery. Gu Xiuxue instinctively tried to struggle, ready to swipe at whoever it was, when he saw it was a girl around 15 or 16 years old. His paw froze mid-air. Upon carefully observing this girl, he noticed some resemblance between her and Helian Yu. Dressed in a refined but not overly complex smoky purple robe, her hair simply styled, adorned with not many but exquisite head ornaments. Gu Xiuxue quietly guessed there should be some blood relation between this girl and Helian Yu. What a beautiful little fox. They all say that elder brother found a precious little fox that he treasures immensely. I thought they were exaggerating, but it turns out it's really true. Helian Ruohua embraced Gu Xiuxue with twinkling eyes, her gaze shimmering brightly, and her tone openly filled with admiration and fondness. She adjusted her hold on Gu Xiuxue, unable to resist touching his ears, and muttered softly. Really obedient, it's truly a pity for such a well-behaved little fox to follow elder brother. Elder brother has such a bad temper and an odd personality, one day he might take his anger out on you. How about you come with me instead? Gu Xiuxue. Is Prince Helian Yu's character really peculiar? He hasn't noticed it at all. Whether during court sessions or when handling official duties and reviewing memorials, he treats everyone fairly well. Princess. What are you doing here, princess? A maidservant dressed in emerald green hurried over, her face showing signs of anxiety, her tone also very urgent. Princess, we heard that the Emperor's little fox has gone missing, and they're searching for it now. We'd better return, otherwise. The maid's voice suddenly halted as she reached Princess Helian Ruohua and discovered that the princess was holding a beautiful and obedient little fox in her arms. She instantly tensed up, sensing an ominous foreboding growing within her. Helian Ruohua smiled at the little fox, then spoke nonchalantly. That's enough, Yuehuan. It's right here, see? Princess, is this? Yuehuan swallowed hard, speaking carefully and tentatively. Do you intend to use this fox to threaten His Majesty? Helian Ruohua. Her smile faded slightly, but she raised her chin. I wouldn't dare return this little fox to elder brother. Such an obedient fox, if he decided one day he didn't like it anymore, he might kill it. The silent Gu Xiuxue thought to himself. Is my little Yuan truly so cruel? Helian Ruohua continued, besides, since it already ran away and I found it, it belongs to me now. A fox as obedient as him, if placed on our mountain, would be. If you What nonsense are you talking about? A clear and icy voice full of anger came from behind, causing Helian Ruohua's body to freeze immediately. With a sheepish smile, she stiffly turned around holding Gu Xiuxue and faced the figure in bright yellow, revealing a hint of distress. Helian Ruohua inwardly lamented, feeling regretful. She should have taken the little fox back first before wasting time here. But now, it's too late to say anything. Chapter 161, Every day I'm petting a shui. Helian Yu's steps were hurried and quick, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of them. Eldest brother. Helian Ruohua weakly called out, filled with guilt, not daring to look at Helian Yu. In that short moment when Helian Yu walked toward her, she had already decided which flower bed she would end up under as fertilizer. Playtime was one thing, but taking little fox, she had only spoken about it privately as a joke. But if Helian Yu really heard it, wouldn't that be like asking for her death? Helian Ruohua was on the verge of tears and still tried to fight back. Eldest brother, I was just talking nonsense earlier. Please don't take it to heart. But Helian Yu paid no attention to her. He directly approached her with a cold expression and took Gu Xiuxue from her arms. When he touched Gu Xiuxue, the worry in Helian Yu's heart finally eased. He then carefully inspected him again, sighing with relief upon confirming he wasn't injured. Seeing his reaction, Helian Ruohua didn't dare to say a word, too frightened even to breathe loudly. She stood quietly by, head down like a misbehaving child, her fingers fidgeting nervously. As soon as Helian Yu appeared, Yuhuan immediately fell to her knees, trembling all over and feeling the suspense grow. Not much different from Helian Ruohua, Yuhuan was thinking whether she could send the silver coins she had saved home before being buried. Who knew that Helian Yu's focus was entirely on Gu Xiuxue from beginning to end? After checking on Gu Xiuxue, Helian Yu merely gave Helian Ruohua a cold glance, without saying another word, then turned and left. Before leaving, he reminded those around him, go and invite the national master here. Yes, your majesty. The eunuch respectfully followed his departure with his eyes and then looked at Helian Ruohua, sighing gently. The emperor is now in high dudgeon, princess. You'd better leave quickly. Ah, all right. Helian Ruohua nodded, pulling Yuhuan along, and without hesitation ran off. The eunuch sighed once more and shook his head before turning to head to the national master's mansion. On the other hand, when Gu Xiuxue saw that no one was around anymore, he couldn't help but ask. Wasn't the girl just now your sister? Helian Yu's steps suddenly paused, and he nodded briefly, yes. However, Sir has never interacted with her. Ruohua was taken away by assassins at the age of 3. It was only in the past few months that I finally traced her whereabouts and brought her back from the mountains. Helian Yu briefly explained these details, adding afterwards. She just came back, so she doesn't know me very well yet. Gu Xiuxue nodded slightly. That's why I have no impression or familiarity with her, we haven't met before. Sir shouldn't take her words to heart. I'm not as cruel as she described me to be, nor will I harm you. As Hellion Yu said this, he affectionately kissed Gu Xiushue's earlobe, his voice warm and deep. Feeling the warmth of his breath tickling his ear, Gu Xiuxue experienced a sudden wave of tingling sensations. His heart trembled slightly, causing him to instinctively raise his paw and place it on Hellion Yu's face. You are, calm down. Right now, I'm still just a fox. Gu Xiuxue cleared his throat softly. Although they had such a relationship and Hellion Yu had endured for so long, it seemed rather excessive to act this way. Hellion Yu's eyes darkened as he held him close, breathing out softly in a whisper. That's right, Sir is still a little fox right now. It's uncertain when you'll be able to transform into human form successfully. And since Sir refuses to use your tail. These days, it's been hard for me to endure. Gu Xiuxue inexplicably felt guilty, but he quickly suppressed that guilt. How could it be blamed on him? It's not like he didn't want to transform. And speaking of tails. Gu Xiuxue patted his fluffy soft tail. His tail was both beautiful and comfortable, simply irresistible. He loved it dearly himself, even holding onto it while sleeping. At first, he couldn't withstand Hellion Yu's coaxing, combined with drinking a small glass of wine that got him tipsy. So he had helped Hellion Yu with his tail. But when he sobered up, seeing his dirty tail took him a long time to clean it properly. So after that, he hadn't helped Hellion Yu again, refusing to let him touch his tail for several days. He almost forgot about this incident, but Hellion Yu had brought it up again. Gu Xiuxue let out a soft snort. Then you can find someone else, why bother with me? Anyway, you're the emperor, what kind of person can't you have? Hellion Yu was immediately at a loss for words, though he wasn't sure which statement had angered him, he instinctively began to comfort him while petting him. How could I do that? The only one I like is Sir, no matter what Sir becomes, I will always like Sir and only want to be with Sir. Absolutely, I wouldn't look for anyone else. It's my fault for being too hasty. I shouldn't have said such words. Sir, please don't be angry. I can wait patiently as long as needed. By now, Hellion Yu had become exceedingly adept at stroking Gu Xiuxue, refining a perfect technique that soothed the fox. Almost immediately, Gu Xiuxue started humming softly in his embrace, closing his eyes contentedly because of the soothing strokes. But Sir, you cannot act this way again as you did today. If you wish to go out to play, just let me know beforehand. Hellion Yu spoke patiently, then paused for a moment. Does Sir want to go out and see the world? In a few days, it's the Lantern Festival, which is quite lively. You once took me out secretly during the Lantern Festival. That time, we released lanterns together. Hellion Yu whispered gently, lost in thought as he reminisced. Hearing his words, Gu Xiuxue felt a vague sense of reminiscence, fragments of memories flickering in his mind, revealing two figures faintly. A young man in red accompanied by a half-grown teenager releasing two lotus-shaped lanterns into the river before exchanging smiles. That young man in red tenderly brushed the leaves off the teenager's head and asked what he wished for. The teenager smiled, hands behind his back, looking at the two floating lanterns drifting away, with a slight flush on his ears. He replied, I hope Mr. will remain safe and all wishes come true. He declared, Mr., I will ascend to that position, becoming the Supreme Emperor. At that time, whatever you desire, I shall give it to you. He questioned, will Mr. stay by my side forever? Gu Xiuxue felt inwardly that those two were none other than himself and Hellion Yu. Though unaware of his response at that time, he presumed it must have been an affirmation, yes. Gu Xiuxue buried his head against Hellion Yu's chest, rubbing slightly so no one could see the emotions in his eyes. He slowly spoke. Alright, then let's release the lanterns again. This was the first time in recent memory that Gu Xiuxue had recalled something from the past. If so, revisiting familiar places might help him remember more. Chapter 162, the system is finally online again. Alright then, I'll go and arrange this. Hellion Yu's lips curled upward, his eyes gleaming with joy. Gu Xiuxue didn't understand why he was so happy, but she still nodded her head in agreement. Just as she thought that the matter of his running away would be swept under the rug, a strange, icy voice came from outside. Your Majesty. Gu Xiuxue looked up at Hellion Yu. Seeing no sign of surprise on his face, she felt curious as well. Minister of State, come in. The smile on Hellion Yu's face softened slightly, his tone becoming casual. Following this, a young man wearing a moon-white long robe entered. Gu Xiuxue instinctively looked at him. He had a striking appearance, his black hair tied high with a jade hairpin. His bright eyes shone like stars, and his expression was very composed. Mr. Gu, let's have a quick check. Hearing Hellion Yu's voice, Gu Xiuxue snapped back to reality. Only then did Gu Xiuxue realize that the person before him was called National Teacher by Hellion Yu, who also knew his identity. He must be the person who helped Hellion Yu enter the netherworld to bring him back. He suppressed his thoughts, allowing Su Yun to approach him, bending down slightly and taking hold of his claw. Gu Xiuxue found this person's presence strangely unsettling, yet he didn't feel any hostility toward him. Considering the Minister of State status, Gu decided to stay silent. At that moment, he noticed Su Yun's fingertips seeming to trace something over his claw pads as if writing or drawing. Gu Xiushue's heart trembled, but Su Yun remained exceptionally calm, his cold gaze making Gu believe it might just be an illusion. After remaining silent for a while, he tried to subdue the complex emotions building inside. Yet when Su Yun let go, Gu unconsciously withdrew his claw. "Report to your majesty, there is nothing wrong with this gentleman's body." After checking thoroughly, Su Yun, whose indifferent face usually showed little emotion, revealed some hints of smiles. As he said that, he pulled out a porcelain bottle made of white jade and handed it to Helian Yu, explaining. "This is a special soul-stabilizing pill I have refined, 1 pill per day will help restore the spirit. In a few days, human form will certainly be restored." "Good." Hearing this reply, Helian Yu's mood improved, but he did not immediately administer the pill to Gu Xiushue. Instead, Gu Xiushue couldn't resist glancing a few more times and heard Helian Yu say. "With the item given, you may return." "Yes." Though Su Yun's attitude never truly showed respect, most of his attention was directed towards Gu Xiushue. But upon hearing Helian Yu's words, he gathered his wits, bowed formally towards them, then turned and left. "Why do you keep staring at him? Do you think he's better looking than me?" The slightly jealous words reached Gu Xiushue's ears, bringing him back to reality. Retracting his gaze, he looked up at Helian Yu. Without immediate response, he stared at Helian Yu, thinking seriously and shook his head. "You are better looking than him." Su Yun's features only count as handsome, far inferior to Helian Yu. Hearing this, Helian Yu was taken aback momentarily. Clearly, he hadn't expected such a response from Gu Xiushue, but still felt pleased to be praised. On the other hand, Gu Xiushue was lost in thoughts about Su Yun's earlier look and what he had left behind on his claws. A faint suspicion crept into his mind that perhaps Su Yun had some connection to his past life. Should he ask Helian Yu? "Little Yuer, do I know the national teacher you spoke of just now? He seems familiar." Helian Yu paused in his usual petting motions, smiling faintly and responding. "Of course Mr. Gu knows him, he was once your student. But you've forgotten us all clean, naturally forgetting him too." Realization dawned upon Gu Xiushue, deep in thought. So that's how. "But we owe much to him, without him, I wouldn't have been able to reunite with Mr. Gu." As Helian Yu hugged Gu Xiushue tightly, burying his face in his soft fur, sighing softly. "The only reason I ascended this throne above 10,000 others is to protect you, my teacher. Without you, there'd be no meaning in my staying in this world." Instantaneously feeling uneasy, Gu Xiushue held onto Helian Yu's claws and spoke seriously. "Little Yuer, you can't think like this. Now that you've already assumed this position, revered by everyone as emperor, as the human king, you must bear this responsibility. Even if I hadn't returned to you, even if one day I really do. Since you say I am your teacher, then I must have taught you these things at some point. As an emperor, there are far too many things you can and should do." Helian Yu remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. "Sorry, master. I was wrong, it's all my fault. I won't do it again." His voice was low and hoarse. Gu Xiushue could sense that he was crying, yet this time he offered no comforting words, only quietly embracing him. He had initially planned to reason with Helian Yu thoroughly. But as the words reached his lips, not a single sound came out, leaving him to silently allow himself to be held and cry by Helian Yu. Gu Xiushue thought in his heart, perhaps those truths were already repeated countless times when he first taught Helian Yu. Perhaps the reason Helian Yu cried now holding him was because he remembered, recalling their past interactions, recollecting the words he once spoke. After a long while, Gu Xiushue finally spoke softly, "Give me the medicine he left just now." "All right." Helian Yu took out a pill and fed it to him, his emotions steadying somewhat. Gu Xiushue did not feel any significant changes after taking the pill. The subtle transformations of his soul were even less than what he experienced when he slept hugging Helian Yu, though he didn't dwell on it much. After all, having something is always better than having nothing. "Little Yuer, I'm sleepy," Gu Xiushue yawned, rubbing against Helian Yu's chest. Helian Yu's gaze softened, and his voice grew gentler. "Then master should rest well. I'll go arrange the lantern festival matters." Gu Xiushue murmured and Though he felt somewhat reluctant to part from Helian Yu, it was himself who proposed attending the lantern festival. Being the emperor, Helian Yu has a special status, so naturally thorough arrangements need to be made beforehand to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking this over, Gu Xiushue still rolled around a bit reluctantly in Helian Yu's embrace. Then, he allowed Helian Yu to hold him and place him gently on the bed, tucking him under the covers. When he noticed Helian Yu stepping away, he adjusted to a comfortable position, curled up with his tail, ready for a good sleep. Just then, a long-absent but unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. "Gu Xiushue." Wailing. "I knew I didn't trust you wrongly. In such a short time, you've absorbed so much fortune from the protagonist." Wailing. "Wait, how come this protagonist is Helian Yu?" Chapter 163, Shock from Xiushue. Gu Xiushue suddenly exclaimed upon hearing the voice in his mind, his tone filled with shock. He remained silent, slowly forming a question mark in his thoughts. Wasn't the main male lead supposed to be Xiao Yuer? No, according to this voice, Xiao Yuer was indeed the main male lead, but there were other male leads as well. Gu Xiaoshui only felt that his brain was in utter chaos at the moment. He tentatively raised his paw and asked. So could you tell me first, what exactly are you? In response, however, was an eerie silence. Just as he was wondering whether hearing that voice earlier was a hallucination of his, or if the voice had disappeared due to some condition. A sharp blast of noise suddenly erupted in his mind. Ah 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 ah. Little fox. What a good little fox. Gu Xiaoshui, how did you become such a good little fox? Damn, sniff sniff. You took advantage of my inattention to turn into such a good little fox and won't even let me pet you. It's just because I don't have a physical form right now. Gu Xiaoshui. Why had he thought this voice was reliable before? Upon listening now, it clearly wasn't reliable at all. If you want to touch, go ahead. Gu Xiaoshui spoke indifferently, perhaps feeling that this voice wasn't as trustworthy as he had imagined, so he no longer treaded as carefully as before. As he spoke, he also wanted to seize this opportunity to test whether the other party could appear. Even though it wasn't trustworthy, this feeling of only being able to hear the other's voice and not seeing their appearance made him somewhat uneasy. He didn't like this out-of-control sensation. The other side fell silent once again and then softly said. If it weren't for the fact that you haven't recovered your memory yet, I'd suspect you're doing this on purpose. I currently don't have a physical form, so I can't come out and pet you. 311, after saying this, realized it was rather regrettable, since once Gu Xiaoshui recovers his memory, he would certainly not turn back into an obedient little fox to let him touch. Now that there was such a good chance, and he couldn't take advantage of it. What a pity. Oh, can you tell me what exactly you are? And why did you say earlier that this time it's Xiao Yuer? Gu Xiaoshui blurted out all the questions that had been nagging him over the past period of time. So did I used to interact with other male leads? Who are these other male leads? What is this male lead thing anyway? And what did you mean by leaving earlier? 311 thought for a moment, this matter is a bit complicated, but it's not a big deal. Once you recover your memory, it'll be fine. Gu Xiaoshui. This thing is obviously not reliable. If he recovers his memory, of course, he'll know everything, so what difference does that make? Mainly because you remember nothing now. Explaining some things is complex. 311 sounded somewhat sheepish. Although Gu Xiaoshui was currently a little fox, he felt like he saw contempt on his face. However, you can rest assured. Your soul hasn't fully recovered because something is obstructing it. In the coming days, I'll help you. In no more than 2 days, once your soul is restored, you'll remember. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoshui's eyes flickered. What thing? I don't know either, but it definitely has something to do with Helian Yu, because... It's impossible. Xiao Yuer would never do such a thing. Before 311 finished speaking, Gu Xiaoshui interrupted. That serious and resolute demeanor caused 311 to pause momentarily, and then mutter. You sure trust him a lot. We're mutually devoted, he did so much to search for my soul, how could he possibly hurt me? Gu Xiaoshui said earnestly, besides, I like him, so naturally I trust him. 311 hesitated to speak, took several deep breaths, and in the end was unable to calm down, shouting angrily, damn it. What did Helian Yu tell you? You actually think you two are mutually devoted? And you actually said you like him? Gu Xiaoshui was rather confused by his huge reaction. Isn't it surprising that I like him? Although I don't remember anything, if I like him, I like him. I knew the first time I saw him that our relationship was no simple one. That's because you taught him for a while. If we're talking about it this way, wait until you remember that you also have a younger brother and an apprentice. And he is the main male lead, you're the antagonist, you two are destined to be archenemies. It would be strange if there weren't any feelings involved. If liking each other is defined by such conditions, then what will you feel when you see the other two? Gu Xiaoshui's eyes flickered with an unfathomable emotion as he nonchalantly spoke. It's not impossible, right? So where are my apprentice and my younger brother? I should go take a look at them. Maybe I'll really fall in love with one of them. 311 realized belatedly, hold on, were you just deliberately provoking me? Trying to pry information out of me? Gu Xiaoshui's bright eyes seemed completely innocent, was I? 311. Was I wrong? Gu Xiaoshui, I don't think so. 311, men really are devils who lie through their teeth. There's no point saying all this now. Once your memory returns, there'll be other tasks too. Although Gu Xiaoshui felt like 311 had rambled a lot of nonsense, he had still managed to extract some critical pieces of information. For example, he was the so-called antagonist, while his Xiao Yuer was the so-called male lead. He also had a younger brother and an apprentice, who must be the other male leads. Since they were destined to be mortal enemies, but their relationship seemed intimate nonetheless, something unusual must have happened between them. Even though this entity hadn't clearly stated what exactly it was, it had previously appeared suddenly and then vanished just as abruptly. This time, it reappeared because it had absorbed some fortune from the male lead, likely due to his recent close interactions with Helian Yu. Intimate contact with the male lead allowed him to obtain this so-called fortune, which not only helped restore his soul essence but also provided power to this entity. Since this entity didn't have a physical form yet, he could always hear its voice, and it could help repair his damaged soul essence as well. This suggested a symbiotic relationship between them. With his eyes slightly lowered, Gu Xiushui organized his thoughts. Then, 311 spoke up again. By the way, there are two more things. First, whether you're trying to trick me into revealing more or genuinely trust Helion you so much, don't trust him now. I've already checked your soul essence. Normally, once the two halves of your soul merge, you should recover fully. As 311 paused momentarily, its tone grew serious. But after your soul merged, someone placed a restriction spell on you to prevent your quick recovery. That's why you haven't remembered anything yet and are still in fox form. Chapter 164, yes, you and they all have a relationship. Gu Xiushui, you're an intelligent person, you should know who exactly in this palace has the ability to do these things. 311 sighed softly as he spoke, and Gu Xiushui thought about the attitude Helion you had shown him recently. However, Su Yun's figure inexplicably appeared in his mind. After remaining silent for a while, he finally asked slowly. I understand, so what is the other matter? 311, oh, it's your good younger brother who has arrived. Gu Xiushui, so, who exactly is my younger brother? The Divine Lord, Shen Xinbai. Surprising or not? Unexpected or not? As the Demon Lord, you actually have a younger brother who is a Divine Lord. Gu Xiushui. He felt like this entity was somehow rejoicing in his misfortune, like it was enjoying the show. Wait, the Divine Lord Shen Xinbai, archenemy, younger brother. Is my death related to them? Is he here to kill me again? Gu Xiushui blinked his eyes. When I was in the underworld before, I left early because of his arrival. 311 said slowly, your death has little to do with him. He merely wanted to defy you, his elder brother. I must remind you, although I consumed energy to seal his memories related to you, that 9 obscure soul sacrifice formation caused those memories to be restored. And now that he has come, you probably need to think about how to deal with both him and Helion you. A sense of unease rose within Gu Xiushui. You mean, between me and my younger brother, the Divine Lord? 311 laughed, yes, you two shared some kind of relationship. Gu Xiushui. Not. Did I used to be a very perverted person, doing something like that to my student, even molesting my own younger brother? Gu Xiushui suddenly opened his eyes wide, his brain almost going blank, disbelief clear in his tone. 311 fell silent. 311 hesitated. 311 tentatively began speaking. Actually, you also had some kind of relationship with your Demon King disciple. Gu Xiushui. Gu Xiushui, alright, no need to say more. Expressionless, Gu Xiushui lay flat on the bed, pulling the blanket over his head with his claw, covering himself slowly until just above his head. His claws were crossed neatly in front of his chest. Just consider me dead. I must have been insane, I even couldn't leave my disciple alone. He murmured softly to himself, false, all of it is false. How could I possibly lay a hand on a group of kids? 311 burst into laughter, in fact, it was them who didn't leave you alone. Continuing thoughtfully, however, I believe you had feelings for them too. If not, considering what they did to you, given your personality, you would have definitely hung them up and beaten them long ago, rather than indulging them everywhere. But you never admitted it, TSK. Don't talk anymore. You and I are supposed to be a symbiotic relationship, right? Do you believe me if I drag you off to die with me right now? With an ominous tone, Gu Xiushui threatened. Instantly, 311 choked, angrily muttering, I don't care about you anymore. Then the voice subsided into calm and disappeared completely, as if everything was just his dream. At this moment, Gu Xiushui only felt a strong sense of confusion throughout the entire fox's being. What exactly did he do in the past? He wasn't sure about his feelings towards the other two, but he indeed liked Helion you a bit. That voice said he wouldn't admit his feelings in the past, but of course, he couldn't admit. A student, a younger brother, a disciple. How could he sound like they're all still children? He'd have to be crazy to admit liking a bunch of kids. Even if he truly liked them in the past, he would never admit it. Right now, Gu Xiushui secretly condemned himself for being overly depraved in the past. Without realizing it, the group of people he thought of in his heart were crazier than he was. After calming down finally, he started to seriously reflect on what 311 said earlier. Whoever had the ability to harm him inside the palace. Besides Helion Yu, there was likely only Su Yun, who was once his student and now the imperial sorcerer. Gu Xiushui tilted his head upward, deep in thought, lifting his paw. He clenched and opened it repeatedly. Just when he was repeating this motion several times, golden specks of starlight suddenly emerged in his palm. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed that there was one more person in the room, accompanied by an inexplicable gust of wind that stirred the bed curtains. He abruptly sat up and looked towards the newcomer, his eyes full of caution. Only then did he realize who had come. It was none other than Su Yun, whom he had just been thinking about. Su Yun's expression was calm, with a slight curve at the corner of his lips as he stepped forward and effortlessly picked him up. Gu Xiushui didn't resist immediately, neither did he speak. He just gazed quietly at him. Though Su Yun's appearance could only be described as elegant, his eyes were undeniably beautiful, bright like stars. At this moment, they contained infinite melancholy as he looked at him. It was as if he were looking through him to see another person. Master. Soo-yun lowered his head while hugging him, his face pressing against the soft fur, murmuring softly. How much I've missed you. Don't look at me with those wary eyes, it hurts. Gu Xiuxue asked, why do you suddenly appear here? I merely. Soo-yun smiled faintly, since you returned, I've only seen you once when you were not yet awake. It's been so long, even Hellion you wouldn't let me come to see you. Now, finally meeting you again, there's no way I would miss this chance to be alone with my master. Upon hearing this, the whole fox trembled, and his gaze became more vigilant. Could it be that you're fond of me too? Soo-yun seemed surprised by his statement, hesitating for a moment before laughing. Of course, I do admire Master, but it's the admiration a student has for their teacher, it's entirely different from that guy. If it weren't for Master back then, I would have frozen to death on the street long ago. Master can rest assured, though I respect Master greatly, I have no overstepping emotions toward you. Soo-yun's tone was serious, and his eyes were resolute. I just don't want Master to stay in the dark forever. When Master returned, he ordered me to place a restriction upon you. He didn't wish for you to recall past events, which is why your soul recovers so slowly. According to his plan, day after day, you'll spend time with him, and gradually, your soul will recover, albeit at a slow pace. You won't remember what happened before and will remain as you are now. As Soo-yun spoke, a trace of sadness passed through his eyes. I thought the same thing before, if Master doesn't remember the past, you won't leave us again. But recently, I've come to realize clearly. Chapter 165, the restriction is lifted, and the memories begin to return. What did you figure out? Gu Xiuxue didn't know, and Soo-yun didn't continue. In that soft whispering way, Gu Xiuxue couldn't even tell if he was talking to her or muttering to himself. But just in the next moment, she noticed Soo-yun lifting his hand. There seemed to be a golden mark in his palm, and he embedded that mark into the space between his eyebrows. Then suddenly, a beam of golden light appeared from between his brows, enveloping his entire body, before completely disappearing into his being. A warmth flowed through him. Gu Xiuxue felt as if her whole person was soaked in hot springs, making her comfortable to the point that she couldn't help but stretch her claws and wag her tail. Soo-yun merely looked at the little fox rolling around in his arms with a gentle smile in his eyes. Master, I have undone the restriction on your body. Once your spirit completely recovers, you will be able to remember everything from before. But I hope, you won't blame me when the time comes. Gu Xiuxue snapped back from her thoughts. She quietly stared at Soo-yun for a long while before finally slowly speaking. I won't blame you. Perhaps because Soo-yun had lifted the restriction on him. For an instant, a multitude of scenes flashed through his mind, some were numerous and others were chaotic, most flickered by quickly but appeared to be good. According to the thing that coexisted with him, this individual would assist him in repairing his spirit. When it was entirely restored, his memories would come flooding back. But now, he has already started recalling some things, though not yet clearly. Perhaps in this period, he will recall more. Gu Xiuxue thought with better mood then asked again. But wouldn't you worry about Master Soo-yun getting angry if you do this? Soo-yun hadn't explicitly said it earlier, but he knew too well that only Hellion Yu had such authority to allow this act. He was unsure why Hellion Yu acted this way, perhaps it was merely to keep him around. Yet Soo-yun helped him remove the restriction and aided in the restoration of his memories. If Hellion Yu found out, he would probably get upset. Even without ever witnessing Hellion Yu's anger, he recalled how the servants faced Hellion Yu with both reverence and fear. Hearing Gu Xiuxue's concern, Soo-yun simply smiled and spoke casually. If he gets angry, so be it. It's not like I'd care about continuing as a national preceptor anyway. After all, that position belongs to Master. Now that Master has returned, naturally I should step down. Gu Xiuxue was stunned. Ah. Did he have too many aliases? And he's the national preceptor too? By the way, Master Shuyang mentioned that we almost got married once. Is that true? Gu Xiuxue had never doubted what Hellion Yu said before. But pondering over those flashes of memory and what number 311 had told him. Facing someone who knows about their past, he finally couldn't resist asking. This time it was Soo-yun's turn to fall silent. However, Soo-yun didn't think for too long before he slowly opened his mouth. It was indeed very close. At that time, people didn't know that Master was the national preceptor. They only knew that the national preceptor held absolute power and did many bad things. Some even said the national preceptor was a demon. These ministers pressured him to kill you. Right around that time, both he and I discovered Master's identity and were unwilling to harm Master, but they pressured us too much. Soo-yun smiled again as he talked but clearly reminisced about the past. His eyes showed no laughter as he continued gently. He consulted me and placed a fake death pill in the wine, sending Master to a secret room. He had already prepared the ceremony of ennoblement, wanting to rename and resurname you, planning to make you the Empress. But for some unknown reason, the secret room caught fire. Listening to those soft words laced with sadness, Gu Xiuxue's thoughts were lost in a haze, her mind picturing a scene of a sea of fire. He remembered. It seemed like something similar happened. The fire was set by him. After waking up in the secret room, it seemed he had talked to someone. Then he set a fire that burned everything there clean, including himself. However, he didn't die back then, instead, he woke up somewhere else later. The unfamiliar memories in his mind gradually became clearer. Gu Xiushue's eyes brightened slightly. After these many days, his attitude towards his own memories went from nonchalant to wanting to know, to obsession, and now finally remembered something. In fact, over these years, he has not been doing well either. I've tried many methods and finally found a kind of soul-summoning array. Su Yun didn't notice Gu Xiushue's abnormality, only sighing. But most of the things used in it are not from the human realm, and ordinary people can never get them. Even though he was an emperor, he still used every means possible to gather all the required items. He used his own heart blood to light the eternal lamp. During that time, he was too weak, and I even worried if he could make it back. Gu Xiushue still didn't speak, only tightly gripping his paws, with inexplicable emotions in his eyes. He had just remembered some things, which happened in a strange place. What appeared in his mind was Hellion Yu with a pale face, hugging a chin, looking frail. The Hellion Yu in his memory seemed like he could shatter at any moment, but it seemed like himself in that memory was not by Hellion Yu's side but rather by someone else's. He thought this as well. But he still remembered the words his teacher taught him about governance for the country and its people, worrying that chaos might break out after his death. So, he specifically arranged for Princess Ruohua to return. Originally, he planned that if he couldn't survive, then Princess Ruohua would ascend the throne. She has a good heart, looks obedient and harmless, but in reality, she also has some strategies. In addition, he had already made arrangements for her within the court. If such a day ever truly came, I would help the princess too. Gu Xiushue recalled the appearance of the young girl, blinked, and nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. He felt quite consoled inside. Fortunately, the children he taught were still sensible and not the type to disregard everything just for love. However, fortunately, our master has returned to us now. Su Yun gently stroked the fur of the little fox in his arms, his voice soft. I don't want to keep hiding things from the master forever, so I helped the master undo the restriction. I only hope that once the master remembers, don't leave us again so easily. Gu Xiushue opened his mouth, originally intending to respond to his words, but the good word on his lips somehow wouldn't come out. Perhaps it was because he had made similar promises in the past but ultimately failed to keep them. Gu Xiushue fell silent without speaking. Now that his memories were not yet fully restored, he dared not make promises so easily again. He was afraid that he would end up failing again. Not getting an answer from him, Su Yun similarly lapsed into silence, and after a long while, he softly spoke. Master, I should go. No matter what happens in the end, meeting the master today, being able to embrace the master like in our youth, is more than enough for Su Yun in this life. Chapter 166, Abides Here. When Gu Xiushue heard his words, her heart quivered, and a sense of impending unease spread through her. As Su Yun was about to leave after putting him down, he stretched out his paw and grabbed onto the hem of his robe. Wait, where are you going? Su Yun paused for a moment but did not turn back. Instead, he spoke with a smile. Master, there is no need to worry. Lifting the restriction always comes at some cost. I'm just a bit tired and need to rest for a while. You. Master also doesn't have to feel guilty or dwell on this matter. It was my own impulsive action that led to an error, and the backlash is the price I should pay. Su Yun lifted his gaze, focusing it into the void, as he muttered softly. Although Master is doing well now, I still think that Master shouldn't be trapped here. Master can choose to stay willingly, but it mustn't be because of being deceived or constrained in this place. From the beginning, it was my misunderstanding, his misunderstanding. He originally didn't plan to cast a restriction on Gu Xiushue, but Hu Lianyu's words that day made sense to him too. Gu Xiushue isn't just their master, she's also the demon lord. If such a person were to regain their memories, would they still stay by their side? Probably not. If they would, then they wouldn't have faked death and abandoned them before. So, he helped Hu Lianyu. Lately, every night he has been haunted by nightmares. Always dreaming of the times when Gu Xiushue taught them and the moments when Gu Xiushue regained her memory and questioned him. Especially today, upon seeing Gu Xiushue again, he suddenly realized that he was wrong. Even though he does not know why, as the demon lord, Gu Xiushue initially appeared as a human in the mortal realm, became a national advisor, and chose to teach them. He genuinely treated them well, and he genuinely felt grateful towards Gu Xiushue. Since Gu Xiushue has her own things to do, why should he force her to stay using such means? However, making mistakes inevitably comes at a cost if one wishes to make amends. In the end, Su Yun did not look back. With a lowered gaze, he turned and left. It wasn't until he returned to the national advisor's residence that he violently spat out a mouthful of blood in a secluded area. Yet his expression remained calm. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his lips and gazed at the sky that was already growing dark. That's how it should be, he should have let go long ago. And Gu Xiushue was still lying on the bed, feeling some discomfort, as if something heavy was pressing against her chest. Even when Hu Lianyu returned, she still seemed somewhat upset. Hu Lianyu sat by the bed, stroking her fur, and gently inquired about what troubled her. Gu Xiushue only shook her head, silently biting into the blanket and moving further inside to lie down. There was just too much information to process today, and she needed time to digest it all. Hu Lianyu took note of her abnormal reaction, glanced sharply, and ultimately said nothing. He simply removed his clothes and lay down beside her. Master, I've already arranged it. We will leave the palace tomorrow. The Lantern Festival is already being prepared for these 2 days. The streets are very lively, and I can take Master to see it. Hu Lianyu began speaking and successfully captured Gu Xiushue's attention. Gu Xiushue hesitated for a moment, then returned to his side, biting into the blanket and pulling it toward him. Just don't catch a cold. She still wanted to go out, especially since maintaining close contact with Hu Lianyu could allow her to gain more fortune and help restore her soul and memory. But when she thought about Hu Lianyu scheming against her and trying to prevent her from regaining her memory, she became angry. Thus, Hu Lianyu watched as the little fox slipped under the covers and curled up on his stomach, continuously stomping with its paws. He froze slightly, clearly caught off guard. Though Gu Xiushue wasn't particularly strong, continuing to stomp and scratch him was enough to make him uncomfortable, even if it wouldn't injure him. Master, please stop. Hu Lianyu choked out, reaching for Gu Xiushue's tail but having his action stopped by her tail flicking and hitting his wrist. Gu Xiushue let out a soft hum, showing no sign of stopping. He had no idea what caused her sudden change in attitude towards him. After pondering, the only explanation Hu Lianyu could think of was Huan Ruohua's reaction and the words spoken today. Time passed unknowingly, and he gently embraced the exhausted little fox sleeping on his body, his eyes glinting uncertainly. Since that girl thought he wasn't a good person, it was about time to give her something to do. Now that the master had returned to his side, he also wanted more time to spend with him. At this deep night when Huan Ruohua, who was wide awake and eagerly selecting clothes to wear for the upcoming Lantern Festival, sneezed several times in a row. The young girl's eyes were filled with doubts, muttering to herself. Strange, why do I feel like someone is plotting against me behind my back? I haven't offended anyone recently. She suddenly stopped upon remembering what happened earlier in the day. She quietly put down the clothes in her hand, twirled her storage bracelet, and took out a few copper coins. A moment later, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Then she took out 2 talismans, muttered some incantations, and burned the talismans. As she saw the streak of purple smoke left in the air, she slumped on the couch, her eyes vacant. TCH. Damn it. This can't be real. How could this end up on me? I was supposed to come down the mountain to be a princess and live in luxury. Huan Ruohua's dim eyes brightened slightly, then she stood up abruptly and started packing things, muttering. No. Back to the mountain. Now I must return to the mountain. However, as she packed things now, she didn't know that as soon as she went back to the mountain, her master would leave her with the phrase, fate and destiny, and kick her down again. He Lianyu moved quickly, arranged everything to leave the palace, and on the second day, he brought him to stay at an inn outside the palace. This was the first time Gu Xiushue had left the palace since coming to the human realm, and coincidentally encountering the Lantern Festival, making the streets exceptionally lively. Especially as night fell, even though the Lantern Festival still had 2 days to go, there were already plenty of various lanterns on the streets. Gu Xiushue was cradled in He Lianyu's arms, looking at those people, those lanterns, all sorts of little things, and appetizing food that looked so delectable. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, even though as a fox, he couldn't talk at such moments. But his 2 paws pressing against He Lianyu's hand would still steal a glance when he saw something he liked. And He Lianyu was smirking, clearly in an excellent mood. Anything Gu Xiushue glanced at for more than a second or pointed to with his paws, He Lianyu would not hesitate to buy without a word. Gu Xiushue watched as He Lianyu kept purchasing, his gaze stopping before a mask stand by the street. There were many masks being sold here, but his attention was drawn to one silver-carved flower mask, causing his mind to momentarily wander. It seemed that there was a time when someone treated him just as well, buying whatever caught his eye. That person was very kind to him. Only he couldn't remember clearly, only a blurred face wearing a mask floated in his mind. Does a Shui like it? He Lianyu softly spoke. Gu Xiushue just came back to his senses from his thoughts, and he had already bought the mask. Gu Xiushue blinked his eyes and his gaze fell onto other places. Yet, whether it was because of the memories that resurfaced earlier or for some other reason, he always felt that someone was watching them from behind, that gaze fiery and mad. Chapter 167, The Master is His Destiny. Gu Xiushue kept looking back but saw nothing, then glanced at the reactions of the few people trailing behind them. These were not ordinary guards, they were cultivators with considerable skill. If someone really had been following them, these people would have noticed for sure. Gu Xiushue thought to himself that perhaps he was overthinking it, or maybe he was just too sensitive. It might have been just a passerby who happened to glance at them out of curiosity. What's wrong? Han Yu looked down and asked gently. Gu Xiushue shook his head, which made Han Yu chuckle softly. Today you haven't talked much to me. Gu Xiushue looked up at him, his eyes filled with confusion. He pointed to himself with his claws and then rubbed his ears. Seeming to feel that wasn't enough, he adjusted his position in Han Yu's arms, holding up his tail to show it and wiggled it slightly. He wanted Han Yu to clearly understand that he was currently a fox, and if a fox spoke on the street, it would certainly frighten people. In fact, you don't need to worry. Everyone is playing around, no one will notice. Not to mention many people keep spiritual or demonic beasts as pets, so talking isn't anything unusual either. He Yanyu stroked his ears, and after a long silence, Gu Xiuxue gave a soft hum before burying his head into He Yanyu's arm. But this time, his gaze met a pair of eyes. That person wasn't far from them, standing behind a row of lanterns. There were simply too many lanterns, blocking the face of the person but allowing him to clearly meet that pair of eyes. They were beautiful, yet familiar eyes. Just one glance made him almost certain that they must have met before. That fervent look, subtly mixed with a bit of madness and the joy of recovering what was lost. Gu Xiushue's heart suddenly trembled, and he swallowed hard. So, it wasn't his illusion earlier. Even though he hadn't seen the face of that person, only a pair of eyes. Gu Xiushue suddenly felt that the person might probably be his younger brother, the Immortal Lord. This realization immediately put him on high alert because there were so many people around, most of whom were normal human beings without any cultivation. If the other party decided to attack here, countless innocents could get hurt. Fortunately, the other side seemed to just silently stare at him and didn't intend to make a move. Gu Xiushue couldn't fathom his thoughts, and could only lower his gaze, then tilting his head to whisper to He Yanyu. Little Yuer, let's go release lanterns. Find a quieter place. Regardless of how things turn out, find a less crowded area first. Alright. He Yanyu smiled and nodded in agreement, giving a subtle hint to someone nearby. The person immediately understood and disappeared into the crowd with a slight step to scout out a quiet spot. As for He Yanyu, he took Gu Xiushue to choose a favorite lantern. Gu Xiushue's mind was full of thoughts about those eyes at that moment, so he had no interest in picking lanterns. He was really worried that the other party might do something rash right here. Although the group around He Yanyu, as cultivators, were not weak. But the other side was an immortal lord. If it came to combat, these people might not withstand even a single move from the other side. Gu Xiushue looked down thoughtfully. When there were fewer people, he'd find a chance to slip away. Since the immortal lord seemed to be targeting him specifically, once he found him, the other side probably wouldn't harm others. Is there no lantern here you like? He Yanyu, seeing his absent-mindedness, asked warmly. Gu Xiushue immediately snapped back to reality, raising his claw and pointing at the simplest lotus lantern right in front of him. It was the most ordinary style normally, but among the various lanterns of recent days, it still seemed somewhat striking. He Yanyu gazed at two lotus lanterns and lost himself in thought for a moment. He remembered when Gu Xiushue had secretly sneaked out with him for the first time, they had released lotus lanterns. At that time, Gu Xiushue hadn't originally planned to release lanterns, but He Yanyu wanted to. Since they didn't have much money, they used all their saved money to buy two lotus lanterns and insisted on releasing them together. Back then, He Yanyu had thought that once he earned more money in the future, he would definitely buy the prettiest lanterns for Gu Xiushue. But now, He Yanyu curved his lips and ended up buying all the lotus lanterns in front of them. To him, regardless of how beautiful and splendid the lanterns might be, none could compare to what Gu Xiushue liked. Right at this moment, the person who went out to search for a secluded place returned. He Yanyu held Gu Xiushue and walked in that direction, stepping on the cobblestone street until they reached the riverside. They watched the sparse flower lanterns floating on the water. Gu Xiushue felt as if everything before him was exceptionally familiar, and the scenes in his mind were becoming clearer. He easily jumped out of He Yanyu's arms and walked to the riverside. Looking at the reflection of his current face in the water, he momentarily became lost in thought, as though he could see his original appearance. Not until a lotus lantern was placed in front of him did his thoughts return. He lifted his eyes to look at He Yanyu. He Yanyu smiled at him and softly asked, "Master, would you like to write something?" Gu Xiushue looked at the pen in one of He Yanyu's hands and the lotus lantern in the other, then responded. "Alright, give me one." He Yanyu put down the pen and lantern and watched as Gu Xiushue used his tail to curl around the pen, writing a sentence on the lantern. But his movements were too fast, and He Yanyu didn't get a chance to clearly see what was written before Gu Xiushue placed the lotus lantern into the river. Curious, He Yanyu asked, "What did Master write?" Gu Xiushue stared deeply into his eyes, causing He Yanyu's heart to involuntarily tremble. That one glance gave him a fleeting illusion that the person before him had regained their memory and remembered everything from before. The hand concealed under He Yanyu's wide sleeve unconsciously clenched, and a flash of coldness swiftly passed through his eyes. No matter what, he couldn't let Gu Xiushue remember anything from the past. He wouldn't allow anyone, whoever it might be, to take Gu Xiushue away from him again. Peace and happiness, year after year. Watching the lotus lantern gradually drift farther away, Gu Xiushue softly said. "Little Yuer, no matter what happened in the past, no matter what you have done, you will always be my little Yuer. I don't remember how I treated you before, but some feelings are etched into my soul. From the moment I saw you, I knew I could trust you. So no matter what happens in the future, I hope you can find peace and happiness." He Yanyu froze, opening his mouth but unable to utter a single word of the things he wanted to say. In the end, he only lowered his gaze, releasing all the nearby lotus lanterns. He similarly watched those distant lights float away, softly speaking. "Without Master, there would be no years ahead for me. Even if I am safe, there is no joy without Master. Master is my life, the only reason I've continued living until now is just to see you again. At that time, I was too arrogant, believing everything was within my control, thinking that once I sat in that position, I could obtain what I wanted, and protect you well. Lianyu suddenly paused, turning his head to look at the little fox beside him, with an ocean of tenderness in his eyes, almost overflowing with love. Raising his hand gently to stroke Gu Xiushue's head, his voice trembled slightly. But I was wrong, terribly wrong. It was my mistake, and I have always wanted to say sorry to Master, but I didn't dare. I was afraid Master wouldn't forgive me. Chapter 168, Reunion, and they fought again. Gu Xiushue thought for a moment, then similarly turned her head to look at Lianyu, swaying her tail again. She assumed that the wrong thing Lianyu referred to was about helping him fake his death. However, that incident couldn't really be blamed on Lianyu. After all, in the meager memory he had left, it was he himself who set the fire back then. Lianyu wanted to save him, but there was nothing he could do when Gu Xiushue insisted on finding death at that time. I won't blame you. Gu Xiushue comfortingly spoke up, rubbing Lianyu's palm with her fluffy tail voluntarily. Some things are not your fault at all, little Yuer, I don't blame you, nor will I hate you. Will Mr. leave me? Lianyu gently rubbed his tail and suddenly asked. Gu Xiushue hesitated for a moment, almost instinctively wanting to say of course not, but felt that this dialogue was too familiar. It always felt like he'd said this kind of word to many people before, but didn't take it seriously, resulting in him later paying an extremely painful price. Gu Xiushue fell silent. Lianyu lowered his gaze, curled the corner of his lips, and only revealed a faint smile. I understand. I understand. The melancholy and sorrow between his eyebrows lingered and wouldn't dissipate. He looked incredibly fragile at the moment, as if he were about to shatter at any moment. Gu Xiushue felt some pain looking at such a Lianyu. When he was torn about whether or not to comfort Lianyu, even if it meant deceiving him a bit. Suddenly a breeze arose, mixed with a faint peach blossom fragrance in the wind. Gu Xiushue's eyes lit up slightly, and she subconsciously looked in the direction where the wind started. In the flower lanterns and candlelight, a figure stood gracefully far away. Although their face couldn't be seen clearly from afar, it still made people feel an inexplicable chill. All those cultivators who were standing around instantly took positions beside them. Lianyu picked up Gu Xiushue, but her gaze never left that person. Although she couldn't see his face clearly, she somehow felt that this person was the same one she saw earlier. The young master should leave first. A purple-robed cultivator nearby spoke solemnly. Lianyu's expression remained cold, and he didn't intend to ask any questions either, he simply held Gu Xiushue and prepared to leave. Only then did Gu Xiushue remember that she originally planned to find an opportunity to sneak away. Just as she was about to say something, another gust of wind came, fluttering Lianyu's robes. And those cultivators who were holding their magical artifacts, having no chance yet to act, were immediately frozen in place. Lianyu also stopped in his tracks, watching the man who had appeared before him. Shenxinbai's eyes seemed like they were covered with frost, his body surrounded by a chilling aura. His voice was cold. Give him to me. Lianyu silently regarded the man before him for a moment, then gave a sudden smile. There was complete indifference in that smile, showing no regard for Shenxinbai at all. As he tightened his hold on Gu Xiushue, he casually opened his mouth. As the honored sage of the immortal realm, shouldn't you stay well in the celestial realm instead of coming down to the mortal realm and attacking innocent civilians? Aren't you afraid of invoking the wrath of heaven? Give him to me. There was already a hint of impatience evident in Shenxinbai's tone. If this weren't happening in the mortal realm, where his cultivation was severely suppressed. And the individual before him wasn't the human emperor, protected by destiny and heavenly principles which prevent direct action against him. He would have directly acted to seize Gu Xiushue long ago. He wouldn't have to endure such a stalemate like he currently is. What? If I refuse, does the honored sage plan to kill me? Lianyu gave a derisive laugh, and with that, he intended to turn and leave while still holding Gu Xiushue. Since Shenxinbai appeared, however, Gu Xiushue's eyes hadn't once strayed from his face. She stared blankly at Shenxinbai, inexplicably feeling an ache in her heart but unable to describe what exactly that feeling was. It was as though an invisible hand was squeezing her heart, or like a massive rock blocking her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Mister, don't be afraid, I'll take you back now. Lianyu gently consoled Gu Xiushue, but how could Shenxinbai possibly give him this opportunity to leave? He immediately raised his hand and cast a barrier, obstructing Lianyu's path, and the faint smile disappeared completely from Lianyu's face. Cradling his gaze, he put the one in his arms down, squatted halfway, pinched her ear tip gently, and softly said. Stay here obediently, mister, absolutely do not leave, be careful not to get injured in a moment. Lianyu then took out a palm-sized wooden plate intricately carved with complex patterns from his storage bag. He softly chanted a spell, and the wood disc emitted a beam of white light, enveloping Gu Xiushue entirely. This time Shenxinbai did not stop him. Instead, he somewhat surprisingly spoke up. You have actually managed to obtain this item, you are truly the emperor protected by the heavenly Tao. Lianyu completely ignored Shenxinbai's words, having already erected the barrier around Gu Xiushue, before rising and fixing his gaze on Shenxinbai. Shenxinbai didn't want to hurt any innocents, so the barrier was quite large, making it impossible for outsiders to see what happened inside, nor enter. Gu Xiuxue at this moment had no intention to prevent the fight between the two. He crouched on the ground, curling his body into a ball, covering himself with his tail as his two paws clutched tightly onto his head. My head hurts so much. Hiss. At the instant He Lianyu finished erecting the barrier, as soon as the two began their battle. Gu Xiuxue felt an onslaught of fragmented memories flooding through his mind chaotically, like something had directly exploded in his brain. A teardrop slid down from the corner of his eye, and subsequently, as if a switch had been flipped on, tears uncontrollably streamed down, soaking his soft fur. Shen Xinbai. Ah bai. Mo Li. Little Lear. Yu Fu Yu. Gu Xiuxue's heart quivered violently, feeling as if he'd fallen into an icy pit, shivering coldly all over. Meanwhile, neither of the fighting men noticed his condition. Though He Lianyu was only human, as the emperor, he possessed no shortage of celestial weapons and magical artifacts. On the other hand, Shen Xinbai's previous injuries hadn't fully healed, and his cultivation was suppressed here. Moreover, He Lianyu had already unsealed the cultivators. For a moment, everyone tangled together in fierce combat, unable to decide a victor. Gu Xiuxue felt utterly weak, everything before his eyes blurry and indistinct. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and instinctively, he tried to reach out with his paw, but touched nothing. At that moment, a pair of hands suddenly scooped him up. Gu Xiuxue froze, not yet reacting when the person holding him took off running wildly. He didn't even have the chance to see the face of the person who carried him away, even though his consciousness grew clearer while everything around him became increasingly hazy. The wind howled in his ears, the surrounding sounds chaotic and overwhelming. This caused him to unconsciously bury his head into the chest of the person holding him. This speed is way too fast. Chapter 169, Zusno becomes tiny. After recovering some of his past memories, Gu Zusno was now being carried off by someone and subconsciously grew wary. However, he couldn't do anything for the moment and could only try to curl up in the arms of the person carrying him so that he wouldn't feel too uncomfortable. At this point, he remained unusually calm in his heart since the other party was just carrying him away and not directly attacking him. That meant either they were concerned about something or wouldn't harm him. No matter what, as long as he didn't move recklessly, he was at least safe for now. Unbeknownst to him how much time had passed, the person who had been rushing all the way with him finally stopped. Gu Zusno finally got the chance to lift his head and see the face of the person. But when he did, he was somewhat startled. He'd already sensed that the one carrying him, judging from their figure, should be rather small, but he hadn't expected it to actually be a child. Moreover, this child bore some resemblance to him. Staring blankly at the face before him, aside from the similar face, this child gave him an unusually familiar feeling. Sigh. A sudden unsettling premonition arose within Gu Zusno. Looking so alike, giving him an exceptionally familiar feeling, and still a kid, taking advantage of those two people fighting and running off with him. Could this child be his offspring? But no. He didn't like girls, he liked men. Even with his memory loss, he was very clear about this. Swallowing hard, Gu Zusno pondered that even if he used to get entangled with a bunch of kids, surely he hadn't wronged any girl, right? Sniff sniff. Before he could figure out a conclusion, the child holding him looked him in the eyes and suddenly burst into tears, shedding them like rain. Big brother Gu, why have you become like this? Wail wail wail. Upon hearing the title, a sense of relief washed over Gu Zusno's heart. It was his younger brother after all. Good thing was, his previous self hadn't harmed any innocent girl. I don't know why I've turned into this state myself, but could you please put me down? Gu Zusno's tone was filled with helplessness, yet he found himself being gentler towards this child. This position makes me quite uncomfortable. Ling Yan held his two front paws tightly with both hands, lifting him high, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Hearing this, Ling Yan quickly changed the way he was holding him, though he had no intention of letting go. Staring at him meaningfully, he said, Big brother Gu is also adorable as a little fox. As Gu Zusno was about to say thanks and ask why Ling Yan was here, the next second he saw him bite his fingertip. The blood immediately gushed out. Before he could react, Ling Yan directly fed his own blood into his mouth. There was no metallic smell, instead of faint sweetness. Gu Zusno. Once he realized what happened, he promptly spat out Ling Yan's finger and, staring at the wound on his hand, asked anxiously. What are you doing? And then he became even more alarmed when he noticed that the little boy's form was becoming extraordinarily huge. To be precise, it was he who had shrunk. He returned to his human shape, but the tail behind him and the ears on his head remained unretracted. Also, despite reverting to adult form, he was now only palm-sized, carefully cradled in Ling Yan's hand. After transforming back into his human form, apart from his silvery white hair and furry tail covering most of his body, there was nothing else to cover him up. This inexplicably made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He settled down, using his tail to cushion against Ling Yan's palm. Then, relying on the restored memories, he performed a magical gesture and conjured up a red robe with the limited spiritual energy in his body to wrap around himself. Ling Yan stared blankly at this scene before him, seemingly not expecting that although Gu Zusno had reverted to his human form, he had become so small. He blinked, afraid that speaking too loudly might scare Gu Zusno, and quickly softened his voice. It's okay, big brother Gu. Brother Molly must know why you've turned into this condition. Let's find him. Little Lee. Gu Zusno blurted out without thinking, has he come too? Nope. If Brother Molly's injuries weren't still healing, he would definitely come in person. But no worries, I'll take you back now. With a bright glint in his eyes, Ling Yan began to speak. However, Gu Zusno was reminded of the two people still fighting fiercely and lapsed into silence for a moment. Although now he too wanted to see Mo Li as soon as possible since the incident happened later in the demon realm. Perhaps Mo Li could tell him more, perhaps returning to the demon realm would trigger some stimuli to bring back the remaining pieces of memory. Yet thinking about Helian Yu and Shinshinbai battling it out so viciously, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. But considering his current form, even if he went there, he likely wouldn't be able to do much. Ling Yan didn't give him time to dwell on these thoughts. He directly tucked him snugly inside his arms and took off running like before. Hiss. The sudden gust of cold wind made Gu Zusno frown faintly, and he instinctively burrowed deeper into Ling Yan's embrace, seeking out a relatively warmer spot. This situation was really beyond his expectations. He tried contacting that mysterious voice within his mind. Hey you, are you there? Do you know what's going on right now? Why have I become like this? Even though I don't understand why you must wait for me to remember things by myself, you should explain things to me at least now. I remember I was the Devil Lord, and I've also regained part of my memories regarding Little Lee and Abai. So what exactly are you? 311, and... 311, Gu Zusno. Are you saying that you've remembered all the male protagonists but not me? Upon hearing the teeth-grinding voice resound in his mind, Gu Zusno inexplicably felt relieved and his lips curved upward slightly. At least he could still communicate with this fellow, and he always had a feeling that everything he experienced now was inseparably related to this person. If he couldn't connect. Suppressing the thought, Gu Zusno continued. I said it already, I only remembered parts of it. You refuse to tell me anything more, so naturally, I won't remember you. And then smiling, he asked, by the way, what's the background of this kid holding me and running right now? He shouldn't be my younger brother, right? There's no mention of any sibling in my memories. He looks just like me, and earlier, he fed me his blood. I can distinctly feel my soul has been restored, but I haven't yet retrieved past memories from this. Just this single point made him realize how extraordinary the other party's identity was. Also, Little Yu and Abai clashed, but according to your explanation, they are both main male characters and should be under the protection of the Heavenly Tao. They probably won't run into trouble, right? 311, I wish something did happen to them. Chapter 170, Little Lear is here. Little Lear is coquettish. Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue had not finished what he was about to say when he suddenly choked up. The sound of gritted teeth. How did he feel that this guy should be very worried about the two protagonists being in trouble? Why is it such a reaction now? Gu Xiuxue wondered if it was related to himself again. Just then, he heard a sigh in his mind as 311 hesitated before opening his mouth. Gu Xiuxue, actually, I was just worried that you wouldn't be able to accept it. We don't belong to this world. We came to this world just to play the role of the antagonist evil master. We should have left after completing our mission. But because of a bug in the world, we were forced to stay in this world. Those three protagonists should originally have been your archenemies who couldn't wait to kill you. But... Upon hearing him finally willing to tell him something he didn't know, Gu Xiuxue's eyes lit up and he listened very attentively. He nodded thoughtfully, so the bug you mentioned refers to the emotional entanglement between those protagonists and me, the antagonist. After all, judging from the restored memories, the entanglements between him and those protagonists weren't trivial. It even escalated to bed. Recalling those scenes that were impossible to articulate, Gu Xiuxue's ear tips suddenly turned red, and his thoughts inexplicably wandered off. However, he had to admit. Truly deserving of being the protagonist, the son of fate, and the child of destiny. They were exceptionally formidable in every aspect, each more creative than the last, almost driving him to the brink. If it weren't for the relations he had with He Lianyu back in the nether abyss, Gu Xiuxue would have hardly believed that the person in his memory was himself. How could one endure that? The more he thought about it, the redder his face became. He bit his tongue lightly, forcing himself to snap out of it and stop thinking about those random things. Then he shook his head, trying to shake out those unspeakable thoughts from his mind. Listening to his words, 311 fell silent for a while before slowly speaking. We originally thought the bug in this world was Mo Li's separated heart demon. Because his heart demon shouldn't have appeared in the plot, so, we killed him. When 311 said these words, his voice was very light, accompanied by some confusion. After all, as an outsider, he could see that Gu Xiuxue was not without feelings for Yu Fuyu. So he didn't want to say it personally, he hoped more that Gu Xiuxue would gradually remember everything on his own. In theory, we should leave this world, but you were forcibly summoned back, by your good student, He Lianyu. 311 was unwilling to dwell too much on the matter of Yu Fuyu, so he simply passed over it with one sentence and quickly opened his mouth again. Your recent intimate contact with He Lianyu has allowed me to recover a lot of energy, and I've successfully made contact with headquarters once again. They told me that actually, the bug in this world wasn't just Yu Fuyu, there was also. Big Brother Gu, we've arrived. That voice filled with joy rang in his ears, and Gu Xiuxue didn't hear what 311 had said. As he was about to ask further, a beam of light shone down upon him, and he saw Ling Yan's hand. Although he used to be just a child, she seemed quite grown up to him now. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Xiuxue stopped questioning 311 and instead climbed onto her palm, letting her carry him out. In the next moment, he was handed over to another pair of hands. That person had probably waited for a long time, carefully holding him in front of them with delicate care. Before Gu Xiuxue had the chance to take a look at who the person was, he smoothly climbed into their palm, adjusting to a comfortable position, sitting with his tail underneath. Only then did he look up at the person in front of him. What met his eyes was a very familiar face, just looking extremely haggard. Mo Li's eyes were misty, the joy almost overflowing. Master. Mo Li gently held Gu Xiuxue up to eye level, looking at him carefully again and again, his voice trembling. Brother Mo Li, big brother Gu doesn't know why he turned into a little fox. I fed him my blood, but he ended up like this. Ling Yan also leaned towards Mo Li, regretful and disheartened. It's alright, I'll help master. Yan has worked hard, go rest first. Mo Li's voice was very gentle, and he deliberately lowered it significantly. He kept his eyes on Gu Xiuxue as he spoke. Ling Yan tugged at his clothes hesitantly before speaking up. Brother Mo Li, you must not bully brother Gu. He's so small now, you have to take good care of him and quickly find a way to turn him back. Mo Li glanced at her then, still speaking in the same gentle tone. Rest assured, how could I possibly bully him? Go rest now, you've worked hard. Hum. Ling Yan nodded obediently, then turned to leave. In the vast palace, only Gu Xiuxue and Mo Li remained. Master, I heard from Shenxinbai that you seem to have forgotten us. Mo Li carefully held him as he walked, speaking softly. Gu Xiuxue had already remembered some things and was about to say something when he heard Mo Li continue. You probably don't remember that we are already married. Gu Xiuxue. Indeed, he didn't remember that. So tell me, when did we get married? I don't have even the slightest recollection of it. Gu Xiuxue pulled at the corner of his lips, standing upright in his palm, arms crossed as he looked at him. Mo Li was going to speak further but paused, surprised by this sudden attitude. Gu Xiuxue let out a soft humph, it seems you're really advancing. While I lost my memory, you said we were already married, why not just claim we have a child? Mo Li was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses, with joy flashing anew in his eyes. So master hasn't forgotten me after all. Gu Xiuxue, not completely. Mo Li, I knew master likes me the most. Gu Xiuxue, ? How did these two things connect? Mo Li had already placed him gently by the side of a soft couch, laying him down on a white velvet blanket-covered couch. Gu Xiuxue's silver-white long hair was disheveled, and his body wrapped only in a red robe. His bare feet touched the white fur carpet as he looked at Mo Li, ears atop his head twitched, and the tail behind him swayed slightly. Mo Li sat down on the ground without hesitation, at eye level with Gu Xiuxue, unable to resist reaching out to touch the tip of his ears. Master is so well behaved. Master, may I kiss you? Gu Xiuxue. Had he known Mo Li had such special preferences before? Even while being so small, was he willing to go through with it? Master. Mo Li cast down his gaze and sighed softly, is my request too excessive? But I miss you so much. As he spoke, he revealed his own furry ears, slightly tilting his head to fully expose the reddened corners of his eyes, and a single tear fell appropriately. It doesn't matter if master refuses. Chapter 171, Xiaoli and Abai reached an agreement. Enough. Gu Xiuxue felt as though her heart had been pierced by something, instantly softening like water. She stepped towards Mo Li and slightly tilted her body, placing a kiss on his cheek. Her tone was helpless as she asked. Will this do? Mo Li's lips curled up, his eyes flashing with a mischievous gleam. Yes, it certainly will. As he spoke, he reached out to Gu Xiuxue. She hesitated for a moment before raising her hand and placing it on his fingertips, feeling a warm current flow into her body. After a brief pause, she tilted her head and asked, have you figured out what went wrong? How can I turn back? Mo Li's expression became serious for a moment, but he smiled again after hearing her question. In fact, Sherzuan is quite obedient in the current state, but don't worry, I have a way to bring Sherzuan back. As he spoke, he stood up, and Gu Xiuxue watched him conjure a spiritual butterfly. Facing away from her, Mo Li muttered something to the little butterfly, which quickly flew off, leaving behind a faint trail of rapidly dissipating starlight. Gu Xiuxue observed his actions and sat on a couch, swinging her legs absent-mindedly. Xiaoli, what you said earlier is correct, I indeed forgot part of it. So, can you tell me how I died later? What exactly happened that day? Mo Li stiffened upon hearing this sudden inquiry from Gu Xiuxue while still conjuring another spiritual butterfly. Lowering his gaze, he remained silent for a long time before slowly turning around and sitting down in front of her. Sherzuan, must you really know? Mo Li softly said, it's already over. If Sherzuan has forgotten, then why bring it up again? Gu Xiuxue shook her head as she looked at him. She knew why Emily was reluctant to bring it up, since it involved her death. It must be an unpleasant memory for both of them, and naturally, they wouldn't want to tell her. But she needed to know. She had to. Xiaoli, actually, my memories are slowly returning. Even if you don't want to tell me, I will remember one day anyway. I just want to know sooner. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Emily's index finger and smiled, her eyes curving warmly. Besides, aren't I fine now? Seeing such a small version of Gu Xiuxue, Emily couldn't help but soften in his heart, unable to refuse her outright. Alright, I'll tell Shizuen everything. Emily wanted to hug the tiny Gu Xiuxue and rub against her, but since he was much larger compared to her right now, he suppressed these whimsical thoughts. Just as he prepared to recount the details carefully, a wave of peach-scented spiritual energy swept in again, swirling around his robes. Emily's brows furrowed instinctively, and the smile on his face faded somewhat. He stared coldly at Shenxinbai, who had just arrived, his expression distant and indifferent. For Shenxinbai, however, Emily's cold demeanor was utterly insignificant. He simply walked over to the edge of the sofa without hesitation. Looking at Gu Xiuxue lying there on the couch, he remained silent for a moment before sitting cross-legged, facing Emily directly. Emily quietly curled his fingers, pulling Gu Xiuxue closer toward himself. Shenxinbai took notice of this small action and spoke in a faint voice. Don't forget, we agreed, the older brother belongs to us. He deliberately emphasized the word us. Though Emily's expression grew darker, he did not deny it. Gu Xiuxue looked at Emily and then Shenxinbai. Observing their unspoken understanding and apparent harmony as if they had come to some kind of consensus, an ominous feeling crept into her heart. What does belonging to them mean? She also recalled the tangled web of love, hate, and resentment between herself and these two men, silently withdrawing her hand and standing up emotionlessly, moving to the farthest corner of the couch. This was the farthest place from them she could reach now. Even though she knew, for the two individuals before her, it would only take a stretch of their hands to pull her back. Shenxinbai, you scared Shizuen. Emily's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Shizuen was just so good to me, willingly kissing me, but when you came, she avoided you immediately. I suggest you return to your celestial realm. Moshi, don't forget, if it weren't for me, you'd be dead already. Shenxinbai smirked mockingly in return. That day, they watched helplessly as Gu Xiuxue died in their arms. They were nearly driven mad, and he, due to the immense shock, remembered the things he had forgotten before. If it weren't for the injuries they both sustained, along with the grief from losing Gu Xiuxue, that day no one would have known what they might have done. When they calmed down a bit, they realized that they both truly loved Gu Xiuxue, and not just because of some mistaken identity as they had previously thought. While recuperating, they talked and discovered that Gu Xiuxue had faked her death not once, but twice. Perhaps more than twice. After further investigation, they found out. After Gu Xiuxue disappeared following her fake death in front of them, another imperial advisor emerged in the human realm. Observing the similar experiences of Emperor Helianyu brought to mind, they confirmed another person deceived by Gu Xiuxue's false death was this emperor. As a demon lord, Gu Xiuxue couldn't possibly be so idle as to appear around them only to leave again. It seemed she was completing some kind of mission. By the end, they even doubted if she liked them at all, even just a little. From that moment on, Shenxinbai believed that Gu Xiuxue was still alive, and Emily held the same belief. But they had to heal, and neither wanted to let go. One was the Demon King, the other was the Immortal Lord. If they were to fight or cause chaos again, it would affect both the Demon Realm and the Immortal Realm incalculably. Thus, they reached an agreement, turning foes into friends and vowing not to confront each other anymore. Instead, they would first focus on finding Gu Xiuxue. After Shenxinbai made another trip to the underworld without finding Gu Xiuxue, they became even more certain that she must still be alive. Because when they lost her originally, both had searched the underworld but found no trace of her. Although Ling Yan and Gu Xiuxue did not have a contract between them, there was a thin connection allowing Ling Yan to sense the general direction of her soul. The moment Gu Xiuxue's fragmented soul merged, Ling Yan detected her presence in the human realm. Emily immediately thought of Helianyu, having interacted with him in the past, and also recalled Helianyu's visit to the demon realm's forbidden area. Combined with Shenxinbai's findings about Helianyu and the former imperial advisor's past, they easily pieced together the events leading up to now. So, they conspired together, ensuring not to harm the life of the emperor or provoke divine punishment, managing to stealthily bring Gu Xiuxue back. But Chapter 172, What to Do. Ganged up on. Shenxinbai looked at Gu Xiuxue in front of him, who was holding her clothes and extremely on guard, and his lips curled slightly. He really didn't expect it to turn out this way. After confirming that Gu Xiuxue had turned into a little fox, he had already prepared the shape-changing pill. But now, Gu Xiuxue wasn't a fox or a child, she had merely shrunk entirely. Shenxinbai thought for a moment, an idea forming in his mind. Gu Xiuxue now resembled a young fox spirit who had just cultivated her human form but couldn't yet control her body. So she could barely maintain her human shape, but still couldn't hide her ears and tail. Especially that somewhat bewildered yet vigilant glance, it made him feel an irresistible itch, making him want to reach out and pinch her. After all, he had never seen Gu Xiuxue like this before. In the past, he would have only transformed into having ears and a tail to please her so that he could let her touch them. Who would have known that even he himself would? As Shinshinbai was thinking, his movements were quick. When he came to from his thoughts, he had already pinched the tip of Gu Xiushue's small tail. Gu Xiushue stared with wide eyes, disbelievingly looking at Shinshinbai's 2 fingers. The pressure from Shinshinbai's hand wasn't too strong, and it didn't hurt her. However, the sensitive tail being held like this made her heart tremble involuntarily. Gu Xiushue's ears twitched with anger, her teeth gritting as she hugged her tail, trying to pull it back from Shinshinbai's grip. Shinshinbai. Let go. Damn you. Release my tail. Shinshinbai said nothing and did not let go. Emoli on the side lay down directly on the soft velvet blanket, head propped on his arm, smiling broadly while watching this scene. Master, do you know how irresistibly teaseworthy you look like right now? But Master is really lucky, right now, you're still tiny. If you were any bigger, I don't know if we could withstand the both of us. Emoli didn't finish his words, but his eyes darkened as he, too, used a finger to fiddle with the tip of Gu Xiushue's ear. Gu Xiushue instinctively reached out to block him. He couldn't believe that these 2 people, who had been so kind to him in his memories, were now taking advantage of his small size to tease him. And from their previous words, it sounded like they had reached some sort of consensus about something. You cannot do this. You shouldn't. I am your master. As soon as Gu Xiushue thought of the possibility, images started flashing in his mind, and he became angry enough to tremble all over. Mo Li's gaze turned dim, and Shinshinbai finally released his tail, softly opening his mouth to speak. We can, brother. I originally thought you might have had your reasons for leaving me behind. Maybe you found it amusing, maybe you just wanted to toy with me, so you came close to watch me suffer. I've considered, even if this was your intention, as long as you stayed by my side, I could forgive you, and overlook everything that happened before. But you. Shinshinbai paused in his speech, the corner of his lips curling into a self-deprecating curve. I thought, brother, that you really liked me, even if it was just a little bit. I thought that you truly wanted to stay by my side, and that you wouldn't leave me again. One should not overstep 3 times, brother. I gave you 3 chances, but every time you left me behind. From beginning to end, Shinshinbai's tone remained terrifyingly calm. Hearing his words, Gu Xiushue couldn't help but be stunned, lost in those fragmented memories, feeling his heart ache again and again. Looking at Shinshinbai raising his head, meeting those tear-filled eyes, the person in front of him was clearly smiling, but there was a deep sorrow in his gaze that refused to fade. You simply don't want me. Brother, you don't want me, you don't actually like me. As soon as you get the chance, no, even without any chance, you will try your best to escape from my side. It's not. How could I not like you? Although I don't remember many things from before, but I like you, how could I possibly not like you? Gu Xiushue opened his mouth, speaking somewhat incoherently and blankly, unsure how to explain. There were many things he couldn't remember, but from the bits and pieces of memory he did have, he had indeed abandoned Shinshinbai. But Shinshinbai just gazed calmly at him, his voice completely level. It's fine, brother, I believe you. Gu Xiushue felt his heart ache even more, he knew that Shinshinbai's words were just a way to humor him, this person no longer believed in him. Sure enough, the next moment Shinshinbai continued. After all, this time I will never let go, and I won't give you any chance again. I said before, if you dare to run away again, I'll break your legs so that you'll stay by my side forever. Wherever you go, whatever you want to do, you'll only be able to depend on me. As Shinshinbai spoke, he smiled lightly. The next instant, another voice filled with anger sounded. Shinshinbai, you dare. Emoli shot a glare at Shinshinbai, his ears atop his head standing straight up as he growled fiercely. I agreed to share master with you, not for you to torment him. Gu Xiushue could not focus on their argument at the moment, as the only thing on his mind were those 2 words. Share. Share. Indeed, it was exactly as he had thought, they had really reached such an agreement. You sure know how to act like a good guy, but then again, it's not you who has been abandoned over and over. No wonder you can say such grandiose words. Shinshinbai let out a somewhat mocking laugh, though it wasn't clear whether he was ridiculing Emoli or himself. Emoli immediately choked, then gave a soft snort, raising his chin proudly as he pointed to his ears atop his head. Of course. Master likes me best, so of course he wouldn't abandon me again and again. So I say, those extra days during the past few months should already belong to me. I disagree. It was because I held back Helion you that you were able to have someone bring brother back so easily. Emoli, humph. Shinshinbai, chuckle. Gu Xiushue. So they had already made the arrangements for him. Did anyone even ask for his opinion? How about you reconsider? Or maybe we sit down and have a proper discussion. I think we don't need to go this far. Gu Xiushue weakly raised his hand, trying to put up a fight. Looking at them, it seemed like they hadn't even left him a day to rest, wouldn't he really be worn out? Nope, master, we've already discussed it, and this time neither of us is letting go. Brother wants to trick us again and leave us behind, doesn't he? Shinshinbai suddenly pulled out a storage pouch from his waist, retrieving a white jade box, his tone completely calm. If brother continues harboring such thoughts, I don't mind making you powerless again. As he spoke, he opened the white jade box right in front of both of them. Chapter 173, When three people walk together, one must cry. Emoli looked at the things inside and froze for a moment, then gave Shinshinbai a very strange look. Shinshinbai. I never expected that as a celestial master, you would be this kind of person in private. It's just that in the past I was afraid my elder brother wouldn't approve, so I read some illustrated stories and learned a bit. Shinshinbai's earlobes were slightly red, but fortunately, his dark hair covered his ears. He appeared calm on the surface, and no one could tell that he was somewhat uneasy. All these are ritual artifacts I specially refined based on those illustrated stories. They can change size at will for easy carrying, so they have been made smaller. Now that my elder brother has become like this, if he tries to run away again, even though I can't do much, these things may still come in handy. Gu Xiuxue originally went over out of curiosity. His two hands gripped the edge of the white jade box, and he craned his neck to look inside. When he saw the various items inside, all delicately carved like jade, his expression froze. He raised his head and stared at Shinshinbai in disbelief. Shinshinbai. You intend to use these on me? Our elder brother doesn't have any room left to resist. Shinshinbai had initially only intended to scare Gu Xiuxue. But looking at him, with both his ears and tail drooping, his beautiful eyes misty with tears, appearing both shocked and wronged. Shinshinbai felt a tickle in his heart. I've already sent someone to fetch the snow pearl. Once it returns, our master can revert to normal. But it will take at least 3 days. During these 3 days. Emoli said something and stopped. He took out a small item from the jade box. Looking at the thing in his hand and then at Gu Xiuxue, Emoli narrowed his eyes. Gu Xiuxue almost instinctively covered his own bottom with his hands and used his tail to hide himself, trying to block whatever was coming. No, I can't take it. Gu Xiuxue's voice trembled. His pitiful and wronged appearance ultimately softened Emoli's heart. Emoli sighed lightly and put the item back. Then he carefully picked up Gu Xiuxue. So, master needs to be obedient. As long as you don't think about running or leaving us, I won't use those things on you. Gu Xiuxue quickly nodded, feeling relieved inside. Although upon seeing those things and realizing that they both wanted to share him, he felt angry, upset, and somewhat humiliated. His instincts told him that his current situation wasn't suitable for direct confrontation with them. If he acted submissive and cute, perhaps it would make them soften their hearts and abandon such dangerous thoughts. Gu Xiuxue inwardly congratulated himself for swallowing the scolding words that were on the tip of his tongue, otherwise, he might really have to deal with those items. If this notion came to his mind, it probably meant he had used similar tactics before. And it seemed effective, so he would continue using it next time. Shinshinbai had already seen through his little schemes, yet he casually smiled and said. Elder brother seems pretty happy. While Emoli may feel sorry for you, I certainly won't. What are you doing, Shinshinbai? Don't hurt our master. Emoli watched as Shinshinbai took Gu Xiuxue away from him, and instantly widened his eyes, practically gritting his teeth. It was only then that he noticed Shinshinbai had taken out a handkerchief from somewhere within his storage bag. It was a red handkerchief with fine velvet. On one corner, there was an embroidered small white fox. Gu Xiuxue was directly tossed onto the handkerchief by Shinshinbai. Lying prone, his robes were also lifted up. Gu Xiuxue was startled. Tears immediately fell from his eyes. Helplessly, he gazed at Shinshinbai, attempting to further entice him with cuteness and coquettish behavior. Abai. The next moment, Shinshinbai lifted his other hand, moving and hooking his finger. All the items from the jade box were enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy. Under Shinshinbai's control, they floated in the air. Emoli tried to rush over and snatch the person back, but when he saw the red robe loosening slightly, his Adam's apple moved involuntarily. Shinshinbai laughed lightly and said, Emoli, I used to be the same as you. Every time he acted cute, I softened. The result afterward is clear, I had all memories about him erased, and he completely abandoned me. There are too many secrets around elder brother. He always disappears without a trace whenever we're not paying attention. It's best if we limit his strength. Shinshinbai's light words reached Gu Xiuxue's ears, and he knew there was no way to avoid it today. He felt both ashamed and angry. There were so many means and methods they could use to stop him from running away. But Shinshinbai insisted on using this one. If it wasn't intentional, no one would believe it. Emoli did not contradict Shinshinbai this time but instead began manipulating the things he had previously picked up to scare Gu Xiuxue. Will these really not harm the master? These are all personally refined by me. They're just lifeless objects after all. After taking this pill, we can share feelings. Since that's how it is. I'll go first. Let you have your way this once. As Gu Xiuxue listened to their back and forth discussions, his ears drooped even lower. Perhaps because the two had long reached an agreement, or perhaps due to this shared feeling. Gu Xiuxue felt that in this aspect, they were simply terrifyingly in sync. After realizing that there was no way to soften them with cajoling, he didn't want to continue pretending either. However, when he saw the long chains winding around his wrists and ankles, he still wanted to struggle a bit more. But in return, he faced the simultaneous control of both of them. Gu Xiuxue didn't even know how it happened. All he knew was that he had been bullied through and through. Even though there were memories of past events with them. He had never been treated this harshly before. With resentment in his heart, Gu Xiuxue couldn't vent it. His anger and tears would only make the two of them worse. Why had it come to this? This question remained unanswered until the moment Gu Xiuxue lost consciousness. He slept for a very long time, sinking deeply into slumber. He had a long dream filled with countless scenes. In it, he wore clothes unfamiliar to this world, and there was a child standing beside him. The child clung tightly to his leg, looking up at him with eyes full of longing. He showered the child with boundless love and indulgence, giving him everything he could while carefully teaching him how to manage the family. Until later when the child grew day by day, becoming increasingly dependent on him. In the end, without hesitation, the child took over the family from him and imprisoned him. Later on, he escaped. He met someone who claimed to be an antagonist system. It seemed like he was starting to remember. Chapter 174, he remembered everything. When Gu Xiuxue opened his eyes again, he found a small blanket covering his body and that he was lying on a small bed. This made him momentarily mistake himself as having returned to his original size. However, when he sat up and looked around, he realized that wasn't the case. He gripped the quilt and pressed the bed, it had been magically shrunk along with the bedding. Still, upon peeking below, he saw beneath the small bed lay their original large one. TSK, so this is how tyrant presidents feel waking up every morning on a 500 square meter bed? Gu Xiuxue glanced at the bed below which seemed far enough that it would take some effort to get down from. Despite the distance, he couldn't help but chuckle. Rubbing his wrist, he glanced at the tail behind him and felt a slight headache creeping in. Hiss. Seriously? Losing my memory caused me to become like this? Gu Xiuxue lifted his hand to rub his head, pulled the quilt aside to reveal his smooth legs, and tried lifting them. He sharply inhaled cold air. All those frenzied memories once again surged back, flooding his mind. Gu Xiuxue remained silent for 2 seconds before quietly covering himself back up. Xiao-san. Get out here right now, hurry up. Damn it. If you don't show yourself, I'm going to complain about you once I get back. Coming. The voice that rang inside his head, slightly cheerful, clearly carried an excited tone. She-11, don't rush, wasn't I blocked earlier? 311 chuckled with amusement at how unexpectedly intense the male protagonists had played things, leaving Gu Xiuxue even worse off. Yet, judging from his current appearance and tone of speech, he must have regained his memory by now. 311 remarked, actually, this isn't so bad. Look at you, you've already recovered your memory ahead of schedule due to all this stimulation. Initially, according to my plan, you were supposed to stay a few more days with Helian Yu. Suppressing his urge to roll his eyes, Gu Xiuxue spoke curtly. I'm asking you, what's the situation with the main characters right now? I remember they were fighting before I left. Completely unperturbed, 311 replied, don't worry, Helian Yu, being the human emperor and blessed son of destiny, can't be killed even by Xian Zun Shinshinbai. He just suffered some minor injuries. However, Gu Xiuxue, since you have regained your memories, let me tell you about our next task. As 311 continued, his tone grew solemn. It's not complicated per se, except that I was concerned you wouldn't accept it while completely amnesiac. After all, hearing stories about oneself from others could never compare with the vivid memories inside one's own mind. Suddenly recalling 311's previous attitude towards them and the interrupted words left unsaid. After pausing for a moment in silence, Gu Xiuxue slowly asked. 311, tell me. Is the so-called new mission you mentioned about my death, or his? He originally thought that after killing Yu Fuyue and eliminating this world's bug, he'd finally leave this realm. Yet fate willed otherwise, he was forced to remain because of Helian Yu. Thus, between him and Helian Yu, either had to be this world's remaining glitch. Sighing deeply, Gu Xiuxue hoped it was himself. Since he would eventually depart anyway, leaving this world meant meeting his demise, a fact he'd long accepted. After all, this wasn't the first time. But he didn't want to kill his own child again. Dealing with Yu Fuyue had drained all his energy. Another attempt, he feared, might push him beyond his limits. Recalling the times he'd spent during the lost period. He wondered when exactly Helian Yu went astray, or when he developed such deep feelings for him. Even the fake death arranged initially was merely to achieve eternal companionship with him. Nonetheless, despite all his meticulous plans, he felt it, the genuine love Helian Yu bore toward him. Gu Xiuxue sighed. 311 also paused long enough before gradually replying. Gu Xiuxue, it's neither you nor him. It's them. I've told you before, the energy I gained from him was enough for me to contact those above. Now, it's confirmed that the true bug in this world, Yu Fuyue, is merely a small part of it. After thinking for a moment, 311 slowly spoke. Though so much time has passed, I believe you still remember. Gu Beichen. Upon hearing that familiar and long-lost name, Gu Xiuxue's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and he instinctively gripped the quilt tightly. That name buried deep in his heart, the person he hid away within himself. The young man he had painstakingly raised, who ultimately imprisoned him. How could he possibly forget? Is this matter somehow related to him? Gu Xiushue's voice was hoarse, a sudden wave of unease washing over him as his eyes lost focus, his mind racing. 311 had mentioned the world's bug and then suddenly brought up Gu Beichen. There must be a connection between the two. He began to try recalling everything he'd experienced since coming to this world. He brought out every detail he once overlooked or intentionally ignored, pulling them all from the depths of his memory. Gu Beichen was his sister's child. Though he shared no blood relation with his sister, she had been good to him. After the turmoil in the Gu family, he knelt by her corpse, holding her hand and vowing to raise Gu Beichen into the head of the Gu family. Everything belonging to the Gu family, everything that belonged to Gu Beichen. He would never let anyone take it away. And indeed, he did exactly that and succeeded. Yet he never realized what thoughts Gu Beichen had towards him. Even as the head of the Gu family, in his eyes, Gu Beichen was nothing more than a young wolf pup, his sister's pup. How could he possibly have a relationship with him? So he didn't hesitate and fled. Thinking about the past, Gu Xiushue closed his eyes. In this world, playing the villain, he had met the 3 male leads when they were all children. Seeing their abused and bullied forms, he couldn't help but think of Gu Beichen. They didn't even look alike, yet they always managed to make him lose focus. Because of this, he found himself unable to be cruel to those male leads, nor could he bully them. He could only use other methods, making them hate him, the villain, finish the story, and have them kill him. Back then, he hadn't thought much about it. But now, reflecting carefully, there were simply too many things that didn't add up. Why were each of the male leads' experiences so similar, as if deliberately pushing his soft-hearted nature? Why did they all eventually develop unspoken feelings for him? Why did the bug appear just as he was about to leave this world? Why? Chapter 175, The Truth. All the male leads are one person. Gu Xiushue was not a fool, he just didn't want to think too much before, nor did he want to believe. However, after 311 deliberately mentioned Gu Beichen, the things that had been ignored came to light. Everything, as if strung together by an invisible thread, became extraordinarily clear in his mind. Gu Xiushue took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He pulled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a very forced smile. 311, don't tell me that one of them is that kid Gu Beichen. Gu Xiushue's voice was drier than ever before, his whole body trembling, and the blanket in his hands had already deformed from being gripped so tightly. Recalling all the interactions of the past. Sometimes he would feel they were somewhat similar to Gu Beichen, but their appearances were completely different, and their personalities also varied slightly. Therefore, he had never thought about it, and didn't dare to believe such a possibility. After all, even the person, Gu Beichen, had been buried deep in his heart. 311 looked at him and slowly said, to be precise, they are all. Sorry, Gu Xiushue. I only found out recently too. People above made a deal with Gu Beichen. And the content of their deal was you, all the rewards for their tasks were actually given by Gu Beichen. Gu Xiushue suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze converging into a point in the void. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He only heard 311 continue, but don't blame me. I had no idea before this either. You know, I am just a rookie system. You are my first task subject. They told me you were chosen, so I bound myself to you. Gu Beichen likes you, but you don't like him, so he made a trade with those above. He specially designed a plot for you. This is why we arrived in this world so early. Apparently, this was a kind of bet between Gu Beichen and them. Gu Beichen thought that without his memories, changing his name, and returning to your side anew, he could start over with you, making you like him, fall for him. 311 let out a faint sigh, unable to help but worryfully ask. Gu Xiushue, are you alright? Gu Xiushue merely hung his eyes, making it hard to see the emotions beneath his gaze. He spoke softly. I'm fine, continue. According to the original terms of the bet, if Gu Beichen could not make you fall for him before we finish the villain role-playing mission and leave this world, making you willing to stay for him, then he would never disturb you again and would never appear in front of you evermore. But he broke the agreement. When we should have left this world, he briefly recovered his memory, and his powerful spiritual energy disrupted this world, forcing us to remain here. That's why all these events happened afterward. He is truly the bug in this world. Originally, they tried to fix it, but failed, leaving it up to us to resolve. 311 couldn't help but scoff coldly, then scolded fiercely. They intentionally did it. They knew how much you cared for your young nephew. Even if all these things had happened between you, you wouldn't kill him yourself, so they didn't tell us the truth. Gu Xiushue once again lifted his eyes, his gaze extremely cold, his complexion especially unappealing. He curved his lips, speaking indifferently, so what? So now you're asking me to personally kill them? No matter who I am or who he is in the main world, in this world, I am just a villain, and they are the protagonists. They were raised by me. How do you think I'd willingly kill them? 311 hearing his words, momentarily felt confused and puzzled, asking bewilderedly. But, Gu Xiushue, aren't you eager to return? Whether it's for money or people, I remember you've always wanted to go back. Although I detest their deliberate concealment, this is still the bet deal between Gu Baichen and them. Gu Baichen was supposed to let you go, but he himself broke the agreement and forcibly stayed. If we kill him now, we can leave this world, and you will return to the main world, free from any threat or imprisonment. And you'd gain so much money, isn't that good? Not good at all. Gu Xiuxue, with an appearance of indifference, opened with a smile, Little 3, do you know why I want to go back? He wanted to return to that world not just because it was where his life, his existence, his friends, and his past were. It was also because the person he held dear in his heart lived there. As Gu Xiuxue reminisced about his memories with Gu Baichen, his eyes grew dim, and he lightly pursed his lips. He wanted to escape from Gu Baichen, but never thought about harming him. He didn't like being watched or controlled, but this did not mean he despised Gu Baichen. Instead, he believed that the son he had raised deserved much better. Besides, at that time, Gu Baichen had only just reached adulthood, he was still young, still naive. How could someone so freshly into adulthood truly understand what real affection is? Once Gu Baichen grew older, and found someone to love, if he looked back at these feelings, wouldn't he feel nothing but disgust and hatred? After all, Gu Baichen was still so young. He had so many chances ahead of him. And compared to him, who was hundreds of years older, not to mention their different identities, merely the age gap created a vast chasm between them. That was what troubled him the most. He worried about Gu Baichen regretting things later on, he didn't want him to ever have cause for regret. Yet, he never would have thought that Gu Baichen would do something as drastic as this for him. To shatter his soul, erase all his memories, and start anew in order to get closer to him again. Even after forgetting everything, he continued to fall in love with him over and over again. Gu Xiuxue felt a pricking sensation in his eyes. Shattering one's soul. That kind of pain is unbearable to ordinary people. How could that boy, who used to tearfully throw himself into his arms whenever hurt and demand comfort, endure such pain? What a fool. He was too foolish. How could he have raised such a fool? Didn't he teach him countless times that he must never harm himself under any circumstances? Clearly, that kid never took his words seriously. Gu Xiuxue gritted his teeth, but tears continued streaming down uncontrollably. All those buried feelings, ones he had tried endlessly to ignore and suppress, surged back violently now. The strength of these overwhelming emotions almost drowned him completely, leaving no room for retreat or escape. Reluctantly, he started to confront the truth within his heart. Pulling up the blanket over his head, he curled up entirely inside. 311, seeing his form, dared not say a word. After what seemed like an eternity, a hoarse voice finally emerged. I will not kill them. Have your people give up. Chapter 176, lure them all to bed, then. 311 looked at the bulging lump on the small bed. Even though he couldn't see Gu Xiuxue's current state, he could imagine it. He was silent. Though it wasn't appropriate to have such thoughts right now, he truly wanted to lift the blanket and fondle Gu Xiuxue's ears and tail. Gu Xiuxue had become so tiny now that he could tease her easily with his hands. Now she was even crying, making him more tempted to touch her. However, 311 only dared to think this way in his mind and wouldn't dare reveal such ideas. With a light cough, he quickly explained, Gu Xiuxue, listen to me first. Although we need to deal with them, it doesn't mean killing them. They'll die here. The money your little nephew gave is enough, don't worry, they won't take his life. But both of you don't belong to this world. His interference in disrupting the rules of the world has angered Tian Dao by keeping you alive till now. So, both of you must leave anyway. While saying this, 311 observed Gu Xiuxue's reaction. He noticed a crack forming in the blanket, exposing 2 fluffy ears, and then continued. The plan from above and Tian Dao is to let them willingly accept their death using reasonable methods, and they must die simultaneously. Although Youfu Yu passed away earlier, her soul fragment which should have disappeared was reintegrated into Mo Li's body by Tian Dao. Now if we let these 3 die at the same time, Tian Dao can capture their souls, refuse them together, and send them back to the main world. So, rest assured, Gu Baichen will be fine. We're just sending him back, not asking you to really kill them. Later, Tian Dao will select a new protagonist for this world. Gu Xiuxue. After a long silence, 311 started to worry whether Gu Xiuxue had fainted from crying. As he prepared to ask her, the lump on the bed suddenly pulled off the blanket. Gu Xiuxue abruptly sat up, nonchalantly flicked her hair, showing no sign of previous discomfort. With a mischievous grin, she said, Oh, why didn't you say this sooner? Really, I worried for nothing, thinking you actually planned to kill him. Her ears trembled slightly as she smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, her tone unusually excited. But since you mentioned it, let's discuss how to make all 3 die simultaneously. As she spoke, she couldn't help muttering under her breath. That brat, daring to calculate me like this. Wait till I get back and give him a good lesson. This time it was 311 who remained silent. Changing faces so fast, did you kill the previous Gu Xiuxue? TCH, anyway, it's not real death. Gu Xiuxue internally sighed in relief but kept up appearances defiantly. Thinking about how he exposed himself earlier in front of 311, his earlobes turned red, prompting him to hastily change the topic. Oh, you said the money was sufficient, the original 1 billion yuan was supposed to be for me. Then you increased it to 4 billion, isn't all that his money? Gu Xiuxue initially intended to change the subject, but when talking about this matter, a flash of insight crossed his mind. Toward the end, his tone became increasingly biting. That brat caused such a mess, yet Tian Dao and the ones above only intend to send him back, meaning he probably paid you quite a bit, right? How much did he pay you? Money. So much money. How many years has Gu Beichen managed the Gu family? All that is his money. His hard-earned wealth. And now it's all being traded by that brat. 311 watched as Gu Xiuxue appeared deceptively cheerful, eager to immediately bite those three protagonists. Swallowing nervously, he timidly responded. I'm not entirely sure about this, but whenever I applied above, they approved it quickly. 311 laughed lightly, speaking of which, the reason I agreed to do this mission was also because I would receive 10,000 points after its completion. In comparison, the quick travel groups over there, especially those hunting wild systems, face dangerous tasks and exhausting work. An entire world for catching one system yields only 1,000 points. Then I just did what they asked me to do. After all, once I finished this mission, I would be able to use the points to buy a new body. But now it seems that the reason this mission has so many points is because Gu Beichen paid for it. So, he must have paid quite a bit. As 311 spoke, his voice trailed off, then he thought about it and opened his mouth very tactfully. Ahem, Gu Xiuxue, I think you should calculate how much assets your family actually has, right? At the thought of a possible scenario, Gu Xiuxue went silent. Oh no, it felt like a heart attack. Gu Xiuxue said expressionlessly, 311, give me a knife, find a way to help me recover, damn it. I'm going to stab them right now. Oops. Don't be in such a hurry, since I've already laid everything out before you, naturally I have a plan in mind. Seeing Gu Xiuxue's angry face, 311 quickly interjected, he was genuinely afraid that Gu Xiuxue would go and cut down those people. Even if he himself took action, he believed they wouldn't fight back, but another protagonist wasn't even here yet. There had to be a way to get them all together before doing away with them. Gu Xiuxue calmed down a little at this moment, nodding slightly. Alright, tell me what needs to be done. And, can I beat them up a bit before killing them? Never mind, I'll deal with them when I get back. After pondering for a moment, Gu Xiuxue gave up on this idea. After all, these protagonists were fragments of that person's soul, but ultimately without any memory. Even if he beat them up, they wouldn't feel anything. He would teach that kid a lesson when he got back. Gu Xiuxue silently recorded this in his mind as he waited for 311 to continue with the plan. Now that 311 had finally calmed down, he also said with satisfaction. In fact, the method is very simple, as long as you die, everything will be fine. Gu Xiuxue. Sorry, the wind was a little strong just now, I didn't hear clearly. Young 3, are you suggesting that I die with them? Before 311 could answer, Gu Xiuxue had already fallen into deep thought. Given his current situation, dying alongside them seemed feasible. Glancing down at the bed beneath him, Gu Xiuxue mused aloud. Trick them all into bed, then, while they're lost in passion. Chapter 177, Recovered, Tail and Ears Still There. 311. 311, stop. Guxiu. Hurry up and throw those dangerous, weird thoughts in your mind out. What I mean is, you pretend to be dead, they like you so much that they would definitely do anything to save you, even if it means giving their lives. I assent that settled then. How can you even think of such things? 311, speaking with great helplessness, couldn't help but sigh. You've changed. Guxiu, you weren't like this before. You used to get embarrassed and heart palpitations just reading a slightly risque novel I gave you. Hearing what he said, Guxiu didn't care as she gave a smile and said. It's fine, then let's find a way to turn me back first. This small size is unbearable. However, it's not my fault for having too many thoughts, after all, I am not the same person I was. Even if she could clearly feel their affection for her in the past, she could always fool herself into thinking it was nothing, or even consider herself overly conceited. But after having in-depth exchanges with 1, 2, 3 of them. Guxiu reminiscing about those scenes, pursed her thin lips slightly, feeling a flush creeping onto her earlobes. Your little apprentice will resolve this, don't waste my energy, it was hard enough to regain it. 311 refused without hesitation. But don't rush too much, Helian Yu is currently trying to find a way into the demon realm, we at least have to wait until everyone is together. After pondering for a while, Guxiu nodded thoughtfully and added. You figure out a way to conceal my soul, and help me find some medicine that makes me look physically weak, so they won't discover it. As Guxiu spoke, she smiled faintly, her eyes slightly curved like a little hook that captivates the soul, glinting with cunning in her eyes. Anyway, her soul had fragmented once before, although it was now integrated, there was still a possibility for problems to arise. Dying in front of them directly might lead to their suspicions. They already knew about her previous fake deaths multiple times, so if she died outright now, they probably wouldn't believe it. It's necessary to let them watch her become weaker bit by bit every day, to dispel their doubts and distrust. By the time she died, they would willingly take the path of sacrifice. Guxiu lowered her eyes, calculating how to proceed next. However, she didn't think long as the door of the room was pushed open. Instinctively turning her head, Emily hurried in holding a fruit in his hands. The fruit appeared no bigger than a clenched fist, exceedingly red and enticing, emitting a fragrant aroma from far away. Master, eat it quickly. If you eat it, you will return to your original form. Seeing that she had awoken, Emily immediately leaned on the bed, his bright eyes shining as he presented the fruit before her. Looking at the fruit which, for the current her, was too big to hold with both hands, it was truly massive, she quietly raised her head toward Shinshinbai who had just rushed in. Ai bai. The moment her words fell, Shinshinbai swiftly formed a seal with his fingers. The originally huge fruit immediately shrank down. Guxiu relaxed and devoured it in a few bites. In an instant, she felt a warm flow coursing through her body. This made her involuntarily narrow her eyes. Following this was the extension of her limbs, a sensation peculiar yet comfortable rather than painful, causing her to indulge in it. When she finally became aware, noticing the concerned gazes of the two, she momentarily froze, and then realized that she had transformed back. Guxiu subconsciously wanted to sit up from the bed when her tail swayed in front of her. Hugging her tail, for a moment she did not know what to say. She remained silent, raising her hand to touch the top of her head, only to indeed feel those furry ears. So since she had turned back, why were her tail and ears still here? Guxiu was seriously contemplating this question until a chill pulled her out of her thoughts. Only then did she belatedly realize that she had originally been wearing only a light garment. Now, since she had grown larger, the piece of clothing naturally no longer fit. Thus, Guxiu cast her gaze downward at herself. Yes, sure enough, her body was entirely uncovered, without a single covering item. Her hair had scattered, barely covering some vital parts. Her tail swayed to the front, blocking what needed to be blocked. Though he felt it was alright since there were only 3 people in the room now. Both of them had seen everything about him, so this state wasn't much different. However, was it his illusion? He seemed to hear someone swallowing saliva. Gu Xiua's peripheral vision subtly swept over both of them, noticing that their original worries had now turned into fixed stares at him. Their appearances were just like being ensnared by a fox spirit, which, in fact, was exactly the case. Gu Xiua smiled faintly, raising the corner of his lips. Leaning on one hand on the bed, he let the snow-white hair fall across his chest and said indifferently. What? Do you intend to stare forever? Or, do you plan to use those things on me again? Master. Emily gazed at him helplessly, like a wronged puppy. Brother. Shinshinbai's gaze darkened ambiguously, twirling a strand of his hair with his fingertips and kissing the end of it. Previously, we were afraid of hurting you, so we could only use those trinkets. But since you've transformed back now, we naturally don't need those things anymore. Emily didn't contradict Shinshinbai, allowing him to act cute or innocent, yet unable to hide the desire lurking beneath his eyes. The gazes full of invasive meanings roamed inch by inch over Gu Xiua's body. Gu Xiua took note of their reactions but conjured a robe made of spiritual energy around himself when they attempted to make further advances. The bright red robe accentuated his allure even more. You really intend to keep me bedridden with these tricks, huh? Gu Xiua opened his mouth as if lamenting, why must you go so far? Because brother's words cannot be trusted. Shinshinbai replied coldly, it looks like brother has regained all your memories. Have you calculated how many times you left me behind? Gu Xiua immediately choked on his words. Shinshinbai had already touched his ankle, holding it firmly but not painfully, his fingers caressing gently. At the time, I already said that would be brother's last chance. Gu Xiua involuntarily curled his toes. He lifted his hands, embracing Shinshinbai, cupping his face, and kissed him on the lips. It was an accident, can you trust me once more? Chapter 178, The 2S, Little Ewer has arrived. However, just as he finished speaking, he was pulled back by Emily, who was filled with jealousy, and hugged around the waist. Gu Xiuxue, caught off guard, fell directly into Emily's arms. Shinshinbai neither became angry nor annoyed, there was not even an attempt to stop it. Instead, he went along with their posture and pressed forward. Wait. How about, you take turns? Didn't you already divide up the time before? Gu Xiuxue's voice trembled as he knew that both of them in front of him were fragments of Gu Beichen's soul, and for such acts, he wasn't entirely repelled. But previously, merely using those things had already worn him out considerably. Now if they really decided to go together, wouldn't it mean his death? He could only mount these things to number 311, how could he possibly really use such methods? If he truly did this and left this world because of such a thing, when he returned to the main world, Shizhuan and the others would probably laugh him to death. As Gu Xiuxue secretly thought about how to stir trouble between the two, preferably so they could go outside and fight, allowing himself a bit of rest. Shinshinbai lifted his eyes and glanced at Emily, then said. Today, brother is mine. That's really unfortunate. Emily sighed, and then pushed Gu Xiuxue directly into Shinshinbai's arms. But time isn't early anymore, Shinshinbai, you've got 2 more hours until tomorrow. Gu Xiuxue was still dazed as he was held captive. Wait, how did they come to such mutual understanding? Previously, anyone who touched him too much was hated by the other, but now what happened? Gu Xiuxue never imagined that he used to exhaust all efforts to stop the two from fighting, and now he actually hoped they would start and create chaos, yet they stopped. For a moment, he even suspected that they also knew his true identity, that they were actually the same person, which explained such coordination. What is the brother thinking about? Shen Xinbai whispered softly in his ear. By the time Gu Xiuxue realized, the red robe that had been placed on him was already torn open. Gu Xiuxue had previously yearned to return to his original state, but unexpectedly found himself being bullied after returning. What surprised him even more was that Shen Xinbai didn't end soon, and Mo Li joined in halfway through. Gu Xiuxue felt like going crazy. If this continued for a few more days, he feared he would indeed die in bed. He gritted his teeth, originally wanting to pretend to be weak until Helian Yu came. But after being messed with by the two, he immediately started faking sickness. Initially, the two did not notice anything unusual. After all, they had already examined him thoroughly when they brought him back. They assumed it was because they couldn't control themselves, making Gu Xiuxue overly exhausted. Seeing the slightly pale face of the person in bed, Shen Xinbai gently tucked the quilt corner for Gu Xiuxue, then looked at Mo Li indifferently and stood up. Mo Li looked at him, remained silent, and followed to get up and leave. Just out the door, they encountered Ling Yan coming over. Ling Yan tilted his head, looking up at the two, asking, "Big brother Shen, big brother Mo Li, where are you going?" Mo Li smiled and patted his head gently, with a very tender tone. "To spar with your big brother Shen. The master is resting, don't disturb him, okay?" Ling Yan was very puzzled but obediently nodded. They were about to turn and leave, and as if he remembered something, he suddenly stopped, turned to look at the two, and spoke. "By the way, Linger Yuni and Elder Huolian are here saying they want to see Big Brother Gu. There's also that Emperor of Men, he's come alone, no one dared to move against him, so they're all waiting in the hall right now." Mo Li's smile faded a little, but Shen Xinbai didn't react too much, his tone remaining cold. "Then today's sparring is cancelled. Alright, we'll do it another day." Mo Li let out a humored chuckle, a flicker of shadow crossing his eyes. "Let's settle this Huolianyu issue while we're at it." Shen Xinbai nodded slightly, without saying anything. Watching the two leave, Ling Yan considered following. At this very moment in the grand hall, Ling Yun, Yun Yi, and Helian Yu locked eyes with each other, none daring to initiate conversation, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere among them. In the end, it was Ling Yun who couldn't help but whisper to Yun Yi. "Yun Yi, what's up with this guy? Isn't he the emperor of humans? Shouldn't he stay in the human realm and do his job properly? Why did he come to the demon realm? Or is being an emperor in the human realm just that easy, allowing him to run around all the time?" Yun Yi shook his head slightly. "Let's not talk about it. We're in the demon realm, and whatever he does has nothing to do with us. We're here to see Master today, so don't start any trouble." Ling Yun gave a light tisk. "This kid must have been trying to get attention from our dark world before, and now he's over here bothering your demons. I remember there aren't as many rules in your demon world, right?" Just as these words were spoken, they noticed Mo Li and a few others walking toward them. Ling Yun's eyes lit up instantly, and he rushed over, looking left and right, then peering behind them. The excitement and eagerness quickly turned into disappointment upon realizing that Gu Xiuxue wasn't among those who had arrived. "Why didn't Master come?" Ling Yun questioned Mo Li, his tone clearly disgruntled. Yun Yi also walked up beside Ling Yun, asking in a gentle voice. "Where is Master?" Mo Li smiled. "Master was tired last night, so he's resting. If you want to see him, it probably isn't possible right now." "But..." Ling Yun immediately grew anxious. However, before he could finish, Yun Yi placed a hand on Ling Yun's shoulder. Ling Yun swallowed the rest of his sentence, begrudgingly replying. "Alright, I understand. In that case, can we at least stay here for a while?" "No, you can't." Mo Li continued to smile. "Don't forget that there are still matters in the dark world requiring your attention. When Master wakes up and finds out you two decided to live in the demon realm, he won't be happy." Ling Yun's eyes instantly widened, ready to protest, but realized Mo Li had a point. So, he abruptly turned his head and looked at Yun Yi, complaining loudly. "Yun Yi! Look at him. He's so annoying." But Yun Yi remained calm. "Since that's how it is, can we at least go check on Master briefly? You need to let us confirm that Master is safe. We'll just take one look and won't disturb him." Mo Li paused for a moment, exchanging glances with Shen Xinbai, then nodded lightly. "Again, take them to see Master, but make sure not to disturb his rest." "Alright." Chapter 179, Among Three People, There Must Be a Fight. As he watched them leave, Mo Li's smile almost instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a cold face. He looked at Helian Yu with a chill, sneering. "Helian Yu, you sure have some guts, a mere human actually daring to come to my demon realm. What, do you really think I won't dare to touch you?" Helian Yu looked at Mo Li and was reminded of the things he had seen in the demon realm before, which left him filled with nothing but jealousy and anger. But after a brief flicker of his eyes, he smiled quite warmly. "Don't be so nervous. I'm not here to fight or make noise with you all. I've come to join you. Mo Li. Shen Xinbai. For a moment, both looked at each other, neither believing that Helion Yu would say such words nor understanding what game he was playing. Then Helion Yu continued, "Of course, you don't have to believe me, but it's too bad. Even if you don't trust me, as long as I stay here, you can't do anything about it." He said this while smilingly pointing upward. "After all, once the heavenly punishment descends, none of you will survive. So, it's fine if you don't want me to join. Then we all die together." Helion Yu was very clear about his own capabilities. He couldn't handle both a demon king and an immortal elder simultaneously. It was impossible for him to safely take Gu Xiu'e back from the demon realm without further complications. Moreover, he didn't know Gu Xiu'e's current condition yet, and considering his body's state, hasty action wasn't possible. So no matter what, he had to stay for now. Even though he wanted nothing more than to slice both of them and use them as fertilizer for flowers, he still had to suppress his resentment and jealousy. First, he had to confirm Gu Xiu'e's situation and then devise a plan to take him away. Thus, staying made sense rather than engaging in conflict. Mo Li took a glance at Shenxinbai and laughed mockingly. "I thought even if you couldn't kill him outright, you could at least keep him bedridden for 3 to 5 years. There's the protection of heavenly Tao on his side." Shenxinbai snorted, just as the trio stood at a stalemate. Suddenly, another voice full of anger sounded from behind, accompanied by the violent smashing of the stone door in the grand hall. "Mo Li. Didn't you say that our master was just resting? Didn't you say that our master is already fine?" The sudden roar and clamor left Mo Li momentarily stunned, followed by a growing sense of foreboding. He suddenly turned around and found himself tightly grabbed by Ling Jun by the collar. Ling Jun's eyes were red, as if he'd just been crying, and there were tears still lingering in his eyes. Yuni rushed over too, gripping his waist tightly to pull him away from Mo Li. Mo Li angrily asked, "What's wrong with the master? Speak." Shenxinbai didn't have time to tangle with them. Upon seeing Ling Jun's expression change and hearing his words, Shenxinbai had already left the grand hall. Helion Yu naturally knew who they were referring to, his expression also changing. He wasted no time following Shenxinbai. Seeing the two had left, Mo Li couldn't care less about Ling Jun and Yuni anymore, shaking off Ling Jun and disappearing into thin air right before their eyes. Ling Jun was still somewhat stunned by the sudden push, slightly dazed for a moment before gritting his teeth and pulling Yuni along to chase after. By the time the group reached Gu Xiu'e's room, they saw Gu Xiu'e lying in bed, Ling Yan sitting beside him sobbing with tears streaking down her face. Ling Yan clutched onto Gu Xiu'e's hand, quietly choking on her sobs and immediately waving at them when she saw them. "Big brother Mo Li. Quickly, see what's wrong with big brother Gu. His spirit essence is extremely weak, woo-woo." Helion Yu stood at the back, watching everyone crowd around Gu Xiu'e's bedside, his face becoming utterly ghastly. Originally, because of Gu Xiu'e's condition, he decided to stay first and figure out the next steps. But he never expected Gu Xiu'e to be in this much trouble. However, they didn't know. At that moment, Gu Xiu'e's soul hovered cross-legged in mid-air, observing their chaos with a deep sigh. TSK, serves them right for how much they messed me up yesterday." 311 also nodded in agreement, "That's true." Gu Xiu'e's gaze then fell onto Helion Yu, pondering thoughtfully, "But speaking of which, why did Helion Yu get here so quickly?" 311, he is the human emperor after all. Even though he himself is suppressed by the heavenly Tao and cannot attain a high level of cultivation, there are always people around him and treasures at his disposal. Gu Xiu'e, so, are they going to fight in a bit? Or should they just wipe each other out? No, those troublemakers are still here. As these three became aware of his increasingly faint soul, arguments began, with actual signs of combat emerging. Gu Xiu'e immediately lost his mood for watching the show. Although he did want to mess them up a little right now, there were others present, and he didn't want any innocents getting hurt accidentally. "Hey, I think that's enough. Let's send me back first." Saying this, Gu Xiu'e clapped his hands and instantly transformed into a stream of light, returning to his body. Hiss. "Would you all stop yelling? It gives me a headache." Gu Xiu'e sat up in bed, sounding very weak. With one hand supporting himself on the bed, and the other gently massaging his forehead, he glared irritably at the three who were about to fight. "Brother Gu. You scared me half to death. Teacher. Are you alright? Do you feel comfortable? Is there anything uncomfortable? What happened earlier? How could they do this to you? Why are you so weak?" Ling Jun rushed forward, emotions running so high that both his ears and tail emerged. Hugging Gu Xiu'e's waist, he rubbed against him, his large eyes gazing beseechingly as he asked an endless stream of questions, making Gu Xiu'e's headache worse. "Well, dear, stop being noisy for a moment. Let me rest a bit." After hearing Gu Xiu'e's words, the three who had rushed over dared not speak further, squatting by the bed and looking at him. This was the first time Gu Xiu'e had seen all three of them together. Thinking that all three were fragments of Gu Beichen's soul made his feelings extraordinarily complex. Though their faces were completely different, the feeling they gave off was so similar. He had never associated them with each other before, only thinking it was due to their similar experiences and roles as male protagonists. Now, looking at them, they seemed more alike than ever. Recalling how Gu Baichen would earnestly kneel beside his bed when he had done something wrong, showing his ears and tail. And would clean himself thoroughly at night, spray perfume, then voluntarily climb into his bed, stuffing his tail into his arms just to beg for forgiveness. Gu Xiua's heart itched with desire, his eyes unconsciously drawn to Ling Jun's ears. He wanted to pinch. Chapter 180, The Grand Finale. Mo Li was the first to react, hurriedly revealing her ears and tail. That furry tail coiled around Gu Xiua's wrist on its own initiative, showing an obvious sign of affection and compliance. Master. Gu Xiuxua narrowed his eyes slightly. This was not his fault at all, the tail willingly offered itself to be pinched, it would have been a waste not to. Just as he was pinching it with gusto, Shenxinbai also skillfully transformed into his beast form, revealing a pair of fluffy ears and a larger, softer tail. He easily encircled Gu Xiuxua's waist with his tail and forcibly pulled him into his arms. Such an intimate posture reminded Gu Xiuxua momentarily of Gu Baichen, causing him to release Mo Li's tail without hesitation and instead embrace Shenxinbai. Shenxinbai gave him a sidelong glance, scoffing with disdain. Although his brother had abandoned him many times, he knew his brother best. Even if the current situation forced him to share his brother with Mo Li, he would undoubtedly remain the most important person by his brother's side. Mo Li was seething, but then another voice came from Helian Yu who sounded pitifully forlorn. Teacher. I miss you. Helian Yu did not have the ability to produce ears or a tail like Mo Li, nor could he transform as effortlessly as Shenxinbai. Instead, he directly held Gu Xiuxua's hand, pulling it up to his face and lightly rubbed against it. His pitiful and lamentable expression, coupled with his striking appearance, truly stirred one's compassion. Mo Li. This familiar feeling was genuinely loathsome. Could he not just kill this emperor? Could he not simply dispose of these two people? Ling Yun was already in shock, instinctively tugging on Yun Yi beside him. Yun Yi comfortingly patted his hand, shaking his head slightly to signal him not to act rashly. Lin Yan was quite used to this scene, after all, his brother Gu was so good that it was natural for so many people to like him. It was just that they were all gathered around Gu Xiuxua, leaving no space for him to get close. Lin Yan, frowning in anger, spoke up, Brother Gu, what's wrong with your body? Did they bully you? As soon as these words came out, the three of them stopped their squabbling and hastily continued checking Gu Xiuxua's body. However, the more they checked, the graver their expressions became. What on earth happened? Everything was fine before, what exactly did you do to him? When he was with me, he was perfectly fine. Why is his soul now so weak? Helian Yu could no longer hold back his fury, abruptly grabbing the collar of Mo Li nearest to him and landing a punch straight to his face. The beautiful eyes which usually glistened with charm were now filled with burning rage. Helian Yu delivered a full-force blow, Mo Li's wounds from before had not healed properly, and with this powerful punch, he was sent reeling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he had no time to argue, only clutching Shenxinbai's hand tightly, almost embedding his nails into Shenxinbai's flesh. Shenxinbai. Hurry up and think of a way. Was it because of last night? Mo Li stopped himself suddenly, remembering others were present. Shenxinbai too wore an unpleasant expression, perplexity appearing between his eyebrows. He also didn't know why Gu Xiuxua had suddenly become this way despite being fine before. Seeing the trio about to engage in yet another fight, Gu Xiuxua raised his hand to block them, stopping their actions. That's enough, everyone calm down a little. He said, raising his gaze to look at the similarly worried people standing by his side, offering them a smile. Little E, go back to the demon realm. But master, your condition isn't good. Go back to the demon realm with us, there must be a way. Yun Yi's eyes were tinged red, Ling Yun stood beside him, nodding furiously, desperately wanting to kick the crowd aside right now and carry Gu Xiuxua away. That's enough, stop talking. I have my own plans. Gu Xiuxua, looking at his two young disciples, felt a touch of helplessness. I will stay in the beast realm for some time, and if you still recognize me as your master, then obediently return to the demon realm. Focus on managing affairs there and refrain from wandering around unnecessarily. But unless you want me to die from frustration caused by your incessant arguments. Ling Yun wanted to protest but was startled silent by those words. He sulked, understood. Yun Yi nodded without much hesitation, pulling Gu Xiuxua to leave. However, just as he turned around, he couldn't help but ask. So, will master return? Gu Xiuxua did not answer. Yun Yi sighed softly, then pulled Ling Yun away without further hesitation. Not until they both left the room did Ling Yun look at Yun Yi with reddened eyes and ask. Yun Yi, is master abandoning us? Yun Yi gazed at the somewhat gloomy sky, the same kind of dark sky as when Gu Xiuxua went to find Shenxinbai. He spoke gently, perhaps master abandoned us a long time ago. If this is what master wants, why should we force him to stay? Ling Yun, we no longer have a master, and we never will again. Ling Yun, with red eyes, stubbornly retorted, no, master will always be master. Even if he abandons me, he'll still be my master. Yun Yi smiled, So, listen to master and let's go. Yun Yi took Ling Yun away. Gu Xiuxua then shifted his gaze back to Ling Yan, who looked up at him with longing, sniffled, and said in a tearful voice. Brother Gu. You can't make me leave, it was you who brought me out here, you can't abandon me. I've also said before, I can only bring you out. Gu Xiuxue raised his hand and gently rubbed Ling Yan's head, his movements extraordinarily gentle. Ian, could you be obedient for once? It's impossible for me to be by your side forever. Your identity is special, so from now on, protect yourself well, and hide your own identity. Ling Yan wailed loudly, directly pushing past several people, throwing himself into Gu Xiuxue's arms, hugging and rubbing against him chaotically. There was that thin connection between them, and naturally, more than anyone else, Ling Yan could clearly sense how weak Gu Xiuxue's spirit was at this moment. Yet similarly, he had no idea why things had come to this. Without warning, his condition deteriorated this way. Ling Yan refused to accept this, nor did he want to leave Gu Xiuxue. My mother clearly said that the demon lord is good, sobbed Ling Yan. Brother Gu, you're so good, why has it become like this? Ling Yan cried pitifully and mournfully, while Gu Xiuxue did not push him away, but rather remained quietly watching him, waiting for him to calm down. Shen Xinbai looked at him expressionlessly, wiping his tears onto his phantom tail, unsure what to say for a moment. Well, go out and play. Play wherever you like, and if you're tired, go back and rest, or go find Yunyi. With misty eyes, Ling Yan looked at Gu Xiuxue, but I want to stay with you. Gu Xiuxue paused in his movements, shaking his head, but I want to rest peacefully. Ling Yan choked, realizing he wasn't being allowed to stay. Though reluctant, he eventually turned and left. Before he went, he glanced at Helian Yu and kicked him one last time. In Ling Yan's view, Mo Li and Shen Xinbai were good people and would never do anything to harm Gu Xiuxue. It was only Helian Yu whom he didn't know well, and with whom he hadn't spent much time. Besides, they had taken him back from Helian Yu, and the fact that Gu Xiuxue was now in this state must definitely have something to do with him. Ling Yan left in tears. But Gu Xiuxue let out a sigh of relief. Having spent such a long period together, saying there was absolutely no feeling would be a lie. Though treating them this way might cause them pain, it was better than having them watch by his side day after day as his strength gradually weakened. Master. Chapter 181, The Real Grand Finale. Helian Yu gently called out, pulling his thoughts back. Gu Xiuxue looked at the three people in front of him and reined in some of the smiles on his face. He directly waved a hand, changed posture, and sat cross-legged on the bed while releasing Shen Xinbai's tail. To you three, I was wrong to have abandoned you due to some matters before. If you hate me, resent me, or want to punish me, I won't say anything against it. Big brother. Don't be like this. In Shen Xinbai's eyes appeared a bit of pleading, what's wrong with you? Why is your soul so weak? Can you tell me? If they don't even know why Gu Xiuxue has become this way, then there's no way for them to help him. They heard clearly every word Gu Xiuxue said to those three people. Even if they knew Gu Xiuxue had repeatedly discarded them for various reasons and through various means. Even if logic told him that under no circumstances should he trust Gu Xiuxue again, suspecting it was another ploy to get rid of them. He still panicked. As Gu Xiuxue gazed at them, all he could think of was Gu Beichen. Lowering his gaze, he softly spoke. If you truly wish to do something, do nothing. Just stay by my side these coming days. I don't have much time left. But as you guessed, initially when I approached you, I did have an objective. Gu Xiuxue curved his lips upward slightly, and as he raised his gaze again, tears already shimmered in his eyes. Guided by the heavenly Tao, I was originally supposed to make you despise me, and then kill me with your own hands. But each of you fell in love with me, causing my mission to fail. So, I don't have much time left. I'm also tired of continuing this nonsense. You don't have to worry about me running away again. If you really like me so much, then during the remaining time, please stop bothering me. As Gu Xiuxue said this, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a tear fell perfectly timed. 311, Gu Xiuxue, were you secretly improving your acting skills behind my back? Gu Xiuxue, shut up. I was doing such a good job pretending. Your interruption almost made me lose it. 311, TSK, you should tone it down a bit. Look how shattered they are. The three exchanged glances, all noticing the shock and unwillingness in each other's eyes. But they didn't want to upset Gu Xiuxue further, so they gritted their teeth and stayed silent despite everything. Seeing their restraint and their trembling bodies, Gu Xiuxue snorted inwardly. Forcing them like this. Just to be on the safe side, Gu Xiuxue not only had to arrange a fake death but also needed them to believe that they were the cause of his demise. And they had to firmly believe this wasn't an act, that he was genuinely dying. The heavenly Tao would serve as a perfect scapegoat, so without hesitation, he pushed all the blame onto it. Gu Xiuxue mused silently, wondering if their affection for him could possibly reach the level of martyrdom. If not, then he'd have to rise from the dead and bind them all, stabbing them until they died. Ugh, that would be so troublesome. Thinking about this made Gu Xiuxue angrier and angrier. What a despicable brat, using all that money to negotiate deals with that group, messing him around like this just in this world. Once they returned, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Gu Xiuxue's gaze swept over everyone present and finally leaned toward Helian Yu. Master. Helian Yu quickly stood up, sitting by the bed and holding him, letting him lean against his chest. Teacher. Brother. The other two immediately rushed closer too. Originally, Gu Xiuxue thought among all these people, Helian Yu had troubled him the least, yet now, this familiar gesture momentarily silenced him. It reminded him too much of yesterday when Mo Li and Shenxinbai together had messed with him. Just thinking about it made Gu Xiuxue shiver involuntarily. Thankfully, that guy was merely a wolf pup, incapable of things like shape-shifting, otherwise, it would be quite difficult after returning. I want you two to leave. I want to spend some time alone with little Yu. Seeing the stunned looks in their eyes and the hurt expressions on their faces, Gu Xiuxue paid no heed. Instead, right in front of them, he hugged Helian Yu even tighter. Although both these fellows had the ears and tails he liked, they had tormented him most severely. As for Helian Yu. Little Yu, I'm sleepy. Will you rest with me? Helian Yu felt troubled in his heart, but he still nodded gently, gave a soft response, and lay on the bed, hugging Gu Xiuxue close. Teacher, please rest well. Don't worry too much, there must be a way. As Helian Yu spoke, his voice became somewhat hoarse, and in a place where Gu Xiuxue couldn't see, his eyes were filled with regret. If only he hadn't done that, if only he hadn't insisted on bringing Gu Xiuxue back, then perhaps Gu Xiuxue wouldn't have turned into this state. He could have continued being the demon lord as usual instead of becoming this weak now. Mo Li and Shenxinbai had the same thoughts, but now it was already too late to say anything. The heavenly Tao was always something they couldn't resist. Yet Gu Xiuxue seemed unwilling to communicate with them and preferred to sleep together with this human. Mo Li's anger nearly reached its peak. Shenxinbai simply left with a cold face. Where are you going? Aren't you staying to accompany teacher? Mo Li didn't want to witness Helian Yu and Gu Xiuxue embrace and fall asleep together, fearing that staying would lead him to do something uncontrollable. Seeing Shenxinbai leave, Mo Li quickly stood up to follow. Shenxinbai said coldly, to the celestial realm, to the hall of 10,000 books, to find ways to save brother. Mo Li suddenly stopped in his tracks, I'm going too. At this moment, although Gu Xiuxue was lying in bed with closed eyes, he wasn't actually sleeping but using 311 to track all their movements. Good timing, Junior 3, just hide the erase scroll I asked you to prepare before, so they won't find it easily. Let them struggle for a few more days. Alright, leave it to me. Having received 311's affirmative reply, Gu Xiuxue let out a sigh of relief in his heart, no longer bothering with this matter. He cuddled closer to Helian Yu, adjusting himself into a comfortable position. In Helian Yu's eyes swirled endless sorrow and regret. He bent down and planted a kiss at the corner of Gu Xiuxue's eyes, murmuring softly. Teacher, what should I do to save you? As long as he could save the person in his arms, he was willing to bear any cost. If not. If there was no way to bring Gu Xiuxue back, then he didn't want to live alone in this world either. Helian Yu thought this, closing his eyes, suddenly grateful that he had arranged all the court matters properly before leaving, and grateful for having made full preparations early on. At least this way, when he truly followed Gu Xiuxue wherever he went, the human world wouldn't experience chaos due to his loss, nor would he feel like betraying Gu Xiuxue's years of teaching. It doesn't matter, teacher, no matter what, I will be with you, I'll always be with you. Helian Yu whispered firmly in his ear. Gu Xiuxue heard it clearly, kept it in mind, but remained silent throughout. Mo Li and Shenxinbai had been away for several days and hadn't appeared before them again. Helian Yu guessed they probably went to find ways to save Gu Xiuxue. Although outwardly showing no concern about their whereabouts, he was actually looking forward to their return. One was the Celestial Lord, and the other the King of Demons, surely their methods and strategies far outnumbered his. If even they couldn't find a solution, then Gu Xiuxue would really have no chance. Helian Yu propped one hand on the stone table, supporting his head, while using the other hand to pick up a peach flower pastry, glancing at Gu Xiuxue who was lounging on the rattan chair basking in the sun nearby. He pressed his lips slightly, walked to Gu Xiuxue's side, fed him the peach flower pastry from his hand, and brushed the fallen leaves off his shoulder. The sweet and sticky peach flower pastry melted between the lips. Gu Xiuxue opened his eyes and looked at Helian Yu, smiling at him, though his voice was very weak. Little Yu, they haven't returned yet, have they? Helian Yu tightly held his hand without saying a word. Gu Xiuxue sighed, sat up, and leaned into Helian Yu's embrace, opening his mouth casually. In fact, among the three of you, I worry about you the most. You've had poor health since childhood, and I spent so much effort restoring it. Watching you take medicine frightened me once. Helian Yu's voice rasped, it was merely pretense in front of others, plus during those days, I let some blood out, so my body looked weak. I know. Gu Xiuxue nodded, closed his eyes, and continued. I know everything. I've tangled with them for too long. Being able to spend these final days with you is enough. Teacher, don't talk like that, they will surely find a way. Helian Yu held his hand and kissed the tips of his fingers, speaking in a very gentle voice. No matter what happens, I will be with you, Mr. Gu. I absolutely won't let you bear everything alone. I believe you. Gu Xiuxue smiled as he spoke, the person he was most concerned about was Helian Yu, but now he felt at ease. 311 reminded him, Master Gu, they found what they need and are on their way back. Gu Xiuxue asked him to prepare an array. As long as it had enough powerful destiny as its foundation, this array could change fate and escape heaven's scrutiny, sparing the one who should face heavenly punishment. Gu Xiuxue slightly curled the corner of his lips, then grew increasingly pale. His lips were utterly devoid of blood color. His whole body had lost strength, so much that he couldn't even hold Helian Yu's hand, only letting it fall. Mr. Gu. Hearing Helian Yu's panicked voice by his ear, Gu Xiuxue softly coughed. Once he started, he couldn't stop, and the coughing grew more violent towards the end. When he spat out a mouthful of blood, he passed out directly. Before losing consciousness, Gu Xiuxue heard the other two voices panic-stricken and confused. They've finally returned, the timing is perfect. Gu Xiuxue thought that when he opened his eyes again, he had already left his body. He floated in the air as a soul, watching a few of them surround his body, shouting frantically while trying to force various miraculous elixirs down his throat. Gu Xiuxue snorted, a bunch of little brats, tormenting me before and now regretting it. Junior 3, give me some sunflower seeds. 311 replied, Master Gu, stay focused. In your current state, you can't eat sunflower seeds. Gu Xiuxue idly supported his head with his hand, glanced at the tray of peach blossom cakes, and sighed. If I had known this would happen, I should have eaten more earlier. But since they've already obtained the array, how long do you think it'll take for them to use it? After considering, 311 responded, I think within 7 days at most, they will prepare everything. It specifically noted the requirement for 3 people with extremely strong destinies who were willing to make the sacrifice. Even though it didn't explicitly name them or require them to be the lords of the 3 realms. These 3 were present, and when Master Gu fell ill right in front of them, with no time to find others, they would have to sacrifice themselves. Gu Xiuxue nodded thoughtfully, then smiled. I think so too. But they underestimated how fast Shen Xinbai and the others could move. In just a few short days, they not only found the array but had everything prepared. There was indeed no way they could find others with equally powerful destiny in such a short time, nor could Master Gu's body last much longer. So from the day Master Gu had his accident, they began arrangements immediately. Floating in midair, Master Gu watched them go through all sorts of trouble for him. Their faces had lost all smiles, and his heart ached somewhat. Even though he knew everything was just for his soul fusion and return to the main world. Looking at their expressions now, remembering how they had spent their time together before, Gu Xiuxue became silent. The satisfaction from revenge had turned into desolation and a touch of tenderness. But things had come this far, there was no way he could show mercy or ruin his own plan. Gu Xiuxue watched as his body was placed into a specially prepared ice coffin, and then moved to the set-up array. Without argument, even Helian Yu, who didn't know what they planned beforehand, instantly understood once he saw the array diagram. Almost without hesitation, he made the same decision as the others. And this reaction came as quite a surprise to Master Gu. He originally assumed they resorted to self-sacrifice because they lacked sufficient time to search for others with great fortune, in order to save him. However, after watching them act up close in this form, he realized they never considered other ways. They decided from the start to sacrifice themselves. Helian Yu stroked his face, tears rolling down the corner of his eyes, yet he smiled as he said. Mr. Gu certainly wouldn't want me to save him by harming other innocents. I've already arranged everything in the human realm, so, it's my turn. Mo Li kissed his palm and murmured, Teacher, I'm sorry, but this mistake was mine to make, and it's mine to bear. Shen Xinbai helped tidy his robes and softly said. Brother, don't worry. I've entrusted the matters of the immortal realm to Qingyue. Though she is from the demon realm, I trust her abilities and methods. Besides, she was personally placed by you. Handing over the position of immortal lord to her will be fine. Gu Xiuxue silently watched them as they bid him farewell for the last time, suddenly feeling something choke his chest, making it hard to breathe. They had never considered letting others sacrifice themselves, because they knew he would not want innocents to suffer. Gu Xiuxue watched them activate the array, then turned around, sighing lightly. Farewell. A brief parting is for a better reunion. They would meet again, but not now, and not here. Chapter 182, The New Protagonist. All returned to calm. Gu Xiuxue returned to her own body, sitting up from the ice coffin, and remained silent for a long time. Then she heard the cheerful voice of 311 ring in her ears. Gu Xiuxue. We succeeded. The bug in this world has been completely cleared, and we can leave this world now. 311 had been extremely excited at first, but seeing that she remained unresponsive, his excitement waned slightly. He couldn't help but ask with confusion. What's wrong, Gu Xiuxue? Aren't you happy? We can finally leave this world. According to the deal he made with us, once we return, you will receive 40 billion yuan, that's a lot of money. Gu Xiuxue. Stop bringing up that 40 billion again. Thinking about how some of it was hard-earned money that she worked so hard for, only to be used by that brat for all these things. Gu Xiuxue had an emotionless expression. The boys should really be thankful their bodies had already disappeared, or she would have kicked him a few times right then. 311 continued, a touch of nostalgia creeping in. It had been such a long time, and now it was finally over. He couldn't help but reflect aloud. I've been thinking for a while why those above were so generous. Normally, task takers who do a mission like this get at most tens of millions, yet they gave you several billion. This question had crossed 311's mind long ago, but back then, he didn't give it much thought or pay much attention to it. After all, this mission also earned him quite a lot of points. Who would reject those points? It wasn't until later that he realized all those points and money belonged to Gu Baichen. As 311 talked to himself, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Just how much did those people up there look down on him? Something so important, and they didn't even bother telling him, not trusting his acting skills, huh? He'd been worried for such a long time, especially when he received no response from them. When he finally managed to leave but got pulled back into this world again, he almost thought he would really perish here. Even before falling asleep, he was still worried about Gu Xiushue's situation. 311 let out a soft hum, but now everything was over, and they had compensated him appropriately. There wasn't much left for him to say. 311, can I stay in this world for a while longer? I don't want to go back just yet. Gu Xiushue's voice was very light, hoarse as if she hadn't fully recovered from what had just happened. 311 noticed something was off with her condition and couldn't help but ask with worry. Gu Xiushue, are you really okay? I'm fine. Gu Xiushue lifted her gaze and looked around. The array beneath the ice coffin still emitted faint glows. And those three people surrounding her earlier had completely vanished, as if they'd never appeared in the first place. She had contemplated many things, doubted many things, but never had she imagined that all of this, every single thing, was merely a plan set up for her by that person. From the initial mission to the final system bug, what protagonists and antagonists meant, it was all nothing more than a setup orchestrated by Gu Baichen to capture her heart. Gu Xiushue lowered her eyes and placed a hand over her chest. She hated being manipulated, but she had to admit, that guy succeeded. All the experiences in this world made her realize, at the moment of truth, she could no longer ignore or avoid her feelings. Even though she clearly knew that this short separation was only for a better reunion in the main world. Seeing them die before her eyes once again made suppressed emotions explode, leaving her feeling uneasy. I just want to stay and see. Gu Xiushue's voice trembled slightly, and her hands involuntarily tightened. If it had been earlier, she would have already returned to the main world. After all, there were people she cared about there. Now that she knew the truth, and the bug in this world was finally eliminated, she could finally leave. But she thought she needed some time to adjust herself properly before going back to the original world. When she returned, she would have to make things clear with him. Alright, I'll take you away whenever you're ready. 311 sighed softly and consoled her, but don't be too sad, he just went back to the main world. He wasn't truly sacrificed. Gu Xiushue, he is still waiting for you in the main world. Gu Xiushue gave a quiet response, her voice lost in the wind. She had stayed in this world for a very long time. The demon realm had never managed to select a new demon king, which led to quite some chaos. There was a group of great demons chasing after Lin Yan and calling him Little Prince, wanting him to ascend to the position of demon king, which scared Lin Yan so much that he hid back in the devil realm straight away. Yunyi eventually took the seat as devil lord. Gu Xiushue didn't meet with them, as farewells weren't really his forte. He just left 2 strings of tanghulu, candy skewers, by their window and then quietly left without making any noise. Qinyue ended up becoming the immortal lord. As such, relations between the immortal realm and devil realm improved significantly. When Gu Xiushue learned about this, he felt somewhat dazed and couldn't help but sigh. Initially, it was just his intention to find a proper place for the girl. Who would have thought that she would truly rise to become the immortal lord? Gu Xiushue could not think of what to give her, so he dug out the peach blossom brew he had made at the beginning in the immortal realm and kept 2 jars for her. Then, he went to the human realm, where Helian Ruohua had already become the empress. With the verdict of the Grand Tutor, no one in the court dared to object. That young girl cursed and ranted all day, saying if only she had known coming down the mountain meant suffering, she would have remained carefree on the mountain. Originally, Gu Xiushue wanted to go to the underworld, but after pondering for a while, he decided against it. After all, there was really nothing worth visiting for. Even if they were to meet again, it would lead to an eternal farewell, why bother feeling heartbroken once more? But he still found Yi Junming, giving him lots of things, instructing him to pass them along to Lanxin from time to time. Gu Xiushue visited many places. Until the birth of the world's new protagonist. He came to see that child. Just taking a distant look, the world's new protagonist was a very obedient little girl. When he arrived, it was exactly her birthday, and it was lively. The little girl also noticed his gaze, turned around to look at him, and gave a bright smile with her eyebrows curved like the moon. Gu Xiushue had a momentary lapse. He never thought of himself as a good person, yet when he saw those children, they were at their most vulnerable and helpless moments. Their appearances reminded him of the first time he met Gu Baichen. At that time, amidst all the chaos, he found Gu Baichen, held his hand, wiped away the blood and tears on his face, and embraced him tightly. This was why he softened his heart, this was why he used other methods to complete the villain task given to him by 311. He simply couldn't bear to hurt a child, let alone inflict endless humiliation and torture. Gu Xiushue snapped back to reality from his thoughts and sighed softly. Now everything has come to an end. The Tao of this world has chosen a new protagonist, so all the past should now be forgotten. What brings you here, big brother? An innocent voice rang in his ears. Only then did Gu Xiuxue realize that the little girl who smiled at him earlier had unknowingly walked right up to him. He curled his lips slightly. No, I'm just passing by. The little girl looked at him, her eyes shining brightly as she stretched out her hand with several wrapped candies resting in her palm. Alright, but today is my birthday, so I'll offer you some candy. Thank you. Gu Xiuxue accepted the candy and said thank you. Then he pulled out a bracelet he had carved recently. This will be my birthday present for you. The little girl originally intended to decline, but unexpectedly, the bracelet slipped directly onto her wrist and couldn't be taken off. She stared blankly at the bracelet, her eyes clouded with a bit of panic. Although she liked the bracelet, she also understood that giving just a few candies certainly didn't warrant such a valuable gift. And now, she realized the bracelet wouldn't come off. It seems this bracelet has a connection with you. Since it chose you, keep it. Thank you, big brother. In the end, the little girl could only blush and thank him while Gu Xiuxue lightly laughed and turned to leave. However, at the instant he turned, the little girl suddenly spoke. Big brother, my name is Shen Yanxue. Thank you for your present. If you encounter problems in the future, you can come to the Shen family, and I'll help you. Hearing these 3 words, Gu Xiuxue's heart trembled violently, and the hand by his side involuntarily tightened slowly. He stopped walking but didn't turn around. He silently gazed ahead, his nose stung, and his eyes suddenly felt sore as a tear rolled down. 3:11. I'm here, what's wrong? Let's go back. Okay. Chapter 183, Back to the Main World, I see you're really hungry. Upon returning to the main world, Gu Xiuxue's first thought was to enjoy a good meal. As he sat up abruptly from bed, there was a fleeting moment of bewilderment. The flow of time is different between the small world and the main world. Even though centuries had passed in the small world for him, only a month or 2 had gone by in the main world. However, he didn't remember lying down on the bed before leaving. Was that his mistake? Gu Xiuxue, slightly pained, rubbed his temples, glancing around without spotting anything out of the ordinary. Besides, he wasn't in the mood to think too much about it now. Even though he wasn't an ordinary person and had taken a nutrient solution before leaving, not eating for a month or 2 wouldn't have starved him to death. But the time spent in that world was longer than he had anticipated, making him feel somewhat hungry. While pondering this, Gu Xiuxue massaged his stomach and immediately ordered takeout. Fortunately, the delivery speed was fast enough. 20 minutes later, Gu Xiuxue opened the door and looked at a group of puzzle delivery guys outside his door. He clapped his hands, stepping aside to create some space, smiling brightly as he spoke. Alright, please put the items on the table. Thank you all. Perplexed but cooperative, they followed his instruction, forming a line and placing their delivery bags onto the table before quietly departing. This perplexity instantly turned into joy when they left the villa and received their tips. What did it matter how much the customer ordered? It didn't affect their earnings after all. After Gu Xiuxue closed the door, just as he was ready to dig into his takeout, another knock on the door interrupted him. Furrowing his brows, his eyes carried a trace of annoyance. No one good ever disturbed him while eating at this time. Even as he suppressed his inner irritation and coldly opened the door, seeing a completely unfamiliar face made his expression colder. In front of him stood a teenager who appeared no older than 17 or 18. He was decently handsome, with a playful grin revealing his dimples. A pair of rabbit ears stood out amidst his disheveled hair, one hand resting on his hip, the other propping up his head on the doorframe, his legs casually crossed. Wonderful, confirmed by a look, he didn't recognize this boy. You've got the wrong person. Without expression, Gu Xiuxue attempted to close the door, but the youth suddenly stepped forward, stopping the closing door with his hand. His nose twitched slightly, catching the aroma, and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow. Gu Xiuxue, you just came back and already ordered so much food, you can't possibly eat all of it yourself. Let me help you. Gu Xiuxue paused for a brief silence before speaking in a firm tone. Are you number 3? 311. It's okay that you called me number 3 when I was still a system. But now that I've exchanged myself for a new body, calling me number 3 seems inappropriate, doesn't it? 311's mouth twitched awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Gu Xiuxue scrutinized him carefully, walking around him once for a closer inspection, then nodded in agreement. You're right. It's indeed not suitable to call you number 3. And I shouldn't keep calling you 311 either since you are more of a human now. It doesn't matter. It's just a name. As long as you don't call me number 3, you can call me whatever you want. 311 waved his hand dismissively, saying as he walked directly to the table and took a seat. Staring at the spread of food before him, he cheerfully commented. But we can talk about matters later. I'm starving, let me eat first. TSK. Me too. As Gu Xiuxue watched the pile of food shrink rapidly under the assault of ravenous hands, he remained silent for a moment, watching 311 devour everything with his bare hands. With such an innocent, handsome teenage face, oil stains covered his hands as he ate without any regard for his appearance. It seemed like he hadn't even properly seen what the food looked like before swallowing it. Gu Xiushua's lips twitched faintly. It appeared this guy was truly famished and would eat anything. You should slow down. 311, his eyes twinkling brightly, nodded absent-mindedly before Gu Xiushue could finish speaking, yet never pausing the rapid motion of his hands. He had used most of his points earned from the last mission to exchange for this new body specifically to taste human food. Facing this table full of delicious dishes, he simply couldn't stop. Gu Xiushue silently tore off a chicken leg and chewed on it slowly, glancing at the menu on the light screen as he ate. It seemed that all this food was simply not enough. He'd have to order more. But it didn't matter, he wasn't short of money, so this wasn't a big deal for him. As for Gu Beichen, who cared about him? Whenever and wherever, eating was the most important thing. Once he had his fill, he could settle accounts with that guy. Gu Xiushue had to admit that he did have feelings for the child he raised by himself. He did indeed like Gu Beichen. But so what? Anyone who schemed against him would pay a price. Gu Xiushue secretly thought about how to take revenge on Gu Beichen, and ended up ordering another table full of dishes. 311 had only eaten until 5/10 full, looked at the food left on the table, then awkwardly looked up at Gu Xiushue who had only chewed through 2 chicken legs. He quietly put down the bone in his hand and chuckled guiltily. Gu Xiushue. I was just really hungry, don't mind me. I still have some points left. I'll give them all to you, it's my meal money. At that moment, the doorbell rang again, breaking the atmosphere between the two. 311 was already feeling somewhat guilty, and the unexpected sound startled him even more. Gu Xiushue got up to open the door, glancing indifferently at the mess on the table. Clean it up. Okay. Sure. 311 readily agreed, nodding repeatedly while cleaning up at once. The originally messy table quickly became much cleaner. Gu Xiushue couldn't help but marvel at his speed, truly deserving of being from the System Mall's production line. The speed at which he cleaned up was impressive. Perhaps he could keep this guy around to do housework for him. Thinking about this, Gu Xiushue opened the door. Outside stood more than 10 delivery guys looking at each other. This time, even Gu Xiushue was momentarily speechless. The city where he currently resided wasn't small, and there were plenty of delivery people. But, how was it them again? Gu Xiushue, firmly holding on to the belief that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, others would be, moved aside silently. Just put it on the table. They quietly entered the house, skillfully placing their deliveries on the table before quietly turning around and leaving. Wow. Gu Xiushue. Are all these for me? Wah, I knew you love me. Chapter 184, a shue, yes, I have 1 billion points of small money. Of course not, these are what I ordered for myself. You just ate so much before, and I haven't eaten anything yet. Gu Xiushue closed the door and looked at the already open takeaway food all over the table, with 311's eyes shining. He raised an eyebrow and walked to 311's side, holding his hand seriously. You've already eaten so much stuff. If you eat more, your current body might not be able to handle it. Ah. 311 immediately put on a sad face with and stretched a single word into 18 tones. Gu Xiushue, you're the best. I'll transfer all my points to you, just let me eat a little, don't worry, I can handle it. 311 had absolute confidence in the bodies produced by the System Mall. Not to mention, this time he bought an advanced body. It's not just eating these foods, even if 10 more tables came, he could still finish them all. Gu Xiushue completely ignored his whining pleas and sat down to start eating without a second thought. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, 311 stopped eating too and watched him from the side. Only then did he notice that although Gu Xiushue wasn't eating like he had been before, her speed was no less fast. Why did you come to find me? Don't you need to do missions anymore? Gu Xiushue suddenly asked, snapping 311 out of his daze while staring longingly at the meat. Oh, because in the main world, you're the only friend I know. 311 smiled and explained. I used my points to exchange for a body, and besides, they concealed something from me before, so they compensated me with a long vacation. I'm currently on vacation. But you were my first host, and following you was my first task. Even though I'm on vacation, I didn't know where to go, so I could only come find you. While putting 2 pieces of meat in his bowl, Gu Xiushue smiled and said. I remember you once said I was the hardest client you ever took, so how did I become the first? Hey, that's what all the guides say. 311 grinned, swallowing the meat without hesitation. Gu Xiushue shook her head helplessly as she observed him. Thank goodness this guy found her, otherwise, someone might easily deceive him in that state. Everything in the main world requires money, you should know this clearly. 311 nodded, I understand, but I only have points, no money. But you're rich. Big shot, please take care of me. After all, he hadn't forgotten that Gu Xiushue won so many bonuses. You could say that the entire Gu family now belonged to Gu Xiushue. If she wanted to, supporting him would be more than enough. 311 edged closer to Gu Xiushue and spoke very earnestly. Given that I've accompanied you for so many years, supporting me for several decades isn't unfair, right? I only have a 15-year holiday, and after the break, I'll have to continue my tasks. Gu Xiuxiu sighed, are they telling the truth, that points cannot be exchanged for money unless the person is a tasker? 311, Aren't those only usable by taskers to change into cash? Gu Xiuxiu remained silent. Gu Xiuxiu helplessly said, systems can too. Or do you think those systems who exchange bodies for vacations in the main world use money from thin air? Do you think every tasker is like Shi? Systems go on holidays, casually throwing out black cards, letting him spend whatever he wants. Not every tasker is as rich as they are. Nor does every relationship between a tasker and their system reach that level of intimacy. Most taskers and systems can merely be considered colleagues, some are good friends. Still, there's another group whose relationships aren't that great, and they part ways upon completing a task, never reconnecting. The expenses for those systems naturally depend on point exchanges. 311 felt momentarily lost, then enlightened. Oh, so it can be done this way. Nevertheless, you should keep those points for later tasks, just in case you may need them. Gu Xiuxiu laughed lightly. I certainly hope your next tasker isn't like me, causing problems due to insufficient energy. 311, As 311 sulkily ate his meal, he secretly thought, Gu Xiuxiu actually despised him, so he wouldn't acknowledge her existence for the next 2 hours. But who would have thought that the next moment, a golden-edged black card would appear right before his eyes? 311 abruptly froze in place, lifting his gaze to look at Gu Xiuxiu with disbelief, his eyes glowing with joy. Gu Xiuxiu, you. Gu Xiuxiu grinned as she slapped the card onto the table, her tone light and airy. But your luck's good. There aren't many taskers like Shi, but there are still some. Go ahead and spend it. If it's not enough, let me know. Why, I knew it, you do love me the most. Gu Xiuxiu, I absolutely adore you. As 311 exclaimed this, he was so excited he wanted to hug Gu Xiuxiu, but Gu Xiuxiu dodged with evident distaste. Don't, hurry up and eat first. After eating, clean up properly. Go sleep in the guest room, later I'll have someone send over 2 new sets of clothes for you to pack up. Gu Xiuxiu said this while also putting down his chopsticks and preparing to leave. Tomorrow I need to go back and deal with some matters, so I won't be able to accompany you. Here's the key to the house, if you want to go out, just go. If you're missing anything, buy it straight away. As 311 watched his retreating figure ascending the stairs, he suddenly shouted. Wait, aren't you going to take me with you? Gu Xiuxiu paused mid-step, slightly turning his head to look at him. He carefully examined 311's face, a flash of brilliance crossing his mind, and a smile curled on his lips. You want to come with me, that's not impossible. You can help me with something along the way. Without even asking what Gu Xiuxiu needed help with, hearing these words was enough for 311 to nod vigorously. Good. Gu Xiuxiu stopped paying attention to 311 and instead returned to his own room, took a shower, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. After tidying up, he sat by the bed, buying some things for 311, then prepared to contact Shi. Gu Xiuxiu was sighing, reflecting that it had been centuries since they'd last seen each other. He wondered whether Shi felt the same way when he returned from his missions back then. When the video call connected, Gu Xiuxiu fell silent. He looked at the person on the holographic screen, then glanced outside at the sky. It was daytime. How did you suddenly decide to call me on video? Shi eye corners were slightly red, his voice a little hoarse, his long hair disheveled, his 2 horns buried among the strands. While asking, he pulled the edges of his coat closer around himself, but could not hide the marks all over his body. Just looking at the upper half of his body alone was overwhelming. Chapter 185, His Friend, Shi. Well, I just missed you. Gu Xiuxiu turned his head awkwardly and touched the tip of his nose with his hand. He was no longer a complete novice, so he naturally knew what Shi had been doing earlier. But he never expected that in broad daylight they would be so impatient. Anyway, if you're busy, just hang up. I just wanted to tell you I'll be back tomorrow. Gu Xiuxiu felt extremely guilty and uncomfortable, not daring to look directly at Shi. After all, making jokes normally was fine, but now that he'd messed up something for his good friend, it left him truly unsure how to respond. Shi, on the other side, noticed his reaction and softly laughed. He casually leaned on the sofa, lifting his hand to absent-mindedly fix his messy hair. Shi tilted his head slightly and spoke in a gentle tone. Alright, send me the time and location, I'll pick you up tomorrow. It's good that you're coming back, didn't you know? Your little nephew had a car accident a few days ago. What? How could he have a car accident? Gu Xiuxiu became worried instantly, paying no mind to being awkward or uncomfortable as he furrowed his brows while looking at Shi, concern and urgency evident in his eyes. How is he now? I don't know, it might have been an accident, or maybe those people from the Gu family. Didn't you always want to get away from him? Now that he had an accident and can't find you, aren't you glad? Shi raised an eyebrow with a faint smile, showing a hint of playful amusement in his eyes. Suddenly sitting upright, both hands propped on the couch, he moved closer to the screen. You care about him this much, huh? Gu Xiuxiu was momentarily stunned, wanting to explain instinctively, after all, he is my. But he hesitated as soon as the words reached his lips. Gu Xiushue's gaze flickered slightly before curving his lips into a smile. Looking at you like that, it seems like he probably didn't run into any major issues. Right, he fell into a coma for 2 days, then woke up. Who knows if his brain got damaged, or if he finally came to terms with it. Shi Jian nodded. We've pulled back all the people we sent out before. Looks like they really don't plan on finding you anymore. The faint smile on Gu Xiushue's lips faded somewhat, and his gaze grew obscure. Is that so? It would be best if he truly let go. Hearing these words filled with resentment, Shi Jian arched an eyebrow and smiled silently without speaking, merely switching topics. By the way, will you stay at my place when you come back? I'll have someone prepare your room. The moment Shi Jian finished speaking, a muffled groan escaped his lips involuntarily. Xia Zhize, who was originally kneeling on the ground half holding onto Shi Jian's ankle, lightly caressed it with his fingertips. Upon hearing Shi Jian inviting the other person over to their home, Xia Zai's eyes darkened. And on the white leg appeared another mark from his teeth. However, Xia Zai's hands were still restless, grabbing one ankle while the other slid upwards along the calf. Shi Jian's body softened a bit as he slightly frowned and lifted his other foot, pushing with his toes against Xia Zai's shoulder to try and kick him off. But unexpectedly, Xia Zhize held on to both legs. Meeting the lust-filled gaze, Xia Zhize planted tender kisses by Shi Jian's thigh. If things went on like this. Shi Jian almost gasped, feeling uneasy inside, and hurriedly covered Xia Zai's mouth with his hand. Even sensing wetness beneath his palm, he only trembled slightly in his eyelashes, with no intention of letting go, whispering softly. Don't. Just as Gu Xiushue snapped back from his thoughts, still pondering about Gu Beichen, he instinctively declined after hearing Shi Jian's words. Let's skip it. I still have some other matters to deal with, so I won't disturb you. He suddenly choked up. Although unable to see anything, he noticed a subtle abnormality on Shi Jian's face. Anyway, the takeout I ordered has arrived, so I'll hang up now. With that said, Gu Xiushue hung up the video call without hesitation and lay down entirely in the soft bed, sighing involuntarily. Young people are really full of vigor, even during daytime. Gu Xiushue shifted his head and looked at the empty bed beside him, reminiscing about how Gu Beichen had locked him to the bed. He pressed his lips together, turned around, burying his face into the blanket. He wouldn't believe that guy would give up easily. He knows it best, considering he helped raise him. But why did the car accident happen all of a sudden? Could it have something to do with the sacrifice in the small world? Gu Xiushue felt an unsettling sense of anxiety and irritation growing inside him. If it weren't for Shi Jian informing him that Gu Beichen was fine at the moment, Gu Xiushue would have likely bought a ticket to return immediately, instead of waiting until tomorrow. Even though he had always intended to avoid Gu Beichen and escape entirely, he never wished for the younger man to get hurt. Some feelings, even when deliberately ignored or denied, could not be erased. The gap between them was truly too great, both in status and age. He was over 300 years older than Gu Beichen. He was merely the adopted son of the Gu family, while Gu Beichen was the head of the family. Even though there was no blood relation between them, he couldn't get past the barrier in his heart, especially since his sister had been so kind to him. Gu Xiushue sighed while hugging a pillow. But things were different now. He no longer wanted to keep running away or denying his feelings. Closing his eyes, Gu Xiushue silently murmured. I'm sorry, sister. He had promised her that he would take care of the child, but in the end, he ended up taking care of him in ways she hadn't expected. Meanwhile, as soon as the video call ended, Shi Jian was forcefully pinned down on the sofa by Xia Zhize. His legs draped over Xia Zai's shoulders, he tilted his head back and laughed lightly. Why are you in such a hurry? Xia Zhize simply looked at him with a slightly resentful and pitiful gaze. You just invited your friend to stay over. He's my friend. Shi Jian helplessly complied with Xia Zhize and pulled off the coat he had just put on. Xia Zhize bit into his shoulder, his tone becoming even more pitiful. But you promised me that you'd spend these days with me. Alright, he didn't come, did he? I'll still be with you these few days, good boy. Shi Jian didn't manage to finish his words of comfort, they were all scattered in a wild kiss. No. I still need to pick him up tomorrow. You, don't go too far today. Xia Zai's eyes flickered before he leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. What will Anan have to pay as the price? Shi Jian's misty eyes lost focus momentarily, yet he still gasped for breath and slowly spoke. Anything, whatever you want, wait until I settle him down. After that, for the next month. 3 months. No, 1 month. Anan. Not negotiable, just 1 month. When refused again, Xia Zhize simply curled his lips. He kissed the horn on Shi Jian's head, teasingly pinching his little tail, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Master. Shi Jian couldn't resist such an enticing Xia Zhize anymore. Looking down briefly, he turned his head and hooked his neck, sighing helplessly yet indulgently. Alright, all yours. Chapter 186, I keep you in my heart, and you. Gu Xiushue got up early the next morning and pulled 311 out of bed. After having breakfast and tidying up, they were ready to go back. He glanced at 311, who was already wearing a new set of clothes, his eyes sweeping over his shoes. So you went out last night instead of sleeping just to buy 2 pairs of shoes. Gu Xiuxue looked at 311, who yesterday was about the same height as him but today stood taller by half a head, and for a moment didn't know what to say. 311 gave him a hee-hee laugh, twirled around in front of him, hands on his hips, and tilted his head back. Didn't you notice? I even specially got my hair done, tucked my ears in, and sprayed some perfume. Gu Xiuxue, I noticed, but why are you dressed so flashy? 311, quite self-righteously said, you're taking me back to meet your little nephew, right? I can't be overshadowed by him. Gu Xiuxue. He didn't quite understand. Why does 311 need to compete with Gu Beichen when he meets him? What's there to compare? Moreover, Gu Xiuxue silently took a step back, pondered for a moment, and finally decided not to say anything. If he wasn't mistaken, that guy Gu Beichen was more than a head taller than him. Even if 311 wore height-increasing shoes and used shoe pads, he was still shorter than Gu Beichen by quite a bit. Gu Xiuxue mentally compared the two, gradually leaning towards Gu Beichen. He suddenly felt a sense of pride. It's no wonder that he is truly outstanding in every aspect since he was raised by him. As for 311. Some things he'd better not say out loud, lest it makes the person cry and he'd have no patience to console. They're both childish kids after all. Gu Xiuxue thought about it and chuckled faintly, shook his head, alright, stop fooling around, let's go. At these words, 311 immediately lost the swagger from before, obediently responded with a sound, then dragged his suitcase behind Gu Xiuxue. He was afraid of getting lost, so he closely followed Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue caught the corner of his eye noticing 311's current appearance. His heart stirred slightly as he suddenly remembered how Gu Beichen also used to tightly follow him when he was little. So tiny. When he angered him, Gu Beichen would revert to his true form, clawing at his pants leg with those 2 little paws, pitifully gazing at him while softly whimpering. A smirk curved on Gu Xiuxue's lips. In the next moment, he noticed someone pulling at his sleeve. 311, who intentionally wore height-enhancing shoes and thus was already half a head taller than him, now lowered his head, slightly pursing his lips, gently holding onto his sleeve and spoke softly. You walk too fast, I can't keep up. Gu Xiuxue arched an eyebrow. He couldn't believe a system wouldn't be able to keep up with his pace, especially when he wasn't walking fast either. Nevertheless, subconsciously, he paused for a moment. With his head bowed low, 311 quietly whispered near his ear. Gu Xiuxue, I feel like someone has been following us. I originally intended to use system privileges to check, but found out that nothing works in this main world. 311 seemed somewhat frustrated saying this. Gu Xiuxue consoled softly, that's normal. If the system had too many privileges, it would affect others. Since someone is following, let them follow then. Let's go. As Gu Xiuxue said this, he turned around, took the suitcase from 311's hand, and continued forward. His gaze flickered briefly, the curve at the corner of his mouth deepening. Even though Shi Jiuan had told him that Gu Beichen had already recalled everyone he sent out, he still didn't believe it. He trusted Shi Jiuan, but he didn't trust Gu Beichen. He didn't believe that person would let go easily, nor did he believe that person would withdraw everyone around him. As a system, although 311 didn't have the permission or ability to peek into other people's information in the main world, he was still sharper than others. He could sense someone following them, but didn't know their purpose or background. But he knew. Gu Beichen. Gu Xiuxue silently repeated this name in his heart, then lightly hummed. Not until they boarded the plane, and he closed his eyes did the curve at the corner of his lips soften a little. If there were no mistakes, the person who had been following them should have already sent the pictures taken earlier to Gu Beichen. That kid wanted to retreat in order to advance. He was curious to see how long the act could last. After we go back, try not to leave the house, and if you do, go with me. Gu Xiuxue kept his eyes closed but suddenly spoke up. However, after I'm done with my matters, you can go wherever you want. Let's hang out again tonight. His voice was soft, every word clearly reaching 311's ears. 311 was reading a novel and, hearing his words, slightly turned his head to look at him with a smile, nodding. I got it. Gu Xiuxue opened his eyes and looked at him, also showing a smile as he thoughtfully asked. Can you drink alcohol? 311 blinked, an inexplicable excitement seeping into his tone. Of course, now I can handle 1,000 cups without drunkenness and 10,000 more with standing firm. How about that? Aren't you thinking of getting me drunk, then taking me back to lock me up in the little dark room for forced love? A faint twitch graced Gu Xiuxue's lips. He had originally intended to ask why 311 harbored such thoughts, but his peripheral vision caught the title of the novel 311 was reading. Brother, you're in my heart, but I put you in the little dark room. Gu Xiuxue. What kind of strange and odd name is this? Hasn't 311 been corrupted by these nonsensical novels? No. Just as Gu Xiuxue thought this, he abruptly stopped his train of thought, narrowing his eyes slightly as he put some distance between himself and 311. 311's current appearance was way too deceptive. He looked like a well-behaved, tender teenager who would blush fiercely from just a few over-the-line words. As a result, Gu Xiuxue almost forgot that during their time in the minor worlds, 311 gave him plenty of extremely novels along with various resources. This guy wasn't the type who could be corrupted by just one or two novels. Not that, I just want you to accompany me for a few drinks. My tolerance isn't very good though, so you'll probably have to help bring me back later. Gu Xiuxue composed his thoughts, leaning back once again as he softly voiced his request. Ah, no problem, leave it to me. 311 flashed him an OK sign before continuing to read his novel, occasionally emitting several sounds of tsk tisk. This novel's writing isn't bad, but it just doesn't do it justice. Who would have thought the main world's novels have such limited, it's really unfortunate. So many fantastic key moments are all glossed over with an ellipsis. Hey, this author has written a bunch of books, they all seem pretty good. Gu Xiuxue, want to check them out? I'll share them with you. Gu Xiuxue casually glanced at the author's homepage that 311 opened, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes. What ugly covers, how come they're all stick figures? Is this author so poor that they can't even afford proper covers? 311, _ 311, unfriend for 3 seconds, how could you call those adorable covers ugly, you unappreciative man? Gu Xiuxue, how about 30 minutes, I need to get some sleep. Sleep then. Who can possibly sleep as much as you? Chapter 187, Return, all our bigwigs. Gu Xiuxue stepped out of the airport with 311 and immediately spotted Shi Jiuan waiting outside, as well as Xie Zhai's by his side. His eyes curved into a warm smile, and without hesitation, he strode forward to directly embrace Shi Jiuan. Shi Jiuan, I've missed you so much. Alright, let's get in the car first. Shi Jiuan just smiled and patted his back. Xie Zhai silently took the suitcase from 311's hand, placed it in the car, and opened the door for them. Gu Xiuxue had already given her address to Shi Jiuan yesterday, so there was no worry about other things now. Shi Jiuan asked, since you're back and it's getting late, how about we have dinner later and gather together? Gu Xiuxue glanced at him, then at Xie Zhai's, lightly raising his eyebrows. Let's pass. There will be plenty of time and opportunities in the future, I have something else to do tonight. Alright. Shi Jiuan chuckled softly and didn't insist further. He shifted his gaze to 311. Is he your system? When did you hide from me to do missions without telling me? 311 instantly straightened his body, swallowed hard, and began. Ah, yes, I am his system, working in the antagonist book crossing department, ID 311, nice to meet you. Xie Zhai spoke up calmly, don't be so nervous, looking at you, you should be on vacation in the main world. Since Xiuxue brought you back too, we are all friends, so enjoy your holiday fully. If anything happens, feel free to come to us. Okay, thank you. Gu Xiuxue watched the reserved demeanor of 311 and felt somewhat surprised. This guy started binge eating wildly upon entering yesterday, completely lacking any image, but now he has become cautious. Gu Xiuxue sent a message to 311 while looking down, asking what exactly happened, and received loads of complaints. 311, OAO. 311, you only said they are your friends, but you didn't tell me that they are task takers. 311, the one next to him is Xie Zhai's, right? It's him. The guy who always catches runaway systems. 311, I saw his photo on the system forum. It said that those doing tasks would stay far away when they see him in the same world, fearing accidental harm. 311's hands were trembling slightly while typing these words. As a new system, all of his knowledge about previous systems and task takers came entirely from the system forums. Regarding those descriptions of Xie Zhai's by other systems, he still remembers clearly. They say Xie Zhai's uses extremely cruel methods, encountering runaway systems either to capture them or kill them directly. And runaway systems differ from wild systems born accidentally, they were once among their own kind. Being from the same source sometimes leads to some misunderstandings and conflicts. When doing tasks, if they encounter other task takers, they can discuss nicely, but upon meeting Xie Zhai's, they can only hide. Gu Xiuxue paused in silence, replying after a moment, I thought I told you. 311, wah. You did, but it was all lies. 311, also, that Shi Jiuan, I know him too, a pure-blooded succubus. 311, it went viral on the system forum, half of the little cakes in the system mall are bought by him. 311, more importantly. His brother. That Shi Mo, he used to rank number 1. After typing this, 311 leaned back with a long sigh, still somewhat dazed at this moment. What merits does he possess, being such a newly born system, having done only one mission and receiving such a long vacation? Even more incredible, sitting in the same car with two big names that one can only see on forums. Gu Xiuxue pondered for a bit and seriously replied, this time isn't my fault, I definitely mentioned Jiuan. I even mentioned him to you yesterday. 311. 311, you did mention him, but you didn't say he's your friend, nor did you say he would come pick us up today. He originally thought Gu Baichen would come, so he dressed specially. If he had known earlier it would be Shi Jiuan, he wouldn't have made himself look like this. These are predecessors. Predecessors ah. Gu Xiuxue consoled, don't worry, actually they're not at all fierce. Besides, they don't do missions anymore, just treat them as ordinary people. Don't be overly nervous. 311 looked at Gu Xiuxue with a suspicious eye and remained silent, lips tightly pursed. Gu Xiuxue bent his eyebrows and eyes towards him with a smile. 311 only felt that his smile resembled a fox's, calculating something even when it was just an ordinary smile. He became increasingly quiet, put his phone away, and silently turned his head to look out the window without a word. At this moment, Gu Xiuxue indeed felt somewhat curious. It was the first time he had heard of a system forum. However, the system forum clearly was a place for systems to converse, and he figured he wouldn't be able to access it directly. But just as he was about to coax 311 into letting him take a peek inside, the guy suddenly ignored him. Gu Xiuxue couldn't help but let out a light tut, deciding against saying anything further. Soon, they arrived at one of his apartments. The group got out of the car, Shi Jiuan and Gu Xiuxue walking ahead, while Xie Zhais followed behind carrying the suitcase. Even though 311 knew these two were no longer task takers, seeing too much about their exploits on the system forum made him wary enough to avoid getting too close to them now. Thus, he stayed quietly by Gu Xiuxue's side, gripping his hand and refusing to let go. Gu Xiuxue was quite helpless, yet simultaneously more curious about what Shi Jiuan and Xie Zhais had done during their mission days that scared these systems so much. It seemed, though, that what frightened 311 the most was Xie Zhais. Gu Xiuxue thought while glancing at Xie Zhais, since he and Shi Jiuan were friends, he wasn't afraid of Shi Jiuan. As for Xie Zhais, perhaps because he'd witnessed Xie Zhais acting like an affectionate little puppy clinging to Shi Jiuan, he found it hard to associate Xie Zhais with ferocity. Alright, since you've just returned, get plenty of rest. Xie Zhais noticed his gaze, just set down the suitcase, and gave them a smile. Then, holding Shi Jiuan's hand, his eyes filled with even deeper warmth. We have other matters to deal with, so we won't stay with you any longer. Anan, let's go. Xie Zhais whispered a reminder in Shi Jiuan's ear. Don't forget what you promised me yesterday. Shi Jiuan said, Xiuxue, take care and rest well. We'll leave first, and if there's anything, remember to send me a message. Gu Xiuxue waved at him and chuckled, understood, go back. Watching the two depart, he closed the door, began tidying up, then tossed a key to 311. 311 took the key somewhat confusedly. Why are you giving me a key? Didn't you say I'm going to live with you during this period? Chapter 188, his nickname is Zai Zai. Yes, this one is from upstairs. You've been staying with me these past few days, but you can't keep living with me forever. Come with me to the S-Guild later. Gu Xiuxue smiled and said, my alcohol tolerance isn't very good. If I get drunk, I'll be troubling you to take me home. However, it depends on how long that guy can hold out. 311. 311 widened his eyes. In an instant, countless images flashed through his mind. Finally, he looked at Gu Xiuxue incredulously, his voice trembling. Wait a moment, Gu Xiuxue, what you mean is, instead of getting him drunk and locking him up in the small dark room, you're planning to get yourself drunk and deliver yourself into his arms. Gu Xiuxue, if you want to put it that way, sure. 311, what about me? What am I supposed to be? Am I also part of your PLA strategy? Gu Xiuxue, if that's how you want to think, there's nothing I can do about it. 311, OAO. Wah wah wah. It turned out he had misjudged things. It's not right. Since we're going to end up in the small dark room anyway, why can't you lock him up? 311 was still trying to reason. You. Right now, all of the Gu family's assets are under your name, and he just has the title of head of the Gu family. Can't you take charge and act decisively? Gu Xiuxue put down the item in his hands and replied frankly, of course, it's because I don't want the trouble. If it wasn't for that incident, I wouldn't have taken over the Gu family in the first place. I had already planned my travel schedule after finally handing over the Gu family. Gu Xiuxue stopped suddenly while speaking, recalling how he hadn't even had time to leave before being caught by Gu Beichen and locked up. Anyway, this is my business. All you need to do is help me. Saying that, Gu Xiuxue directly opened the light screen and accessed the private photo album within the gallery. 311 quickly noticed that the name of the private album was Zai Zai, but soon his attention was fully drawn by the pictures in front of him. Do you know what he looks like? But now, you must remember his appearance. Gu Xiuxue smiled, patted 311 on the shoulder, and remarked. When the time comes, I'll need your help. If he shows up, just hand me over to him, and I'll handle the rest myself. Afterward, I will contact you. Humph. 311 let out a soft snort but couldn't help muttering under his breath. This is such a great opportunity, with everything in our favor, and yet you are letting it slip away. You are just too soft-hearted, always too soft-hearted, which will only harm you. Gu Xiuxue fell silent. This really wasn't about being soft-hearted. For him, it was indeed a good chance to launch a counterattack. He could lock Gu Beichen up, it's not something he couldn't do, nor was it something he hadn't considered doing. But as soon as he thought about locking him up, he would have to take over the Gu family again and deal with so many matters. Gu Xiuxue felt a headache coming on. Since he had handled it before, on the day Gu Baichen came of age, without hesitation, he handed over the Gu family and ran away. He didn't want to continue managing the affairs of the Gu family. Unfortunately, that person wanted to retreat in order to advance, deliberately avoiding him. So, he could only use this method to force him out. Gu Xiuxue calculated in his heart that after resolving these matters, he would go traveling slowly, leaving Gu Baichen here to make money for him. When Gu Baichen got everything he wanted, he would leave him behind and ignore him for several months. As for counterattacking, there would always be opportunities. Although they had stayed in that book world for so many years, Gu Baichen was still relatively young in the main world. To Gu Xiuxue, he was still like a little wolf pup. It didn't matter to spoil him a bit more now. When he grows up a little more, he'll eat him slowly. Gu Xiuxue secretly calculated in his heart but didn't know that in the future, he would completely forget about the counterattack because of that wolf's whining and acting cute. When he came back to his senses, he realized that 311 had already started reading novels again. That guy seemed intentional. Not only did he read novels himself, but he also activated the audiobook mode directly. Upon hearing the line, "Without senior petting, where does junior go crazy?" Gu Xiuxue's lips twitched slightly. All right, don't play it anymore. He's young now, what's wrong with me indulging him a bit? I just want to wait until he gets older too. Never mind, why am I explaining these things to you? Gu Xiuxue immediately stopped speaking. He didn't need to explain so much to 311. 311, however, grinned at him. Xiuxue. Do you know? On the system forum, many system hosts share your kind of thinking, and they haven't succeeded either. Being too soft-hearted isn't a good thing, especially in bed. 311 crossed his arms and gave a sneer, his eyes as if seeing through everything. Men's sweet talk in bed is the least reliable. They say next time they'll let you take the lead, but who knows when that next time will be. If you're too soft-hearted, don't expect him to give in first. I'm telling you, I'm not just any system, I'm also an erudite bookworm. 311 spoke with pride, lifting his head and adjusting his pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Gu Xiuxue, so, where did you get that pair of glasses from? Besides, Chen grew up under my watchful eye. I know him well, he's different from others. No matter when, Gu Baichen would always treat him kindly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape by faking with the doctor during his captivity. After all, his methods weren't sophisticated. By then, he had already handed over the Gu family to Gu Baichen. Though some bottom cards were retained, there were still many loopholes. If Gu Baichen had been calmer and more ruthless, he would have noticed something was wrong. But he didn't, or even if he did notice, he didn't dare bet on him, leaving him no choice but to let him go. Gu Xiuxue sighed lightly. All right, I need to rest for a while. We'll talk later. Go find yourself something to eat. And turn off that novel of yours. He couldn't figure out why 311 had recently developed a penchant for forced love small dark room stories. But this journey was tiring. He should rest first. Gu Xiuxue closed the door and opened the wardrobe, pondering which set of clothes to wear tonight. His gaze rested on the wine-red shirt, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. 311 watched as Gu Xiuxue entered the room, obediently turning off audiobook mode, and then resumed reading with a wistful expression. It wasn't until he reached the final few chapters of the bonus sections, noticing the author's subtle request for 5-star reviews tucked inside, that he suddenly remembered he hadn't left one. Without hesitation, he promptly gave it 5 stars and threw in a few tokens of appreciation as gifts for powering love. After finishing all this, he nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 189, Only a fool would spend 29.99 points on a small cake. When Gu Xiuxue woke up, he smelled the aroma of food as soon as he opened the door to his room, which helped clear his mind slightly from its previous confusion. Seeing 311 bustling about cooking, Gu Xiuxue felt a flicker of surprise in his heart and took a step closer. Just as he entered the kitchen, 311 acted completely unfazed upon seeing him and directly shoved a meatball into his mouth. All right, take the meatballs out there. I've still got one more soup here, but it'll be done soon. Gu Xiuxue placed the meatballs on the table, somewhat astonished by how appetizing the food prepared by 311 looked and smelled. Set the table for dinner. After we eat, we can head to that club you mentioned. As 311 spoke, he placed the soup on the table. Clearly quite satisfied with the feast before them, he clapped his hands and invited Gu Xiuxue to eat. Gu Xiuxue chuckled faintly but began setting the table beside it anyway, sitting down at the dining table. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Honestly, I never expected this. You actually know how to cook, and your dishes taste amazing." "Of course. I'm a system after all, what does a system not know?" 311 responded proudly, keeping a side eye on Gu Xiuxue's reaction while saying, "I learned all these things right now. Gu Xiuxue, this is my first time cooking. It's great, very delicious. The presentation, aroma, and flavor are perfect. It surpasses the dishes from those chefs. Truly impressive of you." Gu Xiuxue looked at the obviously proud manner of him and didn't hold back with praise. "While you were asleep, I watched some videos. I thought trying all these would be fun, so I just gave it a shot. Turns out, it worked pretty well. 311 happily chimed in, speaking as he kept piling dishes onto his plate. Gu Xiuxue was enjoying his meal when his companion suddenly dropped a line. I heard Gu Beichen also cooks very well. Do you think his food is better or mine? Gu Xiuxue. Wait, how did the topic jump to this? Of course, they're both good. Gu Xiuxue quietly swallowed another piece of meat. He couldn't understand why 311 always compared himself to Gu Beichen since the moment they met, despite the fact that technically, they hadn't even officially met yet. Is that so? Then looks like his cooking is probably better than mine. 311 pouted a little, muttering under his breath, no wonder he has you enchanted, unwilling to act decisively, with that face of his, and cooking well too. Gu Xiuxue wanted to tell 311 that he wasn't unwilling to act, but rather wanted to wait until Gu Beichen grew older before taking any action. Currently, Gu Beichen seemed too young to him. But the moment he locked eyes with 311, the latter looked at him as if to say, you don't have to explain, I get it. You're just too soft-hearted to take action. Being observed with such an expression by 311, Gu Xiuxue didn't feel like explaining anymore. After all, this was his personal matter with Gu Beichen and didn't need much explanation to 311. Being misunderstood wouldn't change much. However, 311, you seem to have a strange obsession with getting me to move forward with things. Are you hiding something from me? Gu Xiuxue narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a dangerous edge. 311 froze instantly, laughing nervously twice, then feeling guilty, adding more pieces of meat into his bowl. I was just curious, that's all. If you don't like it, I won't mention it again. Come on, let's eat. You're more fixated on these matters than I am. Could it be you made a bet with someone else using me? Gu Xiuxue smiled, asking carelessly, but at the same time almost confirming the suspicion by observing 311's response. 311 became even guiltier, haha. No such thing, why would I make a bet with anyone using you? I just met a few friends recently on the system forum. One host has a situation similar to yours. And then 311 looked at Gu Xiuxue's amused gaze, defeated, and admitted. Then that guy said you definitely wouldn't move forward, and we had an argument. I told him you absolutely could, and I bet him a small cake. A single small cake, and you betrayed me? Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Gu Xiuxue poured himself a glass of water, unsure for a moment what to say. But 311 straightened his posture and seriously retorted. That's not an ordinary cake. That's Rosy Heart. It's the most expensive small cake in the system mall, priced at 2,999 points. Phew. Gu Xiuxue suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of water, choking and coughing with red ears and face. 311 quickly moved closer, patting his back while pulling out some tissues to help clean him up. After Gu Xiuxue recovered, he looked astonished and slowly spoke. What? A lousy cake costs 2,999 points. Your system mall should just go and rob people instead. Seeing his reaction, 311 immediately opened the system mall. Looking at the light screen that appeared, showing the little cake and its price tag of 2,999 points. Gu Xiuxue's lips twitched slightly as he couldn't help but exclaim. Does this cake contain a few male leads or something? Sold one. There's actually someone foolish enough to spend over 2,000 points on a cake. He was shocked, utterly bewildered. 311 nodded, I didn't expect it either. I can't believe there's actually a participant who would spend 2,000 to 3,000 points on a cake. So, Gu Xiuxue, put yourself together. I'm really curious about its taste. Just let me have a bite and I'll leave the rest for you. 311 gazed longingly at Gu Xiuxue, eyes shimmering faintly with mist, but he pushed him away without hesitation. That's enough. It's just a small cake, if you can't eat it, don't. So expensive, it clearly targets low IQ buyers, how stupid must one be to spend so many points on a cake? And even if we step back 10,000 steps, your bet is between the two of you. What does it have to do with me? Gu Xiuxue frowned, with a hint of displeasure in his tone. I don't care how you explain it to that system, but from now on, don't mention these things anymore. Or I wouldn't mind finding someone else to act along with me. Ah. Gu Xiuxue, don't be mad, I'm sorry, I'll go end the bet right away, please don't be mad. 311 saw that he was genuinely upset and immediately panicked, softening his voice to beg for forgiveness. Gu Xiuxue only replied indifferently. If you know it's wrong, then stop bringing it up in the future. Let's go, get ready to head to the club. Come to think of it, I haven't been there in a long time. Alright. 311, seeing that Gu Xiuxue wasn't continuing to be angry, relaxed quite a bit and quickly agreed. When Gu Xiuxue got up and turned his back to him, he subtly curled his lips into a smirk, his eyes flashing with a calculating glint which soon faded away. Chapter 190, A Snow Drank and Invited 17. When they arrived at the S Guild, Gu Xiuxue with 311 walked into the reserved private room like old hands, ordered alcohol and didn't forget to call for a dozen or so drinking companions. Faced with 311's shocked eyes, Gu Xiuxue arched an eyebrow, why are you so surprised? Gu Xiuxue, Gu Xiuxue. I never thought you'd be this kind of person. 311 couldn't help but sigh, you just called for 17 people earlier. Can we even make it back from here tonight? After saying this, he paused for a moment, as if he had thought of something, then quickly opened his mouth again. But let's get this straight. Although you've called for 17 men, I'm not going to help you bear the load. I still prefer delicate, soft girls. Gu Xiu amused, I haven't said anything about your preferences yet. But why are you blushing? Haven't we even started drinking yet? 311, oh, nothing much. I just found out that the system I was betting with is actually a little girl, cough cough, but it doesn't matter. She is currently on a mission with her assigned tasker. We've already agreed that once she takes her vacation, we'll go find her. Gu Xiu looked at 311's expectant expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Little 3, these days when making friends online, you must still keep your guard up. How can you be sure that the other side is really a little girl? Have you met in person yet? It wasn't that Gu Xiu had such concerns, rather, he had also learned some things about systems from Shi Jiuan before. The higher-ups would arrange systems according to the gender of the taskers for convenience of coexistence between taskers and systems. Unless those later consolidated wild systems are concerned. These wild systems originally have bound taskers, and after passing the assessment, they can also become official members of the task force. As long as the systems and the taskers have deep feelings, their bindings generally won't be changed. If following what 311 said, the tasker associated with the other party should be male. Not yet, she is very shy. 311 thought for a moment, then began to enumerate carefully with his fingers. But these past 2 days, she has been sending me a lot of cute emoticons, her avatar is a cute kitty, even her chat bubbles are pink, and she flirts with me. Of course, most importantly, yesterday she sent me a voice message. Definitely a cute little girl. Gu Xiu remained silent. He did not know whether the other party was male or female, but looking at 311's appearance, he clearly seemed to have fallen hard. But, based solely on this information, determining that the other party was a little girl might result in disappointment when meeting in person. Gu Xiu watched as 311 lost himself in his own thoughts, shook his head, and no longer spoke. No matter how you look at it, it wasn't closely related to him. He'd better deal with his own issues first. Neither of them spoke any further, and soon the people he had ordered entered, pushing open the door of the private room. 311 looked at the youths with different appearances who all looked extremely good-looking and had great figures, silently stood up, and walked to the sofa farthest away from Gu Xiu to sit down. Gu Xiu just glanced at them casually, sweeping his gaze over their faces, lifting his hand slightly. Sit next to me. Okay, Brother Gu. Brother Gu, you haven't come for quite a while. Yeah, Brother Gu, you don't know how much I miss you. A group of people grinned and sat down beside him, yet they kept a certain distance from him, afraid to get too close. Gu Xiu leaned back and opened his mouth leisurely. Is that so? You miss me that much? The moment his words were spoken, a boy with an extremely obedient appearance poured a glass of wine. On the fair face of the youth appeared a blush, looking bashful, yet his eyes contained hidden emotions. Brother Gu. 311's initially tense heart relaxed. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He said it. Why would Gu Xiu invite so many people at once? They turned out to be old friends. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Still, why did he still feel a bad premonition in his heart? 311 raised his hand and rubbed his nose. Just as he prepared to stand up and leave, 2 more young men approached him, sitting down on either side of him, surrounding him. Unlike being afraid of Gu Xiu, they didn't dare to get too close, facing him their eyes sparkled brightly, appearing extraordinarily excited. One of them even went as far as putting a hand on his shoulder while the other touched his leg. Hiss. Wait, don't touch me. I don't like men. Faced with this sudden turn of events, 311 nearly bit his tongue and hurriedly spoke up. The two looked at each other briefly, noticing a fleeting disappointment in each other's eyes, but upon hearing his words, they moved aside slightly. They smiled apologetically, sorry about that. No problem, no problem. You should go back to accompany him, I can drink alone. 311 had never encountered such a situation before, so he seemed somewhat flustered. Gu Xiu noticed his reaction, but chuckled carelessly and waved it off. Alright, stop teasing him. The two returned to his side surrounding him again, and those around chatted lightly, mostly flattering remarks. After having a couple of drinks, Gu Xiu turned to the youth beside him and asked with a smile. How much longer until Gu Baichen arrives? A hint of awkwardness and surprise flickered in the youth's eyes, quickly replaced by confusion as he continued smiling and said. Isn't Brother Gu just making a joke? How would I know? While speaking, he kept pouring wine for Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu laughed and nodded, it seems he truly intends to avoid me completely. Well then, let's take our time drinking tonight. Gu Xiu's tolerance for alcohol wasn't great, after just a few cups, he already started feeling dizzy. Just as 311 was worrying about whether to take him back or not. He saw those dozen youths skillfully helping him over to the side, pulling out small blankets they prepared beforehand and covering him with them. Then several of them prepared to leave. Out of instinct, 311 called them back, where are you going? They turned around, looking at him with confusion and replied. To make sobering soup. To buy porridge. To book a room. Oh, right, since your brother Gu's friend, you'll be taking him home later, correct? Seeing how skilled they were, 311 fell silent. He suddenly became curious about what exactly Gu Xiaoyu used to do when he came here. Why did these people respect him so much? Even though they were here to keep him company during drinks, after barely finishing 2 cups, their attitude remained just as good. They were even thoughtful enough to prepare porridge and soup, and even a room for him. Thinking this, he also voiced the question aloud. That young man smiled and said, Brother Gu is good to us. When he asks for our company, it gives us some rest time, and he's generous too. Taking care of him is only natural. Without having to get drunk and vomit, they could still earn large sums of money. This was simply the best scenario for them. 311 hesitated for a moment, then nodded, go ahead then. No need to book a room, I'll take him home later. Got it. The youth agreed, then turned around with the others and left. Chapter 191, Xiaochen Online Chatting. When Gu Xiaoxue woke up, he was lying in bed. He raised his hand to cover his eyes and heard the soft voice of 311 by his ear. Since you're awake, get ready, and come down for breakfast. Gu Xiaoxue didn't want to move at all, directly pulling the quilt over his head and turning around. 311 couldn't help but reached out and poked his waist, retelling the events from yesterday and asked. So why did you hire them? Just to let them rest a bit? Gu Xiaoxue, that doesn't sound like you. Gu Xiaoxue sighed lightly, then abruptly sat up on the bed, still with closed eyes, speaking calmly. Just for laying the groundwork for that guy. Before he comes of age, I will manage the Gu family on his behalf. But because of this, some people have almost forgotten that he is the head of the Gu family. And some old stubborn ones, they rather agree with him and look down on me, creating obstacles for me everywhere. The more capable I am, the more they dread me. To avoid unnecessary troubles, and to prevent one day in the future when Xiao Chen and I might become enemies, I began to act like the good-for-nothing person I used to be as I gradually relinquished power. I just wanted them to forget about me, to forget what I've done, and focus more attention on Gu Beichen. After all, he hated trouble. Gu Xiaoxue spoke nonchalantly, while 311 listened intently. 311 sighed and patted his shoulder. Yesterday, since Gu Beichen didn't show up, I managed to bring you back without much difficulty. But, I definitely felt someone was following us, though that person never showed themselves. Listening to these words, Gu Xiaoxue opened his eyes and snickered. I knew that kid wouldn't let go so easily. I specially chose a club under the name of the Gu family, yet he never came. I thought he could bear it patiently, but didn't expect him to lose patience so quickly. Though Gu Xiaoxue scolded him this way, the corners of his mouth kept raising involuntarily, his eyes shining faintly, obviously extremely cheerful. 311. Alright, don't talk anymore. The more you say, the more I feel like I'm a part of your PLAV. 311 suddenly lifted the blanket, taking it away. Get up, tidy up, and eat breakfast. I bet you spent a lot of money on those people before. They were truly enthusiastic towards you last night. When I took you away, they even wanted to send us home directly. Gu Xiaoxue leaned his head to one side while propping himself up with his hands, smiling and said, just acting along with me. Since I paid enough money, of course, they acted very convincingly. Let's continue tonight, we'll go every day. 311, how about we make a bet? You guess when he can't hold back. I won't guess, how could I possibly guess regarding the wolf cub you've raised? 311 chuckled, throwing the quilt onto the single sofa next to him, standing with hands on her hips looking at Gu Xiaoxue. Hurry up and get up and eat. Understood, understood. Gu Xiaoxue lightly clicked his tongue, no fun. Even though he said this, he obediently got up, prepared, and ate dinner, without hesitation praising. 311, the food tastes better and better. 311 blinked and leaned closer to him, really? Is it really delicious? Hee, I also think I cook well. She says she likes cooking tasty meals. Gu Xiaoxue paused briefly with his actions, falling into a short silence, hesitating to say those familiar words. So, am I also part of your PLAV? 311 grinned innocently at him, if that's what you think, there's nothing I can do. Gu Xiaoxue. Ah, turns out things do come full circle. You like that young girl so much, have you ever considered if she's actually a boy? Gu Xiaoxue couldn't help but remind again, unable to comprehend why 311 didn't know about their system's distribution rules. 311 froze, looking outside hesitantly for a while before slowly speaking. In that case, I'll definitely surpass you. Gu Xiaoxue, your ability to adapt is pretty strong. If it was true, he no longer needed to worry about 311's encounter with the system later discovering that it was actually a boy. Humph, last night while they were taking care of you, I got bored and drank too much. Then I impulsively confessed to her. 311 said with excitement creeping back into their tone, she accepted me. Gu Xiaoxue watched 311's excited demeanor and suddenly realized that this person might not have even placed his subtle earlier reminder in the slightest bit of consideration. But since 311 was on a high, he didn't want to explain anything right then. Anyway, everything would become clear eventually. Gu Xiaoxue shook his head and thought no more about it. However, he hadn't anticipated receiving a message from Shi Jiuan just after finishing his meal. Joan, Gu Xiuxue, you should properly manage your so-called great-nephew. Last night, he showed up at my estate in the middle of the night and pulled all my roses out. Following the text was another video clip from surveillance footage. Joan, take a good look. That guy kept crying while pulling my flowers out, muttering whether to search or not. Joan, look, this is your family matter, why come and pull my flowers? Gu Xiuxue. Gu Xiuxue, ahem, well, maybe he just happened to be passing by. Seeing your flowers blooming, he couldn't help himself. Joan, do you think what you're saying makes any sense? Is this an excuse? Gu Xiuxue, ha ha ha, don't worry. I'll compensate you for the damages, it won't happen again in a couple of days. Joan, it's fine, I'll borrow a few dogs from my brother. If he dares to pull my flowers again tonight, come pick up his body tomorrow. Gu Xiuxue. What's wrong? Seeing that something seemed off with Gu Xiuxue, 311 instinctively asked. Gu Xiuxue shook his head, nothing, just realized some people are still childish fools. He roughly guessed why Gu Baichen would go to Shi Zhuan's place. Shi Zhuan had been his best friend. After Gu Baichen had let him escape, he also stayed at Shi Zhuan's place for a period of time. After watching the surveillance video Shi Zhuan sent, Gu Xiuxue saw that Gu Baichen was clearly drunk. But such behavior was undoubtedly way too immature. Gu Xiuxue sighed softly and silently exited the chat interface. Chapter 192, Reunion in Drunkenness, finally unable to hold back. Guxiuxu originally thought that Gubian, in his drunken state, would at least have to lie in bed for another 2 days or might even be able to hold out for a bit longer. But unexpectedly, Gubian had seemingly come to some conclusion while fiddling with flower petals. That very evening, he appeared before him. If you're wondering how he knew so clearly, it was because he only drank 2 glasses of alcohol that day. Although slightly tipsy, he wasn't completely unconscious. He leaned against 311 with a slightly flushed face, carrying a faint scent of alcohol. His vision was somewhat blurred. When he caught sight of the familiar figure appearing in front of him, he couldn't help but stop and squint his eyes. However, just one glance was enough to confirm that the person in front of him was Gubian. Guxiuxu's lips subtly curled up, but he shifted more of his weight onto 311. 311 was also taken by surprise due to Gubian's appearance. The sudden added weight on him brought him back to reality. Instinctively, he supported Guxiuxu's waist and asked softly. Are you alright? Gubian had already walked in front of the two, staring at them intensely, specifically at 311's hand resting on Guxiuxu's waist. A burning rage consumed him, almost annihilating his whole being. He bit his tongue to try and clear his head and then spoke coldly. Hand him over to me. Who do you think you are? Why should I hand him over to you? 311 gave Gubian a glare. Recalling the tribulations endured in the other world partly because of this guy, anger welled up within him. Even though he had promised Guxiuxu before, he didn't want to give him away so easily now. Moreover, it was evident that Gubian's current condition was off. He seemed fairly coherent, yet carried the distinct smell of alcohol, indicating he had just been drinking. 311 glanced at the car parked not far away, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Regardless of whether Gubian was drunk or not, he would never hand Guxiuxu over to Gubian. What if they drove under the influence and got into an accident? I said, if you're fine, don't just stand here being bothersome. 311 lightly humped as he partially embraced Guxiuxu, preparing to walk around Gubian to leave. Gubian's face had turned completely cold. He instinctively reached out to stop them, meeting 311's mocking gaze. So. He's drunk now. Are you going to take advantage of his situation? Don't you fear he'll hate you for it? Gubian's hand froze mid-air, his whole body stiffened, and all he could do was watch helplessly as 311 took him away, his eyes filled with unwillingness and agony. 311 helped Guxiuxu into the car, allowing him to lean on his shoulder as he sighed softly. Even though you said you'd hand you over if you see him, I'm still a little concerned. He doesn't look quite right. He will find us anyway. After you drop me off, go upstairs. Guxiuxu adjusted himself to a comfortable position, smiling lightly. He's not normal indeed, but neither am I. If he were normal, would he even fall for the child he personally raised? Both of them were alike in their abnormalities. Alright, since you put it that way, there's nothing I can do about it. 311 shrugged, no longer willing to dwell on the topic. I'm so sleepy. Guxiuxu murmured softly, I hope he won't keep me busy tonight, otherwise, during his special time, when he reverts to his original form, I'll take him to get neutered. 311. Was that something he should hear? With a complex mood, 311 fell silent for a moment and looked down at Guxiuxu. Seeing his flushed cheeks and unfocused eyes, everything became clear. Guxiuxu wasn't entirely conscious right now and probably didn't realize what he had said. Alright, rest for a while. I'll send you home shortly. 311 shook his head and ceased talking, helping Guxiuxu return to the apartment and then left with the keys. Though inexperienced, after reading countless novels and anime, he could roughly predict what was going to happen next. Anyway, these were just minor quirks between them. It was just banter during regular times. He certainly didn't want to end up being part of their triangle. After 3:11 left, Guxiaksu found the bathroom already prepared with warm water. Guxiaksu glanced at his reflection in the mirror, the haze in his eyes fading slightly, though the blush on his cheeks remained, with a slight redness still visible at the corners of his eyes. He absent-mindedly raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of his eye and then undid a few buttons. While soaking in the bathtub, Guxiaksu was also keeping track of the time. Gyubian arrived later than he had expected, but it was just right. He had just finished his bath, wrapped only in a bathrobe, and dried his hair halfway when the smart assistant alerted him. Looking at the surveillance footage on the screen before him, Guxiaksu watched as Gyubian stood outside his door, head bowed, plaintively pressing the doorbell. His lips curved faintly upward as his gaze narrowed. He rose to open the door, loosening the robe more to expose an elegant collarbone and broad expanses of pale skin. The sash around his waist was loosely tied, ready to slip off with the slightest tug. As soon as the door opened, their eyes met. Gyubian smelled even more strongly of alcohol, evidently having gone out drinking after leaving earlier. His figure swayed unsteadily. When the door opened, Gyubian leaned forward, seemingly trying to see clearly who was standing there. The next moment, he directly lunged into Guxiaksu's arms. Instinctively, Guxiaksu held onto his waist. This man who towered over him now clung to him like a child, burying his face against his shoulder and neck, rubbing against him affectionately. Gyubian was crying. Realizing this, Guxiaksu paused for a moment, then heard Gyubian choke out through sobs. "I want to forget you, woo woo woo. I've worked so hard, so very hard to forget you, but I can't, woo woo woo. I don't want to let you go, what should I do? I don't want to. Please, don't hate me, please don't hate me woo woo woo. I just want to hold you, let me hold you just once." Gyubian cried while clinging tightly to Guxiaksu, causing the already loose bathrobe to slip further, revealing one round shoulder. Gyubian stared intently with darkened eyes and couldn't resist biting down. It wasn't a harsh bite, but it left a mark nonetheless. "Gyubian, you." Before Guxiaksu could say anything, the person tightly hugging him deliberately revealed his ears and tail, with the latter wrapping itself around Guxiaksu's waist skillfully. In an instant, they were pressed even closer together, almost completely fused as one. With reddened eyes, Gyubian looked at him pitifully, like a lost puppy, even his drooping ears adding to the sorrow. "I regret it. I shouldn't have let you go, I don't want to let you go, you are mine." At that moment, Guxiaksu felt as if he were tightly grasped and could not possibly refuse such a Gyubian. Though the head of the Gu family, full of fierce resolve, he appeared more like a neglected dog that had found its way back home. Striking a tender chord in Guxiaksu, who harbored similar feelings anyway. Without much thought, Guxiaksu carried Gyubian inside, softly soothing him. "Alright, then I won't let you go, be good and stop making a fuss, come inside first and we'll talk." Chapter 193, the grand finale, just proposed, and then ran away. But whether it was intentional or not, as soon as Gu Baichen entered the door, he casually kicked it shut with his foot. Gu Xiuxue had originally thought that Gu Baichen's appearance clearly indicated that he was drunk, so it was impossible to leave him alone outside. But since he was drunk, surely nothing would happen today. So when he half hugged and half supported him into the bedroom and was pushed down onto the bed, he was still a bit unresponsive for a moment. Gu Xiuxue's gaze paused at a certain place, his brain blanked out for an instant. Wasn't it true that being drunk meant you couldn't do such things? Could this guy be pretending to be drunk again? Gu Xiuxue suddenly remembered how a few years ago, Gu Baichen kissed him when he was drunk. At that time, he didn't take it seriously, but now looking at Gu Baichen's expression, he suddenly realized two things. That day, Gu Baichen probably pretended to be drunk just to kiss him properly. And back then, Gu Baichen likely wanted more than just a kiss. Gu Baichen. Ah Chen. Look at me. Gu Xiuxue's breathing became somewhat heavy, he placed his hand on Gu Baichen's chest. His misty eyes revealed a hint of confusion. You. He wanted to clearly see Gu Baichen's current state, but perhaps because he had also drunk alcohol. His inner instinct vaguely told him that Gu Baichen might be faking drunkenness right now, yet he couldn't distinguish it clearly. It seemed that Gu Baichen was afraid he might regret it and wasn't willing to give him the chance to regret it, so his actions were especially quick. The bathrobe on his body was easily torn apart. Before Gu Xiuxue could react, he was flipped over, and an uneasy feeling arose in his heart. Gu Baichen's condition now was not merely due to drinking alcohol, it looked more like entering a special period. What day is it? What's the date now? When exactly does Gu Baichen's special period occur? Gu Xiuxue's mind was in chaos, not much time had passed in this world. But after all, he had spent several hundred years in another world, and he had forgotten some things about this world. What are you thinking about? Gu Baichen bit his earlobe and murmured softly. Be serious. Gu Xiuxue confirmed it, Gu Baichen had indeed entered his special period. But by the time he realized this, it was already too late, and there was no chance to escape. Gu Xiuxue didn't know how long it lasted until it ended, he felt like his entire body was going to collapse. Especially when his emotions fluctuated greatly, his fox ears and tail revealed themselves without control. Gu Baichen immediately grabbed his tail. He finally gathered some strength, intending to take a shower. However, he was dragged back effortlessly by having his tail caught again. Gu Xiuxue felt utterly helpless. Normally, it would be fine, he could endure it. But why did it have to coincide with Gu Beichen's special period? And at a time when he had no preparation at all. This was simply killing him. Then even if he regretted it deeply, it was too late. When Gu Xiuxue woke up again, he only felt dazed. His body had been cleaned and medicated, so he wasn't feeling too uncomfortable. Just a bit sleepy. He wrapped himself in the quilt, hugged a pillow, buried his head into the pillow, and let out a silent sigh. He shouldn't have been so lenient after all. He didn't know whether it was Gu Beichen's youthful vigor that made him so energetic or if it was because he himself was getting older and couldn't handle prolonged antics like this. Hearing the door behind him open, Gu Xiuxue guessed who had come, burying his head even deeper and not paying any attention to him. Gu Beichen placed the tray in his hand on the nearby table, sat down by the bed, and gently shook Gu Xiuxue. Seeing that Gu Xiuxue showed no reaction, he hugged him through the blanket and whispered into his ear. Good boy. Get up and eat something first, you haven't eaten anything for 3 days. Your body won't be able to take it. At this moment, Gu Beichen's feelings were also extremely complex. He originally only intended to get drunk and come to Gu Xiuxue to act pitifully, trying to sneak into the house first. But perhaps because he had been obsessively thinking about Gu Xiuxue for so long, upon smelling his scent, his special period arrived earlier than expected. The following events unfolded in ways even he hadn't anticipated. Yet he willingly fell into it anyway. When he came to his senses and saw the mess all over the room, he truly feared that Gu Xiuxue would kick him out and never want him again. He had also considered whether he should leave first and come back after Gu Xiuxue cooled down. But his intuition told him that if he left, they would be gone forever. Besides, since he had already made things difficult for the other person, it was hard to leave at this moment. So he stayed. But it seemed like Gu Xiuxue still didn't want to talk to him. Disappointment clouded Gu Beichen's expression as he remained silent, lightly holding on to Gu Xiuxue through the blanket. After an unknown amount of time, the person in his arms finally stirred, lighting up Gu Beichen's eyes instantly. Uncle. Gu Xiuxue, who had just woken up, was still a bit groggy. A good night's sleep had cleared his mind quite a bit, and at this moment, his mood was pretty good. Upon seeing Gu Beichen tightly hugging him, he subconsciously reached out to rub his ears. Humph, the feeling was still as comfortable as remembered. Unable to resist, Gu Xiuxue squinted slightly, while Gu Beichen held on tightly to him, rubbing again and again against his neck. Want to eat something? I can warm it up for you. Gu Beichen looked at him with sparkling eyes, full of anticipation. And at that moment, he noticed that Gu Beichen was wearing his pajamas, with a silver necklace around his neck adorned by 2 silver rings. For a fleeting moment, Gu Xiuxue felt confused. These 2 rings were familiar. It was from when he was first imprisoned by Gu Beichen. These rings were prepared long ago by Gu Beichen, who forcefully placed them on his finger and took countless photos. Even though Gu Beichen knew that he wasn't willing at that time, those pictures became precious to him. He printed them and carefully hung them on the wall. Gu Xiuxue still vividly remembered seeing, during one half-awake moment, Gu Beichen standing by the window lost in thought, staring at the photo where their intertwined fingers with rings were displayed. Though he was smiling, the sadness and sorrow in his eyes almost pierced through Gu Xiuxue's heart. Returning to reality from his memories in silence, Gu Xiuxue realized he had unconsciously hooked his finger into the necklace. He could distinctly feel how disordered and heavy Gu Beichen's breathing became, as if he was trying to suppress something deeply. I'm sorry. Gu Beichen apologized hoarsely. Gu Xiuxue was a little puzzled. Sorry for what? Gu Beichen grabbed his hand and lowered his gaze as he said with a sense of grievance. It wasn't intentional, and I didn't expect my special period to arrive earlier. Chapter 194, I'm back. And this ring, I know you don't like it, but I want to keep it. It's the only thing that belongs to us. Gu Xiuxue bit her lip and remained silent, carefully pondering how to resolve this matter. Gu Beichen thought he was still angry and immediately let go of him, flipping off the bed. Gu Xiuxue also sat up. Then he saw Gu Beichen kneeling by the bedside, his tail drooping pitifully, looking up at him with an earnest tug on the blanket. Uncle, I'm sorry. He placed himself in a subordinate position, knowing that this would soften Gu Xiuxue's heart. Gu Xiuxue sat on the bed, his hand supporting him, wearing the same sleeping robe as Gu Beichen. The sunlight streamed through the window, but his figure blocked the light, leaving Gu Beichen in the shadows before him. He remained silent for a long time. The pleading in Gu Beichen's eyes gradually turned into disappointment. Those bright eyes slowly dimmed. Gu Beichen lowered his head again, his voice hoarse and slightly choked. I understand. You don't have to send me away, I'll leave right away, I won't make things difficult for you. I will learn to let go. I will never interfere with your life again. Gu Beichen's entire body was trembling, his voice shaking, almost choking to the point of being unable to speak. As Gu Xiuxue looked at him, an image surfaced in his mind. An abandoned puppy curled up sadly inside a cardboard box, watching helplessly as its owner walked away with an umbrella, leaving it alone in the rain. He sighed softly, raising his hand to stroke Gu Beichen's face, feeling the dampness on his fingertips, then said somewhat helplessly. Dear, proposing isn't supposed to be done this way. Uncle. Gu Baichen first paused in surprise, then suddenly looked up at Gu Shushue, his previously dull eyes lighting up with joy, his voice filled with disbelief. He tightly gripped Gu Shoshue's hand, fearing it was just a dream. Tears had not yet dried from his eyes, yet he was already laughing. Gu Shoshue slightly shifted his body and turned his head. The sunlight fell upon Gu Baichen, enveloping him in a soft glow. This made him feel even more as though he were in a dream. A dream that willingly pulled him into its depths, a dream where he didn't wish to awaken. In his days, all he heard was Gu Shoshue's amused yet gentle voice. Change the address, calling me uncle always makes me feel like I'm taking advantage of you. Gu Baichen's eyelashes trembled as he confirmed this wasn't just a dream. He abruptly embraced Gu Shoshue's waist, rubbing against him affectionately, speaking earnestly. How could that be? You're not old at all, you're still very young. Shwe. Gu Shoshue curved his lips slightly, replying lightly. One sat in front of the bed, the other knelt beside it. Gu Shoshue looked down at Gu Baichen, lifting his fingers once more to trace Gu Baichen's necklace, stroking the two rings before saying. In fact, this ring is quite beautiful. Upon hearing his words, Gu Baichen instantly tore the necklace, removing both rings. He personally slipped the ring onto Gu Shoshue's finger, then kissed his fingertips with a devout and serious expression, his eyes brimming with love that almost spilled over. Shwe, I like you, I've liked you for a long time, and I'll continue liking you even longer. Once you were my only family member, and you will always be. So, will you be with me? Of course. At this moment, sunlight danced on them, touching their fingertips. Everything was perfect. Gu Baichen finally got what he wished for, excited like a child who had received candy. He originally wanted to hold a grand and extravagant wedding, wishing everyone to know that he had finally gotten the person he pined for. It was something he had been planning ever since he first realized his feelings for him. However, Gu Shoshue stopped him. Gu Shoshue wore a serious face. Why waste money? Don't forget, your money is mine now. Gu Baichen hesitated for only 3 seconds before decisively hugging Gu Shoshue's waist and giving up the idea he'd thought about for so many years. I'll do whatever you say. After all, as long as they were together, the wedding didn't really matter much. Even without a wedding, he had ways to let others know they were together. On the night they got their marriage certificate, Gu Shoshue noticed something was off when he saw countless messages from friends urging him to reign in Gu Baichen. Opening his social media feed, he saw that Gu Baichen had been posting their marriage certificate at regular intervals. No matter what people contacted Gu Baichen about, the first reply they received was always, how did you know I'm married? Gu Shoshue. What a childish fool indeed. But there was nothing he could do since it was his family now, legally certified too. Despite how childish he acted, Gu Shoshue would just have to accept it. While shaking his head, Gu Shoshue started packing his luggage. When Gu Baichen returned home cheerfully, he saw that Gu Shoshue already had his luggage packed. He froze, then immediately pounced into his arms, holding onto him tightly and whining. Hey Shwe. Where are you going? If I did anything wrong or if I made you mad, can you please tell me? Don't leave me alone. Gu Shoshue simply smiled and said, I am not leaving you behind. But originally, I planned to go on a trip. If it weren't for your little stunt, I would have already finished traveling by now. So currently, shouldn't you let me have some time to play around? Gu Baichen looked at Gu Shoshue blankly, feeling that there was something strange about these words but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. He still clutched Gu Shoshue's suitcase tightly, refusing to let go. Does it have to be today? We've just picked up our marriage certificate today. Can we make this our wedding night and leave tomorrow? It won't work, I've booked the tickets already and mentioned this to you yesterday. Gu Shoshue lifted his hand and pinched his ear, saying gently, be a good boy. No use of begging with your ears, this has been planned long ago. But you don't need to worry either, you installed a tracker on me anyway, so I definitely won't abandon you. Upon hearing Gu Shoshue reveal the truth, Gu Baichen suddenly felt guilty and quietly withdrew his hands. Still, he wanted to make one last attempt. Then I'll pack my things and go with you. Since he couldn't keep him here, following along seemed like the only option, right? The corner of Gu Shoshue's mouth curled upwards as he spoke with a calm tone. That won't work either, Aichen. Although all the assets of the Gu family are now under my name, you are still the master of the Gu family. So you can't come away with me. You have to stay here and take care of the affairs of the Gu family. You should also strive to make money, understand? If you don't make enough money, when I travel outside, I might not even be able to afford the things I like. With those words, Gu Shoshue softly sighed and cupped Gu Baichen's face, kissing his lips. You know, I love you so much and care deeply about you. When I'm done playing, I'll come back. No way. Don't worry, Shwe. I will work hard to make money, enjoy yourself, buy whatever you want. Gu Baichen's cheeks were slightly flushed as his eyes became determined again, then softened and added. But, you must remember to miss me, and come back soon. A hint of a smile curved Gu Shoshue's lips, his eyes flashing with a flicker of light. Don't worry, I will video call you every night. After pondering, Gu Baichen decided that this was acceptable and stopped asking more questions out of fear of irritating Gu Shoshue. He personally carried the luggage and saw him off. As he watched Gu Xiushue's retreating figure, he thought that since they'd meet every night via video call, though they wouldn't be physically together, it wasn't such a big deal. But until he stared at the ever-enticing Gu Xiushue through the screen, he began to somewhat regret agreeing to this arrangement. This feeling of being able to see but not touch was truly quite unpleasant. Moreover, Gu Xiushue acted as if nothing was unusual and continued with his usual behavior. Gu Beichen secretly suspected that it was deliberate, probably a retaliation against him, but he could do nothing about it. All he could do was patiently wait for his return every day. Half a year later, when Gu Xiushue saw how pitiful his beloved wolf pup had become, practically depressed. Yet still diligently working hard, worried that he wouldn't have enough money while away. He smirked, set his flight ticket back. And without telling Gu Beichen, directly returned home. It was already late when Gu Beichen arrived home. His heart felt uneasy because Gu Xiushue hadn't sent any messages or called for a video chat today. But what he didn't expect was that when he pushed open the door to the room, the person he missed day and night stood by the window. Perhaps because he had just taken a shower, his slightly long hair was still a bit damp, and he was wrapped in a bathrobe. Gu Xiushue heard the sound of the door opening behind him, turned around, and saw Gu Beichen standing there with a dazed expression, then smiled faintly. I'm back. The end. Chapter 195. This is a free bonus chapter, First Encounter. It was their first meeting. And also their last. Ming Yen. The first time Ming Yen entered the mysterious abyss, it was to find the soul of that person. Back then, he had barely managed to survive in the underworld, stitching his shattered body back together and hiding quietly. He had stayed in the underworld for a long time, thinking deeply. At that time, Ming Yen thought that perhaps it was because he was too weak, unable to help that person and even ruining his plans, that's why he was abandoned. After all, that person had said that if he obeyed, he would be given a home. He had fought hard to retrieve that person's body. With utmost care, he pieced the body back together. He took him home, taught him cultivation, gave him magical artifacts, made peach blossom cakes for him, and sewed new clothes. How could he possibly abandon him just because of a minor mistake? However, it didn't matter, as long as he became strong enough, as long as he could be of help, he wouldn't be abandoned again. Ming Yen harbored this thought and decided to stay in the underworld. He desperately wanted to return to the side of the person he cherished, but since he was born on a burial ground inside the stomach of the dead, the underworld was indeed the best place for him to cultivate. Ming Yen did not know how long he had stayed here, but eventually, he grew powerful enough. He wanted to go back and find his beloved brother Qianshu. But fearing that person hadn't yet forgiven him, he hid his original body and prepared a new one. What Ming Yen did not expect was that, after finally changing his name and returning to the demon realm with a new identity, he wasn't able to reunite with that person before witnessing his death right before his eyes. Everything happened too quickly, there was no time to act before peace returned. Yet at that moment, though he felt anger and frustration, he wasn't overwhelmed by sorrow. Because he knew that through the 6 realm cycle, even when beings from the demon realm passed, their souls still entered the underworld. Although brother Qianshu had died, his soul remained. As long as he found the soul and kept it by his side or figured out a way to personally send it to reincarnation and then guard him as he grew up. No matter what, it would be good. No matter what, that person would return to him and belong to him entirely. There would be no more obstacles between them. Thinking thus, Ming Yen returned to the underworld he had only left with great difficulty. But even after searching the entire underworld without finding the other soul, he fell into utter despair. There was only one place he hadn't looked, Metabus. It took him considerable effort to infiltrate. Yet, nothing. Amongst the many lost souls and tormented spirits in Metabus, none were his brother Qianshu. Though he searched everywhere in the abyss, he never found the smallest trace of the person's remaining soul. His emotions plummeted to an extreme low, nearly collapsing. Even in his search throughout the abyss, he didn't shy away from fights with ghosts, leaving almost no unharmed part of his body. Surrounded by a somber atmosphere and a heavy stench of blood, none of the ghosts in Metabus dared to approach him. These wounds meant little to him, mending and repairing them were trivial matters. Not finding who he sought, however, caused him to lose concern for his own well-being. As he searched the last street of Metabus, he saw Lan Exayan. This was their first encounter. Dressed in red, the woman stood out boldly and brightly among the whole of Metabus. At her first glance, Ming Yen felt a faint stir within him, though it was fleeting. He merely glanced at her once more before moving past her. Was it you looking for someone in Metabus, wreaking havoc on the other streets? Lan Exayan's figure flickered as she crossed her arms, blocking Ming Yan's path. She tilted her head slightly, raising a curious brow, intrigued, with a hint of amusement in her gaze. Ming Yan gave her a disinterested look, calmly asking, "Are you the master of the 7th Street?" "No, but there's no owner here. I'm quite familiar with the area. Since you're so good-looking, you might tell me whom you're looking for, and I can help." Lan Exayan smiled cheerfully, unable to resist lifting her hand to pinch Ming Yan's cheek. You're just a bit thin, but it doesn't matter, I don't mind." Ming Yan's pupils tightened instinctively, retreating reflexively, eyeing Lan Exayan with caution. "No, thank you. TSK. So uptight, just a little touch and you overreact like this." Lan Exayan snorted softly. Being stared at with such guarded eyes by Ming Yan made her quite displeased. Still, she swayed the candy skewer that had appeared in her hand at some point, speaking with a voice akin to coaxing a child. Alright then, don't be upset. How about big sister buys you a candy skewer? Ming Yan's wariness deepened in his eyes, interwoven with a tinge of confusion. He merely felt something off about the woman before him. On the way here, others also attempted to grope him because of his appearance. If it had been anyone else, he would have already severed their hands without hesitation. After all, he was no saint and certainly didn't care for women's fragility. But strangely enough, this woman evoked a feeling that rendered him incapable of attacking her. This unfamiliar, uncontrollable sensation was utterly bizarre. Ming Yan subconsciously pushed away the feeling, not wanting to delve into it further. He only thought of putting more distance between himself and this odd woman. With that on his mind, he acted upon it. No, thank you. Ming Yan refused once again, pushing Lan Xian's hand away as he turned to leave without any hesitation. The candy skewer dropped to the ground, gathering dust. Don't go yet. As Ming Yan's figure moved further away from view, Lan Xian inexplicably felt flustered and instinctively reached out to hold on to him. Unfortunately, since Ming Yan was deliberately avoiding her, even though she chased after him, her fingertips could only barely brush against a piece of his clothing edge. She watched as Ming Yan disappeared completely from sight. Lan Xian stood there dumbfounded, her hands still suspended midair. Her heart raced with growing uneasiness. She whispered helplessly. Don't go. I can help you. But her faint murmurs were carried away by the wind, no one heard them, no one turned back. On the desolate street lined with broken walls, the cold wind stirred up her skirts, leaving her standing alone, looking especially forlorn and solitary. It wasn't until Renjoji arrived, placing a hand on her shoulder, that she snapped back to reality. What's wrong with you? Renjoji asked, perplexed. Weren't we looking for food? Why are you standing here dazed, did you cry? When Renjoji said this, his voice carried a hint of disbelief mixed with fury. Who bullied you? Lan Xian gazed blankly at him, watching her own reflection in his pupils. She touched the corner of her eye, realizing it was damp. She frowned involuntarily. It might have been the sand getting into my eyes from the wind earlier. Otherwise, why would she cry for no reason? It was absolutely impossible due to that teenager they just met, exchanged only a few words with, and who'd knocked her candy skewer away. Lan Xian waved her hand indifferently, finding humor but also an emptiness creeping inside her. She spoke casually. Let's go back, I'm not hungry anymore. Renjoji nodded, noticing Lan Xian's abnormal emotions but decided not to pry. Instead, he changed the subject. I heard someone came to Mysterious Abyss recently, searching for someone. Oh, yes. That kid, I ran into him earlier. I said I'd help him look together, but he refused. The corner of Lan Xian's eye caught sight of the candy skewer stained with dirt. Her fingers curled slightly as she couldn't help sighing. What a pity. Such a good-looking lad, though a bit skinny. I actually thought of taking him back to nurture. Renjoji shook his head helplessly. Can't you stop fancying someone new every time you see someone handsome? Lan Xian justified herself firmly, but he is really handsome. And he gave me a very different vibe, unlike those people I've seen before. If he hadn't run so fast, I would have prepared a rope to tie him up and bring him home. Renjoji raised his forehead, helpless. Fine, as long as you're happy. At hearing this, Lan Xian's eyes brightened and became excited. Well, next time when we meet, I'll tie him up and take him back home to raise well. I'll cook plenty of delicious food for him, make him gain some weight. And his clothes seem a bit old too. I'll sew him a couple of new outfits. Lan Xian began calculating how she'd bundle him home and nourish him when they encountered each other again. However, at that moment, she had no inkling. This was their first encounter. And also their last. Later, she waited for a long time, searched for a long time, and never managed to find that young man again. Gradually, she stopped thinking about that young man. The young man who failed to find even a trace of soul in the mysterious abyss left to seek vengeance. Alas, his years of elaborate plotting came to naught in one fell swoop, ending with the annihilation of both his body and spirit. Alas, until the end, he still yearned for a family, but he had personally killed the person he cared most about, so there would never be a home again for him. Alas, he would never know that the person he had merely met once waited for him for so long and thought of him for just as long. That day, Lan Xian felt an inexplicable restlessness and unease, as if she had lost something extremely important. But she owned nothing, nor had anything worth losing. She had originally intended to look for a quiet place to be alone, but she caught sight of a figure from afar. It was a young man with crystal-clear eyes and striking good looks. More importantly, he exuded a faintly familiar aura that compelled her to draw closer. Just like how she approached that young man from many years ago, she approached him now. The end.